The sect is deeply rooted, unshakable by the passage of time. They arrogantly proclaim themselves as noble scions, viewing the common populace as mere weeds, toying with them as if they were insignificant dust. Upon assuming the position of the inspector of the North Town Patrol Division, Chu Xiu felt a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, the positive energy system had been activated by engaging in righteous deeds. He could earn rewards from the system. One day, Chu Xiu vowed to wield his blade, trampling upon the bones of the high-ranking officials in the celestial streets, to suppress the sects and restore true peace and prosperity to the people of the realm. He would take up his sword once more, questioning the deities that dwell high above in the heavens. Do the deities possess true courage? The answer is, only the strong are worthy of such power. The powerful shall reside therein. When Chu Xiu looked back once more, he discovered that the celestial beings could be extinguished with a mere snap of the fingers, and the aristocratic families could be condemned with a single word. I, Dugutai, hereby impeach Inspector Chu Xiu of the North Town Patrol Division. He is guilty of corruption, abuse of power, and the framing of loyal subjects as crimes are indeed heinous. I implore your majesty to see clearly the sin of such treacherous scoundrels must be punished. In the grand hall of the great Zhou dynasty, the voice of Dugutai, the minister of justice, resonated like a clarion call. At his words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly, leaving all present in shock. Their gazes turned towards this esteemed and influential minister, a pivotal figure among the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families. His every action could stir the very nerves of the great Zhou dynasty. Now, he personally stepped forth to impeach the inspector of the North Town Patrol Division, which carried significant implications. The ruler of the great Zhou, Empress Si, furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Chu Xiu had been appointed to his position for less than a month, entrusted with overseeing the officials and administering justice. He was her sharpest sword. Dugutai's actions were evidently not aimed solely at Chu Xiu, but rather served as a test of her resolve. Drawing a deep breath, Si maintained her composure, her voice steady and powerful as she inquired, Dugu Aiqing, do you possess evidence? Your Majesty, Chu Xiu unlawfully commanded the Imperial Guards of the North Town Patrol Division to apprehend Zhang Wenqing, the Minister of Rights. Zhang is a paragon of integrity within our great Zhou, known for his incorruptibility and virtue. Pray tell, Your Majesty, how can Chu Xiu's actions be anything but corruption, abuse of power, and the framing of a loyal subject? Dugutai spoke with righteous fervor, each word resounding with conviction. We beseech Your Majesty to dismiss him and investigate, to mete out punishment befitting his crimes, restoring Zhang's honor. As soon as Dugutai finished, a chorus of officials stepped forth, echoing, we support this. 13 supervising censors and 6 ministers joined in the impeachment of Chu Xiu. The expressions of the officials turned grave as they finally understood the significance of Dugutai's personal intervention. Dugu Aiqing, your assertions are mere conjecture, lacking concrete evidence, Si replied, her brows slightly furrowed, her tone icy. Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Dugutai dramatically swept his sleeve, raising his hands in a gesture of heartfelt distress, exclaiming, I have devoted myself tirelessly to the great Zhou, assisting 3 sovereigns. Do you not trust me? Dugu Aiqing, that is not my intention. Si's expression shifted slightly as she hastily clarified, I merely wish to understand more clearly. Then perhaps Your Majesty should inquire of the esteemed officials present whether my words hold truth, Dugutai said with a hint of melancholy, disheartened. Dugu Gulao possesses a heart of loyalty. We implore Your Majesty to punish Chu Xiu severely. At this moment, not only the censors but numerous ministers rose in unison, urging Si with fervent voices. The atmosphere in the court turned notably tense. Very well, very well. I understand your sincere concerns, Dugu Aiqing. Since all of you believe that Chu Xiu is guilty of corruption and treachery, let us proceed to his residence and personally apprehend this traitor. I wish to inquire why Chu Xiu has so grievously betrayed my trust. Si's heart seethed with anger, yet her countenance remained inscrutable as she spoke each word with deliberate gravity. Should the facts align with your claims, Dugu Aiqing, I shall show no mercy. Your Majesty intends to witness this personally? Dugutai was slightly taken aback. Si usually acquiesced at such moments, yet this time, she seemed eager to leave the palace. He mused to himself that Chu Xiu, being young and newly appointed to the North Town Patrol Division, was likely to succumb to the temptations of corruption. After all, which officer of the imperial guards did not seek to enrich themselves? Furthermore, as the most powerful inspector, it was inevitable he would be found indulging in luxury. Once they arrived at Chu Xiu's residence and beheld his lavish lifestyle, Murongxi would undoubtedly have nothing to say. At that point, her disappointment in the imperial guards would be complete. Thus, his objective would be fulfilled. One could only conclude that Murongxi was still too young. Jiang Weiner, let us set forth. Without waiting for Dugutai's response, Murongxi stood tall and strode down from the dais, her demeanor commanding as she headed towards the exit of the grand hall. Let's depart. Jiang Weiner, the chief lady-in-waiting, proclaimed loudly. The prime minister, Yang Yin, followed her expressionlessly, moving with a measured pace. Dugutai maintained a calm demeanor, composedly trailing behind Yang Yin, along with the other cabinet ministers, as they exited the grand hall. The officials of the great Zhou dynasty followed suit, spilling out of the palace. Once outside, they boarded their carriages, heading towards the outskirts of the capital. Soon, the carriages came to a halt. Your Majesty, we have arrived at Lord Chu's residence, reported a soldier of the imperial guards as he opened the carriage door respectfully. Murongxi nodded slightly and stepped out. The officials followed suit. Is this residence truly Lord Chu's? Murongxi inquired, gazing at a grand estate in the distance, opulent yet ominously shut. Yang Yin and the others also beheld the mansion. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would scarcely believe such splendor existed in the outer city. Dugutai maintained a neutral expression, as if everything unfolded according to his expectations. Murongxi's visit to Chu Xiu's home was undoubtedly akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on her own foot. Your Majesty, this grand residence does not belong to Lord Chu, a soldier interjected, shaking his head and gesturing toward a slightly dilapidated courtyard across the way. Murongxi fell silent. The officials were taken aback, their faces betraying astonishment. Could this modest dwelling be referred to as a residence? Dugutai furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes as he pondered the implications. If I recall correctly, Lord Chu hails from the hereditary imperial guards of our great Zhou dynasty, does he not? Murongxi remarked earnestly, contemplating. Indeed, Your Majesty, Lord Chu is indeed a hereditary captain of the imperial guards, Jiang Weiner interjected softly. His ancestors once held the position of commander among the imperial guards. Considering Lord Chu's esteemed position as a hereditary captain of the imperial guards, how can he reside in such a humble abode? Murongxi exclaimed, her stunning beauty revealing disbelief. The officials exchanged glances, unable to fathom such a reality within the great Zhou dynasty. Yet the scene before them compelled them to accept that it was indeed true. Your Majesty, appearances can be deceiving. Perhaps hidden depths lie beneath this façade, one minister suggested. I have heard tales of corrupt officials hoarding their ill-gotten gains, too fearful to spend them, concealing their wealth beneath their beds. Dugutai smiled faintly, expressing a myriad of sentiments as he remarked, residing in a dilapidated old house, subsisting on pickled vegetables and plain porridge, one becomes so emaciated that even a gentle breeze could topple them. Anyone who gazes upon them would deem them paragons of integrity. Alas, the net of heaven is vast and intricate, leaving no room for evasion. Ultimately, they cannot escape the clutches of the law. The façade of integrity does not always reflect true virtue. Your Majesty, Elder Dugas' words resonate profoundly. Whether Chu Xiu is a virtuous official or a corrupt one remains uncertain, remarked Chen Winley, the Inspector General, with a look of agreement gracing his cheeks. Only after we investigate can we discern the truth. The civil and military officials wholeheartedly concurred with Dugutai's observations, recognizing that officials who appear virtuous yet harbor greed are not uncommon. Chapter 2. Old Master Dugong, how can you so readily accuse me of corruption? The two ministers presented compelling arguments, prompting the response, let us enter and investigate for ourselves. Jiang Weiner, step forward and knock on the door. Murongxi nodded slightly, her tone imbued with an authoritative finality. Yes, my lady obeys, Jiang Weiner replied, approaching the door and lightly tapping on it. Coming, a voice as warm as jade emanated from within. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a young man clad in the official attire of the Northern Inspectorate, his striking features exuding an aura of nobility. It was none other than Chu Xiu. Startled for a moment, Chu Xiu's gaze fell upon Murongxi, draped in the dragon robe, and he quickly bowed in greeting. I, Chu Xiu, pay my respects to your Majesty. Minister Chu, you need not be so formal, Murongxi replied, stepping into the courtyard. Her eyes landed on a fragrant iron pot. A look of surprise crossing her brow. "What are you doing here?" "Your Majesty, I was just out fishing and caught a fresh fish. I intended to prepare a porridge for breakfast. I hope it does not offend," Chu Xiu replied, hands clasped before him, his expression calm. "A dignified official of the Northern Inspectorate of our great Zhou dynasty, yet you must personally fish and cook porridge?" Murongxi surveyed the surroundings. Noting the absence of any servants or attendants, her suspicion deepened. "Minister Chu, do you not have household staff to assist you?" "Your Majesty, I have been orphaned since childhood. And I am alone in my household, with no servants," Chu Xiu explained after a moment of contemplation. "Ah, I see," Murongxi exclaimed, her understanding dawning. Turning to Dugong Tai, she instructed, "Dugong, you shall personally investigate whether Minister Chu is a virtuous official of our great Zhou, or a corrupt one who dares not indulge his vices." "I shall obey," Dugong Tai replied, striding confidently into Chu Xiu's home, followed closely by a group of officials, who began their thorough search. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, realizing the implication. Someone must have lodged a complaint about him, and Murongxi, doubting the accusation, had come to verify his integrity, likely linked to his recent arrest of Zhang winching from the Department of Rights. After a short while, Dugong Tai emerged from a room, his brow furrowed. The officials wore expressions of astonishment. They had scoured Chu Xiu's residence but found not even a single coin. "Absurd. Preposterous," one official exclaimed. "Dugong, we have yet to search the kitchen. Let us proceed there at once," Dugong Tai declared, leading the officials swiftly to the kitchen. Before long, an official called out, "Dugong, here lies a rice jar. Perhaps the ill-gotten gains of Chu Xiu are concealed within." Chu Xiu's expression turned peculiar. Had they lost their senses? Even if he were truly corrupt, could a rice jar hide such wealth? "Rice jar? Step aside. Let me ascertain whether there are hidden treasures within," Dugong Tai commanded. Addressing the officials, they respectfully parted, allowing Dugong Tai to examine the jar. He approached it, lifting the lid, only to be met with astonishment at the sparse rice inside. The jar was nearly as tall as a man, yet it contained less than a foot's worth of rice. After a moment's hesitation, Dugong Tai began to probe the jar's depths, yet no silver notes or gold coins were found. "Chu Xiu, confess to me where your ill-gotten gains are hidden. If you are forthcoming, I may persuade the emperor to spare your life." Dugong Tai glared at Chu Xiu, his voice icy. "Otherwise, should I uncover the truth? It shall not be a simple matter." Coughing lightly, Chu Xiu chuckled. "Dugong, how can you be so certain of my corruption? Perhaps I have never engaged in such acts. Thus I possess no ill-gotten wealth. Move the rice jar aside and check for a hidden passage," Dugong Tai instructed, casting a penetrating gaze at Chu Xiu. "Very well." Inspector Chen Wenli rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, and lifted the rice jar aside. The officials saw no issue with this. In the Great Zhou, even civil officials possessed considerable strength. "Dugong, please," Chen Wenli gestured invitingly. Dugong Tai nodded slightly and squatted down to tap the ground, declaring, "The surface is solid. No hidden passage exists. This courtyard indeed lacks secret rooms or basements." With that, he slowly rose and exited the kitchen, followed closely by the officials. "Dugong, did you uncover anything?" Murongxi, having observed their expressions, inquired with a smile. "Your Majesty, we have searched every corner of Chu Xiu's residence and have found nothing," Dugong Tai replied flatly. "Dugong, can we now ascertain that Minister Chu is an upright official?" Murongxi asked, suppressing her inner satisfaction. "I believe Chu Xiu must possess another residence where he conceals his treasures," Dugong Tai asserted gravely. "It is said that corrupt officials, fearing discovery, do not keep their wealth at home, but instead acquire separate properties to store their ill-gotten gains. This case is no different." Dugong Tai's expression was solemn as he continued. "The cleanliness of this place is itself the greatest suspicion. Are you suggesting that Minister Chu has another residence specifically for hiding his ill-gotten gains, thus keeping this place immaculate?" Murongxi asked, momentarily taken aback as she glanced at Dugong Tai. "Indeed, Your Majesty, the facts are irrefutable," he replied confidently. "I implore Your Majesty to dispatch capable personnel to conduct a thorough investigation throughout the capital. We shall surely find clues, revealing the truth." "Summon them," Murongxi commanded, her demeanor resolute and her gaze piercing as she regarded Dugong Tai. A captain of the Imperial Guard stepped forward, respectfully bowing. "I greet Your Majesty." According to Dugong's words, "Expedite the investigation," Murongxi instructed, her voice steady and authoritative. "I shall await good news from all of you." Chapter 3 Your Majesty. Even humble fare such as this can lead to an imperial banquet? "Indeed, I shall obey the command." The captain of the Imperial Guard replied promptly and departed with haste. "Chancellor Chu, my apologies for disturbing your tranquility today." Murongxi cast an apologetic glance at Chu Xiu. Your Majesty's action is to clear my name, for which I am profoundly grateful. Chu Xiu responded with a gentle smile, his clear gaze revealing an air of serene detachment. Chancellor Chu, I observe that your fish porridge is ready. Perhaps you should partake in your breakfast. We shall wait here. Murongxi's eyes fell upon the steaming fish porridge in the courtyard, and the enticing aroma stirred her appetite. Typically, she would have her breakfast after the morning court session. But today was exceptional, and she had yet to eat. Your Majesty, would you care to sample some? Chu Xiu inquired politely, though he did not expect Murongxi to accept. Very well, then I shall trouble Chancellor Chu. Murongxi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she readily agreed, revealing her eagerness. Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. He had merely posed the question out of courtesy. He had anticipated that Murongxi would genuinely wish to taste his modest meal. It appeared she was indeed hungry. Your Majesty, this fish porridge has just been prepared and is still quite hot. Please take your time. As he spoke, he picked up the utensils he had prepared for himself and carefully served a bowl of fish porridge to Murongxi, extending it towards her with great care. No need. I shall be cautious myself. Murongxi accepted the porridge and, without pretense, seated herself on a small stool, savoring it leisurely. Chu Xiu smiled warmly, content to watch the stunning empress of the great Zhou dynasty enjoy her meal. Chancellor Chu, do not mind me. You should also serve yourself. Murongxi seemed to sense Chu Xiu's gaze. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she raised her head with feigned composure. To those around, it appeared she was merely blushing from the heat of the porridge. Chu Xiu nodded, entering the kitchen to retrieve a bowl and utensils, then took a seat before the pot of porridge to share the meal with Murongxi. The officials in attendance exchanged glances, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The fragrant aroma of the fish porridge wafted through the air, and seeing Murongxi and Chu Xiu eat with such enjoyment only intensified their own hunger. Not only had Murongxi missed her breakfast, but they had as well. Yet, they could not bring themselves to join her in sampling Chu Xiu's fish porridge. After all, Chu Xiu was the subject of their impeachment, and he had not extended an invitation to them. How could they shamelessly partake in his meal? Chancellor Chu, your fish porridge is undoubtedly the finest I have ever tasted. Even the chefs in the palace cannot compare to your culinary skills. Murongxi exclaimed after finishing a bowl, her eyes reflecting admiration for Chu Xiu's talent. Your Majesty, if you find it delightful, allow me to serve you another bowl. Chu Xiu offered with a knowing smile. No need. Chancellor Chu is also dining. I shall serve myself. Murongxi shook her head, rising to take the ladle from the pot, and filled another bowl without any airs of an empress, appearing quite approachable. The officials could only watch with envy as Chu Xiu and Murongxi shared the pot of fish porridge, suppressing their own desires. Chu Xiu feigned ignorance of their longing. They had impeached him and now wished to enjoy his porridge. Before long, the large pot of fish porridge was entirely consumed by the two. Chancellor Chu, having enjoyed your fish porridge today, I shall invite you to the palace for a feast, so you may experience the imperial cuisine. Murongxi set down her bowl with satisfaction. I humbly thank your Majesty for your graciousness. Chu Xiu replied gratefully. The officials gazed at Chu Xiu with envy and resentment. To share such humble fare can lead to an imperial invitation? Chancellor Chu, you are too modest. This is merely a matter of reciprocity. Murongxi replied nonchalantly. Your Majesty, while we await the return of the investigators, I shall clean these dishes. Chu Xiu stated without further ado, addressing Murongxi. You have worked hard, Chancellor Chu. Murongxi extended the dishes toward him, her expression reflecting her appreciation. I am accustomed to such tasks, Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile, accepting the dishes and placing them into the pot before carrying it towards the kitchen. A gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen, Murongxi observed, her admiration evident as she looked at Chu Xiu's retreating figure. Hearing this, several officials felt a twinge of embarrassment. Were they truly mistaken in their judgment? Could it be that Chu Xiu was genuinely impoverished? Dugu Tai remained impassive, seemingly oblivious to the exchanges, yet a ripple of emotion stirred within him. The captain of the Imperial Guard hurried into the courtyard, kneeling before Murongxi with utmost respect as he reported, Your Majesty, the investigation is complete. At that moment, Chu Xiu emerged from the kitchen, having finished washing the dishes. All eyes turned to the captain, eager to learn the outcome. Your Majesty, aside from this residence, Sir Chu possesses no other properties. The Li family is only this dwelling passed down through generations. The captain bowed respectfully, his expression one of admiration. Is that truly so? Murongxi's voice was low yet powerful, her eyes glinting sharply. Indeed, Your Majesty, I would stake my life on it, the captain affirmed with conviction, each word resonating with sincerity. Your Majesty, even if Chu Xiu had other properties, they may not necessarily be in his name. Monitoring his daily movements could uncover some clues, Dugu Tai remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Chu Xiu. Chancellor Dugu makes a valid point. Have you investigated Chancellor Chu's whereabouts? Morongxi inclined her head slightly, agreeing with Dugu Tai's skepticism. Your Majesty, I have conducted an investigation. Sir Chu spends his days either at the North Town Pacification Office handling official matters or at home, occasionally fishing by the river. He does not frequent other places nor engage in social gatherings. The captain reported with utmost respect. Chancellor Dugu, do you have any further questions? Morongxi inquired, maintaining her composure as she turned to Dugu Tai. Chapter 4. Dare to speak recklessly again, and I shall not hesitate to strike you down. Regarding the matter of corruption, the minister expressed no doubts. Dugu Tai shook his head, but then shifted his tone, resolutely stating, even if we cannot uncover any evidence of Chu Xiu's embezzlement, his unilateral command to apprehend Zhang, the Minister of Rights, constitutes an abuse of power and a betrayal of loyal officials. He turned to Chu Xiu, his voice stern, demanding, Chu Xiu, how do you explain this? Morongxi furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze shifting to Chu Xiu, her eyes reflecting both anticipation and confusion. The eyes of the civil and military officials converged upon Chu Xiu, eager to see how he would justify himself. Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights, Zhang Wenqing, has engaged in corruption and abuse of power, framing loyal subjects. My Northern Town Pacification Department possesses all the evidence, which is why he has been apprehended. Chu Xiu replied calmly, bowing slightly to Morongxi, his expression serious. At these words, both Morongxi and the gathered officials were taken aback. The three charges initially leveled against Chu Xiu by Dugu Tai were now directed at Zhang Wenqing. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Could it be that Zhang Wenqing, a paragon of integrity in the Great Zhou dynasty, was truly such a model of corruption? Dugu Tai's expression hardened, his brow furrowing deeply, as a surge of complex emotions welled within him. Just then, a soldier from the Imperial Guard entered, bowing to Morongxi, Your Majesty. The 100 household Fong Hung from the Jinyue has come to pay his respects to Lord Chu. Shall we permit him to enter? Morongxi glanced at Chu Xiu, seemingly seeking his approval. Your Majesty, Fong Hang's arrival suggests that a conclusion has been reached regarding Zhang Wenqing's case, and he is here to report, Chu Xiu said, bowing again to Morongxi with composure. Very well, let Fong Hung come in, Morongxi said, her eyes glimmering with understanding as she nodded slightly. As you command. The soldier responded, departing swiftly. Before long, the soldier returned with Fong Hang in tow. Fong Hung of the Jinyue pays his respects to Your Majesty. Fong Hung entered the courtyard, bowing respectfully to Morongxi. Rise and stand at ease, Morongxi said, her tone both gentle and authoritative. Thank you, Your Majesty. Fong Hung replied, straightening up. But has Zhang Wenqing already confessed? Morongxi nodded slightly, her gaze keenly fixed on Fong Hung. Your Majesty, this is the complete evidence of Zhang Wenqing's confession. Please review it. Fong Hang produced a small booklet from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands. Morongxi accepted the booklet and perused its contents, her expression darkening as she exclaimed in outrage. Such a corrupt official dares to call himself a model of integrity. It is truly shameless. Had it not been for Lord Chu exposing him, I would still be in the dark. This is utterly intolerable. At this moment, the civil and military officials understood that the impeachment against Chu Xiu had come to an end. My dear Chu, you have suffered an injustice, Morongxi said earnestly, returning the booklet to Fong Hang as she gazed sincerely at Chu Xiu. Your Majesty, I have not suffered. Those who sought to impeach me did so without any evidence, falsely accusing me. This not only constitutes treason against the emperor, but also fosters corruption within our Great Zhou dynasty. Should we allow the censors in the court to slander and defame loyal subjects without consequence? Such corruption must be harshly punished, and I beseech Your Majesty to impose severe penalties, Chu Xiu declared, bowing with a serious demeanor. The faces of the civil and military officials paled. They had not expected Chu Xiu to escalate the matter, framing it in such grave terms. This was the beginning of Chu Xiu's counterattack. Indeed, what you say is true. My dear Chu, such corruption must be dealt with severely. Morongxi's expression grew stern as she spoke. Suddenly, a sharp slap rang out. A bright red imprint appeared on Chen Wenli's cheek, his face swelling rapidly. Chen Wenli, you vile man! Dugu Tai exclaimed in fury, rolling up his sleeves as he slapped Chen Wenli across the face. It is your slander that misled me into wrongfully accusing Lord Chu. With that, Dugu Tai unleashed a flurry of punches upon Chen Wenli, right before the eyes of Chu Xiu, Morongxi, and the entire court. Chen Wenli cried out in pain. Morongxi was taken aback, her heart racing. This old fox was indeed cunning, deftly shifting the blame onto Chen Wenli. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, casting a deep glance at Dugu Tai. This old fellow was quick to find a scapegoat. To maintain his position in the court for so many years and become a trusted advisor and cabinet member, one must not underestimate them. They were all seasoned foxes. Old Master Dugu, I am wrong. Chun Wenli lamented, his face resembling that of a pig's head. I truly had no ulterior motives. The heavens can bear witness. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Cough. Enough of this unruly conduct. We cannot allow others to mock us. Old Master Dugu, please rise, Morongsi said. Half amused yet exasperated, signaling for the guards to assist Dugutai. Humph. I will spare you this time for the sake of the Emperor, but dare to speak recklessly again, and I shall not hesitate to strike you down. Dugutai coldly huffed at Qin Wenli, kicking him for good measure. Yes, I shall remember, I shall remember. Qin Wenli stammered, his face grotesquely swollen. Although old Master Dugu was misled by the slander of Inspector Qin Wenli, punishment is still warranted. He shall be deprived of his salary for 3 years as a form of reprimand, Morongsi declared after a moment of contemplation. I thank your Majesty for your benevolence. Dugutai expressed tears of gratitude in his eyes. Inspector Qin Wenli, you have falsely accused Lord Chu without basis. You may escape the death penalty, but you shall not evade punishment. 100 strokes of the rod, and you are demoted to the position of deputy postmaster in Liangzhou's northern border, Morongsi proclaimed coldly. Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, spare me. Chun Wenli knelt before Morongsi, terror etched across his face as he pleaded for mercy. Liangzhou was a remote frontier of the great Zhou dynasty, and the position of postmaster was a lowly one. A journey there could spell doom for him. Take him away and administer 100 strokes. Morongsi's gaze was laced with disdain as she waved her hand. Yes. 2 soldiers from the Imperial Guard stepped forward, seizing Chun Wenli and dragging him away. Soon, the sound of the rod striking echoed from outside. Morongsi's cold gaze turned to the remaining 12 censors. After all, it was not just Dugutai and Qin Wenli who had sought to impeach Chu Xiu. Upon meeting her gaze, the 12 censors trembled in fear. Acutely aware of Chun Wenli's fall from grace, once a powerful figure, now reduced to a mere postmaster. His fate was a stark warning before them. Chapter 5. The innate Qian Kuan skill and the immortal slaying blade technique. Although you have committed no grave errors, your collective denunciation of Minister Chu necessitates that you share in the consequences. Henceforth, all shall have their salaries penalized for a year, as a deterrent. After a moment's contemplation, Morongsi spoke with a composed tone. We humbly accept the decree. Upon hearing this, the censors and officials secretly breathed a sigh of relief, promptly expressing their gratitude in unison. Minister Chu, do you find this resolution satisfactory? Morongsi did not cast another glance at the censors, but turned her gentle gaze towards Chu Xiu, inquiring kindly. Your Majesty is wise. I have no objections. Chu Xiu replied, respect evident on his countenance. As the esteemed inspector of the northern garrison of our great Zhou dynasty, Minister Chu holds a prestigious position, yet dwells in a humble abode, personally preparing his meals. If this were to become public, it might invite ridicule upon our dynasty for its lack of regard for its officials. Morongsi smiled slightly, her words like gold. Therefore, I have decided to bestow upon Minister Chu a residence, along with a reward of 1,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, and 100 bolts of silk. Jiang Wanner, I entrust this matter to you. Ensure it is handled expeditiously. Yes, my lady obeys. The chief lady-in-waiting Jiang Wanner responded respectfully. I thank your Majesty for your gracious favor. I shall devote myself tirelessly to the great Zhou and to your Majesty. Tears of gratitude welled in Chu Xiu's eyes as he hurriedly expressed his thanks. There is no need for such formalities, Minister Chu. Morongsi waved her hand, her demeanor warm. Thank you, your Majesty. Chu Xiu reiterated his gratitude. Well then, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I shall not intrude further upon you, Minister Chu. Morongsi remarked before turning to depart, with the officials following suit in a procession. I humbly escort your Majesty, Chu Xiu said with utmost respect. It was not until the last carriage vanished from his sight that he turned and stepped into the courtyard. Fang Heng quickly followed, attentively closing the gate behind them. At that moment, congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating corrupt officials. The positive energy system is now officially activated. Would you like to claim the beginner's gift pack? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resonated in Chu Xiu's mind. Yes. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied inwardly, having crossed over for some time. The system has finally activated. It seems his decision to apprehend Zhang Wenqing was indeed the right one. Congratulations, host, you have received the innate Qian Kuan skill reward. A decade's worth of innate true energy and the immortal slaying blade technique reward. Would you like to claim these rewards? The positive energy system queried mechanically. Yes. Chu Xiu's anticipation surged as he firmly responded within his mind. Both the innate Qian Kuan skill and the immortal slaying blade technique bear names that promise immense power. As soon as he finished speaking, the details of the innate Qian Kuan skill and the immortal slaying blade technique materialized in his consciousness. The innate Qian Kuan skill begins at the innate realm, a peerless classic of unparalleled excellence. The immortal slaying blade technique requires 1,000 draws for minor mastery, 10,000 for major mastery, and 1,000,000 for perfection. Remarkably, upon receiving the reward for the immortal slaying blade technique, Chu Xiu found himself already at the pinnacle of perfection. In his mind, a vision of a cataclysmic strike emerged, cleaving the entire universe in twain. One strike capable of slaying immortals. Then, a surge of innate true energy flowed into Chu Xiu's dantian, as the innate Qian Kuan skill activated automatically, absorbing 10 years' worth of innate true energy. In an instant, Chu Xiu stepped into the innate realm. The innate true energy circulated endlessly. Fang Heng, I have 2 matters that require your immediate attention. First, investigate Chen Wenli and gather evidence of his corruption. Second, inform all the 1,000 households of the northern garrison to await my presence in the hall of the northern garrison. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes and instructed Fang Heng. He had no intention of letting this matter rest. 100 strokes of the rod and demotion to a border station? How naive. These censors and officials are all corrupt. He would not allow Chen Wenli to leave the capital alive. Yes, my lord, your command shall be executed. Fang Heng's expression turned solemn as he spoke with conviction. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. Fang Heng bowed and swiftly departed. Half an hour later, in the hall of the northern garrison, 15,000 households of the northern garrison gathered together. The Lord has arrived. A loud shout echoed from outside the hall. Chu Xiu entered the hall with the stride of a dragon and the gait of a tiger. We pay our respects to the Lord. The assembled 1,000 households knelt on one knee, speaking in unison. There is no need for such formalities. Chu Xiu took his seat at the head of the hall and waved his hand. Thank you, my lord. The crowd slowly rose. I am aware that many of you serve the aristocratic families. Chu Xiu scanned the assembly with a calm expression and declared, I have but one question. Are you willing to serve me? If you agree, I shall overlook all past grievances. Should you choose not to, you may leave the northern garrison now and relinquish your titles. I shall spare your lives. However, should you remain in the northern garrison while serving the aristocracy, do not blame me for being merciless. The faces of the crowd paled, their gazes turning steely as they regarded Chu Xiu. The great Zhou dynasty is composed of numerous aristocratic families, which have woven themselves into the fabric of the empire. The royal family itself is the greatest of these families. It could be said that the influence of these families has permeated every corner of the great Zhou. Even the Jinyui, tasked with overseeing officials and families, has been infiltrated by them. The true power controlling the Jinyui in the northern garrison comes from the Wang family of Taiyuan, one of the 5 prominent families. Of course, they were not yet worthy to approach the Taiyuan Wang family. Any commands from the Taiyuan Wang family to the northern garrison were relayed through the Jinyui's commander, Lu Chifeng. Now, when Chu Xiu instructed them not to serve the aristocracy, he was effectively forbidding them from serving the Wang family. This was a direct challenge to their very existence. They need not even worry about the Wang family. Commander Lu Chifeng could easily eliminate them. My lord, I must decline. I have shed blood and exerted effort for the northern garrison. I have risked my life. I may not have achieved great merit, but I have endured hardship. There is no justification for you to demand my resignation from the 1,000 household position. That is unjust. A tall, imposing man with a sinister appearance spoke coldly. Indeed, my lord, it is unreasonable to expect us to withdraw from the northern garrison. We have served the northern garrison long before you were born. What gives you the authority to expel us? I refuse to comply. You cannot simply dismiss us. The other 1,000 households echoed their sentiments, their faces flushed with righteous indignation. In the hall, only 1,000 households stood with arms crossed, observing silently. This individual, Pei Shiji, was the only one under 20 who had just inherited his title. Well, you are all quite commendable. I appreciate your spirit. Chu Xiu's face revealed admiration, and he rose, extolling their resolve. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the northern garrison 1,000 households shifted, pondering the meaning behind Chu Xiu's words. In an instant, Chu Xiu's figure flickered, and a flash of blade light erupted. The sinister-faced 1,000 households stared in shock, unable to believe what was happening. A line of blood appeared at his neck. The northern garrison 1,000 household opened his mouth to speak, but could not utter a sound, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The entire hall of the northern garrison office was enveloped in an eerie silence. The crowd watched Chu Xiu in utter astonishment, none having anticipated that he would suddenly erupt in violence and take a life without warning. What was even more terrifying was that Chu Xiu, who appeared to be a gentle scholar, possessed such a terrifyingly swift blade, so fast that they couldn't even discern its movements. Chapter 6 Fang Heng. Have you accomplished the task I assigned to you? Bowing deeply, Pei Shiji declared, I, your subordinate, am willing to serve you. His voice resonated like thunder, awakening the group of commanders from the Northern Pacification Office. I, Yang Qing, am willing to serve you. I, Luo Tianqi, am willing to serve you. I, Lin Huaiyu, am willing to serve you. The three commanders knelt without hesitation, their eyes filled with reverence as they addressed Chu Xiu with utmost respect. Each of them had ascended the ranks from ordinary imperial guards, enduring countless hardships to become commanders in the Northern Pacification Office. Initially, they held little regard for Chu Xiu, viewing him merely as an untrained individual, unworthy of the position he held. It was not due to their allegiance to Lu Qingfeng, the commander of the imperial guards, nor were they serving the aristocracy. Now, however, Chu Xiu had earned their recognition. They no longer wished to be subservient to anyone, they aspired to stand as equals. Seeing Pei Shiji and the others submit to Chu Xiu, the remaining commanders hesitated, contemplating their own decisions. I have just given you an opportunity, Chu Xiu interjected, waving his hand dismissively. But your reactions are too slow. The Northern Pacification Office cannot afford to support such lofty figures. You are free to leave from this moment on. You are no longer commanders of the Northern Pacification Office. From the very beginning, Chu Xiu had no intention of keeping these individuals. His true aim was to win over only Pei Shiji and the others, as they were neither aligned with Lu Qingfeng nor serving the aristocracy. What purpose would the others serve? His actions were intended to showcase his strength and decisive nature, compelling Pei Shiji and the others to submit willingly. Even if the remaining commanders had chosen to feign allegiance, Chu Xiu would have none of it. My lord, did you not say that as long as we serve you, our past misdeeds would be forgiven? One commander exclaimed, his face pale with fear. The others looked at Chu Xiu, anxiety etched on their faces. Should they abandon the Northern Pacification Office, they would lose everything they had gained through their positions. Yet, they had witnessed Chu Xiu's methods firsthand. He had just executed one of their own. They dared not resist further and could only plead for him to spare them. Since you do not wish to leave, then stay. Chu Xiu sighed, raising his bloodied sword. With a swift motion, he lunged at one of the commanders. As he moved, Pei Shiji and the others exchanged glances and drew their blades, charging toward the remaining commanders. Brothers, let us fight. If Chu Xiu leaves us no way out, we cannot sit idly by. One commander, his face a mask of horror, gritted his teeth and shouted, drawing his sword to confront Chu Xiu. In a narrow confrontation, the brave triumph. Moreover, with 10 of them against just 4 of Chu Xiu's supporters, victory seemed assured. They believed that once Chu Xiu was dead, their noble families would surely come to their aid, burying the truth of his demise. Attack. The remaining commanders realized that inaction would lead to their demise, and without hesitation, they joined the fray. However, in an instant, chaos erupted as heads rolled. Chu Xiu single-handedly dispatched 6 of the 10 commanders. His feet stained with blood as he calmly took his seat at the head of the hall, watching Pei Shiji and the last 4 commanders engage in battle. It must be said that Pei Shiji and his companions were not weak. Each had reached the pinnacle of the top-tier realm, mere steps away from the innate realm. In contrast, the remaining commanders were only at the height of the top-tier realm. In the blink of an eye, Pei Shiji and his companions eliminated the last 4 commanders. Greetings, my lord. I have fulfilled my duty, they proclaimed, kneeling before Chu Xiu, their eyes resolute. They understood that their actions signified a pledge of allegiance. Excellent, Chu Xiu replied, satisfaction evident on his face. Summon Feng Hang. Feng Hang entered the hall, bowing deeply before Chu Xiu. I pay my respects to you, my lord. Feng Hang, have you accomplished the task I assigned to you? Chu Xiu inquired, nodding slightly. Reporting to you, my lord, the evidence of Qin Wenli's corruption has been gathered. Feng Hang stated solemnly. Well done. From now on, you shall be a commander in the Northern Pacification Office. Chu Xiu regarded Feng Hang with approval. I shall ensure you are well compensated for your service. Thank you, my lord. I am willing to serve you with my life. Feng Hang exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. After years in the Northern Pacification Office, where he had achieved much, yet never attained the rank of commander, he now found himself elevated with such ease. His gratitude was immeasurable. This is a true act of recognition, since you have taken responsibility for this matter. Lead the effort to apprehend Qin Wenli and bring him to the Northern Pacification Office's prison. Chu Xiu commanded. My lord, do you wish to capture Qin Wenli personally? Feng Hang asked tentatively. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow in confusion. Why would he need to personally capture someone like Qin Wenli? Pei Shiji and the others looked at Feng Hang with puzzled expressions. They were aware that Feng Hang, like themselves, had reached the top-tier realm and was already qualified to be a commander. However, the position of commander in the Northern Pacification Office was limited. And despite Feng Hang's strength and capability, there were no vacancies. My lord, Qin Wenli, after receiving 100 lashes, went to the Baiwa Tower. 5 other officials accompanied him, all of whom are close friends of his. Feng Hang explained, a strange expression on his face. They likely intend to celebrate with him at the Baiwa Tower. Possibly even plotting against you. Baiwa Tower. Chu Xiu mused, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Chen Wenli is indeed tenacious, recovering swiftly after punishment to indulge himself at the Baiwa Tower. Truly, he embodies the ideals of our great Zhou dynasty. Pei Shiji and the others nearly burst into laughter at Chu Xiu's mockery. Yet, they were not surprised that a civil official could endure 100 lashes and still seek pleasure at the Baiwa Tower. The civil officials of the great Zhou dynasty were not feeble scholars devoid of strength. On the contrary, many of these individuals have mastered martial arts, and there exists a considerable number of skilled experts within the imperial court. Chapter 7. The Blade of Immortal Slaying and the Unrestrained Jinui Return. In broad daylight, the unbridled Jinui have made their return. This official shall personally apprehend Chen Wenli and a multitude of officials at the Baiwa Tower. Chu Xiu rose to his full height and addressed Feng Heng and the others. Feng Heng, you shall lead a contingent to accompany me in capturing Chen Wenli and his associates at Baiwa Tower. Pei Shiji, the 4 of you are tasked with cleansing our entire North Pacification office. I do not wish to see any remnants of noble families within our ranks upon our return. The great Zhou dynasty has issued a decree forbidding officials from consorting with courtesans. Just after attending the morning court, Chen Wenli and his companions have ventured to Baiwa Tower. With this alone, Chu Xiu can rightfully arrest them all. Understood. Feng Heng and the others chorused. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Congratulations, host, for eradicating the minions of the noble families within the North Pacification office and for seizing complete control. Your unwavering commitment to righteous endeavors has earned you a reward of 30 years of innate true qi and the Blade of Immortal Slaying. Chu Xiu's heart surged with joy. He had not anticipated that mastering the North Pacification office could be deemed a righteous act. Yet, considering the office's duties, the realization dawned upon him. Dear host, would you like to claim your reward? Inquired the mechanical voice. Yes, Chu Xiu replied without hesitation. As his voice faded, the essence of the Blade of Immortal Slaying manifested within his mind. This extraordinary blade intent seemed capable of cleaving open the heavens and annihilating celestial beings. The Blade of Immortal Slaying is intrinsically linked to Chu Xiu's immortal slaying sword technique. With this newfound power, his technique became even more formidable. Consequently, 30 years of innate true qi surged within Chu Xiu's dandian, automatically enhancing his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, his realm ascended from minor completion to major completion of the innate stage. This transformation occurred so swiftly that Feng Heng and the others remained oblivious to any unusual changes. Unaware of Chu Xiu's dramatic rise in power and the terrifying blade intent he now wielded. With a calm demeanor, Chu Xiu strode confidently towards the hall's exit, followed closely by Feng Heng. Pei Shiji and the others exchanged glances before departing to gather their loyal subordinates and commence the thorough cleansing of the North Pacification office. The North Pacification office, along with the entire Jinui, had languished for years, infested with numerous affiliates of noble families and those in their service. Furthermore, the 11 elite officers recently executed could not be allowed to remain, regardless of their past affiliations. As Chu Xiu exited the North Pacification office, he beheld over 100 horsemen standing at the ready, their steeds groomed and poised for action, each one chosen from the finest warhorses of the border regions. Greetings, my lord. The horsemen knelt, raising their voices in unison. Rise, Chu Xiu replied with a nod, addressing the assembled horsemen. Thank you, my lord, they said in gratitude as they slowly stood. Feng Heng took the reins of the most magnificent steed from one of the Jinui riders and respectfully offered them to Chu Xiu. Please mount, my lord. Chu Xiu accepted the reins and mounted the horse. Seeing him astride, Feng Heng and the other horsemen followed suit. Let us depart for Baiwa Tower, Chu Xiu commanded, gesturing grandly as he led the way towards their destination. Chu Xiu was well aware of Baiwa Tower's location. This was the grandest and most opulent den of vice in the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. Feng Heng, along with the assembled horsemen, formed a formidable procession as they advanced towards Baiwa Tower. Is this the Jinui? Yes, indeed. The Jinui have returned. Surely the officials in the court are trembling in fear. It has been years since we witnessed the Jinui galloping through the capital. Countless citizens gazed in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed the Jinui riders thundering past, murmuring amongst themselves. After a moment, at Baiwa Tower, Chu Xiu commanded, surround the entire establishment. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Understood. Feng Heng responded loudly. The horsemen swiftly encircled the premises, dismounting to effectively blockade Baiwa Tower. Let us enter. Chu Xiu instructed Feng Heng and the others, striding purposefully towards the entrance. Feng Heng, accompanied by a dozen horsemen, followed Chu Xiu with an air of determination. My lord, we were unaware of your visit today. If there is anything we can assist with, we shall comply wholeheartedly. We only hope not to disturb our esteemed guests. A strikingly beautiful woman, the Madam of Baiwa Tower, approached with grace, her demeanor charming yet betraying her nervousness as beads of sweat formed on her brow. After all, this was the Jinui. Step aside. Chu Xiu's gaze remained indifferent as he addressed the alluring madam, his voice low yet commanding. If you impede my official duties, I shall have Baiwa Tower sealed and its occupants taken to the Jinui prison. The madam's complexion paled, instinctively retreating several steps. Who would not fear the infamous Jinui prison? Chu Xiu calmly led Feng Heng and the others into the main hall of Baiwa Tower, declaring with authority, search for Chen Wenli and his associates. Yes, my lord. Feng Heng affirmed, leading the horsemen towards the staircase to the second floor. Upon witnessing Chu Xiu and the Jinui conducting their search, the scholars and gentlemen within the hall fell into a hushed silence, not daring to breathe. Some even averted their gazes, pretending not to see Chu Xiu and his men, fearful of being noticed. After a short while, a Jinui horseman pushed open a door to a private room on the third floor. Upon seeing the scene within, he froze momentarily before a look of elation crossed his face as he exclaimed, My lord, we have found Chen Wenli. Chapter 8. This is the paradigm of integrity in the Great Zhou dynasty, a model for civil officials? In an instant, Chen Wenli and the 5 censors were utterly bewildered. They had merely come to the Baiwa Tower for a bit of amusement. Whom had they provoked? The Jinui had come to the Baiwa Tower? Chen Wenli's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, as he truly had not anticipated this. He had only intended to incite Chu Xiu, prompting Dugu Tai to lead the civil and military officials in denouncing him, yet Chu Xiu had summoned the Jinui to the Baiwa Tower? It was worth noting that he was no longer the Li Ku Gu Shizhong. He had been severely punished by the female Emperor Murongxi of the Great Zhou dynasty, demoted to the position of a minor official in Lianzhou, where death loomed at any moment in this perilous frontier. Yet, Chu Xiu was still dissatisfied. He sought to humiliate him further. The gazes of the 5 censors turned toward Chen Wenli, their expressions filled with incredulity. Standing in the hall, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, stepping forward like a startled phoenix. Landing outside the private room on the 3rd floor of the Baiwa Tower, Feng Heng arrived with a contingent of Northtown constabulary riders. At that moment, Chu Xiu and his companions beheld a jaw-dropping scene within the room. Chen Wenli and his associates were in a state of undress, one man embracing 2 charming young women. This was public debauchery in broad daylight. Chu Xiu felt as if his eyes were about to burn. This was the model of integrity in the Great Zhou dynasty. Despite having received 100 lashes, Chen Wenli's injuries had healed, revealing no signs of recent trauma. Chu Xiu, however, was not surprised. This world was far from ordinary. It was a realm of extraordinary martial prowess. In this world, not only were there unparalleled masters of martial arts, but also an abundance of miraculous elixirs. For officials like Chen Wenli, as long as they were not mortally wounded, a little physical pain was merely a fleeting discomfort, easily remedied with medicinal potions. At this moment, Chen Wenli and his companions realized the gravity of their situation, awkwardly releasing their embraces and scrambling to retrieve their official robes and hats. Arrest them all, Chu Xiu declared, his demeanor calm. Since they have engaged so openly in such conduct, let the citizens of the Great Zhou dynasty witness the esteemed demeanor of Lord Chen and his associates. Yes. Feng Heng and the others rushed into the private room, drawing their blades and pressing the embroidered spring knives against the necks of Chen Wenli and his companions. Had the circumstances allowed for laughter, they might have found the situation utterly amusing. What a splendid display of valor, my lord. What do you intend to do, Chu Xiu? Chen Wenli glared at him, his finger trembling in a show of impotent fury. The censors shared his grim expression, fearing that should Chu Xiu drag them out of the Baiwa Tower in such a state, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished. They would no longer be able to claim the mantle of integrity, nor retain their positions as censors. A powerful aura emanated from them, indicating their unwillingness to surrender. What do I intend to do? According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, no official may consort with courtesans. You esteemed gentlemen not only defy this law, but do so brazenly in broad daylight. What do you think I am here for? I represent the Great Zhou dynasty, and I shall take you into custody, imprisoning you in the Northtown Constabulary's dungeon. Chu Xiu's voice dripped with cold disdain. You may attempt to resist, and I shall gladly demonstrate the sharpness of my blade. His voice resonated throughout the Baiwa Tower. At that moment, a terrifying knife intent enveloped Chen Wenli and his 5 companions. Yet, aside from Chen Wenli and his associates, even Feng Heng and the others were oblivious to this overwhelming aura. The color drained from Chen Wenli's face as they sensed the horrifying weight of Chu Xiu's intent. Despite their martial prowess, They felt utterly powerless in its presence. Should they dare to resist, Chu Xiu would undoubtedly strike them down without hesitation. Sweat beads formed on the foreheads of Chen Wenli and his companions, as a chilling dread coursed through them. In that instant, Chen Wenli felt a pang of regret. Why had he provoked someone like Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu had been chosen by the great Zhou dynasty's female emperor Murongxi, appointed as the inspector of the North Town Constabulary. How could he possibly be an insignificant figure? Chu Xiu had concealed his true strength too well. Seeing that Chen Wenli and his associates were sufficiently intimidated by his knife intent, Chu Xiu retracted the oppressive aura as if it had never existed. A flicker of despair appeared on Chen Wenli's face. It was over. This time, it was truly over. The entire capital would learn of their scandalous gathering in the Baohua Tower. They had thoroughly sealed their fates. Whether they could emerge alive from the North Town Constabulary was now uncertain. Yet, the prospect of resistance was utterly beyond their courage. Having felt Chu Xiu's knife intent, they were now filled with trepidation and fear. "You may don your garments," Chu Xiu said, casting a glance at the more than 10 anxious young women. "Thank you. My lord, thank you." The young women stammered their gratitude, hastily gathering their clothes from the floor. Fortunately, they managed to find women-esque clothing to wear, though not necessarily their own. Had they donned the official robes of Chen Wenli and his companions, the mockery would have been even greater. "Take them all back to the North Town Constabulary," Chu Xiu commanded, turning to exit the private room. "Yes," Fang Heng and the others responded, guiding Chen Wenli and his companions out of the room. They descended the stairs, emerging into the silent hall of the Baohua Tower. The scene was one of stunned disbelief. Previously, they had heard Chu Xiu's voice, but they never imagined the reality would be so outrageous. Chen Wenli and his companions were not merely improperly dressed. They were completely unclothed. Everyone was left dumbfounded by the sight. Chu Xiu paid no mind to the scholars and gentlemen in the hall, striding purposefully toward the entrance of the Baohua Tower, while Fang Heng and the others escorted Chen Wenli and his associates out behind him. Chapter 9. What a remarkable figure Chu Xiu is, and what an extraordinary position he holds as the inspector of the northern town. It is over. It is truly over. The brothel madam felt a wave of darkness wash over her, collapsing to the ground. The events that transpired today at the 100 Flowers Pavilion would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire capital and even the entire great Zhou dynasty. Henceforth, the business of the 100 Flowers Pavilion would likely plummet. After such a significant incident, which official would dare to frequent the establishment? Who would not fear offending Chu Xiu? Only to have him send the northern town inspectors to apprehend them at the 100 Flowers Pavilion? Lord Zhang's reputation is ruined. Indeed, being dragged out naked by the northern town inspectors from within the 100 Flowers Pavilion would become a source of ridicule for the entire capital. Lord Zhang and his companions were far too loyal. Chen Wenli had already been demoted by His Majesty to a minor post in the remote northern region of Liangzhou. Yet they still chose to honor him with a farewell banquet at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, only to find themselves ensnared in the process. Cough, cough, brotherly. Be cautious with your words. My concubine is about to give birth, so I must take my leave. I too have suddenly recalled pressing matters, so I shall bid you farewell as well. After a brief silence, the hall erupted with animated discussions, and many officials who had narrowly escaped the ordeal hastily took their leave, fearing that Chu Xiu might return with the northern town inspectors to apprehend them as well. In an instant, the once lively 100 Flowers Pavilion turned desolate. Upon exiting, Chu Xiu and his companions mounted their war horses, escorting Chen Wenli and the others back to the northern town inspectorate. The sight of Chen Wenli and his companions left the citizens of the capital in stunned silence. Many began to speculate on the identities of Chen Wenli and the others, wondering how they could have been captured by the imperial guards, and why they had been taken without even being allowed to dress. At such moments, well-meaning citizens who recognized the individuals offered explanations, revealing to the populace a hidden reality. Those esteemed, renowned censors were, in private, quite debauched, a sight too disgraceful to behold. The reputation of the censors was tarnished. At that moment, the various factions, whose agents had been covertly observing Chu Xiu, quietly withdrew to disseminate this news. In the Yuan Pavilion, a clerk hastily entered and approached the ear of the deputy minister of the imperial secretariat, Chen Yu, whispering a few words. Chen Yu's expression changed dramatically. Disbelief etched upon his face. The clerk nodded gently, affirming the veracity of the information. Chen Yu took a deep breath, gesturing for the clerk to withdraw. After the clerk bowed and exited, Chen Yu straightened his official robe and proceeded deeper into the Yuan Pavilion. Moments later, he entered a spacious and well-lit chamber where the chief minister of the cabinet, Yang Yan, and others were engrossed in reviewing memorials. Chen Yu bowed deeply and announced, "Esteemed ministers, I have urgent news to report." Hearing this, Yang Yin, the Minister of Rights, Zhao Duo, the Minister of Personnel, Chu Xiu, the Minister of War, Zheng Yun, the Minister of Works, Du Gu Tai, the Minister of Justice, and Yuan Chongli, the Minister of Revenue, all ceased their reading and turned their attention to him. The Great Zhou dynasty had a total of 6 high-ranking officials in the cabinet, each hailing from prominent families. Yang Yin was the head of the illustrious Yang clan of Hongnong, Zhao Duo the leader of the Zhao family of Liaodong, Zheng Yun the patriarch of the Zheng family of Hanzhong, and Du Gu Tai the head of the Du Gu family of Wuwei. Each of them held immense power within the Great Zhou. Although Chu Xiu and Yuan Chongli did not belong to the top families, they were still from notable lineages. It could be said that in the Great Zhou dynasty, it was exceedingly difficult for those not of noble birth to ascend to such esteemed positions. What is it? Yang Yin inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor as he regarded Yu. Honorable ministers. Chu Xiu has led the northern town inspectors into the capital and apprehended Chen Wenli and 5 others at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. They are all censors, Yu reported, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. They were captured while in a private room, completely unclothed, and paraded through the streets of the capital before being taken back to the northern town inspectorate. Audacious, utterly audacious. Yang Yin furrowed his brow, his face tinged with anger. To have retreated to such a den of vice right after court, only to be caught red-handed by the northern town inspectors. They have brought this upon themselves and deserve their fate. Chu Xiu is not to be trifled with. He seeks to make an example of Chen Wenli, warning all officials that he is not one to provoke. Those who dare to cross him will find that his subordinates are not to be underestimated. Zhao Duo smiled, while Du Gu Tai appeared contemplative as he turned to Chen Yu, asking, besides this matter, is there any additional news? All the cabinet ministers' gazes were fixed upon Chen Yu. In addition to this, esteemed Du Gu, I have received word that before leaving the northern town inspectorate to apprehend Chen Wenli and the others, Chu Xiu summoned all the commanders of the northern town inspectorate. Of the 15 commanders, those with ties to noble families have all perished within the halls of the inspectorate. The 4 commanders who sided with Chu Xiu have executed a thorough purge of the northern town inspectorate. It is now firmly under his control, Chen Yu stated gravely. Chen Yu's expression grew serious as he continued. What a remarkable figure Chu Xiu is indeed. He aims to resurrect the northern town inspectorate, turning it into a sharp blade in the hands of his majesty, a sword poised to descend upon the heads of the officials at any moment. Yet, he remains too young, too impetuous, Zheng Yun remarked with a smile as he stroked his beard. The northern town inspectorate has long been under the control of the Wang family of Taiyuan. He has expelled all their members from the inspectorate. Commander Lu Qingfeng of the Imperial Guards must be seething with rage, wishing to see Chu Xiu utterly destroyed. Angering Lu Qingfeng could cost him his life. Yang Yin shook his head and resumed his reading of the memorials. It is not merely Lu Qingfeng whom he has offended. He has also crossed the censors of the Great Zhou dynasty. The disgrace brought upon Chen Wenli and the others is not just their own. It reflects upon all censors in the court. The Minister of Revenue, Yuan Chongli, who had remained silent, spoke with a meaningful tone. Du Gu Tai and the others exchanged knowing glances, each picking up their memorials to read. Although there were indeed members of noble families within the Imperial Guards, their influence within the northern town inspectorate was negligible. The Taiyuan Wang family, however, had long treated the northern town inspectorate and the Imperial Guards as their own pets. How could they allow the inspectorate to slip from their grasp? The more fiercely Chu Xiu battled against the Wang family, the more pleasure it brought to them. While all belonged to the noble class, rivalries existed within. They watched the conflict between Chu Xiu and Commander Lu Qingfeng and the latter's backer, the Wang family, with a sense of detached amusement. This time, however, Chu Xiu had not only offended them but also the censors in the court. After all, the disgrace of Chen Wenli and his companions was a stain not only on their reputations but also on the dignity of all censors in the court. This grudge has grown immense. Chapter 10. The Empress's Joy and the Supreme Golden Elixir in the Grand Headquarters of the Jinui, outside the commander's study. A Jinui officer approached with a demeanor of utmost respect, announcing, I report to you, Commander, that I have urgent matters to convey. As his words faded, the study door slowly opened. The imposing figure of Lu Qingfeng, the Jinui commander clad in official attire, emerged, his features stern and his gaze piercing, directing his attention to the officer before him. Commander, it is with grave news that I inform you. Lord Chu Xiu has conducted a thorough purge within the North Town Pacification Office. All our affiliates have been eradicated. None of our 8 officers remain. The officer lowered his head, his tone reverent. He refrained from mentioning the capture of Chen Wenli and others, deeming that information inconsequential to their situation. How audacious of him to lay hands on our people. A cold glint flickered in Lu Chengfeng's eyes as his expression darkened. He truly believes he can disregard my authority as the Jinhui commander and treat the North Town Pacification Office as his own domain. Shall we take action, Commander? The officer hesitated, seeking guidance. Summon Kong Yuanxing to meet with me. Lu Qingfeng commanded, his voice as icy as steel. Understood, the officer replied solemnly, bowing before swiftly departing. In the imperial palace, within the Tai Chi palace, a strikingly beautiful and elegant lady-in-waiting entered rapidly. She bowed deeply before the Empress Murongxi, who was seated at her desk, reviewing official documents. Your Majesty, news regarding Lord Chu has arrived from outside the palace. Oh, Murongxi set aside her papers. Her interest piqued as she regarded the exquisite lady-in-waiting. This lady was Pei Guanyin, the chief female official of the Imperial Rights Department, a trusted confidant of Murongxi. Alongside Zhang Wanner, Your Majesty, today Lord Chu accomplished two significant feats. Firstly, he summoned all officers of the North Town Pacification Office, executing 11 officers colluding with the aristocracy. The remaining 4 have completely submitted to Lord Chu's authority and have been commanded to conduct a sweeping purge, thus asserting full control over the North Town Pacification Office. Pei Guanyin stated with a grave expression. It appears Lord Chu is preparing to take decisive action, Murongxi remarked, her brow furrowing slightly, a hint of concern gracing her enchanting features. However, Lord Chu's aggression towards the North Town Pacification Office will inevitably provoke retaliation from Commander Lu Qingfeng of the Jinhui, and he may face assassination attempts from the Wang family of Taiyuan at any moment. Where are the shadow guards? Murongxi's tone shifted to one of command. With a swift motion, a figure cloaked in black knelt before her, revealing only a pair of vigilant eyes. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. The Shadow Guard leader declared, a mysterious and formidable protector of the Empress's safety. Arrange for a Shadow Guard to covertly protect Lord Chu. No harm must come to him. Murongxi instructed sharply. Yes, I shall obey. The Shadow Guard leader replied with resolute determination. However, should Lord Chu not encounter insurmountable danger, the Shadow Guards will remain inactive. After a moment's contemplation, Murongxi continued, we may apply some necessary pressure on Lord Chu. As the pacification officer of the North Town, he will eventually oversee the entire Jinhui and must possess formidable strength. I understand, Your Majesty, the Shadow Guard leader affirmed respectfully. Go forth. Murongxi concluded with a wave of her hand. Understood. The Shadow Guard leader acknowledged, vanishing as if he had never been there. What is the second matter? Murongxi inquired, her gaze shifting to Pei Guanyin, her demeanor calm. Your Majesty. The second matter is that Lord Chu personally led the North Town Pacification Office's cavalry to the Baiwa Tower, where he apprehended Chen Wenli, who had been demoted to the position of a minor official in Liangzhou. Alongside him, 5 censors were also captured. The 6 of them had gathered at Baiwa Tower after court, where Lord Chu seized them in a private room and returned them to the North Town Pacification Office in a state of undress, Pei Guanyin reported, stifling a smile. Murongxi could not help but chuckle, delighting in the misfortune of her enemies. Truly, Lord Chu is relentless. His disdain for Chen Wenli's demotion is evident, as he seeks to bring ruin upon him. Nonetheless, Chen Wenli has brought this upon himself, rushing to Baiwa Tower right after court, accompanied by a group of censors. He deserves his fate. Indeed, Lord Chu's capture of Chen Wenli and his companions was a spectacle for the citizens of the capital. It is likely that the entire city is now abuzz with the news. The censors must be utterly humiliated, Pei Guanyin observed, sharing in the Empress's amusement. Well, I am now apprised of this matter. Continue to monitor Lord Chu closely, and any news regarding him must be reported to me forthwith. Murongxi instructed with a light chuckle, turning her gaze to Zhang Wanner. Zhang Wanner, have the rewards I promised Lord Chu been prepared? Your Majesty, everything is in order. Zhang Wanner responded respectfully. Go to the North Town Pacification Office and escort Lord Chu to his residence. Additionally, select 100 trustworthy imperial guards from the palace to serve as his protectors, and choose 100 maidservants to assist him in his household affairs. Murongxi directed after careful consideration. Yes, I shall comply. Zhang Wanner replied, astonished by the Empress's evident regard for Lord Chu. It was clear that Murongxi had taken a keen interest in him, demonstrated when she visited his home during the recent impeachment, bringing a host of officials along. Furthermore, dispatching a shadow guard for his protection was a testament to her favor, an unprecedented honor within the great Zhou dynasty. Moreover, procure a Taijing golden elixir from my treasury and bestow it upon Lord Chu. Murongxi stated with serene authority. Yes, Zhang Wanner gasped in astonishment, steadying her breath to quell her excitement. Your Majesty, I shall see to it. Ah, Wanner, come here. There is a message I wish for you to convey to Lord Chu, Murongxi added, her expression thoughtful. Chapter 11. The art of killing and the true immortal of martial arts outside the Northtown Prefecture office. Pei Shiji, Yang Cheng, Luo Tianqi, and Lin Huayu stood bloodied, awaiting Chu Xiu's return. Behind them were the 100 households, the chief flag, and the minor flags of the Northtown Prefecture. Each face bore the marks of fatigue, their bodies stained with blood. Yet, their eyes sparkled with a radiant hope. Before long, Chu Xiu and his companions returned, escorting Chen Wenli and others. Your Excellency. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, Pei Shiji and the others knelt and exclaimed loudly, Please rise. Chu Xiu dismounted and waved his hand, saying, Thank you, my lord. Pei Shiji and the others gradually stood up. Is everything taken care of? Chu Xiu asked with a faint smile, gazing at the bloodied Pei Shiji and the others. Reporting to your Excellency, all matters have been resolved. In total, we have executed 873 individuals. Most of them were from the 100 households, chief flags, and minor flags. Now, there are no remnants of any noble family's lackeys within the Northtown Prefecture. Pei Shiji replied earnestly. Excellent. A satisfied expression crossed Chu Xiu's face as he observed Chen Wenli and the others being escorted into the Northtown Prefecture office. In a deep, powerful voice, he said, Now, I have another task for you. Please give your orders, my lord. I shall not disappoint you. Pei Shiji replied without hesitation. Send teams to raid the homes of the 6 Chen Wenli. Arrest their families and imprison them in our Northtown Prefecture's prison. A gleam of determination flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke. Since Chen Wenli and the others have entered the Northtown Prefecture, I have no intention of allowing them to leave alive. Once they are in our prison, regardless of any corruption or illicit deeds they have committed, they will reveal everything without reservation. I am utterly confident in this. Understood. Pei Shiji and the others' eyes brightened. Raiding homes was their forte. Go. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Yes. Pei Shiji and the others responded with utmost respect. With a commanding stride, Chu Xiu entered the Northtown Prefecture office, followed closely by Pei Shiji and the others, who sought to obtain the list of Chen Wenli and the others from Fanghong, before leading the Northtown Prefecture's riders to raid the homes of the 6 individuals. Congratulations, host, for capturing 6 corrupt officials of the Great Zhou dynasty. By persisting in righteous endeavors, the system rewards you with 20 years of innate true energy in the art of killing. Would you like to claim your reward? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system echoed in Chu Xiu's mind as he arrived at the courtyard of the Northtown Prefecture's commandant. Yes. A look of delight graced Chu Xiu's face as he took a seat at the stone table in the courtyard. Boom. Countless insights regarding the art of killing flooded into Chu Xiu's mind. This art of killing contained the inner skill known as the Great Heart of Slaughter and a supreme knife technique called the Killing Blade Technique. The Great Heart of Slaughter enables one to remain calm and clear-headed during acts of killing, preventing one from being consumed by bloodlust, all while enhancing one's cultivation level in tandem with the act of slaughter. The Killing Blade Technique, on the other hand, was crafted solely for the purpose of killing. The two complemented each other perfectly. What a remarkable art of killing! After absorbing all its content, Chu Xiu was profoundly astonished. The power of this art of killing was such that even he could not help but be amazed. This was a martial art destined to forge an unparalleled killing deity. Moreover, as it was a reward from the positive energy system, Chu Xiu's understanding of the art of killing reached its zenith upon completion. However, despite its power, this art of killing paled in comparison to my innate Qian Kuan skill. I can solely utilize the Killing Blade technique from this art. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu mused, the Immortal Slayer Blade technique and the Immortal Slayer Blade intent will serve as my ultimate trump cards. 20 years of innate true energy surged into Chu Xiu's dantian, where his innate Qian Kuan skill automatically operated. Refining this true energy and transforming it into Qian Kuan true energy, further fortifying Chu Xiu's abilities. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of innate cultivation, his strength had significantly increased once more. Now, it was time to transcribe the art of killing in the study. The strength of the Northtown Prefecture riders was still too weak. With my superior innate Qian Kuan skill and the Immortal Slayer Blade technique, I will impart this art of killing entirely to the Northtown Prefecture riders, allowing them to rapidly evolve through slaughter, becoming fearsome killing deities. After a moment of reflection, Chu Xiu strode purposefully toward the study within the courtyard. Upon entering, he began preparing the ink. Once ready, he took up the brush and began to write vigorously on sheets of pristine rice paper. Half an hour later, Fang Heng arrived outside the courtyard of the Northtown Prefecture's commandant, bowing respectfully as he reported, Your Excellency, I have matters to discuss. With a creak, the door to the study opened slowly, and Chu Xiu stepped out with purpose. Your Excellency, Chen Wenli and the others have fully confessed. Each of them possesses numerous pieces of incriminating evidence. From their homes, Pei Shiji and the others seized more than 800,000 taels of silver. Fang Heng reported with a solemn expression. 800,000 taels? These individuals are indeed scoundrels. Chu Xiu replied coldly. Compile their evidence and submit it to His Majesty. As the North Town Prefecture, the most powerful institution within the Jinui, it possessed the authority to directly report to the throne. Yes, I shall comply. Fang Heng said with utmost reverence. Is there anything else? Chu Xiu inquired, slightly nodding at Fang Heng. None regarding other matters. Fang Heng shook his head. I observe that your martial arts skills are lacking. From today onward, you shall begin training in this technique. All riders of the North Town Prefecture are eligible to practice it. Chu Xiu produced the newly pinned and bound art of killing from his sleeve and handed it to Fang Heng, stating, however, those below the 100 households may only study the first 4 levels of the inner skill and the killing blade technique. Those at the 100 households level may access the 5th and 6th levels. Only those at the 1,000 households level may view the complete art of killing. By practicing this art of killing, each of you has the opportunity to achieve the Grandmaster realm or even the nascent soul realm. The first 4 levels correspond to the top tier, first tier, second tier, and third tier realms below the innate level. The 5th level allows entry into the innate realm. The 6th level leads to the master realm. The 7th level touches upon the Grandmaster realm. The 8th level reaches the nascent soul realm. The 9th level attains the law manifestation realm. The 10th level reaches the immortal ascension realm. The 11th level approaches the celestial realm. The 12th level can reach the true immortal realm. This is a martial art capable of elevating one to the realm of true martial immortality. Of course, Chu Xiu did not transcribe the entire art of killing. He only recorded up to the 8th level, the nascent soul realm. The remaining Killing Blade Classic can only be attained by those of the Northern Town Pacification Office who have cultivated to the level of Grandmaster, thus qualifying them to receive the teachings of Chu Xiu. Chapter 12. Is it because I am too impoverished that the Empress implores me to engage in corruption? The Slaughtering Blade Manual? Fang Heng was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the martial tome presented by Chu Xiu, an expression of profound gratitude washing over his face. He accepted the martial arts manual, knelt down, and with tears of appreciation said, on behalf of all my brothers in the Northern Constabulary, I thank you, my lord, for this invaluable gift. This truly was the essence of martial arts. Within the Great Zhou dynasty, powerful families and sects possessed various formidable martial arts. Ordinary citizens, however, had no means to access such potent techniques. Even the elite T of the Northern Constabulary only had access to martial arts that could reach the innate realm at most. It was only through exceptional merit and the favor of the commander of the Jinui that one might obtain higher-level martial arts. Otherwise, the possibility of acquiring such unique skills was utterly non-existent. Now, Chu Xiu had bestowed upon the entire Northern Constabulary the ability to cultivate to the realm of the Yuanshin, becoming a true Yuanshin master. One could only imagine Fang Heng's immense gratitude towards Chu Xiu. Rest assured, as long as you serve diligently, you shall not be wronged. Even the realms beyond Yuanshin may not be beyond your reach. Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile, addressing Fang Heng. Yes, my subordinate shall not hesitate to brave fire and water for you, my lord. Fang Heng responded with utmost respect. Rise. Gather all the tea of the Northern Constabulary and disseminate this Slaughtering Blade Manual. Furthermore, select trustworthy gentlemen from the Northern Constabulary to replenish our ranks. Chu Xiu stated with an expression of placidity. After all, following the recent purge of the Northern Constabulary, these vacancies needed to be filled. The selection of candidates for the Jinui typically followed 2 routes. One was to choose from the families of the Jinui, which comprised hereditary members, and the other was to recruit T from various local Jinui commands throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. This ensured the loyalty of the T to the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Your orders shall be obeyed. Fang Heng replied with a respectful demeanor. Chu Xiu waved his hand, signaling silence. Fang Heng performed a bow and withdrew. At that moment, a Jinui lieutenant approached briskly, kneeling before Chu Xiu with a respectful demeanor. I report to you, my lord, that Lady Jiang Wanner, the head official of the imperial rites, is waiting outside the Northern Constabulary. Oh, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. I understand. With that, he stepped forward and vanished from sight, having surmised that Jiang Wanner had come bearing gifts from the Empress Murongxi. In a mere moment, outside the Northern Constabulary, Jiang Wanner stood with a contingent of imperial soldiers. Chu Xiu emerged from the Northern Constabulary with a commanding presence. Bowing to Jiang Wanner, Chu Xiu pays his respects to Lady Jiang. As the head official of the Northern Constabulary, he ranked as a 4th-rank official, while Jiang Wanner, as the head female official of the imperial rites, also held the rank of 4th rank. More importantly, Jiang Wanner was a close aide to the Empress. The head female official of the imperial rites was often referred to as the prime minister in the Great Zhou dynasty. and Chu Xiu naturally did not dare to show any neglect. Lord Chu is too kind. Jiang Wanner returned the bow, her serene smile illuminating her exquisite features, instantly blossoming like a garden of flowers, overshadowing all else in the world. Chu Xiu inwardly praised her beauty in terms of appearance alone. Jiang Wanner was not inferior to Empress Murongxi. Her cold and proud demeanor was breathtaking. The only difference between them was their status and the unparalleled imperial grace that exuded from Murongxi. Lady Jiang, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? Chu Xiu inquired with a gentle smile. Lord Chu, have you concluded your affairs at the Northern Constabulary? If so, I am here to escort you to the residence bestowed upon you by His Majesty, Jiang Wanner replied, her demeanor returning to its usual coolness, although her expression was cold. Her self-reference as Wanner indicated a degree of intimacy towards Chu Xiu, a reflection of the Empress's favorable disposition towards him. I have completed all matters. Chu Xiu responded with a smile, fully aware of the implications of Jiang Wanner's address. Since Lord Chu has finished his duties, allow me to accompany you to your residence. Jiang Wanner nodded lightly. Thank you, Lady Jiang. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Lord Chu need not be so formal. This is a duty assigned by His Majesty, and it is my responsibility. Please. Jiang Wanner shook her head and gestured for him to proceed. Chu Xiu nodded and followed Jiang Wanner as they departed from the Northern Constabulary. Under her guidance, they traversed less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea before arriving at a residence sprawling over dozens of acres. Upon seeing the plaque inscribed with the words Chu Residence and over 200 figures standing outside, Chu Xiu could not help but express his astonishment. Lady Jiang, are you certain this is the residence bestowed upon me by His Majesty? Indeed, Lord Chu, this residence is yours, Jiang Wanner replied with a smile. This estate was previously left by a retiring official and has been vacant for some time. However, rest assured, it has been thoroughly cleaned. It's too grand. Living here alone feels extravagant, Chu Xiu remarked with a wry smile. As a distinguished official of the Northern Constabulary, Lord Chu is a fourth-rank officer. If your residence were too small, it would reflect poorly on the Great Zhou, Jiang Wanner spoke softly. The Empress knows Lord Chu is not a corrupt official. Although you have been granted riches, she remains concerned about your ability to maintain guards and servants. Thus, she has instructed me to convey a message to you. What message has the Empress sent? Chu Xiu asked with curiosity. The Empress decrees that from this day forth, you may retain half of all assets seized by the Northern Constabulary, while the remaining half shall remain in the Northern Constabulary to support the tea's cultivation and maintenance. Jiang Wanner said, producing a scroll of imperial edict and presenting it to Chu Xiu. With this decree, you may confidently appropriate the Northern Constabulary's seized assets without fear of reproach. Is it truly because I am too impoverished that the Empress implores me to engage in corruption? Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning peculiar. Lady Jiang, is this edict truly acceptable? The long-standing rule of the Northern Constabulary has been that all seized assets must be remitted to the Emperor's treasury, with only half retained by the Northern Constabulary. But now, it seems the Empress Murongxi is relinquishing her share for me. Chapter 13. Does the master find the maid's delicate beauty unappealing? This is indeed the Emperor's decree. What concern does Lord Chu have? Jiang Wanner smiled gently, placing the imperial edict into Chu Xiu's hands. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Chu Xiu bowed towards the palace, expressing, I humbly thank His Majesty for his profound grace. Do not you all kneel to greet Lord Chu. Jiang Wanner instructed the crowd gathered at the entrance of the Chu residence. Greetings, master, they replied in unison, bowing deeply. There is no need for such formalities. Chu Xiu waved his hand, his demeanor warm and gracious. Thank you, master, they expressed their gratitude collectively. Lord Chu, they are all selected by Wanner from the palace. These guards are elite soldiers of the imperial army, and the maidens are palace attendants. All possess unblemished backgrounds and unwavering loyalty to His Majesty. Jiang Wanner elaborated as she introduced the two foremost figures. This is Qin Xingyan, the captain of the guards responsible for the security of the residence. From this moment onward, they shall no longer be imperial soldiers, but the protectors of the Chu household. And this lady is Yuxuani, an official from the Department of Rights, who will manage all affairs within the Chu residence and oversee the maidens. Qin Xingyan stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura of power, unmistakably not an ordinary soldier. Yuxuani, on the other hand, possessed extraordinary beauty and a gentle demeanor. Greetings, master. Both Qin Xingyan and Yuxuani bowed once more. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Chu Xiu smiled lightly. Thank you, master. They expressed their thanks again. Lord Chu, in addition to the residents, guards, and maidens, His Majesty has also provided you with a gift. Jiang Wanner reflected for a moment before addressing Chu Xiu. A gift? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, puzzled as he gazed at Jiang Wanner. The Empress Murongxi had already bestowed upon him so many treasures. She had even issued an edict granting him half of the confiscated wealth from the Northern Pacification Office. What more could she possibly grant him? Jiang Wanner retrieved a golden brocade box from her sleeve and solemnly presented it to Chu Xiu, saying, "Lord Chu, this is the Tai-Ching gold pill conferred upon you by His Majesty." The Tai-Ching gold pill? Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, receiving the golden box with a look of astonishment. He had never heard of such a name before. Qin Xingyan and Yu Xuani's pupils contracted in shock as they gazed at the golden box in Chu Xiu's hands. The other guards and maidens remained oblivious to the significance of the Tai-Ching gold pill. "Lord Chu, the Tai-Ching gold pill is a legendary elixir crafted by the founding martial emperor of our great Zhou dynasty, who gathered the most esteemed alchemists in the realm and sourced the finest spiritual herbs. Only 9 pills were created in total. Typically, only the emperors of the great Zhou dynasty are entitled to enjoy such a treasure. Even princes do not possess that privilege. Presently, only 2 Tai-Ching gold pills remain, one of which has already been consumed by His Majesty. This remaining pill is bestowed upon you." Jiang Wanner conveyed telepathically. "The Tai-Ching gold pill will not instantly elevate you to mastery, but it will allow you to purify your marrow and undergo a profound transformation. You will possess the finest martial aptitude. After consuming this pill, you will certainly attain unparalleled talent, making your path to martial cultivation as effortless as eating or drinking. His Majesty holds great expectations for you, hoping you do not disappoint her earnest intentions." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu felt an overwhelming shock within. He had never anticipated that the Empress Murongxi would grant him the last remaining Tai-Ching gold pill from the great Zhou dynasty. The significance of this gesture was immense. "Lord Chu, you must consume this Tai-Ching gold pill promptly to prevent it from falling into the hands of others," Jiang Wanner advised after a moment of consideration. "I understand. Please rest assured, Lady Jiang, I will ingest the Tai-Ching gold pill immediately." Chu Xiu's expression turned serious as he earnestly communicated with Jiang Wanner. "Please convey to His Majesty that I, Chu Xiu, will undoubtedly become the sharpest sword in her hand, eradicating corrupt officials from the court and traversing the lands to vanquish mountains and temples. For innate martial artists, transmitting thoughts discreetly is not a daunting task. By enveloping his words with innate true qi, he could convey his message to the intended recipient. Rest assured, Lord Chu, I shall deliver your words to His Majesty." Jiang Wanner replied with a radiant smile. "Thank you, Lady Jiang." Chu Xiu bowed in gratitude. He chose not to use the telepathic technique again. "There is no need for such formality, Lord Chu." Jiang Wanner returned the gesture, then addressed Yu Xuani and the others. "As for the gift bestowed upon Lord Chu by His Majesty, it is imperative that you neither see nor hear anything of it. As one who has emerged from the palace, you should all comprehend the gravity of my words." "We understand." Yu Xuani and the others responded in unison. Jiang Wanner nodded and turned to Chu Xiu. "Very well, Lord Chu. I have conveyed everything necessary. I shall return to the palace to report. Lady Jiang, take care." Chu Xiu acknowledged with a slight nod. Jiang Wanner departed with the elite soldiers, leaving only Chu Xiu and the others. "Let us proceed inside," Chu Xiu remarked once Jiang Wanner's figure had completely vanished, leading Yu Xuani and the others into the Chu residence. Upon entering, Qin Xingyan and Yu Xuani briefed Chu Xiu on the estate's particulars, as well as their own backgrounds. Previously, as elite soldiers and maidens, they had all trained in martial arts. Thus, the front courtyard and main entrance were guarded by Qin Xingyan and his men, while the rear courtyard was overseen by the maidens. "Very well, I have grasped the situation within the estate. You may take your leave for now," Chu Xiu instructed as he stepped into the rear courtyard, waving his hand toward Yu Xuani and Qin Xingyan. "Yes, master." Qin Xingyan bowed and withdrew. However, Yu Xuani remained rooted in place. Chu Xiu regarded her with a hint of curiosity, with a faint blush on her cheeks. Yu Xuani lowered her gaze and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "When Lady Jiang selected me from the palace, she instructed me that I am not only to serve as the housekeeper, but also as your personal maid, responsible for attending to your needs. Do you perhaps find my delicate beauty lacking?" She looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if they were poised to spill at any moment. Chapter 14. The Celestial Being's Grace. Unexpected turmoil arises. Upon hearing the words, Chu Xiu could not help but chuckle, gazing at Yu Xuanji as he said, "Very well. From this day forth, you shall serve as my personal maid." He had sensed the formidable aura emanating from both Yu Xuanji and Qin Xingyan when he first laid eyes on them. It was evident that both were above the innate realm, though Chu Xiu could not discern the exact level of their prowess. It was highly probable that they were the guards assigned to him by Jiang Wanner as a gesture of goodwill. "Thank you, my lord," Xuanji expressed her delight, her voice brimming with gratitude. Chu Xiu responded with a calm smile and strode towards the study within the courtyard, while Xuanji turned to leave. Once inside the study, Chu Xiu retrieved a golden brocade box from his sleeve and slowly opened it. A golden elixir, radiating a soft glow, appeared before him. The Taiqing golden pill, its effects remained a mystery. A flicker of anticipation crossed Chu Xiu's cheeks as he picked up the elixir and delicately placed it into his mouth. After all, this Taiqing golden pill was an extraordinary spiritual medicine forged from the resources of the entire Great Zhou dynasty by its founding martial emperor, capable of cleansing the marrow and transforming one's very essence. Even with his positive energy system, Chu Xiu would not refuse the opportunity to enhance his innate talents. With a resounding thud, the Taiqing golden pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, transforming into an icy surge of energy that spread throughout his entire being. As Chu Xiu felt the medicinal power coursing through him, every cell in his body seemed to awaken with a ravenous desire, fervently absorbing this potent energy. After assimilating this power, Chu Xiu experienced a profound sense of renewal, feeling increasingly unburdened, as if the shackles within him were being shattered moment by moment. This overwhelming force not only invigorated every cell in his body, but also permeated his meridians and bones, rendering them more resilient and expansive. Even his bones began to take on a jade-like quality. Unbeknownst to him, the sky gradually darkened, enveloping the study in complete darkness. Yet, a radiant light suddenly illuminated the room, casting brilliance throughout the space. The void was filled with light. Gradually, this luminescence faded away, retracting into oblivion. With a look of astonishment, Chu Xiu remarked, "Indeed, the Taiqing golden pill is extraordinary. Although my cultivation level has not visibly increased, it has genuinely transformed me, granting me the grace of a celestial being. Previously, my innate talent could only be deemed mediocre, relying on system rewards to step into the innate realm, achieving great mastery in a mere short time. Now, with the Taiqing golden pill, I possess the pinnacle of martial talent, truly embodying the essence of a celestial being. This gift from His Majesty is indeed substantial." After a brief pause, Chu Xiu sighed deeply. He vowed to remember this kindness. For the Empress Murongxi had treated him with such generosity, how could he not repay her with loyalty? Rising to his feet, Chu Xiu opened the study door and strode out. Lanterns hung high in the courtyard, casting light that rendered the night akin to day. "My lord, you have been in the study for an entire day. Are you not hungry?" Xuanji, seated at a stone table engrossed in a book, looked up in surprise upon hearing the commotion and hurried towards Chu Xiu. "I am indeed a bit hungry." Chu Xiu nodded slightly, patting his stomach. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the innate realm, he could not forsake the need for sustenance. Not only the innate realm, but even martial masters above it required food and rest. "My lord, please wait a moment. I shall fetch your meal." Upon hearing this, Xuanji uttered a quick phrase before gracefully gliding away from the courtyard. Her movements resembled a lotus blooming with each step, elegant and poised, covering several paces in an instant. As Xuanji departed, Chu Xiu took a seat at the stone table. Before long, she returned with a group of maidservants, each carrying a dish, presenting an array of over 10 delectable delicacies. Under Xuanji's guidance, the maidservants arranged the dishes on the table and stepped back to await orders. "My lord, please sample these dishes and see if they suit your taste," Xuanji said, her face alight with anticipation. "Very well." Chu Xiu smiled softly, picking up his chopsticks to begin tasting. He was not one to ruin the mood, nor would he criticize Xuanji for what he perceived as extravagance in the face of such a splendid spread. Delicious. The culinary skills are remarkable. After just a few bites, Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Thank goodness my lord enjoys it," Xuanji said, her expression relaxing with relief. "Who prepared this?" "Have her continue to cook in the future," Chu Xiu remarked between mouthfuls, glancing at Xuanji. "My lord, it was I who prepared it. I was worried it might not meet your expectations," she replied with a gentle smile. "From now on, you shall be the one to cook for me," Chu Xiu said with a grin. "You are not only the steward of our Chu residence and my personal maid, but also my little chef." "Yes, my lord." Xuanji's cheeks flushed slightly, her demeanor enchanting as she responded. Without further words, Chu Xiu continued to feast upon the dishes laid before him. In no time, he had devoured all 10 dishes, setting down his chopsticks as he remarked, "At first, I thought I might not finish all this, yet it was just the right amount. My lord has consumed the golden pill today and is in need of nourishment. These dishes not only satiate hunger but also contain ample medicinal ingredients, greatly benefiting your cultivation," Xuanji stated softly. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, rising slowly. "In the future, let us maintain this standard for our meals." He had noticed that many of the dishes contained ginseng and other medicinal herbs. "Understood," Xuanji replied. "Well then, if there is nothing else, you may all retire." "Aye." 2. Wish to rest, Chu Xiu said to Yu Xuanji and the others. Yes, my lord. Yu Xuanji nodded, leading the maidservants and cleaning up the stone table before departing. Chu Xiu then made his way towards his bedroom to prepare for rest. However, at that moment, a flash of sword light erupted. This sword light was akin to the blade of death itself, astonishing in its brilliance. As the sword light flared, a figure clad in black appeared in the courtyard. Their long sword pointed directly at Chu Xiu's brow. Chapter 15. The Master's Blade, the Power of Yu Xuanji. Be careful, my lord. A clear voice rang out from afar. To everyone's astonishment, Yu Xuanji, who had just departed, swiftly returned, her speed reaching an extraordinary peak. In the blink of an eye, she had entered the courtyard, her right hand moving to strike at the cloaked figure. In that moment, the warmth that usually characterized Yu Xuanji vanished entirely, replaced by an icy demeanor. Her gaze, frigid and laced with killing intent, was fixed upon the black-clad assassin. Master Realm? Xuanji, there is no need for you to intervene, Chu Xiu remarked with a calm smile, observing the sword aimed at him with unyielding composure. Understood, my lord. Yu Xuanji hesitated briefly before retracting her delicate hand, which had been poised to strike. Clang. The sound of a blade being drawn echoed through the air as Chu Xiu unsheathed his sword, delivering a decisive stroke toward the black-clad figure. The assassin's expression remained devoid of emotion, as if he were a cold-blooded creature. Yet his sword became swifter and more vicious in response. Swish! A head was severed and flew through the air. Chu Xiu gracefully retreated a step, blood gushing from the neck of the decapitated assassin, splattering the ground. As the assassin's head hit the earth, a flicker of disbelief lingered in his eyes, as if he could not fathom that Chu Xiu's technique had surpassed his own in speed and strength. How could a martial artist of the perfected innate realm achieve such prowess? Regrettably, he would never uncover the answer. The light in his eyes dimmed forever. Yu Xuanji stared at Chu Xiu in shock, incredulity etched across her face. A flawless level of swordsmanship she had witnessed firsthand as Chu Xiu dispatched a peak master assassin with a single stroke. Biting her lip, she approached the lifeless body of the assassin, searching his form until she unearthed a blood-stained token. Raising her gaze to Chu Xiu, she declared, My lord, this is the mark of the 7 Kills organization. The 7 Kills organization? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, acknowledging his awareness of this notorious group. Having served as a commander in the Jinui for some time, he had gleaned knowledge of the vast affairs within the great Zhou dynasty and the martial world. The 7 Kills organization was infamous, one of the foremost assassin groups known for their ruthlessness. It was said that no target was ever safe from their deadly pursuit. His mind raced, pondering who could have commissioned an assassin from the 7 Kills organization to target him. Was it the Jinui, the Wang family of Taiyuan, or perhaps the disgruntled officials he had offended? At that moment, figures began to appear, rushing toward him. They were not only the maidservants responsible for guarding the rear courtyard, but also the guards tasked with the estate's security, led by the swift Qin Xingyan. In an instant, Qin Xingyan arrived before Chu Xiu, kneeling with a look of shame. An assassin infiltrated the estate, and I failed to detect it. This is my fault. Please punish me. My lord, I did not safeguard you properly, my lord. Yu Xuanji quickly followed suit, kneeling before Chu Xiu with a serious demeanor. Please punish me, my lord. The maidservants and guards, filled with guilt, knelt as well, acknowledging their failure to notice the assassin's intrusion. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain a bronze-ranked assassin of the 7 Kills organization. By persisting in acts of positivity, you have earned a reward of 30 years of innate true qi. Congratulations, host. You have gained the skill of qi observation. Would you like to claim your rewards? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resonated in Chu Xiu's mind. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu responded, claim the rewards. Regardless of who had sent the assassin, the 7 Kills organization adhered to a merciless code. Once a task was accepted, it was a matter of life and death. His primary concern was to obtain the system's rewards and enhance his strength. 30 years of innate true qi should propel him to the pinnacle of the innate realm, while the qi observation skill stirred a glimmer of anticipation within him. As soon as his words fell, the 30 years of innate true qi manifested within his dantian, automatically circulating through the qian kuan gong, refining the essence. In an instant, Chu Xiu's cultivation soared from the perfected innate realm to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from Chu Xiu's form. Witnessing this transformation, both Yu Xuanji and Qin Xingyan stood stunned. They had not anticipated that, after vanquishing an assassin, Chu Xiu would achieve such a breakthrough in cultivation. Has the master attained enlightenment? Even Qin Xingyan recognized that the assassin had not perished at Yu Xuanji's hands, but by Chu Xiu's. After all, Chu Xiu's embroidered spring knife was still dripping with blood. Their gazes toward Chu Xiu shifted to one of reverence. In the next moment, a wealth of knowledge regarding the qi observation skill flooded into Chu Xiu's mind. This technique not only allowed one to perceive the cultivation levels of others, but also endowed the ability to see through mountains and rivers. As Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, sheathing his embroidered spring knife, he turned his attention to Yuxuanji and the others. At this moment, their cultivation levels were laid bare before him, devoid of any mystery. Yuxuanji was not merely at the master realm. She had ascended to the peak of the grandmaster realm. To reach such heights is to be truly formidable. The master realm signifies the transformation of true qi into liquid form, while the grandmaster realm involves the condensation of a martial arts golden core, nurturing and expanding one's spirit. Conversely, Qin Xingyan's cultivation, while remarkable, was still beneath Yuxuanji's, resting at the pinnacle of the master realm. Most of the maidservants and guards were of first-rate cultivation, with only a handful reaching the super first-rate level. Nonetheless, such prowess was commendable, as even the 1,000 household commanders of the Jinui were typically at the super first-rate realm. Rise, this is not your fault. This individual was a peak master, a skilled assassin from the 7 Kills organization, adept in agility and stealth. It is only natural that you did not detect him. Chu Xiu waved his hand, addressing Yuxuanji and the others. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing his words, expressions of gratitude adorned the faces of Yuxuanji and the others as they bowed their heads in thanks before slowly rising. Xuanji, stay. Qin Xingyan, you too. The rest may withdraw. Chu Xiu instructed. Yes. They responded in unison before departing. As they exited, the guards removed the assassin's body and cleaned the bloodstains from the ground. Only after everything was tidied did they truly leave. Xuanji, preparing for me. Chu Xiu said to Yuxuanji as he made his way to the study. Yes, my lord. Yuxuanji replied softly, following him into the study. Qin Xingyan stood respectfully in place, unwavering. Upon entering the study, Yuxuanji began grinding ink on the large desk. Once the ink was ready, she stepped aside. Chu Xiu picked up a brush carved from white jade and began to write with fluid strokes. Chapter 16. The Office of the Commanding Officer of the Jinui, Kong Yuanqing, and the branch of the 7 Kills organization. Before long, Chu Xiu meticulously transcribed the entirety of the slaughter knife manual. As the guardian of his estate, it was imperative that they grow in strength. Otherwise, the risk of assassins infiltrating his residence unnoticed would loom once more. Although he currently lacked the martial arts training of the maidservants, enhancing the guard's prowess remained a priority. Chu Xiu mused that while Qin Xingyan and his comrades practiced martial arts from the imperial army, far superior to the ordinary techniques of the Northern Town Pacification Department, they still paled in comparison to his slaughter knife manual. Thus, he resolved to impart the slaughter knife manual to Qin Xingyan and the others. Placing his wolf hairbrush on the stand, he picked up a stack of rice paper and strode towards the study's exit. Yuxuanji promptly followed in his wake. Upon exiting the study, Chu Xiu approached Qin Xingyan with a commanding presence, presenting the stack of rice paper to him. Qin Xingyan, I find the martial arts you practice to be lacking. Henceforth, all the guards in my household shall adopt this slaughter knife manual. This manual contains not only internal cultivation methods, but also a comprehensive knife technique. For the time being, you alone may study it. The other guards may learn up to the Grand Master level, but the advanced content shall be withheld until they reach that stage. Having said this, Chu Xiu continued, currently, only the first 8 levels of the slaughter knife manual are available, which can lead to the Yuanshan realm. Once you attain the Yuanshan realm, I shall impart the subsequent teachings of the manual to you. Thank you, my lord, Qin Xingyan replied, tears glistening in his fierce eyes, deeply moved. He knelt before Chu Xiu and solemnly declared, I shall serve you with unwavering dedication, even unto death. It is worth noting that acquiring powerful martial arts is no simple feat, even for ordinary soldiers of the imperial army. While he had previously held the rank of a lieutenant in the imperial army, his status was insufficient to access advanced martial arts. Unexpectedly, having been chosen by Jiang Wanner and brought to the Chu residence, he had obtained the extraordinary martial arts he had long yearned for. Despite having failed to detect the earlier assassin's intrusion, Chu Xiu not only refrained from chastising him, but generously bestowed upon him supreme martial arts. It is clear how profoundly grateful Qin Xingyan felt towards Chu Xiu. He had genuinely pledged his allegiance, recognizing himself as the commander of the Chu household guards, determined to train diligently and live up to Chu Xiu's expectations. Rise, Chu Xiu smiled warmly at Qin Xingyan. Yes, Qin Xingyan replied, standing and accepting the stack of rice paper from Chu Xiu. You must not lack resources for rapid advancement. Chu Xiu contemplated briefly before addressing Qin Xingyan. You shall be responsible for retrieving the gold and silver bestowed by His Majesty from the estate and purchasing various medicinal materials from the apothecary in the capital for medicinal baths. Ensure that every guard has access to these baths. You need not worry about the finances. Yes, I understand, Qin Xingyin responded firmly. Medicinal baths are a treasure beyond measure. Even when he was a lieutenant, he lacked the privilege to partake in such luxuries, let alone the 100 elite soldiers selected. Now, not only would they acquire the unparalleled slaughter knife manual, but they would also receive medicinal baths to aid their cultivation. He could envision that before long, his guards would undergo a remarkable transformation, their abilities greatly enhanced. Dismissed, Chu Xiu waved his hand at Qin Xingyin. Yes, I take my leave. Qin Xingyin bowed respectfully and exited. Once Qin Xingyin departed, Chu Xiu turned to Yuxuanji and said, for now, the maidservants will continue practicing their original martial arts. But they too shall utilize medicinal baths. As for the martial arts you practice, I shall teach you when I find something suitable. Thank you, my lord. Yuxuanji said with a gentle smile. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may retire for the time being, Chu Xiu replied with a slight smile. My lord, I wish to reside within your courtyard, so that I may protect your safety should any issues arise, Yuxuanji said stubbornly, despite her gentle demeanor. Very well. There are plenty of rooms in the courtyard. Find an empty one to stay in, Chu Xiu said with an amused smile. Thank you, my lord. Yuxuanji's face brightened with joy as she expressed her gratitude. Chu Xiu chuckled softly and headed towards his bedroom, while Yuxuanji selected a room not far from his. Half an hour later, within a residence in the capital, the steward hastened to a pavilion where Kong Yuanqing, dressed in the official robes of a Jinui commanding officer, sat in contemplation, playing chess against himself. With a respectful demeanor, the steward reported, My lord, there was only a minor disturbance at the Chu residence, and it has since fallen silent. It appears the assassins of the 7 Kills organization have failed in their mission. Kong Yuanqing picked up a white jade chess piece and placed it on the board, enviously remarking, that is to be expected. The 7 Kills organization places too much trust in their assassins. To think they could eliminate Chu Xiu with merely a peak Grand Master copper-ranked assassin is sheer folly. His Majesty holds Chu Xiu in high regard, not only granting him a residence, but also providing 100 maidservants and 100 imperial guards as his attendants and protectors. With their protection, how could a peak Grand Master copper-ranked assassin hope to take Chu Xiu's life? The steward bowed his head, remaining silent. It is perhaps for the best that they failed. The 7 Kills organization will soon realize that only at least a Grand Master silver-ranked assassin stands a chance of killing Chu Xiu. They have accepted my funds, and they must fulfill their task. No matter the cost, it must be done. Otherwise, the reputation of the 7 Kills organization will be irrevocably tarnished. Kong Yuanqing said with an indifferent gaze, simply continue to monitor Chu Xiu. Inform me as soon as he meets his end. Understood. The steward acknowledged with a bow before quietly retreating. At that moment, in a dilapidated temple, a figure cloaked in black seemingly materialized out of thin air. Upon his arrival, he lightly tapped 3 times on a toe of a weathered and crumbling statue, causing the ground to crack open, revealing a deep, shadowy passage. The black-clad figure strode into the tunnel, and shortly after entering, the passage vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. This was the branch of the 7 Kills organization in the capital. Once inside the tunnel, the figure traversed several hundred meters, as if reaching the depths of the earth. Suddenly, the space opened up before him. Chapter 17. The Astonishing Act of Chu Xiu. Feng Heng is astounded. Deep within the earth, there lay an enormous hall, where several figures clad in black sat cross-legged, engrossed in their cultivation. Silence enveloped the chamber, as each individual exuded an air of cold indifference, resembling machines of death, suffused with a palpable aura of malevolence. The black-clothed figures made their way through a side passage of the hall and knelt before an inner sanctum, speaking with utmost reverence. Reporting to the leader, the assassination attempt on Chu Xiu, the commandant of the Jinui's northern branch, has failed. Failed. An aged voice resonated from within the inner sanctum. Since the copper metal assassin has faltered, let the remnant star take action. Yes, I shall obey, the black-clad figure replied. Bowing deeply, no further words emerged from the inner sanctum, and the figure discreetly withdrew. The following day at the Jinui, northern branch. In the main hall, Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, Yang Qing, Luo Tianqi, and Lin Huayu respectfully addressed the seated Chu Xiu. Please, no need for formalities. Chu Xiu gestured dismissively. Thank you, my lord. The others responded in unison. Last night, I was attacked at home by assassins from the 7 Killers organization, Chu Xiu stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Feng Heng and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, revealing shock and anger, and icy dread creeping down their spines, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Their fates were intertwined with Chu Xiu's. Should he suffer, they too would face dire consequences. The individuals seeking Chu Xiu's life were equally intent on theirs and their family's demise. All were acutely aware that the intelligence capabilities of the Jinui were unrivaled in the realm. However, unbeknownst to them, the true extent of this prowess resided not within the Jinui as a whole, but specifically within the northern branch. Now, with an assassin from the Seven Killers organization targeting me, I care not for the depths of their concealment or the might of their forces. All I require is this one certainty. You must unleash the full extent of our intelligence capabilities, even to the point of turning the capital upside down, to uncover who orchestrated this assassination attempt against me. Furthermore, you must unearth their hideout within the capital. Can this be accomplished? Chu Xiu regarded Fang Heng and the others with an expression devoid of emotion. Is the strength of the Seven Killers organization formidable? Indeed, it is exceptionally powerful. To eradicate the organization entirely is beyond the current capabilities of both myself and the Northern Branch. However, dismantling their faction within the capital is my foremost objective. First, we shall eliminate their presence here, and then we shall confront the entirety of the organization. Naturally, I shall not spare those who conspired with them to take my life. Rest assured, my lord. Fang Heng and the others knelt, their voices laced with a fierce determination. Pei Shiji, Yang Cheng, Luo Tianqi, Lin Huayu. You four will be responsible for this investigation, Chu Xiu instructed, nodding slightly as he fixed his gaze upon them. Uncover the truth in the shortest time possible. Yes, they responded in unison. Go forth, Chu Xiu waved them off. The four executed a respectful bow before departing with an air of resolve. Swiftly, news of Chu Xiu's assassination attempt by the Seven Killers organization spread throughout the Northern Branch's offices. The entirety of the officers erupted with indignation. Never before had a commandant treated them with such benevolence, imparting to them unparalleled martial techniques like the Killing Blade Manual. Moreover, Chu Xiu had eradicated all collusion with noble families within the Northern Branch, granting them the opportunity to live honorably rather than as mere dogs. Their loyalty to Chu Xiu was unwavering. Now, with the Seven Killers organization targeting Chu Xiu, they had effectively declared war against the entire Northern Branch and all its members. Under orders, numerous officers of the Northern Branch departed the premises in haste. Fang Heng, I require you to remain behind. I have 2 additional matters for you. Chu Xiu's gaze turned serious. Please, my lord, instruct me, Fang Heng replied with utmost gravity. Firstly, from the 80,000 taels of silver we seized, allocate half to procure various medicinal herbs for the officers of the Northern Branch, facilitating their cultivation. Secondly, contact the grain merchants in the capital and utilize the remaining 40,000 taels to purchase rice and flour, distributing these provisions freely to the impoverished citizens of the capital. Chu Xiu commanded, his voice steady and resolute. My lord, this is inadvisable. All proceeds from our confiscations must be submitted to the emperor's treasury. Fang Heng's expression shifted dramatically, urgency in his tone. Moreover, providing rice and flour to the destitute could easily incite the court officials to accuse you of. The last 2 words hung unspoken in the air, but Chu Xiu understood the implication. Rebellion. With a calm smile, Chu Xiu retrieved a royal decree from his sleeve and tossed it towards Fang Heng, remaining silent. Startled, Fang Heng caught the decree, gradually unfolding it. As he read the words inscribed within, his eyes widened with disbelief. The emperor had granted Chu Xiu half of the seized wealth. The other half was to remain within the Northern Branch for its enhancement. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Fang Heng would have deemed it impossible. The world had grown utterly insane. How deeply did the emperor fear for Chu Xiu's financial standing? Now do you understand? Our Northern Branch is not obligated to remit the confiscated assets to the emperor. Furthermore, when I instructed you to distribute rice and flour to the impoverished, it is not in my name, nor in the name of the Northern Branch, but in the emperor's name, Chu Xiu stated with a gentle smile directed at Fang Heng. Given that he merely needed to undertake righteous actions to receive system rewards, whether apprehending corrupt officials or eliminating assassins, then distributing provisions to the needy surely counted as a noble deed. He urgently required to enhance his own strength for self-preservation. The Northern Branch conveniently possessed the funds. Why not utilize them? If he could eradicate even just one faction of the Seven Killers organization within the capital, it would undoubtedly yield substantial wealth. Neither the Northern Branch nor he would find themselves lacking in resources in the days to come. Chapter 18. My esteemed colleagues, what do you believe is the true intention of Chu Xiu? Truly, he is a remarkable individual. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng's face was suffused with profound admiration as he knelt before Chu Xiu, expressing his reverence. The recent raid by the Northern Pacification Office yielded an astounding sum of 800,000 taels of silver. With the edict of Empress Murongxi in hand, 40,000 taels of this fortune belonged entirely to Chu Xiu. Yet, he regarded this wealth with utter disdain, resolutely deciding to convert the entirety of this sum into rice, flour, and other provisions to be generously distributed to the impoverished citizens of the capital. In a grand gesture, he chose to bestow these gifts in the name of Empress Murongxi. One can easily envision the overwhelming gratitude and support the destitute would express towards the Empress upon receiving such aid. Go forth and accomplish these tasks by the end of the day. Commence the distribution of rice, flour, and oil in batches to the needy citizens of the capital. Chu Xiu instructed, waving his hand dismissively at Feng Heng. Yes, I shall obey, Feng Heng declared with fervor, feeling invigorated as if he had been electrified. Although the provisions were ultimately given in the name of Empress Murongxi, the Northern Pacification Office's involvement would undoubtedly earn the gratitude of the capital as populace towards their esteemed officers. The thought of engaging in such a noble endeavor as a member of the Northern Pacification Office filled him with a passionate zeal. After Feng Heng departed, Chu Xiu swiftly vanished from the hall, making his way to the study within the residence of the Northern Pacification Office to attend to official matters. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon dusk fell upon the city. The citizens of the capital were astonished to witness the officers of the Northern Pacification Office, clad in their ceremonial garb, commandeering horse-drawn carts towards the outer city. Upon their arrival, the officers began unloading bags of rice and flour, rapping on the doors of the common folk. Many citizens, upon seeing the officers approach, displayed expressions of trepidation, fearing they had somehow incurred the ire of the law. However, what unfolded next was utterly astonishing. The officers were distributing rice and flour, informing the bewildered recipients that this largesse was bestowed upon them at the behest of His Majesty, who was aware of their hardships and had instructed the Northern Pacification Office to provide assistance for their betterment. In that moment, countless citizens were moved to tears, kneeling in gratitude and voicing their thanks aloud. Throughout history, they had never heard of an emperor who would give such essential provisions to the populace. His Majesty possesses a kind heart. In turn, the citizens who had once shunned the officers of the Northern Pacification Office now welcomed them with open arms. Many rushed to offer eggs and cured meats, luxuries they typically reserved for themselves, and even brought forth water, anxious that the officers might be parched. Such scenes invigorated the officers, who initially questioned the purpose of this command, now brimming with enthusiasm and purpose. Of course, under Feng Heng's guidance, none dared accept gifts from the citizens, save for the occasional sip of water. This spectacle quickly spread throughout the outer city, igniting a fervor among the populace. In the Wen Yuan Pavilion, an official hurriedly entered, his face marked by profound shock. Approaching the ear of Deputy Minister Chu Xiu, he whispered urgently, "Is this true?" Chu Xiu's complexion paled, unable to suppress his exclamation. Indeed. It is absolutely certain. The news has spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Countless citizens in the outer city have received provisions from the Northern Pacification Office. Furthermore, due to the sheer quantity of rice and flour to be distributed, it may take 3 to 5 days to ensure that every impoverished citizen receives their share. Those who have yet to receive their provisions need not worry, for their turn will come soon. Nodding gravely, the official replied, what could Chu Xiu possibly be aiming for? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. Moreover, the officers claim that this initiative stems from the Empress's compassion for the citizens' plight, prompting her to order the Northern Pacification Office to procure such vast quantities of provisions for distribution. Recalling a thought, the official added, the entire capital is filled with gratitude towards the Empress. The populace's sentiments are decidedly in her favor. In truth, even my own loyalty to Empress Murongxi has significantly deepened. An emperor who prioritizes the welfare of their subjects is undoubtedly a commendable ruler. The Empress? A flicker of doubt passed through Chu Xiu's eyes, for he found it hard to believe that Murongxi had orchestrated such an initiative. If she truly intended to enact such measures, she could have simply instructed the Ministry of Revenue to release the grain. This raised the question of whether she harbored distrust towards the ministry. Very well, I have been informed of the situation. You may withdraw, Chu Xiu instructed after a moment of silence. Yes, the official replied, turning to leave. Chu Xiu then strode deeper into the Wen Yuan Pavilion, neglecting to straighten his official robes. Shortly thereafter, he entered a spacious and well-lit chamber within the pavilion. The cabinet ministers, including Chief Minister Yang Yan, paused their work, their gazes drawn to Chu Xiu. They could tell from the sound of his footsteps that something significant had transpired. Honorable ministers, the Northern Pacification Office has acquired a large quantity of rice and flour today, which is being transported to the outer city for free distribution to the impoverished citizens of the capital. Moreover, the Northern Pacification Office has stated that this distribution will continue for at least 3 to 5 days, ensuring that every needy citizen receives provisions. Ultimately, this endeavor is conducted in the name of His Majesty, Chu Xiu conveyed, weighing his words carefully as he bowed respectfully to Yang Yin and the others. Upon hearing this, the ministers exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. The room fell silent, with not a single voice daring to break the quiet. Yang Yin turned his gaze towards his colleagues, asking, "What do you believe is Chu Xiu's true aim? Were he to act in the name of the Northern Pacification Office or his own? Regardless of how much trust or esteem the Empress holds for him, his fate would be sealed. Yet, he chooses to act in the name of Empress Murongxi, seeking to enhance her standing among the people of the capital. This is indeed a perplexing situation. Even Yang Yin found himself at a loss, unable to discern Chu Xiu's intentions. Chapter 19. A pillar of the great Zhou dynasty bestowed by heaven, perhaps in an effort to please His Majesty. The primary purpose of the Northern Town Pacification Office is to serve as a sharp sword in His Majesty's hand. Chu Xiu is not foolish. Having offended the Wang family of Taiyuan, his only hope for survival lies in clinging tightly to His Majesty's leg. The Minister of Personnel, Zhao Duo, pondered thoughtfully. Only with the protection of His Majesty can he hope to survive. Otherwise, he is bound to perish at the hands of the Wang family. "I share the same view as Brother Zhao," remarked Zheng Yun, the Minister of Works, as a hint of agreement crossed his face. Dugatai and others nodded silently, their thoughts remaining inscrutable. Chen Yu, maintain vigilance over the Northern Town Pacification Office. The more Chu Xiu acts this way, the less likely the Wang family will spare him. In the shortest span of a day, if not sooner, the commander of the Jinyui, Lu Chifeng, will undoubtedly take action. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Yang Yan's murky eyes as he spoke with a resonant voice. The reason it is Lu Chengfeng, of course, is that he is a mere hound under the Wang family of Taiyuan. If he fails to act, Feng Xiu will simply replace him with a more capable dog. "Understood," replied Qinyu. Yang Yin picked up a memorial and began to read. Dugu Tai and others also did not dwell on the matter further, each engrossed in their own memorials. For them, Chu Xiu was merely a trivial amusement, a slight embellishment to their tranquil lives. If ever Chu Xiu could withstand the commander of the Jinyui, Lu Chenfeng, and even contend with the Wang family of Taiyuan, then he would possess the true capability to command their respect. In the great hall of the Jinyui headquarters, Commander Lu Qingfen's expression shifted slightly after reading a note in hand. Coldly, he remarked, "What a clever Chu Xiu, using His Majesty's name to provide free rice and oil to the impoverished citizens of the capital. Truly adept at currying favor with His Majesty. The Jinyui operates by my decree. Do you think that just because you have received His Majesty's grace, you can establish a foothold within our ranks? Absolutely not." Pausing briefly, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Qingfeng's eyes as he coldly commanded, "Summon someone." Presenting myself before the esteemed commander, a 100-man officer of the Jinyui hastily entered the hall, bowing deeply in respect. "Inform Kong Yuanqing and relay to the Seven Killers organization that they must eliminate Chu Xiu at the earliest opportunity," Lu Chifeng declared with chilling intensity. "If he fails to accomplish this task, I shall send others to do so." "Yes," the 100-man officer responded with a solemn expression, bowing in respect. Lu Chifeng waved his hand, signaling silence. The officer bowed once more before swiftly departing using lightness of step. In the Taiji Palace of the Imperial Palace, the director of the Imperial Secretariat, the female official Pei Guanyin, entered the hall and respectfully bowed to the Empress Murongxi, who was seated before the imperial desk attending to state affairs. "Your Majesty, news has arrived regarding Lord Chu." "Oh, speak, what is it?" Murongxi inquired, setting aside her memorial with an expression of keen interest directed at Pei Guanyin. The chief female official of the Imperial Secretariat, Zheng Wanner, also turned her gaze toward Pei Guanyin, curiosity evident in her eyes. "Your Majesty, Lord Chu has instructed the Northern Town Pacification Office to contact the major grain merchants of the capital to procure rice, flour, and oil worth 400,000 taels of silver. These provisions are to be transported by the Northern Town Pacification Office's cavalry to the outskirts of the capital and distributed free of charge to the impoverished citizens of the capital," Pei Guanyin reported, a hint of admiration gracing her delicate features. "According to my inquiries, the total value of the properties seized by the Northern Town Pacification Office amounts to 800,000 taels of silver. Thus, Lord Chu has selflessly exchanged half of what was bestowed upon him by Your Majesty for these provisions, offering them to the destitute citizens without retaining a single coin for himself. Lord Chu purchased rice, flour, and oil worth 400,000 taels of silver for the impoverished citizens of the capital, without taking a single coin for himself." Murongxi was taken aback, astonished. However, her expression soon turned grave. Zhang Wanner's clear eyes flickered with intrigue. Were she not aware that Chu Xiu could not possibly rebel? She would suspect him of harboring such intentions. After all, how could he engage in such a scheme to win the hearts of the people? "Your Majesty, rest assured that no one can accuse Lord Chu of his generous offerings of rice and oil to the impoverished citizens, for he has done so in your majesty's name. Now, countless citizens throughout the capital are filled with gratitude towards your majesty. The hearts of the populace are united. Pei Guanyin spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Murongsa fell into silence. Jiang Wanner was taken aback, disbelief etched upon her brow. This is a truly incorruptible official, wholeheartedly loyal to your majesty, and utterly disinterested in wealth. It is entirely justified for your majesty to bestow the touching golden pill upon such a pillar of the state. Her regard for Chu Xiu deepened, blossoming into respect. If previously her favor towards Chu Xiu was merely due to Murongsa's appreciation of him, now Jiang Wanner regarded him with genuine respect. This is a pillar bestowed upon the great Zhou dynasty by heaven. If only all officials of the great Zhou could be like Lord Chu, how could our dynasty not flourish? After a moment of silent contemplation, Murongsa expressed her sentiments with a sigh of admiration. Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations on gaining the assistance of such a pillar as Lord Chu. Jiang Wanner exclaimed with a smile, extending her congratulations to Murongsa. Congratulations, your majesty. If it weren't for your majesty's brilliance and valor, you could not have gained the service of such an official as Lord Chu, Pei Guanyin added, also offering her congratulations. Murongsa smiled gently, casting a playful glance at Jiang Wanner and Pei Guanyin. You two are quite adept at flattery. Jiang Wanner and Pei Guanyin exchanged knowing smiles. As the trusted aides of Empress Murongsa, they not only refrained from vying for favor but were also close friends. Pei Guanyin, continue to keep a close watch on Lord Chu and ensure that the shadow guards protect his safety at all costs. No one must be allowed to harm him. Murongsa instructed after a moment of thought. Yes, I shall obey, Pei Guanyin responded. Hesitating for a moment, she added, Your Majesty, there is actually one more matter I wish to report concerning Lord Chu. Oh, what is it? A hint of curiosity crossed Murongsa's eyes as she inquired. Jiang Wanner also looked towards Pei Guanyin. Your Majesty, last night, Lord Chu was attacked in his residence by a notorious assassin organization known as the Seven Killers. Currently, the personnel of the Northern Town Pacification Office are actively searching for traces of the Seven Killers within the capital. Lord Chu seems intent on uncovering their local branches and eradicating them entirely. Pei Guanyin said thoughtfully. Chapter 20, The Tane Sword Classic and the 8 Steps of Void. The Seven Kill Organization? Upon hearing these words, Murongsi's delicate face turned icy, and her eyes, as cold as the winter sky, uttered with steely resolve, investigate. Spare no effort in uncovering the lair of the Seven Kill Organization. They dare to strike at Chu Xiu, a treasured figure in my court and a high-ranking official of the great Zhou dynasty. Such audacity is utterly intolerable. They deserve the harshest punishment. Indeed, Pei Guanyin replied solemnly, her tone resolute. As the Empress of the great Zhou dynasty, Murongsi wielded formidable power, a fact well understood by Pei Guanyin, her trusted aide responsible for intelligence. The location of the Seven Kill Organization's hideout in the capital had been discreetly relayed to the Northern Town Pacification Office. After a moment of contemplation, Murongsi declared to Pei Guanyin, since the Seven Kill Organization has attempted to assassinate Minister Chu, let Minister Chu deal with it personally. Understood. Pei Guanyin responded with utmost respect. Murongsi then picked up the memorials on her desk, falling silent. Pei Guanyin bowed and quietly withdrew. In the Northern Town Pacification Office, within the study, Chu Xiu was engrossed in a scroll of documents. Ever since his arrival in this world and his appointment as the head of the Northern Town Pacification Office, he had diligently examined various records to gain insight into the state of the great Zhou dynasty. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The esteemed host has donated 400,000 taels of silver to procure rice, flour, and other provisions for the impoverished citizens of the capital, persistently engaging in acts of goodwill, thus earning a reward of 50 years' worth of innate true energy. The Tane Sword Classic and the 8 Steps of Void. Would you like to claim your rewards? Yes, Chu Xiu replied, his eyes brightening with anticipation. He had surmised that capturing corrupt officials and eliminating assassins would yield rewards. Therefore, distributing provisions to the needy was undoubtedly a commendable act. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming surge of innate true energy flooded into his dantian. The innate Qian Kuan technique activated automatically, absorbing and refining the 50 years' worth of innate true energy, expanding the true energy within him to an immense scale, to the point where his dantian could scarcely contain it. At that moment, nearly 1/3 of the 50 years' worth of true energy remained. It was time to break through to the master realm. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Chu Xiu employed the innate Qian Kuan technique to compress the true energy, gradually liquefying it and transforming it into the essence of true energy. Drops of true essence coalesced within his dantian. In an instant, 9 drops of true essence formed. while the innate true energy in his dantian diminished to a mere whisper, leaving only the unrefined true energy from the system's reward. The innate Qian Kuan technique continued to refine the remaining true energy, condensing it into 3 additional drops of true essence, granting Chu Xiu a total of 12 drops of innate true essence, each brimming with boundless power. Indeed, I have finally broken through to the master realm, Chu Xiu mused, a smile gracing his lips. Although my cultivation is merely the initial stage of the master realm, my strength has increased tenfold. This marks a transformative leap from the innate realm to the master realm. With the might of my true essence, I am now capable of contending with genuine grandmasters. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes as a torrent of information flooded his mind. This was the reward from the positive energy system, the Tain Sword Classic and the 8 Steps of Void. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed all the teachings contained within. The Tain Sword Classic comprises both a mental cultivation method and a sword technique, known as the Tain Mental Method and Tain Sword Technique, representing a true pinnacle of martial arts. While it may not surpass the innate Qian Kuan technique or the Immortal Blade technique, it certainly rivals the Slaughter Blade Classic. The 8 Steps of Void, on the other hand, is a remarkable lightness skill, proving invaluable in both long-distance travel and close combat. With my internal cultivation method, blade technique, sword technique, and lightness skill all in place, I am nearly devoid of any weaknesses. Rising to his feet, Chu Xiu approached the desk, prepared ink, and took up a wolf hair brush, inscribing on sheets of pristine rice paper. Not only did he write the Tain Mental Method, but he also meticulously illustrated the movements of the Tain Sword Technique. As the strokes took form on the paper, an awe-inspiring sword energy seemed to emanate from the pages, a testament to the might of the positive energy system. After his mastery of the Tain Sword Classic and the 8 Steps of Void, both martial arts had reached a state of perfection. After a considerable time, Chu Xiu folded the completed rice paper and stored it away before opening the study door and stepping out. The sky had darkened by then. Greetings, my lord, Feng Heng, waiting outside the study, bowed respectfully upon seeing Chu Xiu. There's no need for formalities, Chu Xiu waved his hand. Thank you, my lord, Feng Heng expressed his gratitude. Is there something amiss? Chu Xiu inquired, casting a glance at Feng Heng. Reporting to you, my lord, I have completed the tasks you assigned. I have contacted various grain merchants within the capital and procured provisions worth 400,000 taels of silver, which are being distributed in batches to the impoverished citizens. However, due to the vast quantity and our ongoing investigation into the 7-kill organization, it will take at least 3 to 5 days to complete the distribution. Feng Heng reported with utmost respect. Well done, Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Has Pei Shiji and the others uncovered anything regarding the 7-kill organization? At present, there are no discoveries, Feng Heng shook his head. However, Pei and his companions are intensifying their investigation. And I believe it won't be long before we uncover some leads on the hideout of the 7-kill organization in the capital. Good. Inform Pei Shiji and the others to continue their investigation. Report to me as soon as there are any findings, Chu Xiu commanded, striding confidently toward the entrance of the Northern Town Pacification Office. Understood, Feng Heng replied with a solemn expression. Chapter 21, The Silver Metal Assassin, Remnant Star. In the Divine Blade Technique. Upon exiting the Northtown Prefectural Office, Chu Xiu made his way toward the Chu residence. In no time, he arrived at the grand entrance of the estate. Greetings, master. The 2 guards stationed at the gate bowed respectfully upon seeing Chu Xiu's return. There is no need for excessive formality. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of cold glimmers surged toward Chu Xiu like a thunderclap. Each streak of icy light, swift and relentless, seemed to envelop every conceivable escape route available to him. The terrifying aura emanating from each glimmer suggested they could obliterate even a master-level expert with ease. Danger! Protect the master. The guards' faces turned pale with fright at this sight, and one of them shouted urgently. Without hesitation, the 2 guards attempted to position themselves in front of Chu Xiu, ready to shield him from the onslaught of lethal projectiles. They were elite soldiers personally selected by Jiang Wanner from the palace's elite forces. From the moment they left the palace, Jiang Wano had instructed them that they must protect Chu Xiu at all costs, even at the cost of their own lives. Moreover, upon arriving at the Chu residence, Chu Xiu had not only imparted to them the unparalleled art of slaughter, but also enabled Qin Xingyan to procure medicinal baths for their use. Consequently, every guard felt profound gratitude toward Chu Xiu, willing to sacrifice their lives for him without hesitation. However, Chu Xiu was swifter still. A blade of light emerged, flawlessly intercepting all the incoming icy projectiles. The sound of clashing echoed ding, ding, ding as fine needles, as slender as cow hair, fell to the ground. each glimmering with a hint of green, indicating they were laced with deadly poison. Seeking death, Chu Xiu leaped forward, seemingly vanishing from his original spot. When he reappeared, he stood before a mighty tree, several dozen feet away, and slashed at it. Perched atop the tree was a cloaked figure. The assassin's face displayed a shadow of shock, clearly unprepared for the astonishing speed of a mere first-level master. Not only was the speed remarkable, but the technique displayed was flawless, likely indicative of a perfected swordsmanship. Only a perfected technique could be so formidable as to repel all the hidden weapons unleashed by a Grandmaster-level assassin. As a silver medal assassin of the 7 Kills organization, Remnant Star possessed exceptional agility, even among Grandmasters. Seeing the blade descend upon him, Remnant Star swiftly retreated, creating distance between them in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured an array of fine needles once more. Trying to escape? Do you think you can? Chu Xiu's voice resonated from behind Remnant Star. His speed eclipsed that of the Grandmaster-level assassin. This was the might of the perfected void steps. With a constricted gaze filled with dread, Remnant Star braced himself. With a single downward stroke, Chu Xiu cleaved Remnant Star in two. He even had the chance to react before succumbing to Chu Xiu's blade. Chu Xiu slowly sheathed his bloodied knife. As if he had never drawn it at all, the 2 Chu guards stared, dumbfounded. Unable to fathom that a Grandmaster-level assassin had not only failed to harm Chu Xiu but had perished without any resistance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yuxuanji, Qin Xingyan. And a throng of Chu guards and maidservants rushed over, sighing in relief upon seeing Chu Xiu unscathed and the assassin dispatched. At that moment, the 2 guards who had borne witness to Chu Xiu's lethal strike against the assassin were finally struck by the gravity of the situation, gazing at him with reverence. Master, are you all right? Are you injured? Despite the relief washing over Yuxuanji, he still inquired with a tense expression. The eyes of Qin Xingyan and the others were also fixed on Chu Xiu. With a calm smile, Chu Xiu replied, I am fine. Please check if this assassin is indeed from the 7 Kills organization. Yes, Qin Xingyan affirmed. Moving swiftly to inspect the body of the black-clad figure that had been cleaved in two by Chu Xiu. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain the silver medal assassin Remnant Star from the 7 Kills organization with a single strike, earning a reward of 10 years of innate true essence and the divine blade technique. Do you wish to claim the reward? Yes, Chu Xiu responded without hesitation, his heart swelling with anticipation. Not only would the 10 years of innate true essence enhance his cultivation significantly, but the divine blade technique, with its name suggesting the ability to slay gods and demons, promised extraordinary potential. As soon as the words left his lips, a surge of innate true essence filled his dantian. The innate Qian Kuan skill activated automatically, transforming the 10 years of innate true essence into Qian Kuan true essence, which surged within him, coalescing into droplets of power. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu's cultivation ascended from the first level of the master realm to the pinnacle of the second level, augmenting his strength once more. Then, the complete contents of the divine blade technique manifested in his mind. Instantaneously, he absorbed all the teachings, leaving him astounded. This divine blade technique emphasized the mastery of the blade through the mind, where thought meets action. It was incredibly swift and devastatingly powerful, a technique capable of slaying gods and demons. This was no ordinary hidden weapon technique. It was a breathtaking art of flying blades. Of course, although Chu Xiu now possessed the perfected divine blade technique, he was still far from realizing its full potential. However, as his cultivation continued to rise, the technique in his hands would undoubtedly unleash unimaginable might. Reporting to you, Master, this individual is indeed an assassin from the 7 Kills organization, known as Remnant Star. A silver medal assassin with a fearsome reputation in the martial world. It is said that his needle technique has reached an extraordinary level. Though he has only just entered the first level of the Grandmaster realm, even those above the 7th level have been unable to evade his attacks. Many Grandmaster-level warriors have met their demise at his hands, Qin Xingyan stated gravely, holding up a token he retrieved from Remnant Star's body. Chapter 22 Master, there is news. The 7 Killers organization has failed once again. Let us return to the manor. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu slightly nodded and uttered a brief reply before making his way into the Chu residence. He had already gleaned the origins of the Remnant Star from the prompt of the positive energy system. Yes, Qin Xingyan and the others responded in unison, following Chu Xiu into the manor. However, this time, Qin Xingyan had arranged for 10 guards from the Chu residence to stand sentinel at the gates, thereby reinforcing the security of the manor. Once inside, Chu Xiu remarked, Xuanji, I am hungry. Please prepare dinner for me. Qin Xingyan and the others could now return to their training to enhance their strength as much as possible. Understood. Both Yuxuanji and Qin Xingyan acknowledged. Xuanji began coordinating the preparation of the meal while Qin Xingyin departed with the guards. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at the courtyard and sat down at the stone table. As soon as he settled in, several maidens began to bring forth an array of dishes. Placing them on the table, Xuanji, this martial text is called the Ta-yin Sword Classic. It encompasses the essence of the Ta-yin Heart Method and the Ta-yin Sword Technique. Please take a look and ensure that this classic is taught to all the maidens of the Chu residence. Like the guards, you may study the parts that lead to the realm of the primordial spirit, while the maidens may learn up to the grandmaster level. Instead of picking up his chopsticks to eat, Chu Xiu retrieved the Ta-yin Sword Classic that he had pinned in the office of the Northern Pacification Bureau and handed it to Xuanji. Thank you, master. A profound sense of gratitude washed over Xuanji's lovely face as she expressed her thanks to Chu Xiu. She was aware of Qin Xingyin and the others practicing the Slaughterblade Classic. Yet she had not anticipated that Chu Xiu would so swiftly prepare a method of cultivation for the maidens of the Chu residence. Thank you, master. The maidens of the Chu residence knelt, tears of gratitude in their eyes as they addressed Chu Xiu. All right, rise. You need not attend to me while I dine. Xuanji. Examine the Ta-yin Sword Classic first. Once you have reviewed it, gather all the maidens of the manor and instruct them to cultivate this martial art. Chu Xiu waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Yes, Xuanji and the others replied before gracefully standing up. As Xuanji studied the Ta-yin Sword Classic, her astonishment grew deeper. As a palace official, she was no ordinary maid. The martial arts she had practiced were already formidable. Yet when compared to the Ta-yin Sword Classic, they seemed worlds apart. The more she realized this, the more profound her gratitude toward Chu Xiu became. After completing her review, Xuanji took a deep breath to steady her emotions before summoning the maidens of the Chu residence to prepare to impart the Ta-yin Sword Classic to them. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu began to savor his meal heartily. In the Kong residence, the steward hurriedly entered the main hall and bowed to Kong Yuanqing, who sat at the head of the table, saying, Master, there is news. The Seven Killers organization has failed once again. Utterly useless. I have waited here for so long in vain. A cold glint flashed in Kong Yuanqing's eyes as he spoke icily. The Seven Killers organization has now failed twice in succession. Is this truly the top assassin organization of the Great Zhou dynasty? They cannot even take down Emir Chu Xiu. The steward hesitated before responding, Master, this matter cannot solely be blamed on the Seven Killers organization. It is said that the assassin who acted this time was a killer named Remit Star. This individual wields unparalleled hidden weapons, although he has just entered the Grandmaster realm. His expertise in concealed weaponry makes it difficult for even a 7th-level Grandmaster to escape death in his presence. Who would have thought that such a master of hidden weapons would fail to eliminate Chu Xiu and instead perish at his hands? I care not for the reasons behind their failures. Their repeated shortcomings only serve to illustrate that they are a bunch of failures. Kong Yuanqing snorted coldly. Then, shifting his tone, he inquired of the steward, What is Chu Xiu's cultivation level? Have you ascertained it? Reporting to you, Master, according to the Seven Killers organization, Chu Xiu has likely only just stepped into the master realm. However, his martial arts seem exceptionally extraordinary, and his innate true essence is incredibly formidable, possibly rivaling that of a grandmaster. Moreover, his swordsmanship and lightness skills are of high caliber. The steward spoke with a serious expression. The master realm, with innate true essence rivaling a grandmaster? Kong Yuanqing furrowed his brows, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes as he said coldly, It appears the emperor truly values Chu Xiu, likely selecting an unparalleled martial art from the royal treasury to bestow upon him. After a pause, he turned to the steward and asked, What does the Seven Killers organization have to say? Master, the Seven Killers organization has assured that they will provide you with an explanation. They are preparing to make another attempt tonight to eliminate Chu Xiu once and for all. After all, they have already made an assassination attempt today. At this time, Chu Xiu would certainly not suspect that they would strike again. The steward considered for a moment before lowering his voice to a whisper only Kong Yuanqing could hear. Moreover, the members of the Seven Killers organization have guaranteed me that this time, they will undoubtedly slay Chu Xiu. This time, the Seven Killers organization will dispatch. Let us hope so. Kong Yuanqing sneered. Back at the Chu residence, having devoured all the dishes, Chu Xiu set down his chopsticks. Master, please rinse your mouth. Xuanji, standing nearby, promptly offered a bowl of hot tea to Chu Xiu, speaking softly. She had already imparted the Ta-yin Sword Classic. Good. Chu Xiu accepted the tea, took a sip, then placed the bowl back on the table. Rising, he said, Prepare hot water. I wish to bathe and change. Master, everything has been arranged. Xuanji smiled. You may bathe and change now. Very well. Chu Xiu silently praised Xuanji for her attentiveness. Please, this way, master. Xuanji's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a hint of charm, She extended her hand in invitation. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and followed Yu Xuanji into a room, where a wooden tub, rising with curling steam, awaited him. Fresh and clean clothes were neatly laid out on a nearby chair. Yu Xuanji approached Chu Xiu, speaking softly, "Master, do you require me to assist you with your bathing and changing?" Her head bowed, her face filled with shyness, her heart raced with both nervousness and fear. Chu Xiu was taken aback and chuckled softly, "No need. You may wait outside." "Yes, I shall obey." Upon hearing this, Yu Xuanji felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered within her heart. She curtsied and exited, closing the door behind her. Chapter 23. The Three Talents Sword Formation in the Might of the Celestial Slayer's Blade Technique. After the passage of an incense stick's time, Chu Xiu emerged from his chamber. Clad in white attire, his handsome visage akin to jade. Upon witnessing his refined appearance post-bathing, Yu Xuanji's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had never encountered a man so strikingly beautiful. She curtsied gracefully, addressing him, "My lord, the hour grows late. You need not attend to me any longer, please. Take your rest." Chu Xiu offered a gentle smile and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Indeed, my lady." Yu Xuanji acquiesced and turned towards her room. However, she had no intention of resting. Instead, she resolved to cultivate her skills. Her power was still insufficient. She needed to grow stronger to better safeguard Chu Xiu. Yet, even while immersed in her training, she remained cognizant of the passage of time. Chu Xiu approached the now tidy stone table, slowly seated himself on a stone stool, and closed his eyes. Although the rewards from the system, such as the Slaughter Blade Classic, the Tying Sword Classic, the 8 Steps of the Void, and the God-slaying Flying Blade Technique, had all reached a state of perfection, this perfection did not imply an understanding of the profound forces within them. A martial art that reaches perfection can unleash multiple times its original power. However, once one comprehends the essence of its intent, that power can surge beyond tenfold. Presently, he had only grasped the Celestial Slayer's Blade Technique and its associated intent. The other disciplines had yet to reveal their profound forces. Naturally, Chu Xiu yearned to attain the essence of these other martial arts. After all, the Celestial Slayer's Blade Technique and its intent were his trump cards, which he intended to reserve for dire situations. What he desperately desired now was the Slaughter Blade intent or the God-slaying Blade intent. Time slipped away, and before long, it was the hour of the rat. Creak. The door to Yu Xuanji's room opened slowly, and she emerged gracefully, approaching Chu Xiu with a gentle demeanor, saying, "My lord, it is now the hour of the rat. You should consider resting." "Is it the hour of the rat?" Chu Xiu opened his eyes slowly, stood, and stretched lazily. "Very well, I shall take my rest." Yu Xuanji nodded obediently. As Chu Xiu made his way toward his chamber, a sudden flash of sword light appeared. 3 beams of sword light materialized, each emanating a chilling aura as if they had emerged from the depths of hell, casting a terrifying atmosphere over the courtyard, making it feel as though it were submerged in the underworld. "My lord, be cautious." Yu Xuanji's expression hardened, prepared to act. "Xuanji, stand back." A glint of determination flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke in a deep, commanding voice, exuding an undeniable authority. From the 3 sword lights, Chu Xiu discerned that they were undoubtedly 3 assassins who had reached at least the 7th level of the Grand Master Realm. The distinction between the Master Realm and the Grand Master Realm lies in the transformation of true energy into essence. It is a process wherein the innate true energy is condensed into a martial dan, amplifying its potency exponentially. Moreover, it was not merely the enhancement of the martial dan's power that mattered. The cultivation of spirit was paramount. Before reaching the Grand Master Realm, martial artists had yet to manifest spiritual energy. Upon entering the Grand Master Realm, they could, through the martial dan, nurture and strengthen their spirit, rendering it increasingly formidable. The might of a powerful spirit naturally reflects upon the martial artist's strength. At this very moment, the actions of the 3 assassins rendered the courtyard reminiscent of the depths of hell. Achieving such a feat necessitated that the Grand Masters had traversed a significant distance on their path. If the likes of the assassin Zhan Xing, whom Chu Xiu had slain, could have accomplished this, his needle technique would have been even more terrifying, requiring Chu Xiu to expend considerable effort to eliminate him, at the very least unearthing some hidden cards. Indeed, Yu Xuanji bit her lip in frustration. She shifted her stance, stepping outside the courtyard. Never had she yearned so intensely to elevate her cultivation level and enhance her strength. It was meant to be her duty to protect Chu Xiu, yet here she was, relying on him for her own safety. Her hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, crimson blood trickling forth, unnoticed by her. As Yu Xuanji retreated, the 3 assassins from the 7 Killers organization paid her no heed. Their swords remained steadfastly aimed at Chu Xiu. Their singular target was none other than him. The three talents, sword formation, cultivating identical internal techniques, and swordplay, enhanced further by the three talents sword formation, resulted in a power amplification beyond measure. Even a grandmaster at the pinnacle of the 9th level, with spirit nurtured to its zenith, would struggle to evade their strike. Chu Xiu's face registered astonishment as he declared, "You members of the Seven Killers organization have truly invested significantly to eliminate me." He surmised that after 2 consecutive failures, they would undoubtedly dispatch genuine experts for the 3rd attempt, determined to ensure the task's completion. After all, 3 strikes and you're out. Should they fail thrice? Even the Seven Killers organization would suffer grave losses. What he had not anticipated was the caliber of experts they had sent. The 3 cloaked figures lunged at him from different directions, their swords poised to strike. However, at the moment of contact, their expressions shifted dramatically, pupils contracting in disbelief. It's an illusion, they thought, but it was no mere illusion. Chu Xiu's speed was astonishingly swift. So swift that his original position remained as a lingering shadow. The Celestial Slayer's blade technique. Chu Xiu's voice, cold as ice, resonated in the ears of the 3 assassins. Upon hearing this, the assassins simultaneously directed their swords toward the source of the sound. A brilliant flash of blade light illuminated the realm, obscuring all other light. The vision of the underworld shattered. 3 massive heads fell, crimson blood gushing from the severed necks of the assassins. Chu Xiu stood several paces away, the embroidered spring blade already sheathed, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of nonchalance as if he had never engaged in combat at all. This was the essence of the Celestial Slayer's blade technique. From the moment the 3 assassins appeared, Chu Xiu understood that even the perfected slaughter blade technique would be insufficient to thwart them. To eliminate these 3 assassins, he would have to reveal his true trump card. The disparity in their cultivation levels was far too great. Without unearthing some hidden advantage, he could not hope to contend with them. Yuxuanji gazed in shock at the scene before her, witnessing Chu Xiu's effortless dispatch of 3 formidable assassins from the Seven Killers organization, each wielding the 3 talents sword formation. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would scarcely have believed that Chu Xiu's power had ascended to such extraordinary heights. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded him. At that moment, Qin Xingyan, accompanied by a host of Chu Manor guards and the maidens responsible for the safety of the rear courtyard, swiftly approached the scene. Chapter 24. This is no longer the elegance of a celestial being. It is the prowess of a divine entity. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying 3 silver-ranked assassins from the 7-kill organization, thus earning a reward of 30 years of innate true essence, alongside the rewards of the slaughter blade intent and the slaughter blade formation. Will you accept the rewards? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Yes, Chu Xiu responded with unreserved joy in his heart. 30 years of innate true essence would significantly enhance his strength. It appeared that the mightier the enemies he vanquished, the more substantial his rewards would be. The names of the slaughter blade intent and the slaughter blade formation alone suggested their extraordinary nature. As soon as he spoke, an immense surge of innate true essence materialized within Chu Xiu's dantian. The innate Qiankuan skill commenced its automatic operation, absorbing and refining the 30 years of innate true essence, transforming it into Chu Xiu's Qiankuan true essence. His Qiankuan true essence surged exponentially. Chu Xiu's cultivation level ascended from the pinnacle of the 2nd stage of the Master Realm to the 3rd stage, then to the 4th stage. Ultimately, a powerful aura erupted from Chu Xiu. His cultivation level had skyrocketed to the minor completion of the 7th stage of the Master Realm. Yu Xuanji, Qin Xingyan, and others gazed at Chu Xiu in astonishment. The slaying of 3 assassins from the 7-kill organization had resulted in such a dramatic increase in their Master-S cultivation level. What a terrifyingly extraordinary talent. Their gazes toward Chu Xiu transformed into profound reverence. The elegance of a celestial being. No, this was no longer mere celestial elegance. This was the endowment of a divine being. Initially, Yu Xuanji and Qin Xingyan speculated whether Chu Xiu's consumption of the Ta Qing golden pill was the cause. However, upon further reflection, they realized that if the Ta Qing golden pill truly possessed such formidable power, then every emperor of the great Zhou dynasty would undoubtedly be an unparalleled martial emperor capable of suppressing the cosmos and sweeping the world. This was undeniably a manifestation of Chu Xiu's innate talent, unbeknownst to Chu Xiu, who remained oblivious to the awe of Yu Xuanji and others. The concepts of the slaughter blade intent and the slaughter blade formation had already emerged in his mind. An overwhelming sense of murderous intent appeared within him, capable of crushing everything in existence before it. This murderous intent was etched into Chu Xiu's mind, allowing him to instantly grasp the essence of the slaughter blade intent. The slaughter blade formation, on the other hand, was a formation derived from the foundations of the slaughter blade cannon. This formation could be formed by just 3 individuals. The more participants, the greater the power of the blade formation. It was most suitable for the Jin Yi cavalry who practiced the slaughter blade cannon. Slowly, Chu Xiu opened his eyes and turned to Qin Xingyan, calmly stating, Qin Xingyan, dispose of the bodies of these 3 assassins from the 7-kill organization. Yes, I shall obey, Qin Xingyan replied respectfully. Xuanji, prepare the ink. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and strode toward the study within the courtyard. Yes, my lord, Xuanji responded, following Chu Xiu into the study. Inside, Chu Xiu meticulously transcribed the entirety of the slaughter blade formation and sketched the corresponding diagrams. In the Kong residence, the steward hurried into the hall and bowed to the meditative Kong Yuancheng, stating, My lord, the 7-kill organization has failed once again. Bang! Kong Yuancheng swept his right hand, shattering the teacup on the table, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, Useless, utterly useless. Is this what the 7-kill organization assured me? That they would certainly eliminate Chu Xiu? The steward lowered his head, a bitter smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated that even with the dispatch of 3 talented assassins, they would fail to kill Chu Xiu and instead perish within the Kong residence. It was known that the 3 talents assassins had a fearsome reputation even within the capital, with their combined prowess and the 3 talents sword formation. Even those at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Master Realm would struggle to withstand them. Yet, they still fell beneath Chu Xiu's blade. Inform the leader of the 7-kill organization's branch in the capital that I shall grant them one more opportunity. If they fail to eliminate Chu Xiu this time, let the branch leader take matters into his own hands. As long as Chu Xiu lives, there is no reason for the existence of the 7-kill organization's branch in the capital. Kong Yuancheng sneered at the steward. Were it not for his position as the Jin Yi's deputy commander, he would have personally dealt with Chu Xiu long ago. Why all this trouble? However, Kong Yuancheng dared not gamble. The Empress Murongxi bestowed too much favor upon Chu Xiu. If he acted and was discovered, the Empress would never spare him. Meanwhile, at the 7-kill organization's branch, a figure in black knelt before the leader, head bowed, voice trembling slightly, Leader, our mission has failed once more. All 3 talents assassins have perished at Chu Xiu's hands. Swish. An elder clad in gray seemed to materialize before the figure in black, his expression grim as he inquired. Do you know the specifics of the situation? Leader, I have yet to ascertain the details. All I know is that their bodies have been sent to the North Town Protectorate by the guards of the Chu residence. We are unclear on who killed them or the extent of Chu Xiu's strength. Furthermore, Jin Yi's deputy commander, Kong Yuancheng, is furious and has granted us one more opportunity, the figure in black explained, shaking his head. If we fail again, the leader will have to intervene personally. As long as Chu Xiu lives, there is no reason for the existence of our branch in the capital. Kong Yuancheng, is he threatening me? The elder's face turned ashen, and he scoffed. The figure in black trembled slightly but dared not respond. He understood that the leader was genuinely enraged. Inform Kinyu to take action personally and eliminate Chu Xiu. Relay to Kong Yuancheng that once we accept a mission, we will pursue it to the bitter end. Let him rest assured. The elder fell silent for a moment before instructing the figure in black. He was not afraid of Kong Yuancheng as an individual, but the backing of Jin Yi's deputy commander and the commander, Lu Qingfeng, was the Wang family of Taiyuan, one of the 5 clans and 7 influences. The terror of the Wang family was such that even they did not wish to provoke them. Yes, I shall obey, the figure in black sighed in relief. A look of relief washing over his features as he felt the cold sweat soaking through his garments. Thankfully, the leader did not vent his anger on him. After the elder finished speaking, he vanished from before the figure in black. The figure in black slowly rose, head bowed, cautiously retreating until he was over 10 paces away before daring to stand upright and hastily depart. In the palace, at the Tai Chi Palace, Empress Murongxi set down a memorial, stretching lazily as she remarked, Jiang Waner, what time is it? Your Majesty, it is nearly the hour of the pig. You should rest, Jiang Waner replied respectfully to Murongxi. Very well, let us rest. Murongxi nodded slightly, gracefully rising to her feet. Just then, Pei Guanyin rushed into the Tai Chi Palace with a grave expression, bowing as he reported, Your Majesty, there is trouble. Chapter 25, The Empress's Wrath and the Intent to Slay. What has transpired? Murongxi's gaze sharpened, turning fierce as she directed her attention towards Pei Guanyin. Jiang Waner felt a sudden jolt in her heart and hastily glanced at Pei Guanyin as well. Your Majesty, the 7-kill organization has struck once more. In a single night, they attempted to assassinate Lord Chu twice. The first assassin was merely a fledgling grandmaster. After failing, the 7-kill organization dispatched 3 silver-level assassins, each at the 7th level of grandmaster, wielding the formidable 3 talents sword array. Pei Guanyin spoke gravely. Fortunately, these 3 silver assassins posed no threat to Lord Chu. He remains unscathed. This is utter lawlessness, a blatant disregard for authority. In the capital of our great Zhou dynasty, they dare to launch repeated attacks on my esteemed officials. Do they truly believe that I am powerless against them? Mu Rongxi's countenance darkened with fury, her murderous intent palpable. Though she was aware that her shadow guards were protecting Chu Xiu, rendering him impervious to danger, the audacity of the 7-kill organization still enraged her. Witnessing Mu Rongxi's rare display of wrath, both Pei Guanyin and Zhang Wan'er felt an immense pressure, as if they were destined to be crushed beneath the weight of her killing aura. Both were secretly alarmed by the sheer magnitude of the Empress's power. Have we located the branch of the 7-kill organization in the capital? Mu Rongxi inhaled deeply to compose herself, her icy gaze fixed on Pei Guanyin. Reporting to your majesty, the servant is intensifying the investigation, but we have yet to uncover the location of the 7-kill organization's branch in the capital, Pei Guanyin replied, shaking her head. I grant you but a single day. You must scour the entire capital to unearth the branch of the 7-kill organization. Mu Rongxi commanded coldly. Once located, inform the Northern Pacification Office of its whereabouts. Yes, the servant obeys. Pei Guanyin responded resolutely. The following day, Chu Xiu entered the Northern Pacification Office with measured steps. As he crossed the threshold, he spotted Pei Shiji approaching him briskly, bowing deeply in respect. Greetings, my lord. Have we located the branch of the 7-kill organization in the capital? Chu Xiu inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Pei Shiji. Reporting, my lord. A mysterious individual has just tossed a note before me, revealing the location of the 7-kill organization's branch in the capital. However, we have yet to ascertain its authenticity. The note contains not only the branch's location, but also a detailed account of its capabilities, Pei Shiji whispered. Oh, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, saying, let me see it. My lord, here it is. Pei Shiji produced a note from his sleeve and extended it towards Chu Xiu. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming flash of sword light surged forth. This sword light bore down on Chu Xiu, engulfing the entire realm in its radiance. My lord, watch out. Pei Shiji's face blanched in horror as he instinctively moved to shield Chu Xiu from the impending strike. Chu Xiu's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated the 7-kill organization's audacity to launch an assassination attempt within the confines of the Northern Pacification Office. The fact that their assassins had infiltrated the elite guards without detection was terrifying. However, Pei Shiji's swift reaction paled in comparison to Chu Xiu's. A terrifying intent to slay erupted from Chu Xiu's being. This was the essence of the slaughter sword intent. Facing the incoming strike, Chu Xiu advanced rather than retreating, executing the perfected slaughter sword technique, merging it with the slaughter sword intent. With a single stroke, he met the assassin's sword head-on. The power of this blow was catastrophic. It transformed the vicinity into a crimson world. This was the might of one who had grasped the sword intent. Boom. With a single slash, the long sword in the assassin's grasp shattered under the pressure. Ultimately, Chu Xiu's blade swept across the assassin's neck. The assassin's face contorted in disbelief as he stared at Chu Xiu, astonished. How could a mere Grand Master comprehend the sword intent? This is sword intent. Is it not only achievable upon reaching the primordial spirit realm? Moreover, even those at that level may not necessarily grasp the sword intent. A severed head tumbled away. Landing nearby, figures began to converge from all directions. They were the elite guards of the Northern Pacification Office, drawn by the commotion. They bore witness to Chu Xiu's astonishing strike. Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the bloodstained silver assassin of the 7-kill organization, Remnant Moon. You have earned 50 years of innate true essence in the innate breath-holding technique. Will you claim your reward? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resonated in Chu Xiu's mind. Yes. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu replied. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding the innate breath-holding technique flooded into Chu Xiu's consciousness, enabling him to master it in a heartbeat. This technique was a supreme method of concealing one's presence, allowing him to perfectly obscure all traces of his aura, rendering his cultivation level inscrutable. Even those with a significantly higher realm would be unable to discern his true strength as long as he willed it to remain hidden. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of innate true essence filled Chu Xiu's dantian, causing the innate Qiankuan skill to activate automatically, absorbing and refining this essence to amplify his true energy. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation soared from the 7th level of Grand Master to the pinnacle of the 9th level. Mere steps away from the Great Master realm. Utilizing the innate breath-holding technique, he perfectly concealed his newfound power. Thus, even as he ascended in cultivation, none could detect that he now stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Grand Master. Investigate how he infiltrated our Northern Pacification Office. Chu Xiu surveyed the severed head and the corpse clad in the uniform of the Northern Pacification Office's elite guards, maintaining an expression of calm as he commanded. Understood. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Fang Heng and the others sprang into action, examining the body of the assassin from the 7-Kill organization. Chapter 26, Changchun Pavilion. The three laughter carefree powder. Moments later, the figure spoke with a tone of reverence. My lord, this individual has employed a disguise technique. His true identity is likely one of the most formidable silver-ranked assassins of the 7 Killers organization, known as the Remnant Moon. He is exceptionally skilled in the art of disguise, capable of mimicking his targets to an astonishing degree. Fang Heng rose, awe evident on his face as he addressed Chu Xiu. Although he is a silver-ranked assassin, his unparalleled mastery of disguise, combined with his cultivation level, has already reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, he wields a terrifying swordsmanship. Once he strikes, he has never tasted defeat. He even succeeded in assassinating a master who had just entered the primordial spirit realm. The mention of such a notorious figure in the capital intensified the admiration and fear in the eyes of those present. The fact that this assassin, who had successfully slain a primordial spirit master, was unable to withstand a single blow from Chu Xiu left all in awe of the latter's strength. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xiu acknowledged the extraordinary nature of Remnant Moon, who had indeed achieved the remarkable feat of killing a primordial spirit master. However, upon reflection, he understood the gravity of the situation. The sword strike from Remnant Moon had indeed been terrifying, and the assassin had disguised himself as a constable of the Northern Pacification Office. Had it not been for Chu Xiu's quick reflexes and his own murderous intent, he would have had to resort to his ultimate technique, the Celestial Slaying Blade art, along with the Celestial Slaying Blade intent. Now, with the murderous intent at his disposal, there was no need to reveal the Celestial Slaying Blade intent. His cultivation continued to rise, and the power unleashed by the combination of his Killing Blade technique and Killing Blade intent had reached an immensely formidable level. My lord, this is a note thrown by the mysterious individual. Pei Shiji hesitated, extending the note towards Chu Xiu. My lord, could this note be a forgery? His gaze shifted towards the corpse of Remnant Moon, clearly suspecting that the note was a trap to assassinate Chu Xiu. Unlikely, Chu Xiu replied as he examined the note. Shaking his head, he continued, it appears that Remnant Moon overheard your words and realized that our Northern Pacification Office had uncovered their branch in the capital. Thus he acted swiftly to eliminate me. After my demise, he would then eliminate you, ensuring that no one else would discover this note. Pei Shiji's expression shifted to one of realization. Chu Xiu had deduced the location and strength of the 7 Killers organization's capital branch with a mere glance. Within this branch, there resided a master at the primordial spirit level serving as the leader, alongside more than 10 silver-ranked assassins at the Grand Master level. Not to mention hundreds of bronze-ranked assassins. This level of power was undeniably formidable, especially considering it was merely a small branch of the organization. My lord, the strength of the 7 Killers organization in the capital is exceedingly powerful. With our current capabilities, it is unlikely we can eradicate them. Pei Shiji gritted his teeth, addressing Chu Xiu. The eyes of Fang Heng and the others turned towards Chu Xiu, their expressions a mixture of hatred and despair towards the 7 Killers organization for their repeated assassination attempts on him. Have you ever caught a bamboo rat? Chu Xiu asked with a hint of amusement. Catching bamboo rats? The question left everyone momentarily bewildered. My lord, do you mean using poison gas? One of the constable's eyes brightened as he quickly connected the dots. Precisely, Chu Xiu said, approvingly regarding the constable. Who among you can procure a type of poison gas? Preferably colorless and odorless, capable of rendering individuals powerless before they even realize it? It should be potent enough to incapacitate even a master at the primordial spirit level. My lord, I know where to find such a substance, Pei Shiji exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. At Changchun Pavilion, there exists a powder that meets your description. Known as the 3 laughter carefree powder. Just the scent of it will lead one to feel as if they have entered a realm of bliss, rendering them completely powerless for a duration of 3 hearty laughs. Furthermore, it is quite affordable. A single dose sufficient to incapacitate a primordial spirit master can be acquired for merely 10,000 taels of silver. Pei Shiji, this matter is entrusted to you. Acquire a dose of the 3 laughter carefree powder from Changchun Pavilion at the utmost speed, and ensure that no one is aware of our procurement. Chu Xiu instructed after a moment of contemplation. Naturally, he was well aware of the renowned Changchun Pavilion, having perused numerous records from the Northern Pacification Office recently. Changchun Pavilion was a shop under the auspices of the Changchun Dao sect of the Great Zhou dynasty, specializing in various herbs and elixirs. The reason Chu Xiu had previously refrained from sending Fang Heng to procure elixirs was due to their exorbitant prices. with over 16,000 constables under the Northern Pacification Office. Including those from various branches and the imperial prison, the total number exceeded 20,000. Even if they were to spend 400,000 taels of silver on elixirs, it would not last long. Moreover, those below the innate realm typically did not require elixirs for cultivation. It was only after reaching the innate realm that one began to seek various elixirs to aid in their cultivation. Yes, my lord, I understand. Pei Shiji acknowledged before departing. Feng Heng, Yang Cheng, Luo Tianxi, Lin Huayu, you four remain. The rest may withdraw, Chu Xiu commanded with a wave. Yes, we take our leave. The constables bowed and exited the chamber, leaving only 5 individuals behind. Chu Xiu retrieved a stack of rice paper from his sleeve and handed it to Feng Heng, declaring, "This is the killing blade array I have drafted. You four are to select 500 elite individuals from our Northern Pacification Office to practice this array. Under the cover of night, we will launch an assault on the 7 Killers Organization S branch in the capital and eradicate them completely." The mention of the killing blade array ignited a spark of excitement in Feng Heng and the others' eyes. They understood that what Chu Xiu presented was undoubtedly a true masterpiece, akin to the previously revealed Killing Blade Classic, which had proven its worth. The Killing Blade array, by its very name, suggested a potential synergy with the Killing Blade Classic, promising a formidable combination. Chapter 27. Cabinet Turmoil. The audacity of the 7 Kills organization is utterly astounding, disregarding the might of our great Zhou dynasty. As Kong Yuanqing, clad in the resplendent attire of the Jin Yiwei, was preparing to depart from his residence, he was approached hastily by the steward. A frown creased his brow. Could it be that the inept 7 Kills organization has once again faltered? An ominous premonition stirred within him. My lord, the silver-ranked assassin, Chu Xiu, from the 7 Kills organization, attacked Chu Xiu within the North Town Protectorate's office, only to be slain by Chu Xiu's blade. The steward finally managed to articulate after a prolonged silence. He was at a loss for words. This marked the 4th failure of the 7 Kills organization. Is this truly one of the most elite assassin organizations in the realm? Inform the leader of the 7 Kills organization's capital branch that this is the final opportunity one shall extend. Should they fail to eliminate Chu Xiu this time, the necessity for the branch's existence will cease. Kong Yuanqing's expression darkened, his voice cold as ice. I will seek other assassin organizations. Yes, my lord. The steward replied with utmost respect. At the Yuan Pavilion, a clerk rushed in, whispering urgently into the ear of Deputy Minister Chen Yu before retreating. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Yu's eyes as he made his way deeper into the spacious, well-lit chamber of the Yuan Pavilion. Bowing respectfully to the cabinet's chief minister, Yang Yan, and his associates, he announced, esteemed elders, news regarding Chu Xiu has arrived. Speak, what news? Yang Yan inquired, his gaze fixed on the documents before him. The others, including Dugu Tai, seemed equally absorbed in their paperwork, feigning indifference. Last night, the 7 Kills organization attempted to assassinate Chu Xiu twice, both times meeting their demise at his hands. This morning, one of their assassins infiltrated the North Town Protectorate's office with the intent to kill Chu Xiu, only to fall victim to his blade as well. This assassin, known as Chu Xiu, is a formidable silver-ranked operative who had previously attempted to assassinate a newly ascended Yuan Shun realm expert. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu continued, does this imply that Chu Xiu possesses the strength of the Yuan Shun realm? Yang Yan finally raised his head, regarding Chen Yu with curiosity. Dugatai and the others displayed expressions of surprise, glancing at Chen Yu as well. They had previously believed that Chu Xiu was an individual unversed in martial arts. Now, he had slain an assassin capable of targeting a Yuan Shun expert. Could it be that Chu Xiu has, in a remarkably brief period, evolved from an uninspired individual to someone of Yuan Shun caliber? If this were indeed the case, he would warrant the attention of the cabinet members. In the eyes of the senior officials of the great Zhou dynasty, a Yuan Shun expert was hardly of significant concern, akin to a slightly more robust ant. An ant, regardless of its strength, remains merely an ant, easily crushed beneath a finger. However, if that ant were to possess unparalleled talent and genius, the scenario would shift dramatically. To report, Chief Minister, we have yet to ascertain this detail. However, we surmise that Chu Xiu must have possessed such strength from the outset, which is why he dared to cleanse the North Town Protectorate initially. He likely practiced a technique of concealing his true cultivation level, Chen Yu surmised. Yang Yan, perceiving the underlying implication, pondered briefly before stating, were it not for such strength, he would not have dared to initiate the purge of the North Town Protectorate. Indeed, he has concealed his abilities astutely. Even we, upon encountering him, failed to discern the depth of his prowess, remarked the Minister of War, Chu Yu, in awe. If he has been concealing his true power, What level do you believe his actual cultivation has reached? Pondered the Minister of Works, Zhang Yun. The Minister of Justice. Dugutai chuckled in disbelief. Given his humble origins, achieving the pinnacle of the Grand Master level at such a young age would be quite an accomplishment. Even if he is a prodigy, he would likely have just crossed into the Yuanshan realm. Brother Duga speaks wisely. I concur, added Zhao Duo, the Minister of Personnel. With a nod of agreement. Cultivation demands resources. Even among the prominent families, a young adept reaching the Yuanshan realm is considered a true genius, let alone Chu Xiu, who hails from modest beginnings with scarce resources for cultivation. If his strength were limited to that, he would have surely perished at the hands of the Seven Kills organization. As an assassin organization, the Seven Kills had always been cautious of amassing too much power within the capital, fearing retribution. Yet, despite their apparent weakness, the capital branch of the Seven Kills still boasted a Yuan Shun expert as its guardian, one who had surpassed the threshold of the Yuan Shun realm into its seventh layer. With the Seven Kills organization's consecutive failures to assassinate Chu Xiu, the branch leader must be feeling the pressure, likely compelled to take matters into their own hands. After all, the disgrace of repeated failures could tarnish the organization's reputation. The Minister of Revenue, Yuan Chongli, displayed a hint of regret, then turned his gaze towards the direction of the Taiji Palace, stating, Unless what? He left unspoken, yet all present understood the implications. After a prolonged silence, Yang Yan's gaze fixed upon Chu Xiu, his tone grave yet resolute. Chu Xiu, continue to monitor this individual closely. Report any developments regarding him forthwith. He sensed that Chu Xiu was not as simple as they presumed. Yes, as you command, Chief Minister, Chu Xiu replied with utmost respect. Yang Yan resumed his reading of the documents, while Dugatai and the others followed suit. Chu Xiu discreetly withdrew from the chamber. In the Taiji Palace, Empress Murongxi was reviewing the memorials submitted by the cabinet. Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin stood by, awaiting her directives. A palace maid entered, whispering urgently into Pei Guanyin's ear. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, prompting the maid to leave quickly. Taking a deep breath, Pei Guanyin addressed Empress Murongxi softly, Your Majesty. The Seven Kills organization has struck once more, this time attempting to assassinate Lord Chu within the Northtown Protectorate's office. The Empress raised her gaze, silently scrutinizing Pei Guanyin. Jiang Wan'er felt a jolt of shock. She had not anticipated that the assassins would dare to infiltrate the Northtown Protectorate's office. This was a blatant disregard for the Great Zhou dynasty. If they could penetrate the Northtown Protectorate, would they dare to enter the Imperial Palace to target Empress Murongxi? Your Majesty, we have already uncovered information regarding the Seven Kills organization's capital branch, including its location and detailed strength, which has been relayed to the Northtown Protectorate, Pei Guanyin stated, sensing the Empress's intensity, and promptly knelt down in urgency. Chapter 28. How could you utter such shameless words? Murongxi's expression slightly cleared as she inquired about the strength of the Seven Kills organization's branch in the capital. Jiang Wan'er sighed in relief, having just felt anxious for Pei Guanyin. Your Majesty, the Seven Kills organization's branch in the capital is led by a master at the 7th level of the primordial spirit realm, accompanied by several grand masters and masters. Their strength is not formidable, Pei Guanyin tentatively suggested. Should I send someone to eradicate the Seven Kills organization's branch completely and deliver their heads to the Northtown Protectorate's office? There's no need, Murongxi replied, shaking her head. Let this matter be handled by Minister Chu. With the shadow guards protecting him, a mere branch of the Seven Kills organization poses no threat to him. Pausing, a trace of intrigue flickered across Murongxi's exquisite features as she continued. I'm also curious to see if Minister Chu will take action against the branch after assessing their strength. If he does, what manner of approach will he adopt? Or will he wait until he possesses overwhelming strength to thoroughly suppress the branch? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin exchanged glances, both harboring a sense of anticipation regarding Chu Xiu's next moves. Keep a close watch on Minister Chu. I wish to know of his every action. Murongxi instructed Pei Guanyin with an expression of calm determination. Yes, I shall comply. Pei Guanyin responded with utmost respect. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. The group quietly approached an exceedingly dilapidated temple. My lord, this is the temple, Pei Shiji pointed out to Chu Xiu. Let us enter. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and strode towards the crumbling structure, followed closely by Pei Shiji and the others. 500 elite soldiers from the Northtown Protectorate stood guard around the temple, ensuring that no one could escape. Upon entering the temple, Chu Xiu followed the instructions on the note and lightly tapped 3 times on the toe of the Buddha statue. Instantly, a deep underground passage appeared. Let us begin, Chu Xiu said, glancing at Pei Shiji. Understood, Pei Shiji replied, crouching before the passage. He produced a jade bottle from his robe, opened it, and poured its contents into the tunnel. A wisp of smoke slowly drifted from the bottle's opening, continuously wafting into the passage. After a while, the smoke ceased to emerge from the jade bottle. Pei Shiji discarded the bottle onto the ground and stood, bowing to Chu Xiu. My lord, the Sanshao Xiaoyao powder has been released inside. It won't be long before all the assassins of the Seven Kills organization are rendered powerless, unable to summon their strength. This effect will last for quite some time. Even a primordial spirit master would be unable to resist. Excellent. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Awaiting the complete dispersal of the Sanshao Xiaoyao powder in the underground space to take effect on all the assassins of the Seven Kills organization, he intended to eradicate everyone in the branch without exception. At this moment, in the underground chamber, the assassins of the Seven Kills organization remained oblivious. Seated in meditation within the Great Hall. In the inner chamber, an elderly man clad in gray, the leader of the Seven Kills organization's capital branch, known as the Unchanging True Man, emerged with a detached demeanor. Night has fallen. It is time for me to deal with the North Town Protectorate's Chu Xiu. However, the Unchanging True Man suddenly noticed that the assassins in the hall had all collapsed, their faces adorned with blissful smiles as if lost in sweet dreams. He sensed that his own primordial spirit power had been significantly compromised, sluggish, and nearly impossible to wield. A sense of carefree joy began to erode his spirit, tempting him to succumb to this euphoria. This is the Sanshao Xiaoyao powder from the Changchun Pavilion. The Unchanging True Man's expression shifted dramatically. He bit his tongue to resist the intoxicating pleasure and sat down cross-legged, channeling his primordial spirit power in an attempt to counteract the effects of the powder. He deduced that someone must have discovered their branch and released the toxic smoke through the passage. Chu Xiu. It is highly likely that it is the North Town Protectorate's Chu Xiu. The Unchanging True Man realized that, despite his lack of formidable strength, Chu Xiu had managed to locate their branch through intelligence from the North Town Protectorate and could only hope to combat them using the Sanshao Xiaoyao powder. My lord, the time is nearly upon us. Should we summon our North Town Protectorate soldiers to enter the Seven Kills organization's branch and decapitate all of them? Pei Shiji inquired. Calculating the time. There is no need. Just the 5 of you will accompany me into the branch. Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile as he stepped into the passage. Pei Shiji, Feng Heng, Yang Qing, Luo Tianqi, and Lin Huaiyu exchanged glances and followed closely behind him into the tunnel. Moments later, they entered the Great Hall, where Chu Xiu immediately spotted the Unchanging True Man. Seated cross-legged, straining to suppress the effects of the Sanshao Xiaoyao powder, alongside the assassins who had succumbed to its influence, lying motionless on the ground. As Chu Xiu approached, Pei Shiji remarked, My lord, this individual still seems to possess some resistance. Perhaps we should wait a moment longer for the full effects of the powder to take hold. Even if he is at the 7th level of the primordial spirit realm, he will not be able to withstand it. Pei Shiji's expression shifted as he observed the Unchanging True Man still seated upright instead of collapsed. The others drew their weapons, standing ready behind Chu Xiu. It is indeed you. Despicable. Shameless. As the North Town Protectorate's official, a high-ranking officer of the Great Zhou dynasty, you dare to resort to poison. If you possess the ability, face me in a fair battle. The Unchanging True Man opened his eyes, which had turned blood red, evidently struggling against the effects of the powder. His face contorted with rage as he glared at Chu Xiu. A fair battle? Old man, you are at the 7th level of the primordial spirit realm, while I am merely a master. How could you expect a fair fight between a primordial spirit master and me? Chu Xiu replied disdainfully, looking at the Unchanging True Man. How could you utter such shameless words? Chapter 29. The Astonishing Reward, the Method of Lunar Contemplation. You, the ever-changing True Man, upon hearing this, was filled with rage, yet found himself speechless. Moreover, as a killer willing to employ any means necessary for murder, how could you have the audacity to accuse me of being despicable and shameless? Are you not afraid that your words will lead to the loss of others' lives? Chu Xiu cast a disdainful glance at the ever-changing True Man, remarking with derision. Feng Heng and the others regarded the ever-changing True Man with contempt, agreeing with the scathing remarks made by their superior. Regardless of the ever-changing True Man's status as a Soul Realm Master, it did not alter the fact that he was a killer by nature. Killers are inherently unscrupulous. Was it not cowardly and shameless for them to use poison against the ever-changing True Man? This old fool has no sense of shame. You have gone too far. I shall fight you for this. The ever-changing True Man nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, suppressing the effects of the 3 laughs elixir. He moved like a bolt of lightning, charging towards Chu Xiu. Yet, most of his soul power was inaccessible, rendering him no stronger than a Grandmaster-level warrior. The only distinction lay in his superior control over that power, which ordinary grandmasters could not hope to match. Suddenly, a gleaming blade appeared. Chu Xiu drew his sword from its sheath, striking down towards the ever-changing true man. In that moment, he infused his murderous intent into his technique. The ever-changing true man's face reflected sheer horror as he beheld Chu Xiu's strike. A martial artist of the Grandmaster realm had actually comprehended the essence of the sword. It was worth noting that even he, as a 7th-level Soul Realm master, had not grasped such profound power. To comprehend such an essence is to be regarded as a true prodigy among Soul Realm masters. He finally understood why their 7-kill organization had suffered repeated defeats, and why even the combined efforts of the 3 Talents assassins had perished beneath Chu Xiu's blade. If he had known of Chu Xiu's terrifying talents sooner, he would have taken action personally from the start. At that moment, the ever-changing true man sensed the inevitability of death. He attempted to evade Chu Xiu's strike but realized it was already too late. Boom. With a single slash, Chu Xiu cleaved the ever-changing true man in two. Yet, even after this decisive blow, over 100 assassins from the 7-kill organization's branch in the capital remained oblivious to the event, displaying expressions of carefree delight as if unaware of the world around them. Feng Heng and the others gazed at Chu Xiu with reverence, their eyes filled with intense admiration. Even though Chu Xiu had utilized the 3 Laughs elixir to achieve this feat, slaying a Soul Realm master as a Grandmaster was an astonishing accomplishment. Considering the formidable strength of the 7-kill organization's branch in the capital, which had been effortlessly subdued by Chu Xiu while they themselves remained unscathed, their respect for him grew even deeper, although they had not yet completely eradicated the 7-kill organization's branch. With over 100 bronze and silver assassins still present within the hall, these killers remained blissfully ignorant of their peril. Eliminating them would be easier than slaughtering pigs or dogs. They discovered for the first time how deceptively simple killing could be. Through this operation, led by Chu Xiu, Feng Heng and the others felt as though they had opened the door to a new world. They were the Jinui, the elite of the Northern Town Pacification Office. Why must they engage in open combat? Why not utilize poisons like the 3 Laughs elixir more often? They aimed to eradicate every assassin in the 7-kill organization's branch in the capital and discover what treasures lay within, leaving no stone unturned. Chu Xiu slowly sheathed his bloody blade and spoke calmly. Yes. Feng Heng and the others responded with excitement. Drawing their swords and advancing upon the assassins of the 7-kill organization, severing their throats one by one. After eliminating all the assassins from the 7-kill organization's branch in the capital, Feng Heng quickly escaped through the underground passage, summoning 500 cavalrymen from the Northern Town Pacification Office to thoroughly search the premises. The Jinui were experts in raiding. Congratulations, host. Successfully eliminated the 7-kill organization's branch in the capital and dispatched numerous assassins. Persistently engaging in positive actions has earned you a reward of 100 years of innate true essence, the slaughter godblade intent, and the lunar contemplation method. The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resonated in Chu Xiu's mind. 100 years of innate true essence, slaughter godblade intent, and lunar contemplation method? Hearing the announcement, Chu Xiu felt a surge of joy. Each of these rewards was extraordinary. The least of them was a century's worth of innate true essence. Such a boon would surely elevate his cultivation to the Grandmaster realm. With 100 years of innate true essence, he would finally possess some degree of self-defense in this world. The Slaughter God Blade intent must pertain to the Slaughter God Flying Blade technique. With it, his technique could be fully realized, further enhancing his power. As for the lunar contemplation method, Chu Xiu was unaware of its nature, but he sensed it might be the most formidable reward. Boom! An immense surge of innate true essence manifested within Chu Xiu's dantian. The innate Qian Kuan technique activated, absorbing and refining the 100 years of innate true essence, amplifying Chu Xiu's own reserves. Ordinarily, a martial artist could ascend to the Grandmaster realm with merely 10 or 20 years of innate true essence. However, Chu Xiu was different. The innate Qian Kuan technique was not an ordinary martial art, but rather a supreme and unparalleled one, deserving of the title of world-shattering martial art. Thus, while his cultivation appeared to be at the peak of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm, his raw power was already comparable to that of a 7th level Grandmaster or beyond. It is crucial to note that the Grandmaster realm relies solely on innate true essence. While ascending to the Grandmaster realm involves compressing and transforming that essence into a golden core, this means that a Grandmaster level martial artist utilizes golden core energy rather than innate true essence, and in terms of quality, golden core energy surpasses innate true essence by more than tenfold. However, due to the refinement level of the Qian Kuan true essence reaching heights comparable to the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm, It exemplifies the formidable strength of the innate Qian Kuan technique. The immense power of the innate Qian Kuan technique rendered each breakthrough for Chu Xiu exceedingly arduous. Without the repeated rewards from the positive energy system, even with his celestial physique, he would have spent an inordinate amount of time and resources to reach the Grandmaster realm. Now, however, it had become remarkably effortless. As long as he continued to engage in positive actions, he could grow swiftly. After a while, the innate true essence within Chu Xiu's dantian reached its limit. The vast reservoir of innate true essence began to compress, ultimately forming a martial arts golden core. The emergence of the martial arts golden core caused Chu Xiu's power to surge exponentially. The speed at which he absorbed and refined the 100 years of innate true essence increased dramatically. With the birth of the martial arts golden core, a thunderous roar erupted in Chu Xiu's mind. His mental energy began to awaken, spreading outward in all directions. Chu Xiu sensed everything within several dozen paces. Even the movement of an ant could not escape his perception. As he knew, a martial artist barely breaking into the Grandmaster realm typically has mental energy covering a range of 1 zhang. And only upon reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm could they extend their perception to several dozen zhang. He has merely just transcended to the realm of the Grandmaster, yet he has already accomplished this. Such is the formidable power of the innate Qian Kuan technique. Chapter 30. Unimaginable gains, a whale falls, and all things thrive. At the pinnacle of the 1st level of the Grandmaster realm, I am but a step away from the 2nd level. Should I engage in combat with the enigmatic Zen master again, my prowess at the Grandmaster level would suffice to vanquish him outright, without even resorting to the 3 laughter tranquility powder. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes, filled with immense confidence. This was the assurance born from a breakthrough in cultivation. Moreover, it was not mere illusion but a tangible reality. The arduous nature of training and the challenges of breaking through are what make such achievements so significant. With each major breakthrough in the innate Qian Kuan technique, one's strength surges exponentially. Next, it would be the blade intent of divine slaughter and the lunar visualization technique. Chu Xiu felt a surge of anticipation. In an instant, a multitude of concepts regarding the blade intent of divine slaughter and the lunar visualization flooded his mind, as if indelibly etched into his consciousness, allowing him to instantly comprehend both techniques. The lunar visualization technique, as its name suggests, involves visualizing the moon, utilizing its ethereal radiance to cleanse and augment one's soul, thereby enhancing spiritual power. The Grandmaster realm is a process of nurturing and fortifying the spirit through the essence of the golden core. As the power of the golden core strengthens and one's cultivation level rises, so too does their spiritual force increase. However, this process is exceedingly slow, requiring meticulous nurturing and careful amplification of the spirit. Yet, this lunar visualization technique allows Chu Xiu to bypass such a protracted journey. With this technique, his spiritual power can continuously elevate, provided his golden core strength is sufficient, enabling his cultivation level to ascend persistently. Furthermore, within the Grandmaster realm, his spiritual power could rival that of an ethereal being. Moreover, this remarkable lunar visualization technique is not limited to the Grandmaster realm, but can be practiced indefinitely, offering immense benefits to martial cultivation. Slowly, Chu Xiu opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance illuminating them. The recent eradication of the 7 Kills organization's branch in the capital had yielded extraordinary rewards. Feng Hong, with excitement etched on his face, swiftly approached Chu Xiu, followed closely by Pei Shiji and others, while a contingent of constabulary riders emerged from an inner hall, transporting numerous chests. My lord, the spoils from the 7 Kills organization's capital branch are beyond imagination. With these gains, our entire constabulary's strength will experience a tremendous enhancement. Feng Hong stood before Chu Xiu, clasping his hands respectfully. Oh, pray tell, what spoils have we acquired? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his features. In places like the 7 Kills organization's capital branch, once eradicated, the rewards are invariably substantial. This was precisely why he had deemed it necessary to eliminate them with the 3 laughter tranquility powder. A whale falls, and all things thrive. This principle holds true. Although the 7 Kills organization's capital branch may not be a whale, it was more than sufficient for the long-dwindling constabulary. My lord, we discovered over 5,970,000 taels of silver and 120,000 taels of gold within the 7 Kills organization's capital branch. However, the majority were not in physical form, but rather in silver and gold notes. These notes included those obtained from the corpses of the 7 Kills organization's assassins. The actual physical silver amounts to less than 100,000 taels. Feng Hong took a deep breath, steadying his emotions, his voice trembling slightly as he continued. In addition, we found 37 martial arts manuals encompassing internal cultivation methods, sword techniques, knife techniques, hidden weapons, and lightness skills. Everything one could desire. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, remaining silent, sensing that Fang Heng had more to convey. The Seven Kills organization must possess more than mere wealth. There had to be elixirs. Lastly, regarding medicinal herbs and elixirs, we uncovered a vast number of first-tier spiritual herbs aged between 50 to 100 years. Among these, there are several second-tier spiritual herbs aged 100 years, and even third-tier herbs aged 200 years, fourth-tier herbs aged 300 years, and fifth-tier herbs aged 500 years. We have 321 third-tier herbs and 139 fourth-tier herbs. There are even 17 fifth-tier herbs. After a pause, Fang Heng continued. As for elixirs, we found 1,689 bottles of True Qi pills for innate realm warriors, 627 bottles of True Essence pills for Master Realm warriors, and 353 bottles of Hunyuan pills for Grand Master Realm warriors. There are 103 bottles of Yuan Shen pills for ethereal beings, and finally, 50 bottles of Hunyuan pills for supreme experts of the law phase realm. So much. Chu Xiu's expression stiffened, his demeanor turning grave as he intently asked, "Are you certain there are no mistakes?" Upon hearing of the 5,970,000 taels of silver and 120,000 taels of gold from the Seven Kills organization's capital branch, he sensed that their wealth surpassed his expectations. He never anticipated such an abundance of high-tier spiritual herbs and elixirs. It is essential to note that first-tier spiritual herbs are utilized by innate realm warriors, second-tier by master realm warriors, third-tier by grandmaster realm warriors, fourth-tier by ethereal beings, and fifth-tier by supreme experts of the law phase realm. Innate realm warriors typically use herbs aged under 100 years, which do not enter the tiers. Furthermore, the presence of such a multitude of spiritual herbs and elixirs, especially those used by supreme experts of the law phase realm, was deeply concerning. It is crucial to remember that within the entire Seven Kills organization's capital branch, there exists only one ethereal being, the enigmatic Zen Master. There is no need for him to procure Hunyuan pills meant for supreme experts. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng and the others' expressions shifted, their initial excitement extinguished by a cold wave of realization, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Indeed, something was amiss. How could the Seven Kills organization's capital branch possess such immense wealth and such a plethora of high-tier spiritual herbs and elixirs? Could it be that these high-tier spiritual herbs and elixirs were procured by the Zen Master for the entire organization? Fear not, for we are in the capital. These riches, spiritual herbs, and elixirs, now that they have fallen into the hands of our constabulary, belong to us. Chu Xiu discerned the apprehension in Fang Heng and the others' hearts and spoke with an air of calm assurance. With this bounty in hand, the strength of our constabulary will undergo a transformation each day. Focus on your cultivation. With me here, I shall flatten the Seven Kills organization's capital branch today, and tomorrow, I will subdue the entire Seven Kills organization. Chapter 31. The Fearsome Jingshan Guards, the elite of the Jinyui. My lord, you are magnificent. Upon hearing these words, Fang Heng and the others knelt down, their eyes filled with profound reverence as they gazed at Chu Xiu, proclaiming loudly, "Bring back all the spoils to our northern town protectorate, and do not forget to carry their corpses as well. Hang the bodies of all the assassins from the Seven Killers organization outside our northern town protectorate's office. Let everyone know the fate of those who dare oppose us." Chu Xiu spoke in a deep and powerful voice. "My lord, won't this completely sever our ties with the Seven Killers organization?" Fang Heng hesitated for a moment before posing the question to Chu Xiu. Pei Shiji and the others also regarded Chu Xiu with a trace of concern. "We have already eradicated the entire branch of the Seven Killers organization in the capital. We have severed ties completely. Do we still need to worry about this? Moreover, we have seized such immense wealth, spiritual herbs, and elixirs from the Seven Killers. We are already in a state of irreconcilable enmity with them. Should we fear their retaliation?" Chu Xiu replied with a smile, addressing Fang Heng and the others. Fang Heng and the others paused, realizing the truth. From the moment the Seven Killers organization made repeated attempts on Chu Xiu's life, they had already entered into a state of unending conflict with the organization. Would they still fear the Seven Killers? "I understand now," Fang Heng exclaimed, a look of enlightenment on his face. "Upon our return, remember to acquire more treasures, and stock up on poisons like the Sanchao Shao San. After all, we have gained so much wealth from the Seven Killers, not spending it would be a waste." Chu Xiu said with a slight smile, addressing Fang Heng. "My lord, perhaps we should consider re-establishing the Jingshan Guards?" Fang Heng's heart stirred at this suggestion, and he inquired of Chu Xiu, Pei Shiji and the others' eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect. The Jingshan Guards. This was a renowned elite force of the Jinyui, feared throughout the land. Unfortunately, due to the suppression by powerful clans, even the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty dared not easily deploy the Jinyui, leading to their gradual decline, to the point that even the Jingshan Guards could no longer be maintained. To sustain the Jingshan Guards would require vast sums of money and abundant resources. Each member must attain the innate realm to qualify as a Jingshan Guard. Currently, the Northern Town Protectorate lacked sufficient innate realm warriors to form the Jingshan Guards. But with ample resources and elixirs, they could cultivate a substantial number of innate realm warriors. The Jingshan crossbow had gathered dust in the armory for a century. It was time for its resurgence. Pei Shiji. A gleam of determination flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke solemnly. As the Protectorate Chief of the Northern Town, Chu Xiu was well aware of the once feared Jingshan Guards. Previously, the Northern Town Protectorate lacked the funds to create the Jingshan Guards, which is why he had never broached the subject. Now, having acquired such a wealth of resources from the Seven Killers organization, how could he not establish the Jingshan Guards? Even if Fong Heng did not mention it, he would still bring it up. I am here. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Pei Shiji's spirit soared, and he responded with fervor. You are to select 1,000 elite warriors from our Northern Town Protectorate to form the Jingshan Guards. From this moment on, you shall lead them. Utilize the finest resources and spare no expense in their training. Chu Xiu declared emphatically, we must ensure that this Jingshan Guards grows strong in the shortest time possible. I obey, Pei Shiji replied with conviction. Remember, the Jingshan Guards must diligently practice the slaughter blade cannon and the slaughter blade formation daily. They must not only possess long-range attack capabilities, but also excel in close combat. The primary focus will be on training the Jingshan battle technique. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu directed Pei Shiji, the Jingshan Guards, as the name implies, will employ a weapon known as the Jingshan crossbow. This crossbow possesses immense power. An innate realm Jinyui rider can easily slay a master-level adversary with it. The Jingshan battle technique is akin to formations like the slaughter blade formation. The more participants, the greater the power. 10 innate realm Jinyui riders, utilizing the Jingshan battle technique, can eliminate grandmasters. 100 can vanquish spirit realm foes, and 1,000 can even contend with those beyond the spirit realm. This alone attests to the terrifying prowess of the Jingshan Guards. What if these Jinyui riders were not innate realm warriors, but rather masters or grandmasters? The force they could unleash would be nothing short of cataclysmic. The only drawback, however, is the expense. Even at the height of the Jinyui's power during the reign of the founding martial emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, the number of Jingshan Guards never exceeded 10,000. In the present day, not a single Jingshan Guard remains within the Jinyui. Of course, another shortcoming of the Jingshan Guards is their relative weakness in close combat due to their reliance on the Jingshan crossbow. Should they be engaged at close quarters, they could easily fall victim to their foes. Since Chu Xiu resolved to cultivate the Jingshan Guards, and provided the Northern Town Protectorate with the slaughter blade cannon and the slaughter blade formation, he naturally did not wish for his painstaking investment to be rendered futile due to their lack of close combat prowess. I understand, Pei Shiji responded solemnly. Fong Heng, you shall be responsible for assembling the Jingtian Guards. The Jingtian Guards will primarily focus on the slaughter blade cannon and the slaughter blade formation. Begin with the current 500 riders trained in the slaughter blade formation and select an additional 2,000 riders from the Northern Town Protectorate to form a 3,000-strong Jingtian Guards. Each member of the Jingtian Guards will enjoy the same privileges as those in the Jingshan Guards. After a moment of deliberation, Chu Xiu instructed Fong Heng. Fong Heng was the first to ally himself with Chu Xiu within the Northern Town Protectorate, and he was indeed Chu Xiu's true confidant. Therefore, Chu Xiu would not treat Fong Heng unfairly. I obey, Fong Heng acknowledged earnestly. Now, let us return to the Northern Town Protectorate, Chu Xiu stated, turning towards the exit of the secret passage. Yes, Fong Heng and the others replied in unison, beginning to instruct the Northern Town Protectorate's riders to gather all the spoils and the corpses of the 7 killers' assassins. They did not forget to bring along the dismembered body of the unchanging real person, although it had been severed in two. The Northern Town Protectorate was known for its expertise in reassembling corpses, and they could stitch the unchanging real person's body back together before hanging it outside their office, which would further instill fear in the hearts of the people of the Great Zhou dynasty. Half an hour later, Chu Xiu and his companions returned to the main hall of the Northern Town Protectorate. Seated at the head of the chamber was Chu Xiu, with Fong Heng, Pei Shiji, Yang Cheng, Luo Tianqi, and Lin Huayu standing before him. Have all matters been arranged? Chu Xiu inquired with a calm demeanor. Chapter 32, The murderous intent of Kong Yuanqing. The cabinet chief's astonishment, Your Excellency, everything has been arranged, Fang Heng said with a respectful demeanor. He understood Chu Xiu's intentions, which included selecting the Jingshan Wei and the Tian Wei from the Northern Constabulary, as well as displaying the corpses of all assassins from the Seven Kill Organization's capital branch. Additionally, there was a plan to acquire toxic substances similar to the San Xiao Xiao Yao San from the Changchun Pavilion. We must mobilize all forces of the Northern Constabulary to seek out renowned healers, alchemists, poison masters, and weaponsmiths. It would be ideal if they were located within or near the capital. Once discovered, inform me immediately. Chu Xiu contemplated for a moment before addressing Fang Heng and the others. The healers could assist the Northern Constabulary's cavalry in treating injuries, whether external or internal. Although there were physicians within the Northern Constabulary, they fell short of the level of true healers. In this high martial world, to attain the status of a healer, one must possess profound cultivation. Only with such depth can serious internal injuries be treated. While it is possible to heal internal injuries through medicinal pills, having a healer's expertise would undoubtedly be more efficient and economical. Despite the Northern Constabulary's substantial wealth, daily expenditures across its 15,000 households were considerable. Chu Xiu intended to directly purchase medicinal materials for his own alchemist to refine, thus avoiding the markup from intermediaries like the Changchun Pavilion. The same reasoning applied to poison masters. As for weaponsmiths, although the Northern Constabulary had some, their skill level was questionable. Crafting ordinary weapons was not difficult. Yet creating advanced weaponry posed a significant challenge. Exceptional weaponsmiths were true masters of their craft. Understood, we shall comply. Fang Heng and the others replied solemnly, filled with respect. That will be all. You may withdraw, Chu Xiu said, rising and waving his hand. The subordinates bowed and turned to leave. Chu Xiu stepped out, employing the Tai Su Babu, vanishing from the Northern Constabulary's hall. Upon exiting, he noticed the bodies that had been hung high, including the already stitched corpse of the Seven Kill Organization's capital branch leader, the Wuchang. With a glance, he proceeded in the direction of the Chu residence. Kong residence. Master, there is grave news. The steward of the Kong residence hurried to a pavilion where Kong Yuanqing was engaged in a solitary game of chess, his face bearing a hint of panic. Speak, Kong Yuanqing replied, not raising his head. Chu Xiu has led the Northern Constabulary cavalry to obliterate the entire capital branch of the Seven Kill Organization. Now, all the assassins' bodies are displayed outside the Northern Constabulary. The steward said, his expression one of shock. What of Wuchang? Kong Yuanqing's gaze sharpened, causing a white jade chess piece in his hand to fall onto the board with a clink before rolling to the ground and splashing into the lake beside the pavilion. In that moment, however, he was oblivious to the piece he so cherished. Wuchang is also dead, displayed among the others outside the Northern Constabulary. Though the body has been stitched, it is evident that it was cleaved in two. The steward took a deep breath to steady himself. A 7th-level primordial spirit practitioner has fallen at Chu Xiu's hands. What cultivation level does he possess? Kong Yuanqing remained silent for a time, his brow furrowing. Could it be that he has reached the level of primordial spirit? Impossible. That cannot be. If he had attained such a level at his age, he would be an extraordinary genius. After a pause, Kong Yuanqing shook his head. The steward lowered his gaze, hesitant to respond. We cannot allow this man to live. He poses a future threat. Kong Yuanqing rose abruptly, a chilling intent flashing across his face. Perhaps it is unnecessary for you to intervene, master. The steward considered it carefully and said, your position is not suited for direct action. To eliminate Chu Xiu, we may need the assistance of the Seven Kill Organization. Chu Xiu's arrogance has led him to not only destroy the organization, but also to display the corpses of all its assassins, including Wuchang, outside the Northern Constabulary. This is a severe affront to the organization. The Seven Kill Hall's leader will undoubtedly be enraged. If Chu Xiu remains alive, no one will dare approach the Seven Kill Organization for assassination in the future. Indeed, your analysis is astute. Although Wuchang was not particularly powerful, the Seven Kill Organization itself possesses considerable strength. Kong Yuanqing raised an eyebrow. The steward remained silent, his head bowed. Nevertheless, I must meet with the commanding officer. This matter must be reported. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Yuanqing moved lightly and disappeared from the pavilion as if he had never been there. When Yuan Pavilion. Having just received the news, Yu, a junior official from the Zhanshi mansion, entered the spacious and brightly lit room of Yuan Pavilion. His face a mask of astonishment. Yu has arrived. Speak your mind, the cabinet chief Yang Yin said, placing down the memorial he had been reviewing and rising slowly. Du Gu Tai and the others also stood, preparing to leave the Yuan Pavilion for home. Esteemed elders, Chu Xiu has taken action against the Seven Kill Organization's capital branch. The entire branch has been obliterated, and even the corpse of the branch leader, Wichang has been hung outside the northern constabulary. Chu Xiu's expression was grave. Oh, I did not expect him to be capable of such a feat. Vanquishing the 7-kill organization and slaying Wichang. It seems we have underestimated him. Yang Yin expressed his surprise. Chu Xiu may very well have already reached the primordial spirit level. The eyes of Du Gu Tai and the others widened in astonishment, as they had previously doubted that Chu Xiu could attain such a level. Yet, his ability to dismantle the capital branch and slay Wichang proved that he indeed possessed the strength of a primordial spirit practitioner, sufficient to kill even a 7th-level primordial spirit master. Chapter 33, The Empress's Delight and Jiang Wanner's Alarm in the Absence of Resources. Achieving the realm of Yuanshan at such a young age elevates an individual from mere talent to the extraordinary heights of a prodigy, a truly remarkable genius. Alas, Yang Yin expressed his regret with a sorrowful countenance. Dugatai and the others remained silent, fully aware of Yang Yin's lamentation. A talent like Chu Xiu, if utilized by them, would offer immense assistance. The strength of a prestigious family is not solely derived from its members. It also hinges on the recruitment of numerous talents to serve their interests. They were not deterred by the potential offense to the Taiyuan Wang family, as many among them were of equal stature to the illustrious 5 surnames and 7 prominent families. Their true regret stemmed from the fact that Chu Xiu had garnered the favor of the Empress Murongxi, making it unlikely for him to accept their invitation. The chief minister's assertion is misguided. The Minister of Works Zheng Yun remarked with profound significance. What His Majesty can offer Chu Xiu, our esteemed families can equally provide. In fact, there are things we can offer that the Emperor may not be able to. Who says he cannot be employed by us? Upon hearing this, Yang Yin and the others maintained impassive expressions, their gazes inscrutable, revealing no hint of their thoughts. Only Chu Xiu sensed that Yang Yin and his companions might already be intrigued. In the palace, within the Taiji Palace, a palace maid entered, delivering a note to Pei Guanyin before retreating. Pei Guanyin opened the note and her delicate visage displayed a look of astonishment. Your Majesty, news has arrived regarding Lord Chu. After a moment of contemplation, she respectfully addressed the still busy Empress Murongxi. Pray, share the news. Surely, Lord Chu has not taken action against the headquarters of the 7 Killers organization in the capital? Murongxi inquired, raising her head, a hint of a smile gracing her cool features. Jiang Wanner also turned her gaze to Pei Guanyin, curious about the news. Though she doubted that Chu Xiu would confront the 7 Killers, given the vast disparity in strength between the two. Your Majesty, Lord Chu has indeed engaged the 7 Killers' headquarters in the capital and has utterly annihilated it. Pei Guanyin exclaimed with admiration. Currently, the corpse of the head of the 7 Killers, the unchanging true man, is displayed outside the Northern Pacification Office. He was slain by Lord Chu in a single stroke. Lord Chu killed the unchanging true man with one blow. Given his title, he must have reached the Yuanshan realm, right? Has Lord Chu truly attained the Yuanshan realm? Murongxi was momentarily taken aback, her surprise evident. Jiang Wanner also regarded Pei Guanyin with disbelief. Hadn't Chu Xiu only recently begun training? How could he have transformed from someone lacking martial prowess to a being of the Yuanshan realm in such a brief period? As Murongxi's trusted aides, they had grown alongside her, handpicked by the late emperor for their exceptional talent and insight. Not to mention the substantial resources provided by the great Zhou dynasty. How long did it take for them to reach the Yuanshan realm? Unless Chu Xiu had previously possessed martial skills and a considerable level of cultivation, merely concealed, this seemed implausible. Jiang Wanner had witnessed Chu Xiu firsthand and could discern that he did not appear to have trained in martial arts. Even with the Ta Qing golden pill bestowed by Murongxi, his rate of advancement could not possibly be so swift. Even if his innate talent reached the heights of an unparalleled genius, it still seemed impossible, unless Chu Xiu was not merely an extraordinary talent, but a true marvel of genius. Pei Guanyin's succinct statement left Jiang Wanner profoundly astonished. Your Majesty, Lord Chu was able to slay the unchanging true man with a single stroke thanks to the Sanshao Xiaoyao powder. Pei Guanyin remarked with a peculiar expression. Lord Chu infused the toxic smoke of the Sanshao Xiaoyao powder into the 7 Killers' headquarters, which, being underground, left no one unscathed. Even the unchanging true man fell victim to it, granting Lord Chu the strength to strike him down. However, this is merely my conjecture based on the relayed information. I am uncertain about the exact level of Lord Chu's cultivation. After a pause, Pei Guanyin added, the Sanshao Xiaoyao powder? What a resourceful Lord Chu. Murongxi smiled. I knew that the 7 Killers' headquarters would serve as a minor impediment for Lord Chu, but it could never thwart him. Your Majesty, there is more news regarding Lord Chu. Pei Guanyin observed thoughtfully. Speak. Murongxi urged, her face aglow with delight, evidently pleased with Chu Xiu's dismantling of the Seven Killers' headquarters using the Sanshao Xiaoyao powder. Lord Chu likely acquired numerous elixirs from the Seven Killers' headquarters. Upon returning to the Northern Pacification Office, he began selecting elite members to form the Jing Shenwei and Jing Tianwei. The Jing Shenwei consists of 1,000 men, while the Jing Tianwei boasts 3,000. Pei Guanyin stated earnestly. Jing Shenwei, Jing Tianwei. Murongxi furrowed her brow, looking at Pei Guanyin with curiosity. As the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty, she was well aware of the Jing Shenwei, but the Jing Tianwei was unfamiliar to her. Jiang Wan'er too regarded Pei Guanyin with intrigue. Your Majesty, you are familiar with the Jing Shenwei, so I will not elaborate. The Jing Tianwei, however, is composed of elite members of the Northern Pacification Office who have mastered the Slaughterblade Classic and the Slaughterblade Formation. Lord Chu has imparted a martial arts technique named the Slaughterblade Classic to the entire cavalry of the Northern Pacification Office and selected a group of elites to teach them a formation known as the Slaughterblade Formation. Pei Guanyin explained softly. What power the Slaughterblade Formation holds remains unclear to me, yet it should be formidable. The Jing Shenwei and Jing Tianwei. The mere establishment of the Jing Shenwei demands substantial resources. Not to mention that Lord Chu has also created the Jing Tianwei. Even if Lord Chu has profited from dismantling the Seven Killers' headquarters, such gains may not sustain them for long. Murongxi pondered for a moment before declaring. I had originally intended to revive the waning Jinui. Now that Lord Chu has already begun this endeavor, I must lend my support. Your Majesty is wise. Pei Guanyin and Jiang Wan'er reverently bowed to Murongxi, having discerned her intent to allocate resources to the Northern Pacification Office to facilitate its resurgence. They speculated about the nature of the resources Murongxi would bestow upon the Northern Pacification Office, and, given her regard for Chu Xiu, they suspected that this time she might make a truly grand gesture. Chapter 34. The Lord of the Seven Kills Hall, the County Lieutenant of Hongnong, Zhang Yu, Jiang Wan'er. From the Inner Treasury, 1,000 bottles of True Qi pills, 2,000 bottles of True Essence pills, 1,000 bottles of Mixed Yuan pills, 500 bottles of Yuan Spirit pills, and 300 bottles of Hun Yuan pills were acquired. Additionally, 10,000 first-tier spiritual herbs, 5,000 second-tier spiritual herbs, 2,000 third-tier spiritual herbs, 1,000 fourth-tier spiritual herbs, and 500 fifth-tier spiritual herbs. After a moment of contemplation, Murongxi pronounced with authority, include a prescription for the Dragon Tiger medicinal bath and send it to the Bureau of Northern Pacification. Understood, I shall obey. Jiang Wan'er replied solemnly, her heart filled with profound astonishment. Such a vast quantity of medicinal and spiritual herbs would surely enable the Jing Shen Guard and the Jing Tian Guard of the Bureau of Northern Pacification to flourish. Go. You shall personally deliver the medicinal and spiritual herbs to the Bureau of Northern Pacification tomorrow morning. Murongxi instructed gently. Jiang Wan'er bowed in respect and departed. In the dead of night, at the Zhang residence in Hongnong County, the steward approached the innermost courtyard with a look of trepidation and reported, Master, the branch in the capital has been eradicated by the Jingyi Wei of the Bureau of Northern Pacification, led by Chu Xiu. No sooner had he spoken than a robust middle-aged man with a formidable presence strode out with the grace of a dragon. This man was none other than Zhang Yu, the county lieutenant of Hongnong. Zhang Yu was also the head of the Yang clan of Hongnong and a disciple of the Prime Minister Yang Yan. He would suspect that Zhang Yu was the enigmatic and powerful leader of the Seven Kills organization, the master of the Seven Kills Hall. The Seven Kills organization is divided into 7 halls: 7 Kills, Breaking Army, Greedy Wolf, White Tiger, Songlong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, with the 7 Kills Hall being the strongest and the leader of the organization. Chu Xiu, Zhang Yu remarked with indifference. Relay to the Breaking Army Hall Master to dispatch a top-tier killer at the 9th level of the Yuan Spirit Realm to the capital to reconstruct our branch there. Eliminate Chu Xiu and reclaim our lost resources. Master, should we not send a protector from the Breaking Army Hall to oversee the capital? The steward considered before asking. No need. Our 7 Kills organization must remain low profile for the time being. We cannot attract too much attention before the chaos unfolds, Zhang Yu replied, shaking his head. Had we sent a protector above the Yuan Spirit Realm, or even an elder at the Ascendant Realm to oversee the capital branch, it would have been a different matter. However, we are close enough to the capital that we can monitor any disturbances there. Understood, Master, the steward replied respectfully. Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively, and the steward bowed before retreating. Chaos is imminent. Zhang Yu's thoughts drifted towards the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. Should turmoil arise, the throne may very well be within his grasp. His gaze was fixed on the direction of the capital, where he envisioned the surface of the Great Zhou's fortune gilded in splendor, yet beneath it, the flames of upheaval were already kindling. The powerful families within the Great Zhou were restless, and the tribes beyond the borders, as well as the demon clans, could strike at any moment. The following day, in the morning, Chu Xiu strolled toward the Bureau of Northern Pacification. Just as he reached the entrance, he noticed a group galloping towards him. Jiang Wana? He halted. Recognizing the leading figure as Jiang Wana, the chief female official of the Imperial Ceremonial Office of the Great Zhou, accompanied by 100 elite guards, she approached the Bureau of Northern Pacification, followed by 10 carriages. His heart raced with speculation. Could it be that the Empress Morongxi was among them? Moments later, Jiang Wana and her retinue arrived at the bureau. Jiang Daren's esteemed presence is an honor. I apologize for not greeting you sooner, Chu Xiu said with a smile, bowing slightly to Jiang Wana, who was seated atop a white horse. Chu Daren is too kind. Jiang Wana dismounted and returned his greeting. I come bearing a shipment of cultivation resources for you. Cultivation resources? Chu Xiu's eyes lit up, glancing at Jiang Wana. The Empress is well aware of your conquest over the Seven Kills capital branch, and she is exceedingly pleased. Upon learning of your intentions to rebuild the Jingshun Guard and establish the Jingtian Guard, she decreed that I retrieve a batch of cultivation resources from the treasury for you, she explained, producing a list from her sleeve and presenting it to him. Upon receiving the list, Chu Xiu was astounded. The resources listed were nearly several times what he had acquired from the Seven Kills organization. With these resources, he need not worry about the Bureau of Northern Pacification's capacity to cultivate the Jingshun Guard and Jingtian Guard, at least for the foreseeable future. Esteemed Empress, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. Chu Xiu inhaled deeply, steadying himself, and bowed towards the direction of the palace while holding the list. Furthermore, the Empress has prepared a prescription for the Dragon Tiger medicinal bath for you, Jiang Wana suddenly recalled. Producing a silk scroll from her sleeve and handing it to him with utmost seriousness, Chu Daren. The Dragon Tiger medicinal bath is an exceedingly important formula for our Great Zhou. This formula is not limited to mere innate realm practitioners. It is beneficial for those in the Master and Grandmaster realms as well. Previously, only the elite troops of our Great Zhou were permitted to use this medicinal bath. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's face displayed a trace of astonishment. Such a formula was invaluable, surpassing even the pills and spiritual herbs granted to him by Empress Morongxi. Although the Dragon Tiger medicinal bath was most effective for Grand Masters and offered no benefit beyond that level, one must not forget the existence of battle formations in this world. With battle formations, the power unleashed by an army is formidable enough to easily slay experts at the Yuan spirit realm and beyond. This is why even the most exceptional masters within the Great Zhou refrain from provoking the dynasty. It is also the reason the Great Zhou can maintain its dominance over the realm. A single formula can outweigh countless masters. Clearly, you understand the significance of the Dragon Tiger medicinal bath, Jiang Wana continued softly. The various herbs bestowed upon you by the Empress can be utilized to create the Dragon Tiger medicinal bath, coupled with the aid of the pills. The Jingshun Guard and Jingtian Guard of the Bureau of Northern Pacification will undoubtedly flourish rapidly. However, this formula is exceedingly precious and must not be leaked. I implore you to ensure this, Chu Daren. Even if the Bureau of Northern Pacification produces the Dragon Tiger medicinal bath, it is best for multiple alchemists to prepare portions separately before amalgamating them to prevent the formula from circulating outside. Chapter 35, The Dragon and Tiger Medicinal Bath. Survival of the fittest. This I understand. I will certainly not allow the Dragon and Tiger Medicinal Bath to be disseminated from our Northern Town's Department of Justice. Chu Xiu solemnly accepted the prescription for the Dragon and Tiger Medicinal Bath from Jiang Wana. Master Chu, all the cultivation resources are contained within these 10 horse-drawn carriages. Please verify them, Jiang Wana said with a gentle smile, addressing Chu Xiu. At this moment, Fang Heng and the others, having heard the commotion, had already emerged. Verification is unnecessary. I trust Minister Jiang, Chu Xiu stated, handing the list to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, you are responsible for receiving this batch of cultivation resources and ensuring they are delivered to our Northern Town's Department of Justice's internal storage. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Fang Heng replied respectfully. After glancing at the figures on the list, a look of immense excitement appeared on his face. Under the guidance of the Imperial Guards, Fang Heng began to inspect the elixirs and spiritual herbs within the 10 carriages, transferring boxes of these resources into the Department of Justice. In less than half an hour, all the elixirs and spiritual herbs from the 10 carriages had been moved into the internal storage of the Department of Justice. Minister Jiang, would you like to rest at our Department of Justice before returning to the palace? Chu Xiu inquired with a smile directed at Jiang Wana. I shall not take up Master Chu's time any longer. I must return to the palace to report to His Majesty. Jiang Wana gently shook her head, declining Chu Xiu's kindness, and departed with the imperial guards back to the palace. Master, Fang Heng exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Chu Xiu. Let us discuss this in the hall, Chu Xiu remarked, striding towards the interior of the Department of Justice. Yes, Fang Heng and the others responded in unison, following him inside. In the hall of the Northern Town's Department of Justice, Chu Xiu calmly regarded Fang Heng and the others. Have the candidates for the Jing Shenwei and Jing Tianwei been selected? Reporting to you, Master, all members of the Jing Shenwei have been selected. Pei Shiji stepped forward respectfully. Reporting to you, Master, all members of the Jing Tianwei have also been chosen. Fang Heng added, stepping forward with a serious expression. The Jing Shenwei comprises 1,000 men, while the Jing Tianwei consists of 3,000 men. These 4,000 do not occupy any of the 15,000-strong quotas of our Northern Town's Department of Justice. Therefore, Fang Heng, you are not only responsible for the training of the Jing Tianwei, you must also reselect 4,000 men to supplement our Department of Justice. Chu Xiu mused before addressing Fang Heng. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Fang Heng's expression grew solemn as he replied respectfully. Now that our Northern Town's Department of Justice possesses ample cultivation resources, both the Jing Shenwei and Jing Tianwei shall be prioritized for all resources. As long as we can elevate their cultivation levels, every effort will be worthwhile. Chu Xiu's voice was deep and commanding. Moreover, it is not solely about elixirs. The medicinal baths must also be included. Both must progress in tandem. We aim to ensure that both the Jing Shenwei and Jing Tianwei can reach the elite realm and even the innate realm in the shortest possible time. In addition, aside from the Jing Shenwei and Jing Tianwei, the cavalry of the Northern Town's Department of Justice shall also receive elixirs and medicinal baths as cultivation resources. However, it is essential that these resources are granted to those with promising talents and rapid cultivation speeds to ignite their enthusiasm for training. Furthermore, the members of the Jing Shenwei and Jing Tianwei are not fixed. Only the fittest shall survive. Those who enjoy our department's finest cultivation resources must strive diligently. Those lacking in effort or strength will be eliminated. All cavalry of our department may challenge members of the Jing Shenwei and Jing Tianwei. Should they defeat a member of either group, they will gain entry into the ranks of the Jing Shenwei or Jing Tianwei. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu continued, indeed. Fang Heng and the others exchanged glances and replied in unison. Additionally, any who attain the rank of general flag shall enjoy the same privileges as the Jing Shenwei and Jing Tianwei, with all resources prioritized for them. Chu Xiu regarded Fang Heng and the others with appreciation, stating, you two possess commendable talents and qualifications, and you have already reached an elite level. Previously, you merely lacked profound techniques. Now, with the Killing Blade Manual, your cultivation levels have significantly improved. You have all stepped into the innate realm. However, this level of power is insufficient. As the captains of our Northern Town's Department of Justice, you must attain the Master Realm and even the Grand Master Realm in the shortest possible time. Indeed, Fang Heng and Pei Shiji have reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, just a step away from the Master Realm. This is why they are capable of becoming leaders of the Jing Tianwei and Jing Shenwei. Yangqing, Luo Tianqi, and Lin Huayu are also nearing a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Understood, Fang Heng and the others declared emphatically. Yangqing, this is the dragon and tiger medicinal bath bestowed upon us by His Majesty. Henceforth, all medicinal baths in our Northern Town's Department of Justice shall be produced as dragon and tiger medicinal baths, available for all cavalry to cultivate. Chu Xiu took out the prescription for the dragon and tiger medicinal bath from his sleeve, handing it to Yangqing. However, you must remember that this prescription, apart from myself, may only be retained by you. It must never be leaked. The pharmacists in our department must work separately. Each should be responsible for only a small part. You must keep a close watch on these pharmacists to prevent any possibility of leaking the prescription. Initially, Chu Xiu intended to assign this task to Fang Heng, but since Fang Heng is already responsible for the Jing Tianwei, taking on the medicinal bath matter too would be overwhelming. Moreover, he wanted to provide Yangqing and others with an opportunity. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Fang Heng and the others displayed expressions of shock. As members of the Northern Town's Department of Justice, they understood the significance of the dragon and tiger medicinal bath. In an instant, their expressions transformed into overwhelming excitement. Yangqing, feeling warm in his heart, sensed Chu Xiu's regard for him. He immediately knelt, resolutely declaring, "Thank you for your trust, Master. I will not disappoint you, even if it costs my life. No one shall learn of the dragon and tiger medicinal bath prescription from me." Luo Tianqi and Lin Huayu also clenched their fists. If Chu Xiu could place his trust in Pei Shiji and Yangqing, then by demonstrating their abilities, they too could earn his favor. Excellent. All pharmacists involved in the production of the dragon and tiger medicinal bath in our department shall be allowed to relocate their families to reside within our department's premises, where they will be granted special protection. Additionally, they and their families must live separately, without any contact with one another. Thus, should any issue arise with a pharmacist, it will not lead to the leakage of the dragon and tiger medicinal bath prescription. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, addressing Yang Cheng. Chapter 36. Defying Authority? I, Chu Xiu, am determined to annihilate you. Yes, my subordinate obeys the command. Yang Cheng responded solemnly upon hearing the directive. Very well, there are no further matters at hand. After you have memorized the recipe for the dragon tiger medicinal bath, you may dispose of it, Chu Xiu remarked with a slight nod toward Yang Cheng. He had merely glanced at the recipe and had already committed to memory all the ingredients and the entire preparation process. Understood, Yang Cheng replied, taking the recipe from Chu Xiu and examining it closely. After a thorough inspection, he utilized his lethal true energy to crush the recipe into powder. Chu Xiu turned to Feng Heng and the others, inquiring, "Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, you may take your leave." "Reporting to you, my lord. I have something to convey," Feng Heng declared with a grave expression. "What is it?" Chu Xiu asked, maintaining his calm demeanor. "My lord, we have uncovered the individual who instigated the Seven Killers organization to assassinate you." Feng Heng's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent as he spoke. "Oh, who is it?" Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "My lord, it is Kong Yuancheng, the deputy commander of the Jinui. He arranged for the steward of his residence to approach the Seven Killers organization, offering 50,000 taels of silver to have you eliminated. This evidence was discovered in the account books of the Seven Killers organization. Moreover, there are correspondence records between the steward and the organization to corroborate this," Feng Heng stated with unwavering seriousness. The gaze of Pei Shiji and the others shifted toward Chu Xiu, their faces reflecting a mixture of anticipation. They longed for Chu Xiu to issue an immediate order to apprehend Kong Yuancheng. However, they were acutely aware of the impracticality of such a demand. After all, Kong Yuancheng held a position as a deputy commander of the Jinui, a dignified fourth-rank official. In contrast, Chu Xiu, as the inspector of the Northern Pacification Office, was essentially of the same rank. Technically speaking, Chu Xiu was subordinate to Kong Yuancheng. However, the latter had no authority to command or oversee him. Nevertheless, capturing Kong Yuancheng would require Chu Xiu to report to Empress Murongxi and obtain her decree before any action could be taken. Failing to do so would render Chu Xiu guilty of defying authority. Should the attempt to apprehend Kong Yuancheng fail, it could easily result in him being accused of insubordination. "What is Kong Yuancheng's strength?" Chu Xiu asked, remaining composed. "Reporting to you, my lord. I have ascertained that Kong Yuancheng is at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm. His household steward, a formidable figure of the 3rd layer of the nascent soul realm, is also present. Additionally, there are numerous Grandmaster-level bodyguards within the Kong residence." Feng Heng deliberated for a moment before responding. "Is Kong Yuancheng at home?" A thought struck Chu Xiu, prompting him to inquire. "Reporting to you, my lord. Kong Yuancheng is not at home. He typically spends his mornings at the Jinui headquarters, returning only in the afternoon," Feng Heng replied without hesitation. "According to our informants from the Northern Pacification Office, Kong Yuancheng left for the Jinui headquarters early this morning. Thus, the only ones within the Kong residence at present are a 3rd-layer nascent soul practitioner and a group of Grandmaster-level bodyguards." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he turned to Feng Heng. "Last night, after returning home, I not only practiced the Tai visualization but also cultivated the innate Qian Kuan technique. Having consumed the Tai Ching golden pill, I now possess the true form of a celestial being. My cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 1st layer of the Grandmaster realm, merely a step away from the 2nd layer. Consequently, my realm has naturally advanced to the 2nd layer of the Grandmaster realm. Even if my strength does not surpass Kong Yuancheng's, it is remarkably close. This is the tremendous power of the innate Qian Kuan technique. Not to mention, I also wield the intent of the slaughter blade, the sword of immortal slaying technique, and the immortal slaying blade intent. I am more than capable of confronting Kong Yuancheng. Reporting to you, my lord, there is indeed only one nascent soul practitioner within the Kong residence," Feng Heng confirmed, cautiously probing. "Do you intend to use the 3 laughs carefree powder to seize the Kong residence?" The eyes of Pei Shiji and the others brightened with realization. Indeed. How could they have forgotten about the 3 laughs carefree powder? Should they successfully take the Kong residence, Kong Yuancheng would undoubtedly rush home upon receiving news. At that moment, they could catch him unawares. Even if they did not resort to the 3 laughs carefree powder, the Northern Pacification Office possessed other potent toxins. One Kong residence alone did not warrant the use of the 3 laughs carefree powder. Rising to his full height, Chu Xiu declared, Feng Heng, I grant you 1 hour to handle the matters I have just entrusted to you. After 1 hour, lead 1,000 elite heavenly guards and accompany me to the Kong residence. Once I have secured the Kong residence, we shall proceed to the Jinui headquarters to apprehend Kong Yuanqing. Defying authority? How dare anyone lay a hand on me? Chu Xiu. Whether Kong Yuanqing is a mere deputy commander of the Jinui or holds the title of commander, I shall not hesitate to lead the forces of the Northern Pacification Office into the Jinui headquarters. Yes, my subordinate obeys, Feng Heng exclaimed with fervent excitement. As for the rest of you, remain at the Northern Pacification Office and focus on your cultivation. Such opportunities will abound in the future. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, addressing Pei Shiji and the others. Understood. Pei Shiji and the others responded with utmost respect, although a tinge of regret lingered in their hearts. Wishing to accompany Chu Xiu, they recognized his word's truth. Once their strength was elevated, such opportunities would be plentiful. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xiu signaled Feng Heng and the others to withdraw, and they complied with a bow before departing. An hour later, Chu Xiu, accompanied by a contingent of elite heavenly guards from the Northern Pacification Office, marched with great momentum toward the Kong residence. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they arrived at the gates of the Kong estate. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of the Northern Pacification Office's elite, the guards stationed outside the Kong residence were taken aback. A Kong guard swiftly utilized lightness skills to dart inside, while another approached Chu Xiu with a respectful bow, inquiring, I am unaware of the purpose of your visit today. Lord Chu, my master is currently at the Jinui headquarters. If you seek him, you may need to go there. Clearly, the guards had seen Chu Xiu's likeness and recognized him without fail. Surround the entire Kong residence with the heavenly guards. Permit no one to escape. Any who dare intrude shall be met with lethal consequences. Chu Xiu commanded, his voice cold and resolute, not even sparing a glance at the Kong guard. Yes. The 1,000 elite heavenly guards responded in unison, their voices echoing like a thunderous roar, shaking the very foundations of the Kong residence. Chapter 37, Beneath the Blade. All beings are equal. In that moment, the entire Kong residence trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Countless servants, maids, and even the family members within the estate displayed expressions of sheer panic. A multitude of figures surged toward the main gate, led by the steward of the Kong household, accompanied by a number of guards. Meanwhile, 500 elite guards encircled the estate, sealing it off completely. The remaining 500, with expressions of indifference, followed Feng Heng. Standing behind Chu Xiu, dismounting with purpose, Chu Xiu strode forward, exuding an aura of lethal intent as he declared, Let us charge into the Kong residence. Yes, Feng Heng responded, leaping down from his horse, drawing his sword, and following Chu Xiu towards the gate. Sir Chu, what are you doing? Our master is a commander of the Imperial Guard. Are you not afraid of incurring the Emperor's wrath? A guard from the Kong residence exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Rebuking Chu Xiu, the guards instinctively placed their hands on their sword hilts. Astonished that Chu Xiu had brought such a formidable force from the Northern Command to confront Kong Yuanqing's estate. When had they ever seen someone dare to stir trouble within these walls? Kill. Chu Xiu unsheathed his sword and struck, the blade flashing forth. Over a dozen guards fell, their throats severed, crimson blood gushing forth and staining the ground. With great strides, Chu Xiu entered the Kong residence, followed closely by Feng Heng and the others. Suddenly, figures darted out from within the estate. At the forefront was the steward of the Kong household, who had achieved the 3rd stage of the Yuan spirit realm. Although he was the only one of his rank among the guards, there were still over 10 masters and numerous skilled warriors behind him, along with many elite guards. Chu Xiu, what are your intentions? My master will surely report you to the Emperor. The steward's pupils contracted, and he trembled with rage as he confronted Chu Xiu. Had it not been for the constraints of his position, he would have struck Chu Xiu down without hesitation. He had never anticipated that his master would refrain from acting against Chu Xiu due to his status, resorting instead to hiring the 7-kill organization to eliminate him. This man is undoubtedly audacious and lawless. The steward of the Kong household is mine to deal with. The rest, you shall eliminate. Chu Xiu calmly addressed the steward. Yes, I obey, Feng Heng replied, waving his hand, surrounding the Kong guards with his 500 elite soldiers. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, looking to their steward for guidance. In truth, they had underestimated Feng Heng and his men. Most of the elite guards were only at the 2nd or even 1st tier, with few at the elite level. They believed they could easily slaughter them. However, these were the elite soldiers of the Imperial Guard. Killing them would not guarantee their safety under Kong Yuanqing's protection. The steward furrowed his brow, coldly addressing Chu Xiu. What do you intend to accomplish? If you have made enough trouble, leave the Kong residence at once. or do not blame me for being merciless. Slaughtering blade technique. Kill. Chu Xiu raised his embroidered spring blade, stepping forward, unleashing the void 8 steps. Like a thunderclap as he charged at the steward, a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted from him, as if to annihilate all in existence. Beneath the blade, all beings are equal. This was the essence of the slaughtering blade intent. The steward's face turned pale with disbelief. Even his master, a peak 9th level Yuan spirit realm expert, had never grasped the blade intent. Yet here was Chu Xiu, a prodigy capable of such mastery. As the slaughtering blade intent surged forth, Chu Xiu unleashed a perfected technique, striking at the steward with a horrifying blade aura. The guards felt as if their scalps were being split as they attempted to evade the lethal strike. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? The steward inhaled deeply, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes as he raised his hand to unleash a devastating palm strike. The air seemed to shatter around him, a terrifying force manifesting in the world. Due to the steward's 3rd level Yuan spirit realm status, this strike was imbued with formidable spiritual pressure. This was the true terror of the Yuan spirit realm. Not only was its power superior to that of the golden elixir realm, but it also contained an overwhelming mental intimidation. For those below the Yuan spirit realm, it was a force to be reckoned with. However, for Chu Xiu, the steward's palm bore no weight. His mental fortitude had grown immensely after cultivating the tying visualization method. More importantly, he was impervious to any form of mental intimidation. The blade descended. The slaughtering blade aura instantaneously obliterated the steward's palm, yet its momentum remained unyielding as it descended upon him. No. The steward's face twisted in horror as he comprehended the sheer impossibility of Chu Xiu's might, realizing that even with his blade intent, it should not have reached this level. In that instant, he pondered deeply perhaps their master should never have provoked such a remarkable talent as Chu Xiu. With a thunderous roar, the blade aura shattered the steward, reducing him to mere fragments of flesh. And it was not just the steward who fell. Dozens of guards perished beneath the onslaught of Chu Xiu's blade aura. The remaining guards, now filled with terror, gazed upon Chu Xiu in disbelief, realizing that the once godlike steward was utterly powerless against his might. As Chu Xiu sheathed his embroidered spring blade, the next move lay with the elite guards. Form ranks, kill. Fong Hung bellowed, slashing toward the remaining guards. In that moment, Fong Hung and the 500 elite guards unified their energies, their collective presence surging tremendously. Fong Hang seemed to transcend from the peak of the innate realm directly to the pinnacle of the master realm. Simultaneously, all the elite guards unleashed their blades, enveloping the Kong guards in a terrifying wave of blade energy. Chapter 38. How could I, an official of the Jinyui, conspire with the 7-kill organization? This is a blade formation. Quick, flee. A guard from the Kong residence at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm was struck with terror as he shouted loudly. In a swift motion, he attempted to employ his lightness skill to evade the lethal aura of the blades unleashed by the Jingtian guards. Hundreds of Kong residence guards were engulfed in sheer panic. They could hardly fathom how the Bayesian Fuzi could possess such a terrifying blade formation. Typically, formations like these were exclusive to the military, serving as the backbone of the Daizhou dynasty's might. However, they had never heard of Bayesian Fuzi wielding a blade formation. While Bayesian Fuzi did possess formations, the Jingshan guards had long since vanished. The fact that Chu Xiu had created such a blade formation for Bayesian Fuzi was beyond belief. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of blade energy struck down, threatening to rend the Kong residence asunder. The ground was littered with chunks of flesh and crisscrossing scars from the blades. Not a single guard from the Kong residence remained. Regardless of whether they were below or above the innate realm, Grand Masters, or even the Grandmaster pinnacle, they were utterly powerless to resist. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Xiu's eyes. He was aware of the formidable power of the slaughter blade formation, yet he had not anticipated its might would be so overwhelming. Fong Hung and the 500 Jingtian guards stood in stunned disbelief, unable to process the spectacle before them. Though the previous strike had drained them of nearly all their internal energy, the sheer shock of the moment left them equally terrified. Master is mighty. Master is mighty. Soon, Fong Hung and the others regained their composure, their faces alight with exhilaration as they shouted. They recognized the slaughter blade formation was imparted by Chu Xiu. With such a formidable killing formation, the Jingtian guards would undoubtedly shake the heavens and suppress the mountains, capturing everyone from the Kong residence and conducting a thorough raid. Chu Xiu smiled indifferently, calmly stating his words, which, though quiet, resonated clearly above the cheers of the Jingtian guards, reaching every ear among them. Indeed, Fong Hang and the others responded in unison. At that moment, their momentum surpassed even that of the previous 1,000 Jingtian guards. The atmosphere was electrifying, overwhelming the heavens. Fang Heng immediately commanded the 500 Jingtian guards to commence the capture of the Kong residence's inhabitants. Chu Xiu took a step forward, vanishing from within the Kong residence. The next moment, he reappeared at the entrance, awaiting the return of Kong Yuanqing. As an official of the Jinyue, Kong Yuanqing's information network must be exceptionally well-connected. He was likely already en route back to the Kong residence. Congratulations, host, for conducting a raid on Kong Yuanqing. The Jinyue official. By engaging in positive actions, you have earned 20 years' worth of golden core power and a disguise technique as rewards. Would you like to claim your rewards? The positive energy system announced mechanically. A disguise technique? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this reward. Nevertheless, the utility of a disguise technique for the Bayesian Fusey was substantial, rivaling even that of an unparalleled martial art. While the Bayesian Fusey had its own disguise techniques, many of its riders had studied them for intelligence gathering. However, the sophistication of their techniques was far from remarkable. A product of the system is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. The disguise technique rewarded by the positive energy system would undoubtedly be extraordinary. After a moment's pause, Chu Xiu decisively replied in his mind, yes. As soon as he spoke, an exceptionally pure golden core power surged within his dantian. The innate Qian Kuan Gong began to operate automatically, causing Chu Xiu's cultivation level to skyrocket. In an instant, his realm ascended from the 2nd to the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm, achieving full mastery. This enhanced his golden core power significantly, while also bolstering his mental fortitude. Soon after, a myriad of information regarding the disguise technique flooded into his mind, allowing him to master it instantly. The power of this disguise technique left even Chu Xiu in awe. It was akin to divine art, capable of not only altering appearance, but also voice and form, incorporating aspects of the bone-shrinking technique. Most importantly, this was an auxiliary martial art, unlike the methods he had initially envisioned that relied on potions. By employing the disguise technique, one could transform into any desired appearance. Incoming, Chu Xiu sensed an overwhelming aura approaching from the distance. All Jingtian guards, retreat. Do not approach this area. His gaze sparkled with intensity as he spoke, his voice deep and commanding. He could feel the Jingtian guards rushing toward him, evidently aware of the formidable presence of Kong Yuanqing drawing near. However, the current Jingtian guards were far too weak. They would provide little assistance and could potentially suffer heavy losses. He certainly would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Understood. The Jingtian guards shouted in unison, swiftly distancing themselves from the entrance of the Kong residence. Swish. A figure materialized seemingly out of thin air not far from the Kong residence. This figure was none other than Kong Yuanqing, the Jinyue official. Upon seeing Chu Xiu standing at the entrance, surrounded by the bodies of his guards, his countenance shifted dramatically, revealing a mixture of shock and fury. He glared at Chu Xiu with a deadly intent, his voice icy as he declared, "Well done, Chu Xiu. How dare you defy authority and attack my residence? It seems I can no longer allow you to live." He had not anticipated that he had truly raised a tiger to be a threat. Chu Xiu dared to defy authority. Defy authority? Kong Yuanqing, I have gathered ample evidence of your collusion with the 7-Kill organization, including their assassination attempts against me. I have come to arrest you and take you back to the Bayesian Fusey dungeons. Chu Xiu replied, his expression indifferent as he regarded Kong Yuanqing. Humph. You will not tarnish my reputation. I am an official of the Jinyue. How could I conspire with the 7-Kill organization? Kong Yuanqing's pupils constricted as he extended his hand toward Chu Xiu from afar. A colossal hand manifested in the heavens, rushing toward Chu Xiu, seemingly intent on crushing him entirely. It must be noted that Kong Yuanqing, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the primordial spirit realm, was in a league far above that of the Kong residence's steward, who had merely achieved the 3rd layer of the primordial spirit realm. This strike felt as if Kong Yuanqing were harnessing the power of the heavens, with the very fabric of the universe bearing down upon Chu Xiu. Chapter 39. The True Art of the Blazing Sun, the Great Capture of Heaven and Earth. The Blade of Slaughter. Chu Xiu's expression grew solemn as he unsheathed his sword, striking towards Kong Yuanqing's palm with a single blow. In this moment, the essence of the Blade of Slaughter was seamlessly integrated into his technique. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Both Chu Xiu's sword energy and Kong Yuanqing's palm force vanished into the ether. With a series of rapid steps, Chu Xiu retreated 5 paces before coming to a halt, leaving behind deep footprints in the ground. Each footprint spread out like a spider's web, creating terrifying fissures that radiated in all directions. It was astonishing that a grandmaster could possess such formidable strength. It was no wonder you dared to trouble me. I shall now show you what true spiritual realm power entails. A glint of surprise flickered in Kong Yuanqing's eyes as he spoke with hands clasped behind his back. An aura of profound mastery emanated from him, as a blazing sun appeared above his head, seemingly holding endless flames capable of incinerating the world. Is this the true might of the spiritual realm? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, feeling as if Kong Yuansheng had transformed into a blazing sun. Stepping from the Grand Master realm into the spiritual realm signifies a formidable enhancement of mental strength, merging with the golden core to manifest the spiritual entity. The true power of this realm lies not merely in the strength of the spiritual force, but in the ability to unleash the spiritual entity, empowering oneself with the capacity to obliterate the very heavens. The reason the leader of the Seven Kills organization, the Unchanging One, cannot harness the power of the spiritual entity is that he has fallen victim to the Three Laughs carefree powder, rendering him incapable of exhibiting the full might of the spiritual realm. The steward of the Kong residence, who had just been slain by Chu Xiu, had not yet reached such heights. Typically, only those who attain the 7th level of the spiritual realm can accomplish this. Below that, the spiritual entity lacks sufficient strength. The true art of the blazing sun, incinerating heaven and boiling the sea. Kong Yuansheng's palm surged towards Chu Xiu, unleashing an astonishing force that seemed to crush down upon him like a blazing sun, intent on reducing him to ashes. Chu Xiu's demeanor intensified as he unsheathed his sword, performing the immortal slaying blade technique. He held nothing back, unleashing the perfected form of the immortal slaying blade technique and its essence. The heavens seemed to be cleaved in two by Chu Xiu's strike. Kong Yuansheng's palm force was utterly powerless against the onslaught of the immortal slaying blade energy. The Tianzhonglong blade energy not only extinguished Kong Yuansheng's palm force, but also descended upon him. How is this possible? A Grandmaster warrior unleashing such terrifying power. A look of horror crossed Kong Yuansheng's face as he realized that a mere Grandmaster could possess such overwhelming strength. As a peak 9th layer spiritual entity, just a step away from the law manifestation realm, he felt the looming threat of death from Chu Xiu's strike. It felt as if he were firmly ensnared, forced to endure rather than evade. In that instant, Kong Yuansheng's scalp tingled as he drew his sword, slashing towards the blade energy with all his might. He infused all his spiritual power into the strike, creating a terrifying wave of energy. Yet, this blow found no resistance against the immortal slaying blade energy. It was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly futile. The blade energy descended with a thunderous crash. Kong Yuansheng vanished from the Kong residence. A 10-zhang-long gash appeared outside the residence, carving a trench a zhang wide, with the blade energy still raging within it, evoking an indescribable dread. Any ordinary warrior daring to approach this gash risked being crushed by the lingering blade energy. Your Excellency's might, Your Excellency's might. The members of the Heavenly Guard, though aware of Chu Xiu's command not to approach, watched from a distance, witnessing the awe-inspiring sight of Chu Xiu slaying the peak 9th layer Kong Yuansheng. Their eyes shone with fervor, filled with profound respect, as they exclaimed, "Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying Kong Yuansheng, who colluded with the aristocratic families and willingly acted as their pawn. By steadfastly pursuing righteous actions, you have earned a reward of 50 years of golden core energy and the great capture of heaven and earth. Would you like to claim your reward now?" The mechanical voice of the positive energy system echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Yes, Chu Xiu felt a surge of joy as he responded within his thoughts. With this 50 years of golden core energy, his cultivation would ascend once more. The great capture of heaven and earth, just the name alone suggested its extraordinary nature. As soon as the words left his mind, 50 years of golden core energy manifested within his dantian, causing the innate chi of heaven and earth to automatically circulate and absorb this energy. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu's cultivation soared from the 5th to the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the Grandmaster realm, merely a step away from the 8th layer. The peak of the 7th layer of the Grandmaster realm. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with realization. He could feel his mental strength had reached an astonishing level, likely rivaling that of a peak 9th layer spiritual entity. Furthermore, he was not only quantitatively comparable, but qualitatively as well. After all, he possessed the Tying visualization technique, which continually refined his mental strength, rendering it exquisitely pure. Then, countless insights regarding the great capture of heaven and earth flooded Chu Xiu's mind. This technique was not an ordinary form of grappling, but a breathtaking martial art capable of seizing the spiritual entity and even the law manifestation. How powerful! Had I possessed the great capture of heaven and earth just moments ago, I could have directly crushed Kong Yuansheng's spiritual entity, having absorbed all the content. Chu Xiu was deeply astonished. He took a deep breath to steady himself, maintaining an appearance of calm, as if the slaying of Kong Yuansheng had been a trivial task. Before long, Fang Heng emerged from the Kong residence, leading a throng of Kong family members, including maids, servants, and others. over 1,000 in total, under the watchful eye of the heavenly guard. Reporting to your excellency, all individuals within the Kong residence have been apprehended. We discovered a substantial amount of gold, silver, treasures, antique paintings, and property deeds, totaling a value exceeding 3 million taels of silver. Fang Heng approached Chu Xiu with a solemn expression. Is that all? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow and inquired. For someone of Kong Yuanqing's stature as a commanding officer of the Jin Wei and a figure of real authority, possessing only this amount of wealth seemed insufficient in Chu Xiu's view. Chapter 40. Lu Qingfeng's shock and the cabinet's astonishment. Your excellency, it is not as you think. Within the Kong residence, we have discovered 237 bottles of true qi pills, 111 bottles of true essence pills, 35 bottles of mixed origin pills, and 19 bottles of spirit essence pills. Additionally, we have found a total of 127 bottles of detoxification pills, rejuvenation pills, and spirit nourishing pills. Furthermore, there exists a substantial quantity of first-tier, second-tier, and even third-tier and fourth-tier spiritual herbs. Fang Heng shook his head and remarked, Are there no martial arts manuals? With a raised eyebrow, Chu Xiu turned to Fang Heng and inquired, Just as I suspected, the Kong residence must possess a significant stash. After all, the guards in Kong Yuanqing's cultivation would require such elixirs. Indeed, Your Excellency, we have also uncovered over 100 martial arts manuals within the Kong residence. However, they have yet to be tallied and will need to be counted upon returning to our Northtown governing office. Fang Heng replied after careful consideration. That is correct, Chu Xiu said, satisfaction evident on his face. Convey all findings to our Northtown governing office's treasury. Yes, I shall obey, Fang Heng expressed with utmost respect. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, falling into silence. Moments later, the shock troops had transported all the findings from the Kong residence, sealing the doors with the Northtown governing office's seal. Let us return, Chu Xiu commanded with a wave of his hand, leading the shock troops as they escorted the individuals from the Kong residence back to the Northtown governing office. At the headquarters of the Jinyue, a Jinyue Qianhu approached the office of the Jinyue commander with a look of horror. Kneeling, he trembled as he spoke. Commander, grave news has arisen. With a creak, the office door slowly opened. Commander Lu Qingfeng stepped out, maintaining his composure as he looked at the Qianhu. What is it? Commander, the Northtown's Inspector Chu Xiu has overstepped his authority, leading the Northtown's cavalry to raid Lord Kong's residence. Even Lord Kong has fallen victim to Chu Xiu's blade. The Qianhu trembled as he spoke, clearly shaken by the ruthless power displayed by Chu Xiu. Kong Yuanqing was a figure of great standing, second only to Lu Qingfeng within the Jinyue. Despite the hierarchy, the positions beneath the commander were currently vacant, making the two Jinyue commanders the next most powerful individuals. Kong Yuanqing is dead? Slain by Chu Xiu? Lu Qingfeng's gaze sharpened, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, Commander. With a single stroke, Chu Xiu claimed Lord Kong's life. The Qianhu quivered as he reported. One stroke to fell Kong Yuanqing. It seems Chu Xiu has indeed matured. Lu Qingfeng murmured darkly. This is nurturing a tiger to bring about calamity. Commander, what shall we do now? The Qianhu hesitated, looking to Lu Qingfeng. Withdraw. I am already aware of this matter. Lu Qingfeng dismissed him with a wave. Yes, I take my leave, the Qianhu replied, relief washing over him as he exited. It was time to consult the Lord. This matter required his judgment. After a moment of silence, Lu Qingfeng moved swiftly, vanishing from the courtyard. At the Wenyuan Pavilion, a clerk hurriedly entered, approaching the deputy of the Zhanshe mansion, Qinyu, and whispered a few words. Very well, I have been informed, Qinyu responded, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Yes, I take my leave, the clerk bowed and quietly exited. Qinyu strode purposefully into the bright and spacious room of the Wenyuan Pavilion, greeting the cabinet's senior officials, including Yang Yan, who were diligently attending to their affairs. Esteemed elders, news has arrived regarding Chu Xiu. Qinyu, your footsteps suggest it is good news? Yang Yan looked up, a smile gracing his face. Dugu Tai and others paused their work. Curiosity piqued at Chunyu's unusual excitement. Esteemed chief, Chu Xiu has led the Northtown cavalry to raid the home of Jinyue commander Kong Yuanqing. Upon receiving the news, Kong Yuanqing rushed back home, only to be slain by Chu Xiu with a single strike. Qinyu reported, a hint of delight in his tone. Kong Yuanqing was slain with a single stroke? His power has evidently reached remarkable heights. Yang Yan remarked, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. It appears we have underestimated this individual. He is indeed a prodigious talent. Dugu Tai and others exchanged glances, amusement flickering in their expressions. The stronger Chu Xiu's talents and abilities, the more upheaval he could bring to the stagnant court. Moreover, the most significant aspect was the potential losses for the Taiyuan Wang family. With the loss of the Northtown's authority, and now a Jinui commander. Should Lu Qingfeng also fall, the Wang family's influence within the Jinui would be thoroughly dismantled. Qinyu, on what grounds did Chu Xiu raid Kong Yuanqing's residence and slay him? Zhao Du, the Minister of Personnel, inquired. Yang Yin and others looked expectantly at Qinyu, hoping for further revelations that would bolster their position against the Taiyuan Wang family. Esteemed elders, Chu Xiu secured evidence of Kong Yuanqing colluding with the Seven Killers organization, soliciting their aid to assassinate him. Even the Taiyuan Wang family cannot openly oppose him, Qinyu stated with gravity. Thus, Kong Yuanqing's death was in vain. Having been caught in his own treachery, Zheng Yun, the Minister of Works, shook his head. The elders exchanged glances, contemplative silence enveloping them. The extent of Chu Xiu's threat to the Taiyuan Wang family depended on whether he could withstand their forthcoming retaliation. Even noble families, when threatened, could unleash formidable assassins against Chu Xiu, a reality well understood by those among the influential. Chapter 41. The Bountiful Grace of the Emperor, the Taijing Town's Blade. In the imperial palace, within the Taiji Hall, a palace maid quietly entered, approached Pei Guanyin, and handed her a note before silently retreating. Pei Guanyin opened the note and her delicate face displayed an expression of astonishment. Beside her, Jiang Wan'er showed curiosity, gazing at Pei Guanyin with intrigue. Pei Guanyin passed the note to Jiang Wan'er and respectfully congratulated the Empress Murongxi, who was reviewing memorials. Your servant congratulates your majesty on this joyous occasion. What joy is there? Murongxi chuckled softly, tilting her head to look at Pei Guanyin. At that moment, Jiang Wan'er also glimpsed the contents of the note, her brows furrowing in disbelief, as if struggling to accept the truth of what it conveyed. Your Majesty, Lord Chu has obtained evidence from the Jinui commander Kong Yuanqing, who conspired with the Qisha organization to assassinate him. Lord Chu has now led the Northern Pacification Department in raiding Kong Yuanqing's residence. Even Kong Yuanqing has been slain by Lord Chu. The first piece of good news is the removal of Kong Yuanqing, who willingly acted as a lackey for the Wang family of Taiyuan. Pei Guanyin smiled gracefully. Lord Chu's cultivation has greatly increased. Previously, he required the 3 Smiles tranquility powder to contend with the leader of the Qisha organization in the capital. Now he has openly slain Kong Yuanqing, whose cultivation far surpassed that of the Qisha leader. This is the second piece of good news. Shouldn't we extend our congratulations to your majesty? Lord Chu has executed Kong Yuanqing. Murongxi was momentarily taken aback, her surprise evident. Your majesty, our informants have witnessed this firsthand. Furthermore, verification from the Shadow Guards confirms that although Lord Chu remains a Grand Master, his talent and comprehension are truly astonishing. He has managed to defeat Kong Yuanqing, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the primordial spirit realm. Pei Guanyin nodded gently at Murongxi. Excellent. Truly remarkable, Murongxi exclaimed. Lord Chu possesses such extraordinary talent and potential. If he continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become an unstoppable sword in my hand, eradicating the treacherous ministers and rebels in the court and beyond. It is also due to your majesty's discerning eye that Lord Chu was appointed as the head of the Northern Pacification Department, Pei Guanyin flattered. Indeed. And Lord Chu's rapid advancement in cultivation is also related to the Taijing golden elixir bestowed upon him by your majesty. Jiang Wan'er added, her admiration palpable. It is worth noting that the Taijing golden elixir has never been granted to a minister since the founding of our great Zhou dynasty. Only your majesty possesses such grand foresight and courage. Enough with the flattery, Murongxi smiled gently. Though the Taijing golden elixir is exceptional, it cannot account for everything. It is Lord Chu's own extraordinary nature that enables such achievements. Your majesty is indeed wise. Upon hearing this, Pei Guanyin and Jiang Wan'er knelt in reverence. Lord Chu's execution of Kong Yuanqing is not just a matter of joy, but a significant accomplishment. Murongxi commanded, Jiang Wan'er, draft an edict. Bestow upon Lord Chu the title of Jinui Commander, head of the Northern Pacification Department, and grant him the Taijing Town's Blade. After pondering for a moment, Murongxi's voice rang out, steady and authoritative. Jiang Wan'er, you are tasked with delivering the edict to the Northern Pacification Department. Yes, your servant obeys. Jiang Wan'er replied, her face reflecting shock and deep respect. Pei Guanyin was equally astonished. The Empress's favor towards Chu Xiu had reached a level of extraordinary benevolence. It was remarkable to consider that Chu Xiu had only recently become the head of the Northern Pacification Department, and now, after slaying Kong Yuanqing, he was promoted to Jinui Commander while still retaining control over the Northern Pacification Department. Yet, the most significant aspect was that Jiang Wan'er was bestowing upon Chu Xiu the Taijing Town's Blade. This was a true divine weapon. one of the most important treasures within the imperial treasury of the great Zhou dynasty. Morongxi nodded slightly and resumed her review of the memorials. Jiang Wan'er took a deep breath and approached a nearby table to prepare ink, drafting the edict on a blank sheet. In the Northern Pacification Department, sir, we have seized 597,000 taels of silver and 120,000 taels of gold from the Chu organization. Additionally, we obtained over 300,000 taels of silver from the Kong residents. In total, this amounts to nearly 1,347,000 taels of silver. According to your Majesty's decree, you may take half of this, totaling 673,500 taels of silver. Sir, shall we send all of this silver to your residence? Fang Heng inquired softly as he followed Chu Xiu into the Northern Pacification Department. 120,000 taels of gold is equivalent to 1,200,000 taels of silver, so I will calculate in silver. In truth, according to Empress Morongxi's decree, it was not merely half of the gold and silver, but half of all gains. This meant that items such as spiritual herbs and elixirs were also included. However, since Chu Xiu had mentioned using these spiritual herbs and elixirs to cultivate the Jing Shenwei and Jing Tianwei, Fang Heng did not press further. Is that so much? A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xiu's eyes. In that case, let this sum remain as a special fund for our Northern Pacification Department's charitable endeavors. Charitable endeavors? Fang Heng was momentarily taken aback and quickly exclaimed, Sir, you do not want the silver? While he did not fully understand what Chu Xiu meant by charitable endeavors, he grasped the essence of his words. Indeed, I shall not take this silver. Please send all the elixirs and herbs obtained from the Kong residents to my estate. After all, my guards and maids require elixirs and herbs for their cultivation. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Sir, isn't that too much of a loss? Fang Heng's face displayed a trace of bitter amusement as he advised Chu Xiu, your residence also needs funds. If you rely solely on your salary, it may not cover the expenses. He understood that Chu Xiu was not fond of wealth, but this was granted to him by Empress Morongxi. Rightful and aboveboard, not ill-gotten gains. Enough, you need not say more. My mind is made up. Chu Xiu waved his hand, addressing Fang Heng. The family members of the Kong residents shall be dealt with fairly and justly according to the laws of our great Zhou dynasty. As for the maids and servants of the Kong residents, after interrogation, if they are found innocent, they shall be dismissed. If there are no remaining funds, they may withdraw a portion from the charitable fund for their dismissal. Yes, subordinate obeys. Fang Heng sighed, his gaze towards Chu Xiu filled with increasing reverence. Who would not respect a superior who is indifferent to wealth? Next, dispatch our Northern Pacification Department's cavalry to invite physicians from all the clinics in the capital to our Northern Pacification Department. Remember, it is imperative to extend a proper invitation. We must not neglect them. Chu Xiu pondered briefly before instructing Fang Heng. Understood. I will ensure it is done, Fang Heng replied. Though he found it curious as to why Chu Xiu wished to summon all the physicians in the capital. When they arrive, be sure to inform me, Chu Xiu added, before making his way towards the study of the head of the Northern Pacification Department. Indeed, Fang Heng responded with a word, and then turned to depart. Chapter 42, The Realm of the Primordial Spirit, Jiang Wan'er arrives. Congratulations, host. By persistently engaging in positive endeavors, you have been rewarded with 80 years of golden core power and the method for refining your life treasure. Would you like to claim your rewards? The positive energy system mechanically inquired. Is this reward for establishing a fund for public welfare, or for the fair and just handling of the Kong family as household and the dismissal of their maids and servants? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. After a moment of contemplation, he could not discern the exact reason for receiving the reward and decided to dismiss the thought. After all, as long as there was a reward, that was sufficient. I shall claim the reward, Chu Xiu communicated to the positive energy system in his mind. No sooner had he spoken than a vast surge of golden core power materialized within his dantian. The innate Qian Kuan technique began to operate automatically, absorbing the 80 years of golden core power, propelling Chu Xiu's cultivation from the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the Grand Master realm to the 8th layer. Before long, he reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Grand Master realm. At last, he had attained the 9th layer of the Grand Master realm. He was on the brink of entering the realm of the primordial spirit. Chu Xiu sensed that after fully absorbing and transforming the 80 years of golden core power, he had genuinely reached the limits of the Grand Master realm. Both his spiritual power and golden core energy had reached an insurmountable threshold. His spiritual energy began to meld into the golden core, preparing it for transformation into the primordial spirit. Suddenly, a multitude of methods regarding the refinement of life treasures flooded into Chu Xiu's mind. A life treasure is a weapon refined to become one's own. nurtured by one's golden core power and even primordial spirit energy. This not only enhances the weapon's potency, but also strengthens the bond between the practitioner and their life treasure. For instance, a weapon that originally could only exert 50 to 60% of its power could unleash over 100% after being refined into a life treasure. Moreover, a life treasure can grow alongside the martial artist, becoming increasingly formidable. Regrettably, although my embroidered spring knife is commendable, it is still insufficient for refinement into a life treasure. I shall wait until I possess a more powerful weapon to undertake this transformation, Chu Xiu mused. After a moment of reflection, he called out, "Come here." A nearby guard from the Northern Pacification Division swiftly approached. Bowing respectfully, "I greet the esteemed sir. Dispatch the order. I shall enter seclusion for a period. During this time, no one is to disturb me." Chu Xiu's voice was deep and commanding. "Yes, I shall obey," the guard replied with utmost reverence. As Chu Xiu stepped forward, he vanished from sight, hastening to the office of the pacification envoy to enter his breakthrough seclusion. Though his current strength was formidable, the assassination of Kong Yuansheng would undoubtedly provoke more potent retaliations. Whether from the Seven Killers organization, the Jinui commander Lu Qingfeng, or the influential Wang family of Taiyuan behind him, none would let him go unchallenged. He needed to continually enhance his power to withstand such threats. "Farewell, esteemed sir," the guard announced as Chu Xiu departed. Fang Heng strictly adhered to Chu Xiu's instructions, dispatching numerous guards from the Northern Pacification Division to rent a multitude of carriages, traveling to various medical establishments in the capital, inviting physicians to the Northern Pacification Division. After a brief interval, Jiang Wano arrived outside the Northern Pacification Division, surrounded by a throng of elite soldiers. Upon receiving the news, Fang Heng promptly emerged to greet her, bowing respectfully. "I salute you, Lady Jiang. Is Lord Chu within the Northern Pacification Division?" Jiang Waner gently nodded and inquired, "Is Lord Chu in seclusion?" Reporting to Lady Jiang, "He is currently in seclusion and has instructed that no one is to disturb him during this period." Fang Heng hesitated before adding with an apologetic expression, "If Lady Jiang has matters to discuss, please inform me, and I shall relay your message. His Majesty has issued an edict that I must deliver personally to Lord Chu." Jiang Waner replied, her brows slightly furrowed. "Since Lord Chu is in seclusion, I shall wait for him here at the Northern Pacification Division. Lady Jiang, please come inside," Fang Heng urged, extending an invitation. "Very well," Jiang Waner agreed, nodding as she followed Fang Heng into the Northern Pacification Division. After another brief moment, Chu Xiu finally stepped into the first layer of the realm of the primordial spirit. Now he could be considered a genuine primordial spirit practitioner. Moreover, his status as a primordial spirit practitioner was unlike that of ordinary ones. Even as he had just entered the realm, he could manifest his primordial spirit. Slowly opening his eyes, a brilliant light erupted from them, as if capable of piercing through the very heavens. A smile graced his face as he declared, "I finally possess the means for self-preservation." Indeed, Chu Xiu had officially stepped into the realm of the primordial spirit. However, thanks to the innate concealment technique, even after breaking through to the primordial spirit realm, no one was aware of his advancement. The illusion technique consists of 3 tiers. The third tier allows for a myriad of transformations. However, it was unnecessary to reveal the third tier. The first 2 tiers of the illusion technique would suffice for the elite guards of the Northern Pacification Division. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu rose, approached his writing desk, and began to grind ink. Once the ink was ready, he picked up a wolf hair brush and began to write vigorously on the pristine rice paper before him. In no time, he filled more than 10 pages, detailing the first 2 tiers of the illusion technique and sharing insights to aid the elite guards of the Northern Pacification Division in mastering it. Once completed, he folded the pages neatly and stored them away, then opened the door to his study and stepped out. "Reporting, sir. Lady Jiang has arrived with the Emperor's edict. Since you are in seclusion, we dared not disturb you. Lady Jiang is currently waiting in the hall," a guard stationed outside the study informed Chu Xiu respectfully. "Oh, an edict from the Emperor? How long has Lady Jiang been waiting?" Chu Xiu pondered, suspecting that the Empress Murongxi had learned of the assassination of the Jinui commander Kong Yuansheng and had issued a commendation for him. "Reporting, sir. Lady Jiang has been waiting for nearly half an hour," the guard replied with utmost respect. "Understood. I shall take note of this," Chu Xiu responded before vanishing from the spot. In an instant, he arrived at the hall of the Northern Pacification Division, striding in with the demeanor of a dragon among tigers. Chapter 43. The Fated Treasure, unyielding and unbreakable, unaware of the arrival of Lord Jiang. "I apologize for keeping you waiting for so long." Chu Xiu stepped into the hall and, with a gesture of respect towards Jiang Waner, displayed a hint of regret. You are too courteous, Lord Chu. It is only natural that I was unaware of Wanu's arrival, Jiang Wanu replied with a gentle smile. Thank you, Lord Jiang. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude. Lord Chu, His Majesty is already aware of your execution of the Imperial Guard's deputy commander, Kong Yuanqing. Upon learning this, the Emperor was greatly pleased and has specially issued a decree to commend you. Jiang Wanu gazed at Chu Xiu with a beaming smile. The Emperor has issued a decree of commendation? Although Chu Xiu was aware of Jiang Wanu's purpose, he feigned surprise, kneeling to receive the edict. Jiang Wanu retrieved a scroll of the imperial decree from her sleeve and handed it to Chu Xiu, saying, There are no outsiders here. So Lord Chu need not be so formal. You will understand upon reading it. Is this appropriate? Chu Xiu hesitated for a moment. His Majesty has stated that such formalities need not be observed. Jiang Wanu replied with a radiant smile, pressing the decree into Chu Xiu's hands. I humbly thank His Majesty for His grace, Chu Xiu said, accepting the decree and bowing in the direction of the palace. After expressing his gratitude, Chu Xiu slowly opened the decree and, with a mere glance, saw that he had been promoted from the Northern Command's Bizenfu inspector to the position of Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, directly succeeding Kong Yuanqing. Furthermore, he noted that the Empress, Morongxi, had bestowed upon him a Taiping Jinyue sword. To receive a treasure suitable for refining a fated weapon so soon after acquiring its crafting method? Lord Chu. This is your official attire as Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, Jiang Wanu said, taking the official garments from a soldier and presenting them to Chu Xiu. Thank you. Lord Jiang, Chu Xiu replied graciously as he received the attire. This sword, the Taiping Jinyue, is a true divine weapon. It is also one of the most significant treasures within the Emperor's treasury. May this sword, in the hands of Lord Chu, once again unleash its formidable might and restore its former grandeur, Jiang Wanu added as she took a brocade box from another soldier and handed it to Chu Xiu. With a solemn expression, Chu Xiu placed the official attire aside on a nearby table before accepting the brocade box. Lord Chu must be familiar with divine weapons. Jiang Wanu inquired thoughtfully. I know a little, Chu Xiu nodded, his expression serious. In such a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, the name of divine weapons is certainly known to someone in his position. Warriors below the innate realm can only wield ordinary weapons. Those at the innate and grandmaster levels can possess superior arms, while great grandmasters may wield first-tier magical artifacts. Realms above can possess higher-tier artifacts, with the spirit transformation realm allowing for second-tier artifacts, and the law manifestation realm granting access to third-tier artifacts. As the inspector of the Imperial Guard, Chu Xiu's current Spring Blossom Blade is, in fact, a third-tier artifact. It is clear from this that the Taiping Jinyue sword is truly extraordinary. Since you are aware of divine weapons, I shall not elaborate further. Now that the decree has been issued, and the official attire along with the Taiping Jinyue sword has been entrusted to you, I shall take my leave to report back to the palace. Jiang Wanu said with a light smile. Allow me to escort you, Jiang Darren, Chu Xiu offered. There is no need for your trouble, Lord Chu. I can leave on my own. You may examine the Taiping Jinyue sword, Jiang Wanu replied softly. Very well. Someone, see Jiang Darren out, Chu Xiu commanded, not insisting further. Yes, a guard stationed outside the hall stepped forward, gesturing for Jiang Wanu to exit. Jiang Wanu nodded gently and departed the hall under the guard's lead. After watching her leave, Chu Xiu placed the brocade box on the table but did not immediately examine the Taiping Jinyue sword. Instead, he picked up the official attire of the Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, removed his current garments, and donned the new attire. In the hall of the Northern Command, he was not concerned about intruders. Any guards entering would announce themselves first. Clad in the attire of the Imperial Guard's Deputy Commander, Chu Xiu appeared even more striking. He then slowly opened the brocade box containing the Taiping Jinyue sword. A long blade with a pitch-black hilt and scabbard appeared before him, as if forged from a single piece of obsidian. With his left hand, Chu Xiu grasped the Taiping Jinyue sword, while his right hand gripped the hilt, gently drawing the blade from its sheath. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out, a flash of cold light emerging, as if it could sever all that exists. What a magnificent blade! Chu Xiu exclaimed in awe. He returned the scabbard to the brocade box, and, holding the Taiping Jinyue sword, began the process of refining it into his fated weapon according to the crafting method. Suddenly, the Taiping Jinyue sword vanished from his grasp, appearing within his dantian. In the hands of his doppelganger, a smaller version of himself. This miniature self, seated cross-legged within his dantian, was none other than his spirit. With a thought, the Taiping Jinyue sword reappeared in his palm, and with another thought, it returned to the hands of his spirit. Indeed, refining the Taiping Jinyue sword into a fated weapon has significantly enhanced my affinity with it. Originally, with my level of cultivation, I could barely wield the sword's true power, treating it merely as an indestructible weapon. However, to unleash its full might would have required the totality of my spiritual energy. Now, having refined it into a fated weapon, I can wield the Taiping Jinyue sword effectively, even managing to manifest a sliver of its brilliance. Even that mere flicker surpasses the potency of first-tier magical artifacts by tenfold or even 100-fold. It is likely that even third-tier artifacts wielded by experts of the law manifestation realm cannot compare to the splendor of the Taiping Jinyue sword. A smile crossed Chu Xiu's face as he mused. Reporting, my lord, there is an urgent matter I must convey. Fang Heng approached the entrance of the hall, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Enter, Chu Xiu replied calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Fang Heng stepped forward and bowed, saying, my lord, I have accomplished the task you assigned. Currently, thousands of physicians from various clinics across the capital have gathered at the Northern Command's hall. Due to the large number, I have arranged for them to wait in the training grounds of the Northern Command. Upon finishing his report, Fang Heng suddenly noticed that Chu Xiu was no longer wearing the inspector's attire, but had donned the official garments of the Imperial Guard's deputy commander. His face lit up with joy. Chu Xiu's promotion meant greater opportunities for those loyal to him. Moreover, he had only recently become the inspector and was now already the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. This indicates that Empress Murongxi holds tremendous regard for Chu Xiu. The favor of the divine is indeed profound. Chapter 44. Aiding His Majesty and the Citizens of the Capital. The subordinate congratulated the esteemed official on becoming the deputy commander of the Jinyue. After a brief pause, Fang Heng knelt before Chu Xiu, expressing profound respect. Come, let us proceed to meet them, Chu Xiu replied with a serene smile, striding confidently toward the hall's exit. Yes, Fang Heng responded emphatically, his curiosity piqued by the gathering of over 1,000 physicians from across the capital. He pondered whether Chu Xiu sought to recruit alchemists among them for the Northern Censerate's medicinal needs. However, it seemed implausible. If these physicians possessed the art of alchemy, they would surely have chosen that path over remaining physicians, given the elevated status of alchemists within the Great Zhou dynasty. At the Northern Censerate's martial arts arena, a multitude of physicians from various clinics in the capital had assembled. Their faces bore expressions of confusion, uncertain as to why the Northern Censerate had summoned them. Initially, many physicians had reacted with alarm upon being approached, fearing they had inadvertently drawn the Censerate's scrutiny. However, upon receiving courteous treatment and being provided with carriages, their tension eased. Upon arriving at the Censerate's office and discovering that physicians from all across the capital had been summoned, they felt reassured. This indicated that the Censerate likely required their assistance. Suddenly, a commanding voice resounded from afar. The esteemed official has arrived. The assembled physicians quickly knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed official." They were perplexed. Was it not said that Chu Xiu served as the Censerate's chief? Why was he donned in the attire of a Jinyue deputy commander? Yet, many physicians harbored goodwill toward Chu Xiu, having heard of the Northern Censerate's generous distribution of grain and provisions to the impoverished citizens of the capital. They were well aware that such benevolence was not the doing of the Empress Murongxi, but rather the initiative of Chu Xiu himself, who, despite his high position, had to present these gifts in the Empress's name to avoid accusations of ambition or conspiracy. "Please, do not rise," Chu Xiu said, approaching and helping the physicians to their feet. "I appreciate your presence here." "Thank you, esteemed official," the crowd responded in unison. "You must be wondering why I summoned you all to the Northern Censerate," Chu Xiu continued, a smile gracing his lips. "Allow me to reveal this secret." The physicians listened intently, their curiosity piqued. From Chu Xiu's demeanor, they sensed that this gathering might herald blessings rather than misfortunes. "I am deeply moved by the plight of the common people. Even within our capital, many suffer from ailments they cannot afford to treat. Therefore, having sought the Empress's consent, we at the Northern Censerate shall retain half of the confiscated assets, designating them for a public welfare fund. This fund will allocate resources monthly for free medical consultations. During this period, all clinics in the capital will provide free services to the citizens, including consultations and medications. Furthermore, we will subsidize all clinics to ensure they are compensated for their efforts. Will you, esteemed physicians, lend your support to the Northern Censerate, to His Majesty, to the citizens of the capital?" Chu Xiu declared with righteous fervor. At that moment, he radiated an aura akin to a sage, inspiring awe among the physicians and the guards surrounding the arena. Fang Heng finally grasped the purpose behind Chu Xiu's establishment of the Public Welfare Fund. The esteemed official wishes to do good for the people. How could I not support such a noble cause? As physicians, we must embody compassion. Without it, we are unworthy of the title. I do not seek subsidies. I only require the provision of medicines during the consultations, I am willing to participate, exclaimed an elderly physician, tears of gratitude glistening in his eyes. Indeed, I too wish to join in this noble effort. Another added, my contributions may be small, but I am eager to assist. One by one, the physicians voiced their willingness to contribute, leaving no one among them opposed to the initiative. The support of these physicians was a boon for the citizens of the capital. On behalf of the citizens, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you all, Chu Xiu proclaimed. However, I cannot permit you to work without compensation. You shall receive the subsidies owed. I hope you will understand that this endeavor serves His Majesty, not merely myself or the Northern Censorate. During the consultations, it is vital that we convey to the citizens that this is the Empress's grace. After a moment of reflection, Chu Xiu bowed respectfully to the physicians. We understand, they replied, kneeling once more, deeply moved. Please rise. It is I, alongside His Majesty, who should be grateful to you, Chu Xiu said, helping several physicians to their feet. Thank you, esteemed official, they replied as they gradually stood. Without further delay, let us commence the free consultation starting today, continuing for 3 days. What say you, esteemed physicians? Chu Xiu inquired thoughtfully, surveying the eager faces before him. Chapter 45, Free Medical Consultation in the Capital. Astonishing rewards from the system. By the decree of the esteemed official, we shall proceed. The group of physicians spoke in unison. Very well, Fong Hung. Delegate someone to manage the return of the physicians to their respective clinics. Furthermore, ensure that a member of our Northern Town Constabulary is stationed at each clinic to assist with the statistical tracking of all medications used. All expenses will be drawn from our Northern Town Constabulary's Public Welfare Fund. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu spoke in a deep and powerful tone. Yes, I shall comply, Fong Hang replied with utmost respect. He understood the significance of having a member of the Northern Town Constabulary assist at each clinic. This measure would prevent various issues, such as any physician exaggerating the usage of medications for personal gain, ultimately preserving the integrity of the Northern Town Constabulary's charitable medical activities. Brilliant. This strategy of yours is truly exceptional. Chu Xiu continued. In addition, send our Northern Town Constabulary to publicize the free medical consultations throughout the capital, informing all citizens that anyone in need of medical care can visit the nearest clinic. They need not worry about the costs, and they do not have to travel far. They can seek treatment at nearby clinics. Inform the citizens that if the first day sees a large turnout and they cannot queue, there is no need for concern as the consultations will continue for 3 days. Moreover, this initiative will be held every month at this time. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu added, it should not be limited to the citizens of the capital. Anyone within the city who requires treatment may visit the nearby clinics. Understood, Fong Heng replied respectfully. The other physicians nodded in agreement, aware that this statement was directed at them as well. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xiu gestured for Fong Heng to proceed. Physicians, please. Fong Heng bowed and invited the physicians to follow him. The physicians departed the training ground with Fong Heng, boarding carriages to return to their respective clinics. After watching them leave, Chu Xiu made his way towards the office of the Northern Town Constabulary's chief. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Congratulations, host. By steadfastly engaging in positive endeavors and providing free medical consultations for the citizens of the capital, you have received a reward of 20 years of primordial spirit power, the ancient extermination of immortals technique, and 10 pure yang wujiden. Would you like to claim your rewards? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resonated in Chu Xiu's mind. Yes, Chu Xiu replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had convened physicians from all over the capital for this charitable medical event, primarily to earn the rewards from the positive energy system. Having just stepped into the realm of primordial spirit, 20 years of spirit power would significantly enhance his cultivation level. The ancient extermination of immortals technique, with its formidable name, promised to be a remarkable martial art. As for the pure yang wujiden, though he had not heard of it before, he trusted that any product from the system would be exceptional and would surely not disappoint him. As soon as he spoke, 20 years of primordial spirit power surged within his dantian. The innate Qian Kuan technique automatically activated, absorbing and refining the spirit power, propelling Chu Xiu's cultivation to new heights. He swiftly advanced through the stages, from the first level of the primordial spirit realm to the peak, and then to the second level of small success, ultimately reaching the third level of substantial completion. Excellent. I have now entered the third level of the primordial spirit realm. My strength has become even more formidable. Chu Xiu felt immense satisfaction within, yet his expression remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of joy as he strolled towards the chief's office. Soon, an abundance of information regarding the ancient extermination of immortals technique and the pure yang wujiden flooded his mind. The ancient extermination of immortals technique was an extraordinarily powerful martial art, capable of vanquishing immortals with a single strike. The pure yang Wujiden, on the other hand, was an unparalleled elixir. However, the 10 pure yang Wujidens held limited utility for Chu Xiu. They were best suited for cultivating his direct descendants and enhancing their strength. Each elixir could elevate a practitioner below the primordial spirit realm by an entire level without any side effects. In other words, a practitioner at the first level of the master realm could advance to the grandmaster realm, and a grandmaster could leap directly into the primordial spirit realm. Of course, the pure yang Wujiden did have its limitations. Even a practitioner at the second or third level of the grandmaster realm could only ascend to the first level of the primordial spirit realm upon consumption. Were there no restrictions, the pure yang Wujiden would not merely be a remarkable elixir but a transcendent one. Truly, the pure yang Wujiden is a product of the system. With 10 of these elixirs, I could nurture 10 true masters of the primordial spirit realm under my command. Chu Xiu mused, his eyes glinting with determination. The only issue is that I must first elevate my strength to the grandmaster realm. Using the pure yang Wujiden at the master realm would be a waste. Before long, numerous members of the Northern Town Constabulary had utilized their skills to spread the word of the free medical consultations throughout the capital, ensuring that all citizens were informed that the clinics would soon open their doors for this charitable initiative. This event was a gracious gift from the Emperor, entrusted to the Northern Town Constabulary. Within an hour, the entire capital was abuzz with activity. Countless citizens expressed their gratitude, as the Northern Town Constabulary had previously provided rice, flour, and oil to the populace, leaving a positive impression. They trusted the words of the constabulary and flocked to the nearby clinics for care. At the Wenyuan Pavilion, an official hurriedly entered and whispered a few words into the ear of Chu Xiu, the deputy minister of the Zhanshi office. Free medical consultations for all citizens over the course of 3 days? Chu Xiu exclaimed, astonished. Instantly, the entire Wenyuan Pavilion fell silent, with all the officials turning to Chu Xiu, stunned by his revelation. Rest assured, my lord, I have personally sent someone to verify this. Every clinic currently has members of the Northern Town Constabulary assisting outside. All expenses are being covered by the public welfare fund established by the Northern Town Constabulary. An official reported with evident admiration. Long lines have formed outside each clinic, with countless citizens who rarely seek medical help now queuing for treatment. Such a public welfare fund. What a commendable initiative. Chu Xiu mused, respect etching across his features. Could it be that Lord Chu is truly a sage reincarnated? After a moment of silence, he expressed his reverence. In that instant, even Chu Xiu, hailing from a powerful family, was filled with profound admiration for Chu Xiu. Who in the world could rival Chu Xiu's benevolence and accomplishments? Chapter 46. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Whether Lord Chu is the reincarnation of a sage, I cannot ascertain. However, his actions have garnered the respect of the common folk in the capital, enabling them to regard their ailments with dignity. This is indeed a remarkable act of virtue. One official marveled, adding that the citizens of the capital are immensely grateful to His Majesty. Throughout the city, one can hear the populace expressing their gratitude, believing that His Majesty is a divine ruler descended upon them. Having acknowledged this matter, the official dismissed the messenger. Chu Xiu took a deep breath to steady his emotions before addressing the official. You may take your leave. The official complied and exited. At that moment, the clerks within the Wenyuan Pavilion had already pieced together the unfolding events from the brief exchange. It was evident that Lord Chu, the inspector of the Northern Pacification Office, had not only distributed rice, flour, and oil to the impoverished citizens, but had also summoned physicians from all the medical establishments in the capital to provide free consultations for the populace. Chu Xiu adjusted his official attire, his thoughts entangled, as he made his way toward the interior of the Wenyuan Pavilion. As an official of the Great Zhou dynasty, he recognized the merit in Lord Chu's actions. Yet, as a member of a prominent family, he could not condone such measures. This was a direct challenge to the hegemony of the aristocracy. Before long, Chu Xiu entered a spacious and well-lit chamber, where he respectfully bowed to the chief minister Yang Yin and the other esteemed officials. I have urgent matters to report. Is it again related to Lord Chu? Yang Yin inquired, looking up with an expression of calm curiosity. The others, including Du Gatai, also turned their attention towards Chu Xiu. After all, his recent reports had predominantly revolved around Lord Chu. Indeed, it concerns Lord Chu. He has convened all physicians in the capital for a 3-day free consultation initiative. During this period, any citizen in need of medical attention may visit the nearest clinic at no cost. All expenses incurred will be covered by the public welfare fund established by Lord Chu. Furthermore, he has decreed that this initiative will occur monthly, lasting for 3 days each time. Chu Xiu continued with a solemn expression. As a result, countless citizens are lining up at various clinics across the capital. awaiting their turn for treatment. The populace is profoundly grateful to His Majesty. Free consultations? A public welfare fund? Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting astonishment. As the chief minister of the Great Zhou dynasty, he found himself bewildered by Lord Chu's audacity. Was this merely an act of flattery? Yet, one could not deny that such actions would undoubtedly please Empress Murongxi. Dugu Tai and the others grew increasingly grave, contemplating the implications of Lord Chu's actions within the capital. Would he extend such initiatives throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty? This approach posed a significant threat to the aristocracy's dominance. If the common people held the Empress in such high regard, would they still heed the words of the noble families? Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. If this man remains alive, he will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for our aristocracy. Zheng Yun, the Minister of Works, stated gravely after a moment of silence. I concur, Dugatai. The Minister of Justice added, displaying a look of agreement. The Minister of Personnel, Zhao Duo, and others remained silent, yet shared their profound concurrence. Previously, they had contemplated extending an olive branch to Lord Chu, eager to recruit such an exceptional talent. However, due to the influence of the Taiyuan Wang family, they had refrained from taking action, opting to observe his progress. Yet, in this moment, Lord Chu's actions had extinguished such thoughts entirely, regardless of whether he sought to be a sage or to curry favor with Empress Murongxi. One thing was clear, a man capable of such deeds could not be easily swayed into their fold. He must not be allowed to remain. Who do you think is most fearful of this situation? Yang Yin inquired meaningfully. The Taiyuan Wang family. More precisely, the representative of the Taiyuan Wang family in the capital. Left Minister Wang Hao. Dugatai and the others exchanged knowing smiles. The more remarkable Lord Chu's actions became, the more apprehensive Wang Hao would be. He would fear losing control over the Jinyue. Even with Wang Hao's status, he would undoubtedly face reproach from the head of the Taiyuan Wang family, Wang Yang. We need only to stand back and watch the developments unfold, Yang Yin said with a smile, stroking his grizzled beard. The chief minister is truly insightful. Dugu Tai and the others expressed their admiration. In the palace, within the Taiji Palace, a maid hurried in, handing a note to Pei Guanyin before retreating. Pei Guanyin opened the note and, after reading it, appeared momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. Curious, Jiang Wanner leaned closer to see the contents of the note, and upon reading it, she too became dazed, mirroring Pei Guanyin's expression. What are you two doing? Empress Murongxi raised her gaze, noticing the bewildered expressions on Pei Guanyin and Jiang Wanner. Your Majesty, we congratulate you. We celebrate your honor. Pei Guanyin and Jiang Wanner regained their composure, exchanging glances before kneeling before the Empress in unison. Has Lord Chu done something remarkable? Murongxi's expression shifted to one of curiosity and intrigue. Your Majesty, Lord Chu has summoned all physicians in the capital to conduct free consultations. Any citizen in need of medical care may visit the nearby clinics, with all expenses covered by the Public Welfare Fund of the Northern Pacification Office, requiring no payment from the people. Pei Guanyin spoke with admiration. What? Free consultations for all citizens? Murongxi's face displayed disbelief as she exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, even the usually composed Empress could not contain her emotions. Chapter 47. Even masters of the Dharma realm have been slain by me, Your Majesty. I wish to inform you that the free medical consultation event will span 3 days, commencing today. Furthermore, this initiative is not limited to this month. It will recur at this time every month henceforth. Pei Guanyin spoke with a solemn demeanor. Lord Chu still seeks no reward. He promotes the free consultations under Your Majesty's name. Consequently, the citizens of the capital are filled with gratitude towards Your Majesty. Murongxi remained silent for a moment, inhaling deeply to steady her emotions. Before addressing Pei Guanyin, is the special fund for this charitable endeavor derived from the assets confiscated by the Northern Town Pacification Office? Your Majesty, Lord Chu stated that he reported to you that, originally, half of the assets seized by the Northern Town Pacification Office were to be submitted to your treasury. However, upon obtaining your consent, they were instead allocated to establish a special fund for charitable causes under Lord Chu's management. Pei Guanyin's eyes glimmered with admiration as she spoke. As one of the closest female officials to the Empress Murongxi, she was well aware that Chu Xiu had not actually reported to Murongxi. The decision to allocate half of the seized assets to Chu Xiu was, in fact, decreed by Murongxi herself. Yet, Chu Xiu accepted nothing, instead dedicating the entire sum to the establishment of a charitable fund aimed at providing free medical consultations, thereby enhancing Murongxi's reputation rather than his own. Such actions evoked profound respect from Pei Guanyin, explaining her astonishment upon first reading the note. Lord Chu is indeed a sage descended to mortal realms. Murongxi remarked with deep emotion. As long as our officials possess even a fraction of Lord Chu's integrity, how can our great Zhou dynasty fail to prosper? Upon uttering this, she inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy for Chu Xiu. She believed him to be excessively upright and virtuous, thus she granted him a residence, attendants from the palace, and the imperial guard for protection. In her desire to ensure he could adequately support his household, she almost wished he would indulge in corruption. Yet, knowing full well that he was not that kind of person, she issued a decree to transfer half of the assets seized by the Northern Town Pacification Office to him, allowing him to acquire funds openly and legitimately. Yet, to her surprise, Chu Xiu returned the very half she had bestowed upon him, allocating it entirely for benevolent deeds. Indeed, benevolence, the name of the special fund for charitable causes, at first glance, seems somewhat perplexing. However, in conjunction with Chu Xiu's mobilization of physicians from various medical establishments across the capital for the free consultation initiative, with all expenses drawn from the charitable fund, Morongxi discerned its true purpose, a dedicated effort to perform good deeds. Lord Chu is simply too virtuous, Jiang Wanner remarked softly. Pei Guanyin face expressed agreement, acknowledging the difficulty of persuading Chu Xiu to accept even a modest sum. Hearing this, Morongxi rubbed her forehead, displaying a look of vexation. Very well, Jiang Wanner, represent me and deliver 100,000 taels of silver, along with a batch of elixirs and spiritual herbs, to Lord Chu's residence. Ensure that the elixirs and spiritual herbs meet the cultivation needs of Lord Chu. From now on, periodically deliver batches to his residence. All expenses incurred there will be covered by my treasury. Your Majesty is wise. Jiang Wanner and Pei Guanyin replied with deep respect. Since Chu Xiu was unwilling to accept money, they could only resort to this method, directly covering all his household expenses. After all, for a dedicated official like him, who devoted himself to the emperor and the people, it would be unacceptable for him to struggle with the costs of maintaining his household. In a residence within the capital, an elderly man with white hair stood with his hands clasped behind him in a pavilion. An aura of profound mastery emanated from him. Suddenly, a figure clad in black seemingly appeared out of thin air behind the old man and respectfully bowed, addressing him. I pay my respects to the leader. How goes the intelligence gathering on Chu Xiu? The old man, his expression calm, replied, I am the leader of the 7 Kills organization, dispatched to the capital to re-establish our local branch, known as the Ruthless One. Reporting to the leader. Today Chu Xiu led the Northern Town Pacification Office's cavalry to assault the residence of the Jin Yiwei's deputy commander, Kong Yuanqing. Upon hearing the news, Kong Yuanqing rushed back to his estate, only to be slain at the doorstep by Chu Xiu with a single strike. This individual possesses the strength of a peak 9th layer of the Yuan Shun realm. His prowess likely surpasses that of the 9th layer of the Yuan Shun realm. The black-clad figure spoke with a grave expression. This must be the reason our 7 Kills organization has repeatedly attempted to assassinate Chu Xiu, only to fail each time. The Ruthless One's face reflected astonishment. No wonder we have failed repeatedly. His strength has evidently reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Yuan Shun realm. To attain such a level before even reaching his prime is a testament to his extraordinary talent, deserving of the title Peerless Genius even among the martial community. Leader, shall we inform the Hall Master and dispatch a protector of the Dharma realm to the capital to personally eliminate Chu Xiu? The black figure hesitated before inquiring. Unnecessary. I too am at the peak of the 9th layer of the Yuan Shun realm. Moreover, I am an assassin, skilled in stealth. Even those who have just entered the Dharma realm have fallen to my blade. Chu Xiu is not a concern. The Ruthless One smiled lightly. His streak of good fortune ends here. Yes, the black figure replied, though a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Could the Ruthless One truly eliminate Chu Xiu? No. He certainly could. The leader was indeed correct. Even those who had recently stepped into the Dharma realm had met their demise at the hands of the Ruthless One. It is known that the Ruthless One had grasped the essence of power. In the realm of Yuan Shun, those who comprehend such power are all true masters. Their leader, within the Ruthless Hall, is among the most elite of the golden-ranked assassins. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may withdraw. The Ruthless One gestured dismissively to the black figure behind him. Yes, I take my leave, the black figure replied before vanishing into thin air. At the Northern Town Pacification Office, Chu Xiu emerged from his study and spoke in a deep voice. Come forth. Greetings, Lord. A nearby guard from the Northern Town Pacification Office swiftly approached and bowed respectfully. Summon Lin Huayu to see me, Chu Xiu instructed after a moment of contemplation. Yes, I obey, the guard replied before swiftly departing with agile movements. Chapter 48. The Power of the Great Capture of the Universe. Before long, Lin Huayu appeared before Chu Xiu, bowing deeply in utmost respect, and said, I pay my respects to you, my lord. No need for such formalities. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Thank you." "My lord," Lin Huayu responded, his face radiating reverence. "Lin Huayu, I have summoned you to entrust you with the intelligence of our entire Northern Town Pacification Office. Your meticulous nature makes you the most suitable candidate for this task," Chu Xiu stated after a moment of contemplation. He had analyzed the characteristics of Feng Heng and others. Feng Heng possessed a grand vision and was already responsible for the Sky-Soaring Guard. Pei Shiji oversaw the Spirit Guard, while Yang Cheng managed the Dragon Tiger medicinal bath. Thus, only Lin Huayu and Luo Tianqi remained for selection. Although Luo Tianqi was astute, Lin Huayu was undoubtedly the most fitting for this duty. "Thank you for your trust." "My lord, I shall not disappoint your expectations," Lin Huayu said, momentarily stunned, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he knelt before Chu Xiu, speaking with conviction. "Everyone knows our Northern Town Pacification Office has the best intelligence in the world. However, that is a thing of the past. Our intelligence has long since declined along with the fall of our office in the entire Jinui. Your task is to revive our intelligence network, not just within the capital, but throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty and beyond. I wish to be informed of any disturbances at the earliest possible moment. Do you understand my intention?" Chu Xiu gazed intently at Lin Huayu. Upon hearing this, Lin Huayu broke into a cold sweat, gritted his teeth, and resolutely declared, "Rest assured, my lord. I will achieve it." "Excellent. I believe you can do it. The support I provide shall be unwavering. From today onwards, our Northern Town Pacification Office will allocate training resources equivalent to those of the Spirit Guard and Sky-Soaring Guard. These resources will be dedicated to cultivating our spies. To enhance their intelligence-gathering capabilities, their cultivation level is of utmost importance. The decline of our office stems from our waning strength." After a moment's deliberation, Chu Xiu continued, "You have the authority to impart our Killing Blade Manual to our spies, thereby fortifying our power. With the support of training resources, I believe our spies' cultivation levels will surely rise swiftly." "Thank you, my lord." Lin Huayu's face brightened with surprise as he expressed profound gratitude on behalf of all the spies in the Northern Town Pacification Office. The immense pressure he had felt moments before stemmed from his concern regarding this very matter. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, lacking sufficient strength makes intelligence gathering an impossible dream. But now, with the techniques and training resources at hand, if the spies of the Northern Town Pacification Office could not be nurtured, Lin Huayu might as well end his life in despair. Furthermore, our spies will undoubtedly require financial support for their intelligence operations. You may draw from the treasury of our Northern Town Pacification Office. As long as every coin is utilized effectively, I will provide my full support." Chu Xiu paused before continuing. "In essence, the decline of the Northern Town Pacification Office is primarily due to financial constraints. I shall ensure that this shortcoming is addressed. Under my leadership, our office will never lack for funds. If necessary, we can seek out corrupt officials or underworld forces. Each of these entities is parasitic, preying on the common folk. Dealing with them will not only replenish our coffers, but also yield rewards from the positive energy system. Truly a win-win situation." "Yes, I understand," Lin Huayu responded passionately, filled with vigor. He could almost envision the spies of the Northern Town Pacification Office growing stronger, infiltrating every corner of the Great Zhou dynasty. Every movement across the land would fall beneath his watchful gaze. "I have here a technique for disguise. You will teach this technique to our spies," Chu Xiu said as he retrieved a stack of rice paper from his sleeve and handed it to Lin Huayu. "With this technique, altering one's appearance, voice, and form will become effortless. It will enable our spies to infiltrate various locations without detection. Even if discovered, they can easily escape using the disguise technique, enhancing the security of our intelligence-gathering efforts." Indeed, Lin Huayu's eyes gleamed as he accepted the stack of rice paper from Chu Xiu. Although the name of the disguise technique seemed simple, it was undoubtedly a remarkable art, as he had personally experienced with the Killing Blade Manual that Chu Xiu had previously provided. "Very well, that is all for now. Let us begin our tasks," Chu Xiu said, waving Lin Huayu off. "Yes, I take my leave," Lin Huayu replied, turning to depart. After Lin Huayu left, Chu Xiu stretched and remarked, "The hour is late. It is time for me to return home." With that, he strolled out of the Northern Town Pacification Office, heading towards the Chu residence. Just as Chu Xiu was within 100 meters of the Chu residence, suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared. This sword light contained an unfathomable and terrifying intent, an emotionless strike. This was a sword imbued with the ruthless sword intent. Sword intent. Chu Xiu's brows furrowed slightly. This was the first time he had encountered an assassin who had grasped the essence of intent. It seemed that this time, The 7 Kills organization had dispatched a true expert. The threat posed by this strike surpassed even that of Kong Yuanqing. Such was the terrifying nature of a killer. The emotionless master showed no restraint, launching a strike towards Chu Xiu, with his sword locked onto its target. Even someone at the peak of the 9th level of the primordial spirit realm would find themselves facing certain death. This was the confidence of the emotionless master. The great capture of the universe. As Chu Xiu observed the emotionless master's impending strike, he calmly extended his right hand and stated, "Ha!" Boom. With a grasp from a distance, a primordial spirit flew from the emotionless master and landed in Chu Xiu's palm. The emotionless master's body collapsed to the ground, his sword intent vanishing without a trace, while his primordial spirit gazed at Chu Xiu with overwhelming terror. Utterly shocked that Chu Xiu had extracted his spirit from his corporeal form. With such meager skills, how dare one attempt to assassinate me? Chu Xiu sneered as he held the emotionless master's primordial spirit in his hand. Yet, internally, he was profoundly astonished. Realizing the astounding power of the great capture of the universe, a truly earth-shattering martial art. Not only could it capture a primordial spirit, but it could also effortlessly seize a dharma form. However, he had never anticipated that he could so easily use the perfected great capture of the universe to extract the primordial spirit of an expert at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the primordial spirit realm. Moreover, the emotionless master had shown him no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 49. The Indestructible Golden Body Technique and the 9 Revolutions Purple Gold Pill. The old man finds himself in a position of submission to the master, expressing his willingness to yield. The unfeeling true man, trembling with fear, pleads for mercy in the palm of Chu Xiu. He never imagined that Chu Xiu possessed such terrifying martial arts and strength. As a peak practitioner at the 9th level of the primordial spirit realm, he found himself utterly powerless against Chu Xiu. Even those above the 7th level of the Dharma form realm could scarcely extract his primordial spirit from his physical body as Chu Xiu had done. Chu Xiu could not possibly be merely a practitioner of the primordial spirit realm. He must be at least above the 7th level of the Dharma form realm. Perhaps even at the level of ascension. With a thunderous crack, Chu Xiu exerted his strength and crushed the unfeeling true man's primordial spirit. It burst forth like a dazzling firework, breathtaking in its brilliance. Suddenly, figures flashed in from the Chu residence, Yu Xuanji and Qin Xingyan, accompanied by the guards of Chu Manor. They witnessed Chu Xiu single-handedly obliterate the primordial spirit of a true man, leaving them in stunned silence. Has the master's strength truly reached such heights? To crush a true man's primordial spirit with but a single hand? Or has the master always possessed such power? Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the 7 Killers organization's gold medal assassin, the unfeeling true man, by steadfastly engaging in righteous endeavors. You have earned 30 years of primordial spirit power, the indestructible golden body technique, and a 9 Revolutions purple gold pill. Would you like to claim your rewards? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Yes, Chu Xiu responded joyfully, without hesitation. The 7 Killers organization truly serves as a benefactor, consistently bestowing upon him rewards that elevate his cultivation level. As soon as he spoke, a formidable surge of primordial spirit power surged into Chu Xiu's dantian. The innate Qian Kuan technique commenced its automatic operation, absorbing 30 years of primordial spirit power to enhance Chu Xiu's cultivation. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level ascended from the 3rd to the pinnacle of the 5th level of the primordial spirit realm, just a step away from the 6th. Then, the entirety of the indestructible golden body technique and the details of the 9 Revolutions purple gold pill appeared in his mind. The indestructible golden body technique is a supreme method that can achieve an unbreakable golden body, impervious to all, invulnerable to poison, and utterly indomitable. It is a transcendent technique capable of sanctifying the physical form. The 9 Revolutions purple gold pill is an extraordinary elixir essential for cultivating this unparalleled technique. Bow to the master, Yu Xuanji and the others reverently saluted Chu Xiu. No need for such formality. Chu Xiu gestured dismissively, addressing Yu Xuanji and the others. Thank you, master, they expressed their gratitude. Qin Xingyan, send this corpse to the Bizenfu office and have it hung outside as a display. Chu Xiu commanded, nodding slightly. Yes, I shall obey. Qin Xingyan replied respectfully. This sword is quite remarkable. Chu Xiu approached the corpse of the unfeeling true man, picked up the fallen longsword, and removed the sheath from his body, revealing a satisfied expression as he sheathed the sword and tossed it to Yu Xuanji, saying, "This sword is yours now." He had noted that the longsword was named the Unfeeling Sword, having attained the status of a 3rd-tier magical artifact, not merely a 2nd tier, but a high-quality 3rd-tier artifact. Typically, Only those of the Dharma form realm could possess such a weapon. Evidently, the unfeeling true man held a significant status within the Seven Killers organization, far beyond that of an ordinary gold medal assassin. Of course, one must possess extraordinary insight to comprehend the essence of the unfeeling sword. Thank you, master. Yuxuanji caught the longsword, her face filled with gratitude. A guard from Chu Manor searched the unfeeling true man's body but found nothing of value. He then took hold of the corpse and swiftly departed toward the Bizenfu office. Yuxuanji, Qin Xingyin, follow me, Chu Xiu instructed before vanishing from sight. Yes, they answered in unison, utilizing their lightness skills to keep up. The remaining guards of Chu Manor also returned to the residence. In a short while, within the courtyard of the rear of Chu Manor. Is there any matter of significance today? Chu Xiu seated himself upon a stone bench at the stone table. His expression tranquil. Master, His Majesty has dispatched a female official from the palace to deliver 100,000 taels of silver, along with a collection of pills and spiritual herbs. Furthermore, His Majesty conveyed his decree. All expenditures of the Master's household shall be drawn from the royal treasury henceforth. Yuxuanji reported softly. His Majesty has sent silver, pills, and spiritual herbs? A trace of astonishment crossed Chu Xiu's eyes. It had not been long since the Empress, Murongxi, had granted him silver. Now, so soon again, she bestows silver, pills, and spiritual herbs? Indeed. The female official mentioned that His Majesty is concerned that the master may not engage in corruption or embezzlement and does not wish to see half of the assets from the Bizenfu confiscation go to waste. He fears that the master's household expenses may not be sustainable. Yuxuanji pondered before continuing. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression turned serious. He had surmised the Empress's intention in sending the silver, pills, and spiritual herbs. She was aware that he had allocated half of the funds from the Bizenfu confiscation for public welfare projects. Worried that he might lack the means to support the large household of Chu Manor's maids and guards, the Empress is truly considerate. As a subject, encountering such an emperor fills Chu Xiu's heart with profound gratitude. By the way, Master, in addition to the gifts from His Majesty, the Bizenfu office has also sent a batch of pills and spiritual herbs, Yuxuanji suddenly recalled and added. That was ordered by me. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, his demeanor calm. Since His Majesty has also sent silver, pills, and spiritual herbs, our household will not lack for resources for quite some time. Regardless of whether it is the maids or the guards, provide ample resources for cultivation and elevate the cultivation levels of all the maids and guards in the manor. Yes, servant will obey, Yuxuanji replied solemnly. Chu Xiu nodded, turning to Qin Xingyin. Indeed, you have stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Thanks to the Master's bestowal of the Slaughter Codex, I could achieve a swift breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm. Otherwise, I would not know when I would reach that level. Qin Xingyin expressed his gratitude with a bow. Since both of you have reached the Grandmaster realm, you may consume this pure young Wijidan. Chu Xiu waved his sleeve, sending 2 jade bottles flying toward Yuxuanji and Qin Xingyin. The two were momentarily taken aback as they caught the jade bottles soaring towards them, their faces reflecting a hint of confusion as they looked at Chu Xiu. Chapter 50. The Might of Aristocratic Families, the Dog of the Jinui Commandant. The pure young Wijidan can elevate martial artists below the Yuan spirit realm by an entire great realm upon consumption. This is sufficient for both of you to step into the Yuan spirit realm without any future repercussions. Your current strength is ultimately too feeble. The steward and the captain of guards of my Chu residence must at the very least reach the Yuan spirit realm. Furthermore, one must aspire to the law form realm, and even to the immortal realm. Chu Xiu spoke with an expression of tranquility. The positive energy system had rewarded him with 10 pure young Wijidan, which he intended to utilize to enhance the abilities of his subordinates. As Feng Heng and the others had yet to reach the Grandmaster realm, they could not consume the pure young Wijidan. However, both Yuxuanji and Qin Xingyin had already attained the Grandmaster realm. Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Upon hearing this, a mist of emotion appeared in Yuxuanji's eyes as she knelt before Chu Xiu, her expression earnest. The grace of rebirth from my lord is etched in my heart. Even if it means traversing fire and water for my lord, I shall not hesitate. Qin Xingyin knelt fervently, her gaze unwavering. All right, rise. Chu Xiu smiled gently, gesturing for both Yuxuanji to stand. You two should now consume the pure young Wijidan and enter seclusion to break through. Yes, I shall obey. Qin Xingyin replied with resolve, performing a deep bow before departing. My lord, it is getting late. Would you like to dine first? Yuxuanji gracefully rose, her demeanor gentle. Certainly. You may enter seclusion to break through while I dine. Chu Xiu nodded slightly in response. Yes, I shall obey. Yuxuanji affirmed, then began instructing the maidservants to bring forth Chu Xiu's dinner. Once arrangements were made, Yu Xuanji retreated into a room within the courtyard to consume the pure yang Wujidan and commence her breakthrough. In less than half an hour, boom, a formidable aura erupted from the Chu residence. It was indeed Yu Xuanji stepping into the Yuan spirit realm. A bright moon appeared above the Chu residence. This moon represented Yu Xuanji's Yuan spirit. The cultivation method she practiced was the Tying Sword classic imparted by Chu Xiu, hence her Yuan spirit manifested as a luminous moon. After a brief interlude, another aura erupted. This time, a figure clad in blood-red attire, exuding a sense of boundless slaughter, emerged. It was the Yuan spirit of Qin Xingyan. Indeed, my residence now possesses 2 martial artists of the Yuan spirit realm. Now, it is time for me to cultivate the indestructible golden body technique. A satisfied expression graced Chu Xiu's face as he made his way to the study. Upon entering the study, Chu Xiu flipped his right hand, revealing a jade bottle containing the 9 turns purple gold pill. He uncorked the vessel and poured out a golden pill that radiated a harmonious essence. Placing it in his mouth and began to cultivate according to the principles of the indestructible golden body technique. The 9 turns purple gold pill transformed into a vast and potent medicinal energy, permeating every cell of Chu Xiu's body, enhancing his physical form with each passing moment. As the indestructible golden body technique activated, it maximized the medicinal energy of the 9 turns purple gold pill. Chu Xiu's cultivation in the horizontal refinement path surged from the innate realm through the Grandmaster realm, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. In an instant, his horizontal refinement cultivation ascended to the 9th peak of the Grandmaster realm. Upon reaching this pinnacle, the medicinal energy of the 9 turns purple gold pill was entirely expended. He had finally attained the 3rd pinnacle of the indestructible golden body technique. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. He could sense a terrifying power emanating from within him, a force capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. A singular might that could shatter all laws. This was the might of the indestructible golden body technique. Moreover, the indestructible golden body technique was not limited to this. He suspected that his current defensive power, even if faced with the relentless strikes of a true master, would remain unbroken without any resistance. Although he had merely cultivated the indestructible golden body technique to its 3rd pinnacle, his defensive might likely exceeded that of a horizontal refinement martial artist at the 9th peak of the Yuan spirit realm. Indeed, the indestructible golden body technique, like the innate Qian Kuan technique, begins with the innate level. Perhaps I can simplify the indestructible golden body technique. Within our Northtown Protectorate, I could select a group of suitable T warriors to specifically cultivate the simplified version of the indestructible golden body technique. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu stood and approached his desk to begin the simplification of the indestructible golden body technique. Every martial art rewarded by the positive energy system had reached true perfection upon receipt, enabling him to grasp its essence. Simplifying it posed little challenge for Chu Xiu. After a brief period of reflection, he took up a brush and began to inscribe upon the pristine rice paper. After writing for over 10 pages, Chu Xiu set down the brush and declared, "This horizontal refinement technique is derived from the simplification of the indestructible golden body technique, capable of achieving 30% of its original power. It shall be named the unyielding golden body. Even with merely 30% of the indestructible golden body technique strength, it is already tremendously formidable. Imagine if the Northtown Protectorate had a fully armored cavalry, wielding heavy weaponry, and also cultivating the unyielding golden body. Would they not be invincible?" Sweeping all before them, in the Ministry of Rights, the Jinhui Commandant Lu Chengfeng sat in the guest seat of the Ministry of Rights hall. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside the hall. "My lord has arrived." At these words, Lu Chengfeng sprang to his feet and knelt, appearing exceedingly humble. A middle-aged man, dressed in the official attire of the left Assistant Minister of Rights, with a refined appearance, entered the hall. It was Wang Hao, the representative of the Wang family of Taiyuan in the capital. "Greetings, my lord," Lu Chengfeng said with utmost reverence. "No need for excessive formalities, rise." Wang Hao seated himself in the main position of the hall, his expression unperturbed. "Thank you, my lord." Lu Chengfeng expressed his gratitude, slowly rising. However, even after standing, he remained hunched over, his head bowed before Wang Hao, resembling a mere servant. He bore no semblance of the authority expected of a high-ranking official of the Great Zhou dynasty, a Jinhui Commandant. Despite Lu Chengfeng's status as the Jinhui Commandant, a legitimate third-grade official, Wang Hao, as the left Assistant Minister of Rights, held the same rank. Yet, their standings were worlds apart. Such was the might of aristocratic families. Even Lu Chengfeng could only serve the Wang family of Taiyuan like a dog. I am already aware of Kong Yuanqing's demise. Furthermore, not only did Kong Yuanqing perish, but just moments ago, the Seven Killers organization dispatched a peak 9th level Yuan spirit assassin to assassinate Chu Xiu, who also met his end at Chu Xiu's hands. The corpse has already been hung outside the North Town Protectorate's Yamen. Wang Hao spoke with an air of nonchalance. Lu Chengfeng bowed his head in silence. As the Jinui commandant, he had likewise heard this news on his way to the Ministry of Rites. Chapter 51. One of the two great Buddhist temples in Suzhou. The Great Buddha Temple. This matter, I shall handle. There is no need for you to concern yourself further. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, then turned to Lu Chengfeng and said, You must refrain from any further actions, lest you provide Chu Xiu with any leverage against you. If he dares to act against Kong Yuanqing, he will not hesitate to do the same to you. This individual operates with reckless abandon, showing no regard for the hierarchy. My lord, can we not make some use of Kong Yuanqing's death? Lu Chengfeng inquired softly. No. Wang Hao shook his head, stating, You need not dwell on this matter. The evidence against Kong Yuanqing is irrefutable, and he perished at the hands of Chu Xiu, so we must accept it. Moreover, His Majesty holds Chu Xiu in high regard. Would he truly punish him for such a trivial matter? Lu Chengfeng nodded gently and replied, I understand, my lord. Wang Hao picked up his tea bowl and began to sip. Noticing this, Lu Chengfeng took the hint and said, My lord, I shall take my leave. Wang Hao merely nodded slightly, remaining silent. Lu Chengfeng bowed deeply, backing out of the hall until he was outside, at which point he straightened his posture, adopting the dignified demeanor befitting the commander of the Jinui, and strode away. After Lu Chengfeng departed, Wang Hao set down his tea bowl, furrowing his brow as he remarked, The Qixia organization is hardly reliable. If it were dependable, we would not have faced consecutive failures. We may send someone to urge the Qixia organization, but we cannot place our full trust in them. After a pause, a glint of determination flickered in Wang Hao's eyes as he commanded, Summon someone. The steward of the Ministry of Rites, Jiang Xin, entered and bowed to Wang Hao, saying, Greetings, my lord. No need for such formalities, Jiang. Wang Hao waved his hand, addressing Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin had long served the Wang family of Taiyuan and had been a trusted aide to Wang Hao's father, Wang Yang. As an elder of the Wang family, he was the foremost expert in the capital. Even Wang Hao's abilities paled in comparison to his. Thank you, my lord. Jiang Xin expressed his gratitude. Jiang Xin, please send someone to prompt the Qixia organization, urging them to eliminate Chu Xiu in the shortest time possible. Chu Xiu poses a grave threat to the interests of our Wang family. Even though the Jinui has waned in power, we must not allow it to fall from our grasp. Wang Hao stated with earnest gravity. The old servant understands. Jiang Xin nodded in comprehension. In truth, given the current strength of the Jinui, the Wang family of Taiyuan hardly regards them as worthy. However, in the eyes of others, the Jinui still belongs to the Wang family. Should the Jinui be lost to the Wang family, it would be perceived as a sign of decline. This would be exceedingly detrimental to the Wang family. Furthermore, visit the Great Buddha Temple and meet with the abbot. Hasn't the Great Buddha Temple always sought to align with our Wang family? I shall offer them an opportunity. Wang Hao spoke with calm determination. The price is their assistance in eliminating Chu Xiu. Though Wang Hao desired to rid himself of Chu Xiu, he had never contemplated utilizing the strength of the Wang family. As one of the 5 families and 7 lineages, countless individuals yearned to align themselves with them, rendering the use of the Wang family's own power unnecessary. The old servant shall obey. Jiang Xin's expression grew serious as he spoke resolutely. A tease time later, Fufeng County, Great Buddha Temple. The entire Great Buddha Temple sprawled over hundreds of acres, its temples abundant, with incense wafting, a veritable sanctuary of Buddhism. Suddenly, a figure appeared deep within the Great Buddha Temple, outside a meditation room. This figure was none other than Jiang Xin. Amitabha, how fortunate to have your esteemed presence. The old monk regrets not welcoming you sooner. Please forgive me. An elderly voice resonated from within the meditation room. Subsequently, the door to the meditation room creaked open. A venerable monk, clad in gray robes, appearing to be in his 80s or 90s, with white brows and beard, approached with a compassionate demeanor, radiating a sense of benevolence. You honor me, Master Yuanqing. Jiang Xin clasped his hands in respect, smiling as he addressed the abbot. Throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty, the Great Buddha Temple may not be significant, yet it stands as one of the 2 great temples in Suzhou. Since he sought the temple's assistance, he naturally wished to show Master Yuanqing proper respect. Might I inquire what brings you here today? Master Yuanqing inquired, his expression one of gentle compassion. My lord wishes to request a small favor from the Great Buddha Temple. Is Master Yuanqing willing? Jiang Xin inquired with an unassuming demeanor. Amitabha. It is our honor at the Great Buddha Temple to assist Lord Wang Hao. Master Yuanqing replied with solemnity. With Master Yuanqing's assurance, my lord can rest easy. Jiang Xin beamed with satisfaction. May I ask what Lord Wang Hao desires from our great Buddha temple? Master Yuanxin bypassed pleasantries, directly questioning Jiang Xian, revealing his eagerness to align with the Wang family of Taiyuan, to eliminate a person. The Jinui's commander, Chu Xiu. Jiang Xian enunciated each word clearly. Rest assured, Lord Wang Hao, I shall ensure it is accomplished. Master Yuanxin vowed without hesitation. Then I shall rely on you, Master Yuanxin. Jiang Xian cast a deep gaze at the abbot before stepping forth, vanishing from the meditation room. Once Jiang Xian departed, Master Yuanxin's figure similarly faded from sight. Within moments, dong, 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 the distant, resonant, solemn sound of the temple bell echoed throughout the great Buddha temple. One by one, the elder monks emerged from their meditation rooms and made their way towards the great Buddha hall. Each elder monk was the foremost among their respective halls. Some bore gentle expressions, others fierce and resolute, while some exuded an air of detachment from worldly affairs, all congregating within the great Buddha hall, bowing to Master Yuanxin. Greetings, Abbot. No need for such formalities, my fellow disciples. Master Yuanxin gestured for them to rise. Thank you, Abbot. The elder monks joined their hands in reverence. I have gathered you all today to share an important matter. Master Yuanxin spoke with compassion, detailing the visit of Jiang Xian, the steward from Lord Wang Hao's residence, to the assembly of elder monks. Ba, how fortunate. Lord Wang is a high-ranking minister, devoted to the people and the realm. It is our duty at the great Buddha temple to eliminate the Jinui's commander, who seeks to bring chaos to the world. The emaciated yet dignified Master Yuanxin of the Luohan Hall joined his hands, uttering a prayer, proclaiming, for the sake of all living beings, we are willing to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Chapter 52. The Indomitable Golden Body, the Astral Guardian. The venerable monks exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a consensus. Since Brother Yuanxin had voluntarily taken up the mantle, the matter would be entrusted to the Arhat Hall. It was imperative to swiftly resolve the issue of Chu Xiu without revealing to outsiders that it was the great Buddha temple behind the actions. Master Yuanxin nodded slightly and spoke, the host shall abide by the law. Master Yuanxin clasped his hands together, affirming, understood. With a flicker, Master Yuanxin vanished from the great Buddha hall. Following his departure, the other elderly monks also exited in succession. In an instant, the vast hall was left with only Master Yuanxin. Calmly, Master Yuanxin addressed, bring Mingxin to the great Buddha hall to see this humble monk. Yes. A monk outside the hall responded and swiftly departed. Before long, a middle-aged monk of plain appearance entered the great Buddha hall. Mingxin, Master Yuanxin's foremost disciple. Disciple pays respects to Master. Mingxin bowed. Do not be overly formal. Mingxin, you shall represent our great Buddha temple and proceed to the capital to eliminate the Jinji commandant. Chu Xiu, it is crucial that no one learns we are behind this, and your identity must remain concealed. Do you understand? Master Yuanxin instructed. Disciple understands. Mingxin nodded. Very well, prepare yourself. You shall depart for the capital tomorrow. A look of satisfaction graced Master Yuanxin's face as he spoke to Mingxin. In the stillness of midnight, at the Zhang residence in Hongnou County, the steward approached a secluded study with a demeanor of utmost respect, stating, reporting to the master, the ruthless true man of the breaking army hall has perished at the hands of Chu Xiu. With a creak, the door opened slowly, and Zhang Yu emerged. A glint of sharpness in his eyes. It appears I have underestimated Chu Xiu. He is either an unparalleled genius at the pinnacle of the Yuanxin realm or possesses the strength of the Fa Xiang realm. Regardless, our 7-kill organization cannot resolve this matter without deploying someone of Fa Xiang caliber. Master, the left deputy minister of rights, Wang Hao, has dispatched a message to our operatives in the capital, urging us to send Fa Xiang level assassins to eliminate Chu Xiu at the earliest opportunity. The steward pondered before inquiring. Should we proceed with further action? Wang Hao? Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, responding, we must give face to the Wang family of Taiyuan. Inform the master of the breaking army hall to send a Fa Xiang level assassin to the capital, but there is no need to rush into action. We must first ascertain Chu Xiu's capabilities. Once we strike, it must be decisive, no room for future troubles. Zhang Yu was not surprised that Wang Hao could locate their operatives in the capital. The power of the aristocracy was beyond the imagination of outsiders. Yes, I shall obey. The steward replied respectfully. If we fail again this time, our 7-kill organization shall retreat into obscurity, refraining from further attempts on Chu Xiu. We will simply maintain our surveillance in the capital. A glimmer of determination shone in Zhang Yu's eyes as he spoke with a deep, resonant voice. What does the master mean? The steward inquired, intrigued. Everyone believes our 7-kill organization is merely an assassin group, placing great importance on our reputation. Zhang Yu said with a dismissive smile. In truth, They do not comprehend that my true aim in leading the 7-kill organization is to seize control of this realm. The organization is but a tool in my pursuit of dominion. The world is on the brink of chaos. The aristocracy can no longer contain themselves. All await an opportunity. And that opportunity is nearly upon us. I understand the master's intention, the steward said, filled with reverence. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Go now. Zhang Yu waved his hand, dismissing him. Yes, I take my leave. The steward bowed and exited. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chu Xiu stepped out of his chamber and encountered Yuxuanji, who stood outside with a copper basin, towel, and other toiletries. He smiled and approached her to begin his morning routine. Greetings, my lord. Breakfast is ready. Would you like to dine first? Yuxuanji bowed. Very well. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, setting down the towel. Yuxuanji nodded, handing the toiletries to a maid to be taken away, and began arranging for the servants to bring Chu Xiu's breakfast into the courtyard. Soon, a procession of maids delivered the meal. Bring me Qin Xingyan, Chu Xiu said as he seated himself at a stone table, picking up his chopsticks and eating leisurely. Yes, a maid responded, turning to leave. Before long, Qin Xingyan appeared before Chu Xiu, greeting him with utmost respect. I pay my respects to my lord. Do not stand on ceremony, Chu Xiu replied, setting down his chopsticks and retrieving a simplified version of the indomitable golden body technique from his sleeve. Qin Xingyan. This martial art is called the indomitable golden body. From this moment forth, all guards in our residence must cultivate the slaughter blade scripture alongside the indomitable golden body, achieving true internal and external harmony. He had prepared 2 copies of the indomitable golden body, one for the guards of the Chu residence and the other to select a group of elite from the Beijing Fuzi cavalry who would solely focus on mastering this formidable technique. Thank you, my lord. Qin Xingyan's eyes brightened with delight as he accepted the manual. That is all for now. I must head to the Beijing Fuzi, Chu Xiu stated, rising and departing the Chu residence. I shall see you off, my lord, Yuxuanji and the others said with deep reverence as they bowed to his retreating figure. After a while, at the Beijing Fuzi office in the main hall, I pay my respects to the lord. Fang Heng and Luo Tianqi greeted Chu Xiu with a bow. Do not stand on ceremony, Chu Xiu gestured for them to rise. Thank you, my lord, the two replied. Luo Tianqi, this martial art is the indomitable golden body, an exceptional technique of the horizontal cultivation path. Select sturdy and robust cavalry from our Beijing Fuzi to specialize in mastering the indomitable golden body, Chu Xiu instructed, handing a stack of rice paper to Luo Tianqi, his voice deep and commanding. The number shall be set at 1,000. For the astral guardians. You shall lead the astral guardians. Yes, I will not disappoint your expectations. Luo Tianqi exclaimed, excitement evident as he took the manual. Kneeling before Chu Xiu and proclaiming with conviction. He understood well why Chu Xiu entrusted him with the leadership of the astral guardians. He was the only one among the 5,000 households of the Beijing Fuzi who followed the path of horizontal cultivation. The astral guardians must not only practice the indomitable golden body, but also the slaughter blade scripture, Chu Xiu emphasized, however. We need to customize a batch of horse-cutting sabers as the weaponry for the astral guardians. Chapter 53, Promoting the Free Medical Consultation Event of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Chu Xiu's purpose. Yes, I shall follow your orders. Luo Tianqi proclaimed with resolute vigor. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively, choosing silence. After Luo Tianqi bowed and exited the hall with determined strides, Chu Xiu turned to Fang Heng, inquiring, I summoned you for a matter of importance. Please issue your command. My lord, Fang Heng replied with utmost reverence. At the fastest pace, relay the order to all the 1,000 households and 100 households across the Great Zhou Dynasty. Gather local physicians from the medical establishments to promote the free consultation event throughout every county of our vast empire, akin to what is done in the capital. This event shall be conducted for 3 consecutive days each month. All expenses will be drawn from our special public welfare fund within the Northern Pacification Office. Chu Xiu deliberated for a moment before addressing Fang Heng. My lord, executing such a plan may deplete a significant amount of silver. Even our Northern Pacification Office's public welfare fund may soon be exhausted, Fang Heng cautioned after careful consideration. Moreover, while we can maintain control in the capital, I fear that outside its borders, this consultation initiative may be corrupted. I understand your concerns, Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile. What truly troubles you is the infiltration of numerous aristocratic families into our Jinhui, or their involvement in various capacities. After all, these families have extended their reach into our Northern Pacification Office, even exerting control over it. It is no surprise that the local 1,000 households and 100 households may already be under the influence of local gentry or tyrants. Even if we issue commands, compliance is uncertain. and should they comply, there is a high likelihood of undermining our efforts or embezzling funds from our public welfare initiatives. Fang Heng bowed his head, remaining silent. His apprehensions echoed the very issues at hand. Although the 13 provinces of the Great Zhou, along with the respective 1,000 households and 100 households, fall under the jurisdiction of the Northern Pacification Office, true command over these entities was far from assured. While it may not be accurate to claim that all were colluding with the gentry, at least a third were undoubtedly compromised. This is precisely the aim I wish to achieve, Chu Xiu remarked, a sly smile gracing his lips. My lord, do you intend to expose these individuals and eliminate them entirely? Fang Heng's eyes brightened with realization. Should they remain hidden, I lack sufficient justification to eradicate them, Chu Xiu asserted. Now that I have assumed the role of the Jinyui's chief commandant and oversee the Northern Pacification Office, it is imperative that I establish genuine control over all 1,000 households and 100 households under its banner. If I cannot even accomplish this, my commands shall hold no weight beyond the capital, rendering my position a mere fade. I comprehend your intentions, and I shall dispatch orders to all 1,000 households and 100 households across the 13 provinces of the Great Zhou, Fang Heng replied solemnly, his demeanor reflecting deep respect. Before proceeding with this task, consult Lin Huayu. He oversees all our spies within the Northern Pacification Office. Request that he sends our operatives to monitor the 1,000 households and 100 households across the 13 provinces closely, Chu Xiu instructed, a glint of cold resolve in his eyes. Record any who disobey orders or attempt to undermine our initiatives for personal gain. The Jingtian Guard must act decisively, eliminating all traitors without mercy. Understood. Fang Heng affirmed with conviction. Go forth, Chu Xiu gestured dismissively. With a respectful acknowledgement, Fang Heng turned and departed. A short while later, a contingent of Northern Pacification Office cavalry galloped forth from their headquarters, heading towards the city gates, while the spies of the Northern Pacification Office silently exited the capital, journeying towards the 13 provinces of the Great Zhou. Unlike the cavalry, the spies hidden throughout the capital possessed a diverse array of identities: beggars, merchants, innkeepers, bodyguards, and craftsmen, among others. The intelligence capabilities of the Northern Pacification Office did not solely rely on the spies within the capital. Numerous operatives existed throughout the provinces. However, these agents were not exclusively under the control of the Northern Pacification Office. Local 1,000 households and 100 households also wielded influence over them. Chu Xiu's decision to deploy spies from the capital stemmed from his lack of trust in the operatives spread across the provinces. He could not fully rely on them until he established unequivocal control over all 1,000 households and 100 households within the Great Zhou. As evening descended, the 1,000 households and 100 households of the Jinyui in the nearby prefectures received the command from the Northern Pacification Office, promptly gathering local physicians to inform them about the consultation initiative. On the surface, each 1,000 household and 100 household executed the orders without hesitation, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Given their proximity to the capital and awareness of Chu Xiu's current favor, none dared to act sluggishly. Notably, the decline of the Jinyui had left many officials wary of Chu Xiu's decisive actions against the corrupt elements within the Northern Pacification Office. Fostering a sense of respect for him, reports began to flow into the Northern Pacification Office from its spies. My lord, messages have returned from the nearby prefectures, including the 7 prefectures of the Sili province, Lin Huayu announced outside the study with deep respect. With a sudden creak, the door swung open, and Chu Xiu emerged, regarding Lin Huayu with a composed demeanor. What is the situation? Reporting to my lord. The officials of the 1,000 households and 100 households promptly dispatched cavalry to gather physicians in each prefecture to inform them of the consultation event, which is set to commence tomorrow, Lin Huayu stated earnestly. For now, none of the officials appear willing to defy your orders. I believe that the 1,000 households and 100 households near the capital will not dare to resist your commands. Our concern lies with those further afield, who may feign compliance while seeking personal gain. Chapter 54. Do you know why I have never failed in my killings? Do not let your guard down. Keep a close watch on them. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and said, furthermore, you must expedite the investigation to compile a comprehensive list of all the 1,000 households and 100 households across our Great Zhou dynasty that are colluding with the aristocratic families and working for them, regardless of whether they are cooperating with the charitable medical activities or secretly profiting from it. Anyone who serves the aristocratic families and willingly acts as their lackey must be eliminated. Once the list is compiled, it should be handed over to the Jingtian Wei under Fang Heng for thorough cleansing. Understood, Lin Huayu replied solemnly. Chu Xiu waved his hand at Lin Huayu, signaling him to remain silent. Lin Huayu bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Suddenly, Congratulations to the host for promoting charitable medical activities throughout the Great Zhou dynasty and cleansing the internal lackeys of the Jinhui, while steadfastly engaging in positive endeavors. You have received a reward of 50 years of primordial spirit power, achieved the 4th level of the indestructible golden body technique, and gained a reward of 10 cubic meters of system storage space. Would you like to claim your rewards? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resonated in Chu Xiu's mind. Yes. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with delight as he took a deep breath to calm his emotions and replied in his mind. As soon as his words fell, the 50 years of primordial spirit power manifested within his dantian. The innate Qian Kuan Gong automatically operated, absorbing this vast and overwhelming primordial spirit power, causing Chu Xiu's primordial spirit to grow visibly stronger. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu's internal cultivation realm surged from the pinnacle of the 5th level of the primordial spirit realm to the 6th, and then to the 7th level. Ultimately, he reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the primordial spirit realm. Immediately afterward, an immensely powerful force, brimming with vitality, seeped into Chu Xiu's physical body, allowing his indestructible golden body technique to ascend from the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grand Master realm to the pinnacle of the 6th level of the primordial spirit realm. The 6th level of the primordial spirit realm? Is this the completion of the 4th level of the indestructible golden body technique? If it is the peak of the 4th level, then I should now possess the external martial arts cultivation of the pinnacle of the 9th level of the primordial spirit realm. However, while the external martial arts also reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of the primordial spirit realm, the path of external martial arts does not condense the primordial spirit. Thus, I still possess only one primordial spirit, rather than generating two. The external martial arts path is a process of strengthening the physical body, ultimately enabling the body to attain immortality and proving one's path through sheer strength. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, pondering, with the strength I possess at the completion of the 4th level of the indestructible golden body technique, a single punch could likely obliterate a martial artist at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the primordial spirit realm, or even those at the level of the Dharma manifestation realm. In this world, I have finally acquired genuine self-defense power, no longer allowing just anyone to provoke me. Abruptly, Chu Xiu sensed a space of 10 cubic meters. The 10 pure Yang Wuji pills from the previous reward from the positive energy system were also stored within this system space. Indeed, with this system space, I can now store my belongings here. The system space is even more practical for me than martial arts rewards. A smile graced Chu Xiu's face as he walked towards the entrance of the Bizenfu office. It was getting late. He naturally would not linger in the Bizenfu and should return home. At this moment, Monk Mingxin exited the Great Buddha Temple, making his way towards the capital. At this moment, in a courtyard within the capital, an elderly man with a genial expression, plump and resembling a local landowner, sat in a pavilion. This man was Qian Rui, a protector dispatched by the 7-Kill Organization's breaking army hall to the capital, preparing to continue the assassination of Chu Xiu. At the Dharma manifestation realm level, he was no ordinary assassin within the 7-Kill Organization, but a protector-level existence. Protector, this is all the information we have gathered regarding Chu Xiu. A man in black handed a stack of rice paper to Qian Rui. Qian Rui accepted the stack and carefully examined it. After a moment, with a gentle motion of his right hand, the stack of paper turned to dust, scattering to the ground and vanishing without a trace. Thus, the 7-Kill Organization still does not know what realm of cultivation Chu Xiu possesses. Qian Rui glanced at the man in black, his expression unperturbed. The man hesitated before replying. Report to the protector, it is indeed so. We only know that even the Jinyui's commanding officer Kong Yuanqing and the heartless True Man, both at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the primordial spirit realm, have perished at Chu Xiu's hands. As for whether he is at the primordial spirit realm or the Dharma manifestation realm, we currently have no means of knowing. However, based on Chu Xiu's age, it is highly probable that he remains at the primordial spirit realm level. Yet, he is undoubtedly a true genius. Despite being at the primordial spirit realm, his strength could very likely have reached an invincible state among his peers. Only the most exceptional geniuses at the primordial spirit realm could possibly contend with him. Or perhaps only a protector like you at the Dharma manifestation realm could eliminate him. Thus, these are merely conjectures. What if this person is indeed a remarkable talent who has already stepped into the Dharma manifestation realm? Qian Rui shook his head. The man in black's pupils contracted, murmuring, "Protector, that seems unlikely. This individual hails from ordinary origins and could not possibly have access to any resources for cultivation. Only the unparalleled geniuses from the aristocratic families, who have been bestowed ample resources from a young age, have the opportunity to reach the Dharma manifestation realm at such an age. Do you know why I have never failed in my killings? Because I never engage in tasks without certainty. Qianrui said meaningfully. Therefore, continue to monitor Chu Xiu. I must ascertain his true strength. If his power exceeds my capacity, I will have to report this matter to the Hall Master, who will decide whether to send someone else to assassinate Chu Xiu. At that time, even if another is dispatched to assassinate Chu Xiu, with the detailed intelligence I provide, the Hall Master will not blame me. The Protector is indeed prudent. The man in black expressed admiration. Qianrui smiled without speaking. This is all life experience. Overly reckless assassins do not survive long. In the Wenyuan Pavilion, an official entered and whispered a few words into the ear of Chu Xiu, the deputy minister of the Zhanshi department. Chu Xiu's face revealed surprise as he waved his hand to the official. The official bowed and withdrew. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiu proceeded into the Wenyuan Pavilion. Soon, Chu Xiu entered a spacious and bright room within the pavilion and respectfully greeted the cabinet's chief minister Yang Yin and others, saying, I report to the esteemed ministers. New information regarding Chu Xiu has come in. Oh, pray tell, what is the matter? Yang Yin raised his head, smiling. The eyes of Du Gutai and the others also turned towards Chu Xiu. To be honest, although Chu Xiu has, to some extent, been undermining the foundations of the aristocratic families, these individuals actually hope that he can persist a while longer and not fall too swiftly to the Wang family of Taiyuan. After all, the longer Chu Xiu endures and the more remarkable his performance, the greater the losses for the Wang family of Taiyuan. The mere reputation of the Wang family would inevitably suffer a significant blow. Chapter 55. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. The Empress's arrangement. Esteemed elders, Chu Xiu has dispatched the Northern Town Protector's office to issue orders to the various units of the Jinui across the realm, mandating a series of charitable medical activities throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Chen Yu spoke with a grave expression. Charitable medical activities throughout the Great Zhou dynasty? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Dugatai's eyes as he remarked, I understand now. This young man's true intention is likely to consolidate control over the local Jinui units. Quite the clever scheme, exclaimed Zheng Yun, the Minister of Works. His face filled with admiration. At such a young age, he possesses such foresight. By commencing in the capital, this charitable initiative also serves to curry favor with His Majesty. Moreover, he aims to extend his influence over the Jinui across the realm, thereby unifying their power. This is indeed a twofold strategy. Yang Yin and the others nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting approval. Zhao Duo, the Minister of Personnel, sighed, saying, Alas, such talent cannot be utilized by us. The Wang family of Taiyuan will undoubtedly become increasingly intolerant of him. His life may be short-lived. Yang Yin smiled slightly, saying, Let us observe. The Wang family of Taiyuan should soon take action. Dugatai and the others nodded in silent agreement, refraining from further commentary. In the palace, within the Taiji Palace, a female official entered, presenting a note to Pei Guanyin before withdrawing. Pei Guanyin took the note, glanced at it, and bowed respectfully to Empress Murongxi, declaring, Your Majesty. There is news from Lord Chu. Oh, Murongxi's eyes brightened as she gazed eagerly at Pei Guanyin. Jiang Wan'er also turned her gaze towards Pei Guanyin, her curiosity piqued. Lord Chu has dispatched the Northern Town Protector's office to relay orders to all units of the Jinui across the realm, mandating a series of charitable medical activities throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. Furthermore, these activities will occur monthly, each lasting 3 days, just as in the capital. Pei Guanyin stated earnestly. Charitable medical activities across the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Murongxi furrowed her brow slightly, asking, Given the current public welfare funds of the Northern Town Protector's office, how long can Lord Chu sustain such an initiative? Your Majesty, I do not know. Pei Guanyin hesitated before continuing, perhaps only the one in charge of the treasury at the Northern Town Protector's office can provide clarity. However, I surmise that since Lord Chu dares to undertake this, he must possess a method for generating funds. Murongxi chuckled softly, remarking, What method could Lord Chu have for generating wealth, other than seizing assets from corrupt officials? Your Majesty, could it be that Lord Chu's promotion of this charitable initiative holds deeper significance? Jiang Wan'er suddenly interjected. Pei Guanyin's face revealed a hint of agreement. In truth, both she and Jiang Wan'er had already surmised the true purpose behind Chu Xiu's actions. After all, both were exceptionally astute and had been cultivated over many years, their capabilities rivaling those of the esteemed officials in the court. Lord Chu's actions likely serve 2 primary purposes. The first is to garner the support of the populace, thereby achieving the backing of the common people. After all, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. The influence of powerful families over localities is immense. Often, my words may hold less weight than those of these aristocrats. A glint of determination flashed in Morongxi's clear eyes as she stated, "To break the control of these powerful families over localities, one must secure the support of the common people. Lord Chu's actions can be perceived as digging the grave of these families." Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin exchanged solemn glances, their expressions growing grave. However, with the Wang family of Taiyuan standing in the forefront, the other powerful families would likely refrain from immediate action against Lord Chu. Nonetheless, vigilance was still necessary. After a pause, Morongxi spoke in a low voice. "Where are the shadow guards?" "Here, my lord." The commander of the shadow guards seemed to materialize from thin air within the hall, kneeling respectfully before Morongxi. "Increase the number of shadow guards to 10. Spare no effort to ensure the safety of Lord Chu. Even if they must sacrifice their lives, they must not allow Lord Chu to face any threat." Morongxi's voice was firm and resolute. "Of course, unless Lord Chu's life is genuinely at risk, the shadow guards are not to reveal themselves, nor should they be discovered by Lord Chu," she added. "Yes, I shall obey." The commander of the shadow guards responded with conviction. Morongxi nodded slightly and waved her hand, signaling his departure. The commander performed a respectful bow and vanished from the hall as if he had never been there. The second purpose is that Lord Chu aims to bring all the Jinui units across the great Zhou dynasty firmly under his control. Only by integrating all local units into the Northern Town Protector's office can it truly function as such. Otherwise, Lord Chu would merely hold nominal authority over the Northern Town Protector's office, Morongxi reflected after a moment of contemplation. Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin nodded gently. Having deduced the same, achieving this would not be a small feat for Lord Chu. Fortunately, the Jinui had fallen into decline over the years, and many powerful families were indifferent to them. Additionally, the Wang family of Taiyuan had maintained a covert grip over the Jinui, deterring most families from antagonizing them. While there might be individuals from powerful families infiltrating the local Jinui units, the extent of their influence was limited, preventing them from fully controlling these units. Morongxi smiled gently, expressing, "I find myself somewhat eager to see Lord Chu genuinely assume command over the entire Northern Town Protector's office, becoming a true commander of the Jinui." Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin shared a look of expectation. Although the Jinui had languished for many years, their presence spanned the great Zhou dynasty. With Chu Xiu's capabilities and Morongxi's support, perhaps the glory of the Jinui could indeed be revived. In the Chu residence, after a hearty meal, Chu Xiu sat in a pavilion, savoring tea. Suddenly, he lifted his head and gazed into the distance, saying, "Since you have arrived, why do you hesitate to show yourself?" Yuxuan, standing behind Chu Xiu, felt a change in her expression. Could it be that the assassins of the Seven Kill organization had reappeared? Impressive. I did not expect that upon my arrival, Lord Chu would detect my presence. Since Lord Chu has already noticed me, I have no choice but to reveal myself. A calm and powerful voice resonated from behind a rockery, and a figure clad in black slowly stepped forward, approaching the pavilion. Chu Xiu rose to his full height, regarding the black-clad figure, and remarked, "You are not one of the Seven Kill organization, are you? Let me guess, you are from the Wang family of Taiyuan? It seems that they can no longer remain idle." Chapter 56. The Golden Body of the Arhat, the Manifestation of the Buddhist Path. "Why does Lord Chu believe that I am not a member of the Seven Killers organization?" The man in black, calm and unperturbed, replied, "I am indeed an assassin of the Seven Killers organization." "Is that so?" Chu Xiu replied with a faint smile, clenching his right hand. The Ta Ching Zhenyu blade materialized in his palm. With a swift motion, he charged towards the man in black. As he swung his blade, the world around them seemed to be drenched in crimson. This was a realm of slaughter. "Excellent swordsmanship," the man in black exclaimed, raising his right hand and pointing towards Chu Xiu. A terrifying force surged forth, aimed directly at him. Though the man in black appeared casual, this strike was powerful enough to annihilate any spiritual entity at the realm of the Yuan Shun. Not enough. Chu Xiu shook his head, severing the incoming force with a decisive strike of the Ta Ching Zhenyu blade, rendering it utterly null. The man in black's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that his attack would be so easily dismantled by Chu Xiu. It was worth noting that he was not merely at the Yuan Shun level, but at the higher realm of the Fa Xiang. Even a casual strike from him could obliterate a peak spiritual entity of the 9th level of Yuan Shun. "Kill!" Chu Xiu snorted coldly, swinging the Ta Ching Zhenyu blade towards the man in black. In this moment, he unleashed the full extent of his murderous intent and mastery of the art of slaughter, achieving an unparalleled level of ferocity. It was crucial to acknowledge that he had already ascended to the Yuan Shun realm, and with his intent and technique, his power had reached an unfathomable height. Arhat finger technique. The man in black's gaze sharpened, and he pointed once more at Chu Xiu. As he did so, a golden light erupted, shattering the very fabric of reality. Indeed, You are not an assassin of the Seven Killers organization, but a practitioner of the Buddhist path. Let me guess. Are you a monk from the Diamond sect or from the Great Buddha Temple? Chu Xiu arched an eyebrow, his expression one of indifference. Nevertheless, his blade once again shattered the man in black's Arhut finger technique. He refrained from specifying whether the man belonged to the Diamond sect or the Great Buddha Temple, as the Arhut finger technique was widely disseminated among Buddhist practitioners and was renowned within the Buddhist community, not exclusive to any single temple. At this moment, Qin Xingyan had arrived with a host of guards and maidservants from the Chu residence. However, upon witnessing the confrontation between Chu Xiu and the man in black, they dared not approach, for their powers paled in comparison to those of the two combatants. Drawing near would only serve to hinder Chu Xiu, perhaps even more so. The man in black, realizing that even his Arhut finger technique was ineffective against Chu Xiu, radiated an overwhelming golden light, transforming into a towering 3-meter-tall golden-bodied Arhut. The aura emanating from this golden Arhut was terrifying, as if with a mere gesture he could bring about cataclysmic destruction. The golden body of the Arhut. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow. What sect of Buddhism does this belong to? The Arhut finger technique and the golden body of the Arhut are both widely circulated martial arts within the Buddhist tradition. To ascertain the identity of the man in black based solely on these techniques is utterly impossible. Surely, being vanquished under the golden body of the Arhut should suffice for Lord Chu. The man in black launched a punch towards Chu Xiu, employing the widely practiced Arhut fist, a fundamental martial art within the Buddhist teachings. However, when paired with the golden body of the Arhut, it wielded the power to suppress the heavens and the earth, akin to the descent of a true Arhut. Now, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. As the man in black advanced, Chu Xiu's thoughts coalesced. The Ta Ching Zhun Yu blade vanished from his right hand, and he reached out towards the man in black, his voice imbued with murderous intent. Great cosmic capture. Boom. The very heavens trembled. An immense azure hand descended upon the man in black. Subsequently, a manifestation of the golden body of the Arhut was seized from him. This was the man in black's Fa Xiang. As Chu Xiu utilized the great cosmic capture to seize his Fa Xiang, the man's physical form reverted to its original state. The face of the golden-bodied Arhut displayed a trace of astonishment, as if it could scarcely believe that Chu Xiu could directly capture its essence. Die. Without further ado, Chu Xiu exerted a powerful grip. Boom. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Chu residence. The golden-bodied Arhut was crushed in his grasp. At that moment, the man in black collapsed to the ground, lifeless and motionless. The Fa Xiang was formed from the condensation of the Yuanshin, containing the very essence of the soul. With the soul obliterated by Chu Xiu, the man in black was assuredly beyond the realm of life and death. Both Yu Xuanji and Qin Xingyan gazed in a daze at the scene before them. A being of the Fa Xiang realm had displayed no resistance against Chu Xiu. What kind of terrifying martial art was this great cosmic capture? Qin Xingyan. Ascertain the identity of this individual, Chu Xiu stated with an air of tranquility, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. Yes, I shall comply, Qin Xingyan replied, his voice laced with reverence. Approaching the man in black, he removed the black cloth from his face and head, revealing a nondescript visage marred by a scar. Furrowing his brow, he continued his examination. Congratulations, host. You have slain a minor assassin of the Fa Xiang realm, earning a reward of 60 years of Yuanshin power and the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the indestructible golden body technique. Would you like to claim your rewards? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resonated within Chu Xiu's mind. His eyes brightened with surprise, although there were no martial arts rewards this time. Did he truly lack such rewards? What he sought was a means to elevate his cultivation, with an enhancement in his cultivation. The martial arts he currently possessed could manifest their true potency. 60 years of Yuanshin power should suffice to elevate his inner cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of Yuanshin, right? Moreover, the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the indestructible golden body technique also corresponded with the 9th level of Yuanshin. With such a cultivation level, he would possess sufficient strength to contend even against those at the 9th level of the Fa Xiang realm. Calming his thoughts, he responded internally, yes. No sooner had the words left his lips than a torrent of immense Yuanshin power surged into his dantian. The innate Qian Kuan Gong automatically activated, absorbing and refining the 60 years of Yuanshin power. In an instant, Chu Xiu's inner cultivation soared to the peak of the 9th level of Yuanshin, reaching the utmost limit achievable within that realm. Soon thereafter, a force imbued with the essence of vitality began to permeate his physical form, causing it to grow increasingly robust. This also propelled Chu Xiu's indestructible golden body technique to the pinnacle of the 4th layer, achieving the 9th level of Yuanshin. All of this transpired under the flawless concealment of Chu Xiu's breath-holding technique. Even though Yu Xuanji and Qin Xingyan had both reached the Yuanshan realm, they remained utterly oblivious to the transformation taking place before them. Chapter 57. The Steadfast Guardian, Tremors at the Great Buddha Temple. After a brief pause, Qin Xingyan rose, his countenance reflecting deep remorse as he addressed Chu Xiu. Esteemed sir, I regret to inform you that I am unable to ascertain from which temple this individual hails, nor can I identify the monk's affiliation. Each prominent Buddhist sect possesses a cadre of core disciples who seldom venture outside their monasteries, dedicating themselves solely to inner cultivation. Even the ordinary disciples within the temple may remain oblivious to his identity. The Buddhist faction that attempted to strike at you is likely fearful of exposure should their assassination fail. Thus, they dispatched a monk trained in widely practiced martial arts within the Buddhist community. From the martial arts alone, we cannot discern his identity or trace any leads. We must deliver this monk's body to the Befitting office, where it is imperative to uncover his true identity. I demand to know which Buddhist sect has dared to act against me. Focus particularly on the Great Buddha Temple and the Diamond Sect, as both factions are located within Suzhou. Chu Xiu's voice resonated with authority. If the Wang clan of Taiyuan intends to act against me, these two Buddhist sects bear the greatest suspicion. Yes, I shall comply. Qin Xingyan replied with utmost respect. He promptly instructed a guard from the Chu residence to take the monk's corpse to the Befitting office. Qin Xingyan, you must lead the entire Chu residence's guards in mastering the slaughtering blade formation. Once you have grasped it, you will be able to wield considerable power, Chu Xiu declared, producing a stack of rice paper from his sleeve and handing it to Qin Xingyan. He had previously intended to teach the slaughtering blade formation to the Chu guards, initially planning for them to first cultivate the slaughtering blade scriptures to enhance their cultivation levels before delving into the formation itself. Given their limited numbers and the abundant supply of cultivation resources, their progress has been remarkably swift, likely due to their selection from the elite of the Forbidden Army. Currently, the Chu guards have mostly reached the first-rate realm, with several even surpassing it. Once they all attain the innate realm, or even the master realm, with the slaughtering blade formation and Qin Xingyan, a true master at the divine soul level, overseeing it, even a monk of merely the first level of the Dharma aspect would not require Chu Xiu's intervention. Qin Xingyan could dispatch him with a single strike. Thank you, esteemed sir. Qin Xingyan's face lit up with joy as he accepted the stack of rice paper, kneeling before Chu Xiu, overwhelmed with gratitude. Very well. Unless there are further matters, you may all withdraw, Chu Xiu instructed, waving his hand. Yes, we take our leave. Qin Xingyan and the others bowed respectfully before departing. Chu Xiu then made his way to a pavilion, resuming his seat. In the capital, within a certain residence, a figure clad in black arrived at the rear courtyard, bowing respectfully before a chamber door. Esteemed protector, a battle has erupted within the Chu residence. A member of the Buddhist sect unleashed the Arhit golden body, but ultimately, he was subdued by Chu Xiu and perished within the residence. With a sudden crash, the door burst open. Qian Rui appeared as if conjured from thin air, his expression grave as he regarded the black-clad figure. What is the cultivation level of this Dharma aspect practitioner? Based on our estimations, he is likely at the first level of the Dharma aspect, the black-clad figure replied after a moment of contemplation. Chu Xiu's aura suggests he is at the divine soul level. Divine soul level? How long did their confrontation last? Qian Rui raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the black figure. Esteemed protector, the battle endured for nearly 10 breaths. The black figure answered without hesitation. 10 breaths? I see. Qian Rui's face broke into a faint smile. This confirms that Chu Xiu is undoubtedly at the divine soul level. One could argue that someone from humble origins, even if a prodigy, could not possibly reach the Dharma aspect at such a young age. 10 breaths indicate that he is at least at the 7th level of the divine soul. To sever the Dharma aspect in that time frame is beyond mere genius. It is the mark of a true prodigy. Protector, since Chu Xiu is merely at the 7th level of the divine soul, your strength should easily allow you to eliminate him? The black figure pondered, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Continue the investigation, Qian Rui instructed, turning to enter the chamber. The black figure stood momentarily stunned. Confusion etched on his features as he watched Qian Rui's retreating back. Having determined Chu Xiu's cultivation level, should we not strike him down immediately? Why does the protector hesitate? Remember, even what you witness with your own eyes may not reflect the truth. What if Chu Xiu is not truly at the 7th level of the divine soul, but merely presents such an aura that allows him to slay a monk of the first level of the Dharma aspect? Qian Rui's voice resonated from within the chamber. The door then closed. The protector is indeed prudent. The black figure's admiration deepened. He finally comprehended why Qian Rui had managed to survive all this time. The essence of prudence speaks volumes. He bowed respectfully before departing. Half an hour later, at the great Buddha temple, a monk approached the entrance of a meditation chamber. Bowing deeply, "Esteemed master, Brother Mingxin has perished." As the words fell, the door of the chamber disintegrated into dust, revealing Master Yuanxin seated in meditation, resembling a withered tree. Brother Mingxin is dead? Master Yuanxin's eyes opened, a wave of murderous intent emanating from him, dispersing his previously benevolent aura. The bead string in his hand snapped, scattering the beads upon the ground. "Esteemed master, Brother Mingxin's body has been hung outside the Bizenfu office," the monk reported cautiously. "Amitba, well done." Master Yuanxin joined his palms in prayer, his face reflecting a sorrowful compassion. The murderous intent dissipated entirely, and he appeared once more as a true high monk of the Buddhist order. The monk bowed his head, remaining silent. "Strike the great Buddha bell," Master Yuanxin commanded calmly. "Yes, disciple obeys," the monk replied before employing lightness skills to depart. Before long, the resonant chimes of the great Buddha bell echoed once more throughout the temple. 7 tolls rang out. Instantly, countless disciples of the great Buddha temple turned their gazes towards the source, their expressions gravely serious. The bell tolls 7 times only signify the passing or demise of a figure at the Dharma aspect level. 6 tolls summon the high-ranking members of the temple, indicating significant happenings. 7 tolls signify events of such magnitude that they send tremors throughout the entire great Buddha temple. Figures darted towards the great Buddha hall, including Master Yuanxin, who hastened in that direction. Chapter 58. When will our Jin Iwei hold them accountable for their actions? In the great Buddha temple, the senior members gathered, their gazes fixed upon the emaciated Master Yuanxin of the Arhat Hall. "Amitba, so be it." Master Yuanxin clasped his hands together and uttered a prayer, saying, "Abbot, Mingxin has perished at the hands of Chu Xiu." The faces of the monks changed dramatically. "Abbot, I am prepared to travel to the capital and eliminate Chu Xiu. Please grant me your blessing." Master Yuanxin bowed deeply to Master Yuanxin. "Unthinkable," Master Yuanxin declared solemnly. "How could a mere Chu Xiu warrant the personal intervention of Brother Yuanxin? As the head of our Arhat Hall, it would be a disgrace for him to engage with such a trivial adversary. Our younger disciples of the great Buddha temple can handle this matter. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Indeed, what the abbot says is quite right. We shall leave this affair to our Bodhi Academy. Mingyu has already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the Dharma realm, merely a step away from the 4th. With his strength, he could contend even against those at the 4th level of the Dharma realm. Even a 5th level practitioner may find it challenging to deal with him. With his involvement, eliminating a mere Chu Xiu would be a trivial task. An elderly monk with a rosy complexion said, hands clasped in prayer. "Mingyu? Indeed, with his prowess, he is more than capable of dispatching Chu Xiu." Brother Yuanin exclaimed, a look of satisfaction crossing Master Yuanxin's face. "Thank you, Brother Yuanin." Master Yuanxin expressed his gratitude towards him. Within the great Buddha temple, the most powerful factions are the Arhat Hall, Prajna Hall, Bodhi Academy, and the Dharma Academy. Among these, the 2 halls are weaker than the 2 academies, with the Dharma Academy being the strongest. However, the Dharma Academy lacks young disciples, consisting solely of highly skilled monks in seclusion. The head of the Dharma Academy is not from the Yuan generation but from the Zhu generation, and even the abbot, Master Yuanxin, must address him as Chu Xiu. The silence of Master Juexin, the head of the Dharma Academy, is due to the absence of young disciples, as all are accomplished monks in seclusion. "Amitba," Brother Yuanin said with a compassionate expression, "it is our duty in the Bodhi Academy to assist the common people." The following morning, a young monk clad in moon-white robes, with a fair complexion and a demeanor as gentle as jade, emerged from the great Buddha temple, stepping gracefully towards the capital. In the North Town Protectorate's hall, Fong Hung, with a respectful demeanor, addressed the seated Chu Xiu, "My lord, my subordinates have yet to determine which temple the monk who attempted to assassinate you last night originated from. However, I believe he is not a disciple of the Diamond sect but hails from the great Buddha temple." "Oh?" Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. "My lord, disciples of the Diamond sect practice physical refinement and do not cultivate internal martial arts." Fong Hung pondered for a moment before continuing. "Thus, if the assassin is from one of the 2 major temples in Suzhou, it must be the great Buddha temple." Chu Xiu nodded slightly, remaining silent. However, the great Buddha temple traces its origins to the Wanfo temple, one of the 4 sacred sites of Buddhism. Therefore, the martial arts practiced there are primarily based on the immovable King Heart method, the Arhat Heart Sutra, the Bodhi Heart Sutra, and the Buddha Heart Sutra, which can only be cultivated by the abbot. Pausing for a moment, Fong Heng continued gravely, "These 4 martial arts are widely disseminated in the martial world. Many temples practice them, as many founders of these temples originally came from Wanfo Temple, being its disciples. To ascertain that the monk who attempted to assassinate you has cultivated the Arhat Heart Sutra and achieved the Arhat Golden Body provides no solid evidence. The great Buddha Temple would never acknowledge such claims. Never acknowledge? Chu Xiu smiled lightly, saying, when have we, the Jin Yi, ever required their acknowledgement in our endeavors? Fang Heng was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chu Xiu in disbelief. As long as we suspect them, we can act to eradicate them. These monks are not the benevolent beings they pretend to be. Moreover, the Wang family of Taiyuan likely summoned the two major temples of Xizhou to act against me. If not from the Diamond Sect, it must be the Great Buddha Temple. We can use the Great Buddha Temple to set an example and demonstrate that not everyone can provoke us, the Jin Yi. Chu Xiu rose, exuding a chilling aura. He had scrutinized numerous records in the North Town Protectorate and knew well that every major Buddhist temple had its share of dark deeds. The Great Buddha Temple and the Diamond Sect in Xizhou were no exceptions. Suppressing both would be no injustice. I understand. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng's blood surged, his expression turning fervent as he knelt before Chu Xiu, declaring resolutely, assign Lin Huayu to gather all intelligence regarding the Great Buddha Temple. I want to know their full strength. Chu Xiu commanded in a deep, resonant voice. Yes, I shall obey. Fang Heng affirmed with conviction. Chu Xiu gestured for Fang Heng to proceed, saying, go and fulfill your duties. Yes, I take my leave, Fang Heng said with a bow before exiting. After watching Fang Heng depart, Chu Xiu vanished from the hall. Time swiftly passed, and before long, dusk approached. Chu Xiu strolled out of the North Town Protectorate, preparing to return to the Chu residence. However, at that moment, the glint of a blade flashed. A saber hurtled towards Chu Xiu, fierce and menacing, exuding a murderous aura that seemed to bleed the heavens red, instilling in him a sense of descending into the depths of hell. Not good. Quickly, protect the Lord. A Baihu from the North Town Protectorate outside the hall displayed a look of terror, shouting, everyone retreat. Do not approach. Chu Xiu remained calm, gazing at the oncoming blade with an air of indifference. Yes, the Baihu hastily led the Jin Yi back within the North Town Protectorate. The Ananda breaking precept blade technique? Chu Xiu gripped his Tai Ching Zhengwei saber, meeting the attack of the cloaked figure head-on. He was well aware of the fearsome reputation of the Ananda breaking precept blade technique, a truly formidable martial art within the realm of Buddhist martial arts. A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens. Chu Xiu staggered back, a trickle of crimson blood escaping his lips after a single stroke. The black-clad assailant was demonstrably more formidable than the monk Mingxin. He inhaled deeply, his left hand grasping the scabbard of the Tai Ching Jinhua blade, and sheathed his weapon. The second stance of the Ananda breaking precepts blade technique, falling into the mortal realm. The black-clad figure intoned, his voice resonant and potent. His Buddhist saber once more assailed Chu Xiu. This strike seemed to sever all ties to the mundane world. This was the Ananda breaking precepts blade technique, eschewing karma, yet brimming with murderous intent. Impressive, to possess such formidable power at the third level of the Dharma appearance realm. Such a terrifying blade technique could likely overwhelm even a fourth-level Dharma appearance realm cultivator. Chu Xiu is finished. From a distant rooftop, Qian Rui, concealed in the shadows, mused to himself, stroking his beard, indeed, my judgment was sound. I need not intervene. I can simply reap the benefits. He surmised that Chu Xiu had already struggled immensely to parry the black-clad figure's initial strike. This time, he would inevitably succumb to the blade. Immortal severing drawing blade technique. Seeing the black-clad figure's strike, Chu Xiu's countenance grew grave. He drew his blade, unleashing a strike of his own. An awe-inspiring blade of light illuminated the world. With a resounding thud, the scabbard in Chu Xiu's left hand fell to the ground. He leaned heavily on the Tai Ching Jinhua blade in his right hand, barely maintaining his balance. His complexion was ashen, as if the execution of this strike had inflicted grievous harm, causing severe internal injuries. Blood continued to trickle from the corner of his mouth, staining the ground. A remarkable blade technique, the black-clad figure uttered, his eyes reflecting admiration. Those were his final words. His head detached from his body, and a torrent of blood erupted from his severed neck before his body collapsed. Lordship, are you all right? Lordship, are you unharmed? Quick, summon a physician to attend to his lordship. Fang Heng and the others, stationed within the North Garrison's headquarters, had watched the battle between Chu Xiu and the black-clad figure with bated breath. Upon witnessing his condition, they cried out in alarm, rushing to his side. Not dead, but close to it. It seems his strength is around the third level of the Dharma appearance realm. He barely managed to slay this monk who had mastered the Ananda breaking precepts blade technique, but he has reached his limit. He is incapable of executing a second strike. Therefore, it is my turn. Though I am cautious and loath to act rashly, That does not mean I will simply stand idly by. If I had not emerged, would such an opportune moment have presented itself? A murderous glint flickered in Qian Rui's eyes as he launched himself toward Chu Xiu. Qian Rui transformed into a towering golden ape, extending an enormous hand to crush Chu Xiu. The force of the blow seemed to blot out the sky. Heaven-shrouding sun. Its might is earth-shattering. Fall back, Chu Xiu commanded, his voice resonant with vigor. Taken aback by this sight, Fang Heng and the others swiftly realized that Chu Xiu had feigned his injuries to lure the hidden assailant into revealing himself. A wave of elation washed over their faces. They knew that their lord could not be so easily wounded. Fang Heng and the North Garrison's constables retreated rapidly. This was a true Dharma appearance realm cultivator. And judging by the golden ape transformation, he was an exceptionally powerful one. You were feigning it? A look of astonishment crossed Qian Rui's face. He had been deceived by Chu Xiu. Had I not deceived you, would you have emerged? Chu Xiu moved with the speed of lightning, employing the illusory void 8 steps, and hurtled toward Qian Rui. His right hand was already gripping the hilt of the Taiqing Jinhua blade. Not good. Qian Rui realized his predicament and attempted to retreat. Immortal severing drawing blade technique. Slay. Chu Xiu took a step, closing the distance in an instant. He drew his blade, unleashing a strike that encompassed Qian Rui. A blade of light over 10 zhang in length descended. This was the true immortal severing drawing blade technique. The one he had executed earlier was merely at the great accomplishment stage, lacking the true intent of the immortal severing drawing blade technique. But at this moment, Chu Xiu unleashed the perfected immortal severing drawing blade technique, infused with its full intent. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the heavens, shaking the entire capital. With a single strike, the golden ape Dharma idol was cleaved in two. Qian Rui, exposed within the Dharma idol, stared at Chu Xiu in disbelief. He could not fathom how he, a peak 7th level Dharma appearance realm cultivator, had fallen to Chu Xiu's blade. Chu Xiu's strength had reached such heights. He had been cautious his entire life. Yet he had miscalculated in the end. Chu Xiu landed on the ground, sheathing the Taiqing Jinhua blade. Fang Heng and the others surged forward. Their eyes filled with awe as they gazed upon the bisected remains of Qian Rui. Chu Xiu raised his hand, wiping the blood from his lips. Lordship, should we summon a physician to examine you? Fang Heng asked hesitantly, his face etched with concern. The others looked at Chu Xiu with similar apprehension. Chu Xiu chuckled softly. I was never injured. What need have I for a physician? Then the blood on your lips, Lordship? Fang Heng stammered. Although he had discerned that Chu Xiu was feigning injury, the blood was real. I forced it out with my internal energy. Would he have emerged if I had not acted convincingly? Chu Xiu retorted, rolling his eyes. Upon hearing this, the weight lifted from Fang Heng and the others' hearts. They breathed a collective sigh of relief. Congratulations, host, for slaying Qian Rui, law protector of the Shattered Army Hall of the 7-Kill Organization, and the monk Mingyu of the Bodhi Temple of the Great Buddha Monastery. You have been rewarded with 100 years of primordial spirit power and the soul-seizing divine art. Do you wish to claim the rewards? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Chapter 60. The Tremendous Guard Strike. Hoofbeats across the Jianghu. Rewards awaited. A wave of joy surged within Chu Xiu as he spoke in his mind. As soon as his words fell, a century's worth of spiritual energy manifested within his dantian. The innate Qiankuan skill activated automatically, absorbing and refining this surge of spiritual power, elevating Chu Xiu's realm from the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual realm to the 1st layer of the law manifestation realm. Boom. Chu Xiu's spiritual world was unveiled, and a law manifestation resembling him emerged, towering and godlike. Had he not sought to conceal the commotion caused by his breakthrough, he would have undoubtedly transformed into this magnificent manifestation. Subsequently, a plethora of information regarding the soul capture technique flooded Chu Xiu's mind. The soul capture technique possesses the formidable ability to seize souls and spirits, capable of influencing martial artists within a brief period, achieving the effect of soul capture. Remarkably, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Fang Heng and the others unaware that Chu Xiu had just made a significant advancement. Stepping into the law manifestation level, with an expression of calmness, Chu Xiu instructed, investigate these two individuals' identities. Although he was already aware of Qian Rui's and Mingyu's identities, he refrained from revealing them directly. Understood, Fang Heng and the others responded. And a constable from the northern town constabulary stepped forward to examine the corpse of Mingyu and the dismembered body of Qian Rui. Before long, a constable bowed respectfully to Chu Xiu, reporting, Sir, one of the young monks has nothing on him. The other is a killer from the 7 Kills organization, likely a protector of their sect at the law manifestation level. He, too, bears nothing. Stitch up the body of this 7 Kills protector and hang it outside our northern town constabulary, Chu Xiu replied with a slight nod, his tone grave. He was not surprised that Mingyu and Qian Rui had nothing on them. After all, it was uncommon to stumble upon martial arts manuals or a bounty of silver notes on someone who had just committed murder. Their lack of possessions was, in fact, the norm. Yes, subordinate obeys, replied the constable, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Sir, what about this monk? Feng Heng inquired, glancing at Mingyu, who had been stripped of his black cloth and hood, revealing a visage as smooth as jade. Stitch this body up and take it with us to the great Buddha temple. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered with a hint of killing intent as he spoke coldly. The great Buddha temple? Understood. Feng Heng's expression turned solemn as he spoke with conviction. Pei Shiji and Luo Tianxi exchanged eager glances, both longing to accompany Chu Xiu to the great Buddha temple. Yang Cheng and Lin Huayu, though equally fervent, understood the impossibility of their desire. Their responsibilities lay in the northern town constabulary's medicinal baths and intelligence, respectively, both positions inherently logistic in nature. You need not feel regret. Your cultivation must continue to strengthen. You are still too weak. Once you reach the Grandmaster realm, I shall bestow upon each of you a pure Yang Wujiden, enabling your ascension to the spiritual realm. Chu Xiu smiled gently at Pei Shiji and the others, implying that Feng Heng had already attained the Grandmaster realm, thus qualifying him to lead the tremendous guards to the great Buddha temple. Indeed, Feng Heng, through an abundance of elixirs, had surpassed Pei Shiji and the others in cultivation, achieving minor success in the Grandmaster realm, while Pei Shiji and his companions remained at the 8th or 9th layer of the Master realm. Thank you, sir. Pei Shiji and the others expressed their overwhelming joy, kneeling before Chu Xiu with tears of gratitude. In a matter of moments, Feng Heng emerged from the northern town constabulary with 3,000 tremendous guards. Each guard mounted a warhorse, and Feng Heng led 2 horses to Chu Xiu, respectfully stating, "Please mount, sir." The aura of the 3,000 tremendous guards radiated a formidable killing intent, with each member at least of the first-rate realm, many having reached exceptional or even innate levels. The highest among them was nearing the Master realm, a testament to the northern town constabulary's ample resources. This was achieved despite the limited time. Given enough time, it would not be impossible to cultivate all 3,000 tremendous guards to the innate or Master realms. Of course, the resource consumption would only escalate, demanding ever greater financial expenditure. Indeed, I am quite pleased with your progress. Today, I shall lead you to accomplish a significant task. Chu Xiu beamed at the 3,000 tremendous guards, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Thank you, sir. The 3,000 tremendous guards knelt in unison, their voices resonating as if they could shake the heavens. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, accepting the reins from Feng Heng, mounting his steed, and declaring, "Let us depart." With that, he guided his horse toward the city gates. Feng Heng and the others swiftly followed suit, mounting their steeds. The 3,000 tremendous guards surged forth, their presence awe-inspiring, causing the entire capital to tremble. Countless citizens speculated about the purpose of Chu Xiu personally leading such a formidable force, especially as dust descended upon the city. Many silently prayed for Chu Xiu and the 3,000 tremendous guards, for in recent times, despite acting in the name of the Empress Murongxi, the northern town constabulary's actions had evoked profound gratitude among the populace. Within a certain residence, a cloaked figure, bewildered, remarked, "I never expected the ever-reliable protector to fall, slain by Chu Xiu's blade. What formidable strength does he possess? I must relay this news." Pausing, the figure's eyes turned serious before vanishing from the residence. At the Ministry of Rights Deputy Minister's residence, the steward Jiang Xian entered the hall, respectfully addressing Wang Hao, who was savoring tea. "Sir, news has arrived regarding Chu Xiu." "Chu Xiu? Has the great Buddha temple begun to act?" Wang Hao furrowed his brow, having just returned from the Ministry of Rights, ready to take a brief respite. Chapter 61. Seize this opportunity to eradicate Chu Xiu completely. "Master, the great Buddha temple has made its move for the second time," reported Jiang Xian after careful consideration. The first time, they dispatched a disciple at the first level of the Dharma manifestation realm, who perished at Chu Xiu's blade. Just now, a disciple at the peak of the third level of the Dharma manifestation realm, mere steps away from the fourth level, also attempted to strike at Chu Xiu, only to meet the same fate. Moreover, a guardian from the Seven Killers organization also intervened, likely at the 7th level of the Dharma manifestation realm. Yet, he too was slain by Chu Xiu. Are you suggesting that Chu Xiu possesses the strength to slay someone at the 7th level of the Dharma manifestation realm? Wang Hao's expression shifted as he spoke, a hint of disbelief in his voice. This level of cultivation, while not insignificant in the eyes of the true scions of the Taiyuan Wang clan, was nonetheless alarming given Chu Xiu's youth. It implied that he was rapidly approaching the realm of their clan's most exceptional prodigy. One must consider the resources available to the Taiyuan Wang clan's top talents in contrast to those accessible to Chu Xiu. Indeed, it is as you say. Though I find it hard to believe, Chu Xiu's innate talent truly is remarkable, nearly rivaling that of our clan's finest, Jiang Xian admitted, his expression complex. Inform the great Buddha temple to refrain from sending any more disciples. Instead, let the temple's abbot lead the senior monks to encircle Chu Xiu. I refuse to believe we cannot eliminate him this way. No matter how gifted he may be, he cannot possess strength beyond the Dharma manifestation realm, Wang Hao declared, his eyes gleaming with cold resolve. If this boy is not dealt with, he will surely become a significant threat, causing our Taiyuan Wang clan considerable losses. Understood, Jiang Xian replied. It seems Chu Xiu has already deduced that these two attempts were orchestrated by the great Buddha temple. He has taken 3,000 North Town patrol cavalry out of the city, likely intending to confront the temple. Wang Hao nodded gravely. I will dispatch someone at once to the great Buddha temple to notify Master Yuan Xin, instructing them to ambush Chu Xiu en route. It is imperative that we strike before he arrives at the temple, for Master Yuan Xin will surely hesitate to confront him openly upon his arrival. Very well. I leave this matter in your capable hands, Elder Jiang, Wang Hao conceded. We must take this opportunity to eliminate Chu Xiu once and for all. Yes, I shall obey. Jiang Xian bowed respectfully before vanishing from the hall. Wang Hao, meanwhile, furrowed his brow in deep thought. In the Wenyuan pavilion, a clerk entered and whispered urgently to Chu Xiu, the deputy of the Zhanshi. Before departing, Chu Xiu, visibly shaken, hurried into the inner chamber. Upon entering, he prepared to bow, but was interrupted. Enough, Chu Xiu, no need for formalities. I can tell by your footsteps that something significant has occurred, Yang Yin, the chief minister said, setting aside his documents. The esteemed elders, I must report that Chu Xiu was just ambushed twice upon leaving the North Town Patrol office. The first assailant was a monk, the second, an assassin from the Seven Killers organization, likely of guardian rank, with a cultivation level at least at the 7th level of the Dharma manifestation realm. Yet both failed to pose any threat to Chu Xiu, who instead dispatched them with ease. His strength may far exceed our estimations. He has likely already reached the Dharma manifestation realm, if not further. Dharma manifestation realm? He killed an assassin of at least the 7th level? Yang Yin exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. The other officials shared his shock, each exchanging incredulous glances. It is absolutely true, Chu Xiu affirmed earnestly. After a moment of silence, Zheng Yun, the Minister of Works, spoke gleefully. It seems we are in for quite a show. Indeed, it appears the Taiyuan Wang clan is in for a significant setback, echoed Du Gu Tai, chuckling at the irony. We underestimated Chu Xiu, failing to anticipate the depths of his concealment. Yet, the deeper he hides, the more advantageous it is for us. I almost wish he were not merely at the Dharma manifestation realm, but transcended to a higher stage. That may be a tall order, Zhao Duo, the Minister of Personnel, lamented. While I too hope for such an outcome, it seems unlikely. For now, we simply await the unfolding drama to see what cost the Taiyuan Wang clan will incur in their attempt to eliminate Chu Xiu, Yang Yin remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, the officials nodded in agreement. Chu Xiu has already departed the capital with 3,000 North Town Patrol cavalry, likely heading for the great Buddha temple. Chu Xiu added cautiously. Out of the city? Yang Yin paused, shaking his head. The youth is far too impulsive. He may be in for a serious downfall. Disappointment flickered across the faces of the officials as they realized the potential ramifications of Chu Xiu's actions. The great Buddha temple had long sought to elevate its standing, and now it appeared they had been given a chance, one that the Taiyuan Wang clan would not let slip away. In the palace, within the Taiji Palace, a palace maid rushed in, delivering a note to Pei Guanyin before quietly retreating. Pei Guanyin opened the note slowly, while Jiang Wan'er leaned in to read its contents. Upon finishing, both exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions revealing disbelief. Your Majesty, news has arrived regarding Lord Chu. Pei Guanyin took a deep breath to steady her nerves before addressing the sovereign, Empress Murongxi, who was attending to state affairs. Pray do share. Murongxi set aside her documents, her captivating features alight with interest as she turned her gaze upon Pei Guanyin. Chapter 62. How hypocritical your great Buddha temple is. Your Majesty, this evening, Lord Chu encountered an assassination outside the North Town Pacification Office. One assailant was a monk at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of the Dharma realm, and the other was a protector of the Seven Killers organization at the 7th stage of the Dharma realm. Lord Chu swiftly dispatched both adversaries. He has now led 3,000 cavalry from the North Town Pacification Office out of the city, most likely intending to seek retribution at the Great Buddha Temple. Pei Guanyin softly reported. Lord Chu has slain a protector at the 7th stage of the Dharma realm. Murongxi's cheeks displayed a look of astonishment. Indeed, Your Majesty. Lord Chu has indeed eliminated the protector of the 7 Killers organization at the 7th stage of the Dharma realm. It remains uncertain whether he possessed such strength all along and chose to conceal it, or if his cultivation has progressed at an astonishing pace. Pei Guanyin replied respectfully, nodding slightly. That is of little consequence. Murongxi smiled gently, stating, what truly matters is that Lord Chu's strength has reached such heights. The greater his power, the better. I even hope that Lord Chu has ascended to the celestial realm, or perhaps even beyond it to the transcendent realm. Your Majesty is wise. Both Pei Guanyin and Jiang Wanner responded reverently. Is there anything else? Murongxi waved her hand, directing her attention to Pei Guanyin. Reporting to Your Majesty. Lord Chu has gathered 3,000 cavalry from the Northtown Pacification Office, likely the newly formed shock troops. Having departed the capital, he seems intent on confronting the Great Buddha Temple, Pei Guanyin stated solemnly. Lord Chu must suspect that the 2 monks who attempted to assassinate him are disciples of the Great Buddha Temple. The Great Buddha Temple? Lord Chu's conjecture is astute. The Great Buddha Temple has never been a benign entity. With the support of the 10,000 Buddha Temple, it has long sought to establish a foothold in the capital, bolstered by the Wang clan of Taiyuan. If anyone were to act, it would undoubtedly be this Great Buddha Temple. A cold glint flickered in Murongxi's eyes as she spoke. These monks are becoming increasingly unruly. Your Majesty, do you believe Lord Chu will truly take action? Or will he seek an explanation from the Great Buddha Temple? Jiang Wanner inquired with a hint of curiosity on her delicate face. If I were Lord Chu, I would not ask for any explanation from the Great Buddha Temple. I would simply flatten it. Murongxi declared fiercely. The wrath of the sovereign could bring forth a river of blood and countless corpses. Your Majesty, the strength of the Great Buddha Temple is formidable. Both heads of the 2 halls and 2 courts are at the pinnacle of the 8th stage of the Dharma realm. Moreover, the temple's abbot, Master Yuanxin, has reached the 9th stage. Additionally, many of the heads are at the 6th and 7th stages of the Dharma realm. Given Lord Chu's current strength, it may be challenging for him to contend with them. Pei Guanyin hesitated before addressing Murongxi. Jiang Wanner nodded gently, agreeing with Pei Guanyin's assessment. The Great Buddha Temple is far from being as simple as the 7 Killers organization's branch in the capital. The 3,000 newly formed shock troops may not provide significant assistance to Lord Chu. Furthermore, employing the same tactics used to eradicate the 7 Killers organization's branch, such as the 3 laughs relaxing powder, to eliminate the Great Buddha Temple would be exceedingly difficult. Even they could not predict how Lord Chu would manage to dismantle the Great Buddha Temple. However, they harbored no concerns for Lord Chu's safety, knowing he had the shadow guards arranged by Murongxi protecting him in secrecy. A mere Great Buddha Temple could not harm Lord Chu. I have great confidence in Lord Chu. I believe that this time he will surely flatten the entire Great Buddha Temple, just as he did with the 7 Killers organization's branch. Murongxi remarked confidently, gazing in the direction of the Great Buddha Temple. Pei Guanyin and Jiang Wanner exchanged glances, remaining silent. Half an hour later, the sky began to darken. Reporting to the Lord, we are now less than 100 miles from the Great Buddha Temple. Should we rest for a moment or continue our journey? Fang Heng inquired of Lord Chu as he glanced toward the Great Buddha Temple. Wait here. I will resolve a few matters first, Chu Xiu proclaimed, looking at the stillness of the dense forest along the roadside, seemingly devoid of any creatures. Before leaping from his horse and utilizing the void 8 steps to traverse the air toward the woods, he possessed the ability to perceive the flow of qi. All assassinations held no significance for him. Even if the monks of the Great Buddha Temple concealed themselves well, they would appear as lanterns in the night, strikingly visible. Resolve a few matters? Fang Heng was momentarily taken aback, his complexion changing dramatically. Commander, should we provide assistance to the Lord? A 100-man leader from the Northtown Pacification Office asked Fang Heng. No need. Since the Lord has instructed us to wait here, we must not burden him. Fang Heng shook his head. By the way, this is a pure yang Wijidan. Fang Heng, seize the opportunity to refine this elixir now. Chu Xiu's voice echoed from afar. A jade bottle flew through the air and hovered before Fang Heng. Thank you, my lord. Fang Heng accepted the jade bottle, dismounted, and expressed his gratitude profusely. Though he was unaware of the elixir's effects, he knew that anything Lord Chu provided was undoubtedly extraordinary. Immediately, Fang Heng sat cross-legged, opened the jade bottle, and placed the pure yang Wijidan in his mouth. In an instant, Chu Xiu appeared above the forest, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the area below with an air of calmness. Come out. I have already seen you. Upon reaching the realm of the primordial spirit and becoming a true primordial spirit practitioner, one could effortlessly traverse the air, given Chu Xiu's current cultivation level. Achieving this was indeed a trivial matter. Impressive. I never anticipated that Lord Chu could see us. No wonder assassinations pose no threat to him. However, today, Lord Chu shall ultimately meet his end here. An ancient voice resonated from the woods, followed by a figure clad in black soaring into the air from the forest. A multitude of figures ascended from the woods, numbering in the dozens. Are they all coming out? A peak practitioner at the 9th stage of the Dharma realm, 4 at the 8th stage, 7 at the 7th stage, and 5 at the 6th stage. Even a practitioner at the 1st stage has arrived. You great Buddha temple intend to go all out, surrounding me before I reach your temple? A smirk of amusement played on Chu Xiu's lips as he addressed the highest-ranking practitioner, Master Yuan Xin, with a teasing gaze. With his ability to perceive the flow of qi, Chu Xiu could not only discern their cultivation levels but also recognize that their martial arts were rooted in Buddhism. I do not comprehend what you speak of, Lord Chu. I come at the behest of our 7 Killers Palace's master to eliminate you. We, the 7 Killers organization, have failed to eliminate you too many times. If you do not perish, our entire organization shall become the subject of ridicule across the realm. Master Yuan Xin regarded Chu Xiu with icy indifference. The 7 Killers organization? Your great Buddha temple truly embodies hypocrisy. Chu Xiu smiled wryly, declaring, but that no longer matters. I shall first eliminate you all. And then no one in the great Buddha temple shall be able to obstruct me. Act. Strike. Master Yuan Xin's figure transformed into an enormous, resplendent golden Buddha, towering at dozens of feet high. This was the manifestation of the great Buddha's essence condensed from the Heart Sutra. It appeared as if a true holy Buddha had descended upon the world, radiating a profound compassion and a desire to alleviate the suffering of all beings. Chapter 63. Must I inform you of such matters? Manifestations of divine forms appeared across the heavens and the earth, each one radiating a brilliant golden light that was utterly blinding. Among them were the golden body of the Arhat, the immutable king, the Bodhi form, and the Prajna-glazed body, among others. These divine forms unleashed their formidable techniques, compassionate palm strikes, Arhat's fist techniques, Ananda's blade-breaking sword techniques, and Arhat's finger techniques, each one launching an assault towards Chu Xiu. Every strike was terrifying in its own right. It was evident that the esteemed monks of the great Buddha temple had cast aside any pretense of dignity to join forces in an attempt to slay Chu Xiu. I had assumed that since you were reluctant to acknowledge your identity as monks of the great Buddha temple, concealing your identities while attempting to frame the 7 Kill organization, you would not dare reveal your divine forms. Who could have imagined that you merely draped a black cloth over yourselves, fooling no one but yourselves? A hint of derision flickered across Chu Xiu's face. As he clenched his right hand, the Taichin Jinyue sword manifested within his grasp. With a single step, he seemed to vanish into thin air. Boom. Suddenly, a cataclysmic surge of sword energy erupted into the atmosphere. This sword energy embodied the perfected techniques and intent of slaughter. It should be noted that Chu Xiu had ascended to the first level of the true divine form realm. With a single swing of his sword, the entire world appeared to be drenched in blood, as if dragging the monks of the great Buddha temple into a realm of carnage. This overwhelming intent of slaughter rendered many of the less resolute monks of the great Buddha temple momentarily dazed, clearly affected by this ominous energy. Previously, Chu Xiu could not hope to influence these monks of the divine form realm. However, with his sudden leap in cultivation, he now stood on equal footing with the monks of the great Buddha temple. Coupled with his mastery of the soul-capturing technique, it became exceedingly easy for him to affect the minds of the temple's practitioners. Om, Ma, and iPad, me, hum. Yet, in truth, it was mainly the disciples of the great Buddha temple at the 1st and 2nd levels of the divine form realm who were affected, while those at the 3rd level and the elders quickly regained their composure, albeit with expressions of shock, never anticipating that Chu Xiu could influence their minds. The Zen master Yuan Xin joined his hands in a solemn gesture, intoning the sacred 6-character mantra of Buddhism. One by one, the disciples of the great Buddha temple regained their senses. However, in that moment, Chu Xiu's intent of slaughter had already descended. Boom, boom, boom. Brilliant bursts of light illuminated the heavens and the earth as the divine forms were severed by Chu Xiu's sword energy, and the disciples within those forms fell beneath his blade. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the disciples from the great Buddha temple perished under his sword energy. Meanwhile, the attacks from the Zen master Yuan Xin and others were effortlessly evaded by Chu Xiu's perfected void steps, none managing to touch him. This was the might of the perfected void steps. After reaching the divine form realm, even beings of the transcendent realm above the divine form were unlikely to match Chu Xiu's speed. Chu Xiu, I will take your life. Thousand-handed Buddha's palm. Kill. Seeing the disciples of the divine form realm perish beneath Chu Xiu's sword energy, Zen master Yuan Xin's heart bled with fury. At that moment, He could no longer afford to maintain the facade of a Buddhist disciple. After all, once he unleashed his divine form, there was no hiding it. He had never intended to conceal his identity. As long as he did not reveal that he was the abbot of the great Buddha temple, there would be no issue. Even the great Zhou dynasty would not dare to act against their temple. The dual hands of Zen master Yuanxin's divine form began to move, transforming into countless golden Buddha palms that struck towards Chu Xiu. The myriad gleaming golden palms seemed to obscure everything in the world. And no matter how Chu Xiu attempted to evade, he could not escape the reach of this blow. Not only was Zen master Yuanxin furious, but the other elders of the great Buddha temple were equally enraged, unleashing their most powerful attacks towards Chu Xiu. After all, the fallen disciples of the divine form realm were primarily their own students. They represented the future of the great Buddha temple. A deluge of assaults surged towards Chu Xiu. Yet, with a single step, he vanished from sight as if he had never existed. Then, sword energies rained down from above, cleaving towards the practitioners of the divine form realm. With each strike, another disciple of the great Buddha temple fell beneath the onslaught. In less than a brief moment, only two figures remained in the sky. Those two figures were Chu Xiu and Zen master Yuanxin. Even the two pinnacle 8th level monks of the great Buddha temple had perished under Chu Xiu's sword energy. What an impressive Chu Xiu. I have underestimated you. A glint of terror flickered in Zen master Yuanxin's eyes as he gazed at Chu Xiu, unable to fathom how their entire assembly of divine form monks could be reduced to such a state while attempting to besiege him. The great Buddha temple's divine form realm was left with only him. If he were to fall, the entire temple would perish. Had he known such a fate awaited them, Zen master Yuanxin would never have intervened on behalf of the Wang family of Taiyuan. This was no longer a mere ascent to become a prestigious temple, but rather a matter of total annihilation. Kill. Chu Xiu grasped with his left hand, the scabbard of the Taiching Jinyue sword materializing within his palm, sheathing the sword before grasping its hilt and drawing it forth. He had not even utilized his divine form and had already slain the monks of the great Buddha temple. To show Zen master Yuanxin the gravity of his prowess, he prepared to employ the immortal severing blade technique to eliminate him. A tremendous sword energy surged forth, capable of cleaving gods and immortals. Wait, Chu Xiu, should you cease your assault, I can reveal to you who exactly seeks your... As the blade struck forth, a look of sheer terror spread across Zen master Yuanxin's face, his voice rising in panic. He could not perish. If he died, the great Buddha temple would be utterly destroyed. At that moment, Zen master Yuanxin cast aside all notions of dignity, consumed solely by the desire to survive. Rumbling, as the sword descended, it seemed to tear the heavens and the earth asunder. Zen master Yuanxin's divine form was utterly shattered. In that instant of fragmentation, Zen master Yuanxin was slain by Chu Xiu's strike. To his last breath, Zen master Yuanxin could not comprehend why Chu Xiu did not wish to learn who had instigated the great Buddha temple to act against him. Must I inform you of such matters? Do you truly believe me to be a fool? A look of disdain flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he stored the scabbard of the Taiching Jinyue sword. The sword returned to his dantian after delivering that decisive blow. Congratulations, host. You have slain the divine form monks of the great Buddha temple, steadfastly performing righteous deeds, earning 30 years of divine form power as a reward, and acquiring the upper clear divine art. Would you like to claim your rewards? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system echoed within Chu Xiu's mind. Chapter 64. The flattening of the great Buddha temple, the supreme Qing divine art, claiming rewards. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke in his mind. As soon as the words left his lips, an immense volume of knowledge regarding the supreme Qing divine art flooded his consciousness. This was a true martial art of divine caliber, its power surpassing that of the innate Qiankuan art by a staggering tenfold or more. The essence of the supreme Qing divine art was imprinted in Chu Xiu's mind, as if he were inherently adept at this art, having already attained its perfected state. The supreme Qing divine art began to operate automatically, converting the innate Qiankuan art into supreme Qing divine art. At that moment, his Dharma form also transformed into the supreme Qing Dharma form. However, while the supreme Qing Dharma form was typically that of a supreme Qing Taoist, Chu Xiu's embodiment was not that of a Taoist, but of himself. Subsequently, a tremendous force of the Dharma form manifested within Chu Xiu's dantian. The innate Qiankuan art operated autonomously, absorbing and refining this power, thereby enhancing Chu Xiu's Dharma form. His cultivation level surged from the first to the third minor completion of the Dharma form realm. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from afar. A figure clad in blood-red attire, resembling a deity of slaughter, appeared above Fong Heng's head. Indeed, he had broken through to the first minor completion of the nascent soul realm, condensing the slaughter nascent soul. Chu Xiu glanced over, a smile gracing his cheeks, and with a single step, he executed the void 8 steps, vanishing into the high skies. As for looting the bodies, it was not that Chu Xiu was unwilling. Rather, the Zen master Yuanqin and others had been utterly obliterated, reduced to mere dust, leaving nothing to loot. Moreover, the monks of the great Buddha temple who had come to besiege him undoubtedly bore no valuables. All the riches of the great Buddha temple resided within its confines. Once he subdued the temple, all the wealth accumulated over the years, including its medicinal elixirs, would belong to him. In a flash, Chu Xiu returned to his steed. "Thank you for your benevolence, my lord." Fang Heng slowly opened his eyes, kneeling before Chu Xiu and speaking with conviction. Now that he had broken through to the first minor completion of the nascent soul realm, Fang Heng finally understood the unparalleled value of the pure yang Wujiden that Chu Xiu had bestowed upon him. One single pill had allowed him to break through an entire major realm. What astonished him even further was that this pure yang Wujiden not only did not hinder his future cultivation, but also solidified his foundation. "As long as you diligently serve this official and the Northern Town Protectorate, all shall be well," Chu Xiu replied with a serene smile. "I shall remember your teachings, my lord, and will not disappoint your expectations." Fang Heng replied earnestly, his expression grave. "Let us set forth and flatten the great Buddha temple." Chu Xiu commanded with a sweeping gesture, his voice laced with murderous intent. "Flatten the great Buddha temple." The Jingtian guards roared, their spirits soaring, their momentum unyielding. Although they had not engaged in battle, they had witnessed the clash between Chu Xiu and the high monks of the great Buddha temple in the skies above. In their awe for Chu Xiu deepened, bolstering their morale. Chu Xiu led the Jingtian guards, riding at full gallop towards the great Buddha temple. Before nightfall, they surrounded the temple. "This time, I shall not intervene. It is up to you to raise the great Buddha temple," Chu Xiu declared, approaching the temple's entrance. His tone low yet powerful. "Understood," Fang Heng replied confidently. He dismounted and, alongside the Jingtian guards, advanced towards the temple entrance. The great Buddha temple had only one exit, the main gate, through which they could storm in, leaving no possibility for the disciples to escape. Now that he had stepped into the nascent soul realm, combined with the 3,000 Jingtian guards in their slaughter blade array, he was ready to face any high monk of the Dharma form realm. "Honorable sirs, what brings you here?" A disciple of the great Buddha temple gasped, his countenance shifting as a host of Jing-E guards approached. A welcoming monk hastily stepped forward, palms pressed together, addressing Fang Heng and the others. "Kill." Fang Heng's right hand drew his blade, cleaving through the air. A terrifying wave of slaughtering blade energy surged forth, sweeping towards a dozen or so disciples of the great Buddha temple. Boom. The disciples were instantly crushed by the onslaught of the blade energy. The 3,000 Jingtian guards followed Fang Heng's lead, advancing step by step into the great Buddha temple. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Oh no. It's the Jing-E guards. How could they possibly come to our great Buddha temple? Abbot, come save us. Chaos erupted within the great Buddha temple, and under Fang Heng's command, the disciples were mercilessly slaughtered. Whether they were masters, grandmasters, or even monks of the nascent soul realm, none could withstand the might of the slaughter blade array. These pampered monks experienced despair for the first time. The abbot and the high monks had vanished, prompting the disciples to seek an escape. Retreat. A loud shout resonated from deep within the temple as a nascent soul monk soared into the air, fleeing into the distance. Not only this nascent soul monk, but several others also took to the skies. Having realized that the abbot and the others were nowhere to be found, believing they had fled, leaving their elite disciples to fend for themselves. Cut them down. Fang Heng observed this scene, a cold smile creeping across his face. He raised his embroidered spring knife, striking down. The members of the Jingtian guards followed suit, unleashing their blades. Waves of terrifying blade energy filled the air, forming a net of death that descended upon the fleeing monks of the great Buddha temple. Boom, boom, boom. The monks of the nascent soul realm were utterly defenseless before the slaughter blade array. In the blink of an eye, dozens of them had perished beneath its wrath. Fang Heng gestured, dividing the 3,000 Jingtian guards into squads of 100, systematically eliminating the disciples of the great Buddha temple. This massacre continued for half an hour. Bloodied and exhausted, Fang Heng approached Chu Xiu, who remained seated on his steed, and knelt before him, loudly proclaiming, "My lord, all disciples of the great Buddha temple have been eradicated, not a single one remains. What are the Jingtian guards' losses?" Chu Xiu inquired, nodding slightly as he regarded Fang Heng. He was not surprised that the Jingtian guards could vanquish the great Buddha temple. If they had failed to do so against a temple devoid of a Dharma form protector, he would have doubted their capabilities. "My lord, the Jingtian guards sustained 17 serious injuries and 5 minor ones. No one perished in battle." Fang Heng replied with fervor. What are the spoils? Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before posing his question. His inquiry pertained not to the material gains from battle, but to the rewards for the Jing Tian guards. It was worth noting that the Jing Tian guards practiced the slaughter blade classic, a martial art designed to foster growth through battle. The more they killed, the stronger they became. These residual powers will transform entirely into resources for martial arts, causing the cultivation level of the Heavenly Guard to soar dramatically. However, Chu Xiu possesses superior martial arts, and, with the continuous rewards from the positive energy system, his progress surpasses that of the internal techniques within the Slaughter Blade Classic. Thus, he refrains from studying the internal methods contained within the Slaughter Blade Classic. Otherwise, he might have been tempted. Chapter 65. I do not target the Buddhist sect, but the martial arts sects of the world. Your Excellency, I report that I have progressed from the initial stage of the primordial spirit realm to the pinnacle of the 4th stage, mere steps away from the 5th stage. Furthermore, our entire Skyward Guard has ascended to the innate realm after tonight's battle, with several warriors even reaching the Master Realm. The highest among us has already attained the 9th pinnacle of the Master Realm. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng grasped Chu Xiu's intent. He took a deep breath to steady his excited heart and declared emphatically, our Skyward Guard has significantly increased in strength, and the power of the Slaughter Blade Array has grown even more formidable. Even martial artists of the Dharma Manifestation Realm can be slain with a single strike from the 3,000 Skyward Guards. Excellent. The Slaughter Blade Cannon requires bloodshed to grow swiftly. The Skyward Guard exists solely for the purpose of slaying. For our Northern Pacification Office, and for His Majesty, we shall eradicate all treacherous ministers and rebels. A satisfied expression crossed Chu Xiu's face as he spoke solemnly. My subordinates will never disappoint you, nor will we disappoint His Majesty. Fang Heng knelt down, speaking with utmost seriousness. Rise. I grant you half an hour to gather all the wealth from the great Buddha temple. After that time, set fire to the temple. Chu Xiu waved his hand. Understood. Fang Heng responded and set off towards the great Buddha temple. Congratulations, host, for having leveled the great Buddha temple and steadfastly engaged in righteous deeds. You have received a reward of 30 years of Dharma manifestation power, the first strike of the heaven-subduing blade, and 10 pure yang infinite pills. Would you like to claim your rewards? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resounded in Chu Xiu's mind. The first strike of the heaven-subduing blade. Chu Xiu's eyebrows arched, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Typically, martial arts rewards were complete techniques. However, this heaven-subduing blade was merely the first strike. From this alone, Chu Xiu surmised that the heaven-subduing blade was likely an immensely powerful blade technique. Claim the reward. Chu Xiu inhaled deeply and commanded within his mind. His anticipation for the heaven-subduing blade grew. As his words fell, an overwhelming force of Dharma manifestation surged into his dantian. The Supreme Clarity technique automatically activated, absorbing this power. In an instant, Chu Xiu's cultivation level surged from the 3rd stage of the Dharma manifestation realm to the 4th stage. However, upon reaching the 4th stage, the power was entirely depleted. Immediately, countless details regarding the heaven-subduing blade flooded Chu Xiu's mind. This was a truly unparalleled blade technique, consisting of 9 strikes. The first strike could only be executed by one who had attained the Dharma manifestation realm. Without such a level, a single strike could drain one completely. This heaven-subduing blade is indeed extraordinary. Its might may surpass even my celestial slayer blade technique. Chu Xiu exclaimed, astonished. His repertoire of blade techniques had now expanded. Indeed, while his celestial slayer blade technique was reputed to slay deities, it was a technique with a high starting point and potential. It could continuously incorporate new techniques, and the more techniques it absorbed, the more powerful it became. By merging 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 techniques, the celestial slayer blade technique would undergo constant metamorphosis, ultimately achieving true celestial slaying prowess. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The Skyward Guard made use of local resources, chopping down trees to craft rudimentary carts, filling over 2,000 carts with boxes extracted from the Great Buddha Temple. This demonstrated the temple's immense wealth. Moreover, several members of the Skyward Guard emerged carrying gold statues, some towering 1 meter or even several meters high. Your Excellency, we have completely ransacked the Great Buddha Temple. The gold alone exceeds 5 million taels, with silver surpassing 80 million taels, and countless treasures of gold and silver. The quantity of medicinal pills and spiritual herbs is vast and yet to be counted. We shall pack everything and tally them upon return to our Northern Pacification Office. The arable land amounts to 1 million acres. This land is not only in Fufeng County, but spans the entire Suzhou region, Fang Heng reported, stepping forward and bowing deeply. Such wealth in a single temple. Not all martial sects in the world are virtuous, yet it is evident that at least 90% are not. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke with chilling resolve. He was not targeting the great Buddha temple or Buddhism itself. He aimed at the entire martial arts sects of the world. The immense wealth accumulated by these sects suggested the terrifying fortunes hoarded by the aristocratic families. If these individuals were not dealt with, the great Zhou dynasty would inevitably perish at their hands. Fang Heng lowered his head, hesitant to speak further. Your Excellency, set fire to the temple. Chu Xiu remained silent for a moment, then spoke in a deep, forceful tone. Yes. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng raised his right hand and shouted, set fire. In an instant, countless torches were hurled into the great Buddha temple. The entire temple quickly transformed into a sea of flames, illuminating the sky in a brilliant red. At that moment, the great Buddha temple appeared solemn and dignified, embodying the true essence of a sacred Buddhist site. Let us return to the Northern Pacification Office, Chu Xiu declared, turning his horse towards the capital. Return to the Northern Pacification Office. Fang Heng echoed, mounting his steed to follow Chu Xiu. The carts laden with riches, under the protection of the Skyward Guard, made their way towards the capital. After 3 full hours, Chu Xiu and the Skyward Guard triumphantly returned to the capital. Their arrival, accompanied by such an abundance of carts, sent ripples of shock through the city in the dead of night. In the residence of the Minister of Rites, Jiang Xian approached the inner chambers. His demeanor respectful as he reported, My lord, the great Buddha temple has been completely leveled by Chu Xiu and the Northern Pacification Office's cavalry. He was acutely aware that Wang Hao had been awaiting news, which is why he remained in the study. Creak. The door to the study swung open, and Wang Hao emerged with a furrowed brow. Are you saying that dozens of Dharma manifestation experts could not defeat Chu Xiu? Indeed, my lord. All the Dharma manifestation experts perished at Chu Xiu's hands. After slaying Master Yuanxin and others, he led the Northern Pacification Office cavalry to obliterate the entire Great Buddha Temple, which is now engulfed in flames and continues to burn. Jiang Xian pondered for a moment before stating, if Chu Xiu alone could slay so many Dharma manifestation experts, I suspect that even if he has not yet attained the Dharma manifestation realm, he possesses strength surpassing that level. Chapter 66 Your Majesty, news has arrived from Lord Chu. This young man is quite exceptional. A gleam of brilliance flickered in Wang Hao's eyes as he spoke coldly. He possesses the strength of the Ascendant Realm, yet has concealed it entirely. Had it not been for the great Buddha Temple, we would still be unaware of his remarkable growth. My lord, what shall we do next? Jiang Xian pondered for a moment before inquiring of Wang Hao. To say nothing of the Ascendant Realm, even those in the Dharma manifestation realm are regarded as true experts in the martial world. However, for the Wang family of Taiyuan, such figures are not particularly rare. After all, did not the protector of the 7 Kills organization fall at the hands of Chu Xiu? Inform the 7 Kills organization and instruct them to dispatch their elders of the Ascendant Realm to besiege Chu Xiu. One might not suffice, then 5 or even 10. Surely they can eliminate him. Wang Hao stated with a calm demeanor. My lord, can we truly rely on the 7 Kills organization? Jiang Xian hesitated. After all, in his eyes, the elders of the Ascendant Realm within the 7 Kills organization undoubtedly belong to the upper echelon. They may not be willing to pay such a hefty price. Moreover, Chu Xiu's current level of cultivation remains a mystery. To what extent he has reached within the Ascendant Realm is unknown. Should Chu Xiu have already traversed some distance within that realm, the 7 Kills organization would suffer tremendous losses. We cannot place all our hopes on the 7 Kills organization. Zhang Lao has dispatched someone to relay this message to the 10,000 Buddha Temple. Given the temple's historically domineering nature, they will undoubtedly not permit Chu Xiu to trample their stronghold. Wang Hao mused for a moment before addressing Jiang Xian. Yes, my lord, I shall obey. Jiang Xian's expression turned solemn as he spoke with utmost respect. As the capital's location, Shizhou naturally cannot be devoid of the presence of the top sects of the great Zhou dynasty. The Heavenly Sword sect is the largest and most powerful sect in Shizhou, a true sanctum of swordsmanship. Regardless of the Vajra sect or the great Buddha temple, they are but insignificant entities before the Heavenly Sword sect. However, this Heavenly Sword sect is not one that the Wang family of Taiyuan can command. Most importantly, this sect has a significant relationship with the Yang family of Hongnou. Thus, the forces they can leverage are limited to outside Shizhou. Wang Hao remained silent. Jiang Xian bowed respectfully before vanishing from sight. In the Wenyuan Pavilion, the atmosphere was markedly different from usual. The lights remained bright, indicating that everyone was awaiting a message. An official hastily entered the Wenyuan Pavilion, delivering a note to the young deputy of the Zhanshi mansion, Chu Xiu, before quietly retreating. He actually succeeded. Chu Xiu opened the note, quickly scanning its contents, and a look of shock crossed his face as he incredulously remarked, "It seems we have all underestimated him." It is time to report this to the esteemed elders. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Chu Xiu proceeded into the Yuan pavilion. Shortly thereafter, he entered a spacious and brightly lit room, bowing to the cabinet's chief minister Yang Yin and others, who had been managing affairs while waiting for news. Esteemed elders, I bring news. Oh? Yang Yin looked up, his interest piqued as he regarded Chu Xiu. The others, including Du Tai, also set aside their documents, turning their attention toward him. Esteemed elders, under the leadership of Zen Master Yuan Xin, the high monks of the great Buddha temple launched an assault on Chu Xiu. As a result, all the Dharma manifestation realm practitioners were slain by Chu Xiu alone. Chu Xiu stated with grave authority, not a single one of the dozens of Dharma manifestation practitioners survived. One person managed to slay dozens of Dharma manifestation practitioners from the great Buddha temple? Yang Yin's face displayed astonishment as he remarked, if I recall correctly, Zen Master Yuan Xin is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Dharma manifestation realm, and the heads of the 2 halls in the great Buddha temple are above the 7th level. The fact that such strength was vanquished by Chu Xiu alone is astonishing. It is uncertain whether he has stepped into the ascendant realm, but his strength has undoubtedly reached that level. Only an ascendant could achieve such a feat. This is indeed intriguing. This young man has a captivating tale ahead of him. The Minister of Works, Zheng Yun, wore a contemplative expression. There is indeed a captivating story unfolding. Ascendant realm. Having reached such heights, even the Wang family of Taiyuan cannot remain indifferent. The question now is when Lord Wang Hao will mobilize the forces of the Wang family. Chu Xiu, at such a young age, possesses strength at the ascendant realm level. If given time, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Wang family. Even if he reaches the celestial realm or beyond, he is more than capable of achieving it. Should he reach that level, even if the Wang family succeeded in eliminating Chu Xiu, they would suffer considerable losses. The Minister of Justice, Du Tai, nodded in agreement. The Minister of Personnel, Zhao Duo, chuckled softly. However, at this moment, the Wang family of Taiyuan finds themselves in a precarious position. Even if they were to yield the imperial guard to Chu Xiu, it would not resolve this enmity. Wang Hao is not an ordinary figure. Yang Yin remarked evenly. His appointment by Wang Yang to oversee the capital is no trivial matter. In my view, he is unlikely to readily employ the forces of the Wang family. It is more probable that he will employ others to do his bidding. Employ others to do his bidding? Who might that be? The great Buddha temple. The Minister of Revenue, Yuan Chongli, pondered aloud. The elders fell silent. Esteemed elders, after eliminating the high monks of the great Buddha temple, Chu Xiu led 3,000 elite cavalry from the northern town guard to the great Buddha temple, leaving not a single monk alive. In the end, he set fire to the entire temple. Presently, the flames of the great Buddha temple cast a crimson glow upon the surroundings. Chu Xiu spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin and the others exchanged glances. Realizing that the Wang family's blade was indeed aimed at the great Buddha temple, given the temple's domineering nature, they would perceive this as a provocation from Chu Xiu. In the palace, within the Taiji Palace, a palace maid entered and presented a note to Pei Guanyin. Upon the maid's arrival, both Jiang Wanner, who appeared distracted, and the seemingly engrossed Empress Murongxi, who was lost in thought, immediately focused their attention on Pei Guanyin. Pei Guanyin glanced at the note and respectfully addressed Murongxi. Your Majesty, news has arrived from Lord Chu. Chapter 67. With the presence of great figures, how could the great Zhou dynasty fail to thrive? Speak quickly. The exquisite beauty of Murongxi revealed an eager expression as she gazed intensely at Pei Guanyin. After all, within the confines of the Taiji Palace, there were only the Empress Murongxi and her childhood companions, Pei Guanyin and Jiang Wanner. She had no need to maintain her imperial demeanor in front of outsiders. Your Majesty, Lord Chu encountered an ambush by several monks of the Feixiang realm on his way to the great Buddha temple. With his solitary strength, he vanquished them all. After slaying the monks, he led 3,000 Jingtian guards to the great Buddha temple, turning it into a scene of bloodshed. Ultimately, he set the entire temple ablaze. The flames still rage high into the sky. Pei Guanyin expressed her admiration with a glimmer of respect on her delicate face. Jiang Wanner's mouth slightly agape. Her expression one of disbelief, seemed unable to fathom that Chu Xiu's cultivation had reached such heights, single-handedly defeating dozens of monks at the Feixiang level. Excellent. Lord Chu has indeed not disappointed me. I knew he would be able to completely raise the great Buddha temple. Murongxi smiled radiantly, filling the entire Taiji Palace with a sense of blooming flowers as she laughed heartily. Your Majesty, how did you know from the outset that Lord Chu could level the great Buddha temple? Jiang Wanner asked, her face brimming with curiosity as she looked at Murongxi. Pei Guanyin nodded repeatedly, equally eager to understand how Murongxi had made such a prediction. After all, based on their prior knowledge, Chu Xiu's strength had not seemed to reach this level. They had not anticipated that he had concealed his true prowess so deeply. With a gentle smile, Murongxi confidently replied, I cannot ascertain Lord Chu's cultivation level or strength. However, I know one thing. Lord Chu never undertakes ventures without assurance. From the moment he left the capital, he likely anticipated that such a grand display would inevitably reach the ears of the great Buddha temple. Someone would certainly inform them of Lord Chu's impending reckoning. She did not specify who might have leaked the information, yet Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin were well aware. After all, they had known of the great Buddha temple's aggression against Chu Xiu long before. The implication is clear. If Lord Chu lacked the strength to level the great Buddha temple, he would never have taken the risk to confront them. His willingness to face them signifies that he possesses the capability to handle any situation, Jiang Wan'er remarked, a look of realization dawning on her countenance. Pei Guanyin expressed her respect, saying, Your Majesty is truly wise. Jiang Wan'er also came to her senses and bowed deeply to Murongxi with utmost reverence. Upon returning to the North Jinfu office, Chu Xiu addressed Feng Hong. Feng Hong, ensure that all medicinal herbs and spirit medicines are uniformly delivered to the storeroom of our North Jinfu. As for gold, silver, and all fertile lands, sell them through our North Jinfu's channels. Convert them into cash and compile the totals with tonight's earnings. Half will go into the storeroom, and the other half into our North Jinfu's public welfare fund. Sir, are you truly not keeping anything for yourself? Feng Heng's face turned pale upon hearing this, and he urgently replied, Sir, your household also requires funds. Even if you do not take half, you could at least take a tenth or 2/10. The remaining amount can still support the public welfare fund. The silver we obtain from the great Buddha temple will be more than sufficient for our upcoming public welfare activities. That's unnecessary. Chu Xiu waved his hand, smiling slightly. I hardly have any need for money. Even the medicinal herbs for the guards of my residence are provided by Her Majesty from the inner treasury. The silver used in my household is also drawn from Her Majesty's treasury. I truly have no need for funds. But, sir, Feng Heng wished to express that even if Her Majesty was considerate of him, he still had no money. There's no but. My lack of funds is inconsequential. I have far too many aspirations to pursue, far beyond mere charitable activities. Although the public welfare fund may appear to have received a significant influx, it may not sustain us for long. Indeed, you are a sage. Feng Heng remained silent for a moment, filled with profound admiration. He had never encountered an official as indifferent to wealth as Chu Xiu. Other officials, even those who claimed to despise wealth, would typically not refuse the emperor's rewards. Yet Chu Xiu even rejected the Empress Murongxi's gifts, preferring instead to benefit the populace. With great figures in place, how could the great Zhou dynasty not flourish? Well then, it's getting late. I shall return to my residence to rest. You should also head home and take your rest. Chu Xiu waved goodbye to Feng Hong and turned toward the direction of the Chu residence. In Sanzhou, Hongnong County, at the Zhang residence, the steward approached the depths of the estate, outside a study, and respectfully reported, Master, news has arrived from the capital. Creak. The door slowly opened, and Zhang Yu, the county lieutenant, emerged from the study. Master, Qian Rui has made his move. During his attack, he was accompanied by a monk from the great Buddha temple. Both had been slain by Chu Xiu. The steward bowed deeply. Oh, Zhang Yu furrowed his brows and said, Send the order to completely abandon the assassination of Chu Xiu. Our 7-kill organization must remain low-key and await our opportunity. Yes, old servant obeys, the steward replied respectfully. Is there anything else? Zhang Yu glanced at the steward. Master, there are 2 more matters. One is that the Wang family from Taiyuan has sent word, urging our 7-kill organization to dispatch several Ascendant Realm members to encircle and eliminate Chu Xiu. They insist that Chu Xiu must be killed. The second matter is that Chu Xiu led 3,000 cavalry of the North Jinfu to utterly demolish the great Buddha temple, leaving it in a river of blood without a single survivor. The steward considered for a moment before speaking softly to Zhang Yu. Humph, the Wang family of Taiyuan? They cannot command my 7-kill organization. This matter is not worth our attention, Zhang Yu coldly snorted, his expression one of surprise. However, Chu Xiu is indeed formidable. He has leveled the great Buddha temple. No wonder the Wang family is taking this seriously. Nevertheless, this affair no longer concerns our 7-kill organization. Let the Wang family contend with Chu Xiu from now on. We shall not undertake any further missions. The price we have already paid for dealing with Chu Xiu is more than sufficient. Chapter 68. The Book of Impermanence, Chu Xiu's Fury. The next day, Chu Xiu entered the Northtown governor's office with measured steps. My lord, Lin Huaiyu approached Chu Xiu, bowing respectfully. There's no need for excessive formalities. Have the conditions of the various 1,000 household and 100 household offices throughout our great Zhou dynasty been thoroughly investigated? Chu Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Huayu and inquired. Reporting to my lord, everything has been meticulously investigated, Lin Huayu replied with a serious expression, producing a tome known as the Book of Impermanence from his sleeve and presenting it to Chu Xiu. All those who seek to line their own pockets, pay lip service without genuinely executing the mandated charitable activities, or collude with influential families, have been catalogued within. Please review it, my lord. Summon Fong Hung to the main hall of our North Town Governor's office to meet me, Chu Xiu instructed a nearby constable in a low voice. Yes, subordinate obeys. The constable acknowledged and swiftly departed using lightness of foot. Let us proceed to the hall, Chu Xiu said to Lin Huayu, making his way toward the main hall of the North Town Governor's office. Indeed, Lin Huayu replied, following Chu Xiu closely. In a short while, they arrived at the hall where Chu Xiu took his seat at the head table and began to peruse the Book of Impermanence. Just as he finished his review, Fong Hang appeared in the hall, bowed to Chu Xiu, his face alight with excitement as he proclaimed, "Subordinate pays respects to my lord." Noticing Lin Huayu's presence, Fong Hung surmised the purpose of Chu Xiu's summons. Following last night's battle, every member of the Heavenly Guard had broken through to the innate realm, producing a plethora of master-level warriors. This realization impressed upon him the understanding that rapid advancement and cultivation necessitated incessant slaughter. Only through bloodshed could the Heavenly Guard flourish expeditiously. There's no need for formalities, Chu Xiu said with an impassive expression. Thank you, my lord, Fong Hung replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. Chu Xiu tossed the Book of Impermanence before Fong Hung, rising with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, and declared with chilling resolve, in our great Zhou dynasty, there are 13 provinces, 13,000 household offices, and over 100 household offices. Nearly one-third of these are either intent on personal gain, disregarding the orders of our North Town Governor's office, or colluding with powerful families. This is utterly shocking to me. Fong Hung, heed my command. Chu Xiu's voice was deep and powerful. Subordinate is here. Fong Hang's expression grew solemn as he responded with conviction. You are to take charge of selecting individuals from our North Town Governor's office to oversee the various 1,000 household and 100 household offices. Deploy the Heavenly Guard to eradicate all those listed in the Book of Impermanence. Leave not a single one alive. Chu Xiu's voice was filled with a ferocity that resonated throughout the hall. Subordinate obeys. Fong Hang picked up the Book of Impermanence, his demeanor grave. Lin Huayu, you are to assist Fong Hung by providing intelligence support. Seize this opportunity for our North Town Governor's office to establish absolute control over the 1,000 household and 100 household offices across the great Zhou dynasty. Chu Xiu inhaled deeply, calming himself before speaking. Yes, subordinate understands. Lin Huayu replied with utmost respect. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated the traitorous members of the Jin Yi Wei across the great Zhou dynasty, unwaveringly committed to righteous endeavors, and have received a reward of 40 years of Dharma manifestation power, the second blade of the Qinkuan Town Heaven Sword, and 20 pure Yang Wajidian pills. Will you accept the rewards? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Yes, Chu Xiu responded without hesitation. As soon as the words left his lips, 40 years of Dharma manifestation power surged into his dantian. The supreme clarity divine art activated automatically, absorbing and refining the power, allowing Chu Xiu's cultivation level to rise from the 4th minor achievement of the Dharma manifestation realm to the 5th minor achievement instantaneously. Indeed, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the difficulty of advancement, particularly with the supreme clarity divine art, which is a genuine supreme level technique. It is exponentially more formidable than the innate Qinkuan art. Each minor breakthrough becomes increasingly arduous. Fortunately, with the positive energy system, I need not worry about the slow pace of cultivation advancement. Chu Xiu marveled internally at the challenges of practicing the supreme clarity divine art. Were it not for the existence of the system, even the most outstanding prodigy would require centuries, if not millennia, to cultivate the supreme clarity divine art to the Dharma manifestation realm or ascend to the immortal realm. Visions of the second blade of the Qinkuan Town Heaven Sword filled Chu Xiu's mind, and he instantly grasped its mastery. However, it was clear that the second blade could not be wielded at the Dharma manifestation realm, even with the cultivation of the supreme clarity divine art. Yet, once I step into the immortal realm, the second blade will be at my disposal. Its power far exceeds that of the first blade by a factor of 10, earning it the title of the true sword that subdues heaven. Though Chu Xiu had long anticipated the terrifying potential of the second blade, the actual comprehension of its content left him astounded. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu waved his sleeve, causing several jade bottles to gently descend before Fong Hung. My lord, what is this? Fong Heng's eyes brightened with overwhelming joy, his voice trembling with excitement. Lin Huayu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fervently fixed on the jade bottles. He was already aware that Fong Heng had consumed the pure yang Wigidian pill bestowed by Chu Xiu, enabling his ascent to the primordial spirit realm. Such information was a closely guarded secret, known only to the true lineage. Being part of Chu Xiu's inner circle, Lin Huayu was naturally privy to it. This is the pure yang Wigidian pill. The 10 pure yang Wigidian pills are entrusted to you for the Heavenly Guard. For those who have made significant contributions to our Northtown Governor's office and possess extraordinary talent, you may bestow these upon them to assist their ascension to the primordial spirit realm. After a moment's deliberation, Chu Xiu addressed Fong Heng. He intended to establish a genuine merit-based system within the entire Northtown Governor's office, where foundational resources could be provided, but superior resources must be earned through merit. Given that he had only 17 pure yang Wigidian pills remaining, and with the system awarding him an additional 20, he now possessed 37 pure yang Wigidian pills. Granting 10 to the Heavenly Guard was hardly a burden. Moreover, the continuous rewards from the system indicated that while the pills were indeed precious, they were not excessively rare, as further rewards were likely to come. Thank you, my lord. On behalf of all the brothers of the Heavenly Guard, I express our deepest gratitude for your benevolence. Fong Heng knelt before Chu Xiu, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Lin Huayu, I also have pure yang Wigidian pills for you. Pei Shiji, Yang Cheng, and Luo Tianxi. You shall convey them to Pei Shiji and the others. Chu Xiu waved his sleeve once more, presenting 4 jade bottles to Lin Huayu. However, you must remember that they may only consume the pure yang Wigidian pills after reaching the Grandmaster realm. Consumption prior to achieving the Grandmaster realm is strictly forbidden. Chapter 69. The Astonishing Harvest of the Great Buddha Temple, a Wealth Beyond Measure. Yes, I shall obey the command. Lin Huayu replied with utmost respect. With a slight nod, Chu Xiu addressed Fong Heng and Lin Huayu. Please rise. Thank you, my lord. Fong Heng and Lin Huayu expressed their gratitude as they carefully stored away the jade bottles before standing up. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. Chu Xiu instructed them. Reporting to you, my lord, we have completed the tally of last night's harvest, Fong Heng said, cupping his hands with a serious demeanor. Oh, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued to learn the extent of the gold and resources acquired. Reporting to you, my lord, in addition to the 5 million taels of gold and 80 million taels of silver already accounted for, the total value of gold, silver, and jewels exceeds 300 million taels of silver. The 100,000 hectares of fertile land translates to 1 million acres. And 100,000 hectares equals 15 million acres, Fong Heng elaborated, his expression grave. I dispatched someone to investigate upon my return last night. The Great Buddha Temple was established less than 50 years ago. In this brief span, it has amassed such immense wealth through sheer force, ruthlessly plundering across the entire Sizus region. To characterize the magnitude of their crimes as unimaginable would be an understatement. Indeed, they must be eradicated. Chu Xiu rose, his eyes flashing with a fierce killing intent. Whether they are powerful clans or sects, they thrive off the blood of the common people. As long as these factions persist, the people shall never find peace. Fong Heng and Lin Huayu clenched their fists, realizing that the Great Buddha Temple's transgressions were but a glimpse of the deeper rot within the long-standing power structures of the Great Zhou dynasty. Chu Xiu inhaled deeply, his voice resonating with authority. Lin Huayu, heed my orders. At your command. Lin Huayu responded solemnly. You are to mobilize our entire Northern Pacification Division. Investigate and compile a list of all the citizens victimized by the Great Buddha Temple's tyranny. Document the wealth and land that were seized from them in meticulous detail. Chu Xiu's gaze bore into Lin Huayu. We must identify all those who have lost their families due to the Great Buddha Temple, if they still have relatives. All wealth and land taken must be returned in full. Furthermore, we shall offer additional compensation from the Northern Pacification Division for their suffering. Chu Xiu understood that the number of survivors would likely be less than half. Many families may have perished at the hands of the Great Buddha Temple. If 1/3 of the populace remained, it would be a fortunate circumstance. I shall obey, Lin Huayu affirmed resolutely. Additionally, the remaining fertile land shall be your responsibility to distribute among the impoverished citizens of Sizus. Though the Great Buddha Temple has seized a vast expanse of land, it is imperative that we ensure the needy receive their share. Prioritize those with families to support, especially the elderly and children who are struggling to survive, Chu Xiu instructed thoughtfully. After a moment's reflection, he added, Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, my lord. Lin Huayu declared passionately, kneeling before Chu Xiu, fully devoted. Both Lin Huayu and Fong Heng were deeply moved, This was 100,000 hectares of fertile land. Considering that in the Great Zhou dynasty, 1 acre of arable land was valued at 10 taels of silver, this amounted to a staggering 150 million taels of silver. Such an extraordinary fortune. Yet Chu Xiu remained unmoved, determined to return every parcel to the people and to assist the impoverished. What a grand vision he possessed. To follow a leader like Chu Xiu was indeed a blessing of a lifetime. Congratulations, host. By steadfastly pursuing righteous deeds, you have earned a reward of 50 years of Dharma manifestation power, 9 divine slaying flying daggers, and 30 pure yang Wijidian pills. Will you accept the rewards? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Yes, Chu Xiu replied with delight. In an instant, 50 years of Dharma manifestation power materialized within his dantian. The upper clear divine art activated automatically, absorbing and refining this power, elevating Chu Xiu's cultivation from the 5th minor completion of the Dharma manifestation realm to the 6th minor completion. The 9 divine slaying flying daggers and 30 pure yang Wijidian pills appeared in his storage space. Previously, he had acquired 14 pure yang Wijidian pills, leaving him with 23. Now, with the system's reward, he possessed a total of 53. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, signaling Feng Heng to continue. Reporting to you, my lord. We have also tallied the quantities of pills and spiritual herbs. For first-tier spiritual herbs, we possess a total of 35,987. For second-tier spiritual herbs, we count 11,852. For third tier, there are 3,920. Fourth tier, 327. Fifth tier, 195. And sixth tier, 33. Feng Heng reported earnestly. Sixth tier spiritual herbs? Chu Xiu's face expressed astonishment. It is rare indeed to find such treasures, as sixth tier corresponds to the ascent beyond the Dharma manifestation realm. Indeed, my lord, Feng Heng confirmed. Furthermore, the number of medicinal pills is equally vast. We have 15,799 bottles of true qi pills, 6,249 bottles of true essence pills, 1,313 bottles of Hunyuan pills, 562 bottles of Yuanshin pills, 171 bottles of Huitian pills, and even 17 bottles of Ascension pills used by those at the Ascension realm. Feng Heng paused, his expression grave. However, the most precious of the pills are not these, but the 9 Wanfo pills from the 10,000 Buddha Temple. Chapter 70. The Golden Elixir of 10,000 Buddhas, the Blade Technique of Ananda Breaking the Precepts. The Golden Elixir of 10,000 Buddhas? Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened, for he was well aware of the esteemed reputation of the Golden Elixir of 10,000 Buddhas. His extensive review of numerous documents in the Northern Town Prefecture was not in vain. The Golden Elixir of 10,000 Buddhas is an extraordinary spiritual elixir, akin to the Supreme Clarity Golden Elixir. Although its effects may not rival those of the Supreme Clarity Golden Elixir, it remains remarkably potent. After all, the Golden Elixir of 10,000 Buddhas originates from the revered Temple of 10,000 Buddhas, one of the 4 sacred sites of Buddhism. It is a peerless spiritual elixir forged by the temple through the expenditure of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Each elixir is immensely precious. Even for aristocratic families wishing to procure a single golden elixir of 10,000 Buddhas from the temple, it is no easy feat. What astonished Chu Xiu was the fact that a grand Buddha temple could obtain 10 golden elixirs from the temple of 10,000 Buddhas. Coupled with the plethora of spiritual herbs and elixirs looted from the grand Buddha temple, Chu Xiu felt that the temple of 10,000 Buddhas must hold the grand Buddha temple in even higher regard than he had imagined. Despite the grand Buddha temple being a branch of the temple of 10,000 Buddhas, there are not just 1,000, but at least 100 temples that have branched off from the temple. For any temple to acquire a golden elixir of 10,000 Buddhas from the temple is a formidable challenge. Only true geniuses can hope to receive such a reward from the temple. Yet, the Grand Buddha Temple possesses 9 golden elixirs. This alone speaks volumes about the significant standing of the Grand Buddha Temple within the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas. It is highly probable that the Grand Buddha Temple serves as a strategic foothold for the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas in the realm of the Dezhou dynasty. Near the capital, the reason the Grand Buddha Temple does not boast higher-level experts or ascendants is likely that the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas seeks not to draw excessive attention. My lord, how should we handle these golden elixirs? Feng Heng hesitated for a moment, retrieving a small bag from his garments and presenting it to Chu Xiu. After all, the weight of the golden elixirs was far too great for him, compared to the vast wealth and spiritual herbs acquired from the Grand Buddha Temple. This was even more daunting. Since the golden elixirs have fallen into our hands at the Northern Town Prefecture, they naturally belong to us. Chu Xiu accepted the bag, opened it, and immediately beheld 10 porcelain vials. He took out 5 vials, placing them on the table with a tranquil smile, and declared, Feng Heng, you, Lin Huayu, Pei Shiji, Yangqing and Luo Tianqi shall each receive a golden elixir of 10,000 Buddhas. First, you shall refine the elixirs, and then attend to the tasks I assign you. Feng Heng and the others were indeed his most trusted aides within the northern town prefecture, each responsible for their respective duties, serving as his left and right arms. However, they also possessed a flaw. Despite the ample resources available for their development, their innate talents were merely acceptable, still falling short when compared to true geniuses. Now, with the golden elixirs in hand, they had the perfect opportunity to enhance their innate abilities, elevating them to a level that could rival genuine prodigies. With the golden elixirs, they should be able to cleanse their marrow and strengthen their talents. Coupled with the abundant resources of the northern town prefecture, they could aspire to ascend to the realm of the ascendants. After all, the golden elixir of 10,000 Buddhas held little value for Chu Xiu, as he had already consumed the supreme clarity golden elixir, which surpassed the former in potency. Thus, these golden elixirs should not be wasted in his possession. What? Feng Heng was taken aback. Lin Huayu also looked at Chu Xiu in disbelief. This was the golden elixir of 10,000 Buddhas. Chu Xiu had actually bestowed it upon them so freely. In that moment, both men felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude, their eyes glistening with tears. The better your innate talents, the faster you will progress, enabling you to assist me more effectively. I hope that one day, you will all be capable of standing on your own. Chu Xiu smiled gently, collecting the remaining 5 golden elixirs and addressing Feng Heng and the others. My lord's immense kindness is something we shall remember for eternity. Feng Heng and Lin Huayu knelt before Chu Xiu, expressing their utmost reverence. Chu Xiu waved his hand, saying, "Rise, there is no need for such formalities." "Thank you, my lord." Feng Heng and Lin Huayu expressed their gratitude as they stood. Feng Heng, do you have any further reports? Chu Xiu nodded, looking at Feng Heng. Reporting to you, my lord, besides these acquisitions, we have also retrieved over several hundred martial arts manuals from the Grand Buddha Temple. These include the Great Buddha Heart Sutra, the Great Buddha Dharma Form, the 6-character mantra of Buddhism, the 1,000-handed Great Buddha Palm, the Immutable King S Mind Method, the Immutable King S Dharma Body, the Arhat Heart Sutra, the Arhat Dharma Body, the Prajna Heart Sutra, the Prajna Glazed Dharma Body, the Bodhi Heart Sutra, and the Blade Technique of Ananda Breaking the Precepts, among others. Feng Heng said with a serious expression. Among these, the Great Buddha Heart Sutra, the Great Buddha Dharma Form, the 6-character mantra of Buddhism, and the 1,000-handed Great Buddha Palm are the most formidable. He continued earnestly. These martial arts are considered top-tier inheritances within the temple of 10,000 Buddhas. However, these martial arts can only be cultivated to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the realm of ascendants, with no existence beyond that. That is to be expected. Chu Xiu chuckled softly. These martial arts, especially the Immutable King S Mind Method, the Arhat Heart Sutra, the Prajna Heart Sutra, and the Bodhi Heart Sutra, though widely disseminated within Buddhism and even actively spread by the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas into the martial world, are fundamentally designed to cultivate experts for the temple. These martial arts can typically only be cultivated to the realm of Dharma forms. When one reaches the limit of the Dharma form realm, they must either submit to the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas or become a disciple, thereby deepening their ties with the temple to gain access to further martial arts teachings. The Grand Buddha Temple's ability to cultivate to the 9th pinnacle of the realm of ascendance is already a testament to the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas' high regard for it. Feng Heng nodded gently, saying, "My lord, it is not as if there are no complete martial arts. Among these, 2 are remarkably complete." "Oh," Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. One is the 6-character mantra of Buddhism, an unparalleled sound wave technique of immense power. The other is the blade technique of Ananda Breaking the Precepts. This martial art is among the most aggressive techniques even within the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas. Feng Heng explained. However, both martial arts share a common trait. I suspect that the reason the Grand Buddha Temple possesses complete versions of these techniques is that they are not internal cultivation methods, but rather martial skills. Moreover, the difficulty of mastering these techniques is exceedingly high. Even within the temple, few can cultivate these martial arts to profound levels. Feng Heng stated solemnly, thus, the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas is not concerned about the potential leakage of these 2 martial arts. Do you possess the blade technique of Ananda Breaking the Precepts? Chu Xiu inquired with keen interest, as he was quite curious about it. He had encountered it twice before, once when he was ambushed by the monk Mingyu outside the northern town prefecture, and another time when he was besieged by numerous high monks from the Grand Buddha Temple. The power of the blade technique of Ananda Breaking the Precepts was formidable, yet Chu Xiu sensed that they had not grasped its true essence. Chapter 71. The Wang clan of Tai Yuan and Master Zikong of the Wanfo Temple, my lord. I have brought it, Feng Heng declared as he retrieved an ancient, yellowed tome from his sleeve and handed it to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu accepted the manuscript. Inscribed with the secrets of the Ananda breaks the precepts blade technique, and began to peruse its pages. After some time, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. This Ananda breaks the precepts blade technique is indeed remarkable. He tossed the manuscript back to Fong Heng, instructing, establish a weapons repository within the Northern Town Defense Office. Include all martial arts acquired from the Seven Killers organization and the Great Buddha Temple. Organize them by rank. Ordinary techniques on the first floor, extraordinary techniques on the second, and the highest tier on the third. With his current mastery of the blade, grasping the true essence of the Ananda technique posed little challenge. Merely glancing at it, coupled with his knowledge of several flawless blade techniques, had already brought him to a minor accomplishment with the Ananda breaks the precepts. A bit of contemplation would elevate him to great completion, or even perfection. Moreover, Chu Xiu's own celestial slashing blade technique required the integration of various blade styles. The more techniques he assimilated, the greater the potency of his slashing art. This was precisely why he sought to study the Ananda technique. Understood, my lord, Fong Heng replied respectfully. However, only those who have attained the Grandmaster realm may access the repository to view other martial arts. After a moment's reflection, Chu Xiu stated, no one below the Grandmaster realm is permitted inside. Mastering the killing blade cannon of our Northern Town Defense Office will suffice for them. Understood, Fong Heng acknowledged, bowing deeply. That will be all, Chu Xiu declared, stepping away and vanishing from the hall. Farewell, my lord, Fong Heng and Lin Huayu bowed in utmost respect. Upon leaving the hall, Chu Xiu proceeded to the office of the Northern Town Defense Commissioner, while Fong Heng summoned Pei Shiji, Yang Qing, and Luo Tianqi. Once the trio arrived, Fong Heng and Lin Huayu presented them with the Wanfo Golden Elixir and the Pure Yang Infinite Elixir. The faces of Pei Shiji and his companions reflected profound gratitude. Although Chu Xiu was absent, they expressed their thanks towards the office of the Northern Town Defense Commissioner. Subsequently, the five of them consumed the Wanfo Golden Elixir within the hall. After partaking, their innate talents and abilities underwent a remarkable enhancement, as if they had been reborn. Fong Heng then left the hall to arrange the tasks assigned by Chu Xiu, while Pei Shiji and the others consumed the Pure Yang Infinite Elixir. Stepping into the Yuanshan realm. Even though they had yet to reach the Grandmaster level, the effects of the Wanfo Golden Elixir allowed them to seamlessly attain that status, qualifying them to consume the Pure Yang Infinite Elixir. Before long, Pei Shiji and the others successively entered the Yuanshan realm, becoming true masters of this stage. Half an hour later, the entire Northern Town Defense Office was abuzz with activity. 3,000 heavenly guards mounted their steeds, departing from the Northern Town Defense Office to various locales across the Great Zhou dynasty. Meanwhile, the heavenly spirits and celestial spirits remained in the Northern Town Defense Office to cultivate in seclusion. Some of the spies from the Northern Town Defense Office were tasked with investigating the lists of individuals who had been forcibly seized by the Wanfo Temple, while the majority accompanied the heavenly guards to provide intelligence support. At the Wanfo Temple, a figure seemingly materialized from thin air within its depths. This figure was an elderly man clad in black, with white hair and a ruddy complexion. Who dares to intrude upon the Wanfo Temple? A cold voice resonated from within. A surge of terrifying energy emanated from the temple, locking onto the black-clad elder. His expression grew solemn as he raised his voice. The Wang clan of Taiyuan sends Wan Yulo to pay respects to Master Zikong of the Wanfo Temple. Though the representative of the Taiyuan Wang clan was a peak expert of the ascending immortal realm, he had no illusions of evading the temple's watchful gaze. The strength within the Wanfo Temple was such that even beings of the celestial realm would be swiftly subdued upon entry. The Taiyuan Wang clan dispatched him not for his prowess, but for his diplomatic finesse and ability to navigate complex situations. As soon as he finished speaking, the oppressive energies dissipated. Please, this way, a middle-aged monk in gray robes with a gentle demeanor appeared as if from nowhere, gesturing for the elder to follow him. Thank you, Master, Wan Yulo replied, offering a respectful bow before following the monk. He was internally astonished. The Wanfo Temple was indeed remarkable. The monk appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, yet the hidden strength he possessed far surpassed Wan Yulo's own. He was a genuine being of the celestial realm. Your courtesy is unwarranted. I am Jingru, unworthy of the title of master, the middle-aged monk humbly responded as they walked. So it is Master Jingru. My apologies, Wan Yulo said, his gaze sharpening as he addressed the monk. Within the Wanfo Temple, the hierarchy consisted of various ranks: Ji, Fu, Ji, Hui, Zi, Ju, Jing, Ben, Wu, and Pu. The Pu rank represents ordinary disciples, while the Wu rank denotes inner disciples. The Ben rank comprises core disciples of various halls. The Jing rank equates to true disciples. The Ju rank consists of heads and elders of each hall. The Z rank pertains to the current host of the Wanfo temple. And the Hui rank refers to the teachers and senior mentors of the host. Indeed, the hosts and heads of the halls within the Wanfo temple belong to different generations, with the previous generation assuming the role of the host. Those ineligible for the position of host enter the Daimo courtyard for deep cultivation. The head of the Daimo courtyard is also a member of the same generation as the host, yet remains an enigmatic figure who seldom participates in temple affairs or makes appearances. Wan Yulo had initially assumed that Master Jingru, being in the celestial realm, was at least an elder of the Wanfo temple of the Ju rank. To his surprise, he was merely of the Jing rank. The depth of the Wanfo temple as heritage rivaled that of the great aristocratic families, perhaps even surpassing them. In no time, Master Jingru led Wan Yulo to the entrance of the Wanfo Grand Hall, signaling that he could enter. Wan Yulo straightened his attire before stepping into the hall. Upon entering, he saw Master Zikong, the host of the Wanfo temple, seated on a meditation cushion in a red robe. His unassuming figure belied by the grandeur of the 3-meter-tall golden Buddha and countless golden-bodied bodhisattvas and arhats surrounding the hall. Yet, the first figure that captured Wan Yulo's attention was Master Zikong, as if he were the very center of the Wanfo Grand Hall. In the hall, within the entire Wanfo temple, Master Zikong embodied the essence of a living Buddha. Wan Yu Building was well aware that Master Zikong's Buddhist teachings had reached an unfathomable realm. With neither arrogance nor servility, he respectfully clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Wan Yu Building, a devotee of the Wang family from Taiyuan, pays homage to Master Zikong." Chapter 72. Encircle the entire station. Let no one escape. Reverend, your generosity is unwarranted. Master Zikong slowly opened his eyes, gesturing to a meditation cushion that materialized before Wan Yu Lu, and intoned, "Please, Benefactor Wan, be seated." "Thank you, Master Zikong." Wan Yulo responded with a bow, taking his place upon the cushion. His position might not warrant such deference, but as an emissary of the Taiyuan Wang clan, he was entitled to it. "I wonder, Benefactor Wan, what brings you here today?" Master Zikong inquired, his countenance serene. "Master Zikong, I come bearing a message from my master, Lord Wang Hao, the Vice Minister of Rites," Wan Yulo stated, choosing his words with care. "Indeed, and what tidings does Lord Wang wish to convey?" Master Zikong queried placidly. "Last night, Chu Xiu, the pacification commissioner of the Northern Division of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, led 3,000 of his riders to raze Great Buddha Temple to the ground, slaughtering every monk within and setting the entire monastery ablaze. When I passed by the temple this morning, it was still engulfed in flames," Wan Yulo declared solemnly. "Amitabha, may Buddha have mercy." Master Zikong murmured, his hands clasped in prayer. "I thank Lord Wang for this information. I shall remember this kindness." "You are too kind, Master Zikong. Having delivered my master's message, I shall take my leave," Wan Yulo said, rising and bowing to Master Zikong. "Jingru, escort Benefactor Wan." Master Zikong instructed with a compassionate expression. "Yes, Master," replied the monk Jingru, who had been waiting outside the main hall. He entered and gestured to Wan Yulo. "This way, Benefactor." Wan Yulo followed Jingru out of the temple. Once outside, he vanished in a flash, heading straight for the capital. He was deeply shaken. He had just been in the presence of Master Zikong, the abbot of 10,000 Buddha Temple, yet he could not recall any detail of the abbot's appearance. It was as if he had never seen him at all. "Master, I have seen Benefactor Wan off," Jingru reported upon his return to the hall, bowing respectfully. "Great Buddha Temple was of our lineage. Now that it has been leveled, we must seek justice for the souls of those who perished. Jingru, go to the Prajna Hall and instruct its leader to dispatch a 7th-level Transcendent Realm disciple to the capital to assassinate Chu Xiu. After eliminating him, retrieve the myriad Buddha golden pill that belongs to our temple." Master Zikong spoke with a sorrowful air. "Understood," Jingru responded reverently. "Remember, the Prajna Hall disciple must not kill Chu Xiu within the capital. It must be done outside the city. Furthermore, they must not employ any of our temple's martial arts." Master Zikong paused, gazing in the direction of the great Zhou dynasty's capital. After all, even though the great Zhou dynasty is on the verge of collapse, it hasn't fallen yet. We must still exercise restraint where necessary. "Yes," Jingru replied dutifully. Master Zikong closed his eyes, falling silent. Jingru bowed and withdrew. As evening descended, at the Chu residence, "Greetings, Master," Yu Xuanji and Qin Xingzhen said in unison, bowing before Chu Xiu. "No need for such formalities," Chu Xiu waved dismissively. "Thank you, Master," they replied in unison. "Here are 2 myriad Buddha golden pills. Although your talents are already exceptional, these pills will undoubtedly be of great benefit to you." Chu Xiu flicked his sleeve, and 2 white porcelain vials appeared before them. He had already given the pills to Feng Hong and the others. Yu Xuanji and Qin Xingzhen deserved no less. Even after distributing 7 pills, Chu Xiu still had 2 left. Myriad Buddha golden pills? Yu Xuanji and Qin Xingzhen were stunned. Their faces filled with disbelief. They never imagined that Chu Xiu would possess such invaluable elixirs. Even more astonishing was his willingness to bestow them upon them. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they seized the vials and knelt before Chu Xiu, expressing their heartfelt thanks. Thank you, Master. Very well, go and cultivate. Your cultivation levels are still too low. Only when you reach the transcendent realm, or even beyond, will this residence be truly secure, Chu Xiu said with a smile. He could see that, with ample resources, their cultivation had progressed rapidly. Yu Xuanji had reached the minor accomplishment stage of the 5th level of the primordial spirit realm, while Qin Xingzhen was at the peak of the 4th level. This alone demonstrated their remarkable talent. Having been handpicked by Jiang Wanner from the palace, they were undoubtedly true prodigies. With the added boost from the myriad Buddha golden pills, their talents might even reach the level of peerless geniuses. Yes, Qin Xingzhen responded, bowing before departing. Yu Xuanji, however, remained, carefully stowing away the vial containing the pill. She spoke to Chu Xiu in a gentle tone. Master, it is getting late. Would you like to have dinner first? Very well, Chu Xiu nodded. Yu Xuanji immediately instructed the servants to bring in the meal. At that moment, in Xizhou, Henei County, a Jin Yiwei station, the thunder of hooves echoed in the distance, as if an entire army were approaching. 2 Jin Yiwei guards stationed outside the station exchanged puzzled glances. Soon, they saw a contingent of shocking heaven guards galloping towards them, appearing before the station. Greetings, sir. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? One of the guards asked, bowing hastily to the commander of the Northern Division. Encircle the entire station. Let no one escape. The commander thundered, his voice filled with murderous intent. Yes, sir. The shocking heaven guards responded in unison, spurring their horses in different directions, completely surrounding the Jin Yiwei station. The 2 Jin Yiwei guards paled, as if the sky were falling, their faces etched with terror. Chapter 73. Did Chu Xiu truly regard me, the commanding officer, with any respect? In that fleeting moment, the entire Jinyui 100 household was shaken. Figures emerged swiftly from within the Jinyui headquarters. It was Luo Qingxiao, the 100 household of the Jinyui from Henei County, accompanied by 2 chief flags and 10 minor flags. Luo Qingxiao clasped his hands in greeting towards the Jing Tianwei 100 household, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Esteemed sir, may I ask the reason for your encirclement of our Henei County headquarters? The governor had issued orders for us to conduct charitable medical services in Henei County, and I assure you, I have executed this duty with utmost diligence. At this moment, all the Jinyui cavalry within the headquarters had also emerged, standing behind Luo Qingxiao. The Jing Tianwei 100 household produced a ledger from his sleeve, casting it before Luo Qingxiao with a menacing glare, declaring, Luo Qingxiao, during your 3 years as the 100 household of Henei County, you have amassed a total of 37,800 taels in silver from the influential families. Every transaction is meticulously recorded in this ledger. Do you have anything to say? Luo Qingxiao's complexion changed dramatically, with a swift motion. He lunged towards the Jing Tianwei 100 household like a bolt of lightning, drawing his sword and striking. Observing Luo Qingxiao's action, the 2 chief flags and 6 minor flags also unsheathed their weapons. The other 4 minor flags in the Jinyui cavalry retreated, clearly unwilling to engage. Having recognized that the northern governor's office was intent on cleansing its ranks, they were not loyal to Luo Qingxiao and did not wish to join him in rebellion. Foolishness. The Jing Tianwei 100 household scoffed, his right hand moving swiftly, a glint of blade flashing through the air. A head flew forth at astonishing speed. To become a Jing Tianwei 100 household, one must have attained the master realm. Indeed, all the 100 households of Jing Tianwei had reached this level. And not merely the 100 households, even the chief and minor flags had achieved mastery. Every ordinary member of Jing Tianwei was at the innate level. This was the reward from the last campaign that had flattened the great Buddha temple. Only through bloodshed could Jing Tianwei grow at such a rapid pace. Not good. Our lord has fallen. We must flee. A chief flag of the Jinyui displayed a look of terror, his figure darting away as he attempted to escape. The blade of the Jing Tianwei 100 household was too swift. Even Luo Qingxiao could not withstand a single strike, let alone them. Kill. The Jing Tianwei 100 household stated calmly from atop his warhorse. Several Jing Tianwei members advanced toward Luo Qingxiao's loyalists. Before the might of Jing Tianwei, Luo Qingxiao's loyalists offered no resistance, falling under their blades. The Jing Tianwei did not even need to employ a slaughter formation, bringing an end to the conflict effortlessly. The over 100 Jinyui cavalry at the Henei County headquarters gazed at the Jing Tianwei 100 household and its members with awe and a hint of fear. They sensed that even an ordinary member of Jing Tianwei could very well surpass Luo Qingxiao's strength as the 100 household of Henei County. Do not be alarmed. We are here solely to cleanse our ranks, rooting out the scoundrels within the Jinyui's 100 households across the great Zhou dynasty. This does not concern you. You remain members of the Jinyui. Shortly, the Northern Governor's office will send personnel to take over the 100 household, appointing a new leader. The Jing Tianwei 100 household reassured the Jinyui cavalry of Henei County, then turned his horse, calling out, "We depart." "Yes," the Jing Tianwei responded in unison, spurring their steeds into a gallop. "Thank you, my lord." The Jinyui cavalry finally felt a sense of relief, bowing deeply in gratitude towards the departing Jing Tianwei. It was at this moment they realized beads of sweat had formed on their foreheads. They had genuinely feared that in the process of cleansing, they might also be swept away. Such scenes were not confined to Henei County. Across the entire Suzhou and neighboring regions close to the capital, similar events unfolded, sweeping throughout the great Zhou dynasty. A storm of blood and chaos targeting the inner ranks of the Jinyui was spreading across the realm. An hour later, at the Lu residence, a Jinyui 1000 household rushed into an inner study, exclaiming urgently, "My lord, a grave situation has arisen." "What is it?" Lu Qingfeng, the Jinyui commanding officer, emerged from the study, a frown etched across his brow, weariness evident upon his face. He felt as though Chu Xiu was rendering him obsolete. The Northern Governor's office was impenetrable, were it not for his control over the Jinyui headquarters and the Southern Governor's office. He would begin to doubt his position as the commanding officer. During this time, he had believed that the left deputy of the Ministry of Rights, Wang Hao, would swiftly resolve the matter concerning Chu Xiu. However, to his astonishment, even Wang Hao, a member of the prominent Wang family, had been unable to subdue Chu Xiu. Instead, the great Buddha temple fell before Chu Xiu's might. This left Lu Qifeng avoiding the Jinyui headquarters entirely, choosing instead to cultivate his mind at home, waiting for the day Chu Xiu would perish before returning to reclaim his position in the Jinyui headquarters. "My lord, the Northern Governor's office has dispatched numerous cavalry, not only cleansing associates of influential families or those involved in corruption within the Jinyui's 1000 and 100 households in Suzhou, but also across the surrounding regions of the capital." The Jinyui 1000 household, Fang Tiansheng, spoke with palpable anxiety. Once the Northern Governor's office completes its purge, it is highly likely that all Jinyui 1000 and 100 households across the great Zhou dynasty will fall under their command. Even those without ties to influential families or corruption will inevitably yield to the Northern Governor's office. Our Jinyui headquarters will be rendered powerless. What? Lu Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically, a flash of furious outrage crossing his face as he exclaimed, "Absurd. Truly absurd. Chu Xiu dares to act against our 1000 and 100 households across the great Zhou dynasty. And I, the commanding officer, am left in the dark. Does Chu Xiu truly regard me with such disdain? Is he intent on rendering me utterly powerless?" Although the Northern Governor's office holds jurisdiction over the 1000 and 100 households, the true authority still lies with the Jinyui headquarters. The Jinyui headquarters is the genuine ruler of the Jinyui. Yet now, Lu Qingfeng felt as if he could not command the Northern Governor's office, and he feared his orders might not even reach the capital. Chapter 74. Such individuals, once given time, are destined to soar. "My lord, what should we do now?" Fang Tiansheng gazed at Lu Qingfeng with an expression full of anticipation. If the authority of the Jinyui headquarters were to diminish significantly, he, as a captain within the Jinyui, would inevitably share in the misfortune. In the past, as a captain, he was revered wherever he went. The same could be said for the Southern and Northern pacification offices. Although they were all captains, none from the Southern and Northern pacification offices could compare to his status in the Jinyui. However, now, he feared he could only oversee his subordinate captains. "Step back. I will handle this matter." Lu Qingfeng inhaled deeply and spoke to Fang Tiansheng with a hint of disinterest. Indeed, Chu Xiu had not regarded him with any respect, clearly attempting to seize power. Yet, he felt utterly powerless to act. "Yes, I take my leave." Fang Tiansheng hesitated for a moment before bowing and turning to depart. He needed to visit the residence of the Vice Minister of Rights once more. After a brief contemplation, Lu Qingfeng moved and vanished from the Lu residence. Moments later, at the Vice Minister of Rights residence, swish, Lu Qifeng appeared as if conjured at the entrance of the Vice Minister's residence. "Lord Lu, the master is already waiting for you in the parlor," stated a guard, unfazed by Lu Qingfeng's sudden arrival, gesturing for him to enter. "Thank you." Lu Qingfeng felt a surge of realization. Wang Hao must have anticipated his visit. After all, The news of Chu Xiu's actions against the Jinhui was likely already known among the high officials in the capital. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qingfeng entered the grand hall of the vice minister's residence, respectfully greeting Wang Hao, who was seated there. "I pay my respects to my lord. I am aware of your purpose for visiting," Wang Hao replied, lifting his gaze to Lu Qingfeng. "Tomorrow, you shall attend the morning court session." "Attend the morning court?" Lu Qingfeng probed cautiously. "My lord, do you mean for me to impeach Chu Xiu before the court?" As the Jinyui's commanding officer, a third-rank official, he naturally had the right to attend court sessions. However, typically, the Jinyui commanding officer would not participate, as permitted by the Great Zhou dynasty. Indeed, Chu Xiu's actions against various captains across the Great Zhou are an overreach. This is an opportunity to test the emperor's limits. Wang Hao regarded Lu Qingfeng with approval, his words laced with significance. "You need only impeach him. I will arrange the rest." "Yes, I shall obey," Lu Qingfeng replied, his demeanor respectful. Wang Hao lifted his teacup and began to sip his tea. Observing this, Lu Qingfeng understood and bowed before quietly withdrawing. At the Wenyuan pavilion, a clerk hurriedly entered, whispering a few words into the ear of the deputy minister, Chu Xiu, before turning to leave. A flicker of intrigue crossed Chu Xiu's eyes as he made his way into the Wenyuan pavilion. At this moment, the chief minister Yang Yan and others had set aside their memorials, engaging in light-hearted conversation, creating a seemingly harmonious atmosphere within the cabinet. Yet, only Chu Xiu understood that this was merely a fade. In reality, the cabinet officials were treacherous, embroiled in a struggle for interests among the powerful clans. Many officials were likely eyeing Yang Yan's position. "Chu Xiu, speak up. Is there news regarding Chu Xiu?" Yang Yan greeted him with a smile upon his entrance, drawing the attention of Minister of War Zhao Duo and others. Chu Xiu collected his thoughts, casting aside distractions, and respectfully reported. "I informed the chief minister that Chu Xiu has dispatched the Northern Pacification Office's cavalry to act against our Great Zhou's captains. Those found with any issues have been executed. Currently, this is only within the counties of Xizhou and the surrounding areas of the capital. It is likely that within 2 days, all captains across the Great Zhou will be purged by Chu Xiu. Finally, he has taken action," Yang Yan remarked to Zhao Duo and the others. "I have said that once Chu Xiu demonstrates his strength, he will eliminate all captains within the Great Zhou, effectively rendering Lu Qingfeng powerless. The Wang family of Taiyuan must be growing anxious. Once Chu Xiu accomplishes this, Lu Qingfeng's position as Jinyui commanding officer will no longer matter. The Jinyui will truly belong to the Chu family." Dugu Tai shook his head, stating, "They must be anxious, but we do not know if Wang Hao can remain composed, relying on external forces to achieve his ends, or if he will be compelled to act personally." Zhao Duo nodded, a look of agreement crossing his face. Zheng Yun pondered for a moment, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Wang Hao should not allow the Wang family of Taiyuan to intervene. He is capable of representing them in the capital, which signifies stability. "Your words are wise, Zheng. Stability is indeed Wang Hao's strongest attribute. This trait has its merits and demerits. At a moment like this, facing a prodigy like Chu Xiu, it may prove insufficient," Yang Yan remarked with a slight smile. Dugu Tai and the others exchanged glances, deep in thought. Stability can be a double-edged sword, particularly when confronting an extraordinary talent like Chu Xiu, who has garnered such praise. Given time, such individuals are destined to ascend to great heights. Once they do, resolving the situation will be as challenging as climbing the heavens. The only way to manage such a person is to strike decisively at the outset, overwhelming them with unstoppable momentum, leaving no chance for a comeback. The Wang family of Taiyuan may indeed suffer significant losses this time. At this thought, a subtle smile graced the faces of Yang Yan and the others. Witnessing the Wang family's downfall would be their greatest benefit. Moreover, a weakened Wang family would signify an increase in their own power. In the palace, at the Taiji Palace, Pei Guanyin stepped inside and bowed to the Empress Murongxi, who was reviewing memorials. "I report to your majesty, news has arrived from Lord Chu." "Oh." Murongxi's clear eyes sparkled with delight as she fixed her gaze intently on Pei Guanyin. After all, her greatest pleasure currently stemmed from the events surrounding Chu Xiu. Each time she witnessed him thwarting the Wang family of Taiyuan, she felt an inner satisfaction. "Your majesty, Lord Chu has dispatched numerous cavalry from the Northern Pacification Office to act against the captains across our Great Zhou," Pei Guanyin stated with a solemn expression. "Lord Chu is surely intent on taking full control of the captains throughout our realm. Finally, he has made his move." Murongxi rose, her demeanor fierce. "It is indeed time to act. Based on my understanding of Wang Hao, there shall be a spectacular performance at court tomorrow." "Your majesty, could this be detrimental to Lord Chu?" Jiang Wanner inquired, concern etched upon her brow. Murongxi shook her head. a hint of derision gracing her unparalleled beauty as she spoke. No, you seem to have forgotten one crucial point. The ones who truly revel in the misfortune of the Taiyuan Wang clan are not I, but rather they themselves. Pei Guanyin and Zhang Wan'er were momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly grasp Murongxi's meaning. Inform the shadow guards that, by all means, they must ensure the safety of Lord Chu. The gravity of the situation demanded that we remain vigilant. We must be wary of the Taiyuan Wang clan's potential upheaval. Murongxi furrowed her delicate brows and addressed Pei Guanyin. Chapter 75. The Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Overseeing the affairs of the Southern and Northern Pacification Offices. The following day, within the resplendent Golden Throne Hall of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Your Majesty has arrived. The voice of Zhang Wan'er echoed from beyond the hall. The Empress, Murongxi, strode into the hall with an air of unparalleled grace and majesty. Zhang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin followed closely behind her. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. The assembled officials, both civil and military, knelt in unison, exclaiming their reverence. All rise, commanded Murongxi as she ascended the dais and took her seat upon the dragon throne, her demeanor composed and dignified. Thank you for your grace, your Majesty. After expressing their gratitude, the officials slowly rose to their feet. Those with matters to address, please proceed. Those without may take their leave, Zhang Wan'er announced, positioning herself at the left of Murongxi. At that moment, your Majesty, I have a matter to present, intoned Lu Qingfeng, the commander of the Imperial Guard, stepping forward and bowing respectfully to Murongxi. Upon seeing Lu Qingfeng take the floor, several astute officials in the hall exchanged knowing glances, anticipating the unfolding drama. Speak, Murongxi replied, her expression betraying neither joy nor anger. Your Majesty, I hereby impeach the Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, Chu Xiu, for attempting to subvert our great Zhou dynasty's Imperial Guard, without my consent. He has taken unilateral action against the various branches of the Imperial Guard across the realm, resulting in the unjust persecution of innocent officials and sowing discord among the ranks. Such actions are heinous and unforgivable, Lu Qingfeng declared resolutely, his voice echoing with conviction. I beseech your Majesty to punish Chu Xiu severely and restore the innocence of the Imperial Guard officials. A chorus of support arose from the assembled censors and officials, who stepped forward to echo Lu Qingfeng's plea. Among them were over 20 censors, including the highest ranking among them, Zhuo Xiaoming, a vice inspector from the Court of Censors. This matter has already been reported to me by Chu. The Imperial Guard is rife with corruption, deeply entrenched. Reform is necessary, and only a strong remedy can cure this ailment. This has my consent. Do you question my authority? Murongxi retorted sharply. Furthermore, despite the rampant corruption, you still believe them innocent? Lu Qingfeng, are you attempting to shield them? Murongxi's face was as cold as ice, her gaze piercing and unyielding. I dare not. Please forgive me, your Majesty, Lu Qingfeng stammered, his countenance shifting with fear as he knelt, trembling. Zhuo Qiaoming and the others exchanged anxious glances, realizing they had underestimated Murongxi's favor toward Chu Xiu. Although they had believed her to be unaware of the corruption, they dared not challenge her authority. Pei Guanyin, I have heard that Lu Qingfeng has been sequestered at home, avoiding the Imperial Guard headquarters. Is this true? Murongxi's voice was icy. Indeed, your Majesty. Pei Guanyin responded respectfully. Since you neglect the affairs of the Imperial Guard and remain oblivious to its corruption, you shall remain at home for self-reflection, Murongxi proclaimed decisively. Chu Xiu, the Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, is loyal and selfless, a paragon of virtue among our officials. I hereby promote him to Commander of the Imperial Guard, overseeing the Southern and Northern Pacification Offices. A look of utter bewilderment crossed Lu Qingfeng's face, as if the heavens had fallen. Despite his prior knowledge of Murongxi's favoritism toward Chu Xiu, he had not anticipated that his impeachment would lead to such a downfall. Now, he was restricted to his home, with Murongxi stripping him of control over the Southern Pacification Office. Your Majesty is wise. The Chief Minister Yang Yin and others proclaimed with utmost reverence. Your Majesty is indeed wise, echoed the rest of the officials, bowing deeply. Wang Hao, the Deputy Minister of Rights, clenched his hands tightly within his sleeves, realizing that Yang Yin's promptness left him no opportunity to oppose Chu Xiu's ascension. Murongxi rose from her seat and descended from the dais, making her way toward the exit of the Golden Throne Hall. Dismissed, Jiang Wana called out, hastening after Murongxi alongside Pei Guanyin as they exited the hall. We humbly escort your Majesty. The officials bowed and began to leave the Golden Throne Hall. Soon, only Wang Hao and Lu Qingfeng remained within the hall. My lord, Lu Qingfeng cast a desperate look toward Wang Hao. Stay home and reflect for a time. Do not trouble yourself with anything. I will handle matters. Wang Hao reassured Lu Qingfeng before turning to leave. Thank you, my lord. A weight lifted from Lu Qingfeng's heart. Wang Hao had not entirely abandoned him as the commander of the Imperial Guard, which was the best news he could hope for. Half an hour later, Jiang Wanner and her entourage arrived outside the Northern Pacification Office. Greetings, Lord Jiang. The guards at the entrance of the Northern Pacification Office hastily saluted upon seeing Jiang Wanner approach. There's no need for such formalities. Kindly inform Lord Chu that the Emperor has sent a decree, Jiang Wanner instructed as she dismounted her horse. Yes, I shall comply, the guard replied, his expression turning solemn as he signaled to one of the officers. The officer nodded knowingly and swiftly made his way into the Northern Pacification Office. Lord Jiang, would you like to wait in the main hall of our office? Lord Chu will arrive shortly, the guard inquired respectfully. Very well, Jiang Wanner replied with a slight nod. The guard led Jiang Wanner into the Northern Pacification Office, guiding her toward the main hall. Moments later, with a swift motion, Chu Xiu seemingly appeared out of thin air in the main hall, smiling as he greeted, I was unaware of your arrival, Lord Jiang. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Lord Chu is too kind, Jiang Wanner replied graciously, rising with a smile as she retrieved a scroll from her sleeve, approaching Chu Xiu to present it. Lord Chu, this is the Emperor's decree. Please read it for yourself. Thank you, Lord Jiang. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude and opened the decree, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he read aloud. The Emperor has appointed me as the commander of the Imperial Guard, overseeing the Southern and Northern Pacification Offices. Chapter 76. The Wang clan of Taiyuan cannot move, yet I, the right assistant censor, remain unmoved. Lord Chu, are you unaware of the events that transpired during the court assembly? Jiang Wanner inquired with a gentle smile, directing her gaze at Chu Xiu, holding the imperial edict. Chu Xiu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, I would be grateful if Lord Jiang could elucidate the matter. Without hesitation, Jiang Wanner recounted the occurrences of the court assembly in detail. Thus, the Wang clan of Taiyuan attempted to leverage my purging of the Jinyui's internal affairs to incite Lu Qingfeng to impeach me. However, their scheme backfired, resulting in His Majesty seizing the opportunity to promote me to the position of deputy commander of the Jinyui, thereby wresting control of the southern provincial administration from Lu Qingfeng. A peculiar expression crossed Chu Xiu's face as he mused. Indeed, it appears so. Precisely, Jiang Wanner chuckled lightly. However, Lord Chu must remain vigilant regarding the Wang clan of Taiyuan, with both the northern and southern provincial administrations now under your command. Their influence within the Jinyui has dwindled to merely the main office. It would not be surprising if they harbored deep-seated animosity towards you. Thank you for your warning. Lord Jiang, I am well aware and shall exercise utmost caution to prevent any opportunities for the Wang clan. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, then shifted the conversation. Now that Lu Qingfeng has been ordered by His Majesty to remain in seclusion, does it not imply that there is no one left to handle affairs within the main office of the Jinyui? Jiang Wanner regarded him with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes and affirmed, You are correct, Lord Chu. Currently, there is indeed no one managing affairs within the Jinyui's main office. Originally, the upper echelons consisted solely of Commander Lu Qingfeng and Deputy Commander Kong Yuanqing. By regulation, the Jinyui is permitted 2 deputy commanders and 2 deputy censors. However, due to the decline of the Jinyui and the diminishing regard from the Zhou dynasty, the positions of both deputy commanders remain vacant, with only Kong Yuanqing remaining. Now that he is deceased and Lu Qingfeng is in seclusion, you have been promoted from deputy censor to deputy commander, becoming the sole deputy commander within the Jinyui. You are now the highest-ranking official within the Jinyui, and it would be entirely reasonable for you to assume control of the main office. I see, Chu Xiu remarked, a smile gracing his face. Jiang Wanner gazed at him intently, then received 3 sets of deputy commander robes from a guard and presented them to him, saying, Lord Chu, these are your official robes. Thank you, Lord Jiang. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude as he accepted the garments. Please, Lord Chu, do not mention it. I understand you will be quite busy, so I shall not intrude any further, Jiang Wanner stated, gracefully departing the hall. There is no need for an escort. I am already well acquainted with the Northern Provincial Administration. Very well, Lord Jiang, take care, Chu Xiu replied with a warm smile, watching her elegant figure retreat. By the way, Lord Chu, aside from Lu Qingfeng, the most influential official among those who impeached you is Right Assistant Censor Zhuo Qiuming. He is the highest-ranking official of the Wang clan within the censorate. Jiang Wanner paused, then continued. Right Assistant Censor Zhuo Qiuming? The Wang clan may be momentarily incapacitated, but can I truly be swayed by a mere Right Assistant Censor? After watching Jiang Wanner depart, a flicker of menace crossed Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke coldly. With that, Chu Xiu donned the robes of deputy commander within the hall. Once attired, he took his seat at the main position and declared in a deep voice, "Summon Lin Huayu and Pei Shiji to the hall to meet me." "Yes," replied a guard stationed outside the hall, hastening to fulfill the command. Moments later, Pei Shiji and Lin Huayu entered the hall, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to you, my lord." "Please rise," Chu Xiu gestured dismissively. "Thank you, my lord." Pei Shiji and Lin Huayu expressed their appreciation, only to then realize that Chu Xiu was now clad in the robes of a deputy commander instead of a deputy censor. The deputy censor is a fourth-rank official, while the deputy commander holds the esteemed title of a third-rank official. This transition from fourth to third rank represents a significant leap in status. Their initial shock swiftly transformed into elation. The more rapid Chu Xiu's ascent, the greater the advantages for his loyal officials within the Jinhui. They would undoubtedly rise alongside him. Two matters to address. First, Pei Shiji, you are tasked with leading the Jing Shenwei to the Southern Provincial Administration. Capture the entire establishment. Chu Xiu's voice was low yet resolute. I demand the heads of Wang Qinyu, the Southern Provincial Administration's chief, and the 5 captains under him. Furthermore, anyone within the Southern Provincial Administration who colludes with the powerful, engages in corruption, or oppresses the common folk must be dealt with accordingly. Having served as the chief of the Northern Provincial Administration for some time, Chu Xiu was acutely aware of the dynamics at play. The Southern Provincial Administration was largely populated by members of the Wang clan. Its role was to oversee the internal affairs of the Jinhui, thereby allowing the Wang clan to command the Northern Provincial Administration and various local units across the Zhou dynasty. Yet, since his ascension to the chief of the Northern Provincial Administration, the Southern Provincial Administration had become increasingly subdued. Understood, Pei Shiji replied, his face alight with exhilaration. The Jing Tianwei is already on the move, while we in the Jing Shenwei are prepared to act as well. We have trained in the art of the slaughter blade manual, enhancing our strength through combat. The transformations witnessed within the Jing Tianwei only fuel our anticipation. Now, it is our turn. Go forth. Chu Xiu waved his hand in dismissal. Your subordinate takes leave. Pei Shiji bowed and swiftly exited the hall. At that moment, a voice resonated in Chu Xiu's mind. Congratulations, host. By eradicating the corrupt elements within the Southern Provincial Administration of the Jinhui and steadfastly engaging in righteous endeavors, you have earned 60 years of Dharma power and the Tying Sword Array reward. Would you like to claim your reward? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system echoed within Chu Xiu's mind, igniting a spark of joy. He maintained a composed exterior while responding internally, claim the reward. The positive energy system is truly remarkable. Whether purging corrupt officials, suppressing rogue elements, or cleansing the Jinhui from within, all yield rewards. With this 60 years of Dharma power, his strength would be further augmented. As for the Tying Sword Array, it likely pertains to the Tying Sword Manual. If it indeed correlates with the manual, the maids within the Chu residence, upon acquiring it, would experience a tremendous enhancement in their abilities. The difference between having formations and lacking them in combat effectiveness is profound. Perhaps, the maids of the Chu residence could be named the Tying Sword Guards? Chapter 77. Dare to defy authority, I shall take your head. As soon as the words left his mouth, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Tying Sword formation flooded into Chu Xiu's mind, instantly allowing him to attain mastery over it. Just as he had conjectured, the Tying Sword formation was specifically designed for the Tying Sword cannon. Without having cultivated the Tying Sword cannon, one could never hope to master the Tying Sword formation. Subsequently, the power of 60 years of Dharma manifested within Chu Xiu's dantian. The Shangqing divine art began to operate autonomously, absorbing and refining the 60 years of Dharma power, thereby enhancing Chu Xiu's own Dharma manifestation. In the blink of an eye, all the 60 years of Dharma power was completely absorbed, elevating Chu Xiu's cultivation to the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Dharma realm, just a step away from the 7th level. Indeed, as anticipated, the higher 1S realm, the greater the amount of Dharma power required, and thus the difficulty of breaking through increases correspondingly. Fortunately, with the assistance of the positive energy system, the arduous journey towards reaching the immortal realm with the Shangqing divine art would not be as daunting as it might otherwise have been. Chu Xiu had long suspected this, so he was not overly surprised. Turning his gaze towards Lin Huayu, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Lin Huayu, you are tasked with investigating the right assistant censor, Zhu Xiuming. I require tangible evidence of his corruption and bribery by the end of today. Can you accomplish this? Rest assured, my lord, I shall not disappoint you. Lin Huayu replied earnestly, his voice resonating with determination. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, standing tall and stepping forward, vanishing from the hall. After Chu Xiu's departure, Lin Huayu swiftly exited the hall as well, arranging for the Northern Town Pacification Bureau's spies to investigate Zhu Xiuming. A short while later, Within the Southern Town Pacification Bureau, a voice imbued with lethal intent echoed throughout, surround the entire Southern Town Pacification Bureau. Let not a single soul escape. Pei Shiji stood outside the bureau, arms crossed behind him, his expression cold and unyielding. Yes, the elite guards responded in unison, encircling the Southern Town Pacification Bureau. Each guard wielded a golden crossbow, carrying 5 quivers of arrows. Both the golden crossbows and the arrows appeared exquisitely crafted, adorned with mysterious engravings that hinted at immense power. The guards stationed at the Southern Town Pacification Bureau, upon recognizing the elite guards behind Pei Shiji, displayed expressions of disbelief and fear, clearly identifying them as the legendary Jingyi Guard elite, the very force that once instilled terror across the realm. Were they truly re-emerging? The Southern Town Pacification Bureau's officers felt their nerves fray. If the elite were an external threat, they would not have been so alarmed. But now, with their arrows aimed at their very own, fear gripped their hearts. Preposterous! Who dares to encircle my Southern Town Pacification Bureau? A chilling voice rang out from within the bureau. Then, Wang Qinyu, the town pacification envoy, appeared outside the bureau, flanked by several officers. However, upon seeing the elite guards behind Pei Shiji, disbelief etched across their faces. The elite guards. I never expected the Northern Town Pacification Bureau to be resurrecting them. Wang Qinyu's eyes flickered with surprise, and he scoffed, glaring fiercely at Pei Shiji. Yet, the current elite guards possess scant cultivation. With such meager strength. Do you dare to besiege my Southern Town Pacification Bureau? Do you truly think I can be easily intimidated? Are you not afraid that I will have you all captured? By the order of Lord Chu, the deputy commander of the Jingyi Guards, take down the entire Southern Town Pacification Bureau and eliminate Wang Qinyu, Pei Shiji declared, unsheathing his blade without a hint of hesitation. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the Southern Town Pacification Bureau. As the officers realized that Chu Xiu had been elevated from deputy commander to the second-in-command of the Jingyi Guards, becoming the second most powerful figure after Lu Qingfeng. More alarmingly, the Empress Murongxi had entrusted him with command over both the Northern and Southern Town Pacification Bureaus. Henceforth, they would all fall under Chu Xiu's direct jurisdiction. Now that he sought to eliminate Wang Qinyu, what fate awaited the officers of the Southern Town Pacification Bureau? Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades resonated. The elite guards of the Northern Town Pacification Bureau had mastered the slaughter blade cannon and the slaughter blade formation, granting them formidable close combat capabilities. In fact, the might of the slaughter blade formation now surpassed the combat techniques executed by the elite guards using their crossbows, as Pei Shiji had already attained the primordial spirit realm. Very well, I shall witness how you intend to eliminate me. Wang Qinyu, thoroughly enraged, laughed maniacally as an overwhelming aura erupted from him. He had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the primordial spirit realm. This aura signified his mastery, for he had discerned that Pei Shiji had indeed entered the primordial spirit realm. Wang Qinyu was astounded. A mere captain from the Northern Town Pacification Bureau had achieved such heights. Should Chu Xiu cultivate diligently, he might one day see the elite guards, once feared throughout the realm, rise again. However, Chu Xiu had gravely underestimated Wang Qinyu. With a swift motion, Wang Qinyu launched a punch at Pei Shiji, the force of which seemed to envelop the very heavens and earth. Not only did he aim to obliterate Pei Shiji with a single strike, but the overwhelming power would also crush the hundreds of elite guards behind him. Kill. As Wang Qinyu advanced, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Pei Shiji's eyes. He raised his embroidered spring blade and struck with it. As the blade descended, the world appeared drenched in crimson, as if it had transformed into a realm of slaughter. Boom. With that strike, Wang Qinyu vanished from existence, leaving behind a vast and gaping scar in the Southern Town Pacification Bureau. The very gates of the bureau shattered under the force of the blow, and dozens of officers perished beneath the lethal energy unleashed by Pei Shiji's blade. Only those not of Wang Qinyu's bloodline shall kneel and be spared, Pei Shiji declared coldly, his voice chilling enough to freeze the very air in the Southern Town Pacification Bureau, causing many officers to shudder involuntarily. Yet, the officers expressed overwhelming gratitude, kneeling and exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Elite guards, eliminate Wang Qinyu's bloodline. All sycophants of noble families within the Southern Town Pacification Bureau, or those who commit crimes against the populace, shall meet with no mercy." Pei Shiji slowly sheathed his embroidered spring blade, standing with arms crossed behind him. Chapter 78. In every corner of the capital city, our northern supervisory office's eyes are ever watchful. Indeed, the Jingshan guards shouted in unison. The guards sheathed their embroidered spring knives, wielding their Jingshan crossbows, and surged into the southern supervisory office. After all, their mastery of the killing blade manual did not solely rely on the use of the blade to vanquish foes. The crossbow was equally effective. The earlier unsheathing of their blades was merely to form a killing blade formation alongside Pei Shiji to eliminate Wang Qinyu. Terrifying arrows, akin to the harbingers of death, relentlessly claimed the lives of the Southern Supervisory Office's traitorous imperial guards. After a brief tea break, 100-man Jing Shun guard swiftly approached Pei Shiji, bowing respectfully as he reported, "Commander, the Southern Supervisory Office has been entirely cleared. A total of 872 have been eliminated. There remain 2,128. Pei Shiji observed the Southern Supervisory Office's premises with an unyielding calm and spoke in a deep voice. Let the highest-ranking official among the remaining personnel step forward. I am Tian Bewley, your humble servant. I pay my respects to you, my lord." A young man, appearing no older than 26 or 27, tall and imposing, emerged from within the office, bowing deeply before Pei Shiji. "At the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm, your prowess is commendable. Prior to my arrival at the Southern Supervisory Office, were you able to maintain order here? Can you accomplish that?" Pei Shiji's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he regarded Tian Bewley, his expression softening into a smile. Tian Bewley, at the apex of the Grandmaster realm, was indeed formidable among the Imperial Guards. Yet, despite such commendable capabilities, he had refrained from aligning with Wang Qinyu, the Southern Supervisor, and was thus relegated to the position of a 100-man leader. This indicated that he had long been marginalized within the Southern Supervisory Office. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not disappoint you." Tian Bewley's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he pledged earnestly. "Seizing this opportunity could potentially elevate you to the position of Southern Supervisor." Pei Shiji remarked, patting Tian Bewley on the shoulder with a meaningful smile. "I look forward to the next encounter where you address me as Brother Pei, rather than my lord." With that, Pei Shiji turned and departed, 1,000 Jingshan guards swiftly following suit. Tian Bewley stood momentarily stunned, his cheeks flushed with exhilaration. He understood the implication of Pei Shiji's words. With Wang Qinyu's faction entirely eradicated and not a single 1,000-man left, only he remained among the 100-man leaders. By demonstrating his capabilities, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity for significant reinstatement under Chu Xiu. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. Though he had previously yearned for recognition, he had scorned the notion of becoming a mere pawn of the powerful families, preferring to endure the ostracism within the Southern Supervisory Office rather than align with Wang Qinyu. Now, it seemed his choices had proven wise. With a deep breath to steady himself, Tian Bewley called out, "All officials of the general and minor ranks, assemble in the main hall for a meeting. The rest shall clear the Southern Supervisory Office and secure the main entrance." His voice resonated with authority, instilling a sense of confidence among the previously hesitant guards, who swiftly obeyed his commands. At the Northern Supervisory Office, Pei Shiji returned and approached the study outside the office, bowing as he reported, "My lord, the Southern Supervisory Office has been secured." "The Southern Supervisory Office has been secured?" Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with appreciation as he regarded Pei Shiji. "Well done, my lord. Only 100-man remains within the Southern Supervisory Office. His name is Tian Bewley. Though young, he has reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. His talents are exceptional. Upon returning to our Northern Supervisory Office, I dispatched individuals to investigate, and I have gathered information on Tian Bewley. He hails from a lineage of loyal 100-men within the Imperial Guards. It is likely due to this heritage that, despite his considerable strength, he has not aligned with Wang Qinyu, opting instead to avoid being a sycophant to the powerful families, enduring marginalization instead." Pei Shiji pondered for a moment before respectfully addressing Chu Xiu. He understood that for Chu Xiu to assume command of the Southern Supervisory Office, he needed the loyalty of someone deeply familiar with it. Tian Bewley was an excellent candidate, thus his recommendation. "Tian Bewley?" Chu Xiu's face displayed interest as he remarked, "Good. I understand. Is there anything else?" "My lord, there is nothing further," Pei Shiji replied, shaking his head. Chu Xiu waved a hand dismissively, signaling for Pei Shiji to take his leave. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was dusk. Lin Huayu arrived at the Northern Supervisory Office's courtyard and immediately spotted Chu Xiu seated at a stone table, engrossed in a book. With utmost respect, he bowed and announced, "My lord, I have uncovered evidence of corruption and bribery against the Right Assistant Minister, Zhuo Qiuming." Chu Xiu, still holding the scroll, responded with an indifferent expression, "No need for formalities." "Thank you, my lord." Lin Huayu expressed his gratitude, retrieving a dossier from his sleeve and presenting it to Chu Xiu. "Due to time constraints, the evidence I have gathered is still limited. However, it is sufficient for our Northern Supervisory Office to apprehend Zhuo Qiuming." Chu Xiu set aside his book and took the dossier, perusing its contents with a faint smile. "Impressive. To uncover this much evidence in less than a day is commendable. Well done. The ability to gather such evidence stems partly from the disguise technique you granted us, my lord. This technique has proven invaluable for our Northern Supervisory Office's spies, providing us with an undeniable advantage. Lin Huayu remarked with a sense of gratitude. Moreover, it is thanks to the citizens of the capital, he continued. The citizens of the capital? Chu Xiu inquired, surprised. Indeed, my lord. The citizens of the capital harbor immense goodwill towards our Northern Supervisory Office. This is a result of your previous directives to provide free grain and supplies to the impoverished citizens, as well as the medical assistance initiatives conducted within the city. Countless citizens have become our eyes and ears, willingly providing us with information without expecting any rewards. Thus, it can be said that in every corner of the capital, we have our vigilant eyes. Having learned of Chu Xiu's investigation into Xiaoming, many citizens stepped forward to offer leads. This enabled us to uncover evidence against Xiaoming in such a short time, Lin Huayu stated earnestly. Those citizens who provided us with leads must be rewarded appropriately. However, to ensure their safety, such matters must be handled discreetly and remain undiscovered by others, Chu Xiu said after a moment of contemplation. He had not anticipated that his two initiatives would give the Northern Supervisory Office an abundance of informants throughout the capital. This was true public sentiment, not merely empty words. Understood, my lord, Lin Huayu replied with utmost respect. Chu Xiu rose gracefully, strolling leisurely towards the gates of the Northern Supervisory Office, and spoke as he walked. Inform Pei Shiji to lead 500 Jingshan guards to await outside our Northern Supervisory Office. Understood. Lin Huayu responded with a swift motion, vanishing from sight. He was already aware of Chu Xiu's intent in summoning Pei Shiji and the Jingshan guards. His heart surged with excitement. This was a mission to apprehend individuals at the procuratorate. Although he could not partake directly, his spirits were equally stirred. Chapter 79. Do you intend to hinder our Jinyui from carrying out justice? Greetings, my lord. Upon witnessing Chu Xiu emerge slowly from the North Town Pacification Office, Pei Shiji, accompanied by 500 Jingshan guards, addressed him in unison. There's no need for formalities. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, my lord. Pei Shiji expressed gratitude alongside his men. Come, follow me to the Duke Yuan, Chu Xiu commanded, striding purposefully towards the Duke Yuan. The capital of the Great Zhou dynasty is divided into the imperial city, inner city, and outer city. However, the imperial city itself is further divided into the inner imperial city and the outer imperial city. The inner imperial city encompasses the palace, while the outer imperial city houses 6 ministries, the Astronomical Bureau, the Imperial Medical Institute, the Hanlin Academy, as well as the 5 Armies Command and the Jinyui. Among other official institutions, only the 3 judicial offices, the Ministry of Justice, the Duke Yuan, and the Supreme Court, are situated outside the outer imperial city, specifically to the west of the Xuanwu Gate, thus belonging to the inner city. A moment later, Chu Xiu declared, surround the entire Duke Yuan. His voice resonated deeply, shaking the very foundations of the place. He aimed to instill a sense of authority in the Duke Yuan. Yes, the Jingshan guards responded in unison, swiftly encircling the Duke Yuan, leaving no avenue for escape. The soldiers tasked with guarding the Duke Yuan were struck with astonishment, their faces paling in fear. Across the capital, it was the Jingying soldiers who typically provided protection for various official institutions, with the exception of the Jingzhou Yin and the Jinyui, who had their own enforcers. Lord Chu, may I inquire about your business here today? A captain of the Jingying approached, bowing respectfully. This matter does not concern you. Step aside. I am here to apprehend the corrupt officials of the Great Zhou dynasty. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively at the captain. Understood. I shall obey, the captain replied, retreating to the side. How audacious. Chu Xiu, this is the Duke Yuan, not a place for you to act recklessly. There are no corrupt officials for you to apprehend here. Withdraw at once, and I shall not pursue the matter of your intrusion, otherwise. Do not blame me for reporting your actions to His Majesty. An irate shout echoed from within the Duke Yuan. A group of officials stepped forth, led by Wang Chongyi, the left inspector of the Duke Yuan, followed by right inspector Han Lingshan and others. Although Wang bore the surname Wang, he was not of the Taiyuan Wang clan, but rather a direct descendant of the Danyang Wang family, one of the 5 prominent clans. The entirety of the Duke Yuan was under the influence of the Danyang Wang lineage. Lord Wang, do you intend to obstruct our Jinyui in the execution of justice? Chu Xiu inquired, his demeanor calm as he regarded Wang Chongyi. Despite the Danyang Wang family's prestige, he showed no deference, for he served the Jinyui, acting on behalf of the Empress Murongxi of the Great Zhou. Chu Xiu, you claim to seek out corrupt officials. Pray tell, do you have any evidence? Wang Chongyi's countenance darkened as he spoke coldly. Standing behind Wang, Right Inspector Zhuo Xiaoming felt a foreboding sensation. He sensed that Chu Xiu was specifically targeting him, particularly since he had previously impeached Chu Xiu in court. The memory of Chu Xiu's vengeful nature made Zhuo Xiaoming's palms grow clammy with sweat. I would not dare to come to the Duke Yuan without evidence. Chu Xiu retrieved a ledger from his sleeve, raising it in his right hand. Lord Wang, would you care to examine it? Wang Chongyi paused, then, with firm resolve, declared, no need. Since you possess the evidence, I, as the left inspector of the Duke Yuan, shall cooperate with the Jinyui in this matter. Speak, who is it that you wish to apprehend? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xiaoming's face paled. He had not anticipated that Wang Chongyi would show him no favor. Right Inspector Zhuo Xiaoming. Chu Xiu's gaze turned icy as he addressed Zhuo Xiaoming. Startled, Zhuo Xiaoming instinctively attempted to flee, aware that the civil officials of the Great Zhou were not powerless. All held formidable skills as they occupied their esteemed positions. However, in an instant, Wang Chongyi seized Zhuo Xiaoming by the neck with remarkable speed, a cold snort escaping his lips. Zhuo Xiaoming, to think you would dare attempt to flee before me. If you were to escape, I would bear the shame of neglecting my duties. With a few deft movements, he sealed Zhuo Xiaoming's powers. My lord, I have served the Duke Yuan with utmost diligence. Even if I lack merit, I have labored tirelessly. I beseech you to show mercy. Zhuo Xiaoming pleaded, panic etched on his face. Traitors and usurpers deserve to be punished. In my presence. To engage in corruption and bribery. Had the Jinyui not come to apprehend you, I would have struck you down myself. How dare you plead for mercy before me? Wang Chongyi rebuked him sternly. With that, he cast Zhuo Xiaoming before Chu Xiu, expressing his disdain for being associated with such a figure. Apprehend the corrupt officials, Zhuo Xiaoming. Chu Xiu commanded coldly. Yes. Two Jing Shun guards stepped forward, seizing Zhuo Xiaoming from either side. Thank you, Lord Wang. A smile graced Chu Xiu's face as he clasped his fists in gratitude. Lord Chu is too kind. This is my duty, Wang Chongyi replied, a look of shame crossing his features. It is regrettable that I failed to see his true nature sooner. Had I done so, I would have impeached him before His Majesty long ago. It is never too late to discern the truth, Lord Wang. Chu Xiu smiled gently. Now that Zhuo Xiaoming has been apprehended, I shall not further intrude upon your affairs. We shall take our leave. With that, Chu Xiu turned to his guards and departed. As he observed Chu Xiu and his men escorting Zhuo Xiaoming away, Wang Chongyi's expression darkened. My lord, Han Lingshan spoke softly. Within the great Zhou dynasty, while the left inspector held the higher rank, the right inspector was also a prominent official of the same grade, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the left inspector. Yet Wang Chongyi commanded such authority within the Duke Yuan that even Han Lingshan felt compelled to bow in humility, a testament to the formidable influence of the 5 prominent clans. Let us enter and speak further, Wang Chongyi remarked, before disappearing into the Duke Yuan. Han Lingshan and the others nodded in agreement, following closely behind. Chapter 80. Spare me, my lord. I can pledge loyalty to you. Having departed from the jurisdiction of the Dazhuiyuan, Pei Shiji hesitated momentarily, his expression one of bewilderment as he spoke. My lord, how could Wang Chongyi be so cooperative? Not only does he refrain from obstructing our Jinyui in conducting our investigation, but he even took it upon himself to apprehend Zhuo Xiaoming. With our evidence at hand, would Wang Chongyi dare to intervene? Chu Xiu responded with a serene smile. Since he cannot thwart us, Wang Chongyi's personal involvement in capturing Zhuo Xiaoming also serves to demonstrate his selflessness and loyalty to the emperor and country. This is one aspect. Furthermore, Wang Chongyi is not of the Taiyuan Wang clan. He hails from the Danong Wang clan. The absence of a Taiyuan Wang in the Dazhuiyuan is not without its advantages for him. Understanding dawned on Pei Shiji's face as he remarked, thus, even if my lord boldly apprehends individuals in broad daylight, presenting a show of strength to the Dazhuiyuan, Wang Chongyi must acquiesce. Chu Xiu chuckled softly and chose to remain silent. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated within Chu Xiu's mind. Congratulations, host. By capturing the corrupt officials Zhuo Xiaoming at the Dazhuiyuan and steadfastly engaging in righteous endeavors, you have earned a reward of 60 years of Dharma power in the 5th level of the indestructible golden body technique. Will you claim the reward? Claim the reward. Chu Xiu responded eagerly, his heart swelling with joy. At last, a reward for the indestructible golden body technique had arrived. His technique had remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the 4th level, corresponding to the 9th layer of the Yuanshan realm, unable to keep pace with the elevation of his internal cultivation. Achieving the 5th level would allow him to step into the realm of Dharma manifestation. No sooner had he spoken than a vast and overwhelming force surged within his being. A portion of this power flowed into every part of his body, while another portion surged towards his dantian. In an instant, Chu Xiu's Qingjing Gong broke through to the 7th minor completion of the Dharma manifestation realm. and the indestructible golden body technique reached full mastery. The indestructible golden body technique does not subdivide into 9 minor levels, but rather consists of entry, minor completion, major completion, and pinnacle. Entry corresponds to the first layer of minor completion to the third layer of pinnacle, major completion to the 6th layer of pinnacle, and pinnacle to the 9th layer of pinnacle. Thus, at this moment, Chu Xiu's indestructible golden body technique had attained the 6th layer of pinnacle in the Dharma manifestation realm. This state not only significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities, but also resulted in a dramatic increase in his physical strength. He suspected that with his newfound might, he could deliver a single blow capable of vanquishing an adversary at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Dharma manifestation realm. He could even contend with an adept of the ordinary ascension realm. Yet, due to the concealment provided by his innate breath-holding technique, Pei Shiji and the others remained entirely unaware of Chu Xiu's sudden surge in power. As Chu Xiu and Pei Shiji neared the North Town Supervisory Office, he spoke in a low voice. Pei Shiji, assign 100 men to escort Zui Qiuming back to our North Town Supervisory Office. The rest will accompany me to the Jinyue headquarters. The North and South Town Supervisory Offices and the Jinyue headquarters were situated on the same street, not far apart. This arrangement ensured that the Jinyue headquarters could swiftly relay orders to the North and South Town Supervisory Offices, and likewise, any matters from these offices could be promptly reported to the Jinyue commandant stationed at the headquarters. My lord, do you mean? Pei Shiji's eyes brightened. Brimming with anticipation, Lord Lu Chifeng has been ordered by His Majesty to remain at home in seclusion, as the Jinyue deputy commandant. It is only fitting that I assume the responsibilities of our Jinyue by attending to matters at the headquarters. Chu Xiu maintained an expression of calm, replying, Your insight is commendable. With this arrangement, as long as His Majesty did not summon Lu Chifeng back to the Jinyue headquarters, Chu Xiu would effectively hold dominion over the entire Jinyue. Even if Lu Chifeng were to return, he would have become merely a figurehead. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he signaled to 100 guards of the Jing Shenwei. Understanding the cue, the Jing Shenwei swiftly departed, escorting Zui Qiuming away, while Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards the Jinyue headquarters. Pei Shiji and a throng of Jing Shenwei followed closely behind, exuding an imposing presence. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of the Jinyue headquarters. Salutations to Lord Chu. A Jinji 100 commander stationed at the entrance was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chu Xiu's arrival, but quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully. There's no need for excessive formalities. Inform the 5 Qianhu within the Jinyue headquarters to come to the hall to meet with me. Chu Xiu gestured dismissively to the commander. Understood, my lord. The Jinji 100 commander replied, his demeanor reflecting utmost respect. Chu Xiu strode into the Jinyue headquarters, with the 100 commanders signaling to a chief flag bearer, who promptly led the way for him. Pei Shiji and the others followed suit, entering the Jinyue headquarters alongside Chu Xiu. This time, it was a genuine takeover of the Jinyue headquarters. Reflecting on this, Pei Shiji and the others felt an exhilarating surge of emotion. Moments later, the 5 Qianhu from within the Jinyue headquarters entered the hall. Among them was Fang Tiansheng, who had previously gone to report to Lu Chifeng. Upon entering, the 5 men immediately spotted Chu Xiu seated at the head of the table. They dared not display any negligence and respectfully bowed, saying, We pay our respects to the deputy commandant. Their minds raced with speculation regarding the purpose of Chu Xiu's visit to the Jinyue headquarters. However, they were already aware of Lu Chifeng's enforced seclusion, and thus recognized that Chu Xiu had ascended to the position of deputy commandant. Apprehend them, Chu Xiu declared, his demeanor unfazed as he regarded Fang Tiansheng and the others. Yes, Pei Shiji, standing behind Chu Xiu, responded affirmatively, his hand resting on the hilt of his embroidered spring blade as he approached Fang Tiansheng and the others. My lord, spare me. I can pledge my loyalty to you and serve you. Fang Tiansheng's complexion paled, fear washing over his features as he fell to his knees. Pleading with Chu Xiu, he had grasped Chu Xiu's intent. Seizing the opportunity in Lu Chifeng's absence, he intended to claim the Jinyue headquarters for himself under the guise of the deputy commandant. My lord, spare me. I too can pledge my loyalty. The remaining 4 Qianhu displayed panic-stricken expressions, kneeling before Chu Xiu in a similar manner. They had entirely forgotten their allegiance to Lu Chifeng. In the face of life and death, what was Lu Chifeng to them? They had heard of Chu Xiu's ruthless reputation. It was said that in the South Town Supervisory Office, not a single Qianhu remained alive, leaving only 100 commander behind. How could they not feel fear? Chapter 81. Commanding the Jinyue, the true Ananda breaking the precepts blade technique. With a swift motion, a gleam of blade light flashed. One by one, heads rolled to the ground, As the lifeless bodies of Fang Tiansheng and his 4 companions collapsed, blood gushing forth and staining the hall in crimson. Your Excellency, I have fulfilled my duty. Pei Shiji respectfully bowed to Chu Xiu, fully aware that from the very beginning, Chu Xiu had no intention of sparing the lives of Fang Tiansheng and his companions. This had always been Chu Xiu's principle. Anyone willing to serve as a dog for the aristocratic families would be executed without mercy. Clear out all the lackeys of the aristocratic families from the Jinhui headquarters. Also, send someone to the Southern Pacification Office to summon Tian Bewley to see me. Chu Xiu stated with an expression of calmness. Yes, I shall obey. Pei Shiji replied, striding out of the hall to carry out Chu Xiu's orders with utmost diligence. A short while later, Tian Bewley, the 100 household of the Southern Pacification Office, entered the Jinhui headquarters with a mix of excitement, anxiety, and tension. As he walked through, the sight of numerous corpses confirmed his suspicion that the Jinhui had entirely fallen under Chu Xiu's control. This realization only intensified his excitement. Greetings, Your Excellency. I am Tian Bewley of the Southern Pacification Office. He soon entered the main hall of the Jinhui headquarters, kneeling before Chu Xiu, who sat at the head of the hall, proclaiming with conviction. It was as if he completely ignored the blood-soaked corpses surrounding him. Tian Bewley, from this moment forth, you shall serve as the 1,000 household of the Southern Pacification Office. Until I formally appoint the pacification envoy, you will handle all affairs of the Southern Pacification Office. Can you manage this? Chu Xiu gazed at Tian Bewley with a calm demeanor. I shall never disappoint you, Your Excellency. Tian Bewley replied resolutely, his determination unwavering. Excellent. A faint smile appeared on Chu Xiu's face. With a flick of his sleeve, 2 jade vases landed before Tian Bewley. These 2 vases contain the Wanfo Golden Elixir and the pure Yang Wijiden. You have surely heard of the Wanfo Golden Elixir. Consuming it grants you an opportunity to cleanse your marrow and enhance your innate talents significantly. The pure Yang Wijiden, on the other hand, is to be taken after you reach the Grandmaster realm. Upon consumption, it will allow you to effortlessly break through to the first level of the Yuan spirit realm without hindering your future cultivation. At these words, Tian Bewley's eyes widened in astonishment. Both the Wanfo Golden Elixir and the pure Yang Wijiden were undoubtedly considered peerless elixirs. And now, Chu Xiu had granted him these treasures without him having accomplished anything yet. A surge of loyalty ignited within him. Taking a deep breath, tears welling in his fierce eyes, Tian Bewley expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your life-giving grace. I am willing to dedicate my life and soul to you without hesitation. Rise. Chu Xiu commanded, standing tall before Tian Bewley. Thank you, Your Excellency, Tian Bewley said, carefully taking the 2 jade vases and securing them. Report, Your Excellency. The Jinhui headquarters has been completely secured. I will mobilize elite forces from our Northern Pacification Office to reinforce the Jinhui headquarters. Pei Shiji entered the hall, bowing respectfully to Chu Xiu. Well done. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, instructing, convey the order. From today onwards, all personnel in the Jinhui headquarters, as well as the Northern and Southern Pacification Offices, shall be instructed in the killing blade technique. Additionally, provide them with dragon and tiger medicinal baths and the necessary elixirs for cultivation. This applies equally to all, except for the Jing Xinwei, Jing Tianwei, and Jing Xianwei. Since he had assumed command of the Jinhui and secured the Southern Pacification Office, it was only fitting that all personnel receive equal access to the killing blade technique, dragon and tiger baths, and elixirs. Yes, I shall comply. Pei Shiji affirmed respectfully. Tian Bewley, filled with gratitude, said, Thank you, Your Excellency. His thanks represented the entire Southern Pacification Office's appreciation for Chu Xiu. There is no need for such formality. Chu Xiu waved his hand, turning to Pei Shiji. Moreover, transfer all Jing Xinwei, Jing Tianwei, and Jing Xianwei personnel from the Northern Pacification Office to the Jinhui headquarters. They shall not occupy the 15,000 household slots of the Northern Pacification Office. Yang Cheng will also come from the Northern Pacification Office to the Jinhui headquarters, responsible for delivering dragon and tiger medicinal baths to both the Jinhui and the Northern and Southern Pacification Offices, while overseeing all medicinal herbs and elixirs for our Jinhui. Chu Xiu had 5 direct subordinates in the Northern Pacification Office. He decided to transfer Pei Shiji, who was in charge of Jing Xinwei, Fang Hong from Jing Tianwei, and Luo Tianxi from Jing Xianwei, along with Yang Cheng, who managed the dragon and tiger medicinal baths, to the Jinhui headquarters. He needed to leave one direct subordinate behind in the Northern Pacification Office, and Lin Huayu was the most suitable choice. Yes, I understand. Pei Shiji nodded lightly. The internal titles of Jing Xinwei, Jing Tianwei, and Jing Xianwei can be altered. You, Fang Hong, and Luo Tianxi shall serve as the grand commanders. While the 100 household level shall be the commanders, Chu Xiu contemplated before addressing Pei Shiji. Understood, Pei Shiji replied with utmost respect. Pei Shiji, once you have arranged everything, proceed to the Southern Pacification Office and impart the killing blade technique to the entire office, Chu Xiu instructed, casting a glance at him. Yes, I shall obey, Pei Shiji responded solemnly. Very well, there are no further matters. I have important business to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Chu Xiu remarked, departing the hall. Farewell, Your Excellency, Pei Shiji and Tian Bewley called out in unison as they watched him leave. In an instant, Chu Xiu exited the Jinui headquarters, heading toward the imperial palace. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completely taking control of the Jinui headquarters and truly commanding the Jinui. Persist in your endeavors of positive energy. You have received the pinnacle reward of the 5th layer of the indestructible golden body technique and the first blade reward of the original Ananda breaking the precepts blade technique. Do you wish to claim your rewards? I shall claim the rewards, Chu Xiu replied, his brow arched as he walked toward the imperial palace, pondering. The original Ananda breaking the precepts blade technique? Could it be that the version I obtained at the Great Buddha Temple was not the most authentic one? Or is this reward the true blade technique of the revered Ananda? As these thoughts crossed his mind, anticipation began to swell within him. Chapter 82. Entering the palace to meet the emperor, Chu Xiu's proposal. As soon as the words left his lips, countless insights regarding the first strike of the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique manifested in Chu Xiu's mind. A formidable power surge within him, elevating his indestructible golden body technique from the 5th level to its pinnacle. Chu Xiu's external martial arts reached the apex of the Dharma phase realm, or rather, the zenith of the 9th level of the Dharma phase. Indeed, this was the authentic Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique, the version practiced in the Great Buddha Temple. Or rather, the 10,000 Buddha Temple was merely a truncated, weakened adaptation, light years away from the original. A look of astonishment crossed Chu Xiu's face as he contemplated. The might of this strike is surely on par with the heaven-subduing blade. My hidden trump cards have increased. With a single step, he vanished from his location. At the Lu residence. Master, there has been a grave incident. The steward of the Lu residence, his face pale with panic, arrived outside Lu Qingfeng's study, his voice trembling. What has transpired? Speak slowly. Lu Qingfeng emerged from the room, frowning deeply. He had been ordered by Empress Murong-Si to remain at home in quiet contemplation, which was already taxing enough. What could possibly be more troubling than this? Master, Chu Xiu, accompanied by the Northern Town Pacification Division S Cavalry, has invaded the headquarters of the Jinui. Your trusted aides have all been ruthlessly eliminated by him. Now, the entire Jinui headquarters is under Chu Xiu's control. The steward exclaimed urgently. What? How dare he? This insolent wretch. Lu Qingfeng's complexion changed dramatically, his face twisting in terror as he erupted in fury. He had merely been commanded by Empress Murong-Si to remain in seclusion, not stripped of his position as the Jinui commander. Yet, during this opportunity, Chu Xiu had audaciously seized control of the Jinui headquarters, rendering it entirely his own. Now, even if Empress Murong-Si commanded him to return to the Jinui, he would have no allies left. He might not even be able to command a mere Jinui lieutenant. Within the Jinui, he held not an ounce of real power. As the commander, he was now utterly sidelined, reduced to a mere ornament. Would the Wang family of Taiyuan still value him as such? In a fit of rage, Lu Qingfeng felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, and crimson blood erupted from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, darkness enveloping him. Master, are you all right? Someone, quickly, fetch a physician for the master. The steward, witnessing Lu Qingfeng fainting from the shock, became even more frantic, shouting loudly. At the Weiyuan pavilion, a clerk hurried inside and whispered a few words into the ear of Chu Yu, the minor official of the Zhanshi mansion, before retreating. A flicker of intrigue crossed Chu Yu's eyes as he made his way into the spacious and bright chamber of Weiyuan pavilion. Soon, he approached the cabinet leader, Yang Yan, and others, bowing in respect as he reported. I report to you, esteemed elders, that while Lu Qingfeng was commanded by His Majesty to engage in seclusion, Chu Xiu has officially taken control of the Jinui headquarters, eradicating all those associated with Lu Qingfeng. What a remarkable feat by Chu Xiu! Yang Yan exclaimed in astonishment. I suspected he would take advantage of Lu Qingfeng's seclusion to usurp his authority, but I never anticipated his actions would be so swift. He is indeed a prodigy. Others, including Dugu Tai, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Chu Xiu's actions were decisive and efficient, leaving no room for hesitation. At such a young age, his accomplishments were indeed commendable. Regrettably, the more extraordinary his talents appeared, the less likely the Wang family of Taiyuan would retain him. This was no longer merely about seizing the Jinyui from the Taiyuan Wang family. It was a resounding slap to their face. If they failed to suppress Chu Xiu, their reputation would suffer grievously. Furthermore, they were destined to be adversaries, having reached a point of no reconciliation. The Wang family of Taiyuan could never permit Chu Xiu to flourish, fearing a greater price to pay in the future. Yang Yin shook his head, saying, "This young man has achieved a great deal, yet it is a pity he is destined to be a fleeting star." Jia Duo concurred, and the others nodded. Despite Chu Xiu's exceptional talent and capability, he remained too weak when confronted by the true power of noble families. Insignificant, like an ant, should the noble families wish. A mere flick of their fingers could obliterate him into nothingness. This was the might of the noble families. Although the Taiyuan Wang family had already made a move, they had yet to unleash their true strength. In the imperial palace, Tai Chi Palace, Pei Guanyin stepped out from Tai Chi Palace, addressing Murongxi with admiration, "Your Majesty. As you anticipated, Lord Chu has seized the opportunity you provided in taking control of the Jinyui headquarters. I knew Chu Aiqing would grasp my intentions." Murongxi replied with a gentle smile. "Your Majesty is indeed wise." Pei Guanyin and Jiang Wana bowed respectfully to Murongxi. Murongxi smiled and prepared to continue reviewing memorials. Just then, a graceful palace maid entered, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, Lord Chu requests an audience." "Chu Aiqing has arrived? Quickly. Let him in." Murongxi's eyes sparkled with interest as she instructed the maid. Yes, the maid complied and disappeared from the hall. Moments later, the maid reappeared before the majestic Chu Xiu, adorned in the attire of a Jinyui commander, inviting him inside. "Lord Chu, please enter. The Empress is awaiting you." "Thank you." Chu Xiu replied graciously, striding confidently into Tai Chi Palace. Upon entering, Chu Xiu immediately spotted Murongxi seated at the imperial desk, reviewing memorials. He bowed respectfully, declaring, "This humble minister, Chu Xiu, pays his respects to your Majesty. There is no need for excessive formalities, Chu Aiqing. You are a busy man. What brings you to the palace today?" Murongxi smiled warmly, setting aside the memorials. "If there is anything I can assist with, I shall certainly do my utmost. Your Majesty, I dare to request the establishment of a martial examination to select talented individuals for our Jinyui and strengthen its ranks." Chu Xiu's expression turned serious as he spoke earnestly. "Establishing a martial examination to select talent?" Murongxi's demeanor shifted as she regarded him intently, her voice low. "Chu Aiqing, elaborate on your thoughts." The Great Zhou dynasty has always had a civil examination, with no martial examination in its history. Instituting one would shatter centuries of tradition and inevitably disturb the interests of the noble families. Of course, it could also turn the martial examination into a tool for the noble families to profit. Chapter 83. Breaking the Monopoly of Aristocratic Families, a Contribution to the Present. A Benefit to the Future. Proclaim to the world that talents shall be selected from the common folk. Those who wish to apply must not exceed the age of 30 and must undergo scrutiny from our Jinyui's various offices to ensure they have no ties to aristocratic families or sects before they can be listed. The examination will be divided into 3 levels: the county examination, the provincial examination, and the palace examination. Furthermore, the martial examination is specifically for selecting talents for our Jinyui. Therefore, I propose that all 3 levels of examinations be managed by us. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment and spoke earnestly. He did not even consider the soldiers within the military. For the influence of the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families over the army of the Great Zhou dynasty was overwhelmingly significant. They essentially controlled the entirety of the military, including the border troops, who were under the thumb of these powerful families. Only the capital's military forces and the imperial guards truly wielded control over the army of the Great Zhou dynasty. I understand your concerns, Minister Chu. You fear the deep connections between military personnel and aristocratic families. Thus, even the military will not recruit, focusing solely on ordinary citizens from the common folk who have no affiliations with the powerful families or sections. Murongxi nodded gently and said, "I shall issue an edict forthwith. However, I believe we can grant the soldiers of the capital and the imperial guards an opportunity. Their loyalty can be assured, and those who wish to participate in the martial examination may do so. Your Majesty is wise, since you have permitted the soldiers of the capital and the imperial guards to register. I suggest that anyone who has reached the Grandmaster level and is under the age of 30 may directly advance to participate in the palace examination." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu inclined his hand respectfully towards Murongxi and replied, "Excellent." Murongxi slightly nodded and instructed Jiang Wan'er, "Draft the imperial edict. Announce the martial examination to the world with utmost haste." "As you command," the maid replied, moving to a small table to prepare the ink and write the edict. "I thank your Majesty for your graciousness." Chu Xiu expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Murongxi with a bow. The martial examination marks a groundbreaking precedent for the Great Zhou dynasty, and Murongxi would undoubtedly face significant pressure. Yet, without hesitation, she accepted, demonstrating her trust in him. This examination is solely for the selection of talents for the Jinhui, and the civil and military officials will not oppose it, unless the selected talents are allowed into the military. Murongxi remarked thoughtfully, only in this manner will the officials truly raise their voices in dissent. Chu Xiu nodded gently, fully aware of this reality. This understanding bolstered his confidence in seeking an audience with the emperor. If military action were to be taken, the officials would undoubtedly resist. Minister Chu, what positions do you intend to assign to those who pass the palace examination, and what roles will the successful martial scholars hold? With a gentle smile, Murongxi looked at Chu Xiu and replied, Your Majesty, anyone who enters the palace examination will be appointed as a chief officer in the Jinhui, while those who pass the examination will serve as captains. After considering for a moment, Chu Xiu stated, I have just conducted a thorough restructuring of the Jinhui, and we are in dire need of personnel. The top 3 from the palace examination can be appointed as district leaders in the Jinhui. Even those who do not make it past the provincial examination may still be absorbed into our ranks as junior officers. It seems you have already devised a plan. So I can rest assured, Murongxi replied with a slight nod. Your Majesty, there is nothing further. I shall take my leave now. Chu Xiu bowed deeply to Murongxi. Very well. Take care, Minister Chu, she acknowledged with a nod. Chu Xiu turned and strode out of the Taiji Palace. Congratulations, host, for steadfastly engaging in positive endeavors. The initiation of the martial examination to select talents is the first step to dismantling the monopoly of the aristocratic families in the imperial examinations, a contribution to the present, a benefit for the future. You have received the reward of 70 years of law manifestation power and 50 pure yang Wigidian pills. Would you like to claim your reward? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. A smile graced his cheeks as he decisively responded, claim the reward. He knew that breaking the aristocratic family's monopoly on the imperial examinations would undoubtedly yield rewards from the positive energy system, and indeed, his assumptions were correct. The Great Zhou dynasty offers 2 pathways to officialdom, one through the recommendation system, aimed at selecting filial and honest individuals. Those recommended for filial piety can directly enter the official ranks, with fixed quotas for each province and county, which have long been dominated by the aristocracy, leaving ordinary citizens with no chance of recommendation. After being recognized for filial piety, one can only serve at the local level, with the highest position attainable being that of a county head. The other pathway is through the imperial examination, which has traditionally focused on civil service, comprising only 3 subjects: strategy, military tactics, and martial arts. Thus, all civil officials in the Great Zhou dynasty possess martial skills. It is impossible for someone without such abilities to enter the court through the civil examination. Moreover, participation in the civil examination is not open to all. It requires at least a recommendation from a candidate or a successful scholar to qualify for consideration. This effectively renders the imperial examination a tool for the aristocratic families to maintain their hold on power. Ordinary citizens have little chance of entering the Great Zhou dynasty's officialdom through either route. As soon as he finished speaking, a rumble echoed. Chu Xiu's Qingjing divine art smoothly broke through to the 7th level of law manifestation. He had also gained an additional 50 pure yang Wigidian pills. I now possess a total of 103 pure yang Wigidian pills, sufficient to cultivate a batch of true masters of the Yuan Shen realm. With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu stepped forward and vanished from his location, heading towards the North Town Pacification Office. Half an hour later, a contingent of imperial guards galloped out from the palace, hastening to various provinces and counties of the Great Zhou dynasty. Although there were only the county, provincial, and palace examinations, this did not prevent the message from being disseminated to every county. Imperial edicts, centered around the capital, were swiftly posted throughout the land. In an instant, places where the edicts had been affixed began to buzz with excitement. Countless citizens flocked to the Jinhui office, eager to register for the martial examination, particularly in the capital. Enthusiasm ran at its peak, as the citizens were already filled with gratitude for the Jinhui's distribution of rice, flour, and other supplies, along with their provision of free medical services. Now, learning that the Great Zhou dynasty was opening its inaugural martial examination to select talents for the Jinhui, the citizens naturally offered their utmost support. The broader significance of this martial examination is that it breaks the monopoly of the aristocratic families, granting the common folk a chance. One can only imagine the waves this announcement will create across the Great Zhou dynasty. Countless hidden talents among the populace may choose to register for this examination, aspiring to enter the Jinhui. With millions of citizens in the Great Zhou dynasty, there is no doubt that talent abounds. Yet, Many of these individuals have been compelled to join sects as disciples, enter the military, or serve the aristocratic families. A significant portion of potential talent remains buried in obscurity. Now, with the opportunity to serve the great Zhou dynasty and become officials in the Jinhui, these individuals will surely seize the moment with great eagerness. Upon leaving the Taichi Palace, Chu Xiu returned to the main headquarters of the Jinhui, instructing Feng Heng to disseminate an edict to all Jinhui units across the vast Zhou dynasty, inviting citizens to register for participation. However, there were stringent requirements regarding cultivation levels, with a minimum standard set at the exceptional first-tier realm to qualify for the martial examination. In the Wenyuan Pavilion, a clerk hastily entered, presenting a slip of paper to the deputy minister of the Zhanshi court, Chen Yu. Upon glancing at it, Chen Yu furrowed his brow and proceeded into the depths of the Wenyuan Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, he entered a spacious, well-lit chamber, where he immediately observed that the chief minister Yang Yin and others had set aside their memorials and were preparing to depart. Chapter 84. Lin Huayu. Have you attended to the matters I entrusted to you? Chen Yu, is there something else? Yang Yin glanced at Chen Yu and replied with an impassive demeanor. I report to the esteemed elders that half an hour ago, I just entered the palace to pay my respects. Subsequently, the Imperial Guard began to post the Imperial Edict and dispatched officers across our great Zhou dynasty. With a solemn expression, Chen Yu stated, our great Zhou dynasty will host its inaugural martial examination to select talents for the Jinhui. A martial examination? Yang Yin and the others exchanged glances, their expressions growing grave. They sensed the profound implications behind this martial examination. Esteemed elders, should we intervene to prevent His Majesty from holding the martial examination? Chen Yu hesitated and inquired of Yang Yin and the others. It is too late. Minister of Works Zheng Yun shook his head and said, His Majesty has directly posted the Imperial Edict to proclaim it to the world, leaving us no opportunity to intervene. Moreover, it specifically names the selection of talents for the Jinhui. The Jinhui is the Emperor's personal guard. His Majesty has the authority to hold such an examination for them. This is only reasonable, and even we are powerless to stop it. This individual is not simple. Minister of Justice Dugatai sighed deeply. He had not anticipated that Chu Xiu would conceal his intentions so profoundly. Indeed, it is quite complicated. The purpose of this martial examination is to select talents for the Jinhui. Thus, in the future, it may be possible to select individuals to enter the military and directly bestow them with the ranks of lieutenant or even general. Minister of Personnel Zhao Duo frowned deeply and spoke in a somber tone. This trend cannot be allowed to continue. However, for us, it may not necessarily be a bad thing. Yang Yin replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. What does the chief minister mean by that? Zhao Duo asked, seeking clarification from Yang Yin. Dugatai and the others also turned their gaze toward Yang Yin. The Wang family of Taiyuan will certainly not spare Chu Xiu. Therefore, this individual must die. Yang Yin replied calmly, if he dies, we will have the opportunity to infiltrate the Jinhui. We previously looked down upon the Jinhui, but now and in the future, that will no longer be the case. If that is the case, there may not even be a second martial examination. Even if there is indeed a second martial examination, those who participate will still be influenced by the Jinhui. Only those who are loyal to us can pass the martial examination to enter the palace examination. If one is unwilling to be loyal to us, they will not even qualify to enter the palace examination. The chief minister's words are most astute. The others, including Dugu Tai, expressed their admiration. However, from their expressions, it was evident that Yang Yan's thoughts mirrored their own, though none had voiced it. Yang Yin had effectively shattered that unspoken barrier. Once Chu Xiu falls at the hands of the Wang family, they will inevitably reach into the Jinhui. At that point, it will be a matter of individual capability. At the Chu residence, indeed, the dishes at home are delightful. Chu Xiu cleared the table of all the dishes, contentedly setting down his chopsticks. He typically dined at the North Town Prefecture during the day, only returning home for dinner in the evening. However, starting tomorrow, he would no longer dine at the North Town Prefecture, but at the Jinhui headquarters. As long as the master enjoys it. Yu Xuanji smiled slightly. This is the Taiyin sword formation. You shall impart it to every maid in the residence. They must practice regularly. Chu Xiu produced a small booklet from his sleeve and handed it to Yu Xuanji, saying, with this Taiyin sword formation, you will greatly enhance your strength, perhaps even several-fold. This booklet was what he had pinned earlier at the North Town Prefecture. Thank you, master. Yu Xuanji's eyes sparkled with surprise as she expressed her gratitude to Chu Xiu. She understood the benefits of the sword formation well. The guards of the residence had already mastered the slaughtering blade formation, and she had witnessed its prowess. Now, with the Taiyin sword formation, the maids would not be any weaker than the guards. No need for excessive gratitude. Enhancing your strength is also for the sake of the resident's safety. Chu Xiu stood and stretched lazily. The next day, Jinhui headquarters. In the hall, Chu Xiu walked into the hall with measured steps. "Greetings, my lord." Fang Heng and Lin Huayu, who had been waiting in the hall, bowed respectfully to Chu Xiu. No need for formalities. Chu Xiu took his seat at the head of the hall, waving his hand dismissively. "Thank you, my lord." Fang Heng and the others expressed their gratitude. "Fang Heng, how has the task of cleaning up the Jinhui progressed?" Chu Xiu directed his gaze at Fang Heng, his voice deep and resonant. "This cleaning task has now extended to the martial examination. We must ensure that there are no remnants of the powerful clans in the 1,000 households and 100 households across the Great Zhou dynasty. I report to you, my lord, that I was just about to inform you that it has all been completed." Fang Heng's expression turned serious as he considered, saying, "However, many officials within the 1,000 households and 100 households have been executed. Should we appoint replacements to oversee the affairs of these 1,000 households and 100 households?" Lin Huayu also looked at Chu Xiu. "Select suitable candidates from our Northtown prefecture to temporarily oversee the affairs in various regions." Chu Xiu pondered for a moment and replied, "You may inform them that they are merely temporarily overseeing the affairs. Once suitable candidates are found, they can return. I shall commend them for this service, allowing them to have priority in selection for the Jing Tianwei, Jing Xianwei, and Jing Shenwei." "Yes, I will comply." Fang Heng replied respectfully. "Lin Huayu, have you completed the matters I assigned you?" Chu Xiu turned to Lin Huayu with an indifferent expression. "I report to you, my lord, that I have compiled a list of the 100 individuals who were persecuted or forcibly robbed by the Great Buddha Temple. Please review it." Lin Huayu understood immediately what Chu Xiu was referring to. He took out a small booklet from his sleeve and respectfully presented it to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu glanced through the booklet briefly before tossing it back to Lin Huayu, saying, "According to the list, for those whose families can be located, return all the farmland and wealth taken by the Great Buddha Temple, along with a suitable compensation of good land. The remaining farmland is to be distributed among the impoverished people of Xizhou." "I understand," Lin Huayu replied solemnly. "Additionally, I have another matter that requires your attention." Chu Xiu smiled slightly as he looked at Lin Huayu. "Please command me, my lord." Lin Huayu responded resolutely, "I will not disappoint you." Chapter 85. The First Martial Examination of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Supreme Secret Temple. Investigate the Virtuous sect. I require comprehensive information about the Virtuous sect, and it must be sufficiently detailed. A glimmer of determination flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he stated, "I need to ascertain whether the Virtuous sect harbors any unsavory elements. Much like the Great Buddha Temple, if I am to eradicate all sects across the land, I must start with Xizhou. There are only 3 sects in Xizhou: the Great Buddha Temple, the Virtuous sect, and the Heavenly Sword sect. The Heavenly Sword sect is among the true elite sects within the Great Zhou dynasty and is beyond my current capability to confront. With the Great Buddha Temple already vanquished, the only remaining target is the Virtuous sect. My lord, the Virtuous sect has always operated discreetly. Wouldn't it be perilous to act against them? They are backed by the Supreme Secret Temple of the Esoteric Sect," Lin Huayu cautioned, his expression shifting dramatically as he spoke to Chu Xiu in hushed tones. "Our duty as the Jinhui extends beyond monitoring officials. We also oversee the martial world. If the Virtuous sect poses no threat, then that is acceptable. However, should they be implicated in wrongdoing, regardless of who supports them, I will show no mercy." Chu Xiu's voice was low yet resolute. "Understood, my subordinate comprehends." Lin Huayu inhaled deeply, responding with utmost respect. Chu Xiu gestured for Fang Heng and Lin Huayu to remain silent. The two exchanged formalities and withdrew. With a single step, Chu Xiu vanished from the grand hall of the Jinhui headquarters. As the imperial edict was proclaimed throughout the Great Zhou dynasty, the entire realm was stirred by the events of the martial examination. Countless martial artists from the common folk began to flock to the various Jinhui offices across the land to register for the competition. At that moment, the Jinhui publicly unveiled the crimes of the Great Buddha Temple in Xizhou and commenced efforts to locate the victims who had suffered at the hands of the temple, reclaiming the fertile lands and wealth that had been unjustly seized from them. Moreover, the Jinhui provided compensation to those affected. In addition, any surplus lands confiscated from the Great Buddha Temple were generously donated to the impoverished citizens of Xizhou, prioritizing families with children and elderly in need of support. Although the Jinhui acted under the name of the Great Zhou Empress, this did not hinder the high regard in which the citizens of Xizhou held them. This news quickly ignited enthusiasm throughout Xizhou. The populace praised the Jinhui, leading to an even greater surge of martial artists eager to participate in the examination. This information rapidly spread beyond Xizhou to the entirety of the Great Zhou dynasty, enhancing the reputation of the Jinhui significantly. Even those who previously misjudged the Jinhui and hesitated to join as the court's enforcers now eagerly registered. Both the distribution of lands and the martial examination progressed fervently across the Great Zhou dynasty. Time flowed seamlessly, and before long, 10 days had passed. During this period, the 10,000 Buddha temple exhibited no sign of awareness or concern regarding Chu Xiu's obliteration of the Great Buddha temple. Meanwhile, the martial examination, due to the exceptional efficiency of the Jinyui, had successfully completed the county and provincial trials and had now reached the palace examination stage. In the imperial capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, within the barracks of the imperial army, a high platform was erected where Empress Murongxi presided. Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin flanked her sides. On either side of the platform were tables. To the left sat the Grand General of the imperial army, the emperor's uncle Murongchanga, and to the right was the Jinyui commander Chu Xiu. Standing behind Chu Xiu were Feng Heng and others. The presence of Empress Murongxi, signifying the importance of the first martial examination, was complemented by the participation of the usually reserved and enigmatic Grand General Murongchanga. In the training grounds of the imperial army, 1,000 elite warriors, selected from various regions, and the imperial army, stood ready. The perimeter was secured not by the imperial soldiers, but by the esteemed Jinyui units, the Jing Tianwei, Jing Xinwei, and Jing Xianwei. Outside, the formidable soldiers of the Great Zhou imperial army stood vigilant. At this moment, the 3 elite units of the Jinyui exhibited a formidable presence that rivaled that of the imperial army. Lord Chu, Her Majesty has indicated that we may commence. Jiang Wan'er whispered as she approached Chu Xiu. Very well. I am Commander Chu Xiu of the Jinyui. He proclaimed. You should all see the 100 arenas set up within the training grounds. This martial examination is my proposal to Her Majesty, aimed at selecting talent for our Jinyui. Therefore, Her Majesty has entrusted this responsibility to me, appointing me as the chief examiner and the one to determine the subjects for the palace examination. Given that this examination is to identify talent for our Jinyui, I recommended that we hold the palace examination within the imperial barracks. After all, we seek strength. So there is no need for unnecessary embellishments or strategical evaluations. You should have noticed that 100 arenas have been prepared in the training grounds. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, rising to address the 1,000 elite warriors. His voice was deep and commanding as he declared, each arena represents a position for 100 martial examination scholars. You may choose any arena to defend. Should you be knocked off, you can challenge others in different arenas. However, if you fail in 3 consecutive challenges, you will lose the right to continue. To secure a position as a martial examination scholar, it is simple. You must remain standing until the conclusion of the examination. The examination will last a total of 2 hours. After this period, whoever remains on the arena will be crowned as the first martial examination scholar of the Great Zhou dynasty, earning the rank of Jinyui Baihu. Of course, to determine the top 3 contenders of this examination, namely the champion, the runner-up, and the 3rd place, there will be a second round following the conclusion of the arena defenses. All martial scholars will draw lots. Whoever draws the lot of the arena master will ascend to the arena to accept challenges. Pausing for effect, Chu Xiu continued solemnly. This second round will last for only 1 hour. After 1 hour, whoever remains standing on the arena will be declared the top 3. Finally, I will assess the strength displayed by the 3 and determine who is the champion, the runner-up, and the 3rd place. All 3 will be granted the rank of Jinyui Qianhu. Do you all understand the rules? Chapter 86. My lord, when shall we take action to thoroughly eradicate the Virtuous sect? Understood. Upon hearing this, 1,000 candidates for the martial examination echoed in unison. For this martial examination, I have but one requirement. Unleash your utmost capabilities and showcase your strongest prowess. Do not fret about the possibility of accidental harm or casualties. Such occurrences shall not transpire during this contest. Chu Xiu remarked with a serious expression to avert such incidents. I have summoned General Murong to select 100 peak 9th layer experts from the Imperial Guard to serve as judges for each arena. That is all I wish to convey. The martial examination officially commences, Chu Xiu said with a faint smile. Yes. The crowd responded loudly, each eager to rush towards their respective arenas. Chu Xiu gradually took his seat to observe the battles. In truth, the complete profiles of every candidate, along with their cultivation levels, had long been investigated by the Jinyui and delivered into Chu Xiu's hands. Even the Empress Murongxi and the Emperor's uncle Murongchanga had received comprehensive dossiers. However, cultivation level does not equate to actual strength. These are 2 distinct matters. Genuine prodigies possess the ability to battle beyond their ranks. One must not merely assess superficial strength. This year's martial examination has revealed numerous true geniuses, even exceptional talents. Chu Xiu harbored high expectations for these individuals. There are still many hidden talents in the common folk, merely awaiting an opportunity. Now, he has bestowed this chance upon them, and their performance shall determine their fate. My lord, we have gathered complete intelligence on the virtuous sect. Lin Huayu entered the military camp, approaching Chu Xiu from behind, speaking in a hushed tone. Oh? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow and replied. Lin Huayu produced a ledger and handed it to Chu Xiu. Upon receiving the ledger, Chu Xiu perused its contents, sneering as he remarked, I knew it. The virtuous sect is indeed a nefarious entity. After all, it is derived from the Supreme Esoteric Temple. The most renowned martial art of the Supreme Esoteric Temple is the Supreme Yoga Esoterica, a genuine dual cultivation method of the esoteric sect. How could the virtuous sect truly maintain a low profile? The disciples of the virtuous sect require resources for their cultivation, which cannot simply fall from the sky, nor can the Supreme Esoteric Temple provide them. Thus, they resort to plunder and coercion. However, the virtuous sect operates with utmost secrecy. Moreover, how could one practice a dual cultivation method without the involvement of women? It is astonishing that the virtuous sect has been secretly abducting maidens, remaining undetected due to their clandestine operations. My lord, when shall we act to utterly obliterate the virtuous sect? Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Fang Heng's eyes sparkled with murderous intent as he inquired with a palpable aura of violence. Pei Shiji and Luo Tianxi also turned their gazes towards Chu Xiu, their respective elite guards eagerly anticipating genuine bloodshed. After a period of cultivation, the Jingtian Guard has rapidly advanced, with the lowest among them having reached the innate realm, while the Jingxin and Jingshan Guards, under ample resource provision, have merely stepped into the superior tier, with few achieving the innate realm. A scant number have even entered the master realm. This progression is naturally linked to the Jingtian Guard's efforts in cleansing the remnants of the Jinyui within the Great Zhou dynasty, engaging in constant combat. The Slaughter Blade Manual demands the experience of bloodshed for rapid growth. Patience is key. Chu Xiu observed the battles unfolding in the arenas with an expression of calm. This time, our Jinyui can augment its ranks by 500. Even if only 100 martial scholars manage to become 100 households, the rest can still serve as flag bearers. They too require a battle, a genuine immersion into our Jinyui. Once today's martial examination concludes, tomorrow we shall bring them forth to level the virtuous sect. My lord is truly wise. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng and the others expressed their respect. Chu Xiu chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. 2 hours later, 100 young martial artists stood steadfastly atop the arena. Some displayed signs of fatigue, while others remained spirited and carefree. This already illustrated the disparity in their strengths. Truthfully, those who could stand on the arena and successfully defend had all reached at least the peak 5th layer of the Grandmaster realm, with some even attaining the nascent Soul realm. Among these, 7 had surpassed the nascent Soul realm, 5 of whom hailed from the Imperial Guard and the capital garrison, while 2 were commoners. This alone suffices to demonstrate that these 2 individuals are certainly extraordinary. After all, the journey from the common folk to this point is significantly more arduous than for those in the Imperial Guard or capital garrison, as they have far fewer resources for cultivation. Time is up. Challenge concluded. Fang Heng stepped forth from behind Chu Xiu, swiftly appearing near the arena. Addressing the 100 successful defenders, those wishing to continue challenging for the top 3 positions in the martial examination, come forth to draw lots. Those opting out need not approach. As 1,000 households of the Jinyui and the commander of the Jingtian Guard, Fang Heng is also an examiner for this martial examination. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous confident young martial artists hurried toward Fang Heng. In mere moments, 29 had gathered. Among them, the lowest cultivation level stood at the 7th layer of the Grandmaster realm. Those below that level had essentially given up. I'm in. A black-clad youth, around 16 or 17 years old, with a cold demeanor, exclaimed as he appeared before Fang Heng like a bolt of lightning. Is there anyone else wishing to participate? Fang Heng nodded, observing the remaining 70 martial scholars. The candidates remained silent. Very well, since there are none, let us begin the drawing. Fang Heng pointed to a table where a box had been placed, instructing, each of you will draw a piece of paper from within. We shall continue until 3 defenders are selected. Should a round yield no selection, we will proceed to a second round. Lin Huayu glanced at the black-clad youth with astonishment, whispering to Chu Xiu, my lord, this individual was raised by a fierce tiger after being found as an infant and was nurtured until the age of 9. Ultimately adopted by a retired 100 households of our Jinyui. He has cultivated an ordinary martial art to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. This tiger boy, Qin Changsheng, possesses formidable strength. Due to the influence of that 100 households, Qin Changsheng has always held a favorable impression of us. Upon learning that this martial examination is for selecting talents for our Jinyui, he immediately signed up. Although he is merely at the peak of the 9th layer of the Grandmaster realm, he undoubtedly qualifies as a true prodigy, even an exceptional genius. His innate talent is extraordinary. His combat prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary first-layer nascent soul cultivator. He is undoubtedly the best candidate for training in our Jinyui's Slaughterblade Manual. Once he masters our Slaughterblade Manual, he could potentially become a formidable weapon, unrivaled across the world. Chapter 87. The Essence of the Kanglan Blade, the top 3 in the martial examination. Qin Changxing stands poised to be the 3rd place. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and remarked, "Indeed, Qin Changxing's prowess places him among the top contenders in the inaugural martial examination of the Great Zhou dynasty, ranking him within the top 3. He is undoubtedly one of the 3 with the finest innate talent. The other 2, Jiang Li and Shun Songyun, possess talents that are no less formidable than Qin Changxing's. Both are slightly older and have already attained the 2nd level of the Yuanshan realm, making them among the elite. Their strength undoubtedly surpasses that of Qin Changxing. Jiang Li hails from the Imperial Guards, while Shun Songyun comes from the capital's military. In contrast, Qin Changxing is genuinely from the common folk. Lin Huayu and his companions nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of their recent advancements. Having ascended to the 5th level of the Yuan Shin realm thanks to the abundant medicinal resources provided by the Jinyui. Before long, the 3 arena champions were drawn. Among them were a practitioner at the 1st level of the Yuan Shin realm, one at the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm, and another at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. This official announces that the challenge for the top 3 officially commences. Fang Heng declared loudly, casting a glance at Qin Changxing and the others. With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Chu Xiu. "I shall take the stage," Qin Changxing proclaimed with conviction. Stepping forth onto the arena of the 1st level Yuan Shin practitioner, he boldly challenged the strongest of the champions. Jiang Li and Shun Songyun remained composed, showing no immediate intent to compete. Are you certain you wish to challenge me?" The young martial artist at the 1st level of the Yuan Shin realm inquired, scrutinizing Qin Changxing. With an air of tranquility, Qin Changxing replied, "If I aspire to claim a top position, I must inevitably face those of the Yuan Shin realm. Let us see how my strength measures up." "Very well," the young practitioner replied, casting a penetrating gaze at Qin Changxing. "If you can withstand my blade, I shall concede defeat." Qin Changxing fixed his gaze upon the young warrior. "Agreed." The young practitioner nodded, gripping his silver-white spear. "Unleash your strike. If I cannot withstand it, I shall accept my defeat with grace." Kanglan. In a sudden motion, Qin Changxing drew his blade and struck forth. The stroke unleashed a torrent reminiscent of a great river, a surging force that seemed to embody boundless might, aimed directly at the young Yuan Shin practitioner. This was the essence of the Kanglan blade. As the blade cleaved through the air, every gaze in the martial arena turned toward Qin Changxing. The pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm had managed to grasp the essence of blade artistry. The power of this strike was formidable enough to contend with a genuine practitioner of the Yuan Shin realm. Even the likes of Chu Xiu, the general of the Imperial Guards, Murong Chang'e, and the Empress Murong Si, regarded Qin Changxing with admiration. Boom! An ancient, blood-colored spear materialized above the young practitioner's head, his expression turning grave as he recognized the formidable strength of Qin Changxing's strike. With his spear in hand, he advanced to meet Qin Changxing's assault. The spear technique was straightforward and unembellished, a true military style of slaughter, yet it emanated a formidable aura, reminiscent of 1,000 troops charging forth. "My lord, this individual is not to be underestimated. He is from the Imperial Guards and holds the rank of lieutenant. His name is Han Yu." Aware of the inaugural martial examination, he, like Jiang Li and Shun Songyun, relinquished his rank to participate in this event. Lin Huayu whispered to Chu Xiu, concerned that the absence of a portrait in the materials might hinder Chu Xiu's recognition of Han Yu's identity. His spear technique is commendable. Although it may not match Qin Changxing's, he is still exceptionally strong among those at the 1st level of the Yuan Shin realm, Chu Xiu acknowledged, displaying a hint of satisfaction. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted. With a single strike, Han Yu was sent flying. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the referee, a master of the Dharma realm from the Imperial Guards, intervened and safely brought Han Yu down from the arena, sparing him from injury. "Victory to Qin Changxing," the Imperial Guards expert announced loudly. Jiang Li and Shun Songyun gazed in astonishment as Qin Changxing defeated Han Yu, a practitioner of the 1st level of the Yuan Shin realm. They were deeply impressed by Qin Changxing's ability to comprehend blade essence at the Grandmaster realm and to overcome Han Yu with such prowess. Such strength certainly warranted a place among the top 3. Meanwhile, the matches on the other 2 arenas had concluded as well. Jiang Li and Shun Songyun approached their respective arenas, evidently ready to engage in combat. An hour slipped by in an instant, and at last, the trio of Jiang Li, Shen Songyun, and Qin Chongqing stood atop the arena. Throughout the challenges, they had been keenly assessing their own strengths, eager to ascertain their standings in this martial examination. Jiang Li, Shen Songyun, Qin Chongqing, Chu Xiu rose and addressed them solemnly. The three champions leapt from the arena, landing before Chu Xiu. Their eyes filled with admiration as they bowed deeply. "We pay our respects, my lord." It was evident that during this time, they had come to understand Chu Xiu profoundly. The more they learned, the clearer it became what the Jinyui had accomplished. Their respect for Chu Xiu grew immensely. Jiang Li is the champion of the inaugural martial examination of the Great Zhou dynasty. Shen Songyun is the runner-up. Qin Chongqing is the third place. Chu Xiu's voice resonated powerfully. "Thank you, my lord." Jiang Li and the others knelt before Chu Xiu, their expressions brimming with excitement. They understood that securing a top position in this examination meant their admission into the Jinyui as captains. "Now, all martial scholars, step forward to receive your accolades." Chu Xiu nodded slightly, addressing the gathered martial scholars within the arena. His voice, though not loud, echoed in the ears of all present. "Long live the Empress." In response, Jiang Li and the others slowly rose and, alongside the martial scholars, approached the high platform where Empress Murongxi stood, kneeling before her. "By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, Jiang Li is appointed as a captain in the Jinyui. Shen Songyun is appointed as a captain in the Jinyui." Jiang Wanner received the freshly pinned decree from a female official tasked with its transcription and began to read aloud. "We thank the Empress for her great kindness." Jiang Li and the others chorused. Empress Murongxi gracefully rose, gesturing for the gathered martial scholars to rise. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Upon receiving her acknowledgement, Jiang Li and the others stood, while Empress Murongxi's gaze turned toward the remaining 900 martial examination candidates who had not attained the status of martial scholars. Chapter 88. The destruction of mountains and temples, the excitement of newly appointed officials of the Jinyui. The unsuccessful candidates of the martial arts imperial examination await their edicts. Murongxi gazed sternly at the candidates of the martial arts examination and declared, "You have all proven your mettle by entering the martial arts imperial examination." Upon hearing this, a multitude of candidates swiftly demonstrated their agility and gathered around. Meanwhile, Jiang Li and his companions stepped aside. 900 candidates knelt before Murongxi, their faces alight with fervor as they proclaimed, "We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Your entry into the martial arts examination signifies that you are the true talents of the Great Zhou dynasty. I hereby appoint you as the esteemed leaders of the Jinyui." Murongxi proclaimed with authority. "We are deeply grateful for Your Majesty's gracious favor." The candidates responded with tears of gratitude. "I hereby declare the first martial arts examination of the Great Zhou dynasty officially concluded." Murongxi's voice resonated with solemnity. "We express our gratitude for Your Majesty's benevolence." At that moment, Jiang Li and his companions, along with the newly minted martial scholars, once again expressed their thanks to Murongxi. With determined strides, Murongxi made his way beyond the camp of the Imperial Guards, followed closely by his uncle, Murongchanga, and Chu Xiu. Meanwhile, Fang Heng led Jiang Li and others to the main headquarters of the Jinyui for their accommodation. This martial arts examination merely resulted in the addition of 300 households, 9,700 households, and 900 leaders, making the arrangement of these individuals a straightforward task for the Jinyui. After all, the headquarters in the capital and the southern and northern pacification offices were in dire need of such personnel, especially after purging a significant number of unworthy elements from the ranks. Upon departing the Imperial Guards camp, Murongchanga bid farewell, while Chu Xiu accompanied Murongxi to the Taiji Palace. Within the palace, Murongxi sat before the royal desk and addressed Chu Xiu, "My dear minister, you must have some thoughts regarding the Jinyui." "Your Majesty, indeed, I have some insights," Chu Xiu began. "I propose to establish the Jingtian Wei, Jingshan Wei, and Jingxian Wei within the Jinyui, specifically assigned to the headquarters. However, these three divisions will not occupy the existing ranks of the Jinyui. Furthermore, I suggest expanding the ranks of the Jingshan Wei and Jingxian Wei to 3,000 personnel." After careful contemplation, Chu Xiu continued, "The highest rank in these divisions will be the Grand Commander, equivalent to the rank of the pacification officers of the southern and northern offices, both at the 4th rank. The next in command will be the commander, who leads 1,000 men and holds the same rank as a 100 household leader. Previously, he only commanded the northern pacification office, hence the Jingshan Wei and Jingxian Wei were limited to 1,000 personnel each, with Fang Heng serving as the leader of the Jingtian Wei. Now, it is essential to elevate their status, especially with the influx of numerous 100 household leaders and captains, effectively augmenting the forces akin to adding 900 household leaders. Approved. Morongxi furrowed his brow in contemplation before declaring, the Jinui headquarters will maintain 500 household leaders, with the Northern Pacification Office comprising 15 and the Southern Pacification Office retaining 5, remaining unchanged. These 3 divisions will serve to strengthen the authority of the Jinui, ensuring that the rulers of the Great Zhou dynasty will no longer face disobedience from the pacification offices. Jiang Wanner, draft the edict. Yes, I shall obey, Jiang Wanner responded, promptly commencing the drafting process at a nearby table. Chu, do you have any further additions? Morongxi inquired, casting a glance at Chu Xiu. Your Majesty, there is nothing more from my end, Chu Xiu replied, shaking his head. Very well, I shall not detain you, Morongxi nodded. Jiang Wanner approached with the freshly drafted edict and presented it to Chu Xiu. Your minister takes his leave. Chu Xiu accepted the edict, offered a bow, and exited the Taiji palace. Upon leaving the imperial grounds, he took a single step and vanished from sight. Moments later, at the training grounds of the Jinui headquarters, the newly appointed 100 household leaders and captains knelt before Chu Xiu, exclaiming, We pay our respects, my lord. At this moment, they had donned the Jinui's flying fish attire, brandishing embroidered spring knives, exuding an air of valor and authority. Rise, Chu Xiu replied with an air of calm. Thank you, my lord, they expressed in unison, standing upright. Are you aware of why I have summoned you? Chu Xiu asked with a gentle smile, observing the newly appointed officials. They shook their heads, confusion evident in their expressions as they gazed at Chu Xiu. I have 2 matters to discuss. The first is that all of you must complete your transition to our exclusive martial arts, the Killing Blade Manual, within 2 hours. This manual is specifically designed for the cultivation of the Jinui and represents a true pinnacle of martial arts. It is undoubtedly far superior to your current practices. The most formidable aspect of this martial arts is that it allows you to grow stronger through acts of slaying. Your cultivation will ascend in the midst of combat, Chu Xiu declared with a firm voice. Upon hearing this, whether they were soldiers from the imperial guards like Jiang Li or commoners like Qin Changsheng, their eyes sparkled with excitement. To receive the teachings of the Killing Blade Manual upon joining the Jinui was indeed the greatest surprise. The reason I require you to complete this transition in 2 hours is due to the second matter. The second matter is that you will partake in your inaugural act of slaughter as members of the Jinui. I shall lead you to eradicate the dangers posed by the King Kong sect, a martial arts faction that endangers the common folk. Chu Xiu paused, his voice laced with intensity. Only by completing your transition within these 2 hours can you elevate your cultivation during this slaughter. I hope that each of you can achieve a breakthrough through this encounter. For those yet to step into the Yuanshan realm, this slaughter shall be your path to becoming true practitioners of the Yuanshan realm. As Chu Xiu's words resonated, the newly appointed officials of the Jinui were momentarily taken aback, only to be swept with waves of fervor and excitement. The destruction of mountains and temples was undoubtedly a cause for immense exhilaration. Everyone understood the profound threat that sects posed to the Great Zhou dynasty. However, the power of these sects was formidable. The unity of sects could rival, if not surpass, that of the great families. Yet here stood Chu Xiu, unafraid to confront the sects threatening the Great Zhou dynasty. How could this not ignite the passions of these zealous young men eager to serve their nation? Feng Heng, you shall be responsible for imparting the Killing Blade Manual to all. Chu Xiu noted the expressions of excitement on the faces of the newly appointed officials and smiled with satisfaction. Yes, I will comply, Feng Heng replied respectfully, fully prepared for the task. Chapter 89, Flattening the Diamond Sect, Master Diamond. 2 hours later, at the headquarters of the Jinui, in the martial arts arena, Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianqi stood at the forefront. 3,000 Jing Tian guards, 1,000 Jingshan guards, and 1,000 Jingxian guards were all gathered in the arena, divided into 3 formidable teams, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Additionally, there were 1,000 newly appointed Jinui officials led by Jiang Li. Suddenly, Chu Xiu seemed to materialize out of thin air in the arena. Salutations, my lord. Feng Heng and the others bowed deeply, accompanied by thousands of men. No need for formalities. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, my lord. The crowd responded in unison. Feng Heng, have all the newly appointed Qianhu, Baihu, and Zongqi completed their transitions? Chu Xiu inquired, his expression calm. Reporting to you, my lord. All transitions have been completed, and we are ready to depart for the Diamond Sect in Hedong County. Feng Heng replied resolutely. Good, let us set off. With a grand gesture, Chu Xiu strode toward the Jinui headquarters, followed closely by Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianqi, with Jiang Li and the newly appointed Jinui officials bringing up the rear. Upon exiting the Jinui headquarters, Chu Xiu observed numerous grooms leading war horses awaiting their command. He took the reins of a steed, mounted swiftly, and galloped ahead toward the city gates. Fang Heng and the others followed suit, mounting their horses in pursuit. The thunderous sound of thousands of galloping warhorses reverberated through the city, causing a stir among the populace, who speculated about the purpose of Chu Xiu leading such a contingent of Jinhui out of the city. Hedong County, situated within the vicinity of the great Zhou dynasty's capital, was not far from the city itself, only a single hour's journey. With rapid pace, Chu Xiu and his contingent soon arrived at the outskirts of the Diamond Sect. The territorial expanse of the great Zhou dynasty, while bearing some resemblance to ancient China, boasted significant differences. Each county within the dynasty could rival the size of an ancient province. The vastness of the great Zhou's domain was astounding. Even Hedong County, though close to the capital, spanned nearly 1,000 miles. Had it not been for the exceptional steeds of the Jinhui, capable of traversing vast distances daily and infused with the bloodlines of mythical beasts, such a journey would have been unfeasible. In a world inhabited by barbaric tribes, demon races, and martial practitioners with divine capabilities, these steeds were far from ordinary. They were legitimate mounts of warriors. As twilight descended, the Diamond Sect, despite being a prominent Buddhist temple within the Great Zhou, was devoid of visitors at this hour. This was precisely Chu Xiu's intention. He aimed to strike while the temple was empty to avoid civilian casualties. Jing Tian guards encircle the entire Diamond Sect. Jingxian guards and Jingxian guards, along with the newly appointed officials, stormed the main gate. Chu Xiu commanded, his voice deep and authoritative. Yes. Fang Heng and the others responded in unison. Fang Heng swiftly directed the Jing Tian guards to surround the Diamond Sect. Chu Xiu, may I inquire about your purpose here today? Would you like me to inform the abbot, so he may personally greet you? A knowledgeable monk from the Diamond Sect approached with a dozen fellow monks, their foreheads glistening with beads of sweat, anxiety etched upon their faces. Chu Xiu's infamous reputation had spread throughout the region, instilling fear even among the monks. Indeed, your presence here is formidable, the monk stammered, aware of the recent devastation wrought upon the great Buddha temple by Chu Xiu and his Jinhui. Kill, Chu Xiu declared calmly. The moment his command fell, a blade sang through the air. Bright, white light cleaved through the gathered monks, ending their lives in an instant. Our Diamond Sect is under siege by Chu Xiu and the Jinhui, a gatekeeper monk exclaimed, his voice trembling with terror. The news spread like wildfire, igniting panic within the sect. Figures began to converge upon the main gate, each bearing the formidable prowess of grandmasters or even those at the nascent soul realm. Even the abbot, a figure of considerable stature, rushed towards the commotion. Chu Xiu remained still, hands clasped behind his back, while Pei Shiji and the others led the Jinhui cavalry into the fray. Fang Heng directed the Jing Tian guards from all sides, and chaos erupted within the Diamond Sect. The combat prowess of Fang Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianxi surged, enhanced by the killing blade formation, elevating Fang Heng to the realm of ascendance. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, Shun Songyun, and Qin Changsheng, accompanied by the newly appointed Jinhui officials, also engaged in combat, forming their own killing blade formation. Within just 2 hours, Fang Heng had not only facilitated the transition of all newly appointed officials, but had also instructed them in the art of the killing blade formation. Those chosen for the imperial examination were exceptional talents, selected from the elite of the great Zhou dynasty. Amida Buddha, good, good. A resonant chant echoed throughout the Diamond Sect as a middle-aged monk clad in crimson robes ascended into the air, gazing down at Chu Xiu with sincerity. My Lord Chu, may I ask what transgression we of the Diamond Sect have committed to warrant your assault? If there is any misunderstanding, I am willing to apologize on behalf of the sect. Whatever we can do to rectify the situation, I shall oblige. This middle-aged monk was none other than the abbot of the Diamond Sect, Master Diamond himself. Observing the chaos unfold, he was filled with profound astonishment. Who claimed the Jinhui had fallen from grace? This was a force still very much alive. However, in the face of the Jinhui, the entire King Kong sect was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The Jinhui wielded an extraordinarily terrifying formation, which, through its power, caused all the cavalry of the Jinhui to experience a remarkable surge in their cultivation levels and strength. Yet, he was acutely aware that the key to resolving the crisis of the King Kong sect lay with Chu Xiu. If Chu Xiu was unwilling to spare the King Kong sect, even with his formidable strength, there would be no hope for salvation. Chapter 90. The Divide Between Immortals and Mortals, the Sacred Healing Elixir. I demand the complete annihilation of your entire Vajra sect, Chu Xiu said with a calm smile, gazing at the Vajra master. Lord Chu, our Vajra sect has always maintained a low profile and strictly adhered to the laws of the great Zhou dynasty. The Vajra master replied, a hint of bitterness creeping into his smile. I implore you to spare us a path to survival. I assure you, should you require anything in the future, we of the Virtuous sect will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Low profile, Virtuous master, do not deceive yourself in my presence. Chu Xiu retorted with a hint of mockery. Do you really think I am a mere child who would believe your words blindly? The transgressions of your Virtuous sect have long been thoroughly investigated by my Jinui. If your sect is not to be extinguished, I would be ashamed to serve as the commander of the Jinui. So, you are determined to eradicate my Virtuous sect, Lord Chu? The Virtuous master's expression darkened. His eyes icy as he glared at Chu Xiu, filled with rage. Have you heard of the wrath of the Buddha? Even if I cannot slay you, I will ensure that we both suffer. Fang Heng, eliminate him. Chu Xiu said flatly. This time, Chu Xiu showed no intention of intervening himself. Instead, preparing to let Fang Heng and the others lead the Jinui cavalry to raise the Virtuous sect. Previously, when they had destroyed the great Buddha temple, the Jinui had not possessed such strength. Now, empowered by the slaughter blade array, they could dismantle the Virtuous sect without him lifting a finger. Why should he involve himself directly? What purpose would be served in cultivating the Jing Tian Wei, Jing Shen Wei, and Jing Xian Wei if he did? Indeed, anyone who dares to threaten the Lord deserves death. A figure soared into the air, striking down towards the Virtuous master with a single blade. As the blade descended, the entire sky was bathed in crimson. Ascension realm. The Virtuous master exclaimed, his face displaying sheer disbelief. He had been deeply wary of the Jinui's slaughter blade array, but he never anticipated it had reached such terrifying heights. Fang Heng had concealed his true strength until this moment, revealing his prowess at the Ascension realm. Had he known earlier that Fang Heng could achieve such power through the slaughter blade array, he would have fled long ago, disregarding the fate of the Virtuous sect. Boom. The blade fell. The Virtuous master, a pinnacle figure at the 9th level of the Dharma form, had no means of resistance. This was the chasm between the Dharma form and the Ascension realm. They were worlds apart, a true divide between immortals and mortals. After slaying the Virtuous master, Fang Heng continued his advance towards the remaining Dharma form elders of the Virtuous sect. If he did not act swiftly, the Dharma form elders would soon fall victim to Pei Shiji and Luo Tianxi. Although slaying the Virtuous master would greatly enhance Fang Heng's power, a considerable portion of that power was also distributed among the 3,000 Jing Tian Wei. The slaughter blade array not only amplified the strength of the main array's wielder but also bolstered the overall might of the group, with the main wielder receiving the most benefit. As a major Buddhist sect in Suzhou, the Virtuous sect boasted over 10,000 disciples. This massacre persisted for half an hour before it finally came to a close. The sky had begun to dim. Suddenly, congratulations, host. You have eradicated the Virtuous sect, a scourge to the citizens of the great Zhou dynasty, and earned a century's worth of Dharma form power as a reward, along with 10 bottles of the revitalizing elixir. Would you like to claim your reward? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resonated in Chu Xiu's mind. The revitalizing elixir? Chu Xiu's heart stirred. I shall claim the reward. As soon as he spoke, a century's worth of Dharma form power appeared within his dantian. The Qingjing divine art automatically activated, absorbing and refining the power, allowing him to break through from the pinnacle of the 7th level of the Dharma form to the 8th level. In his mind, the description of the revitalizing elixir emerged. It was a true sacred healing remedy, regardless of internal or external injuries, as long as one had a breath left. Consuming it would allow for instantaneous recovery. Each bottle contained 10 pills, and 10 bottles meant 100 pills, sufficient to heal 100 severely injured individuals. This revitalizing elixir was indeed extraordinary and would be quite useful this time. A smile graced Chu Xiu's face. To him, whether it was the Jing Tian Wei, Jing Shen Wei, or Jing Xian Wei, or even the newly appointed Jinui officials, each was an elite of the Jinui. Losing one was a significant loss. However, in the face of slaughter, some losses were inevitable. Yet, with the revitalizing elixir, many could be saved from the brink of death. Reporting to you, my lord, all disciples of the Virtuous sect have been exterminated. We discovered over 1,000 young women imprisoned within the Virtuous sect. Fang Heng, accompanied by Pei Shiji and others, approached Chu Xiu with a grave expression. These young women, aside from a few who were recently abducted, are mostly in a dazed state, having been tormented beyond recognition by the disciples of the Virtuous sect. My lord, how should we handle these young women? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu furrowed his brow. From the intelligence gathered by the Jinui, he was aware of the existence of numerous young women within the Virtuous sect. Yet, he had not anticipated the number to be so staggering, and this was merely what they had discovered thus far. He could only imagine how many young women had perished at the hands of the Virtuous sect in the past. The Virtuous sect's so-called low profile was merely a facade to avoid capturing young women within Hedong County, instead abducting them from outside the county and even beyond Suzhou. This way, even if young women went missing, it would be difficult for anyone to suspect the virtuous sect. Periodically, the virtuous sect would abduct a batch of young women. After a moment of silence, Chu Xiu spoke. First, take these women back and have physicians treat them. Once they are healed, we will inquire about their wishes. Those who wish to return home will be escorted by our jinui. We will also provide them with some monetary compensation. Those who do not wish to return will remain with the jinui. Both the central office of the jinui and the southern and northern pacification divisions can accommodate a number of them, where they can help with cooking and laundry, receiving a monthly wage. He understood well that most of these women would likely not wish to return home, ashamed to face their families. Furthermore, some may have lost their families to the hands of the virtuous sect's monks during their abduction, leaving them homeless. If he did not arrange for their proper care, it would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Yes, I shall obey your command. Fong Hung breathed a sigh of relief, admiration evident on his face. Moments ago, he had truly been at a loss regarding how to handle these young women. What is the casualty report for our jinui? Has it been compiled? Chu Xiu asked, his expression serious as he looked at Fong Hung. Chapter 91. The humble monk here wishes to pose a single question to Lord Chu. I respectfully report, my lord, that within our jinui, there have been casualties, 3 from the Jing Tian Guard, 5 from the Jingshan Guard, and 6 from the Jingxian Guard. All sustained minor injuries, and none perished in battle. Among the newly promoted officers and banner leaders, there are 29 seriously injured and 42 with light injuries. Yet, none have lost their lives. Upon hearing this, Fong Heng's expression turned solemn, and he spoke with resolute clarity. Although the Jingtian, Jingshan, and Jingxian guards have consistently looked after the new officials of the jinui, it is inevitable that a number of serious and minor injuries would arise. The sole silver lining is that no one has died in battle, as long as there are no fatalities. With a period of recuperation and the healing elixirs provided by the jinui, they will surely recover. However, during their recovery, their cultivation progress will undoubtedly lag behind. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Here are 3 bottles of healing elixir, each containing 10 pills. For those who are seriously injured, a single pill will suffice for their immediate recovery. With a wave of his sleeve, Chu Xiu conjured 3 jade vials to hover before Fong Hung, adding, the extra healing elixir will be temporarily kept with you. Although the quantity of healing elixirs in Chu Xiu's possession could restore even those with minor injuries instantly, it would be wasteful to use such precious healing medicine on them. The healing elixir, being a sacred remedy, must be reserved for the seriously injured. Yes, I will obey, Fong Hung replied, his eyes brightening as he grasped the 3 vials with reverence. He promptly entrusted them to Jiang Li, who would ensure that each seriously injured individual received their share. What of our spoils? Chu Xiu inquired, nodding slightly as he gazed at Fong Hung. It is worth noting that within the entire virtuous sect, there are over thousands of disciples, all of whom possess at least innate cultivation, with many reaching the levels of grandmasters, great-grandmasters, and even those of the nascent soul and dharma aspect realms. This presents a veritable feast for the jinui, one that promises to significantly elevate their cultivation levels. Thus, Chu Xiu felt a sense of anticipation. I report, my lord, that after this battle, the lowest cultivation level among our jinui has reached the 3rd minor completion of the Grandmaster realm. A vast number have ascended to Great Grandmaster and even nascent soul stages. Among them, there are 139 in the nascent soul realm. Fong Heng's expression was one of elation as he exclaimed, I, too, have officially stepped into the pinnacle of the 1st level of the Dharma aspect realm. Brother Pei and Brother Luo have also attained the minor completion of the 1st level of the Dharma aspect realm. Excellent, your strengths have finally been enhanced, Chu Xiu remarked, a hint of appreciation gracing his features as he praised, with our Jinui's slaughter blade array, you possess the capability to contend even against true Ascension realm practitioners. Such is the might of the slaughter blade manual. Reflecting on the prior encounter at the Great Buddha Temple, he lamented the squandered opportunity. At that time, all practitioners of the Dharma aspect realm at the Great Buddha Temple had been vanquished by Chu Xiu alone. It must be understood that the rewards reaped from slaying foes with the slaughter blade manual were of immense value to the jinui. Therefore, the previous enhancement of the Jingtian Guard had been modest in comparison. This time, however, was different. Chu Xiu refrained from intervening, allowing the jinui to eliminate all the experts of the virtuous sect with the slaughter blade array. Thus, the jinui experienced a true surge in power, an authentic escalation in their cultivation. Yet, cultivation levels alone do not dictate strength. For instance, even at the 1st level of the nascent soul realm, Chu Xiu could easily overpower Fong Hung and his companions. This is due to the superior martial arts he has cultivated, which far surpass those of Fong Hung and his peers. Although the difficulty of his breakthroughs is greater, the growth in his combat prowess is beyond their comprehension. However, this does not significantly impact the jinui. for they primarily rely on the slaughter blade array rather than their individual cultivation levels. Nonetheless, a higher personal cultivation level enhances the array's effectiveness. I offer my life in service to you, my lord. Fang Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianqi knelt before Chu Xiu, tears of gratitude in their eyes. Without Chu Xiu's teachings of the slaughter blade manual, coupled with the abundant training resources and diligent cultivation he provided, they would not have achieved their current status. I offer my life in service to you. The entire Jinui cavalry knelt in unison, voicing their devotion. Rise, Chu Xiu said with a gentle smile, waving his hand toward Fang Heng and the others. Thank you, my lord. Fang Heng and his companions responded in unison, standing up. With utmost urgency, they set about emptying the virtuous sect of its wealth and resources before igniting it in flames. The day is waning. We must return to the capital, Chu Xiu instructed, gesturing for Fang Heng and the others to follow. Yes, the crowd echoed, making their way into the virtuous sect. Chu Xiu stood at the entrance of the virtuous sect, hands clasped behind his back, awaiting their return. After half an hour, a convoy of simple carts emerged from the sect, each laden with treasures, elixirs, and martial arts manuals acquired from the virtuous sect. The sect itself was engulfed in roaring flames, reminiscent of the great Buddha temple. The inferno spread throughout the virtuous sect, as if purging this tainted abode of the Buddhist faith. I report, my lord, that the spoils from the virtuous sect have been collected, and we are ready to return to the capital, Fang Heng said respectfully, bowing to Chu Xiu. Let us depart for the capital, Chu Xiu replied with a slight nod, mounting his horse and setting off toward the city. The Jinui cavalry followed closely behind, safeguarding over 3,000 carts laden with treasures, as well as more than 1,000 young women rescued from the virtuous sect. These young women could not ride in the carts if they relied on their own strength. It would take them a month to reach the capital, given that they were escorting a large number of heavily laden carts. Their speed returning to the capital was far less swift than their arrival. After 3 hours, they reached the outskirts of the capital, still several dozen miles away on the official road. Suddenly, Chu Xiu raised his hand, his voice deep and commanding. Halt. Yes. In response to Chu Xiu's command, the entire convoy came to an immediate stop. Fang Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianqi exchanged glances before calling out in unison, form the array. No sooner had the words left their lips than figures emerged behind them. In that moment, the Jingtian, Jingshan, and Jingxian guards appeared in perfect formation, all gripping their blades. They were acutely aware of the multiple assassination attempts against Chu Xiu. Thus, they understood that there was a likelihood of an attack just outside the capital. Show yourselves. I have already seen you, Chu Xiu called out, his expression unperturbed as he gazed into the distant woods. You truly overestimate yourselves to think you can ambush me at the 7th minor completion of the Ascension realm. Amida Buddha, well said, well said. A gray-clad monk, obscured by a black hat that concealed his face, soared from the forest. Hands clasped together as he spoke, the humble monk here seeks to ask Lord Chu but one question. Chapter 92, The Supreme Secret Temple? The Vidra Dragon Elephant Technique? Are you a monk from the 10,000 Buddha Temple? A hint of amusement curled at the corners of Chu Xiu's mouth as he gazed teasingly at the gray-robed monk and countered his inquiry. No. The gray-robed monk shook his head, his eyes fixed on Chu Xiu with an intense gaze as he declared, this humble monk hails from the Supreme Secret Temple, bearing the Dharma name Dagger. I have been practicing in the capital for some time now. Upon witnessing the flames from the direction of the Vidra sect, I specifically awaited your arrival, Lord Chu, to inquire why you seek to eradicate the Vidra sect. The Vidra sect has always maintained a low profile and adhered strictly to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty. Despite the black hat obscuring his face, Chu Xiu could sense the fervor in the monk's eyes. The Supreme Secret Temple? Dagger? Chu Xiu smiled faintly and replied, you are not. Lord Chu does not believe me. The gray-robed monk frowned slightly. Indeed, I do not. Chu Xiu maintained a calm demeanor. From you, I sense a trace of murderous intent. You do not wish to ask me a question, but rather to take my life. Thus, there is no need to implicate the Supreme Secret Temple. Although it is also not a virtuous establishment, I despise deceit in my presence. Ba, if Lord Chu does not believe me, then I shall make you believe. The gray-robed monk sighed. Boom. A deafening sound erupted from the gray-robed monk as a dazzling golden Buddhist light burst forth, transforming him into a figure resembling the Buddha. As the golden light began to fade, his figure became visible. The black hat atop his head shattered, his garments tattered, leaving only his trousers. He appeared as a golden-bodied Buddha, his stature swelling to several dozen feet in height. The Vidra Dragon Elephant Technique. This is the Vidra Dragon Elephant Technique of the Supreme Secret Temple. The astonishment was evident on Fang Heng's face as he gasped in amazement. The Vidra Dragon Elephant Technique? Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows. He was certainly aware of this technique, having perused extensive tomes within the Imperial Guard. The Vajra Dragon Elephant technique was renowned as one of the protective arts of the Supreme Secret Temple, known for its immense strength akin to a dragon and elephant, coupled with unparalleled defensive capabilities. While it may not be the pinnacle of the temple's protective arts, it was not a technique just anyone could master. Now, Lord Chu must believe in my identity, yes? Might you enlighten me as to why you seek to eradicate the Vajra sect? The gray-robed monk inquired earnestly, gazing down at Chu Xiu. Do not feign innocence with me. If you intend to strike, be straightforward. I am weary of this charade. Chu Xiu replied with a shake of his head. Ba, since Lord Chu is unwilling to answer, I must take offense. The gray-robed monk moved, stepping forward, his right hand reaching out towards Chu Xiu. His grasp was akin to a colossal hand seeking to encompass the heavens. Precisely. A cold glint flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he gripped his hand, summoning the Taiching Jinhua blade, unleashing the might of the slaughtering blade formation with a single stroke aimed at the gray-robed monk. A stunning arc of light materialized in the air. This strike was powered by 3,000 elite guards and 1,000 each of the Heavenly Shock and Immortal Shock guards, forming a formidable slaughtering blade array. Not even a monk at the 7th level of the Ascendant Realm could withstand this, let alone one at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Oh no! The gray-robed monk's pupils constricted in horror upon witnessing Chu Xiu's strike. He had not anticipated such terrifying power from the Imperial Guard. He felt as though he had merged with the strength of thousands of guards. This blow encapsulated their combined might. He moved like a streak of golden light, attempting to evade Chu Xiu's strike. However, his speed was no match for Chu Xiu's. Boom! The blade's energy, stretching for miles, descended upon the gray-robed monk. The heavens and earth seemed cleaved in two by this strike. The gray-robed monk was obliterated, reduced to mere dust, leaving nothing in his wake. The terrifying blade energy surged downward, erasing a small mountain and shattering countless trees in the nearby forest, leaving a scar on the earth stretching miles and dozens of meters wide. This was the result of thousands of elite guards combined with Chu Xiu's own cultivation, delivering a breathtaking blow. Upon witnessing the might of this strike, not only the thousands of elite guards, but even the newly inducted officials of the Imperial Guard stood in stunned silence. Even Chu Xiu felt a jolt of surprise. The power of this blow could rival that of the Ascendant Realm. In an instant, the aura of the thousands of elite guards began to swell. Though the increase was modest due to their numbers, the master-level guards broke through to a minor level of advancement. Chu Xiu, however, felt no enhancement. Although he could wield the slaughtering blade formation, his inner cultivation was not derived from the slaughtering blade cannon. Only those who practiced the slaughtering blade cannon could enhance their cultivation through slaughter. Thus, the entire reward for eliminating the 7th level Ascendant Grey-Robed Monk was bestowed upon the elite guards. Lord's might, Lord's might, Lord's might. Soon, the thousands of elite guards regained their senses, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they reverently called out. The atmosphere was magnificent, resonating through the heavens. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the monk Jinghai of the 10,000 Buddha Temple. You have received a reward of 120 years of Dharma power, 50 pure Yang Wujiden, and 100 immortal ascension incense. Would you like to claim your rewards? 10,000 Buddha Temple monk, Jinghai? Chu Xiu's brow furrowed. He realized that this gray-robed monk was not a true disciple of the Supreme Secret Temple, but rather a deceiver attempting to frame the temple. After all, had he been a genuine disciple, he would not have merely watched as Chu Xiu decimated the Vajra sect without intervening. A disciple of the 10,000 Buddha Temple practicing the Vajra Dragon Elephant technique could easily mislead one into believing he was truly from the Supreme Secret Temple. Had he perished at the hands of the monk Jinghai, even Empress Murongxi, in her fury, would likely direct her wrath towards the Supreme Secret Temple, not the 10,000 Buddha Temple. This disciple of the 10,000 Buddha Temple was clever. From this, it was evident that the 10,000 Buddha Temple and the Supreme Secret Temple had long been engaged in a covert struggle, each desiring to eradicate the other. Chapter 93. Does my lord imply that this is a disciple of the 10,000 Buddha Temple? After a brief pause, Chu Xiu spoke within his mind. As soon as the words left his lips, a tremendous force of Dharma emerged from his dantian. The supreme divine art activated autonomously, absorbing and refining the power of Dharma accumulated over 120 years. In an instant, Chu Xiu's cultivation level ascended from the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Dharma to the 9th layer. Immediately thereafter, an introduction to the blissful ascension incense appeared in his mind. This incense bore a slight resemblance to the 3 Laughs tranquility powder. Both were colorless and odorless, intoxicating aromas. However, the potency of the blissful ascension incense was far more formidable. Even those at the Dharma and Ascendant realms would find themselves utterly defenseless against its effects, experiencing an overwhelming joy akin to attaining immortality. My lord, is this monk truly a disciple of the Supreme Secret Temple? Fang Heng pondered before inquiring of Chu Xiu. Certainly not, Chu Xiu replied, shaking his head. Do you believe that a disciple of the Supreme Secret Temple would remain oblivious to our intent to flatten the diamond sect? My lord suggests that this is a disciple of the 10,000 Buddha Temple? Fang Heng's gaze sharpened as he remarked. Is his true purpose to eliminate my lord while framing the 10,000 Buddha Temple? Indeed, it must be so, Chu Xiu affirmed. The Prajna Hall of the 10,000 Buddha Temple has long been dedicated to studying martial arts from all sects, neglecting its own teachings. This has been the tradition of the 10,000 Buddha Temple. To put it bluntly, it serves the purpose of utilizing the martial arts of others while committing murder, without arousing suspicion towards their own sect. The 10,000 Buddha Temple is indeed despicable. Fang Heng's face flushed with anger. No wonder they were so secretive initially. If he were truly a disciple of the Supreme Secret Temple seeking to understand our motives for dismantling the Diamond Sect, he would not have concealed his identity. Pei Shiji and others also exhibited expressions of profound indignation. We shall keep a record of this grievance against the 10,000 Buddha Temple, and once we possess sufficient strength, we shall bring it to ruin as well. Of course, although the Supreme Secret Temple has not intervened this time, they too are far from virtuous. When the time comes for us to wield adequate power, I shall lead you all to demolish both sacred sites of the Buddhist sect. Now, let us return to the capital, Chu Xiu declared, his voice low yet powerful as he waved his hand. Yes. In response, thousands of imperial guards erupted in fervent agreement. It is worth noting that these are the 10,000 Buddha Temple and the Supreme Secret Temple, two prominent Buddhist sanctuaries, each possessing terrifying power. In many respects, the strength of these two Buddhist sanctuaries rivals that of the most elite families, not inferior to the esteemed 5 clans and 7 families. However, in terms of influence, they cannot be compared to the 5 clans and 7 families, hence the qualification of to a certain extent. Chu Xiu took the lead, heading towards the capital of the great Zhou dynasty, with thousands of imperial guards escorting over 3,000 carts in a grand procession behind him. An hour later, at the main hall of the Imperial Guard headquarters. Greetings, my lord. Fang Heng, Pei Shiji, Luo Tianxi, Lin Huayu, Yang Cheng, Tian Buli, Jiang Li, Shen Songyan, and Qin Changsheng, 9 officials, bowed deeply in reverence to the seated Chu Xiu. These 9 individuals constituted all the 1,000 household-level officials from both the southern and northern pacification offices in the capital. Please rise. Chu Xiu gestured dismissively to Fang Heng and the others. Thank you, my lord, they replied, standing up. I have summoned you here for a matter of utmost importance. The first topic involves the Jingxian Wei and Jingxian Wei. Before our march to dismantle the Diamond Sect, I have already secured His Majesty's consent to expand both the Jingxian Wei and Jingxian Wei to 3,000 personnel. Additionally, we will appoint 1 Grand Commander and 3 commanders for the Jingtian Wei, Jingxian Wei, and Jingxian Wei. The Grand Commander will hold a rank equivalent to that of the Southern and Northern Pacification officers, classified as a 4th-rank official, while the commanders will be on par with the 1,000 household rank. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu continued. Fang Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianxi will serve as the Grand Commanders of the Imperial Guard headquarters, overseeing the Jingtian Wei, Jingxian Wei, and Jingxian Wei respectively. The 3 stood momentarily stunned, before their expressions transformed into one of gratitude, kneeling with tears in their eyes, and declaring, "We, your humble servants, are willing to serve you to the death." Originally, they were merely 1,000 household officials within the Northern Pacification Office, often marginalized. Yet, they had now ascended to the role of Grand Commanders in the Imperial Guard, a position equivalent to the pacification officers of the Southern and Northern offices. This recognition was of immense significance for them. Furthermore, given Chu Xiu's continual bestowal of martial skills and various elixirs, they felt as if they had been reborn. Lin Huayu and the others gazed at Fang Heng and his companions with envy, but without a trace of jealousy. Given Chu Xiu's treatment of his trusted aides, they understood that Fang Heng and his companions' elevation would similarly bode well for their own futures. Stand up, Chu Xiu waved his sleeve, a gentle force lifting Fang Heng and the others to their feet. Thank you, my lord. They expressed their gratitude with utmost reverence. Jiang Li, Shen Songyun, and Qin Changsheng. Do you wish to join the 3 great guards as commanders, or would you prefer positions as 1,000 household officials in the Imperial Guard headquarters? Chu Xiu smiled, looking at them with an affable expression. You may choose for yourselves, as there are plenty of vacancies in both the Imperial Guard headquarters and the 3 great guards. The southern and northern pacification offices also have numerous thousand household vacancies. Reporting to my lord, I wish to join the Jing Tian Wei. Zhang Li responded after some thought. Bowing respectfully. Reporting to my lord, I wish to join the Jing Shen Wei. Shen Songyun and Qin Chaoxing exchanged glances and spoke in unison, their expressions respectful. They understood well that their choices were either to become thousand household officials in the Imperial Guard headquarters or to join the Jing Shen Wei or Jing Xian Wei. It was preferable for them to be distributed across different guards, as Chu Xiu evidently hoped for them to serve in diverse locations. After all, given their exceptional talents, concentrating them all in the Jing Tian Wei would weaken the Jing Shen Wei and Jing Xian Wei. Excellent. Just as I anticipated. I desired for you three to integrate into these three great guards and assist Fang Heng and the others in managing them effectively. Chu Xiu expressed satisfaction. We obey your command. Zhang Li and the others replied with utmost respect. His Majesty has consented that the three great guards will not occupy the 1,000 household quotas of our Imperial Guard headquarters. Thus, our headquarters still retains 5,000 household positions, effectively giving us a total of 14,000 household posts. This arrangement ensures that the Imperial Guard headquarters will not be overshadowed by the southern and northern pacification offices in the future. Chu Xiu turned to Fang Heng and the others, speaking solemnly. However, this also implies that the Imperial Guard headquarters still lacks 4,000 household officials, with the Northern Pacification Office needing 14 and the Southern Pacification Office lacking 4. Do you have any suggestions regarding this matter? Chapter 94. To attain more cultivation resources, one must make sacrifices. My lord, the subordinate began, I believe that all future captains of the Jinui must originate from the three great guards, whether it be from the Jinui General Headquarters, the Southern and Northern Pacification Offices, or the 13 prefectures of our Great Zhou dynasty. All captains must emerge from the three great guards. Moreover, in the future, all captains from the various 100 households across the Great Zhou must also be selected from the three great guards, with their ranks filled by the elite cavalry of the three great guards. Fang Heng exchanged glances with the others before stepping forward, addressing Chu Xiu with utmost seriousness. Pei Shiji and the others displayed expressions of agreement, fully comprehending Fang Heng's intentions. The three great guards were the elite chosen from the entirety of the Jinui, having truly experienced the crucible of battle, loyal to both Chu Xiu and the Empress Murongxi of the Great Zhou dynasty. Only by having them serve as captains of the 1,000 households and 100 households could the cohesion and loyalty of the entire Jinui be fortified. Indeed, this proposal is splendid. It aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. Chu Xiu remarked with an appreciative smile. Fang Heng, you shall be responsible for assigning all the 100 households and the chief flags from this martial examination to the three great guards, ensuring they assume the roles of the 100 households and chief flags. If the numbers are excessive, some may initially serve as trial 100 households. From now on, any position above the chief flag of the Jinui must be filled by those who have emerged from the ranks of the three great guards. Only those who have clawed their way out from the battlefield can become officials of the Jinui. Yes, I shall obey. Fang Heng replied with utmost respect. Have all the candidates from our Great Zhou's 13 prefectures arrived in the capital? Chu Xiu inquired, nodding slightly as he looked at Fang Heng. Although those eliminated from the prefectural examinations could not participate in the palace examination, their success in the county examinations indicated a certain level of talent. These individuals might still yield true talents, albeit some may have been unfortunate or lacked sufficient cultivation resources due to their humble origins. Thus, Chu Xiu had instructed Fang Heng to retain these candidates and integrate them into the Jinui, albeit starting from the ranks of ordinary cavalry, with only the exceptionally outstanding candidates qualifying as junior flags. My lord, Fang Heng reported respectfully, the eliminated candidates have entered the capital and have been accommodated in various inns, awaiting your summons. I shall not meet them, Chu Xiu replied, shaking his head. Gather all of them to the Jinui General Headquarters. The three great guards shall select from among them to fill their ranks of over 9,000. The remainder will be assigned to the Jinui General Headquarters or the Southern and Northern Pacification Offices. Indeed, it is over 9,000, not merely 9,000. Each of the three great guards comprises 3,000 households, with each household containing 1,120 individuals, rather than just 1,000. This is due to the composition of each household, which includes one captain, 1,000 households, along with numerous chief flags and junior flags. The total number of officials in each household amounts to 120. I understand, Fang Heng said, demonstrating his respect. I have summoned you all for two reasons. Aside from this matter, there is another of great significance to the Jinui. We must establish a merit system. Initially, I refrained from implementing such a system because our strength was still quite limited. Thus, All cultivation resources, be they pills or spiritual herbs, were made readily available. However, now that the strength of the Jinui is gradually growing, it is time to institute a merit system. From this day forth, all members of the Jinui, from the highest commander of the 3 great guards to the most ordinary cavalryman, will only receive basic cultivation resources. To obtain additional resources, one must contribute something in return. Only through effort can one reap rewards. Otherwise, it would be unjust to those valiant Jinui cavalry who risk their lives in battle. Upon establishing the merit system, all individuals executing tasks will earn merit points. These points can be exchanged for pills, spiritual herbs, or subsequent martial arts within the Jinui. Chu Xiu declared with an expression of calm determination. This applies to everyone without exception. Of course, it is not solely through combat that one can earn merit points. Contributing to the preparation of dragon tiger medicine baths or gathering intelligence for the Jinui will also yield merit points, as it all serves the greater cause of our organization. Participation in community service, such as maintaining order during free clinics or distributing grains and oils to the populace, will likewise yield merit points. The more challenging the task, the greater the merit points awarded. Upon hearing this, Feng Heng and the others displayed contemplative expressions. They were, in fact, in agreement with this notion. Even though the Jinui currently did not lack resources, it was unwise to squander them. Concentrating resources to nurture those who have made significant contributions to the Jinui would be more beneficial for its long-term development. When everyone shares equally, motivation tends to wane. Lin Huayu, you shall take charge of this matter, Chu Xiu said thoughtfully, turning his gaze towards Lin Huayu. It was imperative not to assign every task to Feng Heng, as he was already the commander of the heavenly guards and would be overwhelmed if all responsibilities fell upon him. Yes, I shall comply. Lin Huayu responded with a solemn demeanor. Here are 100 pure yang infinite pills. These shall be delivered to the storeroom of the Jinui General Headquarters, to be stored alongside our spiritual herbs and pills, available for exchange with merit points. As for the pricing, you shall determine it, Chu Xiu instructed, gesturing towards a large package on the table. He currently possessed a total of 153 pure yang infinite pills, choosing to allocate 100 of them, while the remaining 53 were intended for the maids and guards within the Chu residence. The maids and guards had shown remarkable progress, rapidly advancing in their cultivation realms with ample resources and extraordinary martial arts, with all achieving the master realm, and a select few reaching the grand master realm. This was sufficient evidence that each individual was meticulously chosen by Jiang Wan'er from among the palace's finest. Although their current levels might be modest, their innate talents were undoubtedly exceptional. Each was a true genius. Chapter 95. The Schemes of the Wang Clan of Taiyuan, the Foundation of Aristocracy. Yes, my subordinate understands. Lin Huayu respectfully replied. Furthermore, we shall establish an arsenal within the headquarters of our Jinui. All martial arts collected by our Jinui will be stored there. Except for the most fundamental techniques of slaughter, those below the Yuanshan realm must be exchanged with merit points. Accessing other martial arts also requires the use of merit points. Chu Xiu rose to his full height and addressed Lin Huayu. My subordinate understands, Lin Huayu responded earnestly. Very well, there is nothing further. You may return to your duties. Chu Xiu gestured to Feng Heng and the others. Yes, my subordinate takes his leave. Feng Heng and the others bowed before withdrawing. Perhaps the headquarters of our Jinui needs individuals who can alleviate my burdens and manage daily affairs, Chu Xiu mused, furrowing his brow as he gazed in the direction of the imperial palace. He felt compelled to seek an audience with the emperor. For individuals like Feng Heng were ill-suited for such matters. They were warriors, better suited for combat than administration. At the residence of the Vice Minister of Rights, the steward Jiang Xin approached the study, his demeanor respectful. Reporting to the master, news regarding Chu Xiu has arrived. The door to the study creaked open, revealing Wang Hao, the Vice Minister, who emerged with an impassive expression. Speak. Master, today Chu Xiu led thousands of Jinui cavalry to the Jingang sect and razed it to the ground. On the return journey, disciples of the 10,000 Buddha temple attacked, only to perish at the hands of Chu Xiu, Jiang Xin reported with utmost respect. The Jingang sect has been destroyed by Chu Xiu? Wang Hao's gaze sharpened, his face betraying astonishment. First, he annihilated the great Buddha temple, and now he has flattened the Jingang sect. Does Chu Xiu intend to make enemies of the Buddhist sects or the entire array of sects in the realm? The ramifications of Chu Xiu's actions against the sects struck Wang Hao with greater force than the deaths of the 10,000 Buddha temple disciples. After all, the Great Zhou dynasty is fundamentally a realm shared by sects and aristocratic families. While sects may not wield as much influence as the aristocracy, they still significantly impact the entire Great Zhou. Thus, a collaborative relationship exists between the two, one of natural allies. Although conflicts arise, they remain contained and do not threaten the core of either side. Reporting to the master, Chu Xiu possesses an overwhelming sense of justice and an ostentatious demeanor. Jiang Xian deliberated for a moment before speaking. An overwhelming sense of justice? Ridiculous. Wang Hao scoffed, a mocking expression crossing his face. Does he truly believe himself a righteous official of the great Zhou dynasty, advocating for the common people? Does he seek to eradicate the sects and noble families? Jiang Xian bowed his head in silence. What level of cultivation did the slain disciple of the 10,000 Buddha temple possess? Wang Hao inquired, frowning at Jiang Xian. Reporting to the master, this disciple concealed himself in the capital for many days, having attained the ascendant realm, specifically at the 7th level of the ascendant realm. Jiang Xian replied gravely. As for the specifics of the battle, I have yet to investigate thoroughly. However, it is my belief that it pertains to the slaughter formation of the Jinui. Chu Xiu likely relied on this formation to eliminate the disciple. Without it, his strength would likely be insufficient to contend with an ascendant, let alone slay one at the 7th level. However, Jiang Xian continued. Even if Chu Xiu relied on the slaughter formation to kill the disciple of the ascendant realm, it nonetheless indicates the formidable power of this formation, which might surpass our prior conjectures. This slaughter formation could very well rival the unparalleled formations of our great Zhou's borders. An unparalleled formation? If that is the case, we must not underestimate Chu Xiu. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed with intensity as he spoke solemnly. Jiang, for matters. First, convey the news to the 10,000 Buddha temple that their disciple has been slain by Chu Xiu. Second, inform the supreme secret temple of the destruction of the Jingang sect. This temple is equally domineering and will surely be incensed by the news, as the Jingang sect was a stake they sought to establish in the capital. Third, we must portray Chu Xiu as one who desires to eradicate all sects, believing them to be parasitic leeches feeding on our great Zhou dynasty. The martial artists within the realm are the very source of chaos. As the commander of the Jinui, overseeing the entirety of the organization, Chu Xiu simply lacks the strength. Otherwise, he would eventually eliminate all sects and martial artists. This message must be disseminated across the land. Not only will it galvanize the sects, but it will also incite some martial artists to converge upon the capital to ambush Chu Xiu. The Wang clan of Taiyuan shall effortlessly eliminate him. After a pause, Wang Hao's voice was steady and resolute. At that time, we shall have Jinui commander Lu Chenfeng take control of the entire Jinui. Presently, the Jinui comprises the 3 divisions of the Jing Tian Wei, Jingshan Wei, and Jingxian Wei, greatly enhancing its overall might. Should the Jinui fall back into our hands, it will undoubtedly amplify the power of our Wang clan of Taiyuan. Master is wise, Jiang Xian replied, admiration evident in his expression. From start to finish, Wang Hao had refrained from wielding the power of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He intended to eliminate Chu Xiu merely by using others as tools. Clearly, Wang Hao harbored little hope in the 10,000 Buddha temple or relied on the Jingang sect to dispose of Chu Xiu. Instead, he aimed to employ a multifaceted approach, manipulating public sentiment to depict Chu Xiu as a threat to all sects and martial artists. These martial artists have always preferred to believe in the tangible rather than the intangible. Once the Wang clan of Taiyuan disseminated this embellished narrative through their channels, it would undoubtedly position the Jinui and Chu Xiu as adversaries of the world. Moreover, Jiang Xian was to remain vigilant regarding the Jinui. Even if they ultimately could not seize control of it, the slaughter techniques and formation must fall into their hands. These 2 ultimate arts are the true foundation capable of strengthening the entire Wang clan of Taiyuan. Wang Hao waved his hand, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Jiang Xian. This is the very foundation that will allow us to distance ourselves from other aristocratic families. Do you comprehend my intent? I understand, master. Jiang Xian replied earnestly. Chapter 96, a minor matter of the Vidra sect. Is it capable of provoking any significant incident? In the Wenyuan pavilion, a swift-footed official entered and approached the young official Chu Xiu of the Zhanshi Fu, whispering a few words to him. How accurate is this information? Chu Xiu's expression shifted slightly, his gaze sharp as a sword as he questioned the official. Rest assured, my lord, it is absolutely true. The official replied with a grave demeanor. Very well, I am now informed. You may leave, Chu Xiu said, taking a deep breath to steady himself and gesturing for the official to depart. Yes, my lord, the official acknowledged before turning to exit. Chu Xiu strode purposefully into the Wenyuan pavilion, his heart still reeling from the revelation. Although the establishment of the terrifying guards by Chu Xiu was not a secret within the capital, and even the rumors of his teachings on the slaughtering blade technique and formations had circulated among the truly informed, the extent of the power of such a technique remained nebulous. After all, anyone connected to the noble families within the Jinui had been purged by Chu Xiu, leaving them utterly powerless. As long as Chu Xiu existed, the Jinui would remain an impregnable fortress. Not only the capital, but the entire realm would surely tremble. As he walked, Chu Xiu murmured to himself, "A change is coming. Esteemed elders, a grave matter has arisen." Upon entering the spacious and well-lit chamber of the Wenyuan Pavilion, he bowed respectfully to the chief minister Yang Yin and others who were engrossed in their affairs. He understood well that the cabinet's senior officials were eagerly awaiting news from Chu Xiu. Otherwise, Yang Yin and the others would have returned home by now. "What grave matter?" Yang Yin inquired, setting aside the memorial he had been reviewing, his demeanor composed. The others, including Dugatai and Zhao Duo, also ceased their reading, turning their attention to Chu Xiu. "I report to you, esteemed elders, that Chu Xiu has quelled the virtuous sect and is on his way back to the capital. On his journey, he was intercepted by a suspected disciple of the 10,000 Buddhist temple, a 7th-level ascendant realm expert. Utilizing the slaughtering blade formation he imparted to the Jinui, Chu Xiu dispatched this 7th-level ascendant with a single strike." Chu Xiu stated solemnly. His tone was grave, as he did not possess the direct knowledge that the Wang family of Taiyuan had regarding the disciples of the 10,000 Buddhist temple, hence his use of suspected. "Are you saying that Chu Xiu, employing the slaughtering blade formation, killed a 7th-level ascendant with a single blow?" Yu, the minister of war, exclaimed in disbelief, his expression one of astonishment. The other ministers, including Zhao Duo, Zheng Yun, and Dugatai, shared his incredulity, their gazes fixed on Chu Xiu. Yang Yin narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. "I affirm to you, esteemed elders, that it was indeed through the slaughtering blade formation that Chu Xiu achieved this feat. While his own cultivation level remains unclear, the power of this slaughtering blade formation has now been undeniably confirmed. It is truly formidable. Such a formation could even find application within the military," Chu Xiu asserted earnestly. At his words, a profound silence enveloped the Wenyuan Pavilion. Yet, in that moment, there was no discussion among those present. The atmosphere was markedly different from their usual amicable demeanor. This was no longer a matter detached from their own interests. The slaughtering blade formation was of paramount importance to the dignitaries of the great Zhou dynasty, each of whom would yearn to possess such a technique. Acquiring the slaughtering blade formation would undoubtedly enhance their own power significantly. Naturally, they would not engage in discussions or offer counsel to others, and it would be fortunate if they did not covertly undermine one another. "The hour is late. Let us all disperse," Yang Yin said slowly, stretching his weary limbs. "After sitting all day, my old bones are about to break." With that, he made his way toward the exit. Dugu Tai and the others exchanged knowing smiles internally, but maintained their stoic expressions as they rose to leave. Each of them was a true master. Sitting for a day or even a year would pose no challenge to them. However, they were eager to return and make arrangements, as the implications of this news were monumental. Both the aristocracy and the sects would surely be shaken. This night in the great Zhou dynasty was destined to be anything but ordinary. Countless individuals would likely find themselves restless. As Dugatai and the others exited the chamber, Chu Xiu quietly followed suit. In the imperial palace, within the Taiji palace, Pei Guanyin silently appeared before the Empress Morongxi, who was reviewing memorials. With utmost respect, she said, "Your Majesty, significant events are on the horizon." "Oh, what sort of significant events?" Morongxi inquired, glancing at Pei Guanyin. "Could it be related to our esteemed Chu's expedition to quell the Vajra sect? A minor matter concerning the Vajra sect should hardly provoke anything significant." Jiang Wan'er thought anxiously, casting a worried glance at Pei Guanyin. "Your Majesty, it is both related and unrelated. The true significant event is that Lord Chu, while returning to the capital, encountered a 7th-level ascendant monk outside the city, and, relying on the slaughtering blade formation, he taught the Jinui. Struck him down in a single blow," Pei Guanyin explained softly. As her words fell, a cold glint flashed in Morongxi's clear eyes. She grasped Pei Guanyin's implication immediately. Jiang Wan'er was likewise struck with shock. They were both acutely aware of the power of the slaughtering blade formation and the teachings imparted to the Jinui. However, they had never anticipated that the formation could wield such overwhelming strength. Now, with the slaughtering blade formation, Chu Xiu was capable of slaying a 7th-level ascendant monk. If his cultivation were to reach the ascendant realm and the overall strength of the Jinui were to rise accordingly, would they not be capable of slaughtering those above the ascendant realm as one would cull sheep or pigs? "Shadow guards," Morongxi declared with calm authority. In an instant, the commander of the shadow guards seemingly materialized in the hall, kneeling before Morongxi with utmost reverence. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects. What is the strength of the shadow guards assigned to protect Lord Chu?" Morongxi asked, her gaze steady upon the commander. After a moment of contemplation, the commander replied, Your Majesty, the Shadow Guards protecting Lord Chu consist of 10 individuals at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Ascendant Realm. Their strength is such that they can withstand opponents above the Ascendant Realm for a time. Furthermore, should Lord Chu face peril, one of them will escort him to safety while the remaining 9 will fight to buy him time. That is insufficient. Morongxi shook her head decisively. Recall them and replace them with Shadow Guards above the Ascendant Realm. She emphasized them, not they, indicating her intent. None among the Shadow Guards were male, all were female. This had been a long-standing rule of the Great Zhou dynasty, as those who protected the emperor could not be men. Even eunuchs were deemed unsuitable within the depths of the palace. Yes, your humble servant will obey. The commander of the Shadow Guards responded with profound respect. Chapter 97. Lin Huayu. Truly, the master is a sage. In the capital, a piece of news began to circulate. This news pertained to Chu Xiu's declaration to topple all sects and eradicate the martial artists of the realm. Once this information spread, it caused a tremendous uproar throughout the capital and even across the entire Suzhou region. Moreover, it swiftly disseminated throughout the vast Zhou dynasty. Yet, the incident where Chu Xiu utilized the slaughtering blade array to slay a 7th-tier master from the 10,000 Buddha temple seemed to have never occurred. Suppressed entirely by the powerful families. Apart from the foremost noble clans, no one else was privy to this knowledge. Clearly, the great families were aware of the slaughtering blade array's might and harbored ambitions for it. They were reluctant for this news to circulate widely, fearing it would incite further covetousness, especially from the sections. After all, if the sects learned of the Jin Yiwei's formidable slaughtering blade array, even the most illustrious of them might vie for it. In the Chu residence, within the rear courtyard, under a pavilion, Chu Xiu observed Lin Huayu with a playful expression and remarked, "Thus, the matter of my extermination of the disciples from the 10,000 Buddha temple has not leaked. All that remains is my intent to flatten the world's sects and eliminate the martial artists." "Indeed, my lord," Lin Huayu replied respectfully. He had rushed to the Chu residence as soon as he received the news. "It seems they all desire our slaughtering blade classic and slaughtering blade array, but wish to employ these martial artists as instruments against me. As long as I perish, our slaughtering blade classic and array would inevitably fall into their hands. They will not act unless they are pushed to the brink, with no other options," Chu Xiu said, a faint smile gracing his cheeks. This is the nature of the aristocracy. He understood why the noble families were hesitant to take action. Even the Taiyuan Wang family, despite suffering reputational damage, was unwilling to act. This was the capital. The Zhou dynasty had yet to reach a state of disintegration, and even the Taiyuan Wang family would not dare to act lightly. If the Empress Murongxi seized upon their misdeeds, the Taiyuan Wang family could face ruin. After all, the 5 surnames and 7 influential families were not limited to just the Taiyuan Wang family. Other clans would certainly lend their strength to profit from their downfall. "My lord, should we not take some action?" Lin Huayu inquired, a hint of menace flickering across his face. "No need. If they wish to stir the pot, let them do so," Chu Xiu replied, shaking his head with indifference. "Your task is simple. Monitor any martial artists entering the capital. Once they gather in sufficient numbers, we shall strike them down with overwhelming force. The information they disseminate is not entirely false. I do indeed wish to suppress the world's sects and quell all martial artists. They are the destabilizing elements in our Zhou dynasty." "Understood, I shall comply," Lin Huayu responded with deference. "I have a matter for you to relay to Feng Hong." "Who will handle it?" Chu Xiu instructed after a moment of contemplation. "Please, my lord, give your orders," Lin Huayu replied with utmost respect. "I have observed that while there are public latrines in the capital, they are privately constructed and require payment. Common folk must either spend money or hold their needs until they return home. This is exceedingly inconvenient for the ordinary citizens of the capital. I wish to allocate a portion of funds from our Northern Pacification Office as Public Welfare Fund to establish public latrines in the capital, free for the citizens to use. Additionally, we shall employ a group of individuals to maintain cleanliness and another to collect refuse daily, distributing it to the countryside as a free gift to the citizens of the capital. The hired individuals can be those who have elderly or children to support, who are impoverished and lack other means of livelihood." "My lord, you are truly a sage," Lin Huayu exclaimed, awestruck. "This will not only address the urgent needs of the capital's citizens, but also provide a means of livelihood for some of them. The reason for starting in the capital is to accumulate experience and identify any shortcomings for correction. Once confirmed, we will expand this initiative throughout the entire Suzhou and even across the Zhou dynasty, ensuring that every state and county has such public latrines," Chu Xiu said with a serene smile. "Outside the city, such facilities are unnecessary. However, within the city, we must ensure they are present at regular intervals, especially in bustling areas, to truly benefit the populace." Rest assured, my lord, I will convey your words to Brother Fong without alteration, Lin Huayu stated earnestly. As for those who charge for the use of latrines, we can offer them compensation to acquire their facilities. However, once acquired, they must be renovated to guarantee cleanliness and hygiene. Chu Xiu deliberated for a moment and added, yet merely acquiring these latrines will not suffice. We must also hire masons to construct new public latrines in abundance. Understood, Lin Huayu replied solemnly. Unless there is anything further, you may withdraw. Chu Xiu gestured for him to leave. Yes, I take my leave. Lin Huayu bowed and exited. No sooner had Lin Huayu departed than Yuxuanji approached. Bowing gracefully to Chu Xiu, Master, the meal is prepared. Will you dine here or return to your quarters? Let us dine here, Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile. Yes, your servant obeys, Yuxuanji said softly. Do not be in haste to depart. Here are 53 pure yang wujiden. Chu Xiu called out to Yuxuanji, pointing to a black package on the stone table. Distribute these pure yang wujiden among the maidservants and guards who have reached the Grandmaster level. If any remain, keep them for future breakthroughs. After all, we will periodically reward with pure yang wujiden, and even if we exhaust them, it is of little consequence. Moreover, these elixirs must be consumed to enhance the strength of the Chu residence's maidservants and guards. Leaving them unused serves no purpose. Chapter 98. Pushing open the celestial gate. Peering into the world, the servant understood. Yuxuanji responded and approached, picking up the black package from the stone table. She expressed her gratitude to Chu Xiu, saying, On behalf of all the maids and guards in the manor, I thank you for your great kindness, my lord. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining silent. Yuxuanji then performed a bow and left with the black package. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Congratulations, host. By consistently engaging in positive endeavors, you have received a reward of 1 ascension pill, 30 pure yang wuji pills, and the second strike of the Qian Kuanjin Tian sword. Do you wish to claim your rewards? Claim the rewards. Chu Xiu's eyes brightened as he responded in his mind. Immediately, countless images flooded his consciousness, depicting his training with the sword. Suddenly, a multitude of blades converged, and with a single strike, it felt as though the entire universe was being suppressed. With that strike, the heavens and earth shattered. How formidable! Is this the Qian Kuanjin Tian sword? Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, his face reflecting astonishment. He had not anticipated that even the second strike of the Qian Kuanjin Tian sword possessed such terrifying power. No wonder the first strike corresponded to the Dharma aspect realm, while the second strike could only be wielded by one who had attained the Ascension realm. Next, the introduction of the Ascension pill appeared in Chu Xiu's mind. As its name suggests, the Ascension pill is a medicinal elixir designed for those at the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm to step into the Ascension realm. The transition from the Dharma aspect realm to the Ascension realm is no longer about increasing the power of the Dharma aspect. Chu Xiu's Dharma aspect power had already reached its limit and could not be augmented further. Once one steps into the Ascension realm, they embark on the true path of immortality, distinguishing between the celestial and the mundane, a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. Thus, it is exceedingly difficult for martial artists to transition from the Dharma aspect realm to the Ascension realm. Countless martial artists remain trapped at the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm, unable to enter the Ascension realm. To reach the Ascension realm, one must open the celestial gate and glimpse the world beyond. In truth, the challenge lies not in pushing open the celestial gate, but in making it manifest. Most martial artists trapped at the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm cannot even locate the celestial gate. The true purpose of the Ascension pill is to reveal the celestial gate, providing those at the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm with the opportunity to push it open. Of course, this pertains to martial artists who cultivate inner strength. For those who practice external techniques, the path to the Ascension realm is different. External cultivation has always focused on enhancing the physical body. However, for external martial artists transitioning from the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm to the Ascension realm, it is not a matter of ancestral blood revival, but rather the condensation of true blood. From that point onward, they become the ancestors themselves. After finishing the meal, Chu Xiu contemplated attempting to step into the Ascension realm. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. One by one, the maidservants entered, presenting delectable dishes before him on the stone table. Chu Xiu picked up his chopsticks and began to dine. After his meal, he returned to the courtyard and entered his study. It was now time for him to step into the Ascension realm. Chu Xiu sat cross-legged on the floor, flipping his left hand to reveal a jade bottle. He uncorked it with his right hand and poured out a crystal-clear golden pill, swallowing it whole. Boom! As the Ascension pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, his spiritual world trembled at that moment. A radiant 7-colored light appeared within his consciousness. expanding like celestial light until it manifested as a celestial gate within his spiritual realm. If he could push open this gate, he would step into the true ascension realm. With the celestial gate before him, Chu Xiu's Dharma aspect manifested a powerful blade, the Taiching Jinyue sword, and he executed a strike towards the gate. He employed the celestial slashing technique, merging the first strike of the Qian Kuanjin Tian sword and the first technique of the Ananda breaking the precept's sword into it, greatly amplifying its power. A formidable blade aura surged towards the celestial gate. Boom! Under the onslaught of the celestial slashing blade aura, the celestial gate trembled and ultimately shattered. As it broke apart, a force imbued with transformative power surged into Chu Xiu's spiritual realm, catalyzing a metamorphosis within his Dharma aspect. The Dharma aspect remained, yet it seemed to embody a hint of celestial essence, exuding an ethereal charm reminiscent of transcending the mundane and savoring the essence of nature. This transformation resonated back to his physical form. Although it did not cause a metamorphosis in his body, it bestowed upon him a sense of ethereal beauty. Is this the ascension realm? Chu Xiu marveled, feeling as though the entire world had become clearer, as if he had evolved from a two-dimensional to a three-dimensional existence. His control over power had also strengthened significantly. Previously, exerting 8 or 9 parts of his strength was commendable, but now, having stepped into the ascension realm, he could unleash 11 or even 12 parts. Moreover, with his newfound power, he had already undergone a transformation, becoming several times stronger than when he was at the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm. With his current strength, he could easily slay the monk Jing Hai of the sevenfold small completion in the ascension realm with a single strike, without needing the slaughtering blade array. However, having just entered the ascension realm, he needed to solidify his foundation. Chu Xiu closed his eyes, focusing on stabilizing his realm, utilizing the innate breath-concealing technique. He masked his presence, allowing his breakthrough to occur without a sound. Even the likes of Yuxuanji in the manor remained oblivious. Nonetheless, he did not completely conceal his aura, instead allowing a hint of energy to surface, just enough to indicate he was at the first small completion of the Dharma aspect realm. This level of cultivation was neither low nor high, perfectly suited to play the role of a humble cultivator. Time flew by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, Chu Xiu had neither visited the Jin Yiwei headquarters nor stepped outside his study even once. Meanwhile, a multitude of martial artists had gathered within the capital, including many from the Dharma aspect and even the Ascension realm. Yet the Jin Yiwei seemed entirely unaware of this. The Jin Yiwei had fallen silent. Apart from Feng Heng dispatching a group to hire a number of masons to construct public latrines throughout the capital, this initiative, which provided free use of the facilities, garnered immense gratitude from countless citizens towards Chu Xiu. Even some martial artists, upon learning of this action, began to harbor favorable sentiments toward him. Moreover, upon entering the capital, some astute martial artists sensed that something was amiss. The declaration to suppress all sects and eliminate martial artists clearly did not originate from Chu Xiu. It was likely the work of someone with ulterior motives, attempting to incite animosity against him and eliminate him through others' hands. However, there remained a faction among the martial artists intent on eliminating Chu Xiu. Yet, having stayed indoors for this period, they dared not take the risk of infiltrating the Chu manor to assassinate him amidst the heart of the Dezhou dynasty's capital. After all, once discovered, even if they were to eliminate Chu Xiu, they could never escape the capital alive. The imperial troops of the great Zhou dynasty and the capital garrison are not to be trifled with. It is time to venture out. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, rose to his full height, and approached the door of the study, pushing it open as he stepped outside. "My lord, you have finally emerged." Upon hearing the door creak open, Yuxuanji seemed to materialize before Chu Xiu, her face alight with surprise. "What has transpired in the capital?" Chu Xiu replied with a faint smile. Chapter 99. The Deadly Scholar and the Sword Seeking the Nameless. "My lord, a multitude of martial artists has gathered within the capital, and they may harbor ill intentions towards you. Lin, the official, has visited the residence several times, yet due to your seclusion, he merely exchanged a few words before departing. After careful consideration, Yuxuanji respectfully addressed Chu Xiu. There are no infiltrators from the martial world within the estate. Am I correct?" Chu Xiu nodded slightly, his expression calm. With his ability to observe the flow of qi, nothing within the Chu estate eluded his gaze. Both Yuxuanji and Qin Xingyan possessed extraordinary talents. Having received ample resources for cultivation, and with the training methods imparted by Chu Xiu, along with the consumption of the 10,000 Buddha golden elixir, they had both reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the nascent spirit realm, just a step away from the Dharma image realm. Furthermore, thanks to the 53 pure yang Wajidian bestowed by Chu Xiu, The estate had produced an astonishing 53 martial artists at the nascent spirit level, comprising maids and guards, all of whom had made their breakthroughs in the past week. Chu Xiu had also sensed that over 10 maids and guards had ascended to the first level of the Grandmaster realm. However, he discerned that outside the Chu estate, 500 sky guards were stationed for protection. These guards, at the very least, had attained the Grandmaster realm. Clearly, Feng Heng had dispatched them out of concern that someone from the martial world might attempt to infiltrate during Chu Xiu's retreat. My lord, no martial artists have infiltrated the estate, Yu Xuanji affirmed with a gentle shake of her head. During your seclusion, Commander Feng Heng arranged for the sky guards to stand watch outside the residence. They are divided into 2 shifts, each consisting of 500 men. How long have I been in seclusion? Chu Xiu asked with a faint smile. My lord, you have been in seclusion for a full 7 days. Are you hungry? Should I prepare some lunch for you? Yu Xuanji inquired with a warm expression. There's no need. I shall first visit the headquarters of the Jinhui. Moreover, with so many martial artists congregating in the capital, it is time to address the situation to prevent any disturbances. Chu Xiu waved his hand, directing Yu Xuanji. Understood. She responded with utmost respect. With strides that echoed determination, Chu Xiu made his way out of the Chu estate. Upon exiting, he immediately spotted Jiang Li, clad in the attire of a Jinhui captain, stationed at the entrance. Greetings, my lord, Jiang Li said with a respectful bow upon seeing Chu Xiu. There's no need for formalities, Chu Xiu replied, a gentle force lifting Jiang Li to his feet. Thank you. I must head to the Jinhui headquarters. Will you remain here for guard duty, or accompany me back? Chu Xiu inquired with a smile. My lord, my duty is to protect you. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Jiang Li stated resolutely. Very well, then let us proceed back to the Jinhui headquarters. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, setting off in that direction. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Li led the 500 sky guards in a protective formation around Chu Xiu as they advanced toward the headquarters. Numerous martial artists hiding outside the Chu estate, upon noticing Chu Xiu's emergence, swiftly employed their light body techniques to depart. My lord, shall I eliminate these martial artists? Jiang Li asked in a hushed tone as he fell in step behind Chu Xiu. He had clearly noticed their presence, but refrained from addressing them during Chu Xiu's retreat. As the entire Jinhui had chosen to remain uninvolved with the martial artists in the capital to avoid unforeseen complications, intending to resolve matters once Chu Xiu emerged. There's no need, Chu Xiu replied with a dismissive smile. They are merely a collection of innate and grandmaster-level martial artists. Eliminating them would serve no purpose. They are merely spies, watching my movements from outside the estate. Now that I have emerged, it is only fitting that they relay the news. It would be best to gather those martial artists who harbor intentions against me, rather than dealing with them one by one. My lord is indeed wise, Jiang Li expressed with reverence upon hearing Chu Xiu's words. After a brief tea break, at the Yueli Inn on the 3rd floor, a curious assembly convened around a solitary table. A dashing scholar, akin to a refined gentleman in white, fanned himself elegantly. Beside him sat a stunning nun clad in dark garments, her attire revealing a hint of allure, exuding an air of seduction. A frail middle-aged monk, dressed in tattered robes stained with dark oil, resembled a gnarled tree. Lastly, a cold-faced young man in black completed this peculiar quartet. These 4 individuals were renowned figures in the martial world. The white-clad scholar was known as the Deadly Scholar, feared for his unparalleled prowess with hidden weapons. The bewitching nun, referred to as the Enchantress Nun, had a penchant for seducing and ensnaring handsome young men, rendering them incapable of martial arts after her allure. The middle-aged monk, known as the Unrestrained Monk, possessed a formidable golden bell defense, making him immune to the Enchantress's charms, thus solidifying their bond as inseparable companions. As for the young man in black, he was the infamous assassin seeking the nameless, known for his singular lethal strike. No one had ever witnessed him wield a second sword. He would kill for a mere coin, accepting any contract as long as the target was deemed a villain, sparing the virtuous. 3 of you. It has been 7 days since Chu Xiu has remained secluded. Could it be that he is hiding away in his estate, too afraid to emerge? The Deadly Scholar inquired with a smile, his fan flicking gracefully. The Enchantress Nun and the Unrestrained Monk paid no heed to his words. The former tending to the monk by wiping oil from his lips with a silk scarf, embodying the image of a devoted partner. Suddenly, Seeking the Nameless spoke. Someone has arrived. Whoosh. Almost immediately, an arrow landed on the table, accompanied by a slip of paper affixed to its shaft. It seems Chu Xiu has emerged, the Deadly Scholar remarked, a teasing glint in his eye as he glanced at the arrow. The Unrestrained Monk set aside his roasted chicken, wiping his hands on his tattered robe. The Enchantress Nun and Seeking the Nameless rose slowly. None of them reached for the arrow, nor did they show any interest in the contents of the note. Chapter 100. The mindset of Jianghu individuals. Distinct from yours in the main hall of the Jin Yiwei headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. My lord, should we take the initiative and capture all these Jianghu individuals? Fang Heng respectfully inquired, bowing before Chu Xiu, who occupied the main seat. Pei Shiji, Luo Tianqi, and Lin Huayu also turned their gazes toward Chu Xiu. Lin Huayu, have you gathered information on the martial artists congregating in the capital? Chu Xiu remained silent to Fang Heng's question, instead directing his attention to Lin Huayu, his expression serene. Yes, my lord, I have gathered all the information. The vast majority of the martial artists in the capital are at the Yuanshan realm, with only a few reaching the Fa Xiong realm. They span from the 1st to the 9th levels of the Fa Xiong realm, totaling 36 individuals. Lin Huayu produced a book from his sleeve, raising it with both hands in a respectful manner. However, these individuals are not the main concern. The true threats are the 4 martial artists at the ascending immortal level. Ascending immortal level? Chu Xiu remarked with curiosity. I did not expect to attract 4 martial artists of such caliber. I shall not peruse this book. Instead, tell me their names. Reporting to you, my lord. The 4 are Duoming Shusheng, Yan'an'ai, Bu Jieheshang, and Kuai Jianqiu Wuming. Duoming Shusheng is rumored to have reached the 3rd level of the ascending immortal realm, renowned for his lethal hidden weapons. However, what truly makes him formidable is not his weapons, but his poison. His projectiles are laced with a dreadfully potent toxin, for which no antidote exists. Even deities would struggle to save one afflicted by it. Yan'an'ai, at the 2nd level of the ascending immortal realm, is adept in a palm technique known as Baihua Zhang, whose power is equally terrifying. Bu Jieheshang stands at the peak of the 3rd level, just a step away from the 4th. He practices the Golden Bell Shield, reputed for its unmatched defense. Even those at the 7th level of the ascending immortal realm may find it challenging to breach his defenses. He excels in the formidable Dekai Show technique, a fierce external martial art. Kuai Jianqiu Wuming is the most enigmatic. His swift swordsmanship is unparalleled. His exact level within the ascending immortal realm remains unknown. Lin Huayu paused, his expression grave. Among them, Kuai Jianqiu Wuming poses the greatest threat and is the individual you must exercise utmost caution with. Notably, upon their arrival in the capital, they have not mingled with other Jianghu individuals, but rather congregated together. They had no prior relationships before coming to the capital, leading me to suspect that a scheming individual has summoned them here. A scheming individual? Yet, who might that be? Chu Xiu chuckled softly. After all, there are many who wish for my demise, not just the Wanfo Temple and the Wushang Michin Temple. The powerful clans of the Dazhou dynasty are eager for my downfall to inherit my Jin Yiwei. My lord, let us dispatch the Jing Tianwei to apprehend them. I shall lead them to seize all 4 immediately. Once they are in our custody, it matters not if they are ascending immortal or beyond. I assure you, they will divulge everything. Fang Heng's expression hardened, a glint of killing intent evident in his demeanor. My lord, our Jing Xinwei can also act. Pei Shiji and Luo Tianqi eagerly added. The Jing Xinwei and Jing Xianwei have bolstered their ranks to 3,000, matching Fang Heng's Jing Tianwei in numbers. Though lacking the battle-hardened experience, patience, there will be ample opportunities for action, Chu Xiu replied calmly. The time is nearing, if I am not mistaken. They should be arriving shortly. My lord, do you imply that they will seek trouble at our Jin Yiwei headquarters? Pei Shiji asked, momentarily taken aback. Fang Heng and the others shared incredulous looks. A group of Jianghu individuals challenging Chu Xiu at the Jin Yiwei headquarters seemed like an invitation to their own demise. After all, in their minds, daring to confront Chu Xiu at the headquarters was tantamount to provoking the Jin Yiwei and the Dazhou dynasty itself. Why would they not? The mindset of Jianghu individuals differs from yours. They revel in one-on-one confrontations. While they may band together, they believe that openly challenging me will compel me to engage in direct combat, Chu Xiu stated, rising to his full height. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng and the others exchanged looks of realization, their expressions filled with admiration. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. Indeed, they might come to challenge you at the Jin Yiwei headquarters. Chu Xiu, I, Jiang Tao the Black Shao Palm, come to challenge you. A thunderous voice resonated from outside the Jin Yiwei headquarters, shaking the very foundations of the hall. It was as though the sheer force of the voice could crumble the entire structure. The Jin Yiwei cavalry, below the Fa Xiong realm, felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. See, they have arrived. A playful smile danced on Chu Xiu's lips. Let us go greet these Jianghu individuals. Yes, Fang Heng and the others responded in unison. Chu Xiu strolled leisurely toward the hall's entrance. Fang Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianqi exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They were not Jianghu individuals. They would not engage in mere one-on-one combat with these challengers. Upon stepping out of the Jin Yiwei headquarters, Fang Heng and the others instructed the stationed Jin Yiwei cavalry to prepare for battle, summoning the Jing Tian Wei, Jing Shen Wei, and Jing Xian Wei. Before long, Chu Xiu and his companions emerged from the headquarters, only to find that over several hundred Jianghu individuals had gathered outside. Each of these martial artists possessed at least the strength of a grandmaster, with a significant number at the Yuanshan realm, alongside all 36 of the Fa-Xiang realm martial artists in attendance. A middle-aged man, exuding a masterful demeanor at the peak of the first level of the Fa-Xiang realm, stood at the forefront, arms crossed behind his back. It was clear that he was Jiang Tao of the Black Sha Palm. Is it you who seeks to challenge me? Chu Xiu addressed the assembly of Jianghu individuals without even glancing at Jiang Tao. No, it is I, Jiang Tao of the Black Sha Palm, who seeks to challenge you. Jiang Tao's expression darkened, his eyes burning with hostility as he glared at Chu Xiu, the air thick with murderous intent. Clearly, Chu Xiu's indifference had offended him, igniting a desire for vengeance. Chapter 101. We are entitled to challenge you. Let us witness your prowess, shall we? You are not worthy. You lack the qualification to challenge me. Chu Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Tao, shook his head, and spoke. This is an affront. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao was consumed with rage, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike towards Chu Xiu. As he did so, an enormous black palm force manifested in the air, exuding a foul odor, clearly indicating that this black fiend palm was imbued with deadly poison. Death. Fang Heng swiftly moved to stand before Chu Xiu, drawing his blade from its sheath and striking with a fierce slash. During this time, he had fully absorbed all his prior accumulations, elevating his cultivation from the peak of the first level of the Dharma aspect realm to a minor completion of the third level. With the strike, a terrifying wave of blade energy erupted into the world. Under this assault, the black palm force was instantly shattered. Not only that, but Jiang Tao himself was reduced to a pile of mangled flesh beneath the onslaught of the murderous blade energy. Astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers from the martial world. Was it not said that the Jinyui had long since fallen into decline? How could Chu Xiu's subordinate possess such formidable power as a Jinyui official? After slaying Jiang Tao, Fang Heng retreated back behind Chu Xiu. I have stated, you are not qualified, yet you refuse to believe. Chu Xiu shook his head and addressed the crowd of martial practitioners, saying, why not have you all come at once? Everyone together. Chu Xiu, are you certain we should all strike at once? A middle-aged man clad in brocade, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Dharma aspect realm, gazed at Chu Xiu and inquired. The eyes of the gathered martial practitioners were also fixed upon Chu Xiu. I have permitted you to come together. If you can slay me, that is your skill. You need not worry about the Jinyui pursuing you, nor about the Dazhou dynasty seeking to exterminate you. Chu Xiu replied with a faint smile. Very well, Chu Xiu. You have spoken those words. Upon hearing this, the brocade-clad man revealed a look of delight, having awaited this very statement. Why did these martial practitioners dare to approach the Jinyui headquarters to challenge Chu Xiu? It was precisely to engage in a legitimate contest to determine both rank and life, under Chu Xiu's explicit consent. Thus, even if they were to truly kill Chu Xiu, the Dazhou dynasty could not seek retribution against them. The crowd of martial practitioners began to stir with eagerness. Even if Chu Xiu was exceptional, he was but one man, with so many skilled warriors gathered. Would they truly fear him? It is time to commence. Chu Xiu stepped aside, saying, Fang Heng, they are in your hands. Pei Shiji and the others also followed suit, retreating to watch the unfolding drama. Yes, subordinate obeys. Fang Heng's voice was resolute. The brocade-clad man and his companions were momentarily taken aback, feeling something amiss. Was it not supposed to be you engaging us in battle? You retreating and allowing your subordinate to act? Why are you not making a move? Are you waiting for the Jinyui to prepare a feast for you? Fang Heng gripped the hilt of his Xiuquan knife, addressing the brocade-clad man and his companions. Attack. Since it is Chu Xiu who has explicitly allowed us to engage, we are not infringing upon the Jinyui. If he is unwilling to act, we shall force him to do so. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the brocade-clad man's eyes as he spoke coldly. With that, he surged forward towards Fang Heng. One by one, the masters of the Dharma aspect realm advanced upon Fang Heng. With such a multitude, even if each were to wield a blade, they could easily reduce him to a pulpy mess. Moreover, they had long discerned that Fang Heng's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the Dharma aspect realm. Such strength was insufficient to withstand their assault. Murderous blade formation. Fang Heng regarded the advancing martial practitioners with a hint of disdain and shouted loudly, Kill! 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 As his voice echoed, figures poured forth from the Jinyui headquarters, streaming towards the main entrance, extending from Fang Heng's back deep into the headquarters. 3,000 formidable guards gathered in this place. In that instant, Fang Heng's aura surged dramatically. From the pinnacle of the third level of the Dharma aspect realm, he ascended to the immortal ascension realm, reaching the peak of the second level. Although he had not yet attained the third level, his strength had increased tenfold. Fang Heng drew his blade and charged towards the multitude of martial practitioners. Indeed, not retreating, but advancing. An awe-inspiring radiance of blade light illuminated the heavens. With a single slash, regardless of palm force, fist energy, blade aura, sword energy, or finger force, all were obliterated. With a single stroke, over a dozen martial practitioners of the Dharma aspect realm perished beneath Fang Heng's blade. Fang Heng wielded his Xiu knife repeatedly, with each strike claiming numerous lives among the martial practitioners. The brocade-clad man, a peak master of the 9th level of the Dharma aspect realm, adeptly evaded Fang Heng's blade energy multiple times. Despicable. Chu Xiu, you are utterly contemptible. You dare not even engage in a fair battle. You actually commanded your Jinui to employ this blade formation. You are resorting to overwhelming numbers against the few. Furious, the brocade-clad man's hair bristled as he glared at Chu Xiu, unleashing a torrent of invective. Chu Xiu, you are unworthy to be a warrior. Ha! Do you believe such a person is qualified to cultivate martial arts? Chu Xiu, I disdain you. Ah, do not kill me, I surrender. Spare me. Spare me. The crowd of martial practitioners erupted into a chorus of anger, though some, after a few moments of outrage, began to plead for mercy. Waves of blade energy decimated the majority of them. In the blink of an eye, Fang Heng had reduced their numbers to fewer than 100. The remaining martial practitioners, having lost their courage, attempted to flee with their lightness skills. However, they were swift, but Fang Heng's blade energy was swifter. In an instant, including the brocade-clad man, not a single one of the hundreds of martial practitioners remained. Fang Heng reported, "My lord, I have fulfilled my duty and eliminated all those who dared to provoke you." He sheathed his bloodied Xiu knife and approached Chu Xiu, kneeling before him and declaring with resolute clarity. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the distance and speaking with an air of indifference. "What of the four of you? Having watched for so long, are you not coming forth?" No sooner had he spoken than swish, 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 figures appeared before Chu Xiu and the others. It was the grim scholar, Yin and I, the unrestrained monk, and the swift, sword-seeking the nameless. My lord. Upon seeing the four, Fang Heng was eager to engage. However, Chu Xiu placed a hand on Fang Heng's shoulder, his expression calm as he regarded the four. With Fang Heng's strength, even with the murderous blade formation, they would not stand a chance against them. Chu Xiu, your Jinyui's blade formation is indeed formidable. However, before us, it may fall short. We are qualified to challenge you. Let us witness your prowess, or perhaps you should take action yourself, lest your subordinates perish in vain. The grim scholar fanned himself lightly, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Chu Xiu. Yin and I gazed at Chu Xiu with eyes brimming with affection, as if she had been moved. The unrestrained monk wore an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The swift sword-seeking the nameless looked at Chu Xiu with a cold, unyielding gaze. Chapter 102, The Quest for the Nameless Swift Sword, a cut to sever tranquility. Indeed, you have earned the privilege of witnessing my prowess firsthand. A faint smile graced Chu Xiu's lips as he spoke. Since you desire to gauge my strength, I shall grant you the opportunity. With that, he stepped forward, his right hand clenching as the Taiching Jinyu sword materialized within his palm. Fang Heng rose, firmly gripping his Xiuquan Dao, while the expressions of the fatal scholar and his companions turned serious. Unlike the reckless individuals who had perished moments ago, they had done their research upon arriving in the capital, uncovering numerous tales of Chu Xiu's exploits. They learned he had once led a legion of elite guards to raise the great Buddha temple and the Diamond Sect, and it was highly probable that he had personally orchestrated both events. Chu Xiu's true strength might have already reached the realm of ascension. Make your move. Should I intervene? You will stand no chance, Chu Xiu declared with an air of indifference. Let us strike together, the fatal scholar exclaimed as he lunged forward, his paper fan aimed at Chu Xiu. In response, Yin and I and the monk Bujia also joined the fray. Do not kill him. I want him alive, Yin and I said, her voice dripping with allure, licking her lips in anticipation. Clearly, she believed that their combined strength would easily subdue Chu Xiu. Yet, the swift sword nameless made no immediate move, gripping his long sword with his left hand while his right rested upon the hilt. Kill formation. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he took a step forward, confronting the fatal scholar and his companions. Unleashing his killing sword technique with a decisive slash, he certainly would not reveal his true power. Why engage these martial artists in a one-on-one duel when he possessed the killing sword formation? Besides, they were not fighting alone. In that moment, Chu Xiu's presence seemed to meld with that of 3,000 heavenly guardians. However, unlike Feng Heng, who experienced a dramatic surge in power, Chu Xiu's aura remained unchanged. This was the advantage of the innate breath concealment technique. Boom! A terrifying wave of murderous sword energy surged forth, descending upon the fatal scholar and his companions, cleaving the very heavens in twain. The might of that single strike was earth-shattering. Witnessing Chu Xiu's blow, the fatal scholar and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. Bujia, wielding his, transformed into a towering golden Buddha, his body radiating strength, a massive golden bell enveloping him. Nameless, will you not make your move? The fatal scholar shouted. Unable to contain himself. Clang! A resounding chime of a sword echoed through the cosmos, silencing all in its wake. A terrifying beam of sword light hurtled toward Chu Xiu with blinding speed. As the fatal scholar and his cohorts sensed the urgency of Nameless' strike, their hearts raced. They were anxious to see if Chu Xiu would evade this attack, allowing them to withstand his blade. Yet, the swiftness of Nameless' sword was eclipsed by Chu Xiu's speed. It was as if he vanished into thin air, reappearing mid-air, his blade descending relentlessly upon the fatal scholar and his companions. Boom! In an instant, the fatal scholar and Yin and I were obliterated by the sword energy. Even Bujia, renowned for his unparalleled defense, found his golden bell shattered beneath the onslaught. Reduced to mere dust, only a single page of golden foil fell from Bujia's remnants. Chu Xiu landed gracefully, the Taiqing Jinyue's sword aimed at Nameless. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with deafening roars. Chu Xiu and Nameless had become mere phantoms, moving with unparalleled speed. Your sword is indeed swift, but the game ends here, Chu Xiu proclaimed, executing the first stance of the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique, severing the ties of worldly troubles and constraints with a single stroke. No matter who it was, every individual harbors burdens and bonds. Under the influence of the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique, it was impossible for anyone to remain unaffected. Nameless faltered, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he stammered, the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique. He had never anticipated that Chu Xiu's mastery of this technique had reached such terrifying heights. This strike, though familiar to him, paled in comparison to Chu Xiu's execution. It was as if Chu Xiu's blow was the true embodiment of the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique. Perhaps Chu Xiu was even the revered Ananda who had conceived it. A line of crimson appeared on Nameless' throat, rapidly spreading until his head was severed. With a mere thought, Chu Xiu sheathed the Taiqing Jinyue's sword and calmly addressed Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianxi, your orders? At your command, the trio responded, kneeling before him, unperturbed by the blood staining their garments. You three are tasked with apprehending all martial artists in the capital. Bring them to our Jinyue prison. Those who have transgressed the laws of the Great Zhou shall be executed without exception. Those who have not may join our Jinyue as spies and serve us. Chu Xiu spoke with a composed demeanor. Yes, we shall obey. Feng Heng and the others chorused in unison. They understood Chu Xiu's intent. Capture first, question later. The innocent could be retained, but the guilty would not escape the prison of the Jinyue. With a slight nod, Chu Xiu remained silent. The three rose, gathering all heavenly guardians, heavenly spirits, and heavenly immortals, departing from the Jinyue headquarters to apprehend the martial artists in the capital. A Jinyue cavalryman approached the remains of the swift sword Nameless, searching through the remnants. After all, the others had been reduced to dust, leaving only a piece of golden foil from Bujia. A glimmer of excitement lit up the cavalryman's face as he discovered a manual of swift sword techniques from Nameless, along with the golden foil that had fallen from Bujia. Approaching Chu Xiu, he held them aloft and respectfully declared, Sir, I have retrieved a swift sword technique manual from Nameless and a martial art from Bujia. Oh. Chu Xiu's interest was piqued as he accepted the manual detailing the swift sword techniques and the golden foil inscribed with the words Golden Bell Shield. He glanced at them before storing them away. At present, he had no time to delve into the swift sword techniques or the Golden Bell Shield. Both martial arts were commendable. His repeated encounters with Nameless had been to gauge the speed of his swordplay. Hence, he had refrained from unleashing his full potential. Otherwise, Nameless would have met his demise long ago. Now possessing the swift sword techniques, he would certainly examine them at his leisure. Very well, you may withdraw now. Chu Xiu instructed the cavalryman with a wave of his hand. Yes, the cavalryman retreated, while Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards the palace. It was time for him to pay his respects to the sovereign. At that moment, congratulations, host, on vanquishing the lawless rogues of the martial world and attaining a modest accomplishment in the 6th level of the indestructible body technique, along with the reward of the celestial escape sword technique. Will you accept your rewards? The positive energy system inquired in a mechanical tone. Chapter 103, the head of the Ministry of War, the top scholar of the imperial examinations, Li Jingtian. The celestial escape sword technique? A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xiu's eyes. He had not anticipated that the system would bestow upon him a sword technique as a reward. Was it aiming to make him a master of both blade and sword? Nonetheless, possessing an additional sword technique could serve as an extra trump card. After a moment of contemplation, he declared in his mind, claim the reward. Since it was granted by the system, there was no need for him to cultivate it himself. As soon as the words left his mind, an enigmatic force surged within Chu Xiu's body, initiating a remarkable transformation that amplified his physical prowess. His indestructible golden body technique ascended from the pinnacle of the 5th layer to the minor completion of the 6th layer. This marked a transition from the 9th peak of the Dharma realm to the celestial ascension realm. Such a transformation was undoubtedly as significant as the cultivation required to reach the celestial ascension through internal martial arts, perhaps even more challenging and terrifying in its enhancement. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu's indestructible golden body technique officially reached the 6th layer of minor completion, elevating his external martial arts to the realm of celestial ascension. His mind brimmed with knowledge regarding the celestial escape sword technique. This technique embodies the essence of space within its swordplay, rivaling the likes of the Ananda breaks the chain's blade technique, and the universe suppresses the heaven's blade. Most importantly, the celestial escape sword technique is a method of the sword immortal. The art of sword control. Who would not wish to become a sword immortal? Strength is fleeting, yet elegance lasts a lifetime. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived outside the Taiji Palace, bowing respectfully. I, your humble servant Chu Xiu, have come to pay my respects to your majesty. Chu Aiqing has arrived? Wanner, go out and greet Chu Aiqing, the Empress Murongxi, who was reviewing memorials at her imperial desk, looked up with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Yes, the servant obeys. Jiang Wanner replied, and proceeded to walk towards the entrance of the Taiji Palace. Pei Guanyin stood nearby, astonished that Chu Xiu had come to the palace so soon after his retreat. She was well aware of the gathering of martial artists in the capital who sought to undermine Chu Xiu. After all, she was the one responsible for intelligence under Murongxi. In fact, she had learned of Chu Xiu's emergence from seclusion at the earliest opportunity. Lord Chu, please enter. Her Majesty has been awaiting your arrival. Jiang Wanner emerged from the Taiji Palace, smiling as she gestured for Chu Xiu to enter. Thank you, Lady Jiang. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude and stepped into the Taiji Palace. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Upon entering, Chu Xiu approached Murongxi's imperial desk and bowed. There is no need for excessive formalities, Chu Aiqing, Murongxi replied, setting aside the memorials, her demeanor cool as she regarded him. I have heard that many martial artists have gathered in the capital. When do you plan to address this situation? Your Majesty, prior to entering the palace. I have already eliminated these martial artists, Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile. You have dealt with them already? Murongxi chuckled in surprise. Since you have resolved the matter, may I ask if there is anything else you wish to discuss during your audience? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu clasped his fists earnestly and stated, I humbly request your Majesty's recommendation of 2 capable individuals skilled in handling affairs, who may serve in the Jinyue and take up the roles of pacifiers for the Southern and Northern Pacification Department, assisting me in managing the daily affairs of the Jinyue. The Southern and Northern Pacification Department? Murongxi furrowed her brow in thought. It was essential that suitable candidates for these positions be truly loyal to the Great Zhou dynasty. Furthermore, to work within the Jinyue and serve as pacifiers, it required more than mere loyalty. Candidates must also possess a certain level of prowess. Few individuals could meet both criteria. Previously, she had considered appointing officials from outside the Jinyue, but she recognized that those without a background in the Jinyue would likely face exclusion and could be undermined by the commanding officer Lu Chifeng. She had chosen Chu Xiu, in part because of his hereditary ties to the Jinyue, ensuring he would not be ostracized within its ranks. I may have a candidate for you, Your Majesty, who can serve as a Jinyue official, assisting Lord Chu in managing the daily affairs of the Jinyue. Pei Guanyin interjected, her heart stirred. Oh, pray tell, who is this individual? Murongxi inquired with keen interest. Chu Xiu and Jiang Wanner turned their attention to Pei Guanyin as well. Your Majesty, this individual is Li Jingtian, the head of the Ministry of War's Personnel Division, Pei Guanyin stated solemnly. Li Jingtian, a top scholar from the previous emperor's reign, has spent many years in the Hanlin Academy. After Your Majesty ascended the throne, he entered the Ministry of War as a 6th-rank official. He is not only extraordinarily talented, but also possesses unparalleled loyalty to Your Majesty. Should Li Jingtian join the Jinyue as an official, he would undoubtedly become Lord Chu's right-hand man. Li Jingtian? A flicker of intrigue passed through Chu Xiu's eyes. He indeed recognized this name from the records of the Jinui. Whether in the Hanlin Academy or the Ministry of War, he had always been a solitary figure, unaffiliated with any faction, and he was often marginalized. Otherwise, with his status as a top scholar, he would have surely attained at least a fourth-rank official position. Moreover, he hailed from a family of officials. Both his grandfather and father were officials of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, they had both passed away early, leaving Li Jingtian to be raised solely by his mother. Li Jingtian is indeed an excellent choice. In fact, he is one of the legacies left to me by my father. Chu Aiqing, since you require personnel for the Jinui, I shall designate Li Jingtian for the position. However, if you seek 2 individuals, I cannot assist you further. I can only provide you with Li Jingtian. After careful consideration, Morongxi addressed Chu Xiu. Your Majesty, having Li Jingtian alone is more than sufficient. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude. However, since Li Jingtian is a top scholar and already a 6th-rank official, it would not be appropriate for him to serve as a pacifier for the Southern and Northern Pacification Department. It would be better to appoint him as a deputy commander within the Jinui, assisting me in managing the entire organization. Granted, Morongxi replied with a low, resolute voice. Furthermore, for the positions of pacifiers in the Southern and Northern Pacification Department, as long as you have suitable candidates, Chu Aiqing may recommend them. Even if your recommendations are not officials of the Great Zhou dynasty but commoners, I shall consider them. Chapter 104. To honor the trust bestowed by heaven and earth above, and to meet the expectations of the common people below. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with delight as he expressed his gratitude. This development afforded him considerable latitude in his choices. Within the rural expanse of the Great Zhou dynasty, or rather among the populace, there remained a wealth of hidden talent. Among them were individuals of exceptional brilliance, whose capabilities were not necessarily inferior to those of science from noble families. Is there anything else, dear Chu? Morongxi inquired with a gentle smile, gazing at Chu Xiu. Reporting to your majesty, there are no further matters, Chu Xiu replied, shaking his head. Very well. I shall not intrude upon you further. I will have Zhang Wan'er personally convey the edict to the Ministry of War, instructing Li Jingtian to assume his position in the Jinui without delay. Morongxi stated with a slight nod. Your servant takes his leave, Chu Xiu said, performing a respectful bow before exiting the Tai Chi Palace. Zhang Wan'er, you are to present the edict to the Ministry of War, Morongxi declared as she observed Chu Xiu's departure, her voice steady and authoritative. Yes, I shall obey, Zhang Wan'er responded, approaching a small desk designated for drafting edicts, where she commenced grinding ink and preparing to write. Half an hour later, outside the Ministry of War, Zhang Wan'er arrived with a contingent of elite troops galloping on horseback. Upon seeing Zhang Wan'er, the guarding officer of the ministry hurriedly saluted, saying, Greetings, Lady Jiang. There's no need for excessive formalities. Please inform Officer Li Jingtian that his edict has arrived, Zhang Wan'er said with an expression of calm composure. Understood, the officer replied, signaling a soldier to hasten into the ministry. Moments later, a middle-aged man, dressed in the official garb of the Ministry of War, emerged. He appeared dignified and was approximately 40 years old. He clasped his hands in greeting and said, This humble official, Li Jingtian, pays his respects to Lady Jiang. He was well acquainted with Zhang Wan'er, having been reassigned to the Ministry of War upon her personal decree. Normally, a minor official like him would not require an edict for such a transfer. Yet, Zhang Wan'er had ensured that he was formally summoned from the Hanlin Academy to the ministry, indicating the Empress Morongxi's high regard for him. There's no need for excessive formalities, Officer Li, Zhang Wan'er nodded, retrieving a scroll from her sleeve. With a smile, she continued, Officer Li, please accept the edict. Your servant, Li Jingtian, accepts the edict. Li Jingtian's expression grew solemn as he knelt, proclaiming with conviction, by the decree of the emperor. It is proclaimed, I govern the realm by talent, and I thrive the nation by virtue. Historically, wise sovereigns have always opened the paths for talent, embracing diversity. Today, we recognize Li Jingtian, the head of the Ministry of War, who has diligently fulfilled his duties since his entrance into service. Demonstrating remarkable achievements and possessing both virtue and talent, he is indeed a pillar of the state and a vital support of the nation. Therefore, I promote Li Jingtian to the position of Deputy Commandant of the Jinui to manifest the imperial grace and encourage the ministers. You are to dedicate yourself fully to your new role, ensuring the well-being of the people and strengthening the foundation of the state. Honor the trust of heaven and earth above, and meet the expectations of the common people below. Thus it is decreed. Zhang Wan'er declared loudly as she read from the edict. Your servant, Li Jingtian, expresses gratitude for your majesty's generous grace. Li Jingtian's face revealed a flicker of astonishment before he resolutely declared. He had not anticipated being assigned to the Jinyui by the Empress Murongxi. It was not that civil officials were incapable of holding military positions. In the Great Zhou dynasty, all military officers were, at least in principle, civil officials. Indeed, most high-ranking military leaders were drawn from the ranks of literati. The civil officials of the Great Zhou dynasty were not merely weak scholars, they possessed formidable strength, capable of remarkable feats of martial prowess. The civil service examination included a martial arts component. However, the Jinyui was somewhat unique. Traditionally, appointments were made from within, selecting individuals from hereditary Jinyui families. Rarely did outsiders assume roles within the organization. With Officer Li's appointment, the emperor can rest assured. His Majesty has great hopes for you, Officer Li, and we trust that you will assist Lord Chu diligently in serving the emperor and the common folk. Jiang Wana remarked as she rolled up the edict and handed it to Li Jingtian. Li Jingtian accepted the edict, rising slowly as he said, "Please convey to Her Majesty that I, Li Jingtian, shall not disappoint her expectations." "Very well, I will certainly relay that message to Her Majesty. I shall not delay you further. The Emperor has instructed that if you have no other matters, you may proceed directly to the Jinyui headquarters to assume your duties." Jiang Wana informed him, then accepted the Jinyui uniform, embroidered spring saber, and command token from a soldier, presenting them to him. Li Jingtian took the uniform, spring saber, and command token. Jiang Wana seized the reins of her horse, mounted, and departed. Li Jingtian pondered for a moment before entering the ministry, not to meet his former superior, but to find a place where he could don the Jinyui uniform, fastening the spring saber and command token at his waist, before striding confidently out. Inside the Ministry of War's office, a 7th-rank official hurried in, his face etched with astonishment as he bowed and reported, "I must inform both esteemed officials that an edict has just arrived from His Majesty." This office was overseen by the left and right secretaries of the Ministry of War, who were the true wielders of authority within its walls. After all, the minister, Chu Xiu, was a high-ranking member of the cabinet, often engaged in affairs at the One Yuan Pavilion. Nevertheless, significant matters still required his decision, leaving the two secretaries without the authority to make unilateral decisions. In the ministry, however, they held the highest status, with the left secretary, Han Huang, wielding the most power. An edict? Han Huang furrowed his brow, looking at the reporting official. The right secretary, Jiang Lin, maintained a stoic demeanor, revealing no hint of emotion. "The emperor has issued an edict promoting Li Jingtian to deputy commandant of the Jinyui. He has already proceeded to assume his position there," the official stated, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "Li Jingtian has been appointed as deputy commandant of the Jinyui?" Han Huang's gaze sharpened, and his expression turned grave as he contemplated the potential for winning Li Jingtian over. The allure of the Jinyui's lethal reputation and capabilities was hard to resist. How intriguing, indeed. "I did not expect the emperor to assign Li Jingtian to such a role," Jiang Lin remarked with a knowing tone. "Does this not imply that others may also be granted positions within the Jinyui?" This statement sparked numerous thoughts within Han Huang's mind. The forthcoming events promised to be fascinating, as noble families would undoubtedly seek every possible means to place their own members within the ranks of the Jinyui. Chapter 105. The chaos of the world is caused by aristocratic families and sect leaders. At the headquarters of the Jinyui, Li Jingtian, clad in the attire of a commanding officer of the Jinyui, with a beautifully embroidered spring knife at his waist, approached the grand entrance with an imposing presence. "Greetings, Sir Li. The esteemed sir has been awaiting your arrival in the hall of our headquarters." Fang Hing greeted him respectfully, having stood outside in anticipation. "There is no need for such formalities," Li Jingtian replied with a slight smile, casting a glance at Fang Hing. Although his position resided within the Ministry of War, it did not signify a lack of interest in the affairs of the Jinyui. In fact, due to the substantial contributions made by the Jinyui recently, he held a favorable disposition towards both the organization and its leader, Chu Xiu. He had been attentively following the developments within the Jinyui and was aware of the significant shortage of Qianhus, captains, within its ranks. Each Qianhu in the Jinyui was a true protege of Chu Xiu. Moreover, with a single glance, he discerned that Fang Heng had already attained the level of a celestial being, a remarkable feat in the Dezhou dynasty. To be candid, prior to his visit to the Jinyui, he had not anticipated discovering such formidable talents beyond Chu Xiu within the organization. It was no wonder that the Jinyui had grown powerful enough to attract the attention of various factions. "Please, Sir Li." Fang Heng gestured respectfully, inviting him inside. Li Jingtian nodded and proceeded towards the main hall of the Jinyui, inquiring, "May I know how to address you, esteemed sir?" "Sir Li is overly courteous. I dare not accept such a title. I am merely Fang Heng, the commander of the Jingtian Guard. You may simply refer to me as Fang Heng," he replied. leading Li Jingtian into the hall with utmost deference. The commander of the Jingtian Guard, Feng Heng? Might you enlighten me about the Jingtian Guard within our Jinyue? Li Jingtian inquired, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Of course, there is no hesitation in sharing. As you have said, Sir Li, upon your arrival in the Jinyue, we are akin to family. Everything concerning the Jinyue is no secret to you. Feng Heng asserted earnestly. Li Jingtian's heart stirred with the realization that his presence in the Jinyue was likely not merely a whim of Empress Murongxi. After spending some time in the Ministry of War without being granted access to the Jinyue, he surmised that his recent promotion to the Jinyue as a commanding officer was likely due to a request from Chu Xiu to the Empress. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Heng elaborated on the three major guards of the Jinyue, the Jingtian Guard, the Jingshan Guard, and the Jingxian Guard, without concealing any details regarding their cultivation methods. Following this, he produced a small booklet from his sleeve and presented it to Li Jingtian, saying, Sir Li, after our esteemed leader's audience with the Emperor, he instructed us to prepare this dossier. It contains all the information pertaining to our Jinyue. Everything you wish to know is within. Your trust in me is truly touching. Li Jingtian felt a wave of gratitude, realizing the esteem Chu Xiu held for him, even before their acquaintance. His previous tenure in the Ministry of War had been marked by isolation, as he was unable to engage in substantive matters, often relegated to trivial documents and ostracized for lacking alliances. Now, in the Jinyue, he felt a sense of belonging. Feng Heng smiled, saying, Sir Li, we have arrived at the hall. You may proceed inside. Thank you, Commander Feng, Li Jingtian responded, clasping his fists in gratitude before striding into the hall. Sir Li, you truly flatter me. Feng Heng evaded the gesture of respect, remaining stationed outside the hall. Upon entering, Li Jingtian's gaze settled upon Chu Xiu, seated at the head of the hall in the attire of a Jinyue commanding officer. Young and handsome, he exuded an aura of vigor. Li Jingtian promptly bowed, introducing himself. I am Li Jingtian, here to pay my respects, esteemed sir. No need for such formalities, Sir Li, Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile, rising to assist him. With his ability to perceive energy, he immediately recognized that Li Jingtian had reached the pinnacle of the ascendant realm, merely a step away from the celestial realm. Thank you. Esteemed sir, Li Jingtian expressed his gratitude. Please take a seat, Sir Li. Chu Xiu gestured towards the guest seats. Thank you, esteemed sir. Li Jingtian reiterated his thanks before taking his place. Chu Xiu settled into his seat, contemplating before speaking sincerely. I trust that you have discerned, Sir Li, that your appointment to the Jinyue is at my behest, as well as the Emperor's. I hope that, upon joining us, you will shoulder the significant responsibilities of our organization and manage our daily affairs. Li Jingtian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe the weight of Chu Xiu's words, which implied that he was to oversee the entirety of the Jinyue's operations. Such trust exceeded his expectations. There is no need for surprise, Sir Li. I do not covet power. What I aspire to is to effect genuine change for the common folk and serve our emperor, Chu Xiu stated, his voice resonating with determination. I hope that one day, this realm will truly be governed by our emperor, and that all citizens can live in peace and prosperity. I dream of a day when every citizen of the Dezhou dynasty can thrive and endure through the ages. Li Jingtian fell into contemplative silence upon hearing these words. After a long pause, his expression grew solemn as he asked, what are your views on aristocratic families and sects? Those who disrupt the world are indeed the aristocratic families and sects, Chu Xiu replied calmly. I, Li Jingtian, pledge my service to you, esteemed sir. I shall serve our emperor and strive for the welfare of the common folk, even at the cost of my life, Li Jingtian declared, rising abruptly to kneel before Chu Xiu, his voice steady and resolute. His self-reference shifted from I to subordinate, signifying his acknowledgement of Chu Xiu's authority. With those words from you, Sir Li, I am reassured. Chu Xiu smiled, assisting Li Jingtian to his feet. There is no need for such formalities among family. Please refrain from such excessive courtesy in the future. Thank you, esteemed sir. Li Jingtian expressed his gratitude once more. Since you have just arrived at our headquarters, there may be many matters you are yet to comprehend. Commander Feng should have provided you with the necessary information, Chu Xiu remarked with a serene smile. Looking at Li Jingtian. Chapter 106. The master is unduly humble. This is truly an extraordinary martial art. I report to you, my lord, that I have entrusted the matter to my subordinates. Li Jingtian nodded and spoke. That is good. First, Sir Li, please review these materials, and then you may explore our Jinyue headquarters to gain a deeper understanding of it. Tomorrow, Sir Li will officially commence handling various affairs of the Jinji. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu added, furthermore, you will have access to our Jinyue armory, where you can observe the slaughtering blade manual and the slaughtering blade formation. These two are fundamental to our Jinjui. My subordinate understands, Li Jingtian replied solemnly. He had already gleaned some understanding of these two aspects from Fang Heng's account. If possible, Sir Li might consider practicing the Slaughtering Blade Manual. This manual is undoubtedly a true masterpiece within our great Zhou dynasty and offers immense benefits to our Jinji. Moreover, only by cultivating the Slaughtering Blade Manual can you comprehend the Slaughtering Blade formation. In battle, this will allow you to form a blade array with our Jing Tianwei, Jing Shenwei, and Jing Xianwei, harnessing the collective power of the array to enhance your strength. Chu Xiu smiled slightly as he regarded Li Jingtian. Yes, I shall obey your orders, Li Jingtian declared with earnestness. Even without Chu Xiu's encouragement, he would have pursued the Slaughtering Blade Manual, for its benefits would far surpass those of his current martial arts, facilitating his integration into the Jinji. Not to mention, this manual might well surpass his existing techniques. Fang Heng, enter, Chu Xiu commanded softly. Yes, I am here, Fang Heng replied as he stepped in, bowing respectfully to Chu Xiu. Take Sir Li to our Jinji Experience Department and familiarize him with the locations of the various agencies within our headquarters, Chu Xiu instructed in a low, authoritative tone. The Experience Department is responsible for the daily operations and documentation of the Jinjui, with its personnel primarily engaged in administrative roles. The Jinjui commanders typically handle affairs within this department. My subordinate understands, Fang Heng acknowledged before extending an invitation to Li Jingtian. Please, Sir Li. Li Jingtian bowed to Chu Xiu before departing alongside Fang Heng. Half an hour later, Li Jingtian exited the Experience Department after having traversed the entirety of the Jinjui headquarters. He marveled at the Jing Tianwei, Jing Shenwei, and Jing Xianwei training in the martial arts arena. Despite having read detailed accounts of the strengths of these three elite units, witnessing their prowess firsthand left him utterly awestruck. Knowledge acquired from books is but superficial. True understanding comes from practice. Little did he expect that the master would elevate the Jinjui to such heights in such a short span, bestowing upon them the Slaughtering Blade Manual and the Slaughtering Blade Formation, two formidable artifacts. With these, how could the Jinjui not flourish and fulfill the master's aspirations? At that moment, Li Jingtian's fervor surged as he briskly headed towards the Jinjui armory. Greetings, Sir Li. A guard stationed at the Jinjui armory saluted promptly upon seeing him. There's no need for excessive formalities, Li Jingtian waved dismissively. I wish to examine the Slaughtering Blade Manual and the Slaughtering Blade Formation. He was inwardly astonished that even a mere guard at the armory had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the Dharma realm. It was evident that the significance of the armory warranted the selection of elite guards from the Jing Tianwei for its protection. Please, my lord, allow me to show you inside, the guard said, nodding as he gestured for Li Jingtian to enter. Following the guard, Li Jingtian stepped into the Jinjui armory. The guard elaborated on the martial arts currently housed within as they ascended to the 3rd floor of the armory. Upon reaching a bookshelf on that floor, the guard pointed out, My lord, this is where the Slaughtering Blade Manual and the Slaughtering Blade Formation are stored. You may take your time to peruse them. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your assistance, Li Jingtian acknowledged with a slight nod. The guard bowed and exited. Li Jingtian approached the bookshelf and picked up the tome detailing the Slaughtering Blade Manual, engrossing himself in its contents. Due to the continuous elevation of the 3 elite units' cultivation levels, the manual on this shelf had undergone several revisions, now allowing practitioners to advance to the 9th layer of the Ascendancy realm. What a remarkable Slaughtering Blade Manual! This transcends mere mastery. It is undoubtedly an extraordinary martial art. Li Jingtian exclaimed, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. The master is truly too humble. Such a martial art could only exist among the great families or within the most prestigious sections. Yet, the master has unreservedly presented it for the cultivation of all Jinjui riders. What a grand vision and magnanimity! While the Slaughtering Blade Manual may not rival the core teachings of the most elite families or sacred lands, such martial arts are indeed rare among them. After a brief pause, Li Jingtian inhaled deeply to steady his emotions, yet his hands trembled slightly as he clutched the manual, his expression one of exhilaration. This is truly an opportunity. Perhaps my chance to ascend beyond the Ascendancy realm lies within this Slaughtering Blade Manual. As a martial artist, even though Li Jingtian hailed from a scholarly background, he felt an indescribable excitement. He began to earnestly study the manual, seeking to comprehend its profound truths. An hour later, Li Jingtian set the Slaughtering Blade Manual aside, and, seated cross-legged on the 3rd floor of the Jinjui armory, commenced his cultivation. At the Jinjui headquarters, within the office of the Jinjui commander, Chu Xiu gazed toward the armory, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, Indeed, he has begun to cultivate the Slaughtering Blade Manual. Moreover, his understanding is truly remarkable. He has already grasped the essence of slaughter. Even from this distance, I can sense the potency of that slaughtering essence. It is undeniably striking. This also attests to a point. This individual possesses an unwavering integrity, a character that is steadfast and unyielding. The essence of slaughter conveys this truth. His Majesty has truly bestowed upon us a genuine talent for the Jinji. Chu Xiu was not surprised by this. Reflecting on Li Jingtian's background, though he came from an official family, his lineage paled in comparison to the great families and powerful clans. Yet, he managed to overshadow many of those noble-born individuals, ultimately achieving the highest honor in the imperial examination during the reign of the previous emperor. What extraordinary talent! With a chuckle, Chu Xiu picked up a document in his hand and resumed reading. Though he was not the Jinjui commander, he had taken control of the organization, while the actual commander, Lu Chifeng, had been entirely sidelined, awaiting the moment when he would be completely disposed of. Thus, after Chu Xiu assumed control of the Jinjui, he promptly relocated to the study of the commander. The documents he was perusing pertained to the talents within the populace of the Great Zhou dynasty, meticulously compiled by the Jinjui. After half an hour, Li Jingtian completed his cultivation and began to examine the slaughtering blade formation. In comparison, with the slaughtering blade canon as a foundation, understanding the slaughtering blade formation became significantly more accessible. He continued his study until nightfall, at which point Li Jingtian turned and departed from the headquarters of the Jinjui, making his way home. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Li residence and witnessing the throng of gift-bearers gathered at the gate, a shadow of displeasure darkened Li Jingtian's expression. Chapter 107. Master of the Black Wind Stronghold, the Dominator, Nya Quangren. Greetings, Lordly. Lordly, I am but the steward from the Right Minister's residence, sent by my master to present a humble gift to congratulate you. Lordly, I am a minor official from the Ministry of War. Lordly, I serve in the 5-city military command. A throng of gift-bearers surged towards Li Jingtian upon his return, each clamoring to speak. Silence. Li Jingtian's voice resonated, deep and commanding. Instantly, his utterance sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving them dizzy and unsettled. Return all your gifts. I shall not accept any offerings. Should this occur again, I will not be so lenient. Li Jingtian's gaze was sharp and frigid, instilling dread among the gift-bearers. An overwhelming aura of menace enveloped the assembly, causing beads of cold sweat to form on the foreheads of the hundreds present, their bodies trembling in response. With that, Li Jingtian strode towards the entrance of the Li residence. Creak. The grand doors of the Li residence swung open. Master, you have finally returned. The elderly steward of the Li household sighed in relief upon seeing Li Jingtian. Fu Bo, you did not allow anyone to deliver gifts to the estate, did you? Li Jingtian asked with a slight smile as he entered. Of course not, master. You have never had an affinity for such matters, and I would never permit them to intrude upon your residence, Fu Bo replied, shaking his head. I sensed the situation was amiss and promptly closed the doors, instructing the guards to admit no one. That is well, Li Jingtian said, feeling relieved. In the Jin Yiwei headquarters. Indeed, I have finally reviewed all the documents. Chu Xiu remarked. There are indeed candidates suitable for the position of the Jin Yiwei's pacification envoy. As he set down the last dossier, a glimmer of brilliance passed through his eyes. Bring forth the next individual. Creak. The door opened slowly, revealing a Jin Yiwei lieutenant who stood outside the commander's study. He bowed respectfully. I greet you, Lord. Inform Lin Huaiyu to come at once, Chu Xiu instructed. Yes, I shall obey, the lieutenant answered before withdrawing. Not long after, Lin Huaiyu entered the commander's study, bowing deeply. I greet you, Lord. Lin Huaiyu. I require your assistance in locating 2 individuals. I must ascertain their whereabouts within our Dezhou Empire, Chu Xiu commanded. Flicking his sleeve as 2 dossiers flew towards Lin Huaiyu. Lin Huaiyu caught the documents in each hand, reading the names aloud, the Dominator, Nya Quangren, and the Sword God. Shimanju. Indeed, they are the ones. Chu Xiu's face lit up with appreciation. Both are of exceptional repute and possess remarkable innate talent, each a paragon of excellence. Furthermore, they are relatively young, making them well-suited to join our ranks as pacification envoys. When selecting candidates, I prioritize character first, followed by talent. Without adequate talent, even those of good character cannot manage the proud warriors of the Jin Yiwei. Therefore, exceptional talent is imperative. These 2 possess both strong character and talent, making them qualified to command respect within the ranks of Jin Yiwei. My lord, I am aware of Nya Quangren's current whereabouts, Lin Huaiyu stated after a moment's consideration. Oh, pray tell, Chu Xiu inquired, his interest piqued. Nya Quangren has recently established a stronghold named the Black Wind Stronghold in the Taiying Mountains. He enforces justice upon the bandits of the region, often dismantling their lairs. Lin Huayu's expression turned serious as he continued. This man shares a notable similarity with you, my lord, in his desire to aid the common folk. Half of the spoils he collects from the bandits are donated to the nearby populace. The master of the Black Wind stronghold, the dominator, Nyaquangren? Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed with intrigue. This individual was indeed fascinating. As for the sword god, Shimenju, he is a sword fanatic. A wanderer who relishes challenging renowned figures across our empire. It is said he learns the ways of the world through nature itself, creating his own sword techniques based on the principles of the universe. Lin Huayu's demeanor grew solemn as he added, he possesses a unique trait. He regards wealth as worthless. Showing great compassion, he has squandered his family's riches, sharing them with the surrounding populace. Even when traversing the world, he intervenes against injustice and often aids the needy. When his funds run low, he seeks out ill-reputed individuals to rob from the rich and give to the poor. Finding him should not be too difficult. I shall uncover Shimenju's whereabouts within 3 days. Very well. Proceed with your task. Also, ensure that a complete dossier on the Black Wind stronghold is delivered to my residence, Chu Xiu instructed, waving his hand. Yes, I shall obey, Lin Huayu replied. Bowing before exiting, Chu Xiu rose and headed towards the door, realizing the hour was late, and it was time to return home. However, at that moment, the old monk seeks to challenge you, Lord Chu. I humbly request your guidance. A voice thundered through the Jin Yiwei headquarters, resonating like a clap of thunder. A figure clad in tattered robes, barefoot and holding a broken bowl, appeared at the entrance. His disheveled hair gave him a wild look. Yet his kind demeanor resembled that of a benevolent Buddha descending to earth. Fiery and formidable, this master was no ordinary figure. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, his voice steady. Summon Li Jingtian. Yes, a hidden Jin Yiwei guard responded, vanishing from sight. Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards the entrance of the Jin Yiwei headquarters. Swish, swish, swish. Feng Heng and others emerged from the headquarters, sensing the gravity of the situation. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, they hurriedly bowed. We greet you, Lord. There is no need for excessive formalities. Let us meet this master, Chu Xiu replied with a slight nod. Understood, Feng Heng and the others acknowledged. Following Chu Xiu as they exited the headquarters. In a mere moment, they arrived outside the Jin Yiwei headquarters, where the old monk awaited. Amitba, well said, well said. I come today solely to seek guidance, with no ill intent, the old monk greeted, performing a one-handed salute and reciting a Buddhist chant upon seeing Chu Xiu. Chapter 108. The harmonization of man and heaven, the thunderous annihilation blade technique. Is it merely for the purpose of inquiry? Chu Xiu smiled lightly as he addressed the old monk. Indeed, it is solely for the purpose of inquiry, the old monk replied with a serious demeanor. I see. Chu Xiu nodded in understanding. With his chi observation technique, he discerned the latent power of the dragon elephant within the old monk, which bore significant distinction from the Vajra dragon elephant skill of the supreme secret sect. Furthermore, the chi observation technique not only revealed the martial artist's cultivation level, but also indicated the presence of hostility. Thus, any individual harboring ill intentions would be easily detected. Notably, he sensed no animosity emanating from the old monk, leading him to conclude that this venerable figure was likely not affiliated with either the 10,000 Buddha temple or the supreme secret sect. Swish. Li Jingtian's figure appeared outside the headquarters of the Jinyui, bowing respectfully to Chu Xiu and stating, I pay my respects, my lord. Aware of the old monk's challenge to Chu Xiu at the Jinyui headquarters, he hurriedly made his way from home. No need for excessive courtesy. Chu Xiu waved his hand and replied, Thank you, my lord. Li Jingtian expressed his gratitude. Li Jingtian, this master has come to challenge me at the Jinyui headquarters. Please engage him in a friendly contest, but do not let it disrupt the peace, Chu Xiu advised after a moment of contemplation. Both Li Jingtian and the old monk stood at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of ascension. Chu Xiu sought to gauge the true capabilities of Li Jingtian, the top scholar of the Great Zhou dynasty, through this encounter. He knew that anyone who became a newly appointed scholar of the Great Zhou dynasty could select a martial technique from the imperial treasury, with the top 3 candidates able to choose even more advanced secrets. This privilege was unheard of in the Great Zhou dynasty's martial examinations. Li Jingtian's martial technique was likely not overly formidable. Hence, he wondered what kind of martial arts Li had chosen from the imperial treasury. Very well, Li Jingtian replied. Turning to the old monk. Master, this place is not suitable for our duel. Shall we proceed to the training ground? Of course, the old monk said with a compassionate expression. It seemed he anticipated that Chu Xiu would allow Li Jingtian to take the lead in their confrontation. After you, master. Li Jingtian gestured for the old monk to proceed. With a gentle nod, the old monk entered the Jinyui headquarters. Soon, they arrived at the training ground of the Jinyui. Chu Xiu and the others stood outside the arena to observe, while Li Jingtian and the old monk took their positions within. Ba, please make your move. The old monk said, bowing with one hand extended towards Li Jingtian. Very well, I shall not hold back. Master, be cautious. The blade technique I practice is the thunderous annihilation blade technique from the great Zhou imperial treasury, Li Jingtian proclaimed, gripping his embroidered spring blade at his waist with a resounding firmness. The thunderous annihilation blade technique? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Suspecting this technique was indeed the one Li Jingtian had chosen from the imperial treasury. However, he had opted for a blade technique rather than an internal cultivation method. Please proceed, the old monk replied, his expression neutral. In an instant, Li Jingtian unsheathed his blade and struck towards the old monk. As he swung the blade, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. Thunderous roars echoed throughout the air. Dark clouds gathered above the headquarters of the Jinui, and bolts of lightning converged into Li Jingtian's weapon. Half-step harmonization of man and heaven? Though he had not yet fully entered the realm of harmonization, Li Jingtian was already able to harness the power of the heavens and earth. Indeed, your innate talent is truly remarkable, the old monk observed, admiration flickering across his face. With his left hand clutching a broken bowl and his right hand forming a fist, he unleashed a devastating golden fist strike. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the entirety of the Jinui headquarters. The training ground, spanning dozens of acres, transformed into a pockmarked wasteland. Yet, the area surrounding Li Jingtian and the old monk remained completely unaffected. I concede, Li Jingtian sheathed his embroidered spring blade, his expression one of deep respect. I am thoroughly impressed. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. He had witnessed Li Jingtian's prowess in that last strike. Li Jingtian's strength was formidable, capable of contending even in the realm of harmonization, but the old monk had effortlessly countered it with a mere fist. The old monk, standing at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of ascension, had perfected his martial arts to a level of true simplicity, transcending the ordinary. Even a being of harmonization would meet their demise under the old monk's fist. Chu Xiu marveled internally, pondering the identity of this nameless old monk. You flatter me. Li Jingtian, it is you who possesses true innate talent. To wield such power without having entered the realm of harmonization is a feat in itself. With you by Chu Darren's side, I can rest assured, the old monk remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Master seems to know me well. Chu Xiu replied, curiosity illuminating his expression as he regarded the old monk. Li Jingtian and the others also turned their gazes towards the old monk, eager to uncover the answer. Chu Darren has accomplished so much for the common people. How could I not be aware? The old monk said with a tone of compassion. I have come to witness your strength, for many in the world have their eyes on you, harboring ulterior motives. If you lack the power to protect yourself, it would be a loss for all. Although I have not yet seen your true strength, having witnessed Li Jingtian's abilities, I can rest easy. Master, shall we converse in the hall? Chu Xiu suggested sincerely after a moment's thought. He had grasped the old monk's intentions and was determined not to let him depart so easily. The Jinui was in dire need of a skilled guardian for its treasury. Ba, indeed, the old monk responded, performing a single-handed gesture of respect, accepting the invitation without hesitation. Please, master, Chu Xiu gestured for him to proceed. Under Chu Xiu's guidance, they soon entered the hall and took their respective seats. Li Jingtian positioned himself behind Chu Xiu. Master, have you heard any news that prompted your visit to the Jinui headquarters? Chu Xiu inquired with a slight smile, looking at the old monk. I have indeed heard some matters, the old monk replied. The 10,000 Buddha Temple and the Supreme Secret Sect are both formidable entities, and it appears that you have drawn their attention, particularly the 10,000 Buddha Temple, which may have dispatched a genuine high monk. If you lack sufficient strength to withstand this, you may encounter peril, the old monk stated with utmost seriousness. Chapter 109, The Slayer Monk. The Golden Body of the Sun Buddha. Thank you for your reminder, Master. Offending one family is indeed an offense, and offending two families is no different. To me, there is little distinction. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and spoke. Ba, well said, well said. The path that Lord Chu walks is bound to be fraught with challenges, overgrown with thorns, where blood may flow and heads may break at any moment. It is not just Lord Chu alone. The entire Jinui may face utter destruction, with no place for burial. Is Lord Chu not afraid? The old monk's face radiated compassion as he performed a single-handed salute. Then I shall cut through thorns and eliminate all injustices in the world. Chu Xiu replied with a serene smile, as light as the wind and clouds. Ba, well said. Well said. The old monk continued, I have heard that the Jingxian guard of the Jinui follows the path of physical cultivation. Once again, the monk chanted a Buddhist mantra, holding a broken bowl in his left hand while retrieving 5 tomes of martial arts from his tattered robes, offering them to Chu Xiu. Lord Chu, these are my 5 martial arts manuals, a gift for you today. May they be of assistance. Thank you, master. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled as he accepted the 5 tomes, expressing his gratitude. However, as he glanced through the titles, his expression turned peculiar. Vajra Buddha Body, 6-span Golden Body, 10,000 Buddha Golden Body, Golden Body of the Great Sun Buddha, Palm of the Great Sun Buddha. Good heavens! These are among the most powerful techniques from the 4 sacred sites of Buddhism. Indeed, they are among the strongest secrets of the 4 sacred sites. The Vajra Buddha Body is the supreme protective skill of the unsurpassed secret temple, while the Vajra Dragon Elephant technique is merely a weakened version of it, capable of forging only the Vajra Dragon Elephant Dharma Body. The two are worlds apart. The 6-span Golden Body is the strongest protective skill of the Hanging Monastery, and simultaneously its most formidable technique. The 10,000 Buddha Golden Body is the strongest protective skill of the 10,000 Buddha Temple, one of its most powerful techniques. The Golden Body of the Great Sun Buddha is the strongest protective skill of the Little Thunder Sound Temple, also one of its most formidable secrets. The Palm of the Great Sun Buddha is renowned as the most supreme and invincible palm technique in Buddhism. It also originates from the Little Thunder Sound Temple. When the Golden Body of the Great Sun Buddha is combined with the Palm of the Great Sun Buddha, their power reaches a terrifying level. Li Jingtian stood behind Chu Xiu, naturally catching sight of the names of these supreme techniques, his gaze becoming vacant. Lord Chu, these 5 martial arts have now been entrusted to you. I must take my leave. The old monk slowly rose, addressing Chu Xiu. Master, would you consider staying to oversee our armory at the Jinui? Chu Xiu stood up, his expression earnest. Is Lord Chu not concerned that my presence may attract unnecessary troubles for the Jinui? The old monk regarded Chu Xiu calmly. If I am not mistaken, master, you must be the renowned Wuxia master from the 10,000 Buddha Temple. Am I correct? Chu Xiu gently smiled, looking at the old monk. Li Jingtian's eyes narrowed. The name Wuxia master is indeed legendary throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. He is a monk from the 10,000 Buddha Temple who has since renounced it. Most remarkably, it is said that Wuxia master excels in the art of disguise, having infiltrated the other 3 sacred sites of Buddhism, the unsurpassed secret temple, the Hanging Monastery, and the Little Thunder Sound Temple, multiple times, mastering their supreme martial arts. Ultimately, he was exposed due to a certain incident. He is a legendary figure who embodies the ultimate techniques from all 4 sacred sites of Buddhism. Each of these sacred sites has sought to eliminate Wuxia master numerous times. Yet he has eluded their grasp. Upon seeing the 5 tomes presented by the old monk, Li Jingtian understood. Who else but Wuxia master could provide the 5 supreme techniques from the 4 sacred sites of Buddhism? Amitabha, since Lord Chu is aware of my identity, do you still dare to harbor this poor monk? Wuxia master remained silent for a moment, looking at Chu Xiu. Li Jingtian, you shall be responsible for escorting Wuxia master below. Arrange accommodations for him and prepare him several new robes, so he may cleanse and change. Chu Xiu spoke with a composed demeanor. Understood. Li Jingtian responded, gesturing invitingly to Wuxia master. Please, Wuxia master. Wuxia master cast a deep glance at Chu Xiu before following Li Jingtian, clearly willing to stay within the Jinui. Perhaps he wished to see if Chu Xiu could truly fulfill his words and eradicate injustice in the world. This is tantamount to opposing the entire world. The true rulers of this realm are not the Empress Murongxi of the Great Zhou dynasty, nor the multitude of its citizens, but rather the powerful families and sects. The Slayer Monk. What a remarkably talented Slayer Monk. After watching Wuxia master depart, Chu Xiu expressed his astonishment, saying, if I am not mistaken, Wuxia master is not barred from entering the celestial realm. Rather, he chooses not to. His foundation is far too solid. He could have stepped into the celestial realm long ago. Thus, even someone like Li Jingtian, the recently crowned top scholar of the Great Zhou dynasty, who has reached the threshold of celestial unity and practiced the Thunder Annihilation Blade technique, was effortlessly thwarted by him. He likely aims to integrate the supreme techniques of the 4 sacred sites of Buddhism, forging a martial path that truly belongs to him. Indeed, the Slayer Monk. Wuxia master is known as the Slayer Monk within the Great Zhou dynasty. He has a fiery temperament and harbors a deep aversion to evil. Whenever he encounters injustice, Wuxia master has always resorted to slaying to stop the violence, rather than reasoning with evildoers or attempting to convert them. In Wuxia master's view, evildoers have no possibility of enlightenment. Even if they were to lay down their weapons, they are unworthy of becoming Buddhas. It is precisely due to this ideological discord that Wuxia master abandoned the 10,000 Buddha Temple. Even among practitioners of Buddhism, Wuxia master has never hesitated to eliminate those who deserve death, showing no mercy. Chu Xiu began to peruse the 5 tomes. An hour later, he set them down and stepped forth, vanishing from the hall. Exiting the hall, Chu Xiu made his way to the armory of the Jinui. "Greetings, my lord." Upon seeing Chu Xiu, the Jinui guard stationed outside the armory bowed respectfully. "There's no need for such formalities." Chu Xiu waved his hand, inquiring, "Is Wuqia Master within the armory?" "Reporting to my lord, Wuqia Master is indeed in the armory," the guard replied with a look of reverence. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and entered the armory. Upon entering, he found a table and a chair already set up. Wuqia Master was seated, his broken bowl resting on the table, intently examining the unbeaten golden body technique in his hands. "Wuqia Master, how do you find this unbeaten golden body?" Chu Xiu approached Wuqia Master, his face beaming with a smile. Chapter 110, The Court's Conspiracy, Left Minister Wang Hao is anxious. This undefeated body, akin to the most formidable protective spells of the 4 sacred sites of Buddhism, stands unparalleled. Hearing this, Master Wuqing raised his head, his expression grave as he remarked, "I wonder where you obtained this information, for I have never heard of it. What if I were to say that I specifically created it for the Jinui?" Chu Xiu smiled gently as he spoke. "I would believe you. If it were anyone else, I would remain skeptical. However, since it is you, Lord Chu, I have faith." Master Wuqing's face displayed a look of astonishment as he continued, "For I have heard that the Killing Blade Classic and the Killing Blade Formation also originated from your hands. This martial art and formation have never appeared in the Great Zhou dynasty. Given your exceptional talent, it is only natural that you could create such a martial art and formation. Thus, you could indeed forge an undefeated body. Thank you for your trust, Master. You may take a good look at this undefeated body." Chu Xiu chuckled lightly, placing the 5 martial arts books gifted to him by Master Wuqing onto the table. "I have perused these 5 texts. They are indeed remarkable martial arts. Let us store them alongside the undefeated body, the Killing Blade Classic, and the Killing Blade Formation in the armory on the 3rd floor." "I understand," Master Wuqing nodded. "Since you wish to integrate the external methodologies of the 4 sacred sites of Buddhism into one, why not attempt to comprehend and merge this undefeated body into it as well? If you can unify these 5 transcendent martial arts, you shall undoubtedly embark on the path of true invincibility." Chu Xiu contemplated for a moment before replying to Master Wuqing. "Amiba, that is precisely my intention," Master Wuqing said, his hands pressed together in reverence. Chu Xiu turned to leave. In the depths of the left minister's residence, outside the study, Jiang Xian seemingly materialized, bowing respectfully and saying, "My lord, the plan has failed." As soon as he spoke, it was evident that these rogues from the martial world could not be relied upon. Despite their numbers, they were unable to contend with Chu Xiu. The door creaked open, and Left Minister Wang Hao emerged from the study, his brow furrowed. "It is not entirely their fault, my lord," Jiang Xian replied with a wry smile. "Though these martial practitioners act recklessly, they ultimately dare not attempt to assassinate Chu Xiu within the capital. They can only challenge him openly at the Jinui headquarters. Yet, Chu Xiu displays none of the arrogance typical of martial artists, resorting instead to the Killing Blade Formation. Even those of the celestial realm may find it difficult to deal with him. Chu Xiu's power has solidified. The true masters do not wish to intervene. A mere group of martial practitioners at the ascendant level cannot possibly contend with Chu Xiu," Wang Hao sighed. "What shall we do next, my lord?" Jiang Xian hesitated before inquiring. "There is little we can do now but await the moves of the Wanfo Temple and the Supreme Secret Temple. If we can enlist their support to eliminate Chu Xiu, it would be most advantageous. Should they fail to do so..." Wang Hao trailed off, leaving his thought unfinished. Jiang Xian's eyelids twitched, understanding Wang Hao's implication. If both the Wanfo Temple and the Supreme Secret Temple could not eradicate Chu Xiu, it would fall upon their own Taiyuan Wang clan to intervene. Such a course of action would be a last resort. The most pressing matter at hand is not Chu Xiu, but rather the others. Upon witnessing Li Jingtian's ascension to the position of Jinui commanding assistant, they must be eager to place their own people within the Jinui. Wang Hao's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips. Jiang Xian nodded slightly, his brow furrowed, fully grasping Wang Hao's meaning. Although Jinui commander Lu Qingfeng has been thoroughly sidelined, should Chu Xiu perish, Lu Qingfeng could still emerge to lead the Jinui. Thus, the Jinui would remain under the control of the Taiyuan Wang clan. The better Chu Xiu develops the Jinui, the more advantageous it becomes for the Taiyuan Wang clan. Should other factions extend their influence into the Jinui, their ambitions may not be realized. The following day, in the Golden Yuan Hall, the emperor decreed, "If there are matters to discuss, present them. If not, withdraw." Jiang Wana stood to the right of the Empress Morongxi, raising her voice, "Your Majesty, I have matters to present." Tai Changxi Shaoqing, LV Shi, stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Murongxi. Proceed, the Empress replied, her expression indifferent. Your Majesty, the Jinui is severely lacking in officials. Currently, there is only one Jinui commanding assistant and one Jinui commanding associate, alongside a need for 2 pacifying envoys. LV Shi continued solemnly. I propose 2 individuals to serve as officials within our great Zhou dynasty's Jinui. Oh, who does LV Iching recommend? Murongxi inquired, her composure unruffled. She had anticipated that the powerful families would seek to extend their reach into the Jinui. Previously, Jinui officials were exclusively selected from within its ranks, with the list of officials determined solely by her decree. However, now that the powerful families had observed Li Jingtian, a non-Jinui individual, entering its ranks, it was impossible for them not to be swayed. Naturally, in the past, they may not have been interested, but circumstances had changed. The current Jinui was no longer what it once was. All eyes in the court, both civil and military officials, were fixed upon LV Shi. Your Majesty, I recommend Zhang Rulong and Jiang Tianyi for the positions of pacifying envoys in the northern and southern Jinui. LV Shi declared earnestly. Both of them have ancestors who once served as Jinui commanders in our great Zhou dynasty. Due to certain circumstances, they did not enter the Jinui but instead participated in the imperial examinations during the reign of the late emperor, becoming successful candidates. Currently, Zhang Rulong serves as the chief official in the Ministry of Personnel, while Jiang Tianyi holds a similar position in the Ministry of Justice. Each of them is exceptionally talented and has made significant contributions. Moreover, both have backgrounds as Jinui disciples, having trained in martial arts from a young age, showcasing extraordinary talent and formidable strength. They are undoubtedly fit for the roles of pacifying envoys in the Jinui. Zhang Rulong, Jiang Tianyi. A glimmer of intrigue crossed Murongxi's eyes. These powerful families had indeed found 2 worthy candidates. She was well aware of their reputations. Both could be considered exceptional talents. Not quite on par with Li Jingtian, but certainly close. What was more, both happened to be of Jinui origin, thus not regarded as outsiders. We concur. The assembled civil and military officials voiced in unison. Apart from the high-ranking officials of the cabinet, the 6 ministries, the Grand Court of the Censors, and the Grand Justice, nearly a third of the officials knelt in agreement. One could imagine the influential families supporting Zhang Rulong and Jiang Tianyi. Chapter 111. Lord Jiang, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Zhang Rulong and Jiang Tianyi, both hailing from the esteemed Jinui and having achieved the rank of Jinshi, are undeniably exceptional talents. However, I have already conveyed my decision. The selection of the pacification officials for the southern and northern pacification offices lies solely with you. My esteemed minister, Chu Xiu, this commitment to you is unwavering, for a sovereign's word is sacred. Empress Murongxi maintained her composure, her expression unchanging as she stated. I can only make recommendations. Jiang Wanner, at your service, the maid responded respectfully. You shall proceed to the headquarters of the Jinui and deliver the profiles of Zhang Rulong and Jiang Tianyi to Minister Chu. Should he find them satisfactory, they will be appointed to the roles of pacification officials for the southern and northern offices. Murongxi deliberated. Yes, I shall obey, Jiang Wanner replied with utmost reverence. Do any of you esteemed ministers have further matters to discuss? Murongxi inquired, surveying the assembly of officials. Your Majesty is wise. The officials echoed in unison, momentarily silenced. What more could they say? The Empress had declared that the appointments were to be decided by Chu Xiu, and even she could only recommend. They could not force the issue to appoint Zhang Rulong and Jiang Tianyi against her will. Moreover, it was significant to note that nearly a third of the officials had knelt. Many among them were not supporters of Zhang Rulong and Jiang Tianyi. Their act of kneeling was merely a test of Murongxi's stance, to ascertain if there was a genuine possibility of placing individuals within the Jinui. If so, there were vacancies for the positions of deputy commander and assistant commander within the Jinui. Even if they could not recommend a deputy commander directly challenging Chu Xiu, recommending an assistant commander seemed feasible. Since there are no further matters, we shall conclude the audience, Murongxi declared, rising gradually and making her way out of the golden chariot hall. Jiang Wanner and Pei Guanyin hastily followed her, exiting the hall together. We bid farewell to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. The officials chorused. A short while later, at the headquarters of the Jinui. Reporting, Lord Jiang has arrived, Fang Heng announced respectfully. Moving to the courtyard outside the commander's residence. With a creak, Chu Xiu opened the door and emerged from his study, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Where is Lord Jiang now?" Reporting, Lord Jiang is awaiting you in the main hall, Fang Heng replied. Do you know the purpose of Lord Jiang's visit? Chu Xiu inquired as he began walking towards the hall. Reporting, I am unaware, Fang Heng shook his head. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. In a short time, he entered the hall and immediately noticed that only Jiang Wanner occupied the guest seat, with the guards stationed outside. A smile graced his face as he greeted, "My apologies for not welcoming you properly, Lord Jiang. Since when have you become so formal with me, Lord Chu?" Jiang Wanner rose gracefully, casting a playful glance at him. "May I ask the purpose of your visit? Is it related to today's court meeting?" Chu Xiu inquired with a gentle smile, aware that the court assembly had only recently concluded. "I am here to deliver 2 profiles to you, Lord Chu. Both of these individuals are remarkable talents of our great Zhou dynasty. They hail from esteemed Jinhui families, but chose the path of the imperial examination, achieving the rank of Jinshi. Currently, Zhang Rulong serves as the head of the Ministry of Personnel's Examination Division, while Jiang Tianyi is the head of the Ministry of Justice's Yuzhou Division. They are renowned for their capabilities, recommended by the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Shi, for positions within the Southern and Northern Pacification Offices," Jiang Wanner explained, producing a list from her sleeve and presenting it to Chu Xiu. "The Empress has stated that the selection of the pacification officials is yours to decide. She has merely made a recommendation. The true authority lies with you, Lord Chu." Shi, Zhang Rulong, Jiang Tianyi, who do they represent? Chu Xiu's eyes glimmered with interest. Shi has no particular affiliations and is well connected within the court. Zhang Rulong is under the influence of Minister Zhao Duo, while Jiang Tianyi is associated with Minister Zheng Yun of the Ministry of Works, not with Minister Du Gutai of the Ministry of Justice, Jiang Wanner elucidated, a knowing smile on her lips. "Understood," Chu Xiu replied, a look of comprehension dawning upon him. "Since you grasp the situation, I shall take my leave," Jiang Wanner said with a smile. "I shall see you off, Lord Jiang," Chu Xiu offered with a gentle smile. "Your kindness is appreciated," she responded, her eyes sparkling. Uncharacteristically, she did not refuse his offer. "You are too courteous," Chu Xiu replied with a warm smile, accompanying her out of the Jinhui headquarters. As he watched her and the guards disappear from view, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "Inform all officials of the Jinhui with ranks above Qianhu to gather in the hall." "Yes." The officer responsible for guarding the headquarters replied solemnly, his voice resolute. Afterward, Chu Xiu turned and stepped into the Jinhui headquarters. Moments later, figures began to assemble in the hall, including Li Jingtian, Fang Heng, Lin Huayu, Pei Shiji, Luo Tianxi, and even Jiang Li, Shen Songyun, and Qin Changshen. The latter 3 were among the top scorers in the martial examinations of the Great Zhou dynasty and possessed exceptional talents. Although they had recently joined the Jinhui, they had already been entrusted with significant responsibilities, serving as commanders in the Jing Tianwei, Jing Shenwei, and Jing Xianwei, equivalent to the rank of Qianhu. "Greetings, my lord." They all bowed respectfully to Chu Xiu, their expressions filled with reverence. Chapter 112. Is it not the esteemed Lord Chu Xiu, Deputy Commander of the Jinhui? There is no need for formalities. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xiu turned his gaze towards Lin Huayu and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Lin Huayu, you are tasked with investigating Zhang Rulong and Jiang Tianyi. I require their complete profiles within the shortest possible time." "Understood, my lord," Lin Huayu replied solemnly, his tone firm. "Li Jingtian, I must leave the capital for a while. During my absence, all affairs of the Jinhui shall be under your full authority." Chu Xiu nodded slightly, his gaze now fixed on Li Jingtian as he spoke gravely. "My lord, should you have any matters to attend to, you may dispatch our Jinhui riders. Even I can assist you outside the capital. However, you must not leave the city." Li Jingtian's expression hardened as he implored urgently, "The Wang clan of Taiyuan, the 10,000 Buddha monastery, and the Supreme Secret Temple are undoubtedly keeping a close watch on you. Should they learn of your departure, it would certainly not bode well. The Jinhui can manage without any single one of us, but we cannot do without you. Please, my lord, think carefully." The concerned faces of Fang Heng and the others mirrored Li Jingtian's apprehension as they urged Chu Xiu to reconsider. "Rest assured, I never undertake ventures without certainty. With my strength, I can ensure my own safety. You need not worry." Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile, adding, "Moreover, only you all are aware of my departure. As long as you remain silent, no one will ever know." Li Jingtian furrowed his brow, not doubting those present, each of whom were loyal members of the Jinhui. His concern lay not with them, but with the possibility that news of Chu Xiu's absence might reach the Wang clan or the aforementioned temples. Although the 10,000 Buddha monastery and the Supreme Secret Temple were sects, their influence within the Great Zhou dynasty was far-reaching. Both sects possessed numerous enterprises, granting them significant power and information-gathering capabilities, making them formidable adversaries. "Convey to outsiders that I am in seclusion at the Jinhui headquarters, and that I must not be disturbed. Let it be known that I seek to ascend from the 9th layer of the Dharma realm to the celestial realm." Chu Xiu instructed nonchalantly. "Let Lin Huayu disseminate this information." After all, no one truly knows my real level of cultivation. Who could ascertain the truth of my seclusion? Understood. Lin Huaiyu inhaled deeply, calming himself, and replied respectfully. Very well, there are no other matters. You may all withdraw. Standing tall, Chu Xiu made his way towards the main hall of the Jinhui headquarters. As he departed, Li Jingtian and the others exchanged glances and bowed in unison. We bid you farewell, my lord. Returning to his study, Chu Xiu feigned the appearance of seclusion before quietly slipping out of the Jinhui headquarters. Disguised as a handsome scholar clad in white, he left the capital, heading towards the direction of Haifeng's. He possessed a transformation technique granted by the system, perfected to a level of consummate skill, allowing him to change his appearance at will, rendering him unrecognizable even to those who knew him best. The Taiying Mountains lie between Jizhou, Bingzhou, and Sili Prefecture, with Haifeng's situated in Changshan County of Jizhou, nestled within the towering Haifeng Mountain, a branch of the Taiying Range. An hour later, Haifeng Mountain was heavily guarded, with sentinels positioned every 5 paces and watchmen every 10. Even at the foot of the mountain, a strict watch was maintained, with hidden sentries lurking in the shadows. As Chu Xiu strolled towards the foot of Haifeng Mountain, he had already reverted to his true appearance. Halt! This is Haifeng's. You cannot enter. Leave at once, shouted the burly leader of Haifeng's, clad in black and wielding a long knife. Though the bandits' gazes fell upon Chu Xiu, none bore any hostility. Each bandit was similarly attired in black, armed with long knives, but lacking spears or polearms, indicating their training under the formidable blade master Niequangren. Notably, each bandit was tall and robust, clearly skilled in external martial arts. Observing the disciplined and imposing bandits of Haifeng's, Chu Xiu silently admired the prowess of Niequangren, who had trained them to such excellence. One might mistake them for an army of the great Zhou dynasty. With a slight smile, Chu Xiu addressed the leader. I am Chu Xiu, here to pay my respects to the esteemed Nie Zhaizhu. I kindly ask this brother to relay my visit. Chu Xiu, the deputy commander of the Jinhui, Lord Chu Xiu? The leader of Haifeng's paused, astonishment etched across his face as he regarded Chu Xiu. The other bandits looked on in disbelief, unable to fathom that a high-ranking official of the great Zhou dynasty stood before them. Indeed, that is I. Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile. Greetings, Lord Chu. The leader of Haifeng's, brimming with excitement, knelt before Chu Xiu and proclaimed loudly, We pay our respects to you. Lord Chu. The other bandits followed suit, kneeling in reverence. There is no need for such formalities. Please rise, Chu Xiu said, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that the bandits of Haifeng's would not only recognize his name, but also hold him in such high regard. Thank you, Lord Chu. The leader of Haifeng's said, rising along with the others. What brings about this display of respect? Chu Xiu coughed lightly, glancing curiously at the leader. The deference shown by the bandits was somewhat disconcerting to him, though he was aware they were not ordinary brigands, but rather individuals of righteousness, distributing their spoils to the impoverished and acting in the name of justice. This was precisely why Chu Xiu had come to Haifeng's, seeking to win over the renowned blade master Niequangren. Lord Chu, our chieftain holds you in the highest esteem. Every member of Haifeng's respects you immensely. We are well aware of your efforts in procuring large quantities of rice and provisions for the poor in the capital. Additionally, you have established public welfare funds within the Jinhui, using substantial resources to provide free medical services in the capital and beyond, benefiting countless people. This has earned you our utmost admiration, the leader of Haifeng's said with deep reverence. If the chieftain knew of your visit, he would be overjoyed. Chapter 113. What you have done for the common people is beyond what I, Niequangren, can achieve. Thus, a look of sudden understanding appeared on Chu Xiu's face as he spoke. Lord Chu, please. The leader of the Black Wind Gang gestured invitingly towards Chu Xiu. Isn't there a need for a formal announcement? Chu Xiu inquired with a slight smile as he regarded the leader of the Black Wind Gang. For others, indeed, a formal announcement is necessary before leading them up the mountain. However, for Lord Chu, it is not required. The leader of the Black Wind Gang replied, shaking his head. With a light chuckle, Chu Xiu followed the leader of the Black Wind Gang toward Black Wind Mountain. After a while, they arrived at the Hall of Unity within the Black Wind Gang. Lord Chu, please take a seat. I will inform the gang leader immediately. He should be in seclusion at the moment, the leader of the Black Wind Gang said respectfully, pointing to the first seat on the left side of the hall. Very well. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and took a seat. As they walked, Chu Xiu observed that every bandit he encountered from the Black Wind Gang was a tall and robust man. Although their numbers were not many, only about 3,000, each of these bandits was well-trained, resembling true elite soldiers. Moreover, the aura emanating from each one was remarkably potent, with most having reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Notably, there were also quite a few bandits at the innate and even master levels. The leader of the Black Wind Gang, being among the elite, had already attained the Great Master realm. The number of 3,000 was not something Chu Xiu deduced through observation, but rather information provided by the leader of the Black Wind Gang. The Black Wind Gang had established itself in less than 3 months, and in such a brief period. The formidable Nia Quangren had gathered such a number of elite fighters and trained them into a formidable force. Chu Xiu's interest in Nia Quangren grew even more. This individual was undoubtedly a rare talent. Before long, a tall and handsome young man, dressed in black attire and wielding a long knife at his waist, strode into the hall with an imposing presence. Chu Xiu immediately recognized the man in black as the formidable Nia Quangren. He also discerned that Nia Quangren had reached the initial stage of ascension. It appeared that Nia Quangren had recently broken through to the ascension realm, having achieved this through sheer chance without relying on any clan or sect. His cultivation level surpassed that of Fong Hung and others, even those who had consumed the Wanfo golden pill. After all, Nia Quangren had not benefited from the abundant resources of the Imperial Guards, nor did he possess the unparalleled martial arts that could be enhanced through slaughter. Upon seeing Nia Quangren enter, Chu Xiu rose to his feet. Nia Quangren pays respects to Lord Chu. Nia Quangren quickly approached Chu Xiu, cupping his fists in a solemn gesture of greeting. There is no need for such formalities. Gang leader Nia. Chu Xiu approached Nia Quangren, extending his hands to assist him. However, as soon as Chu Xiu's hands made contact with Nia Quangren's arms, he felt as if he were attempting to lift a mountain, realizing that it would not be an easy task. He immediately understood Nia Quangren's intent. While Nia Quangren respected him, it would be unnatural for someone as passionate about martial arts as he did not wish for a contest upon seeing him. With a serene smile, Chu Xiu exerted strength and aided Nia Quangren to his feet. The external martial arts he practiced, the indestructible golden body technique, rendered Nia Quangren's strength insignificant in comparison. In the same rank, Chu Xiu could effortlessly overpower Nia Quangren, despite the latter's astonishing talent and innate strength. Indeed, Lord Chu's reputation is well-deserved. Your strength is far beyond what Nia can compare to. Nia Quangren's face displayed astonishment as he exclaimed, "But why is the power you just exerted not internal energy, but rather vitality?" Chu Xiu chuckled lightly, withdrawing his hands as he replied, "I have always cultivated both internal and external arts. However, under normal circumstances, no one has prompted me to reveal my external martial arts prowess. Today, seeing that gang leader Nia is an expert in external cultivation, I decided to demonstrate my strength to assist you. To think that at such a young age, Lord Chu possesses such strength, and furthermore, has achieved such a level in both internal and external cultivation. Compared to your accomplishments, my talent seems trivial," Nia Quangren remarked, shaking his head. "There is no need for you to be so modest, gang leader Nia. As a lone cultivator, you have reached the initial stage of ascension. Few in the world can compare with you." Chu Xiu smiled warmly. "Lord Chu, please take a seat." Nia Quangren gestured invitingly toward Chu Xiu. As Chu Xiu prepared to sit down again, Nia Quangren suddenly called out, "Wait." Chu Xiu looked at him in confusion. Nia Quangren took a deep breath, his expression serious as he stated, "Lord Chu, the people below may lack decorum, but how could I, Nia, be ungracious? Your seat is here." He pointed to the main seat in the hall. "Gang leader Nia, this is the leader's position. As an outsider, how could I sit there?" Chu Xiu chuckled, taken aback. "Lord Chu, you are not an outsider. Among all individuals I admire in my life, you are the foremost. What you have done for the common people is beyond what I, Nia Quangren, can achieve. If I, Nia Quangren, do not offer you this seat, how could I face others in the future?" Nia Quangren asserted with solemnity. "Very well, then I shall take a moment to occupy gang leader's position." Chu Xiu regarded Nia Quangren thoughtfully before sitting in the main seat of the hall. Nia Quangren then took the position previously occupied by Chu Xiu, his expression earnest as he inquired, "Lord Chu, may I ask what brings you here today? Whatever the task, I shall exert my utmost effort." "How do you find the external martial arts I practice?" Chu Xiu did not answer Nia Quangren's question but instead posed one of his own, powerful and unmatched. After a moment of contemplation, Nia Quangren replied, "It is indeed a true, unparalleled technique. Within my Imperial Guards, there exists an invincible golden body that possesses characteristics of indestructibility, invincibility, and immunity to poison. Anyone who joins my Imperial Guards and becomes a member of the Heavenly Guards can cultivate this invincible golden body. If gang leader Nia were to join my Imperial Guards, not only could you practice the invincible golden body, but you could also comprehend the most formidable protective techniques from the 4 sacred sites of Buddhism." Chu Xiu gazed intently at Nia Quangren as he spoke. Although these 4 characteristics describe the indestructible golden body technique, even as a weakened version, the invincible golden body could achieve similar prowess. albeit slightly diminished compared to the indestructible golden body technique. Chapter 114. Before departing, my subordinate desires to undertake a grand endeavor. The most formidable guardian techniques of the four sacred grounds of Buddhism? Upon hearing this, Nie Quangren was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Chu Xiu. If it were merely the cultivation of the invincible golden body, he would not have been surprised. He had already surmised that this invincible golden body must be the method cultivated by Chu Xiu himself. Otherwise, he would not have inquired about his external martial arts practice. However, the strongest guardian techniques of the four sacred grounds of Buddhism could also be learned. Due to his immense respect for Chu Xiu, he had been attentively following his affairs, even learning of Chu Xiu's annihilation of the Great Buddha Temple and the Diamond Sect. It was evident that Chu Xiu had offended the 10,000 Buddha Temple behind the Great Buddha Temple and the Supreme Secret Temple behind the Diamond Sect. How then could he possibly obtain the strongest guardian techniques of the four sacred grounds of Buddhism? Indeed, within Arjanui, we possess the four external martial arts practices, the golden body of the Diamond Buddha, the 6-foot golden body, the golden body of the 10,000 Buddhas, and the golden body of the Sun Buddha. Additionally, we also have the dazzling Sun Buddha palm, an exceptionally vigorous technique, available within Arjanui. Should you choose to join us, you too could comprehend these techniques. With a slight smile, Chu Xiu remarked. As for why Arjanui has access to the strongest guardian techniques of the four sacred grounds of Buddhism, it is due to our Master Wuxia. The name of the killing monk, Master Wuxia, sent Nie Quangren leaping to his feet, his expression one of utter shock. How could he not be aware of the formidable reputation of Master Wuxia? He had entered the four sacred grounds of Buddhism and learned the strongest guardian techniques from each. Indeed, Master Wuxia currently resides within our Jinyui, overseeing our armory. Chu Xiu affirmed with a nod. I am willing to join the Jinyui. To serve as a humble soldier among the Jingxian guards. Nie Quangren exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he knelt before Chu Xiu, proclaiming his loyalty. However, after a moment's hesitation, he added, My lord, I am but the leader of the Black Wind stronghold. If I leave, what will become of my people? Who said that joining our Jinyui means serving as a mere soldier in the Jingxian guards? Does a mere soldier warrant my personal recruitment? Chu Xiu chuckled, approaching Nie Quangren and assisting him to his feet. What does my lord mean? Nie Quangren asked, astonished. Could it be that this bandit leader might hold an official position within the Jinyui? Surely, he would not be granted the rank of 100 households or even 1,000 households. That would be far too great an honor. To speak frankly, Nie Quangren had been tempted by the martial examination hosted by the Great Zhou dynasty. He longed to participate, yet his identity rendered such aspirations impossible. Otherwise, with his strength, he could undoubtedly have claimed the title of champion. Yet, to participate in the examination, one must come from a reputable family, and as a mountain bandit, he did not fit that description. Simply not being hunted by the Great Zhou dynasty was fortunate enough. You shall join our Jinyui as the assistant pacifier of the Northern Pacification Division. As for the brothers of the Black Wind stronghold, they are indeed promising candidates. They may also join the Jinyui. With our resources for training, if their talents are exceptional enough, they could even be selected to enter the Jingxian guards. Chu Xiu contemplated before addressing Nie Quangren. Are you jesting with me, my lord? Nie Quangren's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Xiu. The position of assistant pacifier of the Northern Pacification Division within the Jinyui is not only a position of true authority, but also a significant official role within the entire Great Zhou dynasty. To bestow such a title upon a mere leader of the Black Wind stronghold? Do I appear to be jesting? Chu Xiu smiled gently, but, my lord, I am merely a small mountain bandit. After a moment's hesitation, Nie Quangren replied, a common mountain bandit, yet possessing the cultivation of the first level of the Ascendant Realm? Chu Xiu rolled his eyes, indeed. So, my lord, am I truly capable of serving as the assistant pacifier of the Northern Pacification Division of the Jinyui? Nie Quangren chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he inquired of Chu Xiu, though it felt surreal. Given that the Ascendant Realm is indeed a mark of a true expert in the martial world, within the context of the Great Zhou dynasty, it is not particularly remarkable. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. Chu Xiu declared firmly. Thank you for your consideration, my lord. I shall risk everything to serve you faithfully and will not disappoint you. Nie Quangren inhaled deeply, calming his racing heart, as he knelt before Chu Xiu. Tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Nie Quangren, make arrangements. Bring the brothers of the Black Wind stronghold to the capital in batches. Upon arrival at the headquarters of the Jinyui, seek out Li Jingtian. During my absence from the capital, he will handle all matters, Chu Xiu instructed with a smile. It was easier to recruit Nie Quangren than he had anticipated. His potential was certainly no less than that of Li Jingtian. If he could also find sword god Shiminju, the upper echelons of the Jinyui would be complete. Subordinate obeys. Nie Kuangren responded solemnly. As Chu Xiu prepared to take his leave, Nie Kuangren hesitated and said, "My lord, there is one more matter I wish to report." "Speak," Chu Xiu replied, his expression calm as he regarded Nie Kuangren. "Before I leave, I wish to undertake a significant venture." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Nie Kuangren's eyes as he spoke with chilling determination. Within the Taiyang Mountains resides a band of Black Mountain bandits. Though few in number, they are truly elite. Many have reached the levels of the primordial spirit realm and the Dharma realm. The three leaders of the Black Mountain bandits have even attained the 5th and 6th levels of the ascendant realm. Their individual prowess is exceptional. I am capable of defeating any one of them alone. Even two working together would not pose a challenge. However, if they unite, I would be unable to contend with them. Now that my lord is present, I beseech you to join forces with me to eradicate these marauding Black Mountain bandits who wreak havoc and commit unspeakable crimes against the innocent in the Taiyang Mountains. Nie Kuangren bowed deeply to Chu Xiu, his expression earnest. Black Mountain bandits? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he regarded Nie Kuangren with a smile. How many are they? Where are they gathered? And what is their specific strength? You are well informed on these matters? For him, performing righteous deeds would earn him system rewards. Since he had arrived in the Taiyang Mountains, eliminating this group of Black Mountain bandits seemed merely a matter of convenience. Moreover, Nie Kuangren's strength was indeed formidable. With the 1st level of the Ascendant Realm, he could contend against and even overpower those at the 6th level. After all, he had just claimed that any one of the three leaders would not be a match for him. He truly lived up to his reputation as the Blade Tyrant. Chapter 115. The Ascendants to Immortality. Surely, the realm of the immortal ascendants is not solely governed by the three prominent leaders, is it? I report to you, my lord, that I have thoroughly investigated this matter. I have even engaged the Black Mountain bandits in several skirmishes. I shall now convey to you all the intelligence regarding the Black Mountain bandits. Nie Kuangren quickly grasped Chu Xiu's intent and spoke with palpable excitement. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. The number of Black Mountain bandits is estimated to be around 1,200. Among them, 800 are at the Grand Master level, 300 at the nascent soul level, and 100 at the Dharmakaya level. However, these figures represent only a rough estimate of the numbers at each tier. Nie Kuangren carefully considered his words before addressing Chu Xiu. Is there not a single individual below the Grand Master level among them? Chu Xiu inquired, his face revealing a look of astonishment. The lowest cultivation level among them is indeed Grand Master. With 300 at the nascent soul level and 100 at the Dharmakaya level, such a force is astonishingly formidable for mere bandits. I report to you, my lord, that there are no individuals below the Grand Master level. This is the most terrifying aspect of the Black Mountain bandits. They recruit only those with considerable strength. Otherwise, they cannot join their ranks. Moreover, the bandits have been able to amass such power due to their unrestrained actions. They attack not only the common folk and merchant caravans, but also various strongholds within the Taiyang Mountains. Those below the Grand Master level are virtually doomed in encounters with the Black Mountain bandits. Only those who reach the Grand Master level qualify for membership among them. And once they pledge their loyalty, they can escape death. This is the reason for the continuous growth of the Black Mountain bandits, whose cultivation levels have all surpassed that of the Grand Master. Nie Kuangren's expression grew solemn as he remarked, the Black Mountain bandits possess such strength now. If we allow them to continue to grow unchecked, they will inevitably wreak havoc upon the world. Has the government not organized local militia or even provincial forces to hunt them down? Chu Xiu furrowed his brows and questioned, due to their formidable strength. The Black Mountain bandits are highly mobile, perpetrating their crimes across Changshan, Zhao, Zhongshan, Shandong, and Henei counties. Nie Kuangren shook his head, responding, Ji Province, Bing Province, and Silizhu are all within their operational range. Furthermore, when the Black Mountain bandits encounter a siege, they immediately retreat into the Taiyang Mountains, skillfully evading confrontation time, and again, due to their familiarity with the terrain. Even if the official army attempts to encircle them, it is far from an easy task. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, then inquired of Nie Kuangren, did they not have specific areas of concern? Indeed, their primary area of activity is Ji Province, particularly between Changshan and Zhongshan counties. Therefore, the inspector of Ji Province, Lord Yilanwu, has organized 3 large-scale sieges. However, just as Lord He was about to take action, the Black Mountain bandits had already fled in advance. I suspect that they may have numerous informants within Ji Province providing them with intelligence. Upon hearing this, Nie Kuangren's mind stirred as he understood Chu Xiu's implication and spoke earnestly. Lord Yilanwu of Ji Province? A glimmer of insight crossed Chu Xiu's eyes as he said, My lord, could it be that Lord He has ulterior motives? Lord He enjoys a stellar reputation in Ji Province and is regarded as an exceptionally capable court official. Nie Quangren appeared momentarily taken aback, wearing a look of skepticism. That cannot be. Lord, he is above reproach. If there were to be any suspicion, it would more likely lie with Wang Mang, the chief of Bing province. Chu Xiu smiled knowingly, replying, after all, the Taihang Mountains lie between Ji province, Bing province, and Silizhu. Yet, the primary area of activity for the Black Mountain Bandits is in Ji province. This is partly due to Bing province being a border state of our great Zhou dynasty, possessing considerable strength, while Ji province is relatively weaker, having only an inspector. Unlike Bing province, which has a chief. As for Silizhu, it is the heartland of our great Zhou dynasty. Should any action be taken against Silizhu, it could provoke the emperor's wrath. If the imperial army and even the imperial guards were to be mobilized, the Black Mountain Bandits would find themselves with no escape. The reason I do not suspect Lord Helan Wu of harboring ill intentions is that he is merely an inspector. He possesses only supervisory authority over Changshan and Zhongshan counties. While the inspectors of the great Zhou dynasty can mobilize local forces, this is only possible under extraordinary circumstances. Most of the time, Lord, he can only command the militia within Ji province itself. How could he possibly be accused of nurturing bandits? In contrast, Wang Mang, the chief of Bing province, wields military and political power over an entire province. Moreover, Bing province is the stronghold of the Taiyuan Wang clan, where the Wang family holds unparalleled sway. Here, the Wang family S-words carry more weight than even the Empress Morongxi of the great Zhou dynasty. Of course, Wang Mang does not need to nurture bandits, especially since these bandits have yet to encroach upon his territory. However, the absence of such nurturing does not mean that the bandits are entirely disconnected from Wang Mang or the Taiyuan Wang clan. Upon hearing this, Nie Quangren's face exhibited a dawning realization. So, perhaps there are traitors within Ji province who are providing the Black Mountain Bandits with information. However, this person could never be Lord He. Continuing the discussion about the Black Mountain Bandits, Chu Xiu inquired. Since the Black Mountain Bandits possess such a significant number of nascent soul and Dharmakaya cultivators, surely their ranks of immortal ascendants must exceed just the 3 leaders? With a slight smile, Chu Xiu looked at Nie Quangren and asked, I report to you, my lord, that the Black Mountain Bandits have only 3 immortal ascendants remaining. Previously, they had 9. I have long harbored a deep-seated hatred for these marauders who commit unspeakable atrocities, and I have long wished to eradicate them. Thus, each time I ventured to confront the Black Mountain Bandits, I did so stealthily, infiltrating their ranks without alarming them, and ambushed their immortal ascendant-level masters. I eliminated 6 of their immortal ascendants from the 1st to the 3rd levels. It is only these 3 leaders, whose cultivation levels are exceedingly high. Although their strength does not surpass mine, they can still hold out for a time until others arrive to assist. Nie Quangren's countenance reflected regret. So, it seems the Black Mountain Bandits are now left with merely these 3 immortal ascendants. A look of understanding crossed Chu Xiu's face as he remarked, I report to you, my lord, that the night is still young. Once darkness descends, we shall proceed to the Black Mountain, where the bandits have taken refuge, and eradicate the entire Black Mountain Bandit force. Nie Quangren contemplated for a moment before respectfully bowing to Chu Xiu and saying, understood. Chapter 116. Even if one were at the pinnacle of the immortal ascension realm, they might still be unable to withstand a single punch from Nie Quangren. Why wait until nightfall? It is still morning. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and said, prepare the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. I shall transcribe the essence of the unyielding golden body for you. Once you have transitioned to the unyielding golden body, we shall set forth to Black Mountain. It must be said that Nie Quangren is a prodigious talent in the realm of external cultivation. He has reached the immortal ascension level using merely conventional methods of external cultivation. Furthermore, with his newly attained cultivation level, he can overpower those at the 6th level of immortal ascension. If he were to switch to the unyielding golden body, even the 3 chief leaders of the Black Mountain Bandits would likely not stand a chance against him. Of course, Chu Xiu was well aware that Nie Quangren's achievements were not solely due to his external cultivation methods. There was another crucial aspect. His swordsmanship was undoubtedly formidable. After all, Nie Quangren bore the illustrious title of the Dominant Blade. This singular title alone attests to the extraordinary brilliance of his sword technique. Yes, my lord, I shall comply. Nie Quangren replied, his eyes brightening with excitement as he called out, bring forth the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. Despite being a mountain bandit, it did not imply that he was illiterate. Within the Black Wind stronghold, it was impossible not to have the necessary writing instruments. Before long, 2 bandits from the Black Wind stronghold entered, carrying a writing desk laden with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones. Their steps were steady, and the desk remained perfectly still, with not a single item on it wavering as they placed it in the assembly hall and withdrew. My lord, I shall prepare the ink for you, Nie Quangren said. approaching the desk and addressing Chu Xiu. Very well. Chu Xiu nodded slightly in agreement. Nie Quangren picked up the ink stone and began grinding ink on the ink slab. Once the ink was ready, he stepped aside. Chu Xiu approached, took a wolf hair brush from the desk, and began to write. After a brief interval, Chu Xiu paused and held up several sheets of paper filled with characters, saying to Nie Quangren, "This is the unyielding golden body. It contains not only the incantation, but also my insights on it. You may study it carefully before transitioning." "Thank you, my lord," Nie Quangren said gratefully as he accepted the sheets and moved aside to examine them intently. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before picking up the wolf hair brush and continuing to write. This time, he was transcribing the slaughter blade canon. Like the unyielding golden body, the content of the slaughter blade canon was also written up to the pinnacle of the 9th level of immortal ascension. He refrained from writing about the levels above immortal ascension, as Nie Quangren did not yet require that knowledge. The reason for writing the slaughter blade canon was clear. Today, the main force would certainly be Nie Quangren. Once he cultivated the slaughter blade canon, Nie Quangren would not only excel in external cultivation but could also delve into internal cultivation. Given the strength of the Black Mountain Bandits, it was entirely possible that Nie Quangren's internal cultivation would surge to the immortal ascension level. Thus, the once solely externally focused Nie Quangren would become a martial artist whose internal and external skills both reached the immortal ascension level, undoubtedly amplifying his strength once more. As the inspector of the northern branch of the Jinui, he would finally be deemed truly competent. Moreover, how could the inspector of the northern branch of the Jinui limit himself to external cultivation alone, even if Nie Quangren possessed no innate talent for internal cultivation? The slaughter blade canon would allow him to continually enhance his prowess through the act of slaughter. In truth, the moment Chu Xiu laid eyes on Nie Quangren, he discerned through his qi observation technique that Nie Quangren had indeed practiced internal martial arts. His internal martial arts cultivation level was merely at the 3rd level of Grandmaster, likely due to a lack of innate talent in internal cultivation. Upon discovering his aptitude for external cultivation, he had devoted all his energy to it, neglecting internal cultivation. Otherwise, with Nie Quangren's capabilities, the resources acquired from subduing various strongholds would have sufficed to elevate his internal cultivation level considerably. After a brief pause, a terrifying aura erupted from Nie Quangren. A vast and overwhelming force of vitality surged forth, as if it were about to pierce the heavens, transforming into a pillar of vitality that altered the very colors of the world. At that moment, Nie Quangren's physique expanded, becoming a towering golden giant, akin to a golden-skinned Arhut. This was the unyielding golden body. Indeed, Nie Quangren exhibited astonishing talent in external cultivation, achieving the transition to the unyielding golden body with remarkable speed. His current strength was several times greater than before. Even those at the 9th level of immortal ascension would find it challenging to withstand a single punch from him. At that moment, Chu Xiu had just finished transcribing the slaughter blade canon and set down the brush, regarding Nie Quangren with admiration, silently praising him. With the same cultivation of the unyielding golden body and at the same level, Nie Quangren's prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of others. This was the advantage of being a naturally gifted powerhouse. Impressive. A truly unparalleled technique, Nie Quangren exclaimed, his eyes filled with excitement. With a wave of his right hand, he created a shockwave that shattered the air around him, producing a series of sonic booms, all without exerting much force. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Nie Quangren knelt before Chu Xiu and proclaimed with conviction, "Thank you for bestowing this technique, my lord. I am willing to serve you unto death. Rise." Chu Xiu said with a gentle smile. "Thank you, my lord," Nie Quangren replied as he stood up. The slaughter blade canon is a fundamental martial art for our Jinui. Not only you, but all members of the Black Wind Stronghold who wish to join the Jinui must cultivate this slaughter blade canon. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu handed a sheet of paper to Nie Quangren, stating, "Ah?" Nie Quangren, taken aback, replied with a pained expression, "My lord, my aptitude for internal cultivation is somewhat lacking. Compared to external cultivation, it pales significantly. Even if I devote myself to it, I fear I will achieve little." "Do not worry, you need not be concerned about this. The slaughter blade canon does not rely on innate talent. Even those with lesser talents can attain success in its practice. While those with greater talent may cultivate faster, this slaughter blade canon, as its name implies, allows for enhancement through the act of slaughter. With your formidable external cultivation, if you practice the slaughter blade canon, the speed at which your internal cultivation level rises will undoubtedly exceed your expectations." Chu Xiu chuckled softly, addressing Nie Quangren. Chapter 117. The Madman Nie, my lord. Is this a celestial technique? Can slaughter truly enhance one's power? The expression of disbelief etched on Nie's face as he gazed incredulously at Chu Xiu. Indeed. As long as there is slaughter, one can ascend. Of course, one must have cultivated the slaughter blade cannon, Chu Xiu explained with a faint smile. My lord, do you mean to say, if I incapacitate a master of the law manifestation realm or even an ascended realm expert, and allow a subordinate who has just stepped into the superlative realm or the innate realm to kill, their cultivation could surge to the law manifestation realm or even the ascended realm? Nie took a deep breath, steadying his emotions as he trembled while looking at Chu Xiu. Not quite. The disparity is too great. If they were to slay a grandmaster or a soul origin realm expert, there would be a chance to elevate to the grandmaster level. However, they would only reach the peak of the 9th layer of the grandmaster realm at most. Even in plundering, one can only seize a portion of another's cultivation, not all of it. Chu Xiu pondered before responding. My lord, this must be a celestial technique. Nie's eyes widened in astonishment. Although it may not be as formidable as he imagined, it had indeed reached a terrifying level. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Nie's spine. With such a martial art, they could mass-produce powerful warriors. With the Jin Yi Wei possessing such a formidable martial art, it was only a matter of time before they suppressed the aristocratic families and swept through the land. Thus, we in the Jin Yi Wei have already birthed numerous experts through the slaughter blade cannon, Chu Xiu stated nonchalantly. My lord, a martial art so powerful and fearsome must not be allowed to circulate. It must only be imparted under the condition of loyalty. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to catastrophe. Nie remained silent for a moment before solemnly affirming. Indeed. Therefore, within our Jin Yi Wei, even among the direct lineage, initially, they can only be taught the Grandmaster realm and Soul Origin realm content. Further teachings will only be granted upon breaking through each realm. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, acknowledging. My lord, I understand. I shall first impart the slaughter blade cannon at the Grandmaster level, while the Soul Origin level shall be withheld for now. Nie declared with a serious expression. Moreover, I assure you, every one of my brothers in Black Wind Stronghold will not reveal even a single word of the slaughter blade cannon. No rush. There is still ample time, as it is only just past the hour of the snake. I shall also write out the slaughter blade formation. After you impart the slaughter blade cannon to them, take them to practice the formation. Although they may not reach a significant level today, once they grasp the basics, they can form a blade array alongside you, enhancing their prowess as you slay the Black Mountain bandits. Chu Xiu gestured to Nie. The slaughter blade formation? Nie blinked in confusion, staring at Chu Xiu in astonishment. Indeed. The slaughter blade formation. The slaughter blade cannon was specifically created for this formation. It is a truly astonishing battle array. It can only be utilized in conjunction with the slaughter blade cannon. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Once we master the slaughter blade formation, we can lead all of Black Wind Stronghold to Black Mountain, greatly augmenting the internal cultivation of each member. This way, when they join our Jin Yi Wei, it will genuinely bolster our strength, he continued. Thank you, my lord. Nie was overwhelmed with gratitude and bowed deeply. He had not anticipated that in addition to imparting the slaughter blade cannon, Chu Xiu would also share such a precious battle array technique with them. Chu Xiu approached the desk, picking up a wolf hairbrush to continue his writing. Nie gathered the parchment inscribed with the slaughter blade cannon and the unyielding body parchment, moving to the desk to prepare the ink. After a brief tea session, Chu Xiu set down the brush and addressed Nie. You may now comprehend the slaughter blade cannon and the slaughter blade formation. After your understanding, gather all the members of Black Wind Stronghold to impart the teachings. Yes, I shall obey. Nie responded with deep respect. At this moment, he was thoroughly convinced by Chu Xiu. Even if Chu Xiu commanded him to die, he would not flinch. This is the loyalty a soldier has for one who understands him. My lord, as it is still early, would you like me to arrange a courtyard for you to rest? Nie pondered for a moment before inquiring. Very well, Chu Xiu nodded. Come forth. Upon hearing this, Nie called out loudly, present arms to the chief. A bandit from Black Wind Stronghold entered, bowing respectfully to Nie. Take the lord to rest and arrange the finest courtyard for him, Nie instructed the bandit. Yes, the bandit acknowledged, gesturing for Chu Xiu to follow. The bandits of Black Wind Stronghold, already familiar with Chu Xiu due to Nie's influence, held him in high esteem. Now that they heard Nie refer to him simply as the lord, they followed suit. Chu Xiu nodded gently and left with the bandit. Meanwhile, Nie remained in the assembly hall, delving into the slaughter blade cannon and the slaughter blade formation. Despite his average aptitude for internal cultivation, being a master of the ascended realm made it easy for him to grasp these techniques, especially with Chu Xiu's insights embedded within the texts. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Nie comprehended both the slaughter blade cannon and the slaughter blade formation and summoned all the bandits of Black Wind Stronghold to the training grounds. Soon after, 3,000 bandits gathered in the training arena, including those tasked with guarding Black Mountain. Do you know why I have summoned all of you? Nie's voice resonated powerfully as he surveyed the 3,000 bandits. The bandits shook their heads, pondering the connection to Chu Xiu. Today, the Jin Yiwei's deputy commander, Lord Chu Xiu, has come to our Black Wind stronghold. He invites all of us to join the Jin Yiwei. Nie's face glowed with excitement as he proclaimed. Every brother in Black Wind stronghold can transform from being looked down upon as bandits to becoming the formidable Jin Yiwei riders of the Great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 118. The Might of the Slaughtering Blade Manual and the Annihilation of the Black Mountain Bandits. What? We can become the Jin Yiwei? Is it possible for us, mere bandits, to hold such a title? What is wrong with being a bandit? Lord Chu has proclaimed that we can indeed become the Jin Yiwei, and that must hold true. You may doubt the Great Zhou dynasty, but you cannot doubt Lord Chu. Are we not bringing honor to our ancestors now? The 3,000 bandits from Haifeng's High momentarily stood in stunned silence, their expressions brimming with excitement and fervor as they began to discuss amongst themselves. Nie Quangren raised his right hand, gesturing for silence. Instantly, the throng of 3,000 Haifeng's High bandits fell completely silent. It is not merely a matter of becoming the Jin Yiwei cavalry. The Lord has declared that we are equally qualified to join the Jingxianwei. Surely you have heard of the 3 divisions of the Jin Yiwei, the Jingtianwei, the Jingshanwei, and the Jingxianwei. These 3 divisions represent the elite of the Jin Yiwei, the pinnacle of their might. By joining the Jin Yiwei, we hold the same privilege to enter the Jingxianwei, and all of this is bestowed upon us by the Lord. Nie Quangren spoke with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3,000 bandits from Haifeng's High revealed immense gratitude, astonished at Lord Chu's high regard for them, granting them the opportunity to join the Jingxianwei. Moreover, the Lord has imparted to me 2 martial arts techniques and a formation strategy. These techniques are the Slaughtering Blade Manual and the Invincible Golden Body. The Slaughtering Blade Manual is a martial art that can only be cultivated by the Jin Yiwei's direct descendants. Each descendant must practice the Slaughtering Blade Manual. Therefore, I shall teach it to you. You must all study diligently. Anyone who dares to be lazy or negligent shall not blame me, Nie Quangren, for being unmerciful. Nie Quangren's voice was filled with a chilling intensity. Did you hear that? We heard it, shouted the 3,000 Haifeng's High bandits in unison, their morale soaring, shaking the very heavens. Excellent. The other technique, the Invincible Golden Body, is reserved for those who cultivate within the Jingxianwei. I will not teach you this technique. There's simply isn't enough time. If you are selected into the Jingxianwei, you shall naturally receive instruction in the Invincible Golden Body. Nie Quangren spoke with a deep and powerful voice. What I wish to discuss now is the formation strategy. This formation is called the Slaughtering Blade Formation, designed to complement the Slaughtering Blade Manual. It is an incredibly formidable killing formation. After imparting the Slaughtering Blade Manual, I will teach you the Slaughtering Blade Formation. Everyone must learn it. Yes. The 3,000 Haifeng's High bandits responded loudly. Nie Quangren displayed a satisfied expression and began to convey the teachings of the Slaughtering Blade Manual. He then guided the 3,000 Haifeng's High bandits in their practice. Although he had meticulously selected these bandits, he did not accept those who were not physically imposing enough to cultivate external martial arts. However, this does not imply he would withhold instruction in internal martial arts. In truth, he also imparted internal cultivation techniques. Nevertheless, the 3,000 Haifeng's High bandits primarily focused on external martial arts, with their internal cultivation levels not particularly high. Most were at a 3rd-rate or 2nd-rate level, with only a few reaching the 1st-rate realm. Yet, having practiced internal techniques, transitioning to the Slaughtering Blade Manual would prove exceedingly simple. As the sun set, casting a serene glow over the world, the Black Mountain bandits, notorious for their rampancy, did not dwell atop the Black Mountain, but rather at its foot. Nestled in a valley between 2 great mountains, the sanctuary had but a single entrance. The valley boasted breathtaking scenery, resembling a hidden haven rather than a den of thieves. Is this truly the lair of the Black Mountain bandits? Chu Xiu stood several miles away, gazing at the distant valley, inquiring of Nie Quangren. Reporting to you, my lord. This is indeed the hiding place of the Black Mountain bandits. Nie Quangren nodded earnestly. Behind them stood the 3,000 Haifeng's High bandits. After lunch, they had hurriedly made their way here, yet it took nearly 3 hours for them to reach the Black Mountain. Fortunately, the Haifeng's High bandits possessed some level of cultivation. Otherwise, the arduous journey would have delayed their arrival until the following day. Let us proceed. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, taking a step forward towards the valley where the Black Mountain bandits concealed themselves. As you command, Nie Quangren responded, and with a wave of his hand, the 3,000 Haifeng's High bandits utilized their lightness skills to follow closely behind Chu Xiu. In less than no time, they arrived at the valley's entrance. Naturally, the Black Mountain bandits guarding the valley would not be absent. Nie Quangren? It is the Dominator blade, Nye Quangren. Though the bandits of the Black Mountain were unfamiliar with Chu Xiu, they were all too aware of the infamous Nye Quangren, whose face betrayed a look of terror as he shouted loudly. After all, Nye Quangren had previously attacked them multiple times, even slaying 6 of their elite members. They had never anticipated him approaching so brazenly this time. This proclamation echoed throughout the valley, sending ripples of alarm among the Black Mountain bandits. Figures began to emerge from the structures, rushing towards the valley's exit. They are now in your hands. Chu Xiu smiled indifferently, stepping aside. Your orders shall be followed. Nye Quangren replied respectfully, his right hand gripping the hilt of his blade, a fierce aura emanating from him as he declared, slaughtering blade formation. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of long blades being drawn resonated through the air. All 3,000 Haifeng's High bandits unsheathed their weapons, forming the slaughtering blade formation alongside Nye Quangren. Though their execution was somewhat unrefined, they had at least coalesced into a single entity. Nye Quangren radiated an overwhelming killing intent, and with a single stroke of his blade, unleashed a terrifying wave of blade energy directed at the Black Mountain bandits guarding the valley. This strike was utterly domineering. Boom. A deafening crash echoed as dozens of the guarding Black Mountain bandits, regardless of their realm, were obliterated in an instant. Having slain these bandits, both Nye Quangren and the 3,000 Haifeng's High bandits felt a surge of inner power, sensing the potency of the slaughtering blade manual. With renewed vigor, Nye Quangren surged forward into the valley, intent on confronting the Black Mountain bandits within. Chapter 119. The Overbearing Blade Intent and the True Might of Nye Quangren. A formidable wave of lethal blade energy surged towards the Black Mountain bandits within the valley. As if the very fabric of the valley would be shattered by Nye Quangren's murderous intent, countless Black Mountain bandits fell beneath his blade. Intriguingly, it was evident why he was known as the Overbearing Blade. In less than half a day, he had cultivated the slaughter blade technique to a level of minor accomplishment. More remarkably, this technique in Nye Quangren's hands had transformed into an overwhelming force, embodying the essence of the overbearing blade intent. Chu Xiu, with a look of astonishment, remarked on Nye Quangren's displayed prowess, growing increasingly impressed. The fact that Nye Quangren could comprehend the blade intent was a testament to his extraordinary talent in the path of the blade. In an instant, the Black Mountain bandits in the valley had suffered heavy casualties, with their ranks decimated below the realm of the Yuan spirit. Even among those of the Yuan spirit and Dharma aspect realms, many perished at the hands of Nye Quangren. The remaining Black Mountain bandits numbered less than 100. Boom, boom, boom. From the depths of the valley, a surge of powerful auras erupted. These were emanating from the 3 leaders of the Black Mountain bandits, Chief Zhang Xiao, second leader Zui Yan, and third leader Li Jiao. Having been in seclusion, they had only just appeared. As they hovered in midair, gazing at the valley reduced to ruins, their eyes filled with rage and bloodlust. They had poured immense effort into developing the Black Mountain bandits to their current state, only to witness Nye Quangren nearly annihilate their forces single-handedly. Chief, help us. Upon the arrival of Zhang Xiao and the others, the remaining elite bandits erupted with joy, rushing towards them like a thunderclap. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. With a cold smirk, Nye Quangren unleashed a terrifying blade intent, slicing through the air. A horrifying blade energy, hundreds of meters long, descended upon the bandits. Chief, save me. Please, don't let me die. The bandits felt the overwhelming blade energy, their faces pale with terror as they desperately cried out to Zhang Xiao and the others. The trio's expressions changed drastically. They were no strangers to battling Nye Quangren. Yet this time, the blade technique he wielded emanated a palpable threat. Though Nye Quangren had previously shown commendable strength, he had now reached an unprecedented level. Rumble. A deafening roar echoed throughout the realm. The remaining Black Mountain bandits were completely annihilated. The auras of both Nye Quangren and the surviving Black Wind bandits surged dramatically. Nye Quangren's internal cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm, while the 3,000 Black Wind bandits had also made significant breakthroughs to the innate realm and even to the master realm, with only a few remaining below the innate level. This marked the immense benefits of vanquishing the Black Mountain bandits, with 3 remaining experts of the Ascension realm. Slaying them would yield even greater rewards for Nye Quangren and his allies. Brothers, today we must leave no stone unturned to capture this man, Zhang Xiao declared with a murderous glint in his eyes. Agreed. Zui Yan and Li Jiao exchanged a glance, their figures darting towards Nye Quangren. They understood that Nye Quangren's actions were not merely about destroying their efforts. They had tasks to fulfill in the Jizhou region, and with their subordinates wiped out, they would have to act personally. Failure to complete their mission would spell doom for them. Moreover, the rapid growth of Nye Quangren was alarming. in just a few days. His strength had surged. If allowed to continue his ascent, they might very well find themselves at his mercy. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiao and his companions had encircled Nie Quangren. Kill! Nie Quangren, exuding an aura of unrestrained ferocity, shouted as he charged at Zhang Xiao, the strongest among them. He feared not their combined might, but rather the possibility of their escape. Only by eliminating them could he ensure the complete eradication of the Black Mountain bandits. Otherwise, with their strength, it would not be long before they could rally a new force, fueled by the surge in his internal cultivation. Along with the breakthroughs of the 3,000 Black Wind bandits, Nie Quangren's aura intensified, becoming even more formidable. Kill! A cold glint flashed in Zhang Zhao's eyes as he lunged at Nie Quangren with his long sword, unleashing a breathtaking sword energy into the air. Zui Yin and Lin Yo Jiao followed suit, with Zui Yin wielding an 8-foot snake spear that struck at Nie Quangren like a fearsome dragon, while Lin Yo Jiao swung massive iron hammers, shaking the heavens with each blow. Lin Yo Jiao, like Nie Quangren, had also mastered external martial arts, reaching the 5th peak of the Ascension realm, making him terrifyingly powerful. However, his innate talent and external cultivation paled in comparison to that of Nie Quangren, who possessed true divine strength. Thus, despite Lin Yo Jiao's superior skill, his raw power fell short against Nie Quangren. Bang! 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 The resounding echoes of their clashes reverberated through the air. Initially, the trio could hold their ground against Nie Quangren, but gradually, he began to overpower them. He transformed into a radiant golden giant, with their attacks failing to penetrate his defenses, which had been honed through his extraordinary external cultivation techniques. Brother, if we continue like this, we will surely perish at his hands. Lin Yo Jiao exclaimed, his face betraying his fear as he shouted at Zhang Xiao. The terrifying nature of Nie Quangren's defenses was beyond comprehension. Even they, with their formidable Ascension realm prowess, could not breach it. Should they be struck by his blade? It would be certain death. Not only was Lin Yo Jiao panicking, but Zui Yin was also beginning to feel the pressure. We must retreat. We cannot afford to engage Nie Quangren any longer. Let us preserve our lives for another day, Zhang Xiao bellowed, resembling a bolt of black lightning as he soared into the distance. Lin Yo Jiao and Zui Yin matched his pace, each darting in different directions, fully aware that escaping in unison would likely lead to their downfall. By splitting up, they retained a chance for survival. Chapter 120, My Lord. Are we truly powerless against the Wang clan of Taiyuan? Is it too late to consider fleeing now? A flicker of disdain crossed Nie Quangren's eyes as he raised his long blade and struck. With that single blow, 3 terrifying arcs of blade energy surged forth, each aimed at Zhang Xiao and his companions. Each arc extended for several miles, as if they would cleave the heavens and the earth asunder. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars resounded through the skies. In an instant, Zhang Xiao and Zui Yin were obliterated beneath Nie Quangren's lethal blade energy. After vanquishing Zhang Xiao, the remaining arcs descended, with one crashing onto the Black Mountain, shattering it to smithereens. The other arc sliced through the opposite mountain, cleaving it in two. The valley formed by the 2 mountains was swiftly transformed into an unblemished plain. Meanwhile, the arc aimed at Lin Yo Jiao merely severed his arms, reducing them to a mist of blood, while a horrific gash appeared upon his body, as if to eviscerate him entirely. Yet, having reached the pinnacle of the 5th realm of the ascended stage through rigorous external training, Lin Yo Jiao's formidable defenses allowed him to survive, albeit plummeting to the ground below. The arc's descent carved a chasm several miles long. The might of Nie Quangren's strike far surpassed his earlier confrontation with Zhang Xiao and his companions. It was evident that he had not revealed his true strength previously, merely using them as a whetstone. Through this battle, Nie Quangren's martial prowess had advanced further. He sheathed his long blade and swiftly darted towards Lin Yo Jiao. In an instant, he grasped the gravely injured Lin Yo Jiao and brought him before Chu Xiu, throwing him onto the ground and bowing deeply, saying, "Esteemed Lord, the Black Mountain bandits have been entirely eradicated. I have specifically spared their leader, Lin Yo Jiao." "Well done," Chu Xiu replied with a slight nod, a look of appreciation gracing his face. With his ability to perceive the qi, he discerned that after vanquishing Zhang Xiao and Zui Yin, Nie Quangren's internal cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd realm of the Dharma aspect stage. Meanwhile, the 3,000 bandits of Black Wind Village had all attained the Master Realm, with some even reaching the Grand Master Realm and even the nascent Soul Realm. "My lord, shall we interrogate Lin Yo Jiao to uncover if there is anyone behind the Black Mountain bandits?" Nie Quangren inquired, casting a glance at Lin Yo Jiao and clasping his fists in salute. This was precisely why he had refrained from killing Lin Yo Jiao earlier. Had it not been for this, Lin Yo Jiao would have perished under his blade. "Humph, you will learn nothing from me. Even if there is someone behind the Black Mountain bandits, I will not divulge it. Kill me if you dare. Lin Jiao, who had remained silent until now, glared at Nie Quangren with resentment, cursing him vehemently. Having lost his arms, he had become a true cripple, his hatred for Nie Quangren palpable. Wanna die? It won't be that easy. My lord, hand him over to the brothers of Black Wind Village. I wish to see just how defiant he can be. Nie Quangren scoffed at Lin Jiao before addressing Chu Xiu. No need. Chu Xiu replied with an indifferent smile, turning his gaze to Lin Jiao. His voice was deep and powerful as he declared, soul-capturing technique. A surge of mental energy erupted from Chu Xiu, imbued with the essence of soul-seizing. This was the first time he utilized the soul-capturing technique to control another since acquiring it, though he had employed it in battle before. That was in the heat of conflict. Had Lin Jiao been in his prime, controlling him would have been a formidable task. However, in his current weakened state, it became exceedingly simple. Lin Jiao's eyes instantly glazed over. Nie Quangren was momentarily taken aback, observing Lin Jiao's demeanor with an increasing sense of awe towards Chu Xiu. The lord even possessed such soul-capturing skills. Terrifying. Lin Jiao, you and your men have been wreaking havoc across Jizhou. Are you being directed by someone? Chu Xiu inquired calmly, fixing his gaze on Lin Jiao. Yes, we are under the command of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. They instruct us to seize wealth for them. Lin Jiao replied with a vacant expression. All the riches we plunder are sent to the border with Bingzhou, where people from the Wang clan come to collect. The Wang clan of Taiyuan. A glint of keen insight flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. Are you certain it is the Wang clan of Taiyuan? Do you have any evidence? Nie Quangren's expression shifted dramatically, shock written across his face as he gazed at Lin Jiao. Although Chu Xiu had previously suggested that if the Black Mountain Bandits had a benefactor, it might very well be Wang Mang, the governor of Bingzhou, hearing this confirmation left him in disbelief. This was the Wang clan of Taiyuan. As one of the 5 families of 7 aspirations, the wealth of the Wang clan could rival that of entire nations. Even the treasures in the imperial treasury of the great Zhou Empress Murong might pale in comparison. Yet, with such vast wealth, why would the Wang clan support the Black Mountain Bandits and incite them to pillage? What end did they seek through such marauding? Were they plotting rebellion? No. I have no evidence. We have only seen one of their offerings. Moreover, only my 2 brothers and I have encountered this offering. Each time he appears, he is clad in black and often wears a conical hat. None of us have seen his true face. The wealth we deliver from our plundering is merely handed over at the border with Bingzhou and quickly departed. We have never met anyone from the Wang clan. Lin Jiao continued, his demeanor still vacant. Kill him. Chu Xiu shook his head. It seems capturing evidence against the Wang clan through the Black Mountain Bandits will not be an easy endeavor. However, this was within Chu Xiu's expectations. A prestigious family like the Wang clan would not be easily caught, even if they were engaging in such activities, even if they apprehended one of their offerings. The Wang clan could easily distance themselves from any wrongdoing. Understood, Nie Quangren responded, swiftly executing Lin Jiao, who was still under the influence of the soul-capturing technique. As he dispatched Lin Jiao, Nie Quangren's external cultivation soared from the first to the second major stage of the Ascendant Realm. This was because Lin Jiao practiced external techniques, and defeating him had bolstered Nie Quangren's own external prowess. My lord, are we truly unable to contend with the Wang clan of Taiyuan? Despite his newfound strength, Nie Quangren felt no joy. He clenched his teeth, looking at Chu Xiu with a sense of discontent. Chapter 121. The intricacies of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the schemes of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Even if we have seized a hold on the Wang clan of Taiyuan, we remain powerless against them, Chu Xiu stated with an expression of calm indifference. Understood, my lord. Nie Quangren clenched his fists, his face suffused with frustration. He was acutely aware that a family of the stature of the Wang clan, one of the 5 prominent clans, could not be dismantled by a mere triviality. If the Wang clan wished to annihilate them, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Rest assured, there will come a day when our Jinui will eradicate all those noble families and sects that leech off the great Zhou dynasty. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke with chilling resolve. Indeed, I have faith in you, my lord. Nie Quangren's gaze was filled with unwavering conviction. Now, gather the brothers of the Black Wind stronghold and scour this valley to see if we can unearth any treasures. Chu Xiu said with a slight smile directed at Nie Quangren. Yes, I shall obey, Nie Quangren replied, his face flushing with excitement. While he had fought vigorously just moments ago, nearly destroying the valley in the process, the task of meticulously collecting the wealth amassed by the Black Mountain Bandits would not be trivial. Fortunately, his strength was formidable enough to both wreak havoc and restore order. With the 3,000 bandits of the Black Wind stronghold now significantly empowered, a thorough search could indeed yield the treasures hidden within this valley. Brothers, follow me to clear the battlefield. Nia Quangren commanded with a grand gesture to the bandits of the Black Wind stronghold. Chu Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting outside the valley. Congratulations, host. Your unwavering commitment to positive endeavors, such as eradicating the Black Mountain bandits, has earned you the reward of the 5 elements escape technique. The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resonated in Chu Xiu's mind. The 5 elements escape technique. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with delight. Although the reward was seemingly simple, it signified that this technique was indeed extraordinary. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding the 5 elements escape technique flooded his mind. It required at least the ascending immortal realm to cultivate, serving as a genuine life-preserving skill. To refer to it as a true divine ability would not be an exaggeration. Indeed, this 5 elements escape technique is exceedingly potent. With it, my capacity for survival is enhanced once more. Even beings from the celestial realm above the ascending immortal stage would find it no easy task to eliminate me. Chu Xiu remarked with a faint smile gracing his cheeks. Half an hour later, reporting to you, my lord, the entire valley has been thoroughly cleared, and we have amassed a significant collection of gold, silver, treasures, medicinal pills, and spiritual herbs. The exact figures have yet to be tallied. It appears the Black Mountain bandits had not delivered their recent harvest to the Wang clan of Taiyuan, leading to this substantial accumulation of wealth. Nia Quangren appeared before Chu Xiu, his face alight with excitement. Oh, then let us first transport all the wealth back to the Black Wind stronghold. Subsequently, you shall lead the entire Black Wind stronghold to escort these treasures to the capital. I will arrange for our Jinui to meet you outside the capital. Chu Xiu mused for a moment before addressing Nia Quangren. Yes, I shall obey. Nia Quangren responded with utmost respect. With a single step, Chu Xiu vanished from the spot. His business here was concluded, and there was no need for him to linger. Farewell, my lord. Nia Quangren called out with deep respect as he led the bandits of the Black Wind stronghold to swiftly depart with their collected wealth. Before leaving, to avoid detection, Nia Quangren unleashed a devastating strike, obliterating the valley and leaving only a trail of terrifying blade energy. An hour later, Chu Xiu had returned to the office of the Jinui commander without anyone noticing his presence. Reporting to you, my lord, I have urgent matters to discuss. Lin Huayu appeared at the entrance of the Jinui commander's office, his demeanor one of utmost respect. Given that Chu Xiu had entered the Jinui headquarters openly, Lin Huayu could not possibly have been unaware of his return. The return of Chu Xiu had evidently relieved Li Jingtian and the others. Creak. The door swung open abruptly. Chu Xiu emerged from the office, his expression composed as he inquired, have we gathered information on Zhang Rulong and Jiang Tianyi? Reporting to you, my lord. We have obtained the details on both Zhang Rulong and Jiang Tianyi, Lin Huayu replied earnestly. Oh, pray tell, what issues do these two present? Chu Xiu gestured for Lin Huayu to continue, dismissing the documents. Reporting to you, my lord, Zhang Rulong is not a simple man. Our Jinui has found no evidence of corruption or abuse of power associated with him. He is indeed an exceptionally capable individual. His connection to the Zhao clan of Liaodong is through his marriage to a concubine of theirs. Due to his remarkable abilities, he has received significant support from the Zhao clan, Lin Huayu stated, putting away the documents and considering his words carefully. At least for now, we have found nothing amiss. And Jiang Tianyi? Chu Xiu nodded slightly, understanding that Zhang Rulong, having married into the Zhao clan, would not need to engage in corruption or abuse his authority. Reporting to you, my lord, Jiang Tianyi is rather intriguing. On the surface, he is affiliated with the Minister of Works Zheng Yun and belongs to the Zheng clan of Hanzhong. However, he is adept at navigating multiple allegiances and may very well be connected to the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Lin Huayu's expression turned peculiar as he continued. Before becoming affiliated with the Zheng clan of Hanzhong, he was covertly bought off by the Wang clan, thus becoming one of their own. Only Wang Hao, the left deputy minister of rights, is aware of this matter, and even within the Wang clan, very few are privy to it. Oh, a flicker of intrigue passed through Chu Xiu's eyes. Let this information be disclosed. Regardless of whether this individual is guilty, it is no concern of our Jinui. We shall not concern ourselves with Jiang Tianyi's potential corruption. By leveraging Jiang Tianyi, we can sow discord between the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng clan of Hanzhong, even prompting other noble families to be wary of the Wang clan, ultimately isolating them. This would yield greater benefits for us. Yes, I shall comply, Lin Huayu responded, his expression solemn. He understood Chu Xiu's intentions. Have we tracked the whereabouts of the sword god, Shiminju? Chu Xiu inquired, his gaze fixed on Lin Huayu. With the fierce Nia Quangren now in position, the Jinui still had a vacancy for the Southern Pacification Commission's pacification envoy. Chapter 122 Old Jiang. There is no need for haste. Take your time to speak. The sky will not collapse today. I report to you, my lord. that we have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the sword god, Chu. However, I have dispatched individuals to expedite the investigation, Lin Huayu stated hesitantly, shaking his head. It may not be long before we uncover the sword god's location. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow, gesturing silently to Lin Huayu. He did not hold Lin Huayu accountable. After all, locating a master like Chu was no simple task for ordinary Jinyu spies. Unless Chu chose to remain in one place like Nie Kuangren or engaged in some conspicuous act, finding him would be a formidable challenge. Your subordinate takes his leave. Lin Huayu bowed and prepared to depart. Wait. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu called out to Lin Huayu. He turned respectfully, inquiring, my lord, do you have further instructions? Inform Luo Tianqi to lead 3,000 Jingxian guards out of the capital to welcome Nie Kuangren. Ensure that he shows ample respect to Nie Kuangren. From now on, Nie Kuangren will be our Jinyui's inspector for the northern branch. The 3,000 original Black Wind bandits under Nie Kuangren will be incorporated into our Jinyui headquarters as reserves for the Jingxian, Jingxin, and Jingshan guards. Chu Xiu articulated in a low, powerful voice. Indeed, it is respect, not mere reverence. The supreme commander of the 3 major guards of the Jinyui is on par with the inspectors of the northern and southern branches. Luo Tianqi, as the commander of the Jingxian guards, is of equal rank with Nie Kuangren. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Lin Huayu was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of utmost reverence. He had not anticipated that Chu Xiu, after a brief excursion, would have successfully brought the formidable Nie Kuangren under his command. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, choosing silence. Lin Huayu bowed once more before quietly retreating. As Chu Xiu strolled out of the Jinyui headquarters and made his way home, he recognized that the hour was late, making it impractical to linger any longer at the headquarters. Meanwhile, a certain piece of news began to spread rapidly throughout the capital, news regarding Jiang Tianyi. Zheng Manor, Zheng Shang, the steward of Zheng Manor, hurried to the study deep within the estate, bowing respectfully. I report to you, master, that a rumor is circulating within the capital. What rumor? Zheng Yun, the minister of works, opened the door and stepped out, a placid expression upon his face as he regarded Zheng Shang. He had just returned from Wenyuan Pavilion. Master, it is rumored that Jiang Tianyi, ostensibly one of our Han Zhongzheng clan, is, in fact, a member of the Taiyuan Wang clan. He was placed among us by Wang Hao, the left vice minister of rights, Zheng Shang replied gravely. He understood all too well how much Zheng Yun valued Jiang Tianyi. Had Jiang Tianyi not entered the Jinyui, Zheng Yun's regard for him would have surely led to a future as a county magistrate or even a minister among the 6 ministries. Wang Hao's agent among our Han Zhongzheng clan? Is this information credible? Zheng Yun's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. I report to you, master, that this information appears to have originated from the Jinyui. I suspect they aim to sow discord between our Han Zhongzheng clan and the Taiyuan Wang clan. However, the rumor does not seem unfounded. Zheng Shang considered for a moment, adding, in other words, the individual I have valued and sought to cultivate has, in truth, been a pawn of that young Wang Hao. I have spent my life training eagles, only to have my eyes pecked out by them in the end. Zheng Yun laughed bitterly in fury. Zheng Shang lowered his gaze and remained silent, daring not to respond. They had indeed investigated Jiang Tianyi. Every individual who allied with the Han Zhongzheng clan underwent scrutiny. No prominent family or powerful faction would ever invest in a court official without conducting thorough investigations first. One had to pass their evaluations to become one of their own. Yet, he had not anticipated that Jiang Tianyi would slip through the cracks. Send someone to eliminate Jiang Tianyi. Furthermore, scrutinize all outsiders connected to our Han Zhongzheng clan. Zheng Yun's anger dissipated entirely, his demeanor returning to one of cold indifference. I do not wish for our Han Zhongzheng clan to have any lingering connections with the Taiyuan Wang clan or any other powerful families. Yes, your servant will obey. Zheng Shang's face turned grave as he spoke resolutely. He understood that failure in this matter would cost him the position of steward. Despite having grown up alongside Zheng Yun as his attendant, many within the Han Zhongzheng clan could easily replace him. Zheng Yun clasped his hands behind his back, lapsing into silence. Zheng Shang bowed and vanished as if he had never existed. Ministry of Rights Vice Minister's residence. Master, there is trouble. Jiang Xian, the steward of the Vice Minister's residence, entered the hall, his face betraying a hint of urgency as he bowed to Wang Hao. Old Jiang, there is no need for haste. Take your time to speak. The sky will not collapse today. Wang Hao replied with a slight smile, his demeanor calm and composed, embodying the grace of a distinguished family. Master, the Jinyui has leaked the secret that Jiang Tianyi is one of our Taiyuan Wang clan. Now the entire capital knows of his true heritage. Jiang Xian inhaled deeply, his expression laden with gravity. Wang Hao's expression shifted abruptly, his eyes narrowing in alarm. Old Jiang, Have you dispatched someone to protect Jiang Tianyi? In that moment, the composure he had maintained vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of urgency. Should Zheng Yun discover this truth, he would undoubtedly send assassins to eliminate Jiang Tianyi. If Jiang Tianyi were to perish, the Han Zhongzhen clan would lose face entirely. Yet, the Taiyuan Wang clan could not afford to retreat at this critical juncture. If Jiang Tianyi were to die at their hands, how would the world perceive the Taiyuan Wang clan? Everyone would believe they could not even protect their own. Rest assured, master, I have already sent someone to safeguard Jiang Tianyi, and our Taiyuan Wang clan's retainer has quietly brought him and his entire family to our residence. At this juncture, Jiang Tianyi must resign from his position and remain within the safety of our estate, Jiang Xin affirmed with a serious demeanor. Old Jiang indeed handles matters with prudence. He is not suited to continue in his official capacity. Wang Hao sighed with relief, his expression one of unburdening. Given the strength of the Taiyuan Wang clan, it would be effortless to reinstate Jiang Tianyi in the future. However, at that moment, a retainer from the Taiyuan Wang clan rushed in. A look of panic etched on his face. Master, dire news has arrived. Chapter 123, the Sima clan of Shandong County. Peril at the borders of the great Zhou dynasty. What is it? Wang Hao furrowed his brow, gazing at the representative of the Taiyuan Wang clan. A sense of foreboding lingered within him. Jiang Xion's expression shifted dramatically. This very representative was the one he had dispatched to safeguard Jiang Tianyi. Reporting to my lord. Upon my arrival at Jiang Tianyi's residence, I found that he had already perished, and yet, no one in the Jiang household seemed to have noticed. The Taiyuan Wang representative took a deep breath to steady his nerves and continued. It appears Jiang Tianyi met his end quietly within the confines of his own home. What a swift strike from the Zheng family. Wang Hao's complexion darkened, his voice brimming with fury. My lord, now that Jiang Tianyi is deceased, any words we utter are futile. We must first ensure the proper care of the Jiang family and provide them with adequate compensation. We cannot allow anyone to claim that the Taiyuan Wang clan failed to protect Jiang Tianyi and subsequently neglected his family, as that would deter future loyalty towards us. Jiang Xin remarked with a bitter smile. Indeed, Elder Jiang speaks wisely. Elder Jiang, I entrust this matter to you personally. Ensure the Jiang family is well protected and that Jiang Tianyi's funeral arrangements are conducted with the utmost respect, Wang Hao instructed after a moment of silence. Although he did not believe that the Minister of Works, Zheng Yun, would target Jiang Tianyi's family further, they needed to display a proactive stance. Rest assured, my lord. I understand, Jiang Xin replied with utmost respect. This incident quickly spread throughout the capital. The various noble families and powerful clans of the capital finally realized that the Taiyuan Wang clan had indeed dealt a blow to the Han Zhongzhen clan. The Minister of Works, Zheng Yun, had been nurturing Jiang Tianyi, who was in charge of the criminal department's Yuzhou, only to find out he was an ally of Wang Hao. On that day in court, Zheng Yun had even intended to elevate Jiang Tianyi to the position of pacification envoy for the Jin Yi, a proposal ultimately rejected by the Empress Murongxi. Had it been accepted, Jiang Tianyi would have already been in that esteemed position. In an instant, the noble families began to scrutinize their own officials, seeking to determine if there were any connections to the Taiyuan Wang clan or other powerful clans, serving as a cautionary bell for all. After all, such actions were not limited to the Taiyuan Wang clan or Wang Hao. Others were equally capable of similar treachery. The following day, Chu Xiu left the Chu residence early and arrived at the Jin Yi headquarters. I pay my respects, my lord, Lin Huayu greeted Chu Xiu with a bow. Has the madman Nia arrived at our Jin Yi headquarters? Chu Xiu inquired with a casual glance at Lin Huayu. Reporting to my lord. Lord Nia arrived last night with his men from the Black Wind stronghold. Lord Li has already met him. Currently, Lord Nia is attending to matters in the Northern Pacification Division, Lin Huayu replied respectfully. Chu Xiu nodded, remaining silent. Lord Nia has brought back a substantial amount of gold, silver, spirit herbs, and elixirs. We have already compiled the totals. 3,500,000 taels of gold and 27,800,000 taels of silver. Lin Huayu reported with a serious demeanor. The spirit herbs and elixirs need not be mentioned. They shall all be stored in our Jin Yi treasury. As for the gold and silver, half will be allocated to our public welfare fund, and the other half will be placed in our treasury. Chu Xiu instructed with a wave of his hand. Yes, I understand, Lin Huayu replied, bowing deeply. Is there anything else? Chu Xiu asked, slightly nodding at Lin Huayu. Reporting to my lord, we have located the sword god, Shimenju, as you requested. He is currently in Bingzhou, though he has encountered some minor troubles. Lin Huayu hesitated before continuing. Shimenju seems to have discovered certain issues regarding the Sima clan in Shandong County and is now trapped within the county city, where the Sima clan is conducting a citywide search. Lin Huayu's expression was grave as he added, fortunately. Our Jin Yi spies found him and have temporarily hidden him away. Discovered issues with the Sima clan? What issues? Chu Xiu frowned, asking. The Sima clan is the most powerful family in Shandong County, controlling the entire region. The county lieutenant is the head of the Sima family, Sima Feng. Although Zhang Shou, the county governor, is a subordinate of Empress Murong Si, the Sima family wields significant influence, effectively sidelining him. Moreover, Sima Feng is a direct subordinate of the provincial governor. Wang Meng, Lin Huayu explained. My lord, Shimanju did not elaborate on the specifics, but he insisted that this matter pertains to the security of our great Zhou dynasty's borders, Lin Huayu said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Shimanju emphasized that he must convey this information to you personally, as he does not trust anyone else. Must convey it to me personally? Chu Xiu's brows arched in surprise. Indeed, my lord, Lin Huayu confirmed with a nod. Have all the information on the Sima clan prepared? Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before asking Lin Huayu. Reporting to my lord, it has been prepared, Lin Huayu stated, producing a dossier from his sleeve and presenting it to Chu Xiu. He knew that upon learning this information, Chu Xiu would undoubtedly venture to Shandong County himself. Since it was the Sima clan's territory, understanding their strength was crucial. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstances arise upon his arrival, even Chu Xiu would find it challenging to leave unscathed. It is worth noting that the Sima clan could mobilize the entire county's military forces, which possessed military formations. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu handed the dossier back to Lin Huayu, stating, the county lieutenant, Sima Feng, is at the pinnacle of the 7th level of the Ascendant Realm, while the Sima clan boasts an elder who has reached the 9th level of the Ascendant Realm. Indeed. My lord, Lin Huayu affirmed. Reaching the Ascendant Realm is a mark of true mastery, rare among the populace. Advancing through the levels becomes increasingly arduous. Especially after the 6th level, countless masters within the Ascendant Realm struggle to ascend to the 7th level. Those who achieve the 7th level can aspire to establish a powerful clan. Lin Huayu nodded gravely, adding, the Sima clan of Shandong County is not to be underestimated among the powerful families. Chapter 124 Brother Shiman, what have you discovered in Shandong County? Chu Xiu nodded slightly and spoke in a solemn tone. I understand. Notify Li Jingtian, Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianxi to come to the hall to meet me. He naturally comprehended Lin Huayu's intentions. Merely possessing a 7th-layer ascendant would not guarantee one could become a powerful figure in a county. This was merely one of the conditions. If having such formidable experts alone could elevate one to power, then wouldn't the top sects all become influential families? This was just one requirement. Another was that the current powerful clans of the Great Zhou dynasty were, in fact, the founding contributors of the dynasty. After the establishment of the Great Zhou by the martial emperor, he shared the world with those who had risen alongside him. Thus, he conferred a multitude of powerful families. Most of these families were capable of commanding the military of a county or even a province. However, the founding emperor treated these contributors well, managing to subdue them and ensuring their loyalty. Yet, as time elapsed, these powerful clans established their own domains, appearing to be subordinate to the Great Zhou while, in reality, feeling little allegiance to it. Rebellions by these powerful clans were not absent. But those who harbored such intentions had already been suppressed by the imperial troops and even the elite guard. Yes, I shall obey the order, Lin Huayu said respectfully. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and fell silent. Lin Huayu performed a bow and swiftly exited. Chu Xiu strode towards the main hall of the Jinui headquarters. In a brief moment, figures appeared in the hall. Li Jingtian, Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianxi. Greetings, my lord, they said in utmost reverence. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Chu Xiu gestured with his hand. Thank you, my lord, they replied graciously. Li Jingtian, there are some issues in Shandong County that require my personal attention. You are to take full charge of Jinyui's affairs. To prevent any knowledge of my absence, we shall publicly announce that I am in seclusion, Chu Xiu said thoughtfully, looking at Li Jingtian. Yes, I shall obey the order, Li Jingtian replied, his expression serious and resolute. Shandong County is a vital border county in the Bingzhou of the Great Zhou dynasty. Although it may not be as critical as Shuafang County, Yinmin County, or Wuyuan County, it still holds significant importance within Bingzhou. Any disturbances here could have profound implications for the Great Zhou dynasty. Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, Luo Tianxi. Chu Xiu addressed the three, his voice deep and powerful. At your service. They responded in unison. You three shall select 1,000 elite members each from the Jingtian Guard, Jingshan Guard, and Jingxian Guard. After nightfall, accompany me to Shandong County. Before dark, discreetly allow these 3,000 elites to leave the capital in batches after changing their appearances. They need not carry much. Each should bring only their own weapons, Chu Xiu instructed with a serious expression. Remember, Do not alarm anyone. This time, he was not targeting the sects, and leading such a large contingent of Jinui required utmost caution. They must remain undetected. Understood. The three replied with unwavering determination. Prepare yourselves. Chu Xiu waved his hand to dismiss Li Jingtian and the others. After bowing in respect, they exited. Chu Xiu rose and stepped out, vanishing from the hall. Time flew by, and before long, night descended. Outside the commander's study of the Jinui, Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianqi appeared. Reporting to you, my lord. Everything is ready, Feng Heng said, bowing deeply. As soon as he finished speaking, the study door slowly opened. Chu Xiu stepped out, regarding Feng Heng and the others. Have our 3,000 elite members awaited outside the capital? Yes, my lord. They exited the city without alerting anyone, and are now concealed in the mountains and forests 100 miles away, Feng Heng replied with a serious demeanor. Excellent. Let us proceed to join them, Chu Xiu said, satisfaction evident on his face. Though these 3,000 elites likely possessed at least the mastery level and possibly the primordial spirit realm, their abilities did not allow them to traverse the air silently. Hence, they could not simply leap over the city walls undetected. Entering through the city gates would certainly reveal that Chu Xiu was leading 3,000 Jinui elites out of the capital. Yes, Feng Heng and the others exchanged glances. And with a subtle motion, they vanished from the courtyard. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and swiftly followed after them. In an instant, they had departed the capital, heading towards the mountains 100 miles away. With their prowess, they arrived at the forest in mere moments. After uniting with the 3,000 elite Jinui members, Chu Xiu led them directly towards Shandong County. 3 hours later, in a courtyard within the county town of Shandong, Chu Xiu seemingly appeared out of thin air. This courtyard was the back area of an inn. Who goes there? A cold voice inquired. A strand of sword intent enveloped Chu Xiu. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, exuding a scholarly aura, with a slightly pale complexion, indicative of internal injuries, emerged before him, wielding a long sword. Not only this man, but several figures also appeared, each brandishing blades and regarding Chu Xiu with wariness. Among them were cooks, waitstaff, innkeepers, and account managers from the inn. Yet their true identities were indeed Jinui spies. The man in the green robe was the sword master Shiminju, whom Chu Xiu sought. However, upon recognizing that Chu Xiu wore the uniform of a Jinui commander, the spies displayed expressions of joy, kneeling before him in profound respect. We greet you, my lord. Greetings. Lord Chu, Shiminju said, momentarily taken aback, sheathing his sword and offering a respectful salute with both hands. He had not anticipated that Chu Xiu would arrive so swiftly from the capital to meet him, which stirred his heart with emotion. Though he had learned from the Jinui spies that Chu Xiu was searching for him, he never expected that once Chu Xiu acquired his whereabouts, he would come personally. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Chu Xiu waved his hand, addressing the crowd. Thank you, my lord, they replied as they gradually rose. Shimin, what have you uncovered in Shandong County that pertains to the safety of our great Zhou's borders? Chu Xiu inquired, his expression one of calm curiosity. Chapter 125. Chu Xiu, never undertake uncertain ventures. Lord Chu, please come this way. Let us converse within the room, Shiminju said, extending an inviting hand towards Chu Xiu. Very well. Chu Xiu replied with a slight nod, following Shiminju into the courtyard. Surrounding them were several agents of the Jinui, positioned strategically to guard against any intruders. Shiminju led Chu Xiu into a study within the courtyard, where the two took their seats at a desk. Brother Shimin, may we speak freely now? Chu Xiu inquired with a gentle smile. Shiminju, renowned as the sword god in the martial world, possessed a cultivation level surpassing that of the madman Nye. Having reached the pinnacle of the third stage of ascension, mere steps away from the fourth. However, it was evident that he had suffered considerable internal injuries. His aura significantly diminished, barely reflecting the first stage of ascension, if at all. Lord Chu, I have uncovered a troubling phenomenon in Shandong County, where numerous citizens have inexplicably vanished. My investigation led me to the largest sect in the region, the Wujizong, where I stumbled upon a staggering secret. The Wujizong has colluded with the demon race, manufacturing fiends within their confines. In the forbidden grounds of Wujizong, I witnessed at least 1,000 fiends. Just as I uncovered this secret, the sect's leader became aware of my discovery. As you can imagine, Lord Chu, the ensuing events were perilous. The leader of Wujizong and Sima Feng, the county magistrate, joined forces to hunt me down. Their power is formidable. Although Sima Feng is merely at the pinnacle of the 7th stage of ascension, his military formations elevate his strength to the 9th stage. Even I, at my peak, could not withstand them. I barely managed to escape with my life. Subsequently, Sima Feng sealed off the entire county, scouring for my whereabouts. Were it not for the Jinui agents under your command concealing me, I would have surely been captured by the county guards by now. Shiminju's brow furrowed deeply. His expression grave as he remarked, indeed, he only wields the power of the 7th stage of ascension. Keep in mind, he is known as the sword god. Not to mention the 8th stage, he possesses the capability to slay opponents at that level with a single strike. After reaching the ascension stages, each step taken amplifies one's strength exponentially. With his 3rd stage of ascension, he already possesses the might to contend with opponents at the 8th stage. Yet, against Sima Feng, who commands the strength of the 9th stage through military formations, even Shiminju finds himself at a disadvantage. To manufacture fiends? The Wujizong? Sima's clan is clandestinely creating fiends? Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened, a fierce killing intent flashing across his face as he suppressed his rising anger. He was well aware of the Wujizong. The materials prepared by Feng Heng had indicated a deeply secretive connection between the Wujizong and the Sima clan. The current leader of the Wujizong, Sima Yin, is the younger brother of Sima Feng, the head of the Sima clan. The creation of fiends by the Wujizong undoubtedly implicates the Sima clan. Fiends are typically birthed from humans tainted by the blood of the demon race, a hybrid with intelligence. Such intelligence signifies their potential for growth and cultivation. In truth, even those afflicted by demon blood are more likely to become mindless monsters rather than fiends. These monsters exist beyond the boundaries of Bingzhou, their powers fixed from the moment of their inception, devoid of intellect, driven solely by instinctual bloodlust, and incapable of further development. 100 individuals could be implanted with demon blood, yet only a fraction might become fiends. One can only imagine how many innocent lives the Sima clan has ravaged to produce these 1,000 fiends. It remains uncertain whether the Sima clan operates under the auspices of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, or if they are acting independently. Should the Sima clan's actions be sanctioned by the Wang clan, what could the Wujizong's ultimate intentions be? Is the entire Wang clan in league with the demon race, plotting treachery against the great Zhou dynasty? The implications are vast. No wonder Shiminju spoke of the peril to the borders of the great Zhou dynasty. Lord Chu, do you now comprehend the magnitude of this secret? I do not yet discern whether this matter pertains solely to the Sima clan or if the Wang clan of Taiyuan is also entangled within it. Shiminju admitted with a wry smile. I fear I may never uncover the truth behind this secret. Only you, Lord Chu, can resolve it. Leave the Sima clan's issues to me. Chu Xiu inhaled deeply, steadying his breath before speaking with resolve. On behalf of the entire great Zhou dynasty, I thank you. Brother Shimin, Lord Chu is too kind. I, Shiminju, am also a subject of the great Zhou dynasty. I too wish to see our people spared from suffering and turmoil. I only hope you can promptly report this matter to His Majesty and suppress it thoroughly to prevent unimaginable losses. Shiminju asserted with righteous fervor. Rest assured, Brother Shimin, I did not come alone. I have mobilized 3,000 elite agents of the Jinui. Each of these individuals has attained at least the level of Grandmaster. While the county guards may wield military formations, we possess our own blade formations. I am eager to witness the true might of their military formations and how they compare to the prowess of my Jinui's blade formations. Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile, an air of tranquility enveloping him. I, Chu Xiu, never undertake ventures without certainty. My presence here signifies my capability to subdue the Sima clan. Chapter 126. Those who dare obstruct the investigation of the Jinui shall be slain without mercy. The Jinui boasts 3,000 elite warriors, each of whom has attained the Grandmaster realm, and they possess a formidable blade formation. Shiminju's face displayed a look of astonishment as he gazed at Chu Xiu. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he might have doubted the veracity of the claim. After all, in his recollection, the Jinui had long since fallen into decline. However, since Chu Xiu had assumed the role of the northern inspector of the Jinui, the organization had begun its resurgence. He had heard numerous accounts during this time, yet he had not anticipated such rapid growth. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the Jinui possessed a blade formation to rival that of a military array. Due to the suppression by the powerful families in the capital, the truth about the Jinui's lethal blade formation was shrouded in secrecy. Not only was Shiminju, a man of the martial world, unaware, but even the noble families beyond the capital were in the dark. Would you care to witness our Jinui's blade formation? Brother Shimin? Chu Xiu inquired with an impassive expression. Are you suggesting we take action against the Wujizong now? Shiminju's heart stirred. His gaze fixed intently on Chu Xiu. He understood that Chu Xiu was not alone, but had brought with him 3,000 elite warriors from the Jinui, along with a blade formation not inferior to a military array. His concerns dissipated entirely. Indeed, now that I am aware of the Wujizong's nefarious deeds, they must be eradicated without hesitation. And not only the Wujizong, but the Sima clan as well. The entire Sima clan shall not escape. Chu Xiu's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he spoke with chilling resolve. Very well. Since you, Lord Chu, have extended the invitation, I shall fight alongside you to eliminate the Wujizong and eradicate the Sima clan. Shi Minjue declared with unwavering determination. Brother Shi, within this vial is a healing pill, a true elixir for injuries. Once consumed, your wounds shall completely heal. After you recover, we shall set forth to confront the Wujizong, Chu Xiu said, revealing a white porcelain bottle in his right hand and offering it to Shi Minjue. Previously, he had rewarded 10 healing pills, giving 3 to Fang Hong. Later, he placed 5 into the storeroom of the Jinyui's headquarters. The remaining 2 healing pills were divided into 10 porcelain vials, each containing 1 pill. Thank you, Lord Chu, Shi Minjue said hesitantly as he accepted the white porcelain bottle with gratitude, although he doubted that a single healing pill could mend his injuries. As he expected it would take him 3 to 5 years to recover fully, he appreciated Chu Xiu's kind gesture. Brother Shi, tend to your wounds here. I shall go summon my elite Jinyui. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, turning to exit the study, closing the door behind him. Fang Hong, Chu Xiu called out in a low, powerful voice as he stepped out. Clearly, he had not entered the city of Shandong alone. Fang Hong had accompanied him into the city, while Pei Shiji and Luo Tianqi were stationed outside the city, commanding the 3,000 elite Jinyui. With a sudden flash, Fang Hong emerged from the shadows, bowing deeply to Chu Xiu. Greetings, my lord. The Jinyui spies were momentarily taken aback, having failed to notice Fang Hong's concealed presence. Shi Minjue, still injured, had similarly overlooked him. Do not stand on ceremony. Depart the city and summon my Jinyui cavalry to join us here, Chu Xiu commanded calmly. My lord, what if the garrison of Shandong refuses to open the gates? Fang Hong pondered, addressing Chu Xiu. Should the garrison dare to refuse, they shall be dealt with as traitors, slain without mercy. Chu Xiu replied with an unfazed demeanor. Understood, my lord. Fang Hong bowed and swiftly vanished from sight. A short while later, Fang Hong, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianqi led the 3,000 elite Jinyui to the gates of Shandong. At that moment, all were clad in the Jinyui's flying fish attire. Although these 3,000 elite warriors had left the capital in batches, each bore a package containing not only their embroidered spring blades, but also flying fish attire and tokens. Though it was now the witching hour, the guards atop the city walls remained alert. Upon witnessing the arrival of a significant number of Jinyui, the captain of the garrison felt his heart race with shock, for he was aware that only those of formidable strength could ascend to such ranks. Where's the gatekeeper? Fang Hong called out, his voice resonating through the night. I am the gatekeeper, the captain replied after a deep breath. May I inquire as to your business for visiting at such a late hour? This is not a matter for you to question. Open the gates and do not obstruct the Jinyui in their investigation. Fang Hong replied coldly, his expression stern. Otherwise, a mere gatekeeper such as yourself shall not bear the consequences. Beads of sweat formed on the captain's brow as he signaled to a subordinate to heed his command. My lord, our garrison commander has sealed off all of Shandong County, searching for court-designated criminals. No one is permitted to open the gates. I beseech your understanding. We must report to the garrison commander before we can determine whether to grant you entry, the captain said through gritted teeth. Preposterous. To dare obstruct the Jinyui in their investigation is punishable by death. Fang Hong's eyes sparkled with fierce determination as he stepped forward, leaping into the air, drawing his blade, and striking at the captain. A terrifying wave of blade energy descended upon the city walls. The captain's face paled in fear as he shouted, "Form a formation." Though he was aware of the Jinyui's audacity, he never anticipated they would act with such impunity. After all, they were the garrison of Shandong County. How could he dare to retaliate? The garrison soldiers reacted swiftly, attempting to form a defensive formation against Fang Hong's strike. Yet, their movements were far too slow. With a thunderous crash, the blade energy shattered the entire city wall, causing the gates below to collapse as well. Let us enter the city, Fang Hong commanded, waving his hand as he stepped into Shandong County. Pei Shiji and Luo Tianqi led the 3,000 elite Jinyui into the city. The force of Fang Hong's strike had rendered the garrison atop the city wall either dead or injured. In less than a moment, the group arrived outside a tavern, standing silently in the pitch-black street, waiting patiently. The 3,000 elite Jinyui filled not only the street, but also the surrounding area, their presence dominating the night. Chapter 127. The universe remains uncertain. We are all hidden dragons. My lord, our 3,000 elite Jinyui have arrived. A Jinyui spy approached Chu Xiu, who stood in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, and spoke with utmost respect. Excellent. Brother Shimin has also completed his recovery, Chu Xiu replied, nodding slightly as he glanced towards Shiminju's study, where he sensed that Shiminju's aura had fully restored itself through his skill in qi observation. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the study creaked open. Ju emerged, his face alight with excitement, and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Lord Chu, for bestowing upon me the miraculous Huaiqian pill. Having truly consumed the Huaiqian pill, he comprehended the immense potency of its healing effects, deepening his appreciation. Brother Shiman need not be so formal. Your injuries were sustained for the sake of our great Zhou dynasty, thus. It is only right that I provide you with the Huaiqian pill for your recuperation, Chu Xiu said with a slight smile, dismissively. Lord Chu, the 3,000 elite Jinui should be ready by now, correct? Shiman Ju inquired, casting a glance outside the tavern. He could sense numerous powerful auras beyond the entrance, including several from the Yuanshun and Feixiang realms. Indeed, they have all arrived. Brother Shiman, let us proceed to the Wuzhizong at once. Chu Xiu affirmed with a nod. Very well, I shall lead the way, Shiman Ju declared solemnly. In an instant, Chu Xiu vanished from sight, with Shiman Ju swiftly following suit. Moments later, they appeared outside the tavern. Salutations, my lord. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, Fang Heng and the others knelt before the assembled Jinui, raising their voices in unison. There is no need for such formalities. We shall set forth for the Wuzhizong now. Chu Xiu gestured, instructing them to rise. Thank you, my lord. Fang Heng and his companions expressed their gratitude before standing. Shiman Ju observed the 3,000 elite Jinui with astonishment. Each of them exuded a formidable aura, unmistakably seasoned by bloodshed and battle. Brother Shiman, I appreciate your assistance, Chu Xiu remarked, turning his gaze to Shiman Ju. It is my duty, Lord Chu. Follow me. Shiman Ju replied, darting towards the direction of the Wuzhizong. Chu Xiu led the throng of over 3,000 elite Jinui in pursuit of Shiman Ju. Within the county guard's manor, a white-haired elder appeared in a state of urgency, exclaiming, Master, we have grave news. What is it? A voice echoed from within the depths of the manor. Reporting to you, Master, the Jinui have unexpectedly descended upon our Shandong county. When the gate guards failed to open the gates promptly, the Jinui stormed in, resulting in heavy casualties among the defenders. They must have received word of our actions, prompting their sudden arrival. Qin Bo, the steward of the county guard's manor, spoke with evident panic. Boom. The door shattered, revealing a middle-aged man clad in white, who was none other than Sima Feng, the county guard of Shandong. The Jinui have arrived? It is undoubtedly Shiman Ju who relayed the information through his spies, Sima Feng said, his countenance darkening. What shall we do next, master? Qin Bo inquired, his expression tense. Gather 3,000 county soldiers. I will lead them on a shortcut to intercept the Jinui. They are certainly heading towards the Wuzhizong. Sima Feng's eyes glinted with cold determination. Have the 3,000 soldiers await me at the training grounds. Yes. Qin Bo, feeling a slight relief at Sima Feng's composure, responded with utmost respect. In truth, the county had only 5,000 soldiers, but among them, there were distinctions between the legitimate and illegitimate. The 3,000 soldiers that Sima Feng trusted most were the elite of the elite, aptly termed his personal guards. With these 3,000 soldiers, coupled with Sima Feng's prowess, they could form a formidable battle array, ensuring that even the Jinui would face certain doom. After notifying the 3,000 soldiers, Qin Bo hurried towards the Wuzhizong. Let my second brother lead the experts of the Wuzhizong in support. Also, inform the patriarch to emerge from seclusion and be prepared for assistance at a moment's notice. Sima Feng felt an unsettling anxiety creeping into his heart. He pondered for a moment before adding, bear in mind, our patriarch has been in seclusion. He will not be disturbed lightly unless in dire circumstances. After all, their patriarch aspired to break through from the immortal ascension realm to the celestial human realm. If the Sima family were to produce a peerless expert at the celestial human level, while it may not elevate them from a regional power to a true aristocracy capable of influencing the entire great Zhou dynasty, it would nonetheless enhance their prestige and strength. Henceforth, the possibility of the Sima family evolving into an esteemed lineage would not be far-fetched. As the universe remains uncertain, so too are we all hidden dragons. The world is on the brink of chaos, and the aristocracy may very well be cast down from their pedestals, allowing us, the strong, an opportunity to contest for supremacy. The prospect of carving out our own territories and seizing control of the universe is not beyond the realm of possibility. Yes, I shall obey, Qin Bo replied, his pupils narrowing and his expression solemn with reverence. He swiftly departed, recognizing the gravity of the matter that required even the patriarch's involvement. Sima Feng likewise vanished from sight. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, Chu Xiu and his companions had distanced themselves from the heart of Shandong County, arriving at a rather secluded area. The expansive county contained numerous mountains and forests, with the Wuzhizong nestled within one of the great mountains. They had now reached the outskirts of the county. Stop! Chu Xiu raised his hand and called out. Upon hearing his command, all halted abruptly. Shimin Ju's expression turned grave as he gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianxi adopted serious expressions as they sensed formidable auras emerging before them, obstructing their path. This general wondered who had the audacity to disrupt Shandong County. To my surprise, it is you, Jinyui Deputy Commander, Chu Xiu. Sima Feng's voice echoed from afar, followed by his imposing figure emerging before Chu Xiu. Clad in armor and wielding a pitch-black spear, he was flanked by 3,000 armored county soldiers, each brandishing long spears. These soldiers were indeed elite, with their auras reaching levels of innate mastery and even grandmasters. Among them were also those of the Yuan Shun and Fa Xiang realms. However, within the realm of Dharma, there are merely two individuals, both of whom belong to the auxiliary generals among the troops of Shandong County. They may be regarded as the vice commanders under Sima Feng. Chapter 128. I shall allow you to witness the lethal formation of my imperial guards. Sima Feng. Your collusion with the demon race and the malevolent acts you have perpetrated within the Wuji sect have been thoroughly exposed. Lay down your weapons, and perhaps I can grant you a swifter death. Chu Xiu said with a calm smile, gazing at Sima Feng. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, Sima Feng's audacity in committing such acts warrants his demise. Not only Sima Feng, but the entire Sima clan must be eradicated. This is the fate that befalls those who conspire with demons. Chu Xiu, do you truly believe that upon arriving here, as a deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, you still hold any significance? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what a true military formation is. Sima Feng brandished his pitch-black spear, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he addressed Chu Xiu. Today, it is not just you. All Imperial Guards who have entered Shandong County shall perish. Once you are dead, no one will know of the deeds I have committed. Sima Feng is determined to seek death. And what of you? Will you also betray the great Zhou dynasty and accompany Sima Feng to your doom? Chu Xiu turned his gaze towards the 3,000 Shandong County soldiers behind Sima Feng, speaking with righteous authority. However, the 3,000 Shandong soldiers remained impassive, showing no change in expression. Enough, Chu Xiu, do not harbor illusions of swaying my soldiers. They are my true loyalists. When I selected the Shandong soldiers, I sought those with no kin, those from impoverished backgrounds, who understand gratitude. I have given them everything. Their lives belong to me. Sima Feng let out a cold laugh. A pity. Chu Xiu sighed, remarking, these men are ultimately soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty, not disciples of a sect. In the face of sect disciples, he could annihilate them all. However, with these soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty, if they could lay down their arms, he would not slaughter them indiscriminately. Words are futile. Chu Xiu, to perish beneath the military formation, you may find peace. Sima Feng bellowed with overwhelming killing intent. Form ranks. The 3,000 Shandong soldiers raised their spears, assembling into a true military formation, unified as one. In that instant, the aura emanating from each soldier surged dramatically. Sima Feng's power reached an unfathomable level. Master Chu, be cautious. Sima Feng has harnessed the formation, elevating his strength to the level of a celestial. I was defeated beneath Sima Feng's military formation. You must not underestimate Sima Feng. Upon witnessing the formation, Shimin Ju's expression turned grave, his right hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword, relaying a message to Chu Xiu. Should Chu Xiu fail to withstand Sima Feng's assault with the Imperial Guards formation, he must ensure that Chu Xiu escapes, even at the cost of his own life. Sima Feng, unleash your attack. I am eager to witness the true nature of a military formation. Chu Xiu responded with a serene smile, addressing Sima Feng. As a deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, he had perused numerous documents and possessed a certain understanding of military formations. The military formation of the great Zhou dynasty's elite troops is the Azure Dragon formation. The capital's troops employ the White Tiger formation. The provincial troops utilize the Vermilion Bird formation, and the county soldiers practice the Black Tortoise formation. Each formation possesses boundless power, capable of manifesting as true divine beasts. This is a crucial reason why the great Zhou dynasty can suppress the world, compelling noble families and sects to submit, as well as resisting the incursions of the demon and barbarian races. Since the Shandong County troops are county soldiers, the formation they train in should be the Black Tortoise formation. Chu Xiu, today I shall ensure your demise is clear. Sima Feng sneered, his voice laced with chilling intent. Black Tortoise formation. In an instant, Sima Feng and the 3,000 soldiers appeared to merge completely, transforming into a colossal, fearsome black tortoise, whose mere presence threatened to shatter the very heavens. This was unlike the manifestations of martial artists at the Dharma aspect level. In the face of the black tortoise manifested through the formation, their forms were utterly insignificant, easily torn apart with a mere gesture. Kill. The black tortoise roared with a murderous aura that seemed to shake the heavens, charging towards Chu Xiu like a bolt of black lightning. Its might was overwhelming, evidently aiming not only to slay Chu Xiu but also to annihilate the 3,000 elite imperial guards behind him. It appeared that the military formation bore striking similarities to my imperial guard slaughtering formation. However, its flexibility paled in comparison. My slaughtering formation is not only capable of coalescing into a powerful entity akin to the black tortoise, but can also engage in separate combat. Upon witnessing the true nature of the military formation, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes. Pausing briefly, he gazed at the advancing black tortoise. Clenching his right hand, where the Taijing knife materialized. Calmly, he declared, "Sima Feng, today, I shall also allow you to witness the slaughtering formation of my imperial guards." As soon as the words left his lips, a thunderous roar erupted throughout the entire Shandong County city, akin to a clap of thunder. It roused countless citizens from their slumber, who peered through their windows to behold a sky drenched in crimson. In that moment, a multitude of citizens turned pale, their faces etched with terror, believing a calamity had befallen them, stirring anxiety within their hearts. Chu Xiu and the 3,000 elite imperial guards fully merged, transforming into a towering figure with crimson hair and a blood-red robe, as if emerging from the depths of hell, a true deity of slaughter. This figure was unmistakably Chu Xiu. The Taijing knife in his grasp also expanded to an immense size, and with a mighty swing, he cleaved down upon the black tortoise. The blow struck the black tortoise's shell, causing it to plummet from the sky. Incredibly, the strike left a shallow scar upon the seemingly indestructible shell, a testament to the terrifying power behind Chu Xiu's strike. After all, the black tortoise was utterly crushed beneath the might of Chu Xiu's blow. At the very least, in terms of sheer strength, he had achieved total dominance. Is this the formation of the Imperial Guards? Shiminju's face displayed shock as he involuntarily exclaimed. Although he suspected that the Imperial Guards formation might be formidable, he had not anticipated its strength to reach such heights. The grip on the hilt of his sword loosened silently. There was no need. Chu Xiu's power was overwhelming, rendering his intervention unnecessary. Even if the Black Tortoise possessed formidable defenses. Being the strongest in the Great Zhou dynasty's 4 military formations, it was evident that even if Chu Xiu could not break the Black Tortoise or slay Sima Feng would be unable to contend with Chu Xiu. Chapter 129. Can the youth not be impetuous? Should they, like you, retreat like a turtle? It is inconceivable that the Jinhui could possess such martial formations. In our Great Zhou dynasty, there has always been only the 4 symbols battle formations. There has never been a 5th. The eyes of the Xuanwu divine beast revealed disbelief as it furiously exclaimed. Previously there was none, but now there is. Chu Xiu replied with an expression of calm, raising his Zhantian Dao once more towards the Xuanwu divine beast. Chu Xiu, do not presume that possessing a battle formation grants you the ability to suppress this general. The Xuanwu battle formation is not merely renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. The Xuanwu divine beast roared as it charged towards Chu Xiu. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous sounds reverberated throughout the city of Shandong. Whenever danger loomed, the Xuanwu divine beast would retreat into its impenetrable shell, resembling a timid turtle. Despite having battled hundreds of times, the Xuanwu divine beast remained unscathed, merely accumulating scars upon its shell. Sima Feng, is this truly the extent of your power? If so, you might as well accept your demise. Chu Xiu shook his head, disappointment etched upon his face. He slowly raised his Zhantian Dao. He had not yet revealed his true strength, merely wishing to gauge the military formation's capabilities. Now, he understood that the Xuanwu formation paled in comparison to his Jinyui's slaughtering blade formation. Chu Xiu, do not be arrogant. Do you truly believe this general has no contingencies? The Xuanwu divine beast retorted with a scoff. Contingencies? You refer to Sima Yan and his cohorts from the Wuzhizong? Chu Xiu replied nonchalantly. With his ability to glimpse the future, he had already discerned figures approaching from the distance, numbering over 300. The majority at the level of Dharma aspect, with 9 at the ascendant level, led by none other than Sima Yan, the brother of Sima Feng, the head of the Sima clan in Shandong. The Xuanwu divine beast smirked, remaining silent. In an instant, figures emerged from afar. Encircling the killing god transformed Chu Xiu and Shiminju. Upon Sima Yan's arrival, the gathered experts fixated their murderous intent upon Chu Xiu and Shiminju. Chu Xiu, prepare to meet your end. The Xuanwu divine beast bellowed, ready to strike. Patience, Sima Feng. Why the haste? As the head of the Sima clan and the county commander, is this the extent of your composure? Such power is insufficient to warrant my demise. Summon your clan's ancestor. I have long perceived him. His concealment is for what purpose? Does he intend to ambush me? Chu Xiu smiled slightly, addressing the Xuanwu divine beast. The current Xuanwu Divine Beast embodied Sima Feng, or rather, was led by him. The Xuanwu Divine Beast's expression shifted as it realized Chu Xiu had discerned the hidden presence of the Sima clan's ancestor, Sima Yu. Astonishingly, even it had not sensed Sima Yu's aura. It had previously assumed Sima Yu had yet to emerge. Sima Yin and the others now regarded Chu Xiu, transformed into a killing god, with grave expressions. An elderly man with a ruddy complexion and white hair seemed to materialize from thin air, gazing at Chu Xiu in astonishment, exclaiming, "I never anticipated you would uncover my presence. Truly impressive. Old man, the moment you appeared, I had already sensed you." Chu Xiu replied, his expression unfazed as he regarded Sima Yu. "Greetings, ancestor." Both Sima Feng, as the Xuanwu Divine Beast, and Sima Yin, along with half of the Wuzhizong's Sima experts, bowed in deference to Sima Yu. Indeed, within the Wuzhizong, half the members acknowledge Sima Yu as their ancestor. This reveals that the Wuzhizong has effectively become a branch of the Sima clan. How intriguing. I never imagined my years of hidden cultivation would yield such a remarkable individual. If only you understood the art of concealment, waiting until your prowess reached a truly profound level before revealing your brilliance. Even the 5 surnames and 7 clans would find it challenging to eliminate you. Sima Yu continued, ignoring Sima Yin and the others, showering praise upon Chu Xiu. "Alas, you are still too young, too impetuous, lacking the wisdom of subtlety, too eager to display your prowess. Since you have come to Shandong, you shall remain here. Can the youth not be impetuous? Should they, like you, retreat like a turtle? Having concealed yourself for so long, had I not exposed you, you would have seized the opportunity to ambush me, would you not? If my displayed strength instilled doubt in you, you would likely abandon your entire Sima clan and flee." Chu Xiu regarded Sima Yu with disdain, dismissively uttering his words. Sharp-tongued, "Everyone attack. Kill him." Sima Yu's expression darkened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Clearly, Chu Xiu's words had laid bare his concealed thoughts, igniting his fury. "Kill!" The Xuanwu Divine Beast shouted, charging towards Chu Xiu, with Sima Yin and others following suit. Hundreds of Dharma aspect and ascendant level experts, along with the Xuanwu Divine Beast formed by the Xuanwu Battle Formation, surged towards Chu Xiu, as if to shatter the very heavens. A barrage of attacks surged towards Chu Xiu. "Taisu Babu." Chu Xiu smiled calmly, stepping forth, vanishing from sight. A cacophony of explosions erupted where he once stood as the attacks collided with the empty space. Sima Yu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Chu Xiu's agility to reach such terrifying heights, moving with such swiftness that even he could not discern how Chu Xiu had disappeared, let alone where he had gone. "Anapajiedao, severing purity." Chu Xiu's low and resonant voice echoed through the heavens. A stunning blade aura descended from above, cleaving towards the Xuanwu Divine Beast and the gathered experts of the Wuzhizong. Before this blade, both the Xuanwu Divine Beast and the hundreds of Wuzhizong experts felt their very essence severed, as if all their troubles and worldly ties were cleaved asunder. Boom. The entire universe was illuminated by the radiance of the Anapajiedao in that moment. Chapter 130. As long as Lord Chu is willing to overlook this matter, I can promise to fulfill any request of yours. The indomitable shell of the Xuanwu Divine Beast shattered completely, disintegrating into countless fragments. Following this, the entire Xuanwu Battle Formation was utterly destroyed. Sima Feng, along with 3,000 soldiers of the Shandong County, emerged from the remnants of the Xuanwu Divine Beast, yet all 3,000 soldiers spewed blood, succumbing to death. Even Sima Feng, a formidable master who had reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of the Ascendant Realm, was no exception. Furthermore, Sima Yin and the other masters of the Wuji sect also perished beneath Chu Xiu's blade. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique from the 10,000 Buddha temple attain such a level? Sima Yu's face revealed an expression of horror as he exclaimed in terror. As the ancestral figure of the Sima clan, he had indeed witnessed the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique, which was regarded as an unparalleled martial art within the 10,000 Buddha temple. However, he sensed that the technique wielded by Chu Xiu had far surpassed the limits of what the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique could achieve. The two were no longer even of the same martial discipline. Your vision is commendable, indeed. This strike of mine is not the Ananda breaking the precepts sword technique of the 10,000 Buddha temple. Chu Xiu gazed indifferently at Sima Yu and spoke with a placid expression. In that moment, his aura surged once more. The slaughter of so many masters and 3,000 soldiers had significantly enhanced the cultivation of all the elite Jinyui who formed the Slaughter Blade Formation. Even the weakest among them had reached the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm. A multitude of them had attained the realm of the nascent soul, and several had even stepped into the realms of the Dharma manifestation and ascendant realm. Lord Chu, today's events are merely a misunderstanding. If you are willing to overlook this matter, I can agree to all your demands. Even if it involves serving the Jinui, I am willing. Sima Yu gritted his teeth, feeling Chu Xiu's aura intensifying, and his heart filled with dread as he bowed sincerely, stating, as long as Lord Chu grants our Sima clan a chance at survival, I, along with the entire Sima clan, can do anything for you. He understood clearly that the strength Chu Xiu had just demonstrated was immensely terrifying. He could barely withstand that previous strike that had severed his tranquility, let alone the fact that Chu Xiu's power had now escalated further. If he were to perish, the entirety of the Sima clan would be doomed. However, if he could survive and protect the Sima clan, even with today's losses and the majority of their masters slain by Chu Xiu, there would still be a chance for the Sima clan to rise again. After all, the true reliance of the Sima clan rested upon him, the ancestral figure. To overlook this matter? Old man, your words are rather facile. Your Sima clan has plundered the common folk and conjured demons within the Wuji sect. For this alone, the entire Sima clan deserves to be exterminated. You believe that merely stating you can serve me will grant you a reprieve? Have you overestimated your worth? Chu Xiu scoffed coldly, his murderous intent directed fiercely at Sima Yu, speaking in a chilling tone. Lord Chu, perhaps you disapprove of such deeds. But if I were to inform you that this is not solely the Sima clan's doing, many others engage in similar acts. Collaborating with demonkind to conjure monsters is not confined to just us. Sima Yu's complexion paled as he hastily replied, Lord Chu, you may be powerful, and the Jinui possess a blade formation that rivals the military's. But can you manage it all? From your words, I gather that there are numerous families akin to the Sima clan that collude with demonkind. A glint of sharpness flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes, his gaze piercing as he regarded Sima Yu. However, from Sima Yu's words, he discerned an underlying implication. The Sima clan's clandestine conjuring of demons within Shandong County, in the Wuji sect, was evidently not sanctioned by the Wang clan of Taiyuan. If it were otherwise, Sima Yu would have shifted the blame onto the Wang clan to save his own skin. Shimanju's expression sharpened, looking gravely at Sima Yu. Indeed, there are many powerful families colluding with demonkind, not just in the borderlands, but even within the heart of our great Zhou dynasty. Sima Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon perceiving Chu Xiu's gaze, saying, not only with demonkind, but also with barbarian tribes. Such occurrences are rather commonplace in the border regions and are far from extraordinary. Then do enlighten me about which families and powerful clans are colluding with demonkind and barbarian tribes. If you divulge all that you know, I may consider sparing your life. However, you would do well to be truthful and refrain from frivolously naming a few clans. Should you attempt any deceit before me, I shall strike you down this very instant. Chu Xiu stated calmly, well, Lord Chu, although I am aware that numerous powerful clans are colluding with either demonkind or barbarian tribes, each one proceeds with utmost caution, rarely exposing themselves to outsiders, just as our Sima clan has remained undiscovered all along. Sima Yu's expression grew awkward as he hesitated for a moment before continuing. However, I am willing to investigate this matter for you, Lord Chu. With my abilities, I can certainly uncover which powerful clans are secretly engaged in such activities. So, you truly know nothing? Chu Xiu's expression darkened. This old fool had rambled on for so long only to reveal he had no knowledge of any specific clan. Lord Chu, with my strength, I assure you that if I investigate for you, I can uncover the truth regarding which clan it is. Sima Yu, sensing Chu Xiu's demeanor, became flustered and hurriedly explained. No need. Chu Xiu shook his head, slowly raising the Taiqing Jinyu blade in his right hand, speaking in an exceedingly calm manner. Upon seeing the Taiqing Jinyu blade raised in Chu Xiu's hand, Sima Yu's pupils constricted, and he swiftly moved to flee into the distance, seeking escape. After all, if he could not save the Sima clan, he could still establish a new one. Yet, losing the Sima clan's millennia of heritage would reduce him to a mere rogue cultivator. Die. Chu Xiu stepped forward, employing the 8 steps of void, and in an instant, he closed the gap to Sima Yu, striking out with his blade. As the blade descended, it felt as though the very heavens and earth were cleaved in twain by Chu Xiu's strike. Chapter 131 Lord Chu, why did you not acquiesce to Sima Yu's plea just now? Lord Chu, wait a moment. I know a secret that you must be eager to uncover. Sima Yu felt the weight of Chu Xiu's blade, terror etched across his face as he cried out loudly. No sooner had his words left his lips than the blade struck nearby, not aimed at Sima Yu himself. With a resounding crash, a chasm stretching several miles appeared upon the earth, emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter, as if any who dared approach would be utterly obliterated by its murderous intent. The blade's essence lingered, unyielding, Sima Yu gazed at the vast chasm, a flicker of fear crossing his visage, his eyes filled with reverence as they fell upon Chu Xiu. Speak, what is the secret you wish to divulge? If you continue to be dishonest, I shall sever you in two this very moment. Chu Xiu's eyes glinted with menace, wielding the Tai Ching Jinyue blade with a chilling resolve. Lord Chu, if I reveal this secret, you must grant me my life, Sima Yu said through clenched teeth. Speak. Chu Xiu commanded coldly. You have no bargaining power with me. You must be aware, Lord Chu, that while the blood of ordinary demon kin carries the potential to taint our human lineage and transform us into fiends, the probability is exceedingly low. Such blood merely creates mindless beasts, unworthy of being called demons. True demons possess the innate talents of humanity, combined with the formidable physiques of the demon kin. Even endowed with their innate supernatural abilities, only such beings are deserving of the title demon. Sima Yu took a deep breath, steadying his emotions, and solemnly continued. To create true demons, one must utilize the essence blood of demon kin, not mere ordinary blood. Our Sima clan procures this essence blood from the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. The Qitian Chamber of Commerce? Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he spoke in a low voice. Are you suggesting that the Qitian Chamber of Commerce was established by the demon kin, or that they collude with them? Naturally, Chu Xiu was well aware of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce, a powerful entity within the entire Zhou dynasty, recognized as a true force among merchant organizations. While it may not be the pinnacle of commercial might within the Zhou dynasty, it had undoubtedly risen the fastest in recent decades. Within mere decades, the Qitian Chamber had spread throughout the Zhou dynasty, establishing connections with numerous noble families and dignitaries within the court. I do not know where they procure their essence blood from, Sima Yu admitted. But it is precisely through the essence blood obtained from the Qitian Chamber of Commerce that our Sima clan has been able to create demons within the Wuzhizong. Sima Yu shook his head, stating, as for whether the Qitian Chamber is indeed established by the demon kin, we are uncertain. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow, realizing that the Qitian Chamber's rapid ascent in power over a short time indicated they were no ordinary forces. In terms of prowess, their experts likely rivaled those of the top noble families, if not surpassing them, as otherwise, they would have long been devoured by the powerful clans. Lord Chu, I must also disclose that our Sima clan merely purchases essence blood from the Qitian Chamber. While we are indeed guilty, we are far less culpable than those who actively conspire with the demon kin. Our Sima clan has not betrayed humanity. Sima Yu implored Chu Xiu with a desperate gaze, his voice laced with urgency. I hope, Lord Chu, that you can grant me and our Sima clan a chance. We can serve you and His Majesty. This is Bingzhou, the territory of the Wang family of Taiyuan. I am aware that the Wang family, while feigning loyalty to His Majesty, has long been plotting rebellion. They simply await the opportune moment to rise against us. Keeping our Sima clan alive would greatly benefit you and His Majesty. At the very least, we can serve as your eyes and ears in Bingzhou, allowing you and His Majesty to be apprised of all developments. Should the Wang family show any signs of unrest, I shall promptly relay the information to the Jinyue. You speak well, but do not utter another word. You Sima clan have plundered the common folk, created demons, and brought death to countless innocent lives. Though you may not have directly colluded with the demon kin, your sins are equally unforgivable. With that, Chu Xiu raised the Tai Ching Jinyue blade and struck downwards towards Sima Yu. A blade aura, powerful enough to shake the heavens and weep for the spirits, descended upon Sima Yu. No, you cannot kill me. Chu Xiu, you cannot. I must see His Majesty. He will surely grant mercy. Seeing Chu Xiu's blade, terror engulfed Sima Yu's face as he cried out. This strike was beyond his capacity to withstand. Boom. With the blade's descent, Sima Yu was utterly crushed. Again, a blade aura struck the ground, carving a chasm several miles long anew. After slaying Sima Yu with a single stroke, Chu Xiu swiftly descended to the earth and formed a killing array, sheathing the Tai Ching Jinyue blade. In a mere moment, Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, Luo Tianxi, and 3,000 elite Jinyue reappeared, each having significantly advanced in their cultivation. Feng Heng, lead 1,500 elites to the Sima clan's garrison and eradicate the remaining remnants. Chu Xiu commanded in a deep, resolute tone. He was acutely aware that the Sima clan could not possibly consist solely of these experts. Many remnants remained within the garrison. Yes, I shall obey. Feng Heng replied with conviction. Pei Shiji, you and Luo Tianxi shall lead the remaining 1,500 elites to the Wuzhizong and level it. Chu Xiu's gaze turned to Pei Shiji and Luo Tianxi, speaking with a firm tone. We are very close to Wuzhizong, only a few miles away. Feng Heng and Shiminjue need not accompany us. Yes, I shall obey. Pei Shiji affirmed with unwavering determination. Chu Xiu waved his hand, signaling silence. Feng Heng and the others exchanged glances before departing with their 3,000 elite Jinui. Lord Chu, why did you not heed Sima Yu's plea? Perhaps keeping the Sima clan alive will yield greater benefits than their complete eradication. Shi Minjue hesitated momentarily before inquiring of Chu Xiu. Chapter 132, The Celestial Demon Sect and the Iron-Blooded Great Wall. Regardless of the circumstances, the Sima clan must perish. Their heinous crimes warrant the annihilation of their entire lineage. Redemption cannot be sought simply by wishing for it. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu, with an expression of calm indifference, remarked, if we spare Sima Yu today, if we grant the entire Sima clan a path to survival, then the common folk who perish due to the demons they unleashed shall never find peace, even in death. Were it any other person, even the most upright official of the court would surely weigh the benefits to the great Zhou Empire and to His Majesty, rather than consider the plight of the deceased. They would not act with the unwavering resolve that I, Chu, demonstrate in prioritizing the lives lost because of the Sima clan. Shi Minju, deeply impressed, fell silent for a moment before expressing his admiration. Brother Shi Min, would you be willing to join our Imperial Guards as the envoy of the Southern Pacification Division? Chu Xiu smiled gently at Shi Minju. My lord, jested I. Shi Minju, a mere commoner, could never assume such a prestigious role. Shi Minju responded, momentarily taken aback, a trace of wry amusement crossing his face. His Majesty has entrusted me with the selection of the envoys for both the Northern and Southern Pacification Divisions of the Imperial Guards, regardless of whom I choose. Once I submit the list, His Majesty shall surely agree, Chu Xiu stated earnestly. Thus, I am not jesting with you, Brother Shi Min. Should you agree, you shall be our envoy of the Southern Pacification Division at this very moment. Your subordinate, Shi Minju, is willing to serve, my lord. A look of astonishment crossed Shi Minju's face. He had not anticipated that Empress Murongxi would place such trust in Chu Xiu, recommending a commoner like himself for such a position. This only further underscored the extraordinary nature of Empress Murongxi. Grateful for the opportunity to serve under such a ruler and alongside Chu Xiu, he knelt before him, resolutely declaring his loyalty. Excellent. With Brother Shi Min joining our Imperial Guards, our strength shall once again be formidable. Chu Xiu approached Shi Minju, assisting him to his feet with a smile. Thank you, my lord. Shi Minju expressed his gratitude. Come, Brother Shi Min, let us visit the Wujizong and witness the demons they have created. I have yet to behold a true demon, Chu Xiu said with a smile, stepping forward and vanishing from sight. Yes, Shi Minju replied, his form shifting as he utilized his lightness skill to pursue Chu Xiu. Before they could enter the Wujizong, a tremendous surge of sword energy manifested, descending upon the entire sect. Boom. With that single strike, it seemed as if the Wujizong had been cleaved in two. Most of the sect's masters had perished at the hands of the sect master, Sima Yin, under Chu Xiu's blade. Now, only a solitary ascendant and a handful of Dharma realm cultivators remained, utterly defenseless against the Imperial Guard's lethal formation, falling swiftly to their demise. Suddenly, a horde of fearsome demons emerged from the forbidden grounds of the Wujizong. These formidable figures appeared as towering entities, golden eagles, white jade serpents, vibrant tigers, and crimson elephants, each exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Yet, their power was not as formidable, with the strongest merely reaching the Dharma realm, while the majority were at the Grandmaster or nascent soul levels. Such demons stood no chance against the elite killing formation of the Imperial Guards. In an instant, 1,000 demons lay slain upon the ground. Though those of nascent soul and Dharma realm were merely subdued, their powers bound by the skilled hands of the Imperial Guards. Is this what demons truly are? Chu Xiu remarked, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. My lord, these are indeed demons. What you see is their demonic form. The essence of a demon lies in their ability not only to transform into the appearance of a demon race, but also to assume the guise of our human kin. For they are, in essence, of our own kind, Shi Minju gravely explained. Thus, within our great Zhou Empire lurks a portion of these demons, he continued. They may serve as spies for the demon race, crafted by their kind, or perhaps they are demons of the Celestial Demon Sect. The Celestial Demon Sect? Chu Xiu's face reflected surprise and suspicion. He realized he had never heard of this faction. However, he was not particularly astonished, for the great Zhou Empire concealed numerous factions within its vast expanse. The Imperial Guards had long fallen into decline, lacking any records or information regarding these groups. Indeed, the Celestial Demon Sect has existed for many years. Initially, it was formed by martial artists who, in their pursuit of longevity, sought to hunt demons. After slaying their foes, they infused themselves with the blood of the demons to transform into them. Gradually, the number of these demon-embodied martial artists grew, endowed with the demon's longevity and innate talents, thus rapidly enhancing their strength. As they grew formidable, these demons aspired to dominate our human race, ultimately uniting to establish the celestial demon sect. The sect's power has continuously expanded, producing ever more demons, assimilating a significant number of aging human martial artists and converting them into demons. With their formidable strength, they stirred chaos across the realm. Our founding martial emperor of the Great Zhou rose during such a dark epoch, establishing the Great Zhou Empire to protect the populace and eradicate the demons of the celestial demon sect, nearly annihilating them. Yet, a small remnant of the sect survived, lurking in the shadows. However, this remaining faction poses little threat, unable to disrupt the greater landscape of our Great Zhou Empire. Aware of their precarious position, they have chosen to remain hidden, knowing that any emergence would lead to their extermination. Shiminju's expression turned grave as he continued. To prevent the resurgence of past troubles, our founding martial emperor constructed the iron-blooded Great Wall and forbade the civilian martial artists from hunting demons, all to deter the return of the celestial demon sect. Are you implying that this Chitian merchant association may very well be established by the celestial demon sect? Chu Xiu's brows furrowed in contemplation as he inquired of Shiminju. Chapter 133. The Great Soul-Searching Technique that turns the world upside down. Astonishing rewards. My lord is truly sagacious. My subordinates speculate that this is the case. However, I can only conjecture and cannot ascertain whether the Chitian Merchant Association was indeed established by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, I suspect that even if the Chitian Merchant Association is not directly founded by the Heavenly Demon Sect, it must be intertwined with it in some manner. Shiminju spoke with a grave expression. Currently, my concern is whether the Chitian Merchant Association is indeed a remnant of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If so, from where did these remnants acquire the blood of the demon race? Ever since the Iron Blood Great Wall was erected, apart from the border troops tasked with guarding the frontier, no one has been able to leave. Indeed, no one can venture beyond the wall, making it impossible to hunt demons outside, let alone obtain their blood. A glimmer of sharp insight crossed Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke with chilling determination. Then, who is providing the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect, or the Chitian Merchant Association, with demon blood? Is it the soldiers stationed at the borders, or the powerful families guarding these frontiers? As the commander of the Jinhui, Chu Xiu was well aware of the existence of the Iron Blood Great Wall. He had seen its introduction in the arsenal of the Northern Town Protectorate. The founding martial emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was an extraordinary talent, not only possessing remarkable prowess in martial arts, but also inheriting formations, devising an astonishing array of techniques. Why is it called the Iron Blood Great Wall? This wall was constructed from the flesh and blood of the demon and barbarian races. Throughout the entire wall, the founding martial emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty inscribed a terrifying formation using his profound abilities, rendering even beings at the celestial realm incapable of escaping from any section of the Iron Blood Great Wall and entering lands beyond the Great Zhou dynasty. To exit, one must pass through the strategic stronghold of the Great Zhou's borders. Only through the city gates can one enter or leave. Thus, the only ones colluding with the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect to provide them with demon blood must be the soldiers stationed at the borders, or the influential generals from noble families within the border troops. Moreover, these generals undoubtedly hold significant status. Do the governors of Yuzhou, Bingzhou, and Liangzhou at the Great Zhou's frontiers know of this? Or perhaps one of these governors has conspired with the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect. My lord, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. It is of utmost importance concerning the survival of our Great Zhou dynasty. If they are merely colluding with the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the issue may be somewhat less severe. However, if they are in league with the demon race, then once trouble arises, could they not open the gates of the strategic stronghold at any moment, allowing demons to invade our Great Zhou dynasty once more? Shiminju's expression remained solemn. Upon returning to the capital, I will immediately enter the palace to report to the emperor. This matter is of immense significance, as it pertains to the very life and death of our Great Zhou dynasty. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu spoke in a deep and commanding voice, and we, the Jinhui, must dedicate ourselves to investigating this matter. Shiminju, from now on, you and the Southern Town Protectorate will be responsible for the intelligence affairs of the entire Jinhui, and you shall personally oversee this investigation. Originally, the Southern Town Protectorate's duty was to monitor the internal affairs of the Jinhui. However, with most of the internal traitors already purged, and given the severity of the internal issues facing the Great Zhou dynasty, it was only fitting that Shiminju lead the Southern Town Protectorate to take charge of intelligence matters. Yes, I shall obey, Shiminju replied with a grave expression, his voice firm. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, hands clasped behind him, observing the situation within the Wuji sect. Presently, all disciples of the Wuji sect had been eradicated, and Pei Shiji and Luo Tianqi had led the elite of the Jinui to collect all resources from within the Wuji sect, including weapons, which had all been gathered. Half an hour later, Pei Shiji and others arrived, bowing respectfully to Chu Xiu. We pay our respects to my lord. No need for excessive courtesy. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Has all the wealth of the Wuji sect been collected? With a respectful demeanor, Pei Shiji replied, Indeed, my lord. We have discovered a vast amount of gold, silver, property deeds, and medicinal herbs within the Wuji sect. Everything has been packed. We only need to prepare the carriages to transport these goods back to the capital. Do not rush. Fang Heng has also arrived, Chu Xiu remarked, his gaze shifting to the distance as he saw Fang Heng approaching with remarkable agility. In an instant, Fang Heng stood before Chu Xiu, respectfully bowing. I pay my respects to my lord. Rise, Chu Xiu said with an indifferent expression. Is the county commandant's office resolved? Reporting to my lord. It has been entirely dealt with. The Sima family within the county commandant's office has been completely exterminated, leaving not a single one alive. We have also cleared out all the wealth within the county commandant's office. After learning that we had thoroughly suppressed the Sima family, Lord Jiang Zhou of Shandong County ordered the urgent mobilization of a large number of war horses from the post and prepared carriages for us to transport the confiscated resources back to the capital. Fang Heng explained, nodding solemnly. Lord Jiang is aware of your arrival and has prepared a banquet at the county commandant's residence, inviting you to dine. Fang Heng continued. Decline the invitation, Chu Xiu replied, shaking his head. We shall not linger here. You may express my gratitude to Lord Jiang on my behalf. Since he has prepared war horses and carriages for us, we shall set off now, departing from Shandong County. The matters within Shandong County will be left in Lord Jiang's capable hands to manage and pacify the local populace. Yes, I shall obey. Fang Heng responded with utmost respect. After he finished speaking, he bowed and swiftly departed. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Congratulations to the host for steadfastly engaging in positive actions, eradicating the Sima family that spawned demons, suppressing the Wuji sect, and receiving the reward of the great soul-searching technique that turns the world upside down, along with 100 pure yang Wuji pills and 5 ascension pills. Would you like to accept the rewards? Upon hearing the voice of the positive energy system, Chu Xiu's eyes brightened, and he felt a surge of excitement within. The name Great Soul Searching Technique that turns the world upside down was undoubtedly extraordinary. Furthermore, receiving 100 pure yang Wuji pills and 5 ascension pills constituted an astonishing reward. It is worth noting that even with the Jinyui's killing blade array, which allows them to continuously plunder their enemy's cultivation through slaughter to enhance themselves, Chu Xiu understood that the elevation of one's cultivation realm was not without limitations. The rapid advancement of Fang Heng and others was partly due to their consumption of the 10,000 Buddha Golden Pills, which significantly enhanced their innate talents. For the ordinary elite Jinyui, even those at the 1,000 household level may not meet the required standards. Reaching the peak of the 9th layer of the Dharma realm could be their utmost limit. At this stage, even if they wished to break through, they would find it impossible. The transition from the pinnacle of the 9-fold realm of Dharma to the celestial ascendance realm inherently demands exceptional talent and aptitude. However, with the advent of the Ascension Elixir, individuals now possess the opportunity to step into the celestial ascendance realm. Chapter 134. The commander of Bingzhou, Wang Mang, mobilizes the Bingzhou army. Chu Xiu felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an impassive facade, contemplating in his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, an introduction to the reversal of heaven and earth soul search technique appeared in his consciousness. This technique was a powerful method of soul extraction, capable of forcibly extracting the soul from anyone, regardless of any restrictions present in their mind. 100 pure yang Wuji pills and ascension pills materialized in the system's storage space, ready for immediate use. An hour later, Chu Xiu and his companions departed from the county seat of Shandong, marching towards the capital. Unbeknownst to them, dawn gradually broke. In Bingzhou, within the city of Taiyuan, at the Bingzhou governor's residence, a middle-aged scholar appeared deep within the premises, bowing respectfully as he reported, General, Su Qinghe requests an audience. The governor at the border of the Great Zhou dynasty held the rank of a third-grade general, a position of significant power and influence within the empire. The Bingzhou commander had been conferred the title of National Protector General, thus everyone referred to Wang Mang as general rather than lord. The middle-aged scholar was Su Qinghe, the chief official of Bingzhou, who had the privilege of seeking an audience with the commander at this moment. Wait in the hall. A steady, authoritative voice resonated from within the depths of the residence. Understood, Su Qinghe acknowledged before vanishing from sight. After a while, in the hall of the Bingzhou governor's residence. Su Qinghe stood silently awaiting the commander's arrival. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a resolute and commanding presence appeared. Taking his seat at the head of the hall, it was indeed the Bingzhou commander, Wang Meng. "Salutations, General," Su Qinghe bowed respectfully. "There is no need for formalities." "Take a seat and speak," Wang Meng replied with a slight nod. "Thank you, General." Su Qinghe expressed his gratitude with a clasped hand before settling into the guest seat. "Is this a matter concerning Bingzhou or the court?" Wang Meng inquired, casting a discerning glance at Su Qinghe. The urgency of his visit suggested a significant issue at hand. Otherwise, Su Qinghe would not have interrupted his rest at this hour. "General, it pertains to Bingzhou. The Sima clan of Shandong County has been engaging in the creation of monsters within the Wuji sect." Su Qinghe deliberated for a moment before continuing. "It appears the Sima clan has clandestinely procured the blood of the demon race through the Qitian Chamber of Commerce, intending to manufacture a substantial number of demons to bolster their own strength." "The Sima clan?" Wang Meng's eyes narrowed with disdain as he sneered. "That old fool Sima Yu truly knows no bounds. On the surface, he feigns submission to the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Yet covertly, he seeks to procure demon blood from the Qitian Chamber of Commerce to create monsters. General, should we take action?" Su Qinghe hesitated, seeking the commander's counsel. "Investigate thoroughly. The Qitian Chamber of Commerce, without a doubt, is established by the remnants of the Tianyao sect. Seal all establishments of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce throughout Bingzhou. Execute all personnel associated with them without mercy." Wang Meng's voice was laced with lethal intent. "General, does the army require a thorough investigation?" Su Qinghe inquired softly. "Yes. At the very least, we must uncover some influential figures, for we owe His Majesty an explanation," Wang Meng replied, his tone grave and resolute. "Understood, I will comply." Su Qinghe responded with utmost respect. "Dismissed. If there is nothing further," Wang Meng waved his hand. "At your command." Su Qinghe straightened up, bowing to the commander before departing. Soon after, commands were dispatched from the Bingzhou governor's residence. 100,000 troops from Bingzhou surged forth to seal off all establishments of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce in the cities and counties, suppressing all individuals associated with the chamber. These 100,000 troops were not to be compared with the local militia of Shandong County. Although both possessed military formations, the Bingzhou army was far more formidable. This was a bloodied army, frequently engaged in battles against the demon race at the border. Faced with the might of the Bingzhou army, the personnel of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce had no means of resistance and were swiftly subdued. Within Taiyuan City, the Bingzhou army commenced a lockdown, capturing several officers linked to the Qitian Chamber of Commerce in a short span of time. The highest ranking among them was a 4th-rank Xinwei Zhonglong general, a position of considerable authority within the Bingzhou army. As dusk fell at the imperial palace. In the Tai Chi palace, Chu Xiu announced, "Minor official Chu Xiu requests an audience with your majesty." He stood outside the Tai Chi palace, bowing respectfully. Having returned to the capital ahead of schedule, he would ordinarily have arrived the following day. Considering the Sima clan's wealth amassed over a millennium as a prominent family in the Great Zhou dynasty, Chu Xiu has arrived? Jiang Wanner, go greet Chu Xiu. The Empress Murongxi, who was reviewing memorials at her desk, brightened at the sound of Chu Xiu's voice, expressing her delight and urgently instructing Jiang Wanner, who stood by her side. "Yes, I obey." Jiang Wanner responded and quickly made her way to the entrance of the Tai Chi palace. Meanwhile, the Empress took a deep breath, calming herself to regain her composure. For she could not afford to lose her imperial dignity before Chu Xiu. Before long, Jiang Wanner led Chu Xiu into the palace. "Minor official Chu Xiu pays respects to your majesty." Chu Xiu greeted the Empress with a respectful bow. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Come, take a seat." The Empress Murongxi said with an air of composure. "Understood." A palace maid brought a chair and placed it behind Chu Xiu. "Thank you for your graciousness, your majesty." Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude before slowly taking his seat. "Chu Xiu, your presence today, is it for a specific matter?" The Empress inquired, knowing well that Chu Xiu seldom visited without purpose. "Your majesty, I have just returned from Shandong County. You will surely be aware of this," Chu Xiu replied, retrieving a volume of the Wujing Wei Wuchang book from his sleeve and holding it aloft. Jiang Wanner took the book from Chu Xiu and approached the Empress, presenting it to her. The Empress received the book, her expression turning serious as she began to read. Soon, her demeanor darkened, a palpable fury enveloping the Tai Chi palace, thickening the air with tension. Chu Xiu felt a jolt of alarm. The Empress's strength was even more formidable than he had anticipated. In truth, even he was unaware of the extent of her cultivation. Although he possessed the ability to perceive energy, the dazzling golden aura surrounding the Empress rendered his abilities ineffective. Perhaps only when Chu Xiu himself ascended to the celestial realm would he be able to grasp the full extent of her capabilities. This radiant golden light emanated from the fortune of the great Zhou dynasty, as the Empress, being its sovereign, embodied the collective destiny of the empire. Chapter 135. Even if it involves the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families, they shall be executed without exception. Sensing the fury emanating from Empress Murongxi, Jiang Wan'er was inwardly astonished. Even she had seldom witnessed such intense anger from Murongxi. She found herself speculating about the contents of the decree presented by Chu Xiu. What do you believe I should do next, Chu Aiqing? Murongxi inhaled deeply, calming her emotions, and turned her icy gaze toward Chu Xiu, stating in a somber tone, Your Majesty, I believe we must first conduct a thorough investigation into all noble families colluding with the Qitian Merchants Association within our great Zhou dynasty. Second, we must discreetly investigate the soldiers in the army. Third, we should seal all stores of the Qitian Merchants Association in our great Zhou dynasty. Rising to his full height, Chu Xiu's expression turned grave as he clasped his fists before Murongxi and replied, The Qitian Merchants Association? Jiang Wan'er felt a stir within her at the mention of the Qitian Merchants Association, a commercial entity that, while not reigning supreme, certainly ranked among the top 10 in the great Zhou dynasty. She was well aware of its extensive connections with numerous noble families within the realm. However, as a merchant association, it engaged in business dealings, which was entirely normal. Could it be that these noble families were using the Qitian Merchants Association to corrupt the military? If that were the case, the association would pose a significant threat to the sovereignty of the great Zhou dynasty. Indeed, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Murongxi's eyes as she declared with chilling resolve, Let Chu Aiqing take full charge of this matter, regardless of who is implicated. There shall be no mercy. Executions will be carried out without exception. Even if it involves the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families, they shall be executed without exception. However, given the magnitude of this issue, Chu Aiqing must exercise utmost caution during the investigation. Do not allow anyone to discover it, otherwise it may put you in peril. Any noble families identified shall be apprehended by our imperial army. The great Zhou dynasty has not yet declined, even if the noble families and sects are stirring. As long as we maintain control of the imperial army and the capital troops, the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families must bow before the might of these 2 forces. Yes, I shall obey, Chu Xiu replied with utmost reverence. As for the Qitian Merchants Association, given its potential connection to the remnants of the Tianyao sect, and its extensive presence across all 13 states of our great Zhou dynasty, it would be a formidable challenge for the Jinhui to eradicate the association entirely at once. After pondering for a moment, Murongxi stated, Let the Jinhui cooperate with the capital troops. The Jinhui shall lead the operation, while the capital soldiers will suppress all stores of the Qitian Merchants Association within the great Zhou dynasty. All key personnel captured from the Qitian Merchants Association, along with any documents or martial arts acquired, shall be delivered to the Jinhui. As for the spoils from the raids, the Jinhui shall receive 10%. The capital troops 30% as a reward, and the remaining 60% shall be deposited into my treasury. Your Majesty is indeed wise, Chu Xiu responded, bowing deeply in gratitude. This was also a crucial reason for his audience with the Empress. The Jinhui's manpower was still insufficient. Although they were distributed throughout the great Zhou dynasty, the strength of the various Jinhui branches could not withstand the Qitian Merchants Association. Communicating orders to the Jinhui branches to simultaneously strike the Qitian Merchants Association was utterly impractical. Such an action would not only fail to eliminate the association, but could also lead to significant losses among the Jinhui's forces. Despite the recent purges of corrupt elements within the Jinhui, loyalty remained steadfast among those who remained under his command. Substantial resources had been dispatched to enhance the overall strength of the Jinhui, yet their growth still lagged significantly behind that of the capital's forces. The capital troops, on the other hand, numbered 500,000. This formidable force was more than capable of uprooting the Qitian Merchants Association entirely. At that moment, Pei Guanyin entered the Taiji Palace briskly. Nodding to Chu Xiu, she respectfully addressed Murongxi, Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report. Speak, Murongxi replied sternly. Your Majesty, I have just received word that General Wang Mang, the governor of Bingzhou, acted swiftly at dawn. Learning that Lord Chu had led the elite Jinhui to apprehend the Sherman family of Shandong. Furthermore, he discovered that the Sherman family had purchased demonic blood from the Qitian Merchants Association to create monsters within the Wujizong. General Wang promptly mobilized the Bingzhou army to sweep through all counties and districts, flattening the Qitian Merchants Association's presence in Bingzhou. They have sealed off Taiyuan City and conducted stringent investigations among the Bingzhou military, capturing numerous leaders who colluded with the Qitian Merchants Association, including the highest ranking. The Jinwei Zhonglong general, Chu Xiu, hailing from the Yanmen county of Bingzhou, where his elder brother serves as the county's magistrate. Pei Guanyin spoke with a solemn expression. Wang Mang, the governor of Bingzhou? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated Wang Mang's response to be so swift. Did he only just become aware of these matters? Or had he known all along yet refrained from taking action? Is there more? Murongxi inquired, casting a glance at Pei Guanyin. Your Majesty, aside from informing you of this news, Governor Wang has effectively sealed off all of Bingzhou to prevent any leaks regarding his extermination of the Qitian Merchants Association, thereby avoiding the escape of any key figures. Pei Guanyin explained thoughtfully. Jiang Wan'er, you are to draft a decree to commend Governor Wang Mang and instruct him to conduct a thorough investigation of the entire Bingzhou army. Regardless of who is involved, anyone found to have colluded with the Qitian Merchants Association or purchased demonic blood from them shall be executed without mercy. A look of approval graced Murongxi's face as she spoke with resolute authority. Yes, I shall comply, Jiang Wan'er replied, moving to the writing desk to begin drafting the decree. Chu Xiu nodded lightly, recognizing that Murongxi's approach was entirely justified. Whether or not Governor Wang Mang or the entire Wang family of Taiyuan had engaged in similar activities, the absence of evidence against them warranted commendation for their thorough investigation of the Bingzhou military. It was impossible to fault Wang Mang for insufficient oversight at this critical juncture, and his actions were beyond reproach. Particularly, although he ultimately eradicated the Qitian Chamber of Commerce in the region of Bingzhou, he nonetheless imposed a blockade, preventing any news pertaining to the branch of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce in Bingzhou from disseminating. In this regard alone, Murongxi could not help but commend the governor of Bingzhou, Wang Mang, summoned General Zhao Wuyang of the imperial army to the palace. Murongxi articulated once more. Chapter 136, the Grand General of the Imperial Army, the war god Zhao Wuyang. Outside the Taiji Palace, a soldier from the Imperial Guards responded promptly and then departed with remarkable agility. Minister Chu, since the issues in Bingzhou have been resolved, there is no need for the Jinyui and the capital army to proceed for the confiscation. Murongxi pondered for a moment before addressing Chu Xiu. However, we must still dispatch Jinyui spies to Bingzhou. We cannot afford to neglect that region. Your humble servant abides by your command, Chu Xiu replied with utmost respect, fully comprehending Murongxi's intent. The Qitian Chamber of Commerce in Bingzhou had already been completely sealed off by the governor Wang Mang, thus rendering the presence of Jinyui and capital soldiers unnecessary. Yet, the true resolution of Bingzhou's issues by Governor Wang Mang remained uncertain. Until a thorough investigation is conducted, it is unknown whether he has simply provided a scapegoat. Minister Chu, there is no need for excessive formality. Please sit and converse, Murongxi gestured. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude and resumed his seat. After a cup of tea, a powerful and resonant voice echoed from outside the Taiji Palace. Minister Zhao Wuyang has arrived to pay his respects. Upon hearing Zhao Wuyang's voice, Chu Xiu felt a surge of curiosity. The great Zhou dynasty was supported by two colossal pillars, the Grand General of the Imperial Guards, the Emperor's uncle Murongxi, and the Grand General of the Capital Army, Zhao Wuyang. Both were bestowed with the title of second-rank general of the great Zhou dynasty, surpassing the governors of the border provinces. Murongxi served as the Grand General of the nation, while Zhao Wuyang was the Grand General of the army. Murongxi had not taken action for many years, and the Imperial Guards had remained dormant for an extended period. Thus, his true strength was an enigma. In contrast, Zhao Wuyang was celebrated as the war god of the Great Zhou, a legendary figure who emerged from the frontier troops, having once served as the deputy governor of Liangzhou. He overshadowed even the governor Dugu Ba. Had Liangzhou not been a stronghold of the Dugu clan, Zhao Wuyang could have easily seized control of the province. Unlike Bingzhou, Yuzhou, and Yizhou, which were primarily tasked with guarding against the demon race and the barbarian tribes respectively, Liangzhou was more complex, needing to defend against both threats. During his tenure as deputy governor of Liangzhou, Zhao Wuyang was responsible for repelling barbarian invasions, while Governor Dugu Ba focused on the demon threat. With an army of 100,000 Liangzhou soldiers, he successfully repelled an invading force of 300,000 barbarians, even claiming the head of their general, leading to a catastrophic defeat for the barbarians. In contrast to past incursions, which required assembling over 250,000 Liangzhou troops along with local militias, Zhao Wuyang accomplished this feat without reinforcements, achieving victory before Dugu Ba could arrive. This battle marked Zhao Wuyong's ascension to legendary status and subsequently led to his transfer to the capital army, where he ultimately became Grand General. His rise to power stemmed not only from his unwavering loyalty to the Great Zhou, but also from his humble beginnings. Having risen from a mere soldier to a position of command through sheer merit, without the backing of powerful families or influential figures. Pei Guanyin, please welcome General Zhao on my behalf, Murong Sha instructed the attendant nearby. Yes, your servant obeys, Pei Guanyin replied before stepping out of the hall. Moments later, Pei Guanyin returned with a middle-aged general, his silver armor gleaming, his demeanor exuding authority. This was none other than Zhao Wuyong. Your humble servant Zhao Wuyong pays his respects to your majesty. Zhao Wuyong bowed deeply before Murong Sha. General Zhao, no need for formalities. Please take a seat. Murong Sha replied with clarity. A palace maid brought a chair and placed it behind Zhao Wuyong. Thank you, your majesty. Zhao Wuyong expressed his gratitude and took his seat. Using his skill in divination, Chu Xiu discerned Zhao Wuyong's cultivation level, the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the celestial realm. He was merely one step away from transcending to the next tier. Was this level of cultivation impressive? Truthfully, it was not exceptionally high. Chu Xiu had expected someone of Zhao Wuyong's stature to have surpassed the celestial realm. However, upon reflection, Zhao Wuyong's prowess lay not in personal combat but in his strategic command of the military. More importantly, through the formation of his army. He could undoubtedly elevate his abilities beyond the celestial realm. Within the Great Zhou dynasty, those who reached the celestial realm were already considered extraordinary. Such experts were exceedingly rare, typically found only among the top sects or prominent families, each capable of exerting immense influence. Zhao Wuyong, standing at the 9th layer of the celestial realm, was far from ordinary. His ability to harness the strength of his army further augmented his prowess. General Zhao, I have summoned you today for a matter of significance that requires your attention. Murong Sha deliberated for a moment before addressing Zhao Wuyong. However, there is no immediate rush. First, I would like you to examine this. With that, Murong Sha picked up the Book of the Unseen from the table and handed it to Pei Guanyin. Pei Guanyin received the tome and approached Zhao Wuyong, presenting it to him. As Zhao Wuyong perused the Book of the Unseen, his expression grew increasingly grave. He had already suspected that the Empress summoned him for a serious matter, and the contents of the tome were evidently more severe than he had anticipated. After a lengthy pause, Zhao Wuyong tightened his grip on the tome, veins bulging on his forearms. He abruptly rose, declaring with conviction, I implore your majesty to issue a decree to mobilize the capital army to suppress the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 137. This is the imperial army. How could they possibly come to the Qitian Chamber of Commerce? I summoned you to the palace today specifically for this matter. Mobilizing the imperial army involves not only the Bingzhou region, but also the capital itself. Throughout the 12 provinces of the Great Zhou dynasty, we shall eradicate all establishments of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. Capture the key figures of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. Murongxi spoke with a voice both deep and resolute. Yes, I shall obey the command. Zhao Wuyong responded firmly. This operation will be jointly executed by the Jinui and the imperial army. The imperial army is responsible for eradicating the Qitian Chamber of Commerce, while the Jinui will provide guidance and mobilize local operatives for the raids. All captured key figures of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce will be escorted back to the capital by the soldiers and Jinui together, to be imprisoned in the Jinui's secret prison. Murongxi proclaimed with authority, I shall adhere to your orders. Chu Xiu and Zhao Wuyong replied respectfully. There are no further matters at hand. All operational plans will be determined by Aiqing Chu and General Zhao. Murongxi pondered for a moment before adding, I take my leave. Exchanging glances, Chu Xiu and Zhao Wuyong bowed to Murongxi and turned to exit the Taiji Palace. Once outside, Zhao Wuyong extended an invitation to Chu Xiu. Lord Chu, shall we proceed to the imperial army to devise our operational plan? Indeed, it is only fitting. I have yet to visit the imperial army and am eager to see the soldiers of our Great Zhou dynasty. Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile. After you. Zhao Wuyong gestured, and in an instant, he vanished beyond the Taiji Palace. Chu Xiu chuckled softly, stepping forth to pursue Zhao Wuyong. Before long, they arrived at the command tent of the imperial army, where they took their seats, with Chu Xiu in a position of prominence. What does Lord Chu believe we should consider in drafting our operational plan for this mission? Zhao Wuyong inquired after a moment of contemplation. After all, we are tasked with the eradication of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. It is quite easy for information to leak. Consequently, while we may succeed in the provinces closer to the capital, the more distant ones may prove challenging. Should any key figures of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce escape, it would be deemed a failure on our part. General Zhao, please do not put me in a difficult position. This operational plan is beyond my expertise. You are the one with the experience. I shall defer to your judgment and cooperate as needed. What do you propose? Ultimately, in this operation, the Jinui is merely responsible for guidance. The true efforts must come from your imperial army soldiers. Chu Xiu shook his head, his expression earnest. However, should any issues arise, I am prepared to share the responsibility with you, General Zhao. I will not deflect any blame onto you. Good. With Lord Chu's assurance, I am at ease. Zhao Wuyang replied, a smile breaking across his face. His greatest concern was that Chu Xiu would interfere with his operational plan. General Zhao, is there anything further you require of me? If not, I shall return to the Jinui to dispatch our elite members to the Imperial Army. Once the Imperial Army is ready, our elite forces can set off together. Chu Xiu inquired with a smile. Concerning one of the foremost armies in the Great Zhou dynasty, second only to the Imperial Guard, Zhao Wuyang felt assured that their mission to eliminate the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce would proceed smoothly. After all, the Jinui's steeds are already remarkably swift. Within the Imperial Army, there exist even faster steeds, the dragon blood horses. The entire Imperial Army, akin to the Imperial Guard, is equipped with dragon blood horses. The steeds of the Jinui possess the bloodline of demon beasts, allowing them to traverse vast distances. However, the speed of the dragon blood horses far exceeds that of the Jinui's mounts. With the dragon blood horses, the mobility of the Imperial Army is assured, capable of matching the swiftness of a celestial being on a full sprint. With such speed, traversing the expanse of the Great Zhou dynasty would not require much time. In a single day, they could reach all corners of the empire. One more question. Why was Bingzhou specifically excluded by His Majesty? Has the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce in Bingzhou already been eradicated? Zhao Wuyang inquired, his face betraying a hint of confusion as he looked at Chu Xiu. Indeed, the governor of Bingzhou, Wang Mang, initiated action against the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce at dawn. Now, the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce in Bingzhou has been completely uprooted by the Bingzhou army. However, Governor Wang Mang has sealed off Bingzhou to prevent the news from spreading. Thus, as of now, the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce remains unaware of its own demise, Chu Xiu explained. Yet, we cannot entirely rely on the silence of Bingzhou. We must act swiftly to deploy our forces against the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce across the Great Zhou dynasty to avoid unforeseen complications. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu comprehended Zhao Wuyang's intent and elaborated, what a capable governor Wang Mang is. His decisive actions have indeed bought us some time. However, as you rightly pointed out, we must hasten our efforts. Wang Mang's blockade will only slow the dissemination of information but cannot entirely prevent it. If we delay, it is highly likely that key figures of the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce will escape. Zhao Wuyang's gaze sharpened as he replied, precisely. Hence our time is exceedingly urgent. Chu Xiu felt a surge of urgency within him and nodded, General Zhao. You should return to the Jinui and select our elite members to join the Imperial Army. I will convene the commanders of the Imperial Army to arrange our operational plan. Within half an hour, our forces will be fully mobilized. With a sudden burst of energy, Zhao Wuyang rose to his feet and addressed Chu Xiu. Very well, General Zhao. I shall take my leave. Chu Xiu stood and clasped his hands in salute to Zhao Wuyang before swiftly departing the command tent. Zhao Wuyang then began issuing orders to gather the commanders of the Imperial Army to convene within the command tent to finalize their operational plan. Half an hour later, the Imperial Army stirred into action, with contingents of cavalry departing from their ranks. The first target, the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce in the capital. The Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce, occupying a vast expanse within the Great Zhou capital, spans dozens of acres, offering a plethora of indulgences, truly a luxurious den of excess. Suddenly, 10,000 soldiers from the Imperial Army surrounded the entire Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce. This is bad. It's the Imperial Army. What are they doing here at the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce? I don't know. Could it be directed at us? We merely came here to enjoy ourselves. How could it possibly be aimed at us? Do we even possess such significance? Indeed, not only we, but even our forebears lack the standing to warrant the deployment of the Imperial Army. In an instant, numerous young heirs from noble families, powerful science, and affluent merchants within the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce turned pale, their faces etched with panic as they engaged in frantic discussions. Chapter 138. Who dares to flee before this general? Is the leader of the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce present? A general from the capital, clad in armor and riding a blood-red warhorse, surveyed the entire Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce. His voice, sharp and commanding, resonated through the chamber like thunder, leaving countless individuals reeling, their heads spinning from the sheer force of his presence. Qian Jinbei, the head of the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce, recognized this general. He wondered what business had prompted the military to surround their establishment. If any royal offenders were indeed hiding within the chamber, Qian would gladly assist the general in apprehending them, hoping only that the general would not disturb their guests. Suddenly, a figure emerged from within the Qitian chamber, stepping into the air before the entrance. With a respectful gesture, the tall and imposing man in luxurious robes addressed the general, exuding an extraordinary aura. He appeared far from a mere merchant. He was, in fact, the head of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce, owner of all its ventures throughout the great Zhou dynasty. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of figures appeared behind Qian Jinbei, numbering over 10, each emanating a terrifying aura. Clearly, they were the esteemed patrons of the Qitian Chamber, all having reached the pinnacle of the ascendant realm. The capital's general seemed to discern Qian Jinbei's cultivation level instantly and spoke with an unruffled demeanor. Ascendant realm? Peak level? He did not even spare a glance at the 10-plus patrons. May I inquire your name, General? Qian Jinbei asked, his gaze narrowing as he regarded the general, aware that his cultivation level was significantly higher than his own. Indeed, he had stepped into the true realm of transcendence, a rarity within the great Zhou dynasty. Even among the elite military forces, few commanders could claim such prowess. The young scions of noble families and wealthy merchants within the chamber gazed upon the general with curiosity, their interest piqued by the fact that his full face was concealed by the armor's mask, a hallmark of the capital's military. Only those familiar with him might recognize his voice. Xie Xian, the general replied, his eyes betraying no emotion. General Xie Xian, the infamous butcher of the capital? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. It was terrifying to think that such a figure had personally arrived. Surely, there must be a significant matter at hand. The gathered elite drew in a breath, their expression shifting to one of shock upon recognizing Xie Xian's identity. Yet, knowing who he was instilled a sense of reassurance they, being of noble lineage, would not provoke someone of his caliber. Your arrival is unexpected, General. I apologize for not receiving you properly. Please, state your purpose. The Qitian Chamber has always adhered to the law and will fully cooperate with you, Qian Jinbei said with a solemn bow. My mission is straightforward, to apprehend all significant figures of the Qitian Chamber within the capital, especially you, Qian Jinbei, Xie Xian replied, his tone devoid of warmth. General, there must be a misunderstanding. The Qitian Chamber has always complied with the laws of the great Zhou dynasty. Even Prince Qi can vouch for us. Qian Jinbei's expression darkened as he addressed Xie Xian, his voice cold. Are you intending to oppose Prince Qi? The tension escalated among the 10 patrons behind him, their eyes narrowing in vigilance towards Xie Xian. Seize them. Xie Xian's dismissive gaze fell upon Qian Jinbei as he spoke with chilling calmness. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, the capital's army, which had surrounded the Qitian Chamber, surged forth from various directions, forming military formations under the command of 2 lieutenants and their accompanying officers. We must leave. Qian Jinbei ground his teeth, addressing Xie Xian. I will inform Prince Qi of your actions against the Qitian Chamber. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air, moving like a flash of lightning. The patrons of the Qitian Chamber followed suit, attempting to escape. Despite their formidable strength, they could not help but be wary of Xie Xian's notorious reputation. More critically, any act of defiance would equate to treason against the great Zhou dynasty, inviting overwhelming retribution. If they could reach Prince Qi's residence, they might find sanctuary and possibly reclaim their chamber with his support. Trying to flee? Have you forgotten my words? I am here to apprehend you. Xie Xian shook his head, gripping the black spear resting on his horse's back. With a swift motion, he struck towards Qian Jinbei and the others, as if swatting flies. Boom. The heavens seemed to shatter under the impact of his strike. A colossal force descended upon Qian Jinbei and his patrons. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening explosions echoed throughout the capital, as one by one, the patrons of the Qitian Chamber fell from the sky, landing at Xie Xian's feet. Only one person managed to block Xie Xian's strike, Qian Jinbei himself, now transformed into an enormous black tiger, exuding a fierce aura that seemed to threaten the very fabric of reality. Chapter 139. The first fierce general of the capital, spear against Qian Jinbei. Alas, the demons. No wonder the legendary gun immortal, General Xie Xian, personally leads the capital's army to eradicate the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Who could have imagined that the leader of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce was, in fact, a demon? I can't believe I managed to roam within the Qitian Chamber for so long without incident. This is akin to a curse upon my ancestors' graves. Enough said, brothers. I must return to pay homage to my forebears. Count me in. My ancestral grave has long vanished. I might as well pay respects to yours and see if I can glean some fortune from it. Get lost. Do you intend to change your surname and become part of my family? My sister is already married, and my younger sister is still a child. Do not harbor any intentions towards my family. Witnessing Qian Jinbei transform into a demon with a human head and tiger body under Xie Xian's pressure, the young scions and powerful heirs of the Qitian chamber were left utterly astonished, unable to suppress their exclamations. However, their conversations inadvertently veered off course. After all, with Xie Xian at the helm, even if Qian Jinbei morphed into a demon, these individuals felt no fear. If even Xie Xian could not protect them, few in the entire capital could ensure their safety. Yet, while gasping in awe, they dared not refer to Xie Xian as the butcher of men, instead honoring him with the title of Gun Immortal. For Xie Xian also bore the esteemed title of Gun Immortal of the great Zhou dynasty. The Gun Immortal Xie Xian, the Xie family's divine spear, is renowned across the land as the pinnacle figure of the Xie family in this generation. Xie Xian indeed carries the mantle of the Gun Immortal. Roar. Xie Xian, do not presume that I fear you. I simply wish to avoid confrontation at this moment. When the opportunity arises, I shall test your strength. I shall remember you. Qian Jinbei bellowed, his blood-red tiger eyes wide open, speaking furiously to Xie Xian. Although he bore the form of a demon, his eyes, blood-red tiger eyes, conveyed an overwhelming aura, akin to that of a true king of beasts. Having said that, Qian Jinbei leapt forth, resembling a gust of foul wind, speeding away with a velocity magnified tenfold compared to before. The wind from the tiger, the clouds from the dragon. I have declared it. I am here to capture you. Demons are nothing but foolish creatures. Xie Xian shook his head, his left hand forming an arc as if drawing a bow. With the black spear in his hand serving as an arrow, he released the shot. Boom. The heavens and earth erupted in a cacophony of explosive sounds, as if the very fabric of reality was being pierced by the black spear. In an instant, the black spear, infused with boundless might, caught up with Qian Jinbei and pierced through his heart from behind. Bang. Ah. Qian Jinbei unleashed a thunderous roar, as if in agony, losing all control and plummeting from the sky like a falling meteor. Xie Xian shifted his form and vanished atop the dragon blood steed. Moments later, everyone beheld Xie Xian return to the dragon blood steed, the black spear held aloft, impaling Qian Jinbei and lifting him into the air. Impressive. Truly, the Gun Immortal. General Xie Xian's prowess is terrifying, beyond comprehension. Have you noticed? General Xie did not employ any military formations. He entirely relied on his own strength to overpower Qian Jinbei. It was not merely a crushing defeat. It was as effortless as squashing an ant. It was fortunate that General Xie received orders to capture Qian Jinbei, not to kill him. Otherwise, Qian Jinbei would have surely met his demise at the hands of General Xie long ago. Naturally, such is to be expected from General Xie, the foremost figure of the Xie family in the capital. Within the capital's army, he stands as a genuine leader. In terms of strength, even the supreme general pales in comparison to General Xie, making him the foremost fierce general of the capital army. The foremost fierce general of the capital army. One wonders how he compares to the first fierce general of the Imperial Guards. The first fierce general of the Imperial Guards? Silence. Is that even a topic we can discuss? Surely we can mention that esteemed lord from the Jinui, right? I wonder how that lord compares to General Xie. Lord Chu of the Jinui? He too is a remarkable figure. His cultivation speed is astonishingly rapid, and he is quite young. Even General Xie, at his age, was far inferior. Indeed, if Lord Chu continues to progress at this pace, surpassing General Xie would merely be a matter of time. Wait, what exactly are we discussing? Do you even know Lord Chu's cultivation level? I do not know. Lord Chu conceals his abilities too well. But he cannot possibly be on par with General Xie, can he? Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was left in awe of Xie Xian's displayed strength. Even many young scions, powerful heirs, or sons of wealthy merchants could not help but compare Gun Immortal Xie Xian with the first fierce general of the Imperial Guards, ultimately drawing comparisons with Lord Chu. In the end, they realized they did not even know Lord Chu's true cultivation level. Lord Chu's concealment runs deeper than they had imagined. However, one thing they could ascertain was that Lord Chu had undoubtedly surpassed the former Xie Xian. They had no doubt that Lord Chu's current strength was not inferior to that of Xie Xian, for Lord Chu had consistently shattered their perceptions. Xie Xian, you have ultimately let me go. You have no idea whom you have offended. The Qitian Chamber of Commerce has reached such heights. Do you comprehend the multitude of individuals standing behind us? Should you act against the Qitian Chamber, you will surely regret it. Qian Jinbei spoke through bloodied lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face. I hope they will all step forward. I shall capture them all in one fell swoop. Xie Xian replied coldly. When Zhao Wuyang summoned the leaders of the capital army to distribute tasks, he mentioned that the Qitian Chamber of Commerce was likely established by the Heavenly Demon Sect. The true masters behind it are likely the Heavenly Demon Sect. What Qian Jinbei speaks of now could be the Heavenly Demon Sect or the powerful families colluding with them. Naturally, Xian harbors no goodwill towards such individuals. After all, he was aware that the Qitian chamber secretly sold demon blood to manufacture demons. This was an attempt to overthrow the rule of the great Zhou dynasty. As one of the most elite and loyal armies of the great Zhou dynasty, Xian, as the second to the war god Zhao Wuyang within the capital army, could not possibly tolerate such treachery. Not only could Xian not tolerate it, but the entire capital army could not either. Upon hearing this, Qian Jinbei merely chuckled coldly, falling silent. After a moment, a group of capital soldiers emerged, escorting members of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. Two deputy generals from the capital army approached Xian. One, a burly figure wielding an 8-foot-long snake spear, knelt before Xian, reverently declaring, reporting to the general, all members of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce have been apprehended, except for 3 stewards who were mistakenly killed during the resistance. All key figures of the Qitian Chamber have been successfully captured. In total, we have taken into custody 3 managers, 21 stewards, and 1,000 guards. Nearly half of the guards were killed, while the remaining half have been apprehended. Chapter 140. The Power of Ascendance, the Tai Golden Elixir. Where are the 2 vice presidents of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce? Xian furrowed his brows. Addressing a general from the capital army, he held little concern for the fate of the chamber's guards. Even if all of them were to be slain by his soldiers, he would find no fault in it. Their mission was to capture all significant figures within the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. As long as Qian Jinbei and the various managers of the chamber did not escape, there would be no issue. Reporting to the general, the 2 vice presidents of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce are missing and not present in the main hall of the chamber in the capital, stated the capital army general with conviction. Lord Fong, the Qitian Chamber of Commerce will be under your jurisdiction from now on. Xian nodded slightly, his gaze calm. Very well. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure seemingly materialized from thin air. It was Feng Heng, the commander of the Jingti Wei. Clad in the official attire of the Jingti Wei, his uniform was distinct from that of the ordinary officers, as it marked him as the leader of the 3 major guards, equivalent to a pacification envoy, yet with subtle differences. His uniform bore the blood-red characters Jingtian. Feng Heng waved his right hand, and a multitude of Jingti Wei cavalry appeared from all directions, swiftly advancing towards the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. The young scions from noble families, wealthy merchant clans, and influential factions stood in bewilderment. What did this mean? The Jingti Wei had been lurking in the shadows all along, and in such numbers? They had been utterly oblivious. Once the Jingti Wei entered, they began escorting the young heirs of noble families and merchants out of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. No one dared to act recklessly in front of the Jingti Wei. Xian remained silent, turning his horse around and leading the capital army to escort everyone from the Qitian Chamber away. There were more than several thousand individuals within the chamber, while only a few hundred had actually been killed. To ensure no one was overlooked, everyone, including the maids, was taken along. As for what would happen to them in the Jingti Wei's prison, it was of no concern to him. From start to finish, Xian had solely focused on capturing Qian Jinbei. After a brief interval, in the Jingti Wei headquarters, reporting to the Lord, I have urgent matters to convey. Lin Huayu arrived at the Jingti Wei headquarters, bowing respectfully before the commander's study. Creak. Chu Xiu slowly opened the door and stepped out, his expression calm as he regarded Lin Huayu. Reporting to the Lord, the deputy general of the capital army, General Xian, personally led the troops to the headquarters of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce to apprehend President Qian Jinbei. Lin Huayu spoke with a grave demeanor. Qian Jinbei appears to be at the peak of the ascendant realm. When he reveals his demonic form, his cultivation level exceeds that of an ascendant, reaching the level of a celestial being. Chu Xiu remained impassive, understanding that Lin Huayu's visit was not merely to relay this information. He was aware of Xian's reputation. In fact, there were still loyal and dedicated officials like Xian among the noble families, who were unwaveringly devoted to the great Zhou dynasty, not all of them solely pursuing their self-interests. Qian Jinbei had unveiled crucial information. One of his backers was none other than His Highness the Crown Prince. Lin Huayu took a deep breath, his expression solemn. It is indeed His Highness the Crown Prince. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his brow arching slightly. It is indeed the Crown Prince. However, I suspect he is unaware of Qian Jinbei's affiliation with the Heavenly Demon sect. Lin Huayu hesitated before addressing Chu Xiu. The Crown Prince is likely just one of the financial backers of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce, providing support to a certain extent. However, he should remain oblivious to the Chamber's connection with the Heavenly Demon sect. Speak plainly. Chu Xiu shot Lin Huayu a glance. There is no need for veiled language in my presence. Yes. Lin Huayu lowered his voice. I believe this matter must be reported to His Majesty for his decision. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. Conduct your investigation discreetly and do not let anyone catch wind of it. Understood. I shall comply. Lin Huayu responded with a grave countenance. Where is Qian Jinbei at this moment? Chu Xiu inquired, pondering for a moment. Reporting to the Lord. Qian Jinbei has just been personally escorted by Deputy General Xie Xian to our Northern Pacification Office's prison, where he is being held in the deepest cell. Moreover, the pacification envoy of the Northern Pacification Office, the Madblade, Lord Nye, is personally leading the elite guards to secure the prison, ensuring that Qian Jinbei does not meet an untimely demise within our facility. Lin Huayu spoke with resolute clarity. It was evident that Qian Jinbei was of utmost importance. Even the Madblade did not dare to show any negligence. Not enough. Chu Xiu shook his head. What do you mean by that? Lin Huayu pondered carefully before cautiously inquiring. What are your orders, my lord? Summon Feng Hong, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianxi. Select 5,000 elite guards from the Jing Ti Wei, Jing Xin Wei, and Jing Xian Wei. They are to proceed to the prison. Together with the Madblade, they shall secure the prison. I must ensure absolute certainty. Even if a celestial being were to intervene, they would meet certain death against the array of the Jing Ti Wei. A glint of determination flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke with chilling resolve. He understood that if they could not secure the loyalty of the guards or jailers within the Northern Pacification Office's prison, the Heavenly Demon Sect, or those colluding with it, might unleash true experts to breach the prison. Securing the loyalty of the guards or jailers was no easy feat, not to mention. He had already purged the Jing Ti Wei, leaving only those who were fiercely loyal. With the Madblade personally stationed in the prison, it would be impossible for any bot guards or jailers to act against Qian Jinbei without his knowledge. Therefore, the most likely scenario was that they would attempt to send a celestial being-level expert, since the Jing Ti Wei was merely assisting the capital army in this operation. The elite Jing Ti Wei sent out were few in number. After the capital army had eradicated the Qitian Chamber of Commerce, it was the Jing Ti Wei that directly mobilized local forces for raids. Understood. Lin Huayu's expression hardened as he affirmed. Furthermore, we must extract information from Qian Jinbei in the shortest possible time. Chu Xiu declared at all costs. I seek not only to understand the circumstances of the Heavenly Demon Sect, but also to uncover which noble families are in collusion with the Qitian Chamber of Commerce or the Heavenly Demon Sect. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Moreover, which noble families have secretly purchased demonic blood from the Qitian Chamber, akin to the Sima clan of the Shandong Prefecture, and are engaged in the creation of demons? Yes, Lin Huayu affirmed with conviction. With that, Lin Huayu swiftly departed, employing his agility to relay Chu Xiu's orders, ensuring Feng Heng and others would swiftly head to the Northern Pacification Office's prison to avert any unforeseen incidents. Congratulations, host. By steadfastly engaging in positive endeavors, you have been awarded the power of ascension for 30 years, along with 10 Taiji golden pills. Will you accept these rewards? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resonated in Chu Xiu's mind. Chapter 141. Whatever the matter, I can resolve it for you, dear Minister Chu. Indeed, Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled as he contemplated in his mind. As expected, eliminating the Qitian Chamber of Commerce, a force that breeds demons, is undoubtedly an act of righteousness. However, what exactly is this Tai Golden Pill? Even Chu Xiu had never encountered this name before. No sooner had he spoken than an immense celestial force surged within his dantian, propelling his cultivation from the first minor realm of the ascendant stage to the second minor realm. Subsequently, an introduction to the Tai Golden Pill materialized in his mind. The Tai Golden Pill is a medicinal elixir on par with the 10,000 Buddha Golden Pill, capable of purifying the marrow and enhancing a martial artist's innate talents. What a windfall! To think there are actually 10 Tai Golden Pills. This is sufficient to cultivate an unparalleled genius within the Jinyui, potentially even a true prodigy. A smile graced Chu Xiu's face, as he regarded the reward of the Tai Golden Pill as far more significant than the celestial force it provided. After all, a mere minor increase in his cultivation realm, while useful, pales in comparison to the benefits of the Tai Golden Pill. It is time to enter the palace and present myself before the emperor. With a single step, Chu Xiu vanished from the commander's study of the Jinyui. Naturally, he was well aware of the Qi king. The former emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty had few offspring, with a total of 9 sons and 2 daughters. The Empress was the youngest, a favored daughter of the former emperor, while the eldest princess, serene and unassuming, enjoyed a close relationship with her. The 9 princes, however, were not to be underestimated, as during the reign of the former emperor, they nearly caused a fracas over the succession. Surprisingly, the former emperor did not choose any of the 9 princes but instead supported the unassuming young princess Murongxi, who lacked any powerful family background, to become the heir. ultimately aiding her ascension to the throne of the Great Zhou dynasty. With the backing of the national advisor, Qi Tianqian, Murongxi eventually claimed her position as empress. Indeed, although Murongxi's mother was favored by the former emperor, she did not hail from a prominent family. In stark contrast, all 9 princes' mothers were from illustrious lineages, with 7 being daughters of the 5 esteemed clans. The Qi king's mother, for instance, belonged to the prestigious Hongnong family, which is connected to the current head of the cabinet, Yang Yan. Thus, the Qi king stands out among the 9 princes vying for the throne. Despite having adopted a more subdued demeanor over the years due to Murongxi's ascension, engaging in poetry gatherings, and living a leisurely life, it is understood that he remains one of the key figures behind the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. Chu Xiu suspected that the Qi king was not as innocuous as he appeared. Moments later, outside the Taiji Palace, Chu Xiu confidently announced, "Minister Chu requests an audience with your majesty." The empress, Murongxi, frowned slightly as she reviewed memorials at the imperial desk and turned to Jiang Wan'er, saying, "Jiang Wan'er, please escort Minister Chu in." "Yes, I shall obey," Jiang Wan'er replied, exchanging glances with Pei Guanyin before bowing and exiting. They speculated whether Chu Xiu had encountered difficulties in his endeavor to dismantle the Qitian Chamber of Commerce, as he had only recently presented himself to the emperor, and the capital's forces had only just begun their operations against the headquarters of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. Before long, Jiang Wan'er led Chu Xiu into the grand hall of the Taiji Palace. Upon entering, Jiang Wan'er stepped aside. "Minister Chu greets your majesty," Chu Xiu said, bowing respectfully. "There is no need for such formalities, dear Chu. Please take a seat," Murongxi gestured, her demeanor composed. A palace maid promptly brought a chair for Chu Xiu. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty," he expressed as he settled into the seat. "Minister Chu, what brings you to the palace at this hour?" Murongxi inquired. Casting a glance at him, "Your majesty, I have urgent matters to report," Chu Xiu replied solemnly. "Do not hesitate to speak, for I can address any concerns you may have," she asserted with a commanding presence. Chu Xiu fell silent, and sensing the atmosphere, Murongxi understood. "Aside from Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin, let everyone else withdraw," she ordered, her voice low yet powerful. "Understood," the palace maids replied, bowing as they exited the grand hall, closing the doors behind them. The illumination within the hall remained unaffected despite the absence of lamps, casting a bright glow. Only Chu Xiu, Murongxi, Pei Guanyin, and Jiang Wan'er remained. The latter two were Murongxi's trusted aides. If they did not trust him, few in the Great Zhou dynasty would earn her confidence. "Your Majesty," Vice General Xie Xian reported that during the operation against the Qitian Chamber of Commerce, its leader, Qian Jinbei, revealed that the Qi king is among the powerful figures behind their organization. While I suspect he may merely be one of many backers, I felt it imperative to inform you without delay, Chu Xiu stated earnestly. "The Qi king?" Murongxi's eyes narrowed, her expression turning frosty. "Minister Chu, do you believe the Qi king is unaware of the Qitian Chamber's ties to the demon sect?" The air in the grand hall seemed to freeze, layers of ice forming upon the floor, creating an atmosphere of biting cold, as if one were ensconced in a winter's chill. "I am uncertain, your majesty. However, I have commanded the Northern Pacification Bureau to expedite their investigations, ensuring all information is uncovered swiftly," Chu Xiu replied, feeling the chilling aura envelop him. A testament to Murongxi's formidable power. "The Qi king, my 4th imperial brother, seems unwilling to relinquish the throne to me. Even now that I have ascended, he seeks to seize it from my grasp, even allying himself with a force like the demon sect," Murongxi remarked with a cold laugh. Chapter 142, The Royal Authority's License. Decapitate first and report later. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu bowed his head in silence, refraining from engaging with Murongxi's remarks. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the king of Qi was a prince of the Great Zhou dynasty and also Murongxi's elder brother. Furthermore, the king of Qi had the support of the Hongnong clan. "Minister Chu, this matter must be thoroughly investigated by your Jinui. Our Great Zhou dynasty has ancestral teachings. Descendants are forbidden from colluding with the heavenly demon sect, nor with the demon and barbarian races. Anyone daring to act thus shall face extermination," Murongxi stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu rose respectfully and replied, "This humble minister will comply with your command. With your assurance, I am at ease." Murongxi sighed deeply, a hint of exhaustion evident on her delicate face. "It is only because of loyal ministers like you that I can rest assured. Otherwise, others would likely not dare to pursue the matter. You flatter me, your majesty. I have merely fulfilled my duty as a subject and do not deserve such praise," Chu Xiu responded, shaking his head earnestly. "In our Great Zhou dynasty, There remain many loyal ministers and valiant generals. General Zhao Weiyang, the commander of the army, and Deputy General Xie Xian of the capital garrison, both embody such loyalty. Besides them, there are numerous others within our realm who are steadfastly devoted to your majesty and the great Zhou dynasty, he continued. Murongxi smiled radiantly, illuminating the entire Tai Chi palace with her brilliance, her previous fatigue now concealed. She chuckled softly. All right, Minister Chu, before me, there is no need for such humility. I am well aware of their loyalty. As for today's affairs, you may act without restraint. No matter who is involved, even if it concerns royal kin. The Jinyui shall take action. The royal authority grants permission. Decapitate first and report later. After a pause, Murongxi declared with an imposing confidence, Minister Chu, this is my imperial token. Should the Jinyui lack sufficient strength, you may utilize my token to mobilize the capital's army for suppression. Murongxi spoke in a serious tone. Waving her sleeve as a golden token flew swiftly towards Chu Xiu. The moment Murongxi produced the token, both Zhang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin's expressions changed dramatically, revealing their astonishment. This token was not merely for mobilizing ordinary troops. Within the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, 3 armies existed: the Capital Guard, commanded by the Wuqing Military Department, responsible for the city's gates with a force of 200,000, the Capital Army, totaling 500,000, and the Imperial Guards, numbering 300,000. Among these, the Capital Guard was the weakest, the Capital Army was intermediate, and the Imperial Guards were the strongest. This golden token represented the command for the Capital Army. Possessing the Capital Army's mobilization token meant that Chu Xiu could directly summon General Zhao Weiyang, the renowned military deity, to deploy the Capital Army. Although the Capital Army was currently dispersed throughout the various states and counties of the Great Zhou, more than 100,000 troops still remained stationed in the capital. After all, the Capital Army could only be mobilized for quelling rebellions, and not for any lesser cause. However, Zhang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin were not merely astonished that Murongxi had granted Chu Xiu a token that conferred him military authority. They were taken aback by the significance of granting him the Capital Army's mobilization token. If it were merely to command the Capital Guard, it would be inconsequential, as the Ministry of War could also command them, provided they received consent from the 5 armies' commander's office. Typically, the Ministry of War would forward the command to the 5 armies' commander's office, which could then decide whether to mobilize forces. However, the ministry and the commander's office had a long-standing close relationship, making agreement highly probable. What set the Capital Army's mobilization token apart was that only the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty could command either the Capital Army or the Imperial Guards. Now, Murongxi had granted this authority to Chu Xiu. If this news were to spread, the repercussions throughout the Great Zhou dynasty would be unimaginable. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not let you down. Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened, his demeanor solemn. He grasped the token firmly in his right hand and declared with conviction, I shall act in accordance with your will. Murongxi nodded slightly, maintaining her silence. Understanding her intent, Chu Xiu stored the mobilization token away and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, unless there are further matters, I shall take my leave. Very well, Murongxi affirmed, picking up the memorial she had set aside to peruse it once more. Your servant takes her leave, Chu Xiu said with a bow before turning to exit. Zhang Wan'er waved her sleeve, causing the doors of the Tai Chi Palace to slowly open. She personally escorted Chu Xiu out before returning to the main hall. Zhang Wan'er, go to the Astronomical Bureau and convey what Minister Chu mentioned to our master. He will understand, Murongxi instructed after a moment of contemplation, her gaze still fixed ahead. Yes, your servant obeys, Zhang Wan'er replied with utmost respect. With a gentle movement, she vanished from the Tai Chi Palace's hall. In truth, Murongxi was not the only one associated with the Great Zhou dynasty's national master. The head of the Astronomical Bureau, Qi Tianqian, was also her master. Zhang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin had been selected by the previous emperor to accompany Murongxi as her trusted confidants, having grown up by her side. They had not only studied the fine arts with her, but had also trained in martial arts under their master, Qi Tianqian. Once Zhang Wan'er departed, the Tai Chi Palace fell into a profound silence. At the king of Qi's residence, Yang Yun, the chief steward, suddenly appeared in a secluded pavilion deep within the estate. Within the pavilion, a young man dressed in resplendent attire exuded an air of nobility, gracefully engaged in a game of chess at the stone table. Your Highness, the Qitian commerce has encountered a crisis. Yang Yun lowered his head, his expression respectful. The Qitian commerce's affairs have been exposed? Murongyu, the king of Qi, responded calmly. Indeed, His Majesty has personally ordered the mobilization of the capital army to eradicate the Qitian commerce throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. Deputy General Xie Xian has surrounded the headquarters, capturing the transformed demon, Qianjinbei. He has since been sent to the Jinyui's northern detention center, Yang Yun reported dutifully. Is everything cleanly resolved? Morong Yu inquired, delicately placing a beautifully carved white jade chess piece on the board, his tone devoid of emotion. Chapter 143, In this world. They cannot act with impunity. Your Highness, everything has been thoroughly cleaned up. The affairs between the Qi Wangfu and the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce have always been managed by the esteemed Lu Shouren. Now, this old servant has personally dealt with Lu and sent him to the Jinyui headquarters. Without Lu, no one can find evidence linking the Qi Wangfu to the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce, Yang Yun said with a respectful demeanor. That is good. Morong Yu replied with a gentle smile. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Yes, this old servant takes his leave. Yang Yun bowed and exited. Oh. Father, you still do not understand. Little 11 is merely a girl. How can she possibly become the emperor of our great Zhou dynasty? Moreover, she lacks any foundation. Without the support of the prominent families, how can she secure the throne? It is not enough that you acknowledge and favor her. That alone will not stabilize her reign over this splendid realm. After Yang Yun departed, Morong Yu turned his gaze toward the palace and spoke softly. Look, my brothers. Who among us would accept little 11 as the emperor? Aren't we all vying for the throne? The Qin Tian Supervisory Bureau, vast in its expanse, surpassed even the 6 ministries in area, rivaling even the headquarters of the Jinyui. It is important to note that this place lies within the outer city of the palace. The sheer size of the Qin Tian Supervisory Bureau indicates its elevated status within the great Zhou dynasty. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared within the Qin Tian Supervisory Bureau, Jiang Wanner. Greetings, Lord Jiang. Upon her arrival, the guards and soldiers within the bureau promptly bowed in respect. Enough with the formalities, Jiang Wanner waved her hand dismissively. Her gaze fell upon the towering 9-story main building of the Qin Tian Supervisory Bureau, which overlooked much of the imperial city. Within the bureau, this was not the only structure. Numerous buildings surrounded it. The 9-story edifice was the main building and also served as the residence and cultivation place for the national master, Qi Tianshan, an area not easily accessible to all. Suddenly, a refined middle-aged man clad in a blue robe and exuding scholarly charm appeared before Jiang Wanner. Cupping his fists in salute, I greet you, Lord Jiang. This gentleman was Yin Qingfeng, the deputy supervisor of the Qintian Bureau and the eldest disciple of National Master Qi Tianshan. He managed most affairs of the bureau, as Qi Tianshan rarely made an appearance. Elder brother, when did you become so courteous with Wanner? Jiang Wanner playfully dodged his gesture of respect, saying, I am but a girl you raised. Even my martial skills were taught by you personally. Times have changed. You are now a close aide to His Majesty. I must observe the proper decorum. Yin Qingfeng replied with a smile. Do not invoke the master to deceive me. Elder brother, Jiang Wanner rolled her eyes. The master would not concern himself with such trivial matters. Yin Qingfeng chuckled and remained silent. In his eyes, Jiang Wanner, Pig Wanyin, and even the Empress Morongxi were still the 3 little girls he had once taught martial arts to when they were merely 5 or 6 years old. Elder brother, is the master still in seclusion? Jiang Wanner inquired after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, the master is currently in seclusion. Even I have not seen him for half a year. Is there something concerning His Majesty? Yin Qingfeng nodded, looking at Jiang Wanner. Jiang Wanner furrowed her brows slightly. A significant matter has arisen. His Majesty instructed me to find the master. Lord Jiang, let us speak inside. Yin Qingfeng gestured invitingly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Seeing that Yin Qingfeng insisted on addressing her as Lord Jiang, Jiang Wanner resignedly accepted and followed him into a building adjacent to the main structure of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau. Upon entering, they took their seats in the hall, observing their respective ranks. Very well, Lord Jiang, you may speak. Here, no one will overhear us, Yin Qingfeng said with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wanner recounted the entire situation in detail. I see. I understand now. His Majesty wishes for the master to keep an eye on the Hongnongyang clan. To keep them in check, Yin Qingfeng remarked with a look of comprehension. Precisely, Jiang Wanner nodded, a hint of concern in her expression. But the master is currently in seclusion. What do you think we should do? This matter is straightforward. Yin Qingfeng replied with a calm smile. His Majesty merely wishes to suppress the Hongnongyang clan to prevent them from meddling in the affairs of the Qi Wang. Since the master is in seclusion, I shall personally visit the Hongnongyang clan. Elder brother, you intend to visit the Hongnongyang clan? Jiang Wanner was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of shock. Elder brother, are you implying that you have taken that step? Yin Qingfeng maintained a nonchalant demeanor. It is merely a stroke of luck. Elder brother, you are truly remarkable. Jiang Wanner inhaled deeply, her expression filled with reverence. My abilities are insignificant compared to the master. I still have much to learn, Yin Qifeng humbly replied. With you taking action, I can report back to His Majesty, Jiang Wanner said, rising gracefully. Elder brother, I shall return to the palace to inform His Majesty. Very well. I shall see you off, Lord Jiang. Yin Qifeng nodded slightly. I have spent half my time within the Qingtian Supervisory Bureau. It feels no different than home. There is no need for you to accompany me. Elder brother, Jiang Wanner smiled lightly, and, with a gentle motion, vanished from the hall. The Hongnongyang clan? The Qi Wang? Let us extract some interest from the Hongnongyang clan first. Let them understand that this world ultimately belongs to His Majesty, and they cannot act with impunity. Yin Qingfeng's gaze shifted toward the direction of the Hongnongyang residence, a cold glimmer flitting across his cheeks. This sentiment may be akin to a protective instinct. Whoever dares to threaten the 3 children he has watched grow must face the consequences. Even the Hongnongyang clan, one of the prominent families, or even the esteemed Qi Wang of the Great Zhou dynasty, shall not be spared. Chapter 144, Under the Public Eye. The Assistant Director of the Astronomical Bureau, Yin Qingfeng, takes action. At the headquarters of the Jinyue, a figure suddenly appeared outside the office of the Jinyue commander. This figure was none other than Li Jingtian, the Assistant Commander of the Jinyue. Your Excellency, I have urgent matters to report, Li Jingtian stated solemnly as he bowed. Creak. The door swung open abruptly. Chu Xiu stepped out from the office and inquired, What is it? Your Excellency, the steward of the Qi Wangfu, Yang Yun, has delivered the head of the Qi Wangfu's offering, Lu Shoren, to our Jinyue headquarters. He claims that Lu Shoren colluded with the Qitian Merchants Association in the name of the Qi Wangfu, tarnishing its reputation. Everything concerning the Qitian Merchants Association is unrelated to the Qi Wangfu. Li Jingtian inhaled deeply, steadying his emotions, and spoke gravely to Chu Xiu. As the assistant commander of the Jinyue, he was naturally aware of everything that had transpired that day. It was precisely because he knew that he understood the audacity of the Qi Wangfu in blaming all events on a mere offering, even going so far as to send a severed head, instead of merely handing over Lu Shoren to the Jinyue. An offering colluding with the Qitian Merchants Association and ruining the Qi Wangfu's name? Do they take me for a fool? Or do they think the whole world is foolish? A cold glint flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he expressed his disdain. Does a mere offering possess such audacity? Your Excellency, I suspect that Lu Shoren is solely responsible for all dealings between the Qi Wangfu and the Qitian Merchants Association. The Qi Wang has never truly intervened. Even when the Qi Wang colluded with the Qitian Merchants Association, he anticipated that the issues would eventually come to light. Thus, he devised a plan for today. Once Lu Shoren is dead, we will have no evidence linking the Qitian Merchants Association to the Qi Wangfu. Li Jingtian pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts to Chu Xiu. That is inevitable. Regardless, he could never truly engage with the Qitian Merchants Association, nor could he leave behind any potential repercussions for himself. Otherwise, His Majesty would have ample reason to obliterate the Qi Wangfu and imprison the Qi Wang in the dungeons. Chu Xiu remarked with a slight smile. I had already surmised this from the outset. Even if we pry open Qian Jinbei's mouth, we will not yield any evidence linking the Qi Wang with the Qitian Merchants Association, he continued. What does Your Excellency imply? Li Jingtian inquired thoughtfully. We only need to ascertain that the Qi Wang is problematic. By keeping a close watch on him and conducting covert investigations, we shall eventually seize the evidence against him. Chu Xiu contemplated briefly before instructing. Inform Lin Huayu to monitor the Qi Wangfu constantly. Moreover, we must not only focus on the Qi Wangfu itself. Every offering, steward, and administrator associated with the Qi Wangfu must be scrutinized, including their families, as they must also fall under the purview of our investigations. Since the Qi Wang harbors rebellious intentions, he cannot remain idle. Even if he does not take direct action, he will certainly have the offerings or stewards of the Qi Wangfu act on his behalf. Furthermore, we must not overlook the commanders of the Qi Wangfu's guard. After a pause, Chu Xiu cautioned Jingtian. Within the Great Zhou dynasty, there are 3 guards for the prince's residence, each comprising 600 men, totaling an impressive 16,800 troops, a formidable army indeed. Moreover, such a guard is comprised of elite soldiers, the cream of the crop. Each guard is commanded by a commander, with 2 deputy commanders and 2 assistant commanders, all of whom wield substantial authority. If Qi Wang Murong intends to act, he will undoubtedly rely on these individuals. Understood, Li Jingtian affirmed resolutely. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, about to speak, when suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the capital, unleashing an overwhelming aura that transformed the very atmosphere of the city. Which direction is that? Chu Xiu's brows furrowed in surprise. Your Excellency, that direction leads to the residence of the Yang family of Hongnong in the capital, Li Jingtian replied, his heart stirring. The young residents? Chu Xiu's face lit up with intrigue. It seems the emperor has taken action. He was well aware of Li Jingtian's implication. The Yang residence was the abode of Yang Yan, the head of the Hongnong Yang clan and the prime minister of the Great Zhou dynasty. Within these walls resided countless masters of the Hongnong Yang family. However, this was not the ancestral land of the Hongnong Yang clan, which lay in Hongnong County. Most of their powerful members and kin had already settled in the capital, leaving only a few elderly practitioners in their ancestral home. Li Jingtian nodded gently, understanding that the Empress Dowager Murong Si possessed a formidable force at her command. A power entrusted to her by the previous emperor, an authority unique to every generation of the Great Zhou emperors. Without this power, how could the officials of the dynasty, from the highest to the lowest ranks, remain obedient to the Great Zhou? Even the 5 prominent surnames must, on the surface, heed Murong Si's commands. No one dared to openly defy her orders. At this moment, it was unlikely that this force was involved. Such power is only effective when concealed in shadow. Thus, it must be the Astronomical Bureau. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the esteemed national master of the Great Zhou dynasty was among those taking action. Let us go and see. Chu Xiu instructed Li Jingtian before vanishing from sight. Yes, a flicker of excitement appeared on Li Jingtian's face as he swiftly pursued Chu Xiu. Witnessing such a grand battle was indeed a rare opportunity. Not only were Chu Xiu and Li Jingtian present, the entire capital trembled in response to the commotion. Figures surged towards the Yang residence, their gazes fixated upon that direction. Within the imperial palace, in the Wenyuan pavilion, the prime minister Yang Yan gazed expressionlessly towards the Yang residence, his eyes icy and devoid of warmth. The minister of personnel Zhao Duo, the minister of works Zheng Yun, and the minister of justice Du Gutai, among others, remained impassive, yet a glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in their eyes. Between the 5 prominent surnames, there had always existed numerous conflicts and struggles for interests, though they maintained a faade of harmony. Under Yang Yan's steadfast leadership as prime minister for many years, the Hongnong Yang clan had grown increasingly powerful, to the point where others could scarcely remain seated. After all, the stronger the Hongnong Yang clan became, the more their own interests would dwindle. Now that an opportunity had arisen to witness the misfortune of the Hongnong Yang clan, they were naturally delighted. In the Taiji Palace, the Empress Dowager Murong Si also directed her gaze towards the Yang residence, her delicate countenance revealing a hint of anticipation. Chapter 145. This Grand Zhou dynasty belongs to His Majesty. In an instant, Chu Xiu and his companions stood atop a roof mere miles away from the Yang residence. With their exceptional prowess, they could clearly discern the happenings within. Not only they, but numerous experts of the Dharma appearance realm and even the ascendant realm were concealed around the Yang estate, evidently drawn to witness the unfolding spectacle. There, clad in a blue robe, Yin Qifeng stood with his hands clasped behind him, suspended in the air above the Yang residence. An aura of terrifying potency radiated from him, enveloping the entire estate and instilling a sense of impending doom, as if the very foundations of the Yang residence were on the verge of collapse. My lord, this is Yin Qifeng, the junior supervisor of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and the foremost disciple of the national master. Li Jingtian exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. Yin Qifeng, the junior supervisor of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued, as he observed Yin Qifeng. Through his divinatory abilities, he immediately discerned that Yan's cultivation surpassed the heavenly human realm, having ascended to the realm of the human immortal. He had long suspected that Yin Qifeng was more than merely a figure of the ascendant realm, yet he had not anticipated that he had reached the human immortal stage. Such a being was exceedingly rare within the Grand Zhou dynasty, typically found only among the 5 prominent clans, the 7 noble families, or the highest echelons of sections. From the records he perused in the Northern Pacification Office, he gathered that the national master, Qi Tianqin, was among the most formidable figures in the Grand Zhou dynasty. Few could contend with him, numbering less than 10. However, at Qi Tianqin's level, he seldom intervened in affairs. The national master had 9 direct disciples, collectively referred to as the 9 heavenly beings, each a master of the heavenly human realm. Now, Yin Qifeng, the national master's eldest disciple, had transcended the heavenly human realm, stepping into the human immortal realm. Moreover, Chu Xiu was aware that Qi Tianqin had not merely 9 direct disciples. If one were to count diligently, 3 more could be included: the Empress Murong Si, Jiang Wan'er, and Pei Guanyin. My lord, Li Jingtian remarked with a glint of intrigue. Though Yan is merely a junior supervisor with a 4th-rank title, he represents the national master. Within our Grand Zhou dynasty, even high-ranking officials must treat him with utmost respect and cannot afford to show any form of disrespect. It is likely that Yin is here to send a warning to the Hongnong clan, he added. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, remaining silent. He understood well why Yin Qingfeng sought to admonish the Hongnong clan. Despite the Qi King's apparent attempt to distance himself from the Qi Tian commerce, it was evident that their relationship was far more intricate than it appeared. Did the Hongnong clan truly remain oblivious? After all, the Qi King's mother was a direct descendant of the Hongnong clan. Their fates were intertwined, one's glory or ruin reflected upon the other. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within the Yang residence, counteracting Yin Qingfeng's formidable presence. This sudden wave rejuvenated those inside the Yang estate, akin to parched fish returning to water as they gasped for breath. Many collapsed, drenched in sweat, faces reflecting a profound sense of relief, as if they had been granted a second chance at life. A gray-robed elder soared from the Yang residence and confronted Yin Qingfeng, his expression dark with fury. My lord Yin, what is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to intimidate the Hongnong clan? Uncle, it is uncle. The crowd from the Yang residence displayed a wave of elation, gazing at the elder with reverence. Indeed, this gray-robed elder was none other than Yang Yin's younger brother. Yang Hong. The Hongnong clan harbors numerous formidable experts. Intimidate. I have come today solely to convey a message to the Hongnong clan. This Grand Zhou dynasty belongs to His Majesty. You must not entertain any thoughts that do not befit your station. Otherwise, even the Hongnong clan shall be utterly obliterated. Yin Qingfeng declared, his demeanor icy and resolute. In that moment, the refined aura he had previously displayed before Jiang Wan'er vanished entirely. What you say, my lord, is incomprehensible. The Hongnong clan has always been loyal to the Grand Zhou dynasty. The heavens bear witness. Our ancestors were founding contributors to this dynasty. Yang Hong retorted vehemently, his face a mask of indignation. If you lack evidence, do not tarnish our clan's name. Do not instill fear in us, nor in the noble families of the realm. Evidence. Yin Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. My master once imparted a lesson. He never seeks evidence. If he deems anyone a traitor, then they are a traitor. You are well aware of the actions of the Hongnong clan. Seeking evidence is the business of the Imperial Guards, not of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. I am here today for one reason, one punch. If you can withstand it, you shall live. If not, you shall perish. Chu Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Li Jingtian. Did the National Master truly say such a thing? Is Qi Tianqin truly so domineering? Though aware of Qi Tianqin's stature as one of the Grand Zhou dynasty's most elite, the details surrounding him were scarce, even within the Imperial Guard's records. If Qi Tianqin was indeed as audacious as portrayed, such a character would surely make for a captivating companion. My lord, the National Master may or may not have said such words. Li Jingtian coughed awkwardly, a peculiar expression on his face. I believe he likely did not utter them. What do you mean? Chu Xiu inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Li Jingtian. Are you suggesting that this statement is not from Qi Tianqin, but rather from Yin Qingfeng himself? My lord, when Her Majesty and the esteemed ladies Jiang and Pei attended the Imperial Astronomical Bureau for their studies, they were merely 5 or 6 years old. Yin Qingfeng was the one who guided them in their training, imparting not only martial arts but also the art of reading and writing. At that time, Yin was already over 40 years of age. Like the National Master, he remained unmarried throughout his life and cherished the 3 princesses as his own children. He doted on them as if they were his own offspring. Li Jingtian recounted, albeit with some hesitation. I have heard that no matter what mishap they caused, Yin Qingfeng would always protect them. He has a particular trait. He is fiercely protective of those he cares for. Even towards his 8 disciples, he is exceptionally protective, let alone the younger princesses. Anyone who dares to bully them would find Yin Qingfeng at their doorstep, claiming that the National Master had said something. Chapter 146. The Unyielding Great Qian Kuan Fist, the Celestial Yin and Earthly Yang Thunderblade. To pull the tiger's skin, Chu Xiu nearly burst into laughter. It seems that this esteemed Lord Yin Qingfeng is quite entertaining. By presenting Qi Tianqin, even if Yin Qingfeng were to confront him directly, the older generation would feel reluctant to intervene. For instance, today, even if he were to slay Yang Hong, it is likely that any formidable expert from the Hongnong clan would have to concede defeat. Qi Tianqin has summoned him here. And should the Hongnong clan dispute this, they may address Qi Tianqin at the Qintian Monitor. However, he sensed that, even within the Hongnong clan, those who have reached the celestial immortal realm are likely few and far between. At least in the capital, apart from the head of the Hongnong clan, Yang Yin, there seems to be only this Yang Hong. The true masters of the Hongnong clan must be concealed within their ancestral grounds in Hongnong County. How impressive! How remarkable! One must not underestimate the youth. Lord Yin, do not think that just because you have reached the celestial immortal realm, You can look down upon the world. I am eager to witness the might of your fist, to discern just how much of the national master's unyielding great Qiankuan fist you have truly mastered. Granting you such confidence. Yang Hong's face flushed crimson with rage as he retorted. Since stepping into the celestial immortal realm, no one has dared to speak to him, as Yin Qingfeng has. The national master Qi Tianqian is the most formidable expert of the great Zhou dynasty, endowed with astonishing legacies. Does the esteemed Hongnong Yang clan, one of the 5 surnames and 7 lineages, not possess remarkable traditions? My lord, do you believe Yang Hong can withstand Lord Yan's strike? Li Jingtian gazed intently at Yin Qingfeng and Yang Hong, eager to witness the extraordinary martial arts passed down by the national master Qi Tianqian and the Hongnong Yang clan. Yang Hong stands at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the celestial immortal realm, while Lord Yin has just barely stepped into the 1st level. Chu Xiu smiled lightly, remarking that although the records of the national master Qi Tianqian within the Jinyui are sparse, they do mention 3 martial arts: the eternal life technique, the unyielding great Qiankuan fist, and the god-slaying sword of the divine kill. Each title is powerful and imposing. As one of the 5 surnames and 7 lineages, the Hongnong Yang clan also boasts 2 extraordinary martial arts: the Thunderbolt divine technique and the celestial Yin and earthly Yang thunderblade. These techniques are renowned throughout the great Zhou dynasty, rivaling even the most elite sects and sacred sites of the Buddhist and Taoist traditions. Moreover, due to their reliance on the power of heavenly thunder, the ancestral martial arts of the Hongnong Yang clan are known for their unparalleled ferocity. My lord implies that Yang Hong possesses greater strength? Li Jingtian paused momentarily. No, I mean, do not be deceived by his high cultivation level. He cannot withstand Lord Yan. Chu Xiu replied lightly. Upon hearing this, Li Jingtian was momentarily stunned. Did my lord truly mean that? Never mind, you are the lord, and your word is law. Li Jingtian fixated on Yin Qingfeng and Yang Hong, eager to witness the might of the martial arts from the national master Qi Tianqian and the Hongnong Yang clan. After all, these are truly extraordinary martial arts, particularly the Hongnong Yang clan's techniques, which he was especially keen to observe, as his own swordsmanship bears significant resemblance to theirs, both imbued with the power of thunder. He practices the Thunderstorm Annihilation Sword technique, preserved within the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty, while the Yang clan wields the celestial Yin and earthly Yang thunderblade. Yang Hong, where is your blade? Draw your weapon, lest others accuse me of bullying an elderly and frail opponent, denying you your weapon. Yin Qingfeng maintained a composed demeanor, his hands clasped behind his back. Very well, as you say, Lord Yin. Should you be harmed by my blade, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yang Hong coldly scoffed, extending his right hand to grasp his weapon. Buzz! A resonating sound echoed from the Yang residence. A pitch-black long blade soared forth, landing in Yang Hong's grasp. The Kunwu divine blade? Truly an exquisite weapon. It is a pity to see it in your hands. Yin Qingfeng glanced at the obsidian blade with a look of lament. My lord, if you intend to strike, then do so swiftly. If not, then return to the Qingtian monitor. Our Yang residence is too modest to accommodate a grand figure like you. A wave of fury surged within Yang Hong, turning his countenance a deep shade of purple as he gritted his teeth. Lord Yan's words are indeed shocking. Each utterance seems to infuriate Yang Hong, to the point of near apoplexy. Li Jingtian marveled, remarking that scholars have a way with words. Do not forget, you too are an erudite. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu cast Li Jingtian a peculiar glance. You are not merely a scholar, you are also a recent top scholar. Li Jingtian fell silent. Since you seek your own demise, I shall be the one to send you on your way. Watch closely, I shall only deliver one punch. Yin Qingfeng nonchalantly declared, extending his right hand, forming a fist aimed at Yang Hong from afar. With that punch, it seemed as though the very fabric of reality shattered. The entire world appeared to be enveloped beneath the weight of this singular strike. Celestial Yin and earthly Yang thunderblade. As Yin Qingfeng launched his punch, Yang Hong's fury evaporated instantaneously, replaced by a chill that crept up his spine. Beads of sweat began to bead on his forehead. As a being of the celestial immortal realm, he instantly recognized the sheer terror encapsulated within that punch. He finally comprehended why Yin Qingfeng, despite just stepping into the celestial immortal realm, dared to speak so boldly before him. He indeed possessed such formidable power. As the true disciple of the national master Qi Tianqian, he is undeniably a prodigy of astounding caliber. Yang Hong inhaled deeply, his grip tightening around the Kunwu divine blade as he transformed into a thunderous deity, surrounded by crackling lightning. The blade itself shimmered with electric energy as he swung it forth. The skies erupted in a frenzy of lightning serpents. Among these serpents, a terrifying blade aura forged from the might of heavenly thunder, surged towards Yin Qifeng's punch. Boom. At that moment, it felt as though the entire cosmos had been obliterated. The tempest of thunder was swept away beneath the might of the punch. The residual force of the punch continued its descent towards Yang Hong. His pupils constricted in astonishment, revealing sheer terror as he gritted his teeth and, instead of retreating, charged forward with the Kunwu divine blade, determined to meet the punch head-on. As if he were a true embodiment of heavenly thunder, countering the punch with his own thunderous might. The skies crackled with thunder, and the force of the punch surged forth uncontested. Had it not been for the emergence of an overwhelming aura from within the Yang residence, enveloping the entire estate, the very foundations of the Yang residence would have been utterly crushed beneath the combined might of thunder and fist. Chapter 147. A single blow shatters Yang Hong, seizing the Kunwu divine blade. With a thunderous crash, the Kunwu divine blade slipped from Yang Hong's grasp, and he plummeted into the depths of the Yang residence, obliterating a structure within the estate. The terrifying shockwave surged outward in all directions. Had it not been for a figure that suddenly appeared to completely absorb this residual force, the entire Yang estate might have been reduced to rubble. After all, this shockwave was not merely the result of Yang Hong's blade aura clashing with Yin Qingfeng's fist. The energies exchanged during their confrontation had long been stifled, but the immense power of Yang Hong, a peerless master of the human immortal realm, descending had not been mitigated. With a swift motion, Yin Qingfeng reached out, causing the Kunwu divine blade, which was on its way down, to soar into his grasp. Uncle! A multitude of figures rushed towards the colossal pit that had been transformed into ruins, shrouded in dust. It's of no concern, I am unharmed. A figure ascended from the debris. It was Yang Hong. Yet, his attire was tattered, and a massive gaping wound marred his chest, devoid of any blood. Upon witnessing the wound on Yang Hong's chest, the elite members of the Hongnong Yang clan fell silent, their faces contorted with a mix of sorrow and indignation. They understood well the implications of that wound. Yang Hong's internal organs had been shattered by Yin Qingfeng's fist. Even a master of the human immortal realm could only meet death in the face of such injuries. Indeed, even those who had transcended into the earth immortal realm would find themselves similarly doomed. It was likely that only a true celestial immortal, a being of the highest order, could survive such a fate. The human immortal realm is indeed a realm of the immortals, but it is merely the first step into that ethereal domain. The celestial immortal realm, however, represents the third step into the realm of the divine. Within the great Zhou dynasty, only at this level can one truly claim the title of immortal. This is the essence of transcending to the sacred. What a formidable technique. The great destruction of the universe fist. Truly an exceptional martial art. It does justice to the legacy of the national master. Yang Hong could only allow a trickle of crimson blood to escape his lips, his pallor stark as he gazed up at Yin Qifeng hovering above the Yang residence. Awe etched upon his features. With a voice frail yet dignified, he proclaimed, "To be defeated by this fist, I concede wholeheartedly. Yang Hong, spare me the pleasantries of concession. If you truly accept defeat, you ought to declare it was beneath my fist, rather than the technique crafted by my master." Yin Qifeng, looking down imperiously, asserted, "You have fallen to my prowess. Thus, this Kunwu divine blade is now my trophy. Do you have any objections?" "None, if it pleases Lord Yin. Then this Kunwu divine blade shall be gifted to you." Yang Hong sighed, speaking without hesitation. "Remember, should the Hongnong Yang clan dare to act recklessly again, I shall return. Next time, it shall not be so simple. I will level your entire estate within the capital." Yin Qingfeng's voice dripped with chilling menace as he declared. With that, he stepped forward and vanished from the Yang estate. "Uncle." After Yin Qingfeng's departure, the elite members of the Hongnong Yang clan gazed at Yang Hong with tear-filled eyes, their voices trembling with grief as they called out, "Do not seek vengeance for me." Yang Hong whispered softly. With those final words, the last breath escaped him. In that moment, a terrifying surge of fist energy erupted from his body, reducing him to mere dust, leaving no trace of flesh behind. Suddenly, a figure appeared. This was Yang Lai, the third brother of the head of the Hongnong Yang clan. "Third uncle, we must avenge our second uncle." Upon seeing Yang Lai, a middle-aged man clad in brocade glared at him with fierce hatred. The elite members of the Hongnong Yang clan bore expressions of resentment, anger, and hatred as they looked at Yang Lai. They were the descendants of the Hongnong Yang clan, one of the 5 surnames and 7 notables. When had they ever endured such humiliation? Silence. 1 year of confinement for you. Should there be a next time? Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yang Lai's hands clenched tightly, his nails piercing his palms, crimson blood trickling down in steady drops, yet he felt nothing. His gaze fixed with a blood-red intensity upon the brocade-clad man as he spoke coldly. Yes, I accept my punishment. The middle-aged man bowed, gritting his teeth as he replied. With that, he turned and walked deeper into the Yang estate. He understood all too well Yang Li's current state of mind, recognizing his profound sorrow. Everyone disperse. Blood debt shall eventually be repaid in kind. However, the Hongnong Yang clan cannot act recklessly at this juncture. Yang Li waved his hand dismissively to the assembled kin of the Yang residents before retreating further into the estate, leaving behind deep footprints in the ground, a testament to his unbridled fury. After the members of the Yang clan bowed in respect to Yang Li, they departed in silence. Witnessing Yin Qingfeng's singular blow obliterate a master of the human immortal realm left countless spectators in a state of disbelief, unable to fathom the reality of the event. How many years had it been since a peerless master of the human immortal realm had fallen in the Great Zhou dynasty? In the capital, gazes turned away from the Yang estate, returning to their own affairs. Inside the Wenyuan pavilion, an air of stillness enveloped the space. Minister Zhao Duo, Minister of Works Zheng Yun, and Minister of Justice De Gu Tai exchanged knowing glances, silently retracting their attention as they resumed reading their official documents. Each of them chuckled inwardly, yet their outward demeanor remained impassive, as if oblivious to the events unfolding. After a prolonged silence, the Chief Minister Yang Yin picked up a document to peruse, only for Zhao Duo, who had been observing him, to note that he held it upside down. In the Imperial Palace, within the Taiji Palace, the Empress Murong-Si beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Truly, my senior brother, with merely the first level of the human immortal realm, he has vanquished Yang Hong with a single blow. Your Majesty, how would you gauge the extent of my senior brother's prowess?" Pei Guanyin inquired, her curiosity palpable as she gazed at Murong-Si. "Indeed, Your Majesty, it seems as though my senior brother's fist bore no effort at all," Jiang Wana remarked, nodding in agreement, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "I cannot ascertain precisely how far my senior brother has progressed. However, I have heard the master mention that my senior brother possesses a volatile temperament, with a heavy inclination toward violence. Were it not for the master's insistence on guiding his studies and tempering his character, he might have already plunged the world into chaos. The master's intention in guiding my senior brother to teach us reading and martial arts is to refine his temperament, enabling him to tame his wild heart." Murong-Si smiled as she spoke. "As for my senior brother's innate talent, it is unparalleled in history. At least, prior to me, the master had never encountered such an astonishing gift. Do not be deceived by the fact that my senior brother has only just stepped into the human immortal realm. Even the pinnacle of the 9th layer of that realm would likely struggle to withstand a single blow from him." Chapter 148. If I were to fear this, I would not dare to oversee the Imperial Guard. With a swift motion, Yin Qingfeng appeared before Chu Xiu and Li Jingtian. "Greetings, Master Yin," Chu Xiu said, momentarily taken aback by Yin Qingfeng's sudden appearance, a smile gracing his face as he clasped his fist in salute. Although he held the rank of 3rd-class commander in the Imperial Guard, while Yin Qingfeng was a 4th-class deputy of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, etiquette often transcended mere titles. The Bureau held a prestigious position within the Great Zhou dynasty, and even high-ranking officials within the cabinet were obliged to show him deference. Moreover, Yin Qifeng was not only a national master but also the esteemed disciple of the Bureau's head, Qi Tianqin. Who would dare to underestimate him? Paying my respects to Master Yin, Li Jingtian hurriedly followed suit with a bow. "Too kind," Yin Qingfeng responded, evading their formalities with an air of scholarly grace. His demeanor starkly contrasted with the imposing figure he had just displayed when confronting the Yang family of Hongnong. Upon hearing Yin's words, Chu Xiu adopted a serious expression. "Master Yin, please proceed. I, Chu Xiu, shall speak candidly about anything within my knowledge." Yin Qifeng smiled gently, saying, "There is no need for such formality, Chu Xiu. What I wish to inquire about is whether you would accept this Kunwood Divine Blade." "The Kunwood Divine Blade?" Chu Xiu's face reflected surprise as he gazed at Yin Qingfeng. Li Jingtian was equally astonished to learn that the deputy of the Bureau, a disciple of the National Master, had come to bestow upon his superior the very blade recently acquired from Yang Hong. "Indeed, my master's disciples do not practice swordsmanship, and I am no exception. This Kunwu Divine Blade holds no significance for me, hence I wish to present it to you, Chu Xiu. Rest assured, should you accept this blade, the Yang family of Hongnong would not dare to trouble you. They will surely deduce that it is a gift from me. And as long as they are not a match for my master, they will not seek to confront you because of this blade." Yin Qifeng maintained a serene smile as he addressed Chu Xiu, reassuring him that there would be no repercussions for accepting the Kunwu Divine Blade. "Should Master Yin wish to gift me the Kunwu Divine Blade, I find no reason to decline. As for fearing trouble from the Yang family of Hongnong, if I were to let such fear dictate my actions, I would not be fit to oversee the Imperial Guard for His Majesty." Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence, truly worthy of His Majesty's favor. Your audacity is indeed remarkable, Chu Xiu, Yan Qingfeng remarked, extending the Kunwood divine blade toward Chu Xiu. In the future, I hope you can visit the Imperial Astronomical Bureau when you have the time. I shall be most welcoming. Thank you, Master Yan. I shall certainly visit the Bureau to express my gratitude, Chu Xiu said earnestly as he accepted the Kunwood divine blade from Yan Qingfeng. With a slight nod, Yan Qingfeng vanished from sight, leaving Chu Xiu and Li Jingtian in a state of astonishment. My lord, this. Li Jingtian looked at Chu Xiu, bewildered. He could hardly believe the reality of the situation. Yan Qingfeng had seized the Kunwood divine blade from the Yang family of Hongnong to gift it to Chu Xiu. Should this news spread, few would dare accept its truth. Yan Qingfeng was renowned for his lofty ideals in the capital. Few could earn his respect, and even high-ranking officials in the 6 ministries struggled to request an audience with him. To think, such a person would go to the lengths of obtaining a divine weapon from the Yang family, solely to present it to Chu Xiu. Let us return, Chu Xiu declared, disappearing from the eaves. Yes, I shall obey. Li Jingtian inhaled deeply to steady himself before following Chu Xiu back to the Imperial Guard headquarters. Perhaps the gravity of the event cast a profound silence over the capital, with even the streets seemingly deserted. The eerie stillness was palpable. However, as night fell, a sudden surge of figures clad in black appeared as if conjured from thin air, attempting to infiltrate the northern command of the Imperial Guard unnoticed. Brazen, do they truly believe they can invade our northern command without consequence? A voice thundered, resonating within the northern command, igniting the place into a blaze of light. In an instant, 3,000 elite members selected from the Jing Tianwei, Jing Xianwei, and Jing Shenwei, under the leadership of Feng Hong, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianxi, brandished their spring embroidery blades, their murderous intent directed at the 11 black-clad figures. The highest ranked among them had reached the pinnacle of the ascendant realm, while the others were at the 7th and 8th levels of the same realm. Clearly, their intent was to rescue Qian Jinbei, who had been imprisoned in the Northern Command's dungeons. Yet, they had been detected before they could make their entrance. With a swift motion, the Northern Command's leader, the Blade Master Nie Quangren, appeared outside the gates. Nie Quangren, release the leader of the Qian faction, and we shall refrain from storming the Northern Command. Otherwise, we shall leave it awash with blood. The black-clad figure, exuding murderous intent, recognized Nie Quangren and spoke with chilling resolve. The others began to emanate a palpable aura of menace. Since stealth was no longer an option, they believed they could simply force their way into the Northern Command with their strength. You threatened to bathe our Northern Command in blood. Nie Quangren laughed heartily, a formidable aura radiating from him as he coldly proclaimed, I shall see how you intend to achieve that. You invite disaster upon yourselves. The Ascendant Realm figure drew his sword, unleashing a terrifying blade aura towards Nie Quangren. Killing blade formation. Nie Quangren's eyes glinted with deadly intent as he shouted, his voice resonating with authority. Clang. As his words fell, a crisp sound echoed through the air. In unison, all drew their blades from their sheaths. Nie Quangren and the 3,000 elite Imperial Guards moved as one, launching a decisive strike against the Ascendant Realm figure. As the blade was swung, a cataclysmic force erupted, illuminating the entire capital in that moment. Instantly, countless masters throughout the capital turned their gazes toward the Northern Command, their hearts racing with trepidation at the audacity of those who dared to challenge it. After all, this was the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. More alarmingly, how had the Northern Command acquired such formidable warriors? Or was this the power of the Imperial Guard's killing blade formation? Chu Xiu and Li Jingtian stood atop the eaves of the Imperial Guard headquarters, gazing toward the Northern Command. Given their proximity, they had sensed the unfolding events from the start. However, confident in Nie Quangren and the elite troops, they had refrained from intervening at the doors of the Northern Command. Chapter 149. With such strength, what gives you confidence? The sword energy unleashed by the figure in black, who had reached the pinnacle of the Ascendant Realm, shattered instantaneously beneath Nie Quangren's strike. Undiminished, it descended upon the black-clad individual with ferocity. A massacre formation? What a formidable battle array. The black-clad figure's pupils constricted as he coldly declared, with such strength, you think you can impede me? You are sorely mistaken. Boom. A chilling aura erupted from the figure, transforming him into a colossal black serpent, several dozen feet in length, exuding an ominous presence that seemed capable of tearing apart space itself. Upon becoming a monstrosity, his aura had evidently ascended from the pinnacle of the Ascendant Realm to the realm of celestial beings. It was not merely this singular black-clad figure who transformed. An additional 10 black-clad individuals of similar rank also morphed into monstrous forms. Each one's power surged dramatically after their transformation, with the weakest reaching the pinnacle of the ascendant realm, while others crossed into the celestial realm. Their forms varied. Some became black serpents, others black tigers, and even two-headed bears and golden apes. "Let us unite," roared the black serpent, as its massive tail swept towards the deadly sword energy. The other monsters charged forward, combining their strength to confront this lethal attack. Clearly, they recognized the terrifying nature of Nya Quangren's strike. Even in their monstrous forms, none could withstand it alone. Thunderous crashes echoed as the sword energy descended. The horde of monsters was sent reeling. Thud, thud, thud. All the monsters spewed blood, thrown hundreds of meters away, and upon landing, reverted to their human forms. This spectacle left countless experts in the capital utterly astonished. They could discern that Nya Quangren's cultivation was merely at the second level of the ascendant realm. Yet, with the deadly sword formation composed of 3,000 elite guards, he had utterly crushed the legion of monsters. It is worth noting that among these 11 monsters, the one at the pinnacle of the ascendant realm had already reached the second level of the celestial realm upon revealing his monstrous form. Besides him, 3 others had attained the first level of celestial beings after their transformation. For celestial beings stood alongside 7 others who remained at the pinnacle of the ascendant realm. Such prowess, yet they could not withstand a single blow from Nya Quangren. The might of the elite guard slaughter formation was far beyond their expectations, more terrifying than they could have imagined. With such strength, what gives you confidence? Nya Quangren gazed disdainfully at the 11 incapacitated monsters on the ground and coldly commanded, "Take them all to the prison. Extract every piece of information they possess regarding the celestial demon sect." Had he not wished to spare their lives, they would have perished from the deadly sword energy. He had not even unleashed the full potential of the slaughter formation. "Understood," a captain from the Northern Pacification Office responded, leading a contingent of elite guards to carry the utterly defeated monsters into the office. "Too weak. Is this all the celestial demon sect dares to send?" Chu Xiu shook his head and remarked, "My lord, the celestial demon sect has underestimated our elite guards." One subordinate voiced his concern. "However, I fear they may strike again upon realizing our true strength." "They should not dare," Chu Xiu pondered before stating with a calm demeanor. "However, we must remain vigilant. You shall personally oversee the Northern Pacification Office to ensure its absolute security." Li Jingtian, second only to Chu Xiu in strength among the elite guards, had reached the pinnacle of the ascendant realm, standing just a step away from the celestial realm. With the slaughter formation, his power could potentially elevate him to the pinnacle of the celestial realm or even beyond. Yet, how far he could truly ascend remained uncertain to Chu Xiu, as he had yet to witness it firsthand. "Yes, I will obey," Li Jingtian replied solemnly, his voice resolute. "I have 3 Tai golden pills here. One for you, one for Nya Quangren, and one for Shimanju." Chu Xiu waved his sleeve, and several white porcelain bottles floated before Li Jingtian. He had only 1 Wanfo golden pill left, which was why he had not previously bestowed gifts upon the 3. Now, having acquired 10 Tai golden pills of equal merit, he was ready to reward them. The remaining Wanfo golden pill would be kept for his own residence. "My lord, what are these Tai golden pills?" Li Jingtian asked, momentarily taken aback as he grasped the 3 porcelain bottles. He was aware that there were numerous pills within the elite guards, some even having consumed the Wanfo golden pill, a treasure capable of purging impurities and enhancing innate talents. However, he had not heard of the Tai golden pill. The Tai golden pill is an extraordinary elixir of the Tao, comparable to the Wanfo golden pill. Like the latter, it possesses the ability to purify the body and enhance one's innate talents. Your talents are already formidable, and after consuming the Tai golden pill, you shall undoubtedly experience a further enhancement. Chu Xiu smiled gently, addressing Li Jingtian. "You are but a step away from the celestial realm. After consuming the Tai golden pill, you may very well achieve that leap, becoming our elite guard's first celestial level master." Though the Tai golden pill does not directly elevate one's cultivation, Li Jingtian himself is a prodigy. Nearing the celestial realm, should his innate talents receive another boost, it is indeed possible he could break through. "Thank you, my lord. Your grace is unforgettable, and I shall devote myself entirely to serving you and our elite guards," Li Jingtian said, deeply moved, as he clutched the porcelain bottles and knelt before Chu Xiu, his voice firm. "I require neither your self-sacrifice nor your devotion. I still have much to accomplish for His Majesty and our great Zhou dynasty, to flatten all sects and clans." Chu Xiu replied with a serene smile, unperturbed. "Yes, I will obey," Li Jingtian affirmed, his gaze resolute. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xiu silenced him. Li Jingtian bowed and swiftly departed, intending to deliver one Tai golden pill to Shimin Ju before heading to the Northern Pacification Office. Chapter 150, Qi Tianqian indeed. There must be great fortune accompanying Lord Chu. An hour later, suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from the office of the Northern Town Protectorate. This luminous beam illuminated the entire realm, transforming the deep night of the capital into a dazzling celestial realm. Could it be? Someone has broken through to the realm of the celestial being? Where is this place, and who has achieved such a breakthrough? The Jingyi Guards. This is the direction of the Jingyi Guards at the Northern Town Protectorate. How astonishing! How could the Jingyi Guards suddenly give birth to a being of celestial being caliber? With the Jingyi Guards' lethal blade formation, even without reaching the celestial being realm, they could possess the combat power of one. Now, with the emergence of an actual celestial being, could they possibly wield power surpassing even the peak of the 9th level of the celestial being realm? At this moment, the entire capital buzzed with excitement, akin to boiling water. Beings from the ascending immortal realm, the celestial being realm, and even those above it were stirred, directing their gaze towards the Northern Town Protectorate. Utterly incredulous at how a peerless master of the celestial being realm had suddenly emerged there. In the palace, at the Taiji Palace, the deep night was still ablaze with light. The Empress Murongxi, diligently working at her desk, raised her head and gazed towards the Northern Town Protectorate, a hint of surprise crossing her features as she murmured, "Has Li Jingtian broken through?" "Reporting to your majesty, it should be Lord Li who has indeed broken through," replied Jiang Wan'er, who stood nearby, bowing respectfully. After practicing the Jingyi Guard slaughter blade technique, although his aura has changed, his essence remains recognizable. Pei Guanyin did not speak. Yet astonishment graced her countenance as well. She had not anticipated that Li Jingtian, having joined the Jingyi Guards for such a short time, would ascend from the peak of the 9th level of the ascending immortal realm to the celestial being realm. It is known that transcending from the peak of the ascending immortal realm to the celestial being realm cannot merely be achieved through arduous training. It requires certain fortuitous circumstances or a moment of enlightenment. This is why beings of the celestial being realm are exceedingly rare. Indeed, with Li Jingtian's ascent to the celestial being realm, the lethality of the Jingyi Guard slaughter blade formation will undoubtedly be enhanced. Finally, there is someone useful within the Jingyi Guards, Murongxi remarked, a smile illuminating her enchanting visage. At the Qintian Bureau, within a particular structure, a figure swiftly emerged. This figure was the elegant and extraordinary young master Yan Qingfeng of the Qintian Bureau. Strange. When I last saw Li Jingtian, he exhibited no signs of imminent breakthrough. How could he suddenly attain the celestial being realm? Could my battle with Yang Hong have provided him with significant enlightenment? Yan Qingfeng mused, a look of skepticism crossing his face. What is so strange about it? A gentle voice resonated in Yan Qingfeng's ear. "Master, you have emerged from seclusion?" Yan Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise, his face lighting up. Before him stood a strikingly handsome youth clad in white, exuding an ethereal presence. Indeed, a white-clad youth. Appearing no older than 16 or 17, yet with hair as white as snow, flowing with an otherworldly grace, he was Qi Tianqian, the Grand Master of the Qintian Bureau. "I have long since emerged from seclusion. I witnessed your battle with Yang Hong firsthand." Qi Tianqian waved his hand nonchalantly. "You must temper your demeanor. Your teachings are valid." Yan Qingfeng responded earnestly. "Next time, I shall be more assertive. When it is time to slay, one must act decisively. After so many years of study, my temperament has perhaps become overly restrained. If I were to intervene personally, it wouldn't merely be a matter of eliminating one Yang Hong. At the very least, I would ensure half of the Hongnon Yang clan perished, so they would truly feel the pain and remain subdued for a while." Qi Tianqian remarked, his hands clasped behind him, his expression serene. "Now, you have only slain one Yang Hong. While they may be pained, they likely harbor a desire for vengeance against you. Next time, I shall ensure to eliminate more." Yan Qingfeng vowed respectfully. The Hongnon Yang clan? Over the years, their ambitions have grown insatiable. They covet the entire realm. Qi Tianqian stated calmly, "As long as I am present, they shall not dare to seize even a fraction of it. What is granted by the emperor belongs to them. What is not, they cannot claim by force." Yan Qingfeng nodded gently, aware that his master was but one man. Protecting the emperor and maintaining the realm was already a formidable challenge. The Hongnon Yang clan, alongside the 5 clans and 7 families, and those sacred sects, each possessed a plethora of formidable experts. Though these individuals may not match Qi Tianqian in one-on-one combat, what if they were to unite? Moreover, any unjustified attack by Qi Tianqian on any faction could precipitate the complete disintegration of the great Zhou dynasty. This was why he had chosen to remain secluded within the Qintian Bureau, seldom venturing out. They had managed to maintain a delicate balance. No one dared to disrupt it carelessly. Lord Chu is remarkable. It is wise to cultivate relations with him. I cannot fathom Lord Chu, but I am certain that he possesses great fortune. Qi Tianxin mused, gazing towards the Chu residence. This fortune, to some extent, can influence those around him. This explains why Li Jingtian has so smoothly transcended to the celestial being realm. Great fortune? Yan Qingfeng's face displayed shock. Not even master can divine the heavenly secrets? He was aware that Qi Tianxin possessed exceptional skills in divination, unmatched in the contemporary world. The heavenly secrets are not easily unraveled. They are constantly in flux. The secrets surrounding Lord Chu are filled with infinite possibilities and shrouded in mystery. This is something even I cannot decipher. Qi Tianxin replied with a wry smile. Master, does this mean I should occasionally assist Lord Chu with minor tasks within the Jingyi Guards? Yin Qifeng inquired, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. There is no need. Maintain a normal rapport. Should Lord Chu require assistance, you may lend your hand then, Qi Tianxin said after a moment of contemplation. Understood, master. Yin Qifeng replied with utmost respect. As Qi Tianxin's figure began to fade, it was as though he had never been there at all. Throughout the capital, countless experts found themselves unable to sleep peacefully, yet within the Chu residence. Chu Xiu simply handed the remaining Wanfo golden pill to Yu Xuanji before retiring to his room to rest. Not even Li Jingtian's breakthrough disturbed his slumber. Chapter 151. In the Jingyi way, we never require evidence to conduct our affairs. The following day, at dawn, Chu Xiu leisurely approached the main headquarters of the Jingyi way and immediately spotted Lin Huayu standing guard. I report to you, my lord, that Qian Jinbei and the others have already conducted the interrogation, Lin Huayu said respectfully, bowing. Oh, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow and strode confidently into the headquarters. Stating as he walked, let us converse in the hall. Yes, Lin Huayu acknowledged and followed Chu Xiu into the main chamber of the Jingyi way. In a short while, within the grand hall of the headquarters, Chu Xiu took his seat at the head of the table and looked at Lin Huayu with a calm expression. Speak, what did Qian Jinbei reveal? Reporting to you. My lord, Qian Jinbei is merely a steward of the Tianyao sect. Within the sect, stewards possess strength at the level of celestial beings. But Qian Jinbei knows little about the inner workings of the Tianyao sect, Lin Huayu replied, frowning slightly with a look of regret. He is fundamentally a practitioner at the level of the Dharma aspect, chosen by the Tianyao sect and transformed into a demon. Nurtured to the peak of the 9th realm of ascension. After becoming a demon, he is able to attain celestial being status. In fact, all stewards of the Tianyao sect can reach celestial being level without transformation. Thus, he is at most a puppet put forth by the Tianyao sect. A puppet? Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before saying, he knows little about the Tianyao sect. But what of the individuals behind the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce? How much does Qian Jinbei know about those colluding with the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce? He had suspected from the outset that Qian Jinbei might have some role within the Tianyao sect, but certainly not a significant one. Otherwise, the Tianyao sect would not have been engaging in mere skirmishes the previous night without a single true celestial being steward among them. Reporting to you, my lord. One of the individuals behind the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce is Prince Qi. Although he offers some support to the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce, he never interferes with its internal affairs. The Hongnongyang clan, along with several others, also stands behind the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce, similarly refraining from meddling in its internal matters. The Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce regularly pays tribute, and this alone poses no threat to them. Lin Huayu said with a hint of bitter amusement on his face. Thus, does it follow that the powerful families of our great Zhou dynasty are without issue? Is it truly the case that only the Sima clan is purchasing demon blood from the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce? Chu Xiu remarked with a hint of intrigue. He naturally did not believe this. Either Qian Jinbei, this puppet, was unaware, or he was not being truthful. Not at all, my lord. According to Qian Jinbei, he is nominally the head of the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce. However, the real control lies with 2 vice presidents, who are the true stewards of the Tianyao sect. Particularly regarding the matter of demon blood, it is they who are responsible. And Qian Jinbei lacks the authority to intervene. Lin Huayu shook his head and explained. As such, he does not know which entity purchased the demon blood. Is it really the case that Qian Jinbei knows nothing? Chu Xiu laughed softly, realizing that if they had indeed only captured a mere figurehead, it would be a rather fruitless endeavor. My lord, to say he knows nothing is not entirely accurate. After all, Qian Jinbei presides over most of the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce's affairs. He uncovered a secret. The Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce has previously sent supplies to Hongnon County. Most of these supplies consist of cultivation resources, various elixirs, and spiritual herbs, Lin Huayu stated with a peculiar expression. He can confirm that these supplies were not sent to the ancestral ground of the Hongnongyang clan. Each procurement was exceedingly large, if not for the Hongnongyang clan. Who else in Hongnong County possesses the capacity to acquire such immense quantities of cultivation resources? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu regarded Lin Huayu with keen interest and inquired, "What did Qianjinbei say?" At that moment, I was also contemplating this matter. Then, Qianjinbei revealed that it was an order from the Seven Kills organization. The individuals receiving this batch of supplies bore the unmistakable aura of military personnel. Qianjinbei would not mistake the temperament of seasoned soldiers. Lin Huayu bowed his head. Military personnel? Seven Kills organization? Who is the county lieutenant of Hongnong? Chu Xiu's eyes flickered with intrigue as he questioned Lin Huayu. Hongnong County is the stronghold of the Hongnongyang clan. I can assure you that the county lieutenant is undoubtedly one of their own, and he is certainly a trusted individual of the clan's head, the Grand Chancellor Yang Yan. Only such a person would qualify to serve as the county lieutenant of Hongnong. Maintaining order there. However, it seems there may be something more interesting at play. This county lieutenant of Hongnong may appear to be a person of Yang Yan. Yet in reality, he is likely affiliated with the Seven Kills organization. Or perhaps he is secretly colluding with them. Reporting to you, my lord. The county lieutenant of Hongnong is named Zhang Yu. He is a student of the Grand Chancellor and was once the second in the imperial examination. He has always been held in high regard by the Grand Chancellor. Given the Grand Chancellor's esteem for him, it is not impossible for him to one day attain the position of governor of Xizhou, Lin Huayu said with a respectful demeanor. In the great Zhou dynasty, whether military generals or civil officials in the court, they essentially embody the duality of both scholarly wisdom and martial prowess. The imperial examination in the great Zhou necessitates that one be proficient in both to stand out. Thus, the identities of civil and military officials are not fixed. One might be a civil servant today and a military officer tomorrow, and vice versa. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Chu Xiu mused. Therefore, whether Zhang Yu, the county lieutenant of Hongnong, belongs to the Seven Kills organization or merely colludes with them, he is inextricably linked to the organization. With this evidence, we can apprehend Zhang Yu entirely. Not only will we deliver a blow to the Hongnongyang clan, but we will also secure the position of county lieutenant of Hongnong. Rising to his full height, Chu Xiu wore a smile as he declared, "My lord, we do not yet possess all the evidence." Relying solely on Qianjinbei's testimony may not suffice to apprehend Zhang Yu. Lin Huayu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Please grant me a little more time, my lord. I will surely find evidence linking Zhang Yu to the Seven Kills organization. No need. In the Jin Yi way, we have never required evidence to act. Moreover, we are targeting the powerful families. All I need is a reason." Chu Xiu's voice was filled with cold determination. "My lord, our understanding of Zhang Yu is scant. Could this not prove perilous? If this person's true identity happens to be one of the leaders of the Seven Kills organization," Lin Huayu cautiously suggested. Chapter 152. Banquet in the Gentle Breeze. If this individual were to be apprehended, one can only imagine the distress it would cause Yang Yan. Which master of the Seven Kills organization could it be? Chu Xiu smiled nonchalantly and replied, "My lord, based on our investigations thus far, the Seven Kills organization has the ascendants serving as guardians and the celestial beings as revered elders. Above the elders are the masters. There are a total of 7 masters within the Seven Kills organization, with the master of the Seven Kills Hall being the most formidable. It is highly probable that the other 6 masters have already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the celestial being realm. The master of the Seven Kills Hall might have even transcended that realm. Such power could pose a challenge even for our genie Wei." Lin Huayu, with a grave expression, suggested, "In my humble opinion, we should first investigate Zhang Yu, the county commander of Hongnong. We must ascertain his true identity and approximate strength before taking action to ensure that no unforeseen circumstances arise." Too slow. Chu Xiu pondered briefly before declaring, "Prepare the writing materials." "Understood," responded a Jin Yi lieutenant stationed outside the hall, promptly departing. Moments later, a writing desk was carried in by 2 Jin Yi lieutenants, complete with ink and paper. Lin Huayu gestured for the lieutenants to leave, and they bowed before retreating. Approaching the desk, Lin Huayu ground the ink for Chu Xiu. Soon, he set down the ink stone, respectfully stating, "My lord, the ink is ready." Chu Xiu nodded slightly, took up the brush, and began to write with elegant strokes on a sheet of pristine rice paper. After filling a page, he placed the brush down, allowing the ink to dry, and then folded the paper into an envelope, handing it to Lin Huayu. "Lin Huayu, you shall personally deliver this letter to the deputy supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau, Lord Yin Qingfeng." "Yes, I shall obey," Lin Huayu replied solemnly, carefully stowing the envelope before bowing to Chu Xiu and disappearing from the hall. "Bring the desk away and summon Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianqi back from the Northern Pacification Office. Chu Xiu commanded as he took his seat at the head of the table, maintaining a serene demeanor. Have them meet me in the hall? Yes. Two Jin Yiwei lieutenants entered, respectfully bowing before removing the desk. After a brief interval, 3 figures appeared in the Jin Yiwei headquarters hall. It was Fang Heng and his companions. We greet you, my lord, they said, bowing deeply. Please, no need for formalities. Chu Xiu waved his hand and continued. I have summoned you today for a specific task. Please command us, my lord. Fang Heng and the others knelt, their voices resonating with determination. You 3 are responsible for leading our 3,000 elite Jin Yiwei out of the capital in batches. You must disguise yourselves to avoid detection, Chu Xiu instructed calmly. Once outside the city, head straight for Hongnou. I will meet you at dusk outside the county town. You still have ample time to prepare, but remember to remain concealed and undetected. Yes, we shall obey. Fang Heng and the others exchanged glances, affirming their resolve. Chu Xiu gestured for them to rise, and they took their leave. At this moment, outside the astronomical bureau, Lin Huayu appeared. Stop right there. A lieutenant of the Imperial Guard raised his hand to block Lin Huayu, who was clad in the robes of a Jin Yiwei captain. The astronomical bureau holds a unique status within the Great Zhou dynasty. Even the Jin Yiwei must adhere to its rules. Esteemed General, I am Lin Huayu, a captain of the Jin Yiwei, dispatched by our commander, Lord Chu Xiu, to pay my respects to Deputy Supervisor Yan Qifeng, Lin Huayu said, offering a courteous smile to the guard. Please wait a moment, Captain Lin. I will notify the Deputy Supervisor, but I cannot guarantee he will see you, the guard replied, his demeanor becoming more serious, though his gaze softened, recognizing Chu Xiu's esteemed reputation in the capital. Thank you for your trouble, Lin Huayu bowed slightly. The guard signaled a soldier, who nodded and swiftly entered the astronomical bureau. Moments later, the soldier emerged and gestured for Lin Huayu to enter. Captain Lin, please come inside. Deputy Supervisor Yin is waiting for you in a pavilion. Thank you. Lin Huayu nodded and followed the soldier into the bureau. Despite his limited knowledge of this enigmatic place, curiosity filled his mind as he respectfully followed the guard deeper into the bureau. Before long, the soldier led Lin Huayu to the entrance of a pavilion. The guard quietly withdrew, and Lin Huayu approached Yan Qifeng, who was reading within, bowing with a mix of respect and awe. I am Lin Huayu of the Jin Yiwei, here to pay my respects to you, Lord Yan. No need for excessive formalities, Yan Qifeng said kindly, setting aside his book. May I ask what matter Lord Chu has entrusted you with? My lord, this is a letter from our commander for you to peruse. Lin Huayu replied, retrieving the envelope from his clothing and presenting it to Yan Qifeng. Yan Qifeng accepted the envelope and carefully unfolded the letter within, reading it intently. After finishing, he lightly crumbled the paper in his right hand, a smile gracing his face. Please inform Lord Chu that I will certainly be present at the appointed time. He can proceed with confidence. Yes, I shall relay your message. Lin Huayu responded, bowing before turning to leave. Zhang Yu, county commander of Hongnou, the 7 Kills organization? It seems even Yang Yan can misjudge at times. How fascinating indeed. If this individual were to be captured and confirmed as part of the 7 Kills organization, it would surely infuriate Yang Yan. Yan Qifeng gazed thoughtfully toward the direction of Hongnou, musing, moreover, this county commander of Hongnou shall no longer be associated with the Yang family henceforth. Chapter 153, Damned. I always suspected that the heavenly demon sect harbored malicious intentions. As dusk fell, within the forest outside the city of Hongnou County, Chu Xiu strolled to the forest's edge, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke with an expression of serene indifference. Prepare for action. No sooner had his words echoed than countless figures emerged from the woods. Elite members of the Jin Yiwei, led by Fang Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianxi, who swiftly appeared before Chu Xiu and knelt, in unison exclaiming, We pay our respects, my lord. Before their arrival, the forest had been enveloped in silence, devoid of any presence. Let us proceed to the city. Observing Fang Heng and the others, along with 3,000 elite Jin Yiwei clad in their flying fish attire and brandishing embroidered spring sabers, a look of satisfaction crossed Chu Xiu's face as he turned towards the city gates of Hongnou County. Evidently, during their waiting time, they had donned the attire of the Jin Yiwei. After all, they were to enforce the law under the guise of Jin Yiwei, necessitating the appropriate garb. Chu Xiu, being merely a lowly lieutenant among the county soldiers, dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of disrespect. A short while later, we pay our respects, my lord. Upon witnessing Chu Xiu leading thousands of Jin Yiwei, the lieutenant guarding the city gate revealed a look of shock, hastily offering a salute. After all, he recognized the Jin Yiwei commanding official attire worn by Chu Xiu at first glance. He had surmised that it was indeed the esteemed Jin Yiwei commander. Chu Xiu, who had come in person during this flourishing time of imperial favor. Do not stand on ceremony. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively towards the lieutenant. My lord, please enter. The lieutenant, too intimidated to inquire further, stepped aside and gestured for Chu Xiu to pass. The affairs of the Jin Yi were beyond the questioning of a mere county soldier. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, leading the elite Jin Yi in a grand procession into the city of Hongnou, heading straight for the county magistrate's residence. In no time, surround the entire magistrate's residence, and allow no one to escape. Chu Xiu's voice rang out, filled with a chilling intensity that reverberated through the magistrate's residence. Instantly, the entire residence trembled in response. The guards stationed outside the magistrate's residence displayed expressions of horror, gazing at Chu Xiu and the elite Jin Yi with fear. Yes, Feng Heng and the others shouted in unison. In fact, as they approached the magistrate's residence, the three had already split up, each leading a contingent of elite Jin Yi from different directions to encircle the entire residence. Thus, at this moment, their voices resonated loudly from all sides of the magistrate's residence. Inside the magistrate's study, suddenly, the steward of the Zhang family appeared at the study door, panic-stricken, exclaiming, Master, something has happened. Creak. The study door slowly swung open, revealing Zhang Yu, the imposing and charismatic magistrate of Hongnou County, who emerged with a calm demeanor. I have already heard. Master, what shall we do now? The steward hesitated momentarily before inquiring. Gather our people and await my orders. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before replying solemnly. If my identity has indeed been exposed, then we shall have no choice but to fight. However, with me here, we shall all be able to leave Hongnou County alive. It is a pity. Understood. I shall obey. The steward acknowledged and vanished from sight. Chu Xiu? Jin Yi? How did you know my identity? Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, gazing towards the entrance of the magistrate's residence, perplexed. He could not fathom how, after years of concealment, and right beneath the noses of the Hongnou Yang family, even they had not discovered his true identity, yet Chu Xiu had. This enigma eluded him entirely. Throughout his tenure as the magistrate of Hongnou County, he had never revealed this secret, even among the deputy generals of the county soldiers. None were aware of his true identity. Over the years, he had diligently cultivated the county soldiers, transforming them into a formidable elite force. When chaos erupted across the land, this group would undoubtedly serve his ambitions to conquer cities. However, now, if his identity were to be exposed, not even the soldiers would heed his commands. Zhang Yu had no desire to relinquish what he had painstakingly acquired. He aspired to transform from a mere county magistrate into a commander of regional troops, and perhaps even rise to the rank of a provincial governor in the Great Zhou dynasty. Once he became a governor, with the backing of the Seven Killers organization, he could surely contend for power and dominate the realm. Lost in thought, Zhang Yu stepped forward and vanished from sight. In an instant, Chu Xiu, what do you intend to do? I am the magistrate of Hongnou County. Zhang Yu's figure materialized at the entrance of the magistrate's residence, his expression dark as he glared at Chu Xiu, coldly reprimanding him. Upon seeing Zhang Yu's arrival, the guards stationed at the entrance of the magistrate's residence sighed in relief, their anxious expressions easing. With the master present, they would no longer have to bear the pressure from the Jin Yi. Rebellion? Zhang Yu, you have chosen your words well. Chu Xiu smiled slightly, addressing Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, your crimes have come to light. Who would have thought that a member of the Seven Killers organization would become the magistrate of our great Zhou dynasty's Hongnou County, and even serve in the heart of our empire? Chu Xiu continued, were it not for the evidence we, the Jin Yi, have gathered, I would not have dared to believe it. What? My lord is a member of the Seven Killers organization? The county soldiers gasped in shock, instinctively retreating, hastily distancing themselves from Zhang Yu. What is the Seven Killers organization? It is a notorious assassin group, infamous even within the great Zhou dynasty. They had never doubted Chu Xiu's words, for his reputation was impeccable in this central region, who did not hold him in high esteem. Even the soldiers of Hongnou County felt the same. The Qitian Chamber of Commerce? Zhang Yu's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as he spoke involuntarily. The great Zhou dynasty had taken action against the Qitian Chamber of Commerce across the realm, and with Hongnou County so close to the capital, it was inevitable that the Qitian Chamber of Commerce within the county had already been apprehended. After much contemplation, he deduced that the Qitian Chamber of Commerce was the only entity capable of exposing his identity. After all, he had engaged in numerous transactions with them, and it was not impossible for them to retain incriminating evidence against him. At this moment, the county soldiers realized that Chu Xiu had indeed spoken the truth. Zhang Yu was, without a doubt, a member of the Seven Killers organization. You are correct, you might not have anticipated it, but the Qitian Chamber of Commerce has retained all the evidence, very meticulously. Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile. Damn it. I knew the heavenly demon sect was up to no good. Zhang Yu's eyes glinted with malice, his fury igniting. The mere mention of the heavenly demon sect indicated his prior knowledge of their connection to the Qi Tian Chamber of Commerce. He longed to uproot every last demon of the heavenly demon sect, to rend them to pieces. In contrast, he harbored no animosity towards Chu Xiu. After all, Chu Xiu's arrival with the genie Wei was merely a matter of duty. Yet the true source of his plight stemmed from the heavenly demon sect, which had preserved the information regarding his transactions, leading to the revelation of his secret. Even though the Qitian Commerce Guild has remained untainted by scandal, the heavenly demon sect will inevitably leverage the information gleaned from his transactions to coerce him in the future. From the very outset, the heavenly demon sect has been plotting against him. Chapter 154, The Divine Slaying Sword of the Great Extermination, the Sword Qi of Yin Xingfeng. Zhang Yu, surrender yourself. There is no escape for you, Chu Xiu said with a calm smile, gazing at Zhang Yu. Sir Chu, although I cannot discern your cultivation level, it is evident that it cannot be particularly high. You are still unable to stop me, Zhang Yu retorted, a hint of mockery in his tone. I am aware of the slaughter blade array utilized by your Jinyui, but what can it truly accomplish against me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu erupted into silent laughter, his demeanor tranquil. With his identity exposed, he no longer felt the need to conceal himself, abandoning the title of this official. A terrifying aura erupted from Zhang Yu, transforming the very atmosphere of Hongnong County. Instantly, numerous gazes within the ancestral grounds of the Yang clan turned towards the county magistrate's residence. However, when they discerned that the source of this overwhelming aura was none other than Zhang Yu, the county magistrate of Hongnong, their expressions shifted dramatically. Indeed, their faces paled. Zhang Yu had been right under their noses, a highly valued talent within the esteemed Yang clan of Hongnong. He was a disciple of Yang Yin, the prime minister of the great Zhou dynasty. From their understanding, although Zhang Yu's talent was exceptional, even Yang Yin held him in high regard. He should only be at the ascending immortal level, at most the pinnacle of the 9th stage of ascending immortal. Yet now, they felt the aura of a human immortal. Though he had just stepped into the human immortal realm, merely at the initial peak, a human immortal is still a human immortal. Zhang Yu, you are indeed the most enigmatic master of the 7 killers, the leader of the 7 killers organization? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he regarded Zhang Yu. Clever, Zhang Yu replied, a trace of regret evident on his countenance. Alas, I had intended to serve the great Zhou dynasty and his majesty diligently, but your insistence on exposing my identity has thwarted that. Had you not revealed me, I would continue to serve as the county magistrate of Hongnong. Swish, swish, swish. Figures began to materialize behind Zhang Yu. One was of the celestial realm, and 20 were of the ascending immortal realm. The one of celestial level was none other than the steward of the Zhang residence. To serve the great Zhou dynasty? To serve his majesty? Chu Xiu shot Zhang Yu a sidelong glance, his expression peculiar. Your audacity to claim the position of leader of the 7 killers speaks to your remarkable shamelessness. But do you truly believe you can escape from here? Do you think I cannot escape? Zhang Yu smiled faintly. Though my identity has been exposed, if I wish to leave, there are few in this world who could stop me. Sir Yin, please act. Chu Xiu clasped his hands in respect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's expression changed abruptly. His figure surged into the sky like a thunderclap, ignoring even the steward and the others. Sir Yin, in the entire great Zhou dynasty, the only one surnamed Yin with a cultivation level reaching the human immortal realm is the deputy supervisor of the astronomical bureau, Yin Xingfeng, right? Zhang Yu did not believe his strength could surpass that of Yang Hong, who was killed by Yin Xingfeng with a single blow. Let us depart. Seeing Zhang Yu flee, the steward's face showed a trace of panic as he urged the ascending immortal guardians of the 7 killers organization, then soared into the air, attempting to escape. Kill. Chu Xiu's voice resonated with a murderous intent. With a grip of his right hand, he summoned the Taiqing Jinhua blade and unleashed a devastating strike. In an instant, over 3,000 elite Jinyui merged their essence with Chu Xiu's, unleashing an earth-shattering blow through the slaughter blade array. The terrifying blade aura surged towards the steward and others, who had already ascended to the sky. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, echoing clearly within the entire Hongnong County. Both the ascending immortal guardians of the 7 killers and the celestial steward were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere powder beneath the might of that blade. Yet, Chu Xiu's gaze had already shifted to the distant horizon. One could not deny that as the leader of the 7 killers, Zhang Yu's speed was truly astonishing. Even Chu Xiu could no longer perceive his presence. After all, the 7 killers were assassins, and Zhang Yu, as their leader, was the most formidable of them all. What defines a killer's prowess? Primarily, it is their ability to conceal themselves and their agility, with martial skills being secondary. Now, Chu Xiu could only hope that Yan Qingfeng would be able to intercept Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was correct in saying that even with the slaughter blade array, the current Jinyui could not hinder him. If Zhang Yu wished to flee, there was no way for Chu Xiu to stop him. This path is blocked. A voice, like rolling thunder, resounded from the distant sky, seemingly echoing from hundreds of miles away. A figure suddenly retreated from that direction, coming into Chu Xiu's view. This figure was none other than the fleeing Zhang Yu. Panic was evident on Zhang Yu's face, clearly apprehensive of Yan Qingfeng, the divine slaying sword of the great extermination. A voice, warm and jade-like, floated from afar. A beam of sword light surged through the heavens, heading straight for Zhang Yu. No, do not kill me. I can bring the entire Seven Killers organization to serve His Majesty. As Zhang Yu beheld the sword, terror etched upon his face, he cried out in fear. He understood well that although the Empress Murongxi was a disciple of the national master Qi Tianqin, it was Yan Qingfeng who had initially guided her. For Murongxi, Yan Qingfeng was a figure akin to a father. His words were of no consequence. Only by serving Murongxi could he hope for mercy from Yan Qingfeng. Boom. In an instant, the sword light caught up with Zhang Yu, cleaving him in two. A resplendent display of fireworks erupted above Hongnong County, more brilliant and captivating than the most exquisite fireworks known to man. After all, no mere firework could rival the poignant fall of a being at the human immortal level. From beginning to end, Yan Qingfeng never made an appearance. There was only a voice, only a flash of sword light. This exemplifies Yan Qingfeng's power, the might of the national master of the great Zhou dynasty, the foremost disciple of the Astronomical Bureau. Thank you, Sir Yan, for your assistance, Chu Xiu declared. I shall visit tomorrow to express my gratitude. Looking towards the distant horizon, he clasped his hands and spoke loudly. Though Yan Qingfeng remained unseen, Chu Xiu knew he could hear his words. You are too kind, Sir Chu. It is my duty. Yan Qingfeng's voice echoed from afar. Yet his form seemed to fade into the distance, as if the sound originated from 1,000 miles away. Search the entire county magistrate's residence and see if there are any documents regarding the Seven Killers organization in Zhang Yu's study. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, his voice low yet powerful. Chapter 155. Has the strength of the old patriarch, Yan Qingfeng, already reached this level? Indeed. Fang Heng responded affirmatively, leading a contingent of elite Jinyui cavalry into the residence of the county magistrate. Meanwhile, Pei Shiji gathered the maids, servants, and local soldiers within the magistrate's residence for a brief interrogation. After a while, Fang Heng and Pei Shiji approached Chu Xiu together and bowed respectfully, saying, We pay our respects to the esteemed lord. Speak, Chu Xiu replied. Is there any information regarding the Seven Killers organization within the magistrate's residence? Chu Xiu nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. Indeed, there is information about the Seven Killers organization. Fang Heng produced a small booklet from his sleeve and handed it to Chu Xiu. His expression peculiar. My lord, this document contains the names of all the hall masters of the Seven Killers organization, as well as a complete list of assassins who have attained the Ascendant Realm. It not only includes their names, but also their real-world identities. These individuals may disguise themselves as butchers, porters, night watchmen, innkeepers, and so forth, with identities that vary widely. Some even include military personnel or the scions of prominent families. Oh, how intriguing, Chu Xiu remarked, a flicker of interest crossing his eyes as he began to peruse the booklet. While he found the presence of butchers to be rather ordinary, the fact that scions of noble families were among them piqued his curiosity. Furthermore, there existed a wealth of additional information, details regarding assassins beneath the Ascendant Realm, and a complete dossier on the intelligence network of the Seven Killers organization, all securely stored within Zhang Yu's study. Clearly, Zhang Yu had never anticipated that his identity would be exposed. As he outwardly presented himself as the county magistrate of Hongnong and a disciple of the esteemed Yang Yan, the Grand Minister of the Cabinet, no one could have guessed that he was, in fact, the master of the Seven Killers organization, the most enigmatic leader of the Seven Killers Hall. Fang Heng expressed his astonishment, stating, I believe that with this information, we could even control the entire Seven Killers organization, rather than entirely obliterating them. It would be far more advantageous to transform the Seven Killers into a sharp blade wielded by our Jinyui. You are absolutely correct, Chu Xiu acknowledged, casting an appreciative glance at Fang Heng. For instance, each of the 6 hall masters of the Seven Killers is actually a successful scholar. Moreover, every single one holds a significant position, either as a county governor or a county magistrate. One has even ascended to the rank of provincial magistrate. To have such individuals under the control of our Jinyui would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial. Our organization lacks a dedicated assassination unit. If we were to subdue the entire Seven Killers organization, it would greatly assist both the Jinhui and the Great Zhou dynasty. Of course, his tolerance towards the existence of the Seven Killers organization was not solely due to its utility. Another reason was that the majority of their targets were individuals from the underworld. The prior assassination attempt against him was an exception. With the assassins from the Seven Killers capital branch eliminated and Zhang Yu deceased, leaving the organization intact was not out of the question. My lord is wise. Fang Heng expressed his admiration. Not everyone possesses the magnanimity of Chu Xiu. However, this matter is beyond my jurisdiction, Chu Xiu replied, gesturing towards the direction of the Great Zhou imperial palace. I shall personally enter the palace to present this matter to His Majesty, allowing him to decide whether to retain the Seven Killers organization or eradicate it entirely. With the complete dossier and list of the Seven Killers organization now in our possession, it will be a trivial task for us, regardless of the outcome. Fang Heng bowed his head in silence. Such a decision indeed required the personal judgment of the Empress Murongxi. Otherwise, Chu Xiu could be accused of secretly controlling the Seven Killers organization with ulterior motives. Yet, should Empress Murongxi agree to retain the organization and integrate it into the Jinhui, any future accusations against Chu Xiu would hold no weight, as it would be sanctioned by the Empress herself. Chu Xiu's gaze turned towards Pei Shiji. I must inform you, my lord, that I have already interrogated the inhabitants of the magistrate's residence. Even Zhang Yu's wife and daughter are oblivious to his true identity. Only the steward of the Zhang residence and 20 assassins from the Seven Killers organization were aware of it. The presence of these 20 assassins hidden within the magistrate's residence was unknown to Zhang Yu's family, maids, or servants. After contemplating for a moment, Pei Shiji cupped his fists and said to Chu Xiu, since they are unaware of these matters, we should release them all. Zhang Yu's wife and daughter will be escorted back to our Jinhui and dealt with according to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, you are to proceed. Yes, I shall obey. Pei Shiji replied respectfully. I will leave the matters here to you. I will take my leave now to report to His Majesty, Chu Xiu said to Fang Heng and the others, stepping forward and vanishing into thin air. He understood well that with Zhang Yu resolved, no one would dare to challenge the Jinhui. Moreover, with Fang Heng and the others commanding 3,000 elite cavalry, they could contend even against those of the celestial realm. As long as their opponents were not masters of the immortal realm, they would face no threat. Your humble servant bids you farewell, my lord. Fang Heng and the others called out with utmost reverence as they watched Chu Xiu depart. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu had exited Hongnong County, soaring towards the capital. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Congratulations, host, for slaying the master of the Seven Killers organization, Zhang Yu, the magistrate of Hongnong County, and for your steadfast commitment to positive endeavors. You have received a reward of 50 years of ascendant power, the 6th level of the indestructible golden body technique, and 20 Tai golden elixirs. Do you wish to accept the rewards? Yes, Chu Xiu replied without hesitation. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of immense power surged within his body, elevating his internal cultivation from the minor completion of the ascendant realm to the minor completion of the 3rd level. The external cultivation of the indestructible golden body technique also transitioned from minor completion to major completion. Indeed, the 6th level of the indestructible golden body technique corresponded to the major completion of external cultivation within the ascendant realm. Reaching major completion in the ascendant realm was tantamount to achieving the pinnacle of the 6th level in external cultivation. In Hongnong County, at the ancestral grounds of the Hongnong Yang clan, it was no wonder that Yin Qingfeng could slay Hong Air with a single punch. This individual's strength was truly beyond that of Hong Air, though he had only just stepped into the minor completion of the 1st level of the immortal realm. His swordsmanship had already surpassed the 5th level of the immortal realm. An elderly man with hair as white as snow gazed in the direction Yin Qingfeng had departed, murmuring, has the strength of the old patriarch, Yin Qingfeng, truly reached such heights? A handsome and distinguished middle-aged man, embodying the grace of a noble lineage, exhibited an expression of astonishment on his face. The elderly man with snow-white hair and a youthful visage was none other than Yang Zhan, the previous head of the Yang family from Hongnong and the father of the Prime Minister, Yang Yan. He dispatched someone to inform his son, allowing him to prepare in advance. Yang Zhan remained silent for a moment before uttering a single phrase and vanishing from sight. The middle-aged man offered a bitter smile before turning to leave. He was fully aware that this night would ensure countless individuals would find no solace in sleep. The same held true for the Yang family of Hongnong. Who could have imagined that the county magistrate of Hongnong would also be the leader of the Seven Kills organization, the master of the Seven Kills Hall? Such a revelation would likely be met with disbelief were it to be spoken aloud. Yet, astonishingly, it was the truth. Chapter 156. Truly, Minister Chu is a pillar of our great Zhou dynasty. After a cup of tea, within the imperial palace, Taichi Palace, Chu Xiu bowed deeply. Addressing the emperor, your humble servant, Chu Xiu, comes to pay his respects. Minister Chu has arrived? The Empress, Murongxi, felt a surge of joy in her heart and turned towards Jiang Wan'er, about to speak. Your Majesty, I shall go to welcome Lord Chu. Jiang Wan'er observed the situation and swiftly made her way outside Taichi Palace. Pei Guanyin, seemingly lost in thought, observed with a distant gaze. Is it that obvious? Murongxi instinctively touched her flushed cheeks, inwardly pondering. Although she felt inexplicable delight at Chu Xiu's arrival, she hoped it did not show. Yet, as she recalled that Chu Xiu would soon enter, she picked up a memorial, pretending to read it with utmost seriousness. Before long, Jiang Wan'er returned with Chu Xiu into the grand hall. Chu Xiu clasped his fists together in salute, addressing Murongxi. Your humble servant pays his respects, Your Majesty. Murongxi appeared oblivious, still engrossed in the memorial she held. After a while, she finally set down the document, seemingly just noticing Chu Xiu, and exclaimed, Minister Chu, you have come. Attendant, grant him a seat. Yes, replied a palace maid, promptly bringing a chair from nearby and placing it behind Chu Xiu. Your humble servant thanks Your Majesty for your kindness. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude before taking a seat. Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin kept their heads lowered, feigning ignorance of the proceedings. Minister Chu, what brings you to the palace tonight? Murongxi inquired, her expression neutral as she regarded Chu Xiu. Your Majesty, I come bearing urgent news, Chu Xiu replied earnestly. Except for Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin, I request the others to withdraw. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intelligence flashed in Murongxi's eyes, and she spoke in a deep, authoritative tone. Very well. The palace maids bowed and quietly exited. Once outside Taichi Palace, they slowly closed the grand doors behind them. Minister Chu, now that we are alone, you may speak. Murongxi said after the doors were shut. Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin lifted their heads, curiosity etched on their faces, wondering if there was further news so soon after the last incident with Yin Qingfeng. Had Chu Xiu uncovered significant intelligence following his interrogation of Qianjinbei, the leader of the Qitian Merchant Association? Your Majesty, from Qianjinbei, I have learned of the hidden identity of Zhang Yu, the county lieutenant of Hongnong. Chu Xiu's expression turned grave. In the dusk, I led the imperial guards into Hongnong to apprehend Zhang Yu. Ultimately, I not only confirmed his connection to the Seven Killers organization, but discovered that he is the most enigmatic leader of the Seven Killers Hall, the true master of the Seven Killers organization. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance and sought the assistance of Lord Yin Qingfeng from the Astronomical Bureau, requesting his personal intervention, which led to Zhang Yu's demise. Had I not acted swiftly, he might have escaped. Wait, Minister Chu, you claim Zhang Yu is the leader of the Seven Killers Hall? Murongxi's eyes sparkled with surprise. Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin shared in her astonishment, recognizing the implications. Who appointed Zhang Yu as the county lieutenant of Hongnong? It was none other than the chief minister Yang Yan. They realized the gravity of the situation. Yang Yan had elevated a leader of an assassin organization to a high-ranking position within the Great Zhou dynasty. This alone could warrant Yang Yan's resignation. Indeed, Your Majesty. Chu Xiu confirmed. I also obtained a complete list and information on all members of the Seven Killers organization from Zhang Yu's secret chamber. With this information, we could potentially control the entirety of the Seven Killers organization. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu continued. Thus, I wish to inquire whether Your Majesty prefers to keep the Seven Killers organization intact or to eradicate it completely. Minister Chu wishes to retain the Seven Killers organization? Murongxi regarded him with astonishment. Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin were equally taken aback, given the organization's previous attempts on Chu Xiu's life. Indeed, Your Majesty, I plan to retain the organization, as those who sought to harm me have already been eliminated. Furthermore, even if we keep the Seven Killers organization, I shall ensure a thorough purge, retaining only those loyal to Zhang Yu or those who have not shed innocent blood. The remaining assassins or intelligence network members could be integrated into the Imperial Guards, thereby enhancing our intelligence capabilities and strength. Moreover, the assassins of the Seven Killers might aid in eliminating certain unruly officials who are unsuitable for direct execution, Chu Xiu stated solemnly. Minister Chu is truly a pillar of the great Zhou dynasty, Murongxi exclaimed, her tone filled with admiration. If all officials of the great Zhou could emulate Minister Chu, how could our dynasty fail to flourish? You flatter me, Your Majesty. I have merely performed a modest task, Chu Xiu replied, humility evident in his voice. Since Minister Chu holds such views, Let us incorporate the 7 Killers organization into the Imperial Guards. However, it must remain a secret that they have been absorbed. They must be perceived as a part of the Imperial Guards, Morongxi advised thoughtfully. Only the upper echelons of the 7 Killers should be aware that they serve the Imperial Guards to maximize their efficacy. Understood, Your Majesty, Chu Xiu replied respectfully. Very well. Minister Chu, do you have any further matters to discuss? Morongxi's spirit soared, her enchanting beauty illuminated by a radiant smile. Without a doubt, seizing Yang Yin, the chief minister, would not be an easy feat, but now an opportunity lay before her. How could she not rejoice? Capturing Yang Yin would send a clear message to the remaining officials, ensuring they would think twice before opposing her commands. She could also place one of her own in the position of county lieutenant of Hongnom, strengthening the Imperial Guards in the process. This was a remarkable threefold victory. A triumphant turn of events. Chapter 157, the position of the commander of the Jinhui, bestowed with the bullfighting robe. Your Majesty, there are no further matters to discuss. Chu Xiu humbly reported, his demeanor radiating respect. Since you have no other affairs, return and rest well. You have worked hard today. Morongxi replied after a moment of contemplation. However, you have rendered great service, and I cannot let this go unrewarded. The commander of the Jinhui, Lu Qingfeng, shall be appointed as the deputy commander of the 5 cities garrison, and you, my dear Chu, will take up the esteemed position of commander of the Jinhui. I grant you a bullfighting robe. Jiang Wanner, draft the decree. Yes, I shall obey, Jiang Wanner replied respectfully. Thank you for your great grace, Your Majesty, Chu Xiu exclaimed. Momentarily stunned, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. He had not anticipated that capturing Zhang Yu, the county magistrate of Hongnom, would elevate him from the deputy commander of the Jinhui to the official commander. From this moment forth, he would wield true authority over the Jinhui. Moreover, Jiang Wanner had not only promoted him, but also bestowed upon him the bullfighting robe. In the Great Zhou dynasty, granted garments were classified into 4 ranks, from highest to lowest. They were the python robe, the flying fish robe, the bullfighting robe, and the Qilin robe. The python robe could only be awarded to first-rank civil and military officials, and throughout the history of the Great Zhou dynasty, few had ever received it. The flying fish robe, distinct from that worn by common Jinhui, could be conferred upon officials of 2nd rank or higher, again requiring significant merit. The bullfighting robe, a 3rd-tier award, was reserved for officials of 3rd rank or above, also necessitating notable achievements. The Qilin robe was the lowest, granted to officials of 5th rank or above. Chu Xiu's promotion to commander of the Jinhui established him as a 3rd-rank official, making him eligible for the bullfighting robe. There is no need for excessive courtesy, Chu Xiu. This is rightly yours. You have accomplished much for me and the people of the Great Zhou dynasty. This position of commander of the Jinhui should have been yours long ago, Morongxi said, waving a hand dismissively. Thank you once more, Your Majesty. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude again, fully aware of Morongxi's sentiments. Recently, he had eradicated the Sima clan, responsible for creating demons, promoted free medical consultations across the empire, and constructed public restrooms throughout the Great Zhou. This was Morongxi's way of acknowledging his multiple contributions, rewarding him collectively for his varied merits. Peguanin. Escort Chu Xiu to change into the bullfighting robe and retrieve the official attire of the commander of the Jinhui for him. Morongxi commanded firmly. Understood, Pei Guanyin replied, extending an invitation to Chu Xiu. My lord, please. I take my leave. Chu Xiu bowed to Morongxi before following Pei Guanyin out of the palace. After a brief while, Chu Xiu, clad in the bullfighting robe and carrying a package containing the official attire of the commander of the Jinhui, strode out of the palace with an air of confidence. Meanwhile, at the Yang residence, Yang Yin, the chief minister, stood silently in a pavilion. Although he had gone to handle affairs as usual at the Winyuan pavilion, he returned home much earlier than normal, unable to shake the shock of Yang Hong's death. Suddenly, the steward of the Yang residence appeared at the edge of the pavilion, a look of panic upon his face. Master, urgent news from Hongnom. An incident has occurred. An incident in Hongnom? Yang Yin's expression shifted, and he turned to glare at the steward, his voice cold as ice. How could there possibly be an incident in Hongnom? It is the foundation of the Hongnom Yang family, fortified like an impenetrable fortress. If something has happened there, it means our very base has been compromised. Even the deputy supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau, Yin Qingfeng, would not dare to create trouble on our ancestral ground. He only dares to disrupt affairs in the capital. Unless the national master, Qi Tianqian, intervenes personally, no one could cause chaos in Hongnom. Yet, deep within his heart, he felt a foreboding sense of unease. It was the first time in his long career that he felt a loss of control. Master, it is not the ancestral ground that is in trouble, but your disciple. Zhang Yu, the county magistrate of Hongnom, The steward hesitated before explaining. Zhang Yu. Yang Yan's brow furrowed, and a weight lifted from his heart. As long as the ancestral ground was safe, this was not a major crisis. He regarded the steward with suspicion. Zhang Yu is a man of virtue and talent. Since he entered public service, he has been diligent and incorruptible. How could he possibly be in trouble? Yang Yan had genuinely believed in Zhang Yu's potential. Master, it seems you have misjudged this time. Zhang Yu's true identity is that of the leader of the Seven Kills organization, the enigmatic lord of the Seven Kills Hall. Now, due to the incident with the Qi Tian commerce, his identity has been revealed. He was captured by the deputy commander of the Jinhui, Chu Xiu. After resisting arrest, Yan Qingfeng personally intervened and executed Zhang Yu. Now, the entire Hongnong knows that Zhang Yu is the infamous leader of the Seven Kills organization. It will not be long before this news spreads throughout the realm. What? Yang Yan's face paled, disbelief etched across his features. You mean to say Zhang Yu is the leader of the Seven Kills organization, the lord of the Seven Kills Hall? He had always believed his composure was unshakable. Yet this revelation shattered his tranquility. He had placed great trust in Zhang Yu, even appointing him as the county magistrate of Hongnong. It was an act of significant faith. Otherwise, he would not have done so. Master, this is the absolute truth. Zhang Yu has personally confessed. The steward gritted his teeth and reiterated with unwavering conviction, fully aware that this news would strike Yang Yan as a heavy blow. With a sudden rush, Yang Yan coughed up blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment, his spirit visibly dimmed by the shock. Master, are you all right? The steward, alarmed to see the usually formidable Yang Yan so affected, rushed to his side. His expression filled with concern. He knew that Yang Yan, as the head of the Hongnong Yang family, possessed a cultivation level even higher than that of Yang Hong. Chapter 158. Do you think I, an old man, would not voluntarily resign? Is the head of the cabinet still me? It's fine, I can still hold on. I never expected that I could also misjudge. After a lifetime of hunting eagles, I have ultimately been pecked in the eye by one. Yang Yan pushed away the support of the steward of the Yang residence, his complexion pale, forcing a bitter smile as he said, Write a letter of resignation for me and submit it to His Majesty's desk. My lord, must it truly come to this? The steward of the Yang residence's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. If Yang Yan resigns, the Hongnong Yang family would have no one left in the cabinet. For the entire Hongnong Yang clan, this would undoubtedly be a heavy blow. Do you think that without my voluntary resignation, the head of the cabinet would still be me? Yang Yan shook his head and continued, There is no need for His Majesty to take action. Others will impeach me in court for my poor judgment in appointing a killer as a county lieutenant, turning it into a great joke. If my relationship with Zhang Yu were not so deep, I could absolve myself. But what is my relationship with Zhang Yu? I was his mentor. It was I who promoted him to the position of Hongnong County Lieutenant. I must bear the responsibility for this matter. I understand, sighed the steward of the Yang residence. In fact, this may be a good thing. Too much has happened recently, and I have come to realize this. Although I have served as head of the cabinet for many years and secured substantial benefits for our Hongnong Yang family, it has also made me a target for many. Do you believe that, in this world, whether among the other 6 branches of the 5 surnames and 7 clans or the aristocratic families of various regions, they are all watching me, watching our Hongnong Yang family, and now, His Majesty is beginning to grow in power. The Jinhui is also gradually strengthening. Conflicts between His Majesty and us are bound to increase. Therefore, my resignation and retirement may not be a bad thing for us. To lie low does not necessarily mean becoming weak. It could also mean growing stronger, accumulating enough strength to turn the tide when the time is right. Yang Yan's pale complexion began to regain some color, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he said, Moreover, even though I have resigned from the position of head of the cabinet, I have served in that role for many years. And we have our people both in the court and among the officials. Even if I am not in the cabinet, I can still influence it and affect His Majesty. That is already sufficient. Next, we shall shift from the light to the shadows, exerting our efforts secretly without having to confront His Majesty directly. My lord is truly wise. The steward of the Yang residence said with admiration, I can finally put this concern to rest. Yang Yan, with his hands clasped behind his back, walked out of the pavilion, his steps seemingly lighter. The steward of the Yang residence bowed and vanished from sight. At the Lu residence, the imperial edict arrived. Lu Chifeng received the edict. A military officer of the Imperial Guard, accompanied by a group of soldiers, rode in on horseback and called out loudly outside the Lu residence. An imperial edict? In the study of the Lu residence, Lu Chifeng, who had been reading, froze, his body moving as he vanished from the room. He speculated whether Empress Murongxi was finally going to strip him of his position as the commander of the Jinhui. After all, in recent times, Chu Xiu's power within the Jinui had been growing increasingly formidable. Even if he were reinstated to the Jinui headquarters, he would probably be unable to command even a mere officer. He began to lose hope. In an instant, Lu Qifeng appeared outside the Lu residence, bowing respectfully. I, Minister Lu Qifeng, receive the edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. The former commander of the Jinui, Lu Qifeng, is to be appointed as the deputy commander of the Wuqing military division, effective immediately. The officer of the Imperial Guard finished reading the last line and looked at the dazed Lu Qifeng, extending the imperial edict toward him, saying indifferently, Lord Lu, why do you not accept the edict and express your gratitude? He had not dismounted from his horse throughout the entire process. I, Minister Lu Qifeng, thank your majesty for your great grace. Lu Qifeng remained silent for a moment, then stepped forward to take the edict from the officer's hand, bowing in the direction of the palace. The officer of the Imperial Guard turned his horse around and left with his soldiers. This is too much. Truly. This is too much. Lu Qifeng gripped the edict tightly in his hands, grinding his teeth in anger. He never expected Empress Murongxi would demote him, a dignified commander of the Jinui, to the position of deputy commander of the Wuqing military division. Though the Wuqing military division holds a high status in the Dazhou dynasty, being a vital military force in the capital with a formidable army of 200,000, the deputy commander is still a demotion from his previous rank. More importantly, who does not know that the commander of the Wuqing military division, Wei Wuxian, comes from the Imperial Guard and is fiercely loyal to Empress Murongxi? In the Wuqing military division, he would still be nothing more than a puppet unable to command the troops. Of course, what infuriated him most was that a mere officer of the Imperial Guard had come to deliver the edict without even dismounting. This was nothing less than a blatant disrespect for Lu Qifeng. Blood trickled from the corner of Lu Qifeng's mouth, his eyes turning bloodshot. The next day, in the Golden Wan Hall, Empress Murongxi sat upon the dragon throne, with Jiang Wan'er and Pei Guanyin standing on either side. The hall was filled with officials of the court. If you have matters to discuss, speak. If not, you may leave. Jiang Wan'er, with a dignified and solemn expression, looked at the officials and called out loudly, I report to your majesty, I have a matter to discuss. One of the supervisory censors, Ma Yong, stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Proceed, Empress Murongxi said calmly. All eyes in the court turned toward Ma Yong, for everyone knew that something significant was about to transpire. On this day, an extremely important figure was absent from the court, the head of the cabinet, Yang Yan. And the reason for Yang Yan's illness and absence from the court was already well known. After all, the events of the previous day had spread throughout the capital. And who did not know that the student Yang Yan had nurtured and promoted, Zhang Yu, was actually the leader of the 7 Kills organization. Yang Yan, the head of the cabinet, had become a laughingstock throughout the capital. I report to your majesty, I impeach the head of the cabinet, Yang Yan, for his poor judgment, gross dereliction of duty, and collusion for personal gain. I implore your majesty to mete out severe punishment. Ma Yang declared with righteous indignation, his words striking like thunder in the court, causing a stir among the officials. It is important to note that Yang Yan had served as the head of the cabinet for many years. It could be said that at least 1/10, if not 1/5, of the officials in the court were either Yang Yan himself or members of the Hongnong Yang family. His declaration instantly caused the faces of Yang Yan's supporters to change dramatically. In an instant, many officials from Yang Yan's faction rose to refute. P.S. Wishing everyone reading this a happy new year, and may all your wishes come true. Chapter 159. Who does not wish to become the prime minister of the great Zhou dynasty? Impudent. Yang Gong dedicates himself wholeheartedly to the public good, tirelessly serving our great Zhou dynasty. How dare you slander him so freely? The Empress Murongxi's countenance darkened like water, her voice icy as she reprimanded. I do not dare, your majesty. Please forgive me, Ma Yong replied, his face paling, prostrating on the ground, trembling with fear. Witnessing this scene, the civil and military officials were enveloped in a cloud of doubt. Had Murongxi and Yang Yan reached some sort of agreement? Otherwise, how could she defend Yang Yan? Shouldn't she seize this opportunity to bring him down? The 5 cabinet ministers, including Zhao Duo of the Ministry of Personnel, Cui Yu of the Ministry of War, Zheng Yun of the Ministry of Works, Dugu Tai of the Ministry of Justice, and Yuan Chongli of the Ministry of Revenue, discerned Murongxi's intentions. Under normal circumstances, she would not refer to Yang Yan as Yang Gong. The very term indicated everything. In the depths of their eyes, ambition flickered. Who among them did not aspire to become the prime minister of the great Zhou dynasty? Achieving such a position would yield immense benefits for the factions they represented. Step back, Murongxi declared with a frigid demeanor. Thank you for your profound grace, your majesty. Ma Yang sighed in relief, a look of liberation washing over his face as he slowly returned to his position. Yang Gong submitted a letter of resignation last night, relinquishing the positions of Prime Minister and Minister of Rights. I have graciously granted it, Murongxi stated, her expression as calm as an ancient well. In an instant, the entire court erupted in commotion again. Whether the high-ranking officials hoping to become the Minister of Rights or the cabinet members vying for the Prime Minister position, their thoughts began to whirl. However, I am not prepared to appoint a new Minister of Rights or Prime Minister at this time. All matters of the Ministry of Rights will temporarily be managed by the left and right deputies. Do any of you have other matters to discuss? Murongxi inquired with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing her words, the court fell into a profound silence. The shocking news had already left the officials stunned, and they lacked the inclination to discuss other affairs. Since there are no further matters, we shall adjourn for now. Murongxi rose slowly, striding towards the exit of the Golden Luan Hall. Adjourn, Jiang Wan'er called out loudly. After her proclamation, she hurriedly followed Murongxi, departing the Golden Luan Hall alongside Pei Guanyin. We bid farewell to your majesty. Long live your majesty. The civil and military officials knelt in unison, their voices resounding in harmony. In the headquarters of the Jinyue, congratulations erupted among the ranks. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations. Li Jingtian, the commander of the Jinyue, and other officers conveyed their greetings to Chu Xiu, who donned a dazzling bullfighting outfit, exuding an extraordinary aura. Do not bow, Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile. Thank you, my lord, they responded in unison. Li Jingtian, have you reviewed the information regarding the 7-kill organization? Chu Xiu inquired, slightly nodding towards him. Yes, my lord. I have reviewed it, Li Jingtian replied, his expression grave. All eyes turned toward Chu Xiu, who they suspected had already been granted an audience with the Empress. Otherwise, she would not have promoted him to the position of commander of the Jinyue, bestowing upon him the bullfighting attire. They were eager to know whether the 7-kill organization would be preserved or eradicated. Since you have reviewed it, you should be aware of the identities of the other 6 palace masters of the 7-kill organization. You shall be responsible for notifying them to come to the capital to meet with me. Chu Xiu contemplated for a moment before stating, the Empress may grant them a chance at life. However, they must serve the Jinyue and the Empress. They can choose not to come. If they do not, our great Zhou dynasty will eradicate them completely. The choice is theirs, to live or to die. However, remember this. No one must know their identities. They must remain concealed. Their anonymity serves our Jinyue's interests far greater. Yes, I shall obey. Li Jingtian responded solemnly. We shall set the meeting for tomorrow night at midnight in the Jinyue headquarters. Those who do not attend shall face death. Chu Xiu declared with an expression of calm resolve. I understand, my lord, Li Jingtian affirmed respectfully. Very well. There is nothing more to discuss. You may return to your duties, Chu Xiu stated as he rose, stepping forward and disappearing from the hall. Farewell, my lord. Li Jingtian and the others bowed deeply, their respect evident. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. In the Yuzhou prefectural office, the steward Xiong Yun appeared seemingly out of thin air in the hall, his demeanor respectful as he addressed, My lord, I have urgent matters to discuss. Come in, replied a tall, robust man with an imposing stature, a strikingly handsome countenance, and an air of heroism about him. This man was Xiong Tiandu, the Yuzhou prefect and general of the Great Zhou dynasty, a truly remarkable figure within the realm. In the Great Zhou dynasty, every prefecture had a prefect responsible for military affairs. Regardless of whether it was a border prefecture or an ordinary one, the presence of a prefect was a constant. However, border prefectures were overseen by a governor, effectively a regional commander. Thus, while the prefect held command over military matters, they were still subordinate to the governor's authority. Yet, a governor could not act against a prefect without just cause. Such actions would require the emperor's consent, or they would be seen as treasonous. My lord, news has arrived from the capital, Xiong Yun spoke in a hushed tone to Xiong Tiandu. Our master's identity has been exposed and has been executed by Yin Qingfeng, the assistant supervisor of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Zhang Yu is dead? Xiong Tiandu's eyes brightened, devoid of sorrow. Instead, a flicker of ambition ignited within his gaze as he fixated on Xiong Yun. He is dead, but have our identities been revealed? Zhang Yu, as the master of the 7-kill palace, held the strongest power. Thus, despite his status being technically subordinate to Zhang Yu within the Great Zhou dynasty, he had to regard Zhang Yu as the primary figure. However, now that Zhang Yu is dead, among the remaining 6 palace masters of the 7-kill organization, Xiong Tiandu held the strongest power and the highest status. Did this not signify an opportunity for him to seize complete control over the entire 7-kill organization? Contemplating this, even Xiong Tiandu, the Yuzhou prefect, felt his heart race with excitement. If he could command the entire seven-kill organization, perhaps he might even aspire to usurp the title of Yuzhou governor, the ultimate authority in Yuzhou. Though this was Yuzhou, the domain of the Zhao family of Liaodong, and the Yuzhou governor Zhao Yin was no easy adversary, opportunities were not entirely absent. Chapter 160. The prefect of Yuzhou, Xiong Tiandu, arrogance. How dare he threaten this general? Xiong Yun, with a bitter smile, reported, "My lord, I fear I must disappoint you. This information did not come from our Seven Killers Organization's intelligence network, but rather from the Jinhui." From the Jinhui? Xiong Tiandu's expression shifted dramatically. He understood the implication. It meant his identity had been compromised. After a moment of silence, a cold smile crept across Xiong Tiandu's face as he remarked, "What an audacious Chu Xiu. Does he seek to subdue our entire Seven Killers Organization? My lord, the Jinhui has instructed me to inform you that at midnight tomorrow, at the Jinhui headquarters, anyone who fails to appear will face death." Xiong Yun lowered his head as he spoke. Arrogance. How dare he threaten this general? Fury ignited in Xiong Tiandu's eyes, his fists clenched. A palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping the hall, as if it could crush everything within. "My lord, a moment's impatience may disrupt grand plans. I advise you to travel to the capital and meet with Chu Xiu," Xiong Yun urged, feeling the weight of a mountain pressing down upon him, nearly suffocating him. Gritting his teeth, he persisted in advising Xiong Tiandu. "You speak wisely. Indeed, I must meet with Chu Xiu." Xiong Tiandu exhaled slowly, suppressing his anger, his voice deep and resolute. In an instant, the hall returned to a state of tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. "My lord is wise." Xiong Yun breathed a sigh of relief, offering flattery to Xiong Tiandu. The latter waved a hand dismissively, choosing not to respond. Xiong Yun bowed respectfully and retreated. "Chu Xiu? Perhaps he is not Chu Xiu at all. If I am not mistaken, it should be His Majesty." As Xiong Yun departed, Xiong Tiandu mused quietly. As a member of the Jinhui, he would not dare harbor such ambitions. Thus, it is His Majesty who seeks to annex our entire Seven Killers organization. Regrettably, a similar scene unfolded in 5 other locations. However, unlike Xiong Tiandu, the other 5 hall masters of the Seven Killers organization, upon receiving the invitation from Chu Xiu to the Jinhui headquarters, collectively sighed in relief, their expressions reflecting a burden lifted. After all, a summons from Chu Xiu meant their lives would be spared. Otherwise, with a mere command from the Empress Morongxi, their families would face extermination. The following day, midnight. The night was dark and frosty, the dew heavy. Only a few lanterns illuminated the Jinhui headquarters, enveloped in silence. It seemed as if the Jinhui guard stationed there had peacefully fallen asleep. Suddenly, figures appeared at the Jinhui headquarters. Among them were Xiong Tiandu, the prefect of Yuzhou, Zhang Fong, the governor of Liaoxi, Qin Yu, the governor of Yinmen, Zhao Zhonglong, the prefect of Wuwei, Yu Wenqin, the governor of Longxi, and Li Wentong, the prefect of Hanzhong. However, the moment they entered the Jinhui headquarters, lanterns flickered to life, illuminating the premises as bright as day. Xiong Tiandu and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. "Esteemed sirs, please follow me. Our master has been waiting in the hall for some time," said Li Jingtian, dressed in the uniform of a Jinhui commandant, a smile gracing his face as he gestured for Xiong Tiandu and the others to proceed. "Thank you, Master Li." The group responded with a respectful nod. Understanding they were to meet at the Jinhui headquarters, they were well aware of the organization's structure, particularly regarding Li Jingtian, who ranked just below Chu Xiu. Li Jingtian led them into the hall of the Jinhui headquarters. Upon entering, they beheld Chu Xiu seated in the main position. "Reporting to you, my lord, Xiong Tiandu and his 6 companions have arrived," Li Jingtian announced with a bow. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, remaining silent. Li Jingtian then stepped back to stand behind him. "Greetings, Master Li." Xiong Tiandu and his companions saluted Chu Xiu with a bow. "Xiong Tiandu, I offer you a chance to live. If you join the Jinhui and serve the emperor, I can guarantee that all prior matters will be overlooked. His Majesty will not pursue you for being former leaders of the Seven Killers organization," Chu Xiu remarked, his expression calm as he addressed the 6 men. Chu Xiu regarded them with high esteem, not merely for their previous positions but also because they were governors and prefects of critical border regions. Xiong Tiandu had ascended to the rank of prefect of Yuzhou, his status second only to Zhao Yin in Yuzhou. He would inevitably have to confront the powerful families of the Great Zhou dynasty, especially those residing in border provinces. These individuals had become the true regional officials of the Great Zhou. If they harbored rebellion in their hearts, it would pose a significant threat to the dynasty. In truth, these governors from noble families were not rebelling out of inability, but were merely biding their time for an opportunity. Of course, It must be acknowledged that not all noble families sought to usurp power. Some remained loyal to the great Zhou. Chu Xiu had no intention of eliminating these loyalists. His focus was solely on those whose self-interest overshadowed their sense of duty, those intent on treason. Are you certain His Majesty will not hold our past as leaders of the Seven Killers organization against us? Xiong Tindu asked, a gleam of determination in his eyes. Zhang Fang and the others fixated their gazes on Chu Xiu, aware that his decision to spare them stemmed from the Empress Murongxi's approval. Rest assured, as soon as I received your names and identified your roles, I reported to the palace. If His Majesty intended to pursue this matter, you would not be standing in the hall of the Jinui headquarters right now, Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile. I have another question for you, Master Chu. Upon joining the Jinui, will the entire Seven Killers organization be incorporated into it, or will we remain independent? Xiong Tiandu inquired after a moment of contemplation, seeking clarity on behalf of the six of them. Chapter 161. Murongji, Prince Zhao, and Yongchang Prefecture in Yi Province. Operating independently of the Genie Wei. You six are the only ones aware of your induction into our ranks. With an air of composure, Chu Xiu declared. The remaining assassins of the Seven Killings organization are not entitled to this knowledge. Xiong Tiandu, piqued with curiosity, inquired, what are the arrangements for the Seven Killings Hall Master? Will the Lord appoint the Hall Master, or will the selection be made from within the Seven Killings Hall? His address to Chu Xiu had evolved from Lord Chu to Lord. Zhang Fang and the others fixed their gaze upon Chu Xiu, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Realizing that their only path forward lay in subservience to Chu Xiu and service to the Genie Wei, they relinquished any ambition to vie for the position of Seven Killings Hall Master or the leadership of the Seven Killings organization. Li Jingtian, Chu Xiu pronounced in a measured tone. At your service. Li Jingtian responded with solemnity, having already anticipated Chu Xiu's intentions. Xiong Tiandu and the others exchanged glances, a collective understanding dawning upon them. Henceforth, Chu Xiu stated, his voice resonating with authority, you shall be the new master of the Seven Killings organization. The Hall Master of the Seven Killings Hall, succeeding Zhang Yu in overseeing the organization's affairs. Your subordinate obeys. Li Jingtian affirmed with unwavering resolve. Greetings, Lord Li. Xiong Tiandu and the others intoned, bowing respectfully towards Li Jingtian. Esteemed colleagues, dispense with formalities. We are now comrades, Li Jingtian replied, his countenance radiant with a genial smile. Xiong Tiandu and the others returned the courtesy, exchanging pleasantries. As seasoned officials of the great Zhou dynasty, well versed in the intricacies of courtly etiquette, they navigated the situation with effortless grace. You six, along with Li Jingtian, shall be responsible for purging the Seven Killings organization of assassins who have preyed upon innocent civilians and for eradicating the remnants of Zhang Yu's influence, Chu Xiu instructed. Assist Li Jingtian in governing the Seven Killings Hall and, by extension, the entire Seven Killings organization. Moving forward, the Seven Killings organization will continue to accept assassination contracts as usual, while the Genie Wei will disseminate the narrative that we have not obtained a complete roster of the organization's members. Within the Seven Killings Hall, a successor to Zhang Yu has emerged, compelling the other six Hall Masters to pledge their allegiance, thereby establishing a new leader for the Seven Killings organization. Chu Xiu paused, considering his words, before addressing Li Jingtian and the others. Lord, will the Seven Killings organization continue to accept assassination contracts as before? Li Jingtian inquired thoughtfully. Xiong Tiandu and the others regarded Chu Xiu with undisguised astonishment. They had presumed that the Seven Killings organization would recede into the shadows, exclusively serving the Genie Wei and Empress Murongxi by eliminating those whom the Genie Wei or the Empress deemed unsuitable targets, thereby becoming an invisible blade in the hands of the Genie Wei. Precisely, the Seven Killings organization, being an organization of assassins, cannot abstain from accepting contracts. However, the organization's intelligence network must be integrated with that of the Genie Wei, Chu Xiu elucidated. The Seven Killings organization will no longer accept contracts indiscriminately. Instead, we will exercise discretion in our selection. For instance, individuals within the martial arts world, disciples of sects, scions of noble families, or avaricious landlords and gentry who have blood on their hands. These are the individuals whom the Seven Killings organization is authorized to eliminate. He refrained from mentioning corrupt officials, as their apprehension fell under the purview of the Genie Wei. To delegate such responsibilities to the Seven Killings organization would render the Genie Wei superfluous, unless evidence remained elusive. The Genie Wei would ensure that their blade descended upon the guilty, regardless of their stature. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Lord. Li Jingtian and the others exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Very well. Now, deliberate on the means to purge the remnants of Zhang Yu's influence and cleanse the Seven Killings organization. I shall retire for the evening, Chu Xiu proclaimed. Rising to his feet, with a parting remark, he vanished from the hall in a swift stride. Farewell, Lord. Li Jingtian and the others bowed reverently in unison. The following day, Lin Huayu materialized outside the Genie Wei commander's study, announcing with due solemnity, reporting to the Lord, I have urgent matters to report. With a creak, the door swung open. Chu Xiu appeared before Lin Huayu, his expression serene, and inquired, What is it? Lin Huayu inhaled deeply, composing himself, before stating with gravity. Does the Lord recall the 2 vice presidents of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce? Have they been located? Chu Xiu's eyes lit up with interest. Reporting to the Lord. Both have been found. However, we discovered their corpses, Lin Huayu revealed hesitantly. Corpses? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow. Are you implying that something was discovered on their bodies? Indeed, Lord. We found traces of the Thousand Illusions swordplay of Jian Wuchen, a retainer of Prince Zhao's manor. On the corpses of the 2 vice presidents of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce, Lin Huayu replied with utmost seriousness. A retainer of Prince Zhao's manor? Jian Wuchen? Chu Xiu's eyes widened with surprise. Is the Qitian Chamber of Commerce not associated with Prince Qi Morongyu? How is it now connected to Prince Zhao Morongji? Prince Qi was the 4th prince, while Prince Zhao Morongji was the 9th prince, merely a month older than Empress Morongxi. Prince Zhao Morongji was also considered the weakest among the 9 princes, owing to the fact that his mother hailed from the Jiang family, a noble clan. The Jiang family, while noble, was not particularly powerful, barely surpassing the Sima clan of Shandong Prefecture, which Chu Xiu had dismantled. The entire Jiang family could only boast of 1 celestial realm 7th stage expert, at least ostensibly. Despite having produced a royal concubine, the Jiang family's strength was comparatively feeble among the imperial relatives. Nevertheless, the late emperor had been exceedingly generous to the Jiang family. The prefect and military commissioner of Yongchang Prefecture, where the Jiang family resided, were both members of the Jiang clan. Yongchang Prefecture served as the gateway to Yi Province and a crucial border region. Furthermore, the commander of the Ilao Pass garrisoned in Yongchang Prefecture was also a member of the Jiang family. The Ilao Pass was garrisoned by the Yi Province army, comprising 50,000 troops, who were not under the command of Zheng Min, the governor-general of Yi Province. Even Zheng Min, the governor-general of Yi Province, had to accord the Jiang family a measure of deference. Chapter 162. The Jinyu mobilizes, targeting the Zhao royal mansion. I must report, my lord, that upon discovering this issue, I was utterly perplexed. It seems to me there are only 2 possibilities. Lin Huayu revealed a faint smile of bitterness, cupping his hands in respect towards Chu Xiu. Pray tell, what are the 2 possibilities? Chu Xiu inquired, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized Lin Huayu. The first possibility is that the Qitian Chamber of Commerce is not merely colluding with Prince Qi, but is equally in league with Prince Zhao. Moreover, the connection between Prince Zhao and the Qitian Chamber of Commerce is deeply entrenched, possibly involving some earth-shattering secrets that compelled Prince Zhao to eliminate the 2 vice presidents of the chamber following their exposure. It is even plausible that the initial disappearance of the 2 vice presidents was orchestrated within the Zhao royal mansion. Subsequently, fearing potential repercussions, Prince Qi commanded Jian Wuchen to eliminate them. Lin Huayu spoke with a grave demeanor. The second possibility is that Jian Wuchen, ostensibly a servant of the Zhao royal mansion, is actually an operative of Prince Qi. His actions in dispatching the 2 vice presidents were intended to frame Prince Zhao. Intriguing. Truly intriguing. Where is Jian Wuchen now? Chu Xiu remarked, his interest piqued. Report, my lord. Jian Wuchen is currently within the Zhao royal mansion, Lin Huayu stated without hesitation. Can we ascertain that the deaths of the 2 vice presidents from the Qitian Chamber of Commerce were indeed at Jian Wuchen's hands? Chu Xiu inquired with a slight nod. Indeed, my lord, this conclusion comes from our Jinyui's adept coroner. In the hands of anyone else, it would have been impossible to discern the traces of Jian Wuchen's Thousand Illusion sword technique. However, before our seasoned coroner, none can escape his keen perception. The Thousand Illusion sword technique has been lost to the martial world for many years, and according to our investigations, only Jian Wuchen possesses its mastery in the entire realm, Lin Huayu asserted with confidence. Thus, we can be certain that the 2 vice presidents of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce fell victim to Jian Wuchen's prowess. What is the strength of the 2 vice presidents? A glint of sharpness flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes. Report, my lord, without transforming into demons. The 2 vice presidents are at the pinnacle of the 7th level of the Ascendant realm. Should they transform, they could reach at least the 8th or even the 9th level. However, our coroner's findings indicate they were slain without any means of defense. This suggests 2 possibilities. Either Jian Wuchen's cultivation far exceeds theirs, allowing him to dispatch them before they could react, leaving no trace of injury, or Jian Wuchen was extremely familiar with them, catching the vice presidents completely off guard. Lin Huayu pondered. Chu Xiu contemplated for a moment before addressing Lin Huayu. Do we have any intelligence on the Zhao royal mansion? Yes, my lord. I have gathered all pertinent information regarding the experts within the Zhao royal mansion. On the surface, there are only two individuals of celestial realm caliber. One is the steward, Jiang Yin, from the Jiang family of Yongchang County, who has attained the third level of the celestial realm. The other is Qin Xiao, the head of the worship pavilion, whose cultivation remains shrouded in mystery. Lin Huayu replied, producing a ledger from his sleeve and presenting it to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu accepted the ledger and began to peruse its contents. In a short while, he had absorbed all the information regarding the Zhao royal mansion. Jian Wuchen's cultivation stands at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Ascendant Realm, acting as the deputy head of the worship pavilion, responsible for its affairs. The Zhao royal mansion boasts over 100 worshippers, each at the Ascendant Realm level. Besides these experts, there are 3 commanders of the Royal Guard, each at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Ascendant Realm, each leading 600 troops, totaling 800 soldiers. The Royal Guard is drawn from the capital's military, with each commander previously serving as a general. This means the 3 commanders possess the capability to leverage military formations, granting them combat strength equivalent to the celestial realm. Each one is formidable in their own right. This represents the overt strength of the Zhao royal mansion. However, whether there are hidden experts or what cultivation level Prince Murongji possesses remains unknown. Inform Fang Heng to assemble 1,000 Jing Tian guards to accompany me to the Zhao royal mansion. We shall apprehend Jian Wuchen. Chu Xiu declared after a moment's contemplation. My lord, would 1,000 Jing Tian guards suffice? Lin Huayu's expression shifted as he urgently asked. Shall I have Brother Fang gather 3,000 Jing Tian guards to assist you in capturing him? 3,000 Jing Tian guards? Chu Xiu replied, his expression turning peculiar as he regarded Lin Huayu. I am not going to the Zhao royal mansion to apprehend Prince Zhao. 1,000 Jing Tian guards will be more than adequate. Are you concerned that Prince Zhao will obstruct my efforts? Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Lin Huayu lowered his head in silence, clearly believing that Prince Murongji would indeed make an effort to thwart Chu Xiu. While the Jinyui holds considerable power within the Great Zhou dynasty, possessing the authority to act first and report later, overseeing both civil and military officials as well as royal kin, such figures, especially a prince like Zhao, are not easily intimidated by the Jinyui. Rest assured, even if Prince Zhao dares to interfere, 1,000 Jing Tian guards will suffice. Simply execute my orders, Chu Xiu responded with a calm smile, fully aware of Lin Huayu's concerns. Yes, my lord. Lin Huayu gritted his teeth, bowed to Chu Xiu, and then turned to leave. Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards the entrance of the Jinyui headquarters. Chapter 163. This official suspects the Zhao royal mansion colludes with demons, plotting treason. In less than a moment, Fang Heng, accompanied by 1,000 formidable guards, appeared outside the headquarters of the Jinyui. He bowed respectfully to Chu Xiu and proclaimed, Greetings, my lord. Let us depart. Chu Xiu commanded with a sweeping gesture, heading toward the Zhao royal mansion. Yes, Fang Heng responded, leading the 1,000 formidable guards, brimming with murderous intent. In pursuit of Chu Xiu, he had already learned from Lin Huayu the nature of their mission. At that moment, Fang Heng felt his blood boiling, his last remnants of frustration dissipating. The Jinyui had languished for many years, though they had gradually begun to rise again under Chu Xiu's leadership. What were they about to do? They were heading to apprehend someone from the residence of a prince of the Dezhou dynasty. From this day forth, the Jinyui would truly hold their heads high. The citizens of the capital, upon witnessing Chu Xiu leading the fearsome and imposing formidable guards, hastily made way, though not out of fear, but with a sense of reverence and gratitude directed toward Chu Xiu and his entourage. After a brief incense sticks burn, they arrived at the Zhao royal mansion. Fang Heng, encircle the entire Zhao royal mansion. He commanded, without my consent, no one is to be allowed to escape. Yes, subordinate obeys. Fang Heng swiftly directed the formidable guards to surround the Zhao royal mansion, preventing Jian Wucheng from fleeing. In an instant, the entire Zhao royal mansion began to tremble. Shadows darted toward the main gate. Deep within the mansion, in a pavilion, Zhao Wang Murongji's countenance darkened as he gazed toward the entrance. He never anticipated that Chu Xiu would dare to bring the Jinyui to his doorstep to cause trouble. Moments later, figures emerged at the entrance of the Zhao royal mansion, led by the steward Jiang Yin, followed by 3 commanding officers of the mansion, clad in armor. The 3 officers towered menacingly, hands gripping the hilts of their swords, their murderous intent directed at Chu Xiu, as if ready to strike at a moment's notice. Impudent Chu Xiu, do you not recognize this place? I offer you a chance. Leave the Zhao royal mansion at once with your men. Otherwise, Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Jiang Yan's eyes were icy as he spoke, his voice dripping with menace. Even if we were to injure you, the emperor could not hold us accountable. Is that so? Chu Xiu retorted, a hint of scorn flickering across his face. I now suspect the Zhao royal mansion is colluding with the Qitian Merchants Association and with demons, scheming to overthrow the rule of the Daizhou dynasty. As the commander of the Jinyue, I possess the authority to act first and report later. Do not think that your position as a mere steward grants you the right to speak thus to me. Even the Zhao prince would not dare to utter such words in my presence. A look of fury and humiliation washed over Jiang Yan's face. You dare to slander the Zhao royal mansion. You dare to defame the prince. Do you not fear retribution from the emperor? Slander? You old fool. Do you suppose I would dare come to the Zhao royal mansion without evidence? Chu Xiu's cold laughter echoed, his voice dripping with disdain. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted, leaving him speechless. The three commanding officers of the Zhao royal mansion also paled, their murderous intent momentarily faltering. If Chu Xiu indeed possessed evidence, they could not obstruct him. Otherwise, they would be accused of obstructing the duties of the Jinyue, facing severe repercussions from the Daizhou dynasty, potentially leading to the annihilation of their families. Not just the three officers, but the soldiers of the Zhao royal mansion grew increasingly anxious, their earlier bravado evaporating. Many retreated, fearing the fallout. I now suspect that the Zhao royal mansion is colluding with the Qitian Merchants Association and with demons, and that you, Val's servant, are the puppet master behind it. Chu Xiu declared, brandishing his Ta Qing Jinyu sword, his gaze filled with lethal intent directed at Jiang Yan. You cannot kill me. I am the steward of the Zhao royal mansion. Jiang Yan's face twisted with rage as he shouted. Slander? Whether it is slander or not, you know in your heart. And so do I. Chu Xiu replied, his demeanor calm, yet chilling. Kill. Slaughtering sword formation, attack. With a resounding clang, the sound of blades unsheathing echoed. Not only Chu Xiu drew his sword, but Fang Heng and the 1,000 formidable guards followed suit. Yet there was only one sound of blade unsheathing. This was due to the formidable guards having undergone numerous battles, mastering the slaughtering sword formation, their speed in drawing their swords unparalleled. Quickly, three commanding officers blocked Chu Xiu. As Jiang Yan witnessed Chu Xiu unsheathing his sword and charging at him, shock washed over his face. He had not anticipated that his rebuke would provoke Chu Xiu to retaliate. He moved like lightning, attempting to evade Chu Xiu's strike. However, Jiang Yan's cry for assistance went unheard. The three commanding officers showed no intention of aiding him, instead retreating swiftly, fearing to be implicated. Chu Xiu stepped forward, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he had entered the Zhao royal mansion, pursuing Jiang Yan, and swung his sword. A terrifying wave of killing intent surged toward Jiang Yan. No, Chu Xiu, you cannot kill me. I am the steward of the Zhao royal mansion. Jiang Yan's face blanched with abject terror as he cried out. As a being of the celestial realm, he sensed the overwhelming terror of Chu Xiu's strike. Even he felt a profound sense of impending death, powerless to resist. He could not withstand this blow. Though as the steward of the Zhao royal mansion, Jiang Yan had long heard of the terrifying reputation of the Jinyue's slaughtering sword formation. He now realized it was far more fearsome than he had ever imagined. Boom. The strike fell. The structures within the Zhao royal mansion shattered. Fortunately, the inhabitants had already vacated the premises, for Chu Xiu's target had always been Jiang Yan. That single strike was likely enough to inflict catastrophic casualties throughout the Zhao royal mansion. As the blade descended, dust billowed, obscuring everything within the mansion. Jiang Yan had met his end beneath Chu Xiu's sword. At that moment, amidst the swirling dust, a figure surged forth from the Zhao royal mansion, soaring into the air like a thunderbolt, fleeing into the distance. Chapter 164. This move, ultimately, was a mistake. Before me, you dare to make a move? You surely underestimate my authority. As a figure soared into the sky, a hint of disdain flickered across Chu Xiu's face. With a mere thought, he sheathed the Tai Qing Jinyue blade and extended his right hand, grasping the air as he unleashed the Qian Kuan Yi Qi grand capture. This was a treatment unlike that afforded to Jiang Yan, the steward of the Zhao royal residence. Given Chu Xiu's vengeful nature, Jiang Yan would have met with immediate execution. However, this figure was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Ascension realm. If he sought to escape, he was likely the deputy master of the sword pavilion from the Zhao royal residence, Jian Wuchen. Jian Wuchen must have surmised that Chu Xiu had arrived with a host of imperial guards due to the exposure of his assassination of the two vice presidents of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. It is noteworthy that Chu Xiu, leveraging the slaughter blade array, had genuinely attained the strength of the celestial realm. The slaughter blade array merely employed a formation technique. It was not strictly limited to blade techniques for amplification. Thus, Chu Xiu was equally capable of employing other martial arts. An ancient, vast hand emerged in the sky, casting shadows as it descended upon Jian Wuchen. Chu Xiu's Qian Kuan I Chi grand capture was not limited to seizing the primordial spirit. It could also capture the physical body. If one could not seize the physical body, what kind of capture technique would that be? Your Highness, save me. Jian Wuchen's face blanched with horror upon seeing that colossal hand, and he could not help but cry out. He felt as though the entire world was enveloped by that hand, no matter how he attempted to evade. He could not escape Chu Xiu's Qian Kuan I Chi grand capture. Deep within the Zhao royal residence, Zhao Wang Murongxi's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with uncontainable fury and murderous intent. He had never anticipated that a mere commander of the imperial guards would truly disregard his esteemed position as the Zhao Wang. Not only had he surrounded the Zhao royal residence, but he had also slain his steward. Yet, he could not act, could not inhibit Chu Xiu's actions. Boom. Suddenly, that eclipsing hand captured Jian Wuchen within its grasp and hurled him down from the sky. Bang! Jian Wuchen crashed to the ground before Chu Xiu, creating a massive crater. And he was on the brink of death. For when Chu Xiu ensnared Jian Wuchen, he had already sealed off all of Jian Wuchen's cultivation. Observing Jian Wuchen's state, Chu Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a nonchalant manner, as if the one who had just acted was not himself. Indeed, Feng Heng acknowledged. Directing the guards to lift Jian Wuchen from the ground, the three commanders of the Zhao royal residence gazed at Chu Xiu with a mixture of trepidation. They were most familiar with the strength of Jiang Yin, the steward, even if they could surpass Jiang Yin through formation techniques. It was inconceivable that they could so effortlessly slay Jiang Yin and capture Jian Wuchen as Chu Xiu had. Such power was beyond their comprehension. Lord Chu, I apologize for my inadequacies in receiving you. Please forgive me, a remarkably handsome young man, adorned in a dragon robe and exuding an air of nobility, emerged from the Zhao royal residence, smiling as he addressed Chu Xiu. It was as if he harbored no dissatisfaction regarding Chu Xiu's siege of the royal residence and the slaying of his steward, Jiang Yin. Your Highness, you are too courteous. I was compelled to surround the Zhao royal residence upon discovering that it harbored individuals colluding with demons. It is regrettable that I could only capture Jian Wuchen, and in the absence of options, I was forced to slay your steward to prevent any further harm to the Zhao royal residence, Chu Xiu replied, bowing slightly to Murongxi with an apologetic expression. Internally, he was astonished. Unlike the Empress Murongxi, who possessed the divine fortune of the great Zhou dynasty and was truly intertwined with the nation's fate, Murongxi's divine fortune was negligible in comparison. Thus, Chu Xiu quickly discerned Murongxi's cultivation level, the peak of the 7th level of the celestial realm, merely a half step away from the 8th level. Realizing this, Chu Xiu felt a chill. Murongxi was indeed the Zhao Wang of the great Zhou dynasty and had once contended for the throne, one of the central characters in the Nine-Dragon struggle for supremacy. At such a young age, he possessed such remarkable cultivation. This alone attested to his extraordinary talent. Moreover, Murongxi was the youngest among the 9 vying for the throne. What then of the might of the other 8? This is my fault. I had not anticipated that individuals colluding with the Qitian Chamber of Commerce would surface within my Zhao royal residence. However, I am extremely familiar with Jian Wuchen. I believe he would never betray me or conspire with the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. The true traitor must be Jiang Yin. This man, relying on my trust, secretly colluded with the Qitian Chamber of Commerce. His crime is indeed deserving of death. Even if he had not perished by Lord Chu's blade, I would have personally executed him to uphold the laws of the great Zhou dynasty. Murongxi stated earnestly. Now that Jiang Yin is dead, may I request Lord Chu to hand Jian Wuchen over to me for disposal? Rest assured, I shall conduct a strict interrogation. Should this man have betrayed me, I will not show him leniency. I will certainly take his head and present it to the headquarters of the Imperial Guards. This matter does not require your Highness's concern. Moreover, it is well known that we, the Imperial Guards, are the most adept at interrogation. Once he enters our dungeons, I can guarantee that he will reveal all he knows. If he truly, as your Highness asserts, has not betrayed you nor conspired with the Qitian Chamber of Commerce, I will personally escort him back to the Zhao royal residence. Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile. Is there truly no room for negotiation, Lord Chu? Murongxi furrowed his brow, his expression filled with regret. I fear I must disappoint your Highness. Chu Xiu responded with a bow. Very well, since Lord Chu insists. I shall leave Jian Wuchen in your hands to be taken to the Imperial Guards dungeons. Murongxi sighed, however. Jian Wuchen has always been diligent and dedicated within my Zhao royal residence. I hope Lord Chu will show me some favor during the interrogation, allowing him to endure less torment. Your Highness's command, I dare not refuse, Chu Xiu replied with a slight smile. However, I am occupied with official duties and must take my leave. Lord Chu, travel safely, Morongji nodded. Let us depart. Chu Xiu called to Feng Heng and the others, turning towards the headquarters of the Imperial Guards. As they watched Chu Xiu leave, Morongji's expression darkened, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. Your Highness, a moment of restraint can prevent a great disaster. We must not act rashly. A commander from the royal residence advised him softly. The other two commanders swiftly joined him. As the leader of the Zhao royal residence's guard, their loyalty to Morongji was unwavering. This move, ultimately, was a mistake on my part. I had thought that no one would ever uncover the connection between their deaths and our Zhaowang mansion. Morongji remained silent for a while before speaking. I never anticipated that Jian Wuchen's actions would be discovered by the Genie Wei. Your Highness, what shall we do next? Jian Wuchen possesses far too much knowledge, and it may implicate you. A commander, marked by a scar on his cheek, hesitated momentarily before cautiously inquiring. The other two commanders exchanged anxious glances, revealing their tension. Chapter 165. Insufficient wisdom and shallow depths of strategy. Father S. words proved true. Come, let us speak inside, Morongji declared, vanishing before the gates of the Zhaowang residence. Yes. The three commanders of the Zhaowang residence responded with utmost respect before promptly disappearing from sight. A moment later, at the Northtown governor's office, we pay our respects. My lord, declared Nie Quangren, the Northtown governor, along with a cadre of officials, as they welcomed Chu Xiu at the entrance, bowing deeply. There is no need for excessive formalities. Imprison Jian Wuchen in the imperial dungeon and provide him with some healing elixirs. Ensure he does not perish. We must have him awake as soon as possible to divulge everything he knows. I shall await news here at the Northtown office. Chu Xiu instructed after a moment's contemplation. As you command, Nie Quangren replied, his expression grave. Furthermore, dispatch individuals to conceal themselves near the Zhaowang residence, monitoring their every move. Inform me immediately of any developments, Chu Xiu added, deep in thought. If Zhaowang Morongji is indeed colluding with the Qitian Chamber of Commerce or has procured demon blood from them, then, upon Jian Wuchen's capture, Zhaowang Morongji will either erase all traces of his involvement or choose to flee. However, given the vast resources of the Zhaowang residence, escaping the capital of the Dezhou dynasty will not be a trivial undertaking, he concluded. Understood, Nie Quangren affirmed, determination evident in his gaze. Now, there is nothing more. You may return to your duties, Chu Xiu gestured, walking into the Northtown office. Yes, the officials responded and began to make arrangements. At that moment, the entire capital trembled. After all, Chu Xiu had personally led the Imperial Guards to encircle the Zhaowang residence, not only capturing Jian Wuchen, the deputy master of the offering pavilion, but also slaying the residence's steward, Jiang Yin, a formidable figure. This had undoubtedly irreparably offended Zhaowang Morongji. Moreover, while royal princes in the Dezhou dynasty lacked territories and could not serve as county or state governors, they still held an exalted status. The Zhao Prince's guard consisted of nearly 17,000 soldiers, a force far surpassing the county soldiers, who typically numbered only 5,000. In the Taiji Palace, Pei Guanyin hurried into the Grand Hall, approaching the Empress, Morongji, who was busy reviewing memorials. She bowed and announced, Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. Speak. Morongji replied without lifting her gaze, her attention fixed on the documents before her. Jiang Wan observed Pei Guanyin with curiosity, sensing the gravity of the situation from her demeanor. Your Majesty, just moments ago, Lord Chu led 1,000 imperial guards to besiege the Zhaowang residence, suspecting collusion with demons and intentions of rebellion. He first executed steward Jiang Yin and subsequently captured Jian Wuchen, Pei Guanyin reported gravely. Jiang Wanner's expression shifted. The ninth prince colluding with demons? What was his reaction? Morongji remained composed, calmly placing her brush down after reviewing the memorials, and looked at Pei Guanyin with a steady gaze. Your Majesty, although Prince Zhao came forth to plead for Jian Wuchen's release, seeking leniency from Lord Chu, when his request went unheeded, he exhibited no further reaction and merely watched as Jian Wuchen was taken away, Pei Guanyin explained, weighing her words. After Lord Chu departed with the Imperial Guards, the gates of the Zhaowang residence were closed, she added. Morongji furrowed her brows, her expression cold as she inquired. Is there a connection to the Qitian Chamber of Commerce? Your Majesty is astute. It is indeed connected. The Imperial Guards discovered that 2 missing vice presidents of the Qitian Chamber had perished at the hands of Jian Wuchen, Pei Guanyin stated with admiration. This is precisely why Lord Chu encircled the Zhaowang residence, aiming to apprehend Jian Wuchen. Steward Jiang Yin was slain for obstructing Lord Chu's investigation and for his insolence. Father once remarked on the merits of each brother, the eldest for his valor and military prowess, the second for his wisdom and humility, the third for his arrogance, the fourth for his cunning, the fifth for his benevolence yet limited ability, the sixth for his lack of potential, the seventh for his passionate nature, the eighth for his narrow-mindedness, and the ninth, as you noted, for his insufficient wisdom and shallow depths. Indeed, Father S. assessments hold true. The fourth prince appears to have some dealings with the Chitian chamber, yet he merely utilizes them for resources, leaving no trace of wrongdoing. He is, without a doubt, deep-minded and far-sighted. Even if the Chitian chamber were to be eradicated, there would be no evidence against him. However, the ninth prince is different. He is shallow in strategy. Just a single connection with the Chitian chamber has exposed him, Murong-Si remarked disdainfully. Send word to prepare the capital S army for any uprising from the Zhaowang residence. If Lord Chu uncovers evidence, the army must encircle the Zhaowang residence without delay. Those who dare resist shall be executed without mercy. Yes, your servant obeys, Pei Guanyin responded, her heart pounding with solemnity. Moreover, instruct Wei Wuxian, the commander of the 5-city military division, to bolster the defenses at the city gates. However, this must remain a secret, for it must be loose on the outside but tight within, to avoid alerting the ninth prince prematurely. Murong-Si commanded with a low yet forceful voice. Anyone who divulges this information shall be executed without mercy. The guards of the capital are not typically managed by the capital's troops. Rather, the 5-city military division is responsible for gatekeeping, only assuming control during extraordinary times. Your servant will carry out your orders, Pei Guanyin said respectfully. Murong-Si picked up another memorial to read, remaining silent. Pei Guanyin bowed and quietly withdrew. Chapter 166. The astonishing Murong-Si time slipped away unnoticed, and 2 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Nia Kuangren strode into the grand hall of the Bizenfu with Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianqi following closely behind. Pei Shiji and Luo Tianqi had each led 1,000 elite imperial guards to the Bizenfu. Clearly, once Jian Wuchen confessed, obtaining evidence of Prince Zhao Murong-Shi's collusion with demons would lead to a gathering of 3,000 elite guards to suppress him. Greetings, my lord. Nia Kuangren and the others bowed respectfully to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes and said in a calm tone, Has Jian Wuchen confessed? Reporting to you. My lord, Jian Wuchen has indeed confessed. Furthermore, through his testimony, we have obtained evidence of Murong-Shi's collusion with the Chitian Merchants Association, purchasing demon blood to create demons. Nia Kuangren stated gravely. Jian Wuchen was solely responsible for this matter, and he feared that Murong-Shi would one day betray him. Thus, he meticulously documented every transaction with the Chitian Merchants Association, recording each detail and the quantity of demon blood purchased. Since they had already acquired evidence of Prince Zhao Murong-Shi's collusion with demons, Nia Kuangren no longer referred to him as Your Highness but directly by name. In the Great Zhou dynasty, anyone colluding with demons faced execution without exception, a rule established by the founding emperor Will. This applied equally to royal relatives. How intriguing. Chu Xiu remarked with a hint of amusement. Where did Murong-Shi create these demons? Reporting to you, my lord, Murong-Shi did not create demons within the capital. Each transaction for demon blood he made was secretly sent to the Jiang family in Yongchang County, Izhou. The reason the Jiang family did not directly purchase demon blood from the Chitian Merchants Association was due to Murong-Shi's concern that their activities would be exposed. Thus, on the surface, the Jiang family had no dealings with the association. Even in the capital, Murong-Shi exercised extreme caution, maintaining a facade of no relations with the Chitian Merchants Association. Had the Chitian Merchants Association not been eradicated, the two vice presidents would have sought Murong-Shi's assistance to escape the capital, fearing lingering repercussions. Murong-Shi pretended to agree to help them while secretly ordering Jian Wuchen to ambush and eliminate them with the 1,000 Mirage sword technique. Jian Wuchen believed no one would recognize the deed. Returning to Zhao Wangfu after their demise, Nia Kuangren remarked, his expression peculiar. Is Murong-Shi truly this foolish? Chu Xiu exclaimed, momentarily stunned. What a bizarre maneuver. As a prince, he personally acquired demon blood from the Chitian Merchants Association and had it shipped to the Jiang family instead of allowing them to procure it themselves, fearing exposure. This made it exceedingly difficult to catch him red-handed. Yet, to prevent the Jiang family from being exposed, he, in turn, exposed himself. Ironically, his name contains the character for wisdom. The previous emperor had a knack for naming, and Murong-Shi seems to lack any. My lord, what are our next steps? Nia Kuangren, suppressing laughter, inquired. He had burst into laughter upon learning of the situation but admired Chu Xiu's composure. Any movements from Zhao Wangfu? Chu Xiu asked, his demeanor unruffled. Reporting to you. My lord, since you departed with the Jingtian guards, the Zhao Wangfu has remained tightly shut, silent as the grave. Nie Quangren replied, shaking his head. Fang Heng, gather our 3,000 elite guards and accompany me to Zhao Wangfu. Chu Xiu commanded, his eyes gleaming with determination as he stood tall, his voice resonating with authority. Yes, we shall obey. Fang Heng and the others responded in unison. They had been waiting for this moment, bowing before vanishing from the hall. Chu Xiu strode towards the entrance of the Bizenfu, and shortly thereafter emerged outside. Greetings, my lord. Fang Heng and the others knelt before Chu Xiu, raising their voices in salute. Rise, Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, my lord. Fang Heng and the others expressed their gratitude before standing up. Let us depart for Zhao Wangfu, Chu Xiu declared, gesturing grandly as he activated his lightness skill and set off towards the Zhao Wangfu. An unsettling feeling lingered within him. If there were movements at Zhao Wangfu, that would be expected. However, their silence was indeed peculiar. Understood. Fang Heng and the others acknowledged, employing their lightness skills to follow Chu Xiu toward Zhao Wangfu. In mere moments, they arrived outside Zhao Wangfu. Chu Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back and addressed Fang Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianxi. Listen closely. Present, my lord. They responded loudly. You three are to lead a portion of the elite guards from different directions and infiltrate Zhao Wangfu. Any who dare resist shall be executed without mercy, Chu Xiu commanded. Sensing the eerie quiet of Zhao Wangfu, with its doors sealed and devoid of guards. Yes, they replied in unison, each leading 500 elite guards to encircle Zhao Wangfu. The remaining 1,500 guards stood at the entrance, awaiting Chu Xiu's orders. With a swift motion, Chu Xiu appeared at the grand entrance of Zhao Wangfu. He waved his sleeve, unleashing an immense force toward the copper gates. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout Zhao Wangfu as the thick copper doors shattered into fragments, obliterated by Chu Xiu's might. This sound reverberated through the estate, startling numerous servants and guards, their faces displaying a mixture of shock and fear. Many rushed toward the entrance. Prince Zhao Murongji colluded with demons, plotting rebellion, an unforgivable crime. I, along with the imperial guards, have come to apprehend him. Lay down your weapons and kneel and surrender. Those who defy will be executed without mercy, Chu Xiu proclaimed as he strode into Zhao Wangfu, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. His voice rang through the estate like a thunderclap, instilling terror in the hearts of the guards, who froze in place, their weapons clattering to the ground in a cacophony of metal. Chapter 167. It seems I have underestimated this ninth royal brother. Even Father Emperor can misjudge at times. The Zhao royal manor was enveloped in an eerie silence. All servants, maids, and guards were kneeling, motionless. This was a grave collusion with demons, an intent to rebel, a true crime deserving of extermination. Not to mention them, even a prince of the great Zhou dynasty would not escape if tainted by such an accusation. They had no courage to resist. Within the Zhao royal manor, there was no sign of opposition. Chu Xiu stood with his hands behind his back, feeling that something was amiss. It was inconceivable that Murongji had no loyal confidants within the manor. Yet, there was not a hint of resistance. He did not even sense the presence of any celestial-level beings. Not even a trace of a Dharma realm aura. The three commanders of the guard had also vanished without a trace. They had fled. It was highly likely that Murongji had already escaped. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow. Right here in the capital, right under the watchful eyes of the Jinyui, Murongji had disappeared. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianxi arrived before Chu Xiu, bowing respectfully and saying, "We pay our respects, my lord." But Murongji had already fled? Chu Xiu glanced at the three men and spoke gravely. Report. My lord, indeed, Murongji has escaped. Not only him, but the Zhao princess and others have also vanished. We discovered a secret passage within a rockery deep in the Zhao royal manor. This passage appears to have been excavated over many years, and we do not yet know where it leads. We just counted the number of guards in the Zhao royal manor and found that 500 were missing, including the three commanders. That totals 503 personnel, in addition to all the offerings in the offering pavilion, and finally, 37 family members of Murongji. All have disappeared. Should we pursue Murongji through this passage? Fang Heng hesitated before respectfully suggesting. It's futile. If I'm not mistaken, Murongji fled 2 hours ago. At this moment, he has likely not only left the capital, but may have already crossed into Izhou. Chu Xiu shook his head, his expression calm. You must understand, Sili Prefecture and Izhou are neighboring regions. Once Murongji's plot was exposed, his escape from the capital would lead him straight to Yongchang County. My lord, then what are our orders? Fang Heng and the others' faces paled, their scalps tingling with apprehension as they realized what would happen if Murongji reached Yongchang County. He would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to rebel. At this point, neither Murongji nor the Zhang family could sit idly by. They would have no choice but to tread the path of rebellion to survive. Fang Heng was tasked with leading 2,000 elite troops through the passage to pursue. If I am not mistaken, this passage likely leads outside the capital. If we do not find Murongji, we shall return immediately. Pei Shiji would lead 500 elite soldiers to raid the Zhao royal manor. With Murongji's hasty departure, it was likely he left behind many valuables. Luo Tianqi would oversee the Zhao royal manor's servants, maids, and guards, awaiting the emperor's orders. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiu spoke with a low, commanding voice. Understood. Follow your orders. The three men responded in unison. With a swift step, Chu Xiu vanished from the Zhao royal manor. Seeing him leave, Fang Heng and the others understood his purpose. After such a significant event, he needed to report to the Empress, Murongji, without delay. A while later, outside the Taiji Palace, swish, Chu Xiu seemed to appear from thin air, cupping his fists in salute. I, Chu Xiu, seek an audience with your majesty. Oh, Minister Chu has arrived. Zhang Wan'er, go greet him. Everyone else, step back except for Pei Guanyin. Murongji, who was reviewing memorials in the Taiji Palace, set down the documents in her hand, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes as she instructed the waiting Zhang Wan'er. Yes, I shall obey. Zhang Wan'er vanished from the hall. Both Murongji and Zhang Wan'er, along with Pei Guanyin, understood that Chu Xiu's arrival likely pertained to the matter of Zhao Wang Murongji, and they might have uncovered the truth. The maidens withdrew, bowing as they exited the hall. Before long, guided by Zhang Wan'er, Chu Xiu strode into the hall and bowed to Murongji. I pay my respects, your majesty. There is no need for such formalities, Minister Chu. Murongji waved her hand, her gaze cold as she looked at Chu Xiu. Speak, Minister Chu. Have you gathered evidence of my ninth royal brother's collusion with demons and his intent to rebel? Indeed, your majesty. However, I arrived a step too late. I have just come from the Zhao royal manor, where Zhao Wang Murongji, along with his family and 500 elite guards, has already escaped through a secret passage. Chu Xiu replied solemnly after a moment's consideration. If I am not mistaken, this passage must have been excavated long ago, correct? Murongji scoffed coldly. Your majesty is astute. Indeed, this passage has been dug for many years. Chu Xiu nodded. It seems I have underestimated this ninth royal brother. Father Emperor can also misjudge at times. He may lack wisdom and be naive, yet he has prepared an escape route for himself, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Murongji's voice turned cold. Your majesty, I believe that although Zhao Wang Murongji has fled ahead of time, we must still issue orders to search for him throughout the capital and even in Sili Prefecture, should he be discovered. Our aim is not to capture him, but simply to delay him. Additionally, we must dispatch someone to urgently inform the governor of Yizhou, Zheng Min, to search for Zhao Wang Murongji's whereabouts within Yizhou and temporarily detain all officials and generals from the Jiang family in Yongchang County. The governor of Yizhou, Zheng Min, must send troops to take control of Yongchang County. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiu cupped his hands and said, Minister Chu suspects that Governor Zheng Min may be colluding with Murongji. Murongji frowned slightly, her greatest concern being that Governor Zheng Min had already secretly allied with Murongji. It must be noted that Governor Zheng Min held significant power in the Great Zhou dynasty, governing an entire province and commanding tens of thousands of troops. If he and Murongji were to conspire together, the situation would become dire. Your Majesty, I believe that Governor Zheng Min is unlikely to conspire with Murongji. However, your concerns cannot be disregarded. We should keep a close watch on the Minister of Works, Zheng Yun, and the entire Zheng family to prevent a situation similar to Murongji's from arising. Chu Xiu stated earnestly. Chapter 168. Whoever can slay Murongji shall be granted the title of Marquis. Indeed, Minister Chu is correct. The Minister of Works, Zheng Yun, must be closely monitored. I previously underestimated Murongji, allowing him to escape the capital. This time, I shall not afford Zheng Yun any opportunity. Should the Zheng family of Hanzhong conspire with Murongji, Zheng Yun shall not leave the capital alive. A glimmer of determination flickered in Murongji's eyes as she coldly commanded, Where are the shadow guards? Throughout this ordeal, she never blamed Chu Xiu for Murongji's escape. For she understood that the Jin Yiwei's intelligence capabilities were insufficient to surveil the movements within the Zhao Wangfu. It was her own oversight. Who could have anticipated that the cunning yet shallow Murongji had already excavated an escape route from within the Zhao Wangfu? As her words fell, the commander of the shadow guards appeared in the hall, kneeling respectfully before Murongji. Greeting, Your Majesty. Dispatch the shadow guards to monitor Zheng Yun and all significant members of the Zheng family. They must not escape our sight. Should Zheng Yun attempt to flee the capital, relay the message at once. Moreover, intercept him at any cost. Murongji's voice was low yet commanding. I shall obey, the commander affirmed with resolute clarity. Murong-san nodded slightly, remaining silent. The commander bowed and vanished from the hall. Jiang Wanner, you are tasked with drafting 2 edicts. One shall be delivered to the cabinet, instructing the governor of Yizhou, Zheng Min, to capture Murongji within Yizhou's borders. Mobilize the Yizhou army to place the Jiang family of Yongchang County under house arrest, exercising stringent oversight and taking control of the entire Yongchang County. Furthermore, compose a public proclamation declaring that Zhao Wang Murongji has conspired with demons, plotting rebellion. From this day forth, he is stripped of his title and deemed a traitor to our great Zhou dynasty, to be executed by all. Whoever can kill Murongji shall be granted the title of Marquis. The second edict is to be delivered to General Zhao Wuyang of the capital garrison. Order him to mobilize 100,000 troops from the garrison, with Deputy General Xie Xian leading the charge to Yizhou to eradicate Murongji. After the commander of the Shadow Guards departed, Murong-sa addressed Jiang Wanner. She knew well that even if she commanded the cabinet to have Zheng Min apprehend Murongji and take control of Yongchang County, the matter would not be easily resolved. By dispatching the garrison army to Yizhou, they would be prepared for any eventuality. If Xie Xian arrived in Yizhou and Murongji had already been eliminated by Zheng Min, it would be a cause for celebration. If Zheng Min failed to eliminate Murongji, Xie Xian could then utilize the 100,000 troops to accomplish the task. Yes, I shall obey, Jiang Wanner replied solemnly, her expression grave. She quickly approached the designated table for drafting edicts and began to grind ink. Chu Xiu's face revealed a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated such a substantial reward from Murong-sa. As long as one can slay Murongji, they shall be granted the title of Marquis. Minister Chu, the Jin Yi Wei shall send spies to infiltrate Yizhou, keeping constant vigilance over its movements. As for Zhao Wangfu, the Jin Yi Wei shall continue to oversee its investigation. I will assign Zhao Yan of Jingzhou Yin and Wei Wuxian, the commander of the 5 city armies, to manage the servants, maids, and guards of Zhao Wangfu, interrogating them rigorously and dealing with them according to our great Zhou dynasty's laws. There is no need for the Jin Yi Wei to concern themselves with such trivial matters, Murong-sa deliberated before addressing Chu Xiu. I shall obey. Chu Xiu responded with utmost respect. Indeed, for the Jin Yi Wei, interrogating those within Zhao Wangfu would be an inefficient use of resources. Furthermore, the Jin Yi Wei's prison could not accommodate so many individuals. Delegating the matter to the Jingzhou Yin and the 5 city armies was far more appropriate. Murong-sa nodded slightly, remaining silent. I take my leave, Chu Xiu said, bowing before turning to exit the Taichi Palace. A short while later, at Wenyuan Pavilion, Jiang Wanner arrived with a contingent of guards. Greetings, Lady Jiang, the guard captain quickly saluted upon her arrival. No need for formalities. Are all the esteemed elders inside? Jiang Wanner replied coolly. Yes, all the elders are within Wenyuan Pavilion, the guard captain responded respectfully. Jiang Wanner nodded slightly and proceeded inside, unaware of your arrival. I regret not welcoming you properly, Lady Jiang, said Chu Xiu, the deputy minister of the Zhan Shifu, as he hastily rose to greet her. You are too kind. Minister Qin, His Majesty has sent an edict for me to deliver to the cabinet, Jiang Wanner stated, moving directly into Wenyuan Pavilion. Chu Xiu's heart stirred with a sense of foreboding. He swiftly followed, leading Jiang Wanner into the pavilion. After all, the news of the Jin Yi Wei's commander, Chu Xiu, seizing the deputy master of the Zhao Wangfu's offerings had spread throughout the capital, and it was inevitable that it had reached Wenyuan Pavilion. Before long, Chu Xiu led Jiang Wanner into Wenyuan Pavilion. With the resignation of the chief minister Yang Yin, only 5 ministers remained: Zhao Duo of the Ministry of Personnel, Cui Yu of the Ministry of War, Zheng Yun of the Ministry of Works, Du Guotai of the Ministry of Justice, and Yuan Chongli of the Ministry of Revenue. Hearing footsteps, Zhao Duo and the others looked up to see Jiang Wanner and Chu Xiu. Upon seeing Jiang Wanner, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces. Why was I not informed of Lady Jiang's arrival? We would have welcomed you personally, Zhao Duo said, rising slowly with a gracious smile. Indeed, we should have welcomed Lady Jiang, echoed Cui Yu and the others. Minister Chun, next time Lady Jiang arrives, do ensure that we are notified beforehand. Precisely, they all agreed. Jiang Wanner, unperturbed, smiled lightly and retrieved a scroll from her sleeve, stating, Esteemed elders, this edict is from His Majesty for your review. She was acutely aware that their courteous remarks were mere formalities. These esteemed officials were among the highest echelons of the great Zhou dynasty, wielding far greater influence than ordinary princes. Although she held a significant position as the head female official of the ceremonial office, she could not hope to compare with Zhao Duo and his peers, each hailing from prominent families. Upon hearing her words, the atmosphere grew serious. Chu Xiu carefully took the edict from Jiang Wanner's hands and approached Zhao Duo, presenting it to him. With the chief minister absent, Zhao Duo, as the minister of personnel, now held the most esteemed position within Wenyuan Pavilion. The minister of personnel is a high-ranking official, not to be trifled with lightly. Zhao Duo accepted the edict, gradually unfolding it to read, his expression shifting as he passed it to Zheng Yun and the others. After reviewing the document, their faces turned grave. It had been a long time since the great Zhou dynasty had witnessed such a significant rebellion by a prince. Should Murong Ji indeed rebel, it would pose a monumental crisis for the entire dynasty, especially in these turbulent times, where unrest brewed beneath the surface, threatening to unravel the very fabric of the realm. Chapter 169 Li Jingtian. How is the situation with the 7 Kills organization being handled? Esteemed elders, the matter regarding the governor Zheng Min of Yizhou will be executed by you all. Jiang Wan'er, with pressing matters at hand, took her leave. She clasped her hands in a gesture of respect towards the conflicted Zhao Duo and the others. Uncertain of their true sentiments, whether they were secretly hoping for Murongji's rebellion to succeed, or perhaps even clandestinely encouraging it. On the surface, they appeared to be genuinely concerned for the great Zhou dynasty. Rest assured, Lady Jiang, this matter shall be entrusted to us, Zhao Duo replied with a slight nod. Zheng Yun and the others also acknowledged Jiang Wan'er with a nod, well aware that, as a close attendant to the Empress Murongji, she must be exceedingly busy at this time. Very well. Jiang Wan'er bowed to Zhao Duo and the others before turning to depart. Upon exiting the Wenyuan Pavilion, Jiang Wan'er mounted a dragon blood horse, whose speed rivaled that of a primordial spirit, leading a contingent of elite guards directly toward the imperial palace. Outside the palace, one soldier remained behind to post the imperial edict, announcing it to the world, while Jiang Wan'er and the remaining guards hastened to the capital's military camp. After a while, they arrived at the outskirts of the camp. Greetings, Lady Jiang. The officer tasked with guarding the camp promptly saluted upon seeing her approach with her retinue. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please inform General Zhao that His Majesty's edict has arrived. Jiang Wan'er waved her hand, her expression earnest. Although Jiang Wan'er held the esteemed position of head female officer in the Department of Rights for the Great Zhou, serving as the right hand of Empress Murongji, she did not dare to assume authority in this critical military stronghold. Yes, please wait a moment, Lady Jiang. I shall relay this to General Zhao. The officer's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he bowed before swiftly entering the camp to deliver the message. Before long, he emerged from the command tent, bowing respectfully and announcing, I report to the general, His Majesty's edict has arrived, and Lady Jiang awaits outside the gates. Understood, came the deep voice of General Zhao Wuyang from within the tent, seemingly resonating through the air. In an instant, Zhao Wuyang appeared at the gate, bowing to Jiang Wan'er. I, Zhao Wuyang, am here to receive the edict. His gesture of respect was not directed at Jiang Wan'er but rather at the Empress Murongji. General Zhao, time is of the essence. I shall not declare the edict aloud. Please see for yourself. Jiang Wan'er produced the scroll from her sleeve and presented it to Zhao Wuyang. Very well. Zhao Wuyang surmised it undoubtedly pertained to Prince Zhao Murongji, his expression growing grave as he opened the edict to read. Soon, a flicker of lethal intent crossed his eyes, and he declared in a powerful voice, Summon Xie Xian to meet me outside the gates. Yes. The officer who had just returned responded promptly before disappearing back into the camp. Before long, with a swift motion, Deputy General Xie Xian appeared at the gate. Saluting Zhao Wuyang and Jiang Wan'er, I pay my respects to the General and Lady Jiang. There is no need for formalities. Xie Xian, His Majesty has decreed that you select 100,000 elite troops from our camp and proceed to Yizhou to eliminate the rebel Murongji. If Governor Zheng Min has already dealt with him, return with your forces. If not, you shall take over the task of quelling him. Zhao Wuyang handed the edict to Xie Xian, instructing, select whoever you need from our ranks and take them with you. Any disobedience will be dealt with harshly. Understood. I shall obey. Xie Xian's eyes hardened with determination as he accepted the edict, resolutely declaring. He did not even glance at its contents, well aware of its implications. Zhao Wuyang waved his hand, signaling silence. Xie Xian bowed once more before vanishing to gather the officers and arrange for the expedition. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums of the camp sounded, sending ripples of urgency through the ranks. As the drums echoed, commanders hastened towards the command tent. General Zhao, I must return to the palace to report to His Majesty, so I shall take my leave. Jiang Wan'er saluted Zhao Wuyang. Very well, Lady Jiang, travel safely. Zhao Wuyang nodded slightly. Jiang Wan'er promptly mounted her horse, leading her elite guards in a swift gallop, vanishing like a gust of wind. After all, they rode dragon blood horses, far superior to ordinary steeds, reserved for the elite guards and commanders of the capital. Even among the frontier troops, such horses were scarce. Each dragon blood horse possessed a speed akin to that of a primordial spirit. Watching Zhang Wan'er and her retinue depart, Zhao Wuyang turned back to the command tent. In the main hall of the Jinhui headquarters, Chu Xiu sat at the central seat. Present were Li Jingtian, the commander of the Jinhui, Nie Quangren, the pacification envoy of the Northern Command, Shi Minju, the pacification envoy of the Southern Command, Fang Heng, the supreme leader of the Jingtian Guard, Pei Shiji, the supreme leader of the Jingxian Guard, Luo Tianxi, the supreme leader of the Jingxian Guard, and Lin Huayu, responsible for intelligence matters within the Jinhui. These 7 individuals stood as the foremost figures within the Jinhui, second only to Chu Xiu. With a calm demeanor, Chu Xiu turned his gaze to Fang Heng. Reporting to you, sir, after exiting the Zhao royal residence through the underground passage, we confirmed our arrival outside the capital. The traces indicate that Murongji has likely left the capital for over 2 hours. If I am not mistaken, he may have already vacated the Jingji region and entered Izhou. Fang Heng spoke gravely, his fists clasped in salute. Li Jingtian. How goes the situation with the 7 Kills organization? Chu Xiu arched an eyebrow, directing his attention towards Li Jingtian with a serious tone. Reporting to you, sir, the affairs of the 7 Kills organization have been thoroughly arranged. I have delivered the list of Zhang Yu's remnants to Xiong Tiandu and others. It won't be long before they are completely eradicated. Our people will take over the entire organization. Furthermore, we have begun to assimilate the intelligence network of the 7 Kills organization. Soon, we will have access to its complete intelligence apparatus. Li Jingtian confidently declared. I request your command to lead our elite forces into Izhou to gather intelligence for the Jinhui. Fang Heng and the others turned their gaze towards Chu Xiu, their faces alight with eagerness. Chapter 170. The situation in Izhou, the unvanquished general of the Izhou army. This time, I shall personally lead the expedition to Izhou. Li Jingtian, Nie Quangren, Shi Minju, and Lin Huayu. You 4 shall accompany me to Izhou. Fang Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianxi. You 3 will remain at our Jinhui headquarters. Chu Xiu rose to his full height, gazing at Li Jingtian and the others, his voice deep and commanding. We shall mobilize 6,000 from our Jinui's Jingtian Wei, Jingxian Wei, and Jingxin Wei, under the leadership of Li Jingtian and his companions. Depart immediately. Your orders are acknowledged. Li Jingtian and the others responded with resolute voices. My lord, I also wish to go to Izhou, Fang Heng said eagerly, looking at Chu Xiu. My lord. So do I. Pei Shiji and Luo Tianxi echoed, their faces filled with earnestness as they gazed at Chu Xiu. Your strength is insufficient. Remain here at our Jinhui headquarters. I have left 3,000 elite troops for you. Should any situation arise, you 3 may confer and decide. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Although Fang Heng and the others had made rapid advancements in their cultivation, there remained a noticeable gap in strength compared to Li Jingtian and his companions. The 3 of them possessed the formidable Killing Blade formation, each capable of slaying beings at the Celestial Realm. Moreover, ordinary Celestial Realm beings would stand no chance against them. Yes, your orders are acknowledged, Fang Heng and the others replied respectfully, yet they secretly resolved to diligently train and enhance their own strength. This strength was not merely about their cultivation level. Through the Killing Blade formation, they could advance swiftly in that regard. However, their goal was not just to elevate their cultivation, but to comprehend the essence of the blade, to attain unrivaled power among their peers. I grant you a cup of tea time. After that, we shall officially depart. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, addressing Li Jingtian and the others. Your orders are acknowledged. Li Jingtian and the others bowed respectfully before vanishing from the grand hall of the Jinhui headquarters. After a cup of tea had passed, whoosh, Chu Xiu appeared outside the Jinhui headquarters. We greet you, my lord. Li Jingtian led the others, kneeling on one knee in profound respect. With over 6,000 elite Jinhui members, this scene was truly breathtaking. No need for formalities, Chu Xiu waved his hand. Thank you, my lord. Li Jingtian and the others expressed their gratitude before rising. Let us depart. Chu Xiu gestured grandly, moving toward the city gates of the capital. This time, he chose not to ride a warhorse. Firstly, the overall strength of the elite Jinhui had significantly improved. Unless they were on the dragon-blooded steeds exclusive to the capital and imperial guards, their speed could not match that of the elite Jinhui employing lightness skills. Secondly, riding a horse would create considerable noise. Li Jingtian and over 6,000 elite Jinhui members followed suit, utilizing lightness skills as they advanced toward the city gates. In an instant, the entire capital trembled. Not only did the various faction spies outside the Jinhui headquarters witness the spectacle, but the citizens of the capital were equally astonished at the sight of the marching Jinhui, a continuous stream, stretching endlessly before them. This was undoubtedly the largest mobilization in the history of the Jinui. By evening, in a tavern within the state city of Izhou, having left the capital region, Chu Xiu dispersed the 6,000 Jinui troops, directing them toward Yongchang County. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu, accompanied by Li Jingtian, Nie Quangren, Shi Minju, and Lin Huayu, stealthily entered Shujun, seeking to discern the attitude of the Izhou administrator, Zheng Min Wush. Lin Huayu appeared outside a room in the tavern courtyard, bowing respectfully. "My lord, news has arrived." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hearing Lin Huayu's voice, Li Jingtian and the others swiftly emerged from the room, their gazes fixed upon him. Creak. The door opened slowly. Chu Xiu stepped out of the room, regarding Lin Huayu with a calm expression. "Speak. What news do you have?" "My lord, an hour ago, Izhou Administrator Zheng Min dispatched General Chao Rong of the Izhou army, leading 100,000 troops to Yongchang County, at the marching speed of 100,000 soldiers. They are expected to arrive at Yongchang County by noon tomorrow. However, just moments ago, I received word that Murongji had already reached Yongchang County 3 hours ago, raising troops in rebellion under the banner of clearing the court of treacherous officials. The governors of Qianwei County, Zhangke County, and Yuezhun County have declared their support for Murongji. Now, with Murongji, including Yongchang County, he has already taken control of 5 counties in Izhou, commanding 50,000 Izhou troops and 25,000 county soldiers, totaling 75,000 men, claiming to have a force of 100,000. Lin Huayu stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Li Jingtian and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. This was no longer a rebellion in a single county, but across 5 counties. Although it did not encompass half of Izhou, the actual area controlled was indeed half of it, as these 5 counties were among the larger ones in Izhou. The 4 counties of Izhou supporting Murongji? Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened as he raised an eyebrow. It appears they have long been colluding with Murongji. Only now, with the situation exposed, have they been forced to act prematurely. Indeed, my lord, Lin Huayu nodded slightly. Zheng Min's control over Izhou seems weaker than I had anticipated. All 5 county governors are Murongji's men, and he remains entirely oblivious. Is he truly unaware? Or is he feigning ignorance, deliberately allowing this to unfold? A hint of amusement flickered across Chu Xiu's face. Li Jingtian and the others felt a weight in their hearts. Izhou was the stronghold of the Zheng family from Hanzhou. Whether Zheng Min was genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance after years of managing Izhou was indeed a matter of intrigue. Lin Huayu bowed his head, silent. This was beyond his ability to answer. Do we have any information on Chao Rong? Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before inquiring of Lin Huayu. My lord, Chao Rong is the foremost general of the Izhou army, renowned for his valor in battle, and is considered Zheng Min's right-hand man. This man has never suffered defeat in encounters with the barbarians and possesses a formidable reputation throughout Izhou. Lin Huayu replied earnestly. The foremost general of the Izhou army? Unvanquished? After a pause, Chu Xiu asked again. Has the capital's army been mobilized? Yes, my lord, the capital's army, under General Xie Xian, has already been deployed and has entered Izhou territory. However, now that 4 counties in Izhou support Murongji, General Chao Rong does not need to proceed to Yongchang County. He merely needs to reach Yuezhun County. Thus, he may arrive sooner. It is highly likely that the Izhou army, led by General Chao Rong, has already arrived at Yuezhun County. I have heard that Murongji has set Yuezhun County as the battlefield, laying a trap there, awaiting the arrival of the Izhou army. It remains uncertain whether General Chao Rong will establish camp first, awaiting General Xie Xian's arrival for a coordinated assault, or if he will launch an immediate attack. Lin Huayu spoke with a solemn expression. Chapter 171. The shattering defeat of General Chao Rong of the Izhou army and the true strength of Murongji. Yuezhun County? Let us depart immediately for Yuezhun County. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke solemnly to Li Jingtian and the others. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted. My lord, urgent news. The general of the Izhou army, Chao Rong, has fallen into an ambush outside Yuezhun County. Murongji has dealt a crushing blow to the Izhou forces, slaying General Chao Rong, with nearly 30,000 out of 100,000 troops annihilated, and the remainder surrendering to Murongji. As a well-dressed spy of the Jinui appeared, he knelt before Chu Xiu and the others, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, his face a mask of panic. You say Murongji has slain General Chao Rong of the Izhou army? 30,000 troops killed, and the rest have surrendered? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow and glanced at Lin Huayu, as if questioning the validity of what he had previously claimed about the Izhou army's undefeated general. Lin Huayu, bewildered, looked at the Jinui spy and asked, Are you certain that Murongji has slain General Chao Rong? Indeed, my lord, I assure you. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The Yizhou army's defeat was due to demons. I saw a legion of demons. What is most terrifying is that this army of demons understands the formation of military ranks, specifically the Zhuge battle formation of the Yizhou army. The spy took a deep breath, his expression grave. General Zhang Rui of the Ileo Pass led 50,000 Yizhou soldiers in the Zhuge formation, resulting in catastrophic losses. Just as Chao Rong was preparing to form ranks, a demon army appeared from behind, with the weakest among them having already reached the Yuanshan realm. Though only 5,000 in number, many were at the Fa Xiong or even Ascendant realm, led by Jiang Tianxing, the ancestor of the Jiang family in Yongchang County. This demon army formed into battle ranks and, with a single strike, beheaded Chao Rong. Throughout, Chao Rong had no power to resist. Following Chao Rong's death, the Yizhou army was routed, and Jiang Tianxing seized the opportunity to persuade the Yizhou soldiers to surrender, leveraging his high standing among them from his previous role as a general. Thus, aside from the nearly 30,000 slain, the rest capitulated. 5,000 demons of Yuanshan realm? This army of demons can also employ military formations? Li Jingtian's face displayed shock, disbelief etched across his features. It is well known that neither the barbarian nor the demon races possess military formations. Yet, despite this, they have continually opposed the Great Zhou dynasty, seeking to invade, indicating they must have hidden cards. The demons wield the demon summoning banner, which allows them to gather their kind within it and unleash them in battle. If defeated, their generals can quickly retreat, minimizing their losses. The barbarian drums, too, can invigorate their warriors, enhancing their strength. Moreover, the barbarian priests are adept at spells that greatly bolster their combat and defensive abilities, enabling both races to contend with the Great Zhou dynasty even without military formations. Now, however, Murongji has created 5,000 demons, trained to the lowest level of Yuanshan realm, and transformed them into a genuine army capable of utilizing battle formations. This is profoundly alarming. Perhaps this is the true reason for his collusion with the heavenly demon sect to breed demons. The demons inherently possess rapid cultivation abilities, combining the talents of our human race with the formidable physical prowess of the demons. When trained into a real army with military formations, it forms a genuine demon legion. Calmly, Chu Xiu remarked, otherwise, even if Murongji were a fool, he would not engage in collusion with the heavenly demon sect to create demons. My lord, if that is the case, it is certain that Murongji is not the only one engaging in such activities. Within our Great Zhou dynasty, there may be many other hidden legions of demons trained into armies with military formations. If they were to erupt, our dynasty could very well fall into utter disarray. Li Jingtian's expression grew somber. Regardless, we must eliminate Murongji and quell his rebellion as swiftly as possible. We must suppress the demon army with overwhelming force. Only then can we deter those who, like Murongji, secretly breed demons and train their armies with ulterior motives. If we allow ourselves to be bogged down by Murongji, these treacherous individuals will surely follow suit. Moreover, the armies of the demon and barbarian races may also besiege us. Should that happen, our Great Zhou dynasty would plunge into chaos, leaving countless innocents displaced and suffering. The faces of Shimin Ju and the others turned grave, foreseeing the dire consequences should they fail to suppress Murongji swiftly, as Li Jingtian had warned. Indeed, thus, we must act quickly. We must suppress Murongji in the shortest time possible, strike fear into the hearts of our enemies. Otherwise, the Yizhou army's defeat and Murongji's possession of a demon army will undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. With a gleam of determination in his eyes, Chu Xiu spoke with a low, powerful voice. Lin Huayu, heed my command. At your service. Lin Huayu replied respectfully. You are to contact General Xie Xian and inform him of Chao Rong's defeat, instructing him to halt his advance. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiu continued. We shall deliberate on our next steps once we regroup. Upon learning General Xie Xian's precise location, report to me immediately so we can join him. Understood. Lin Huayu responded resolutely. Additionally, send someone to infiltrate Yuezhun County and establish contact with our spies within. We must ascertain the full extent of Murongji's demon army. We need to confirm whether the number is 5,000 or 10,000. Until we fully understand the size and strength of the demon army, we cannot act recklessly. Once we engage, we must resolve the battle swiftly and decisively to crush Murongji. Chu Xiu stated firmly. I understand. Lin Huayu replied, his demeanor serious. Chu Xiu gestured for Lin Huayu to depart, remaining silent. Lin Huayu bowed and, in an instant, vanished from sight. Chapter 172, Chu Xiu takes action. Revealing a hidden trump card in the dead of night, in Shu County, within the commander's tent of the Jingying army, a soldier hurriedly entered. kneeling on one knee in utmost respect. Reporting to the general, Lord Chu has arrived. Quickly, let us welcome him. Wait, I shall personally greet him. With a commanding presence, Xian stepped out of the tent, striding towards the gate. In a brief moment, he spotted Chu Xiu standing at the entrance, accompanied by Li Jingtian, Nie Quangren, Shimenju, and Lin Huayu. Lord Chu, you have finally arrived. Xian exclaimed with delight as he approached Chu Xiu. It is an honor for General Xie to welcome me personally. I am truly humbled. Chu Xiu replied with a slight smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Why should you feel humbled? Xian shook his head and gestured for Chu Xiu to enter, saying, Lord Chu, let us discuss matters inside the tent. Very well. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and followed Xian into the military camp. As they walked, he observed that every soldier in the Jingyin army was invigorated, their spirits high, showing no signs of weariness despite a long day's journey. The recent defeat of the Ezhou army and the execution of General Chaorong had not dampened their morale, prompting Chu Xiu to silently marvel at their resilience, truly befitting one of the most elite forces of the great Zhou dynasty. Upon entering the command tent, Chu Xiu and Xian took their respective seats. Li Jingtian and the others stood behind Chu Xiu. Lord Chu, today I owe much to your genie way. Without your timely intelligence, I would not have learned of the Ezhou army's defeat so swiftly, and I might have fallen into Murongji's trap. Xian expressed his gratitude sincerely, his hands clasped in front of him. General Xie is too kind. We are all servants of the great Zhou dynasty. It is the duty of my genie Wei, Chu Xiu said with a calm smile. Lord Chu, what do you think our next step should be? After a moment of contemplation, Xian inquired. Leading troops into battle is your forte, General Xie. I, Chu Xiu, am no expert in such matters. However, I do understand one thing. We must ascertain the strength of Murongji and comprehend the extent of his forces. For instance, we need to know the size and capability of the demon army under his command. Only with complete intelligence can we strike with unrelenting force and suppress Murongji decisively. Chu Xiu stated, a humble expression adorning his face. You are correct, Lord Chu. Yet, therein lies the difficulty. The news of the Ezhou army's defeat cannot remain concealed for long. Our scouts have reported that the entirety of Shu County is already aware of this development. The populace is in a state of panic, and by tomorrow, this news will likely reach the capital and spread throughout the realm, Xian remarked, a bitter smile crossing his face. At that point, not only will the common folk be unsettled, but ambitious individuals may also rise in revolt. Xian paused, acutely aware of how many eyes were watching Ezhou in the wake of Murongji's rebellion. The defeat of the Ezhou army would inevitably spur those with ulterior motives to disseminate this information rapidly. I understand your concerns, General Xie. What we lack most at this moment is time, Chu Xiu replied, furrowing his brow. Lord Chu, is there any way to ascertain Murongji's strength before dawn? If we can gather all the intelligence by then, we might launch a surprise attack under the cover of night and potentially end the conflict before daybreak, subduing Murongji. Xian said, his gaze fixed on Chu Xiu, filled with anticipation. He had even shifted from addressing him as you to you in a gesture of respect. Discovering Murongji's capabilities before dawn? Chu Xiu pondered. Given that Murongji had just suffered a defeat, he would undoubtedly be on high alert against any surprise attacks from Xian. Normally, Xian would refrain from launching an assault without full knowledge of the enemy's strength. However, it was possible that while Murongji would be cautious, he would not be overly so. Li Jingtian and the others exchanged glances. Truth be told, this seemed an insurmountable task. Gathering intelligence on the Ezhou army before dawn was virtually impossible. They had learned that even their Jin Yi had lost contact with their spies in Yujun County, where the city gates had been sealed, preventing anyone from entering. Lord Chu, is it feasible? Xian hesitated before speaking, recognizing the difficulty of his request. If it cannot be done, it is of no consequence, he added, fully aware that this task was akin to climbing the heavens. However, I could personally infiltrate Yujun County and incite chaos there. When the fires of unrest blaze high in Yujun, General Xie could lead the Jingying army in a surprise attack. Rising, Chu Xiu maintained a composed demeanor. He still possessed the 5 elements escape technique granted by the positive energy system, a trump card he had yet to employ. Waiting for this very moment. For others, stealthily infiltrating Yujun County would be no easy feat, but for Chu Xiu, it presented no challenge. The difficulty lay in how to create sufficient chaos to enhance Xian's chances of success. Murongji, or perhaps the ancient ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Tiansheng, had to be eliminated. Your Excellency, please reconsider. Murongji has sealed off all access to Yujun County. Even a bird would be detected entering. It is too perilous for you to take such risks. Indeed, Your Excellency, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. How can you venture into Yuezhun County to gather intelligence? Li Jingtian and the others urged urgently, their expressions turning grave. Lord Chu, while I am eager to obtain all intelligence from Yuezhun County tonight, if it is indeed possible to create chaos there, I assure you, I will be able to seize Yuezhun County and quell the uprising. However, your personal infiltration poses too great a danger at this moment. Xie Xian said with a wry smile, hastily rising. He understood the Empress Murongxi's regard for Chu Xiu. This individual had proven exceptionally capable, revitalizing the Jin Yi Wei in a short period. Should anything happen to Chu Xiu, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 173. The Power of the Five Elements Escape Technique. One Sword to Kill. General Xie, since I dare to personally enter the Yuezhun County, I naturally will not be discovered. Just prepare yourself, General Xie. Once flames soar into the sky from Yuezhun County, that will be the moment for you to act. Chu Xiu smiled slightly as he spoke to Xie Xian. Xie Xian hesitated, unsure why Chu Xiu could be so confident. Li Jingtian and the others were preparing to persuade Chu Xiu to abandon this reckless plan. However, they were suddenly struck by the realization that Chu Xiu had vanished from the tent without a trace. Teleportation? Li Jingtian exclaimed, his face reflecting shock. The others, including Shimenju, also displayed expressions of disbelief. Indeed, it was teleportation. This was the legendary Earth escape technique. It was astonishing that Lord Chu possessed such a skill. No wonder he was so self-assured. With the Earth escape technique, even if Yuezhun County were fortified with an impenetrable net, it would not hinder Lord Chu. Xie Xian's face lit up with astonishment. Moreover, it is evident that Lord Chu intended for us to be aware of his Earth escape technique, allowing us to sense his disappearance underground from the outset. In fact, aside from the initial disturbance, we could hardly feel anything at all. This indicates that Lord Chu is not only proficient in the Earth escape technique, but has also reached an unfathomable level. General Xie, our Lord has likely already made his way to the county seat of Yuezhun. You should prepare in advance to be ready for action at any moment. Li Jingtian took a deep breath, calming himself before addressing Xie Xian. I understand this matter. Will the esteemed gentleman remain in our capital camp, or? Xie Xian inquired, nodding slightly as he looked at Li Jingtian and the others. We shall stay in the capital camp and wait for the opportunity to strike into the county seat of Yuezhun alongside General Xie. Li Jingtian contemplated before answering Xie Xian. Very well. Someone. Xie Xian nodded slightly, his voice deep and commanding. A soldier from the capital camp stepped into the tent, kneeling respectfully before Xie Xian. Your subordinate is here. You are tasked with escorting the 4 gentlemen below to rest. Xie Xian instructed the soldier. Yes, I shall obey the command. The soldier affirmed, and then led Li Jingtian and the others away. After watching them leave, Xie Xian ordered the officers above the rank of commander to convene in the tent for discussion. He needed to arrange for the soldiers to take turns resting in advance, ensuring they would be well prepared when the time came to act. In Yuezhun County, at the county seat, the county governor's estate, Murongji, should be here. Chu Xiu gazed in the direction of the governor's estate, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes before he vanished once more. Since he had entered Yuezhun County, he had no intention of gathering intelligence. What intelligence was there to gather? He would directly seek out Murongji and Zhang Tianxing and eliminate them both. Then, using the 5 elements escape technique to ignite chaos within Yuezhun County, he could ensure that the entire region would be thrown into disarray. His internal cultivation had already reached the 3rd minor completion of the Ascension Realm, and his external cultivation had achieved the great completion of the Ascension Realm, equating to the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Ascension Realm. With such strength, even facing the peak of the 9th level of the Celestial Realm, Chu Xiu possessed the capability to contend. As long as there were no Celestial Realm experts guarding Murongji, no one could obstruct him. A tea break later, the county governor's estate remained brightly lit, akin to daylight. Even in the depths of night, it was heavily guarded, with sentinels every few steps. However, for Chu Xiu, who was concealed underground, the heavy defenses were nothing more than an illusion. He made his way deep into the governor's estate, to a courtyard below. This courtyard was the most heavily guarded, with experts at the Ascension Realm standing vigil around it. Murongji must be quite fearful. Is he worried someone might attempt to assassinate him? A hint of amusement flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he continued to traverse underground. Using his divination technique, he had already discerned Murongji's aura. At the pinnacle of the 7th level of the Ascension Realm, to Chu Xiu, he appeared like a brilliantly shining bulb. In an instant, Chu Xiu silently appeared in a chamber where Murongji lay sleeping upon a bed. He swiftly executed the heavenly escape sword technique. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword materialized in his hand, and he unleashed the technique, directing it towards Murongji. This strike was executed with utmost swiftness, as if it pierced through the very fabric of space. Despite its terrifying nature, it produced not a single sound, embodying the perfect assassin strike. The heavenly escape sword technique was not merely a means to wield a sword, it could also be used to slay enemies with a long sword. Who? Someone. Sees the assassin. Murongji, being a peak expert of the 7th level of the celestial realm, opened his eyes almost instantly, spotting the sword light. His pupils contracting in alarm as he shouted. He swiftly rolled out of bed, attempting to evade Chu Xiu's strike. The Princess Zhao, who lay beside Murongji, was also awakened, her face filled with terror as she clutched the quilt, screaming, "Quick, someone, protect the prince. There's an assassin." This cry sent shockwaves throughout the entire governor's estate. Shadows darted toward the innermost part of the estate, with the fastest being the Ascension realm experts guarding the courtyard. However, Chu Xiu had unleashed all his power, coupled with the perfected heavenly escape sword technique, driving the sword through Murongji's chest. Your sword? How is it possible? Murongji's instinctive gaze dropped to the spot where Chu Xiu's sword had pierced him, struggling to utter. Yet, before he could finish his words, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Congratulations, host, for steadfastly engaging in positive endeavors, slaying the would-be usurper Murongji, and receiving the reward of spatial true intent and 60 years of ascension power. Will you accept the reward? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Yes. Chu Xiu's eyes brightened, his heart brimming with joy. 60 years of ascension power was insignificant. But the spatial true intent, that was the most crucial reward. In terms of swordsmanship, the spatial true intent represented sword intent. For knives, it signified knife intent. And the heavenly escape sword technique was a sword technique of spatial essence. With the acquisition of spatial true intent, the power of his heavenly escape sword technique would undoubtedly soar. As soon as the words left his mouth, an overwhelming surge of ascension power flooded into Chu Xiu's dantian, propelling his cultivation from the 3rd minor completion of the ascension realm to the 4th minor completion. Simultaneously, countless insights regarding spatial true intent materialized in his mind, as though he had comprehended it long ago. Chu Xiu calmed his emotions, withdrew his sword, and vanished from the room. Chapter 174. Within the military camp, no one can defy me. Quickly, save the prince. It was only at this moment that the Princess of Zhao finally grasped the gravity of the situation, her voice rising in a frantic cry. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows flitted into the room, revealing the elite warriors of the Zhao royal household. After a brief pause, the head of the worship hall, Qin Xiao, laid down the lifeless body of Murongji and solemnly announced, "Your Highness, the prince's internal organs have been shattered by sword energy. There is no hope for recovery. Now it is time to deal with Jiang Tiansheng." Chu Xiu appeared outside the governor's mansion, hurtling toward the encampment of the demonic army. With his speed, he could have reached the governor's mansion in an instant. Yet, he took the time to eavesdrop on the conversations of the servants and soldiers within, confirming that Jiang Tiansheng was indeed stationed within the demonic army's camp. Currently, Yujun had 3 military encampments, one for the local troops, another for the Sichuan army under General Jiang Rui at Ileo Pass, and finally, the encampment of the demonic army. These 3 camps lay within a mere 10 miles of one another, strategically positioned for mutual support in times of crisis. In an instant, at the demonic army's encampment, a voice thundered from beyond the gate, followed by a figure dashing swiftly into the camp, calling out urgently, "Old ancestor, a grave matter has arisen." This individual, able to move unhindered among the demonic forces, was none other than Jiang Yu, the head of the Jiang family from Yongchang County. What has happened? A tall, stern-faced old general, emanating an aura of authority, stepped out from the command tent. This veteran had previously served in the Sichuan army before retiring, and he was none other than Jiang Tiansheng, the ancestral figure of the Jiang family. "Old ancestor, the prince has been attacked by assassins and has perished." Jiang Yu spoke, his face betraying a hint of panic. "What did you say? Were you not instructed to protect the prince? How could he be assassinated within the governor's mansion?" Jiang Tiansheng's expression darkened, his anger flaring. The Jiang family could only rise in rebellion by aligning themselves with Prince Murongji. Without him, they would be nothing but a trivial family facing certain doom. "Rest assured, old ancestor, I have sealed the information regarding the prince's assassination. It will not reach the outside world. I have publicly claimed that the one killed was not the prince but merely a decoy. The prince foresaw the possibility of an assassination from the great Zhou dynasty and had prepared a substitute in advance. Moreover, we have already arranged a decoy for the prince, so we can easily pass him off as the genuine article leaving no room for suspicion about the prince's demise. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and explained to Jiang Tianxing, switching a cat for a prince? That is indeed a clever strategy. Have the assassins been captured? Given the prince's capabilities, to have fallen victim to an assassin suggests their strength is formidable. Jiang Tianxing's eyes glimmered with a sharp light as he spoke coldly. No. After killing the prince, the assassin vanished. Furthermore, old ancestor, I do not intend to continue searching for the assassin. Instead, I plan to spread disinformation. If outsiders see that we have not even attempted a search, they will believe that the deceased was merely a substitute, not the true prince. After deliberation, Jiang Yu addressed Jiang Tianxing. Your plan is commendable. However, the number of people aware of this information should be kept to a minimum. Aside from those in the worship hall, eliminate everyone else. Jiang Tianxing's expression softened slightly, his gaze full of approval for Jiang Yu. Yes, I shall heed your command. Old ancestor, I came not only to inform you of this matter but also to caution you. This assassin is exceedingly dangerous. Utmost vigilance is required. We must not allow the assassin any opportunity. Jiang Yu spoke in hushed tones. An assassin? Should they dare approach, I shall see to it that they meet their end. Jiang Tianxing declared, his countenance revealing a frosty smile. Though the demonic army consists of merely 10,000, they are worth 100,000 elite troops. Not even the 10,000 border forces or the 10,000 imperial troops could stand against me. Jiang Tianxing chuckled coldly. I sincerely wish this individual would dare to confront my demonic army. With them at my side, your safety is assured, old ancestor. I merely hope you remain within the protection of the demonic army at all times. Jiang Yu spoke with utmost respect. Rest assured, I am well aware. Jiang Tianxing replied, exuding authority as he clasped his hands behind his back. Then, I shall take my leave, old ancestor. Jiang Yu bowed respectfully before preparing to depart. Jiang Tianxing remained silent. However, at that moment, a flash of sword light erupted, reaching an astonishing speed. It felt as though the heavens and earth were being pierced. Jiang Tianxing felt a tremor in his eyelids, sensing a terrifying intent to kill approach. It was as if the entire realm had become ensnared in a trap. Old ancestor, be cautious. Jiang Yu turned, rushing toward Chu Xiu while shouting a warning to Jiang Tianxing. Kill. Despite being a pinnacle expert of the 7th layer of the celestial realm, Jiang Tianxing swiftly broke free from the spatial confinement, turning to draw his sword against Chu Xiu. Yet, how could his speed possibly compare to that of Chu Xiu? Now, having infused the essence of spatial intent into the heavenly escape sword technique, Chu Xiu's power had reached an unfathomable level. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated throughout the heavens and earth. At that moment, the entire demonic army trembled, with figures rushing toward the command tent. Each figure was a true demon, indistinguishable from a regular army in appearance. Spatial sword intent. I never imagined you had mastered it. No wonder you were able to assassinate the prince in such a heavily guarded governor's mansion. My demise is not in vain. Jiang Tianxing murmured softly. Chapter 175, One Man, One Sword, Suppressing the Demon Army. A resounding boom echoed as cracks appeared on Jiang Tianxing's body, reminiscent of shattered porcelain. Wisps of sword energy erupted from these fissures, causing his form to disintegrate into an endless mist of blood. Ancestor. Jiang Yu's scalp tingled, and his eyes bulged with fury as he let out a desperate roar. Before him, their family patriarch was slain by an assassin's blade. This was a stark contrast to the death of Murongji. He had merely resided within the governor's mansion, unable to provide timely support. Yet now, right before his eyes, he failed to comprehend how the assassin had infiltrated the command tent and struck down Jiang Tianxing, vanishing before him. With both Murongji and Jiang Tianxing dead, they were truly leaderless. If he were to perish as well, the Jiang family would be utterly ruined. Rebellion was a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. Protect me, quickly protect me. Fear surged within Jiang Yu as he cried out. The demons surged toward him. Clang! A beam of sword light appeared. Die! Chu Xiu seemed to materialize from thin air before Jiang Yu, his sword aimed at him. No, you cannot kill. Witnessing Chu Xiu's sudden appearance, Jiang Yu, the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of the celestial realm, was paralyzed by terror, as if forgetting his own strength. Or perhaps he understood that even Jiang Tianxing could not withstand the sword in Chu Xiu's hand, nor could he. Swish! A head flew high into the air. It was Jiang Yu's. As he looked down at the decapitated body beneath him, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Yet, before he could discern it further, his vision faded to darkness. Kill! Chu Xiu, wielding his sword, charged into the demon army. One man, one sword, pierced through the entire demon horde. Although these demons had achieved the highest realm of cultivation, the immortal ascension, their strength paled in comparison to both Jiang Tianxing and Jiang Yu. With each swing of his sword, a formidable sword aura emerged, stretching hundreds of feet, resulting in significant casualties among the demons. In truth, without the guidance of the Jiang family's trained commander, this demon army lacked leadership and crumbled before a master like Chu Xiu, akin to livestock. After a brief moment, a fire ignited the entire demon camp. The blood of the demons made the flames burn brightly, illuminating the entire Yuan County. Two armies stood before the burning demon camp, their expressions grim. These figures were Qin Baichuan, the county captain of Yongchang County, and Jiang Rui, the commander of Ileo Pass. Qin Baichuan was the son-in-law of the Jiang family, while Jiang Rui was a direct descendant. Qin Baichuan commanded 2,500 troops from 5 counties, while Jiang Rui led 50,000 soldiers from Ileo Pass. Since they had allied with Murongji in rebellion, they had no path of retreat. Yet now, the Jiang family's trump card, the demon army, had vanished. The family patriarch, Jiang Tiansheng, was dead. Their emotions were understandably tumultuous. "Brother, what shall we do next?" Qin Baichuan asked after a moment of silence. "Let us go guard the city," Jiang Rui responded coldly. Though they were uncertain of who had infiltrated the county city unnoticed and destroyed the Jiang family's foundation, they knew Xie Xian would not let such an opportunity slip away. Xie Xian would undoubtedly command the imperial army to attack them. Jiang Rui sighed, stating, "We have but one path now, to defend the city. The longer we hold out, the more allies we shall attract. Our initial victories in the 4 counties were not solely due to their allegiance to the Jiang family or the prince, but rather the machinations of certain individuals. If we can endure, the entire Zhou dynasty will erupt in chaos. At that point, the court will be unable to deal with us. Indeed, brother is correct. We must hold the city." Qin Baichuan's gaze solidified with determination as he proclaimed, "As long as we can hold our ground, hope remains." With that, the two immediately led their forces toward the city walls. At this moment, atop a high eve in Yuan County, Chu Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind him, stating, "It is now up to General Xie." He had resolved to refrain from further action. Having single-handedly eliminated the rebel King Murongji, the Jiang family patriarch Jiang Tiansheng, and the family head Jiang Yu, as well as slaughtering tens of thousands of demons, if the remaining forces could not be dealt with by Xie Xian, then he, as a vice-general of the imperial army, might as well find a tofu block to dash his head against. Living would be a waste of provisions, after all. Even a pig could lead 100,000 troops to flatten the entire Yuan County. Congratulations, host, for persistently engaging in positive endeavors. With your strength alone, you have annihilated the entire demon army and slain Jiang Tiansheng and Jiang Yu, earning a reward of 70 years of immortal ascension power, along with the 6th level peak of the indestructible golden body technique. Do you accept the reward? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resonated in Chu Xiu's mind. Accept the reward. A smile graced Chu Xiu's face as the reward was credited to him. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming surge of power flooded into his body, some entering his dantian while the rest infused his form, enhancing his physical strength. At that moment, outside Yuan County, a voice reported, "General, a towering inferno has erupted within Yuan County." A cavalry officer swiftly arrived outside the command tent, calling out loudly. Swish! Xie Xian's figure seemingly materialized outside the command tent. Shadows began to appear as well, as the sound had roused all the resting generals of the imperial army. Both Xie Xian and the assembled generals were already armored and evidently prepared. Li Jingtian and others followed, their gazes fixed on the blazing Yuan County. "Drum the call to arms. Prepare to advance." Xie Xian's voice resonated powerfully. Yes, the generals of the imperial army responded in unison. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums echoed through the camp as 100,000 imperial soldiers rapidly assembled under Xie Xian's command, charging toward Yuan County. In no time, Xie Xian had led his vast army to the gates of Yuan County. Upon the city walls stood Jiang Rui and Qin Baichuan, weapons in hand, their faces etched with vigilance as they gazed at Xie Xian. The name and reputation of Xie Xian, known as the Gun Immortal, instilled fear in them. Yet they had severed all avenues of retreat and could only fight to the death. "I offer you a chance. Kneel and surrender, awaiting the court's judgment. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." Xie Xian, seated upon a dragon-blood steed, gazed coldly at the rebel soldiers atop the walls. Chapter 176. Wish to depart? Have you consulted this general? General Xie, words are futile. Today, if you can breach my vermilion bird formation, then all can be discussed. If you claim you cannot breach my formation, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Jiang Rui stood atop the city walls, wielding a Fangtian Huaji, his murderous aura palpable. As the foremost expert among the younger generation of the Jiang family, his prowess even surpassed that of the family head, Jiang Yu, making him second only to the ancestral figure of the Jiang clan. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as the commander of Ileo Pass, overseeing 50,000 troops of the Yizhou army. Additionally, he held a significant position within the Yizhou army, second only to the regional governor, Zheng Min. After vanquishing the Yizhou army's general, Chao Rong, he had consolidated 70,000 troops, now integrated into his command, alongside his original 50,000, totaling 120,000 strong. Furthermore, he now commanded an additional 25,000 local troops, bringing his forces to a staggering 145,000, nearly reaching 150,000. With such a formidable army forming the Vermilion Bird Formation, even Xie Xian, renowned as the gun immortal and deputy commander of the Jingying, would not intimidate him. After all, Xie Xian commanded only 100,000 men from the Jingying. Though the soldiers of the Jingying generally boasted superior cultivation levels, Jiang Rui possessed the courage to confront them head-on. In this battle, failure meant death. Indeed, the local troops were equally adept in the Vermilion Bird Formation, not merely versed in the Black Tortoise Formation. Given the ever-looming threat of foreign invasions in border regions, local troops could be dispatched to the front lines at any moment, necessitating their training in the Vermilion Bird Formation. Very well. This general shall grant you an opportunity. Xie Xian sneered, stating, "Let me see what confidence you possess to utter such words in my presence." Vermilion Bird Formation, attack. Jiang Rui raised the formation, his voice echoing with murderous intent. Boom. In an instant, nearly 150,000 troops coalesced as one, centered around Jiang Rui, transforming into an immense vermilion bird, engulfed in flames that seemed poised to incinerate the heavens and the earth. This was the Vermilion Bird Formation. Once transformed, it was akin to the true divine beast descending upon the world. It even wielded the innate abilities of the vermilion bird. As this majestic creature emerged, it charged towards Xie Xian without affording him an opportunity to prepare. White Tiger Formation, activate. Xie Xian declared, maintaining a calm demeanor. Boom. In a flash, an enormous white tiger appeared in the celestial realm. Vermilion bird, incinerate the heavens. The vermilion bird roared, unleashing a terrifying surge of divine fire toward the white tiger. Gunmetal white tiger spear. The white tiger, like a tempest, vanished from sight, evading the divine fire of the vermilion bird, transforming into a spear that blotted out the sun, descending upon the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird commanded divine fire, while the white tiger harnessed the essence of gunmetal, representing the fierce and martial aura of the western white tiger. Observing the white tiger morphing into a spear that obscured the heavens, the vermilion bird also transformed into a conflagration, unyieldingly charging forward. Boom. The very fabric of the universe seemed on the brink of shattering. Li Jingtian and others stood outside the county seat of Yuejun, their expressions grave as they beheld the spectacle. In this clash, it was imperative that Xie Xian emerge victorious. Should he falter, it would signify the defeat of the Jingying army at Yuejun, casting a shadow over the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Those with ulterior motives would undoubtedly rise in rebellion, and if the Great Zhou could not swiftly quell the insurrection, the demonic tribes would seize the opportunity to invade, plunging the dynasty into chaos and bloodshed. Yet, amidst their trepidation, they harbored a modicum of faith in Xie Xian. The aura of the white tiger, without question, appeared more formidable than that of the vermilion bird. The outcome of this formation was not solely determined by numbers. It also hinged on the elite nature of the troops and the cultivation levels of the generals. While the Yizhou army was indeed among the elite of the Great Zhou, seasoned in battle, it could hardly be compared to the Jingying, one of the most formidable forces in the realm, second only to the imperial guards. Flames erupted in all directions, extinguished by the long spear, as a ghastly wound appeared upon the vermilion bird. Annihilate. Xie Xian's voice resonated from the jaws of the white tiger as he thrust his spear down upon the vermilion bird. Boom. The vermilion bird shattered instantly. Tens of thousands of Yizhou soldiers and local troops fell like dumplings from the disintegrating vermilion bird, accompanied by an overwhelming mist of blood. This mist was the result of the Yizhou soldiers pierced and obliterated by Xie Xian's white tiger. Even those who survived appeared utterly exhausted, their spirits waning. Victory. Li Jingtian exhaled in relief at the sight. Shimin Zhu and others also released their breaths, wiping the cold sweat from their brows, a hint of a smile gracing their faces. Whoosh. The white tiger descended, returning to its original position, rejoining the 100,000 Jingying troops. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two figures emerged from the remnants of the vermilion bird. These figures were Jiang Rui and Qin Baichuan. Jiang Rui had reached the pinnacle of the 5th stage of the celestial realm, although the main general and bearer of the vermilion bird formation had suffered considerable injury. he still managed to endure. Qin Baichuan, though not yet in the celestial realm, stood at the peak of the 7th stage of the ascendant realm. However, as he was not the main general, his current strength was sufficient for self-preservation. Any participant in the rebellion will be executed without mercy. No surrender will be accepted, Xie Xian declared coldly. Following this, he brandished his spear, advancing toward Zhang Rui and Qin Baichuan. Kill! The 100,000 Jingying soldiers shouted in unison, their murderous intent directed at the remaining Izhou soldiers and local troops. Upon witnessing Xie Xian's approach, Zhang Rui's expression shifted, his pupils constricting. Yet, gritting his teeth, he brandished his Fangtian Huaji and charged forward. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In a single thrust, Zhang Rui was reduced to mere dust beneath Xie Xian's spear. Retreat, everyone retreat. Qin Baichuan, witnessing this scene, was overtaken by terror, shouting loudly. His figure darted away like a thunderbolt toward the distance. Wish to flee? Have you consulted this general? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xie Xian's eyes as he sprang forward in pursuit of Qin Baichuan. Chapter 177, Lord Chu. Today, you are the foremost contributor. General Xie truly lives up to the title of the butcher, Li Jingtian observed as Xie Xian swiftly dispatched Qin Baichuan and, taking the lead, pursued the troops of Izhou and the county soldiers with his 10,000 elite soldiers, his face betraying a look of astonishment. My lord, should we intervene? Shimenju hesitated before addressing Li Jingtian. Why should we intervene? Li Jingtian replied softly. These are all soldiers of our great Zhou dynasty. Shimenju sighed, saying, among them, many of the Izhou soldiers were gathered after a significant defeat. They did not rebel alongside Murongji. General Xie has already granted them an opportunity. Such chances cannot last indefinitely. Moreover, annihilating them entirely holds greater significance than leaving them alive. Not only must they perish, but the entire Jiang family, who conspired with Murongji, must face extermination. The Jiang family must be eradicated down to the last generation. Only in this way can their deaths serve as a deterrent to many others. Only then can our great Zhou dynasty stand firm as a mountain, allowing the common people to live in peace. Li Jingtian contemplated. Furthermore, my lord has yet to make an appearance. He is surely observing the battle. His silence implies support for General Xie's actions against the rebels, Nia Quangren remarked softly. I understand now, Shimenju said, his expression contemplative. Perhaps, for the coerced Izhou soldiers, they may be entirely innocent. However, had General Xie been defeated in that confrontation, it would have jeopardized countless lives across the great Zhou dynasty. Lin Huayu nodded gently, remaining silent. Decisive in action, unstoppable. No wonder His Majesty chose General Xie to quell the rebellion. Chu Xiu stood atop a high eave, hands clasped behind his back, observing the scene with an expression of calm indifference. Half an hour later, at the prefect's residence, in the hall, Chu Xiu and Xie Xian sat facing each other. At this moment, Xie Xian, clad in pristine white, appeared elegant and extraordinary, completely devoid of the murderous intent he had displayed earlier. General Xie, with Murongji and the others now deceased, and the rebellious Izhou soldiers and county troops thoroughly subdued. I shall take my leave and return to the capital, Chu Xiu said with a slight smile. Were it not for Lord Chu single-handedly eliminating Murongji and the elder Jiang Tiansheng, as well as vanquishing an army of 10,000 demons, I believe suppressing the rebellion would not have been an easy feat. Lord Chu, Xie Xian raises his cup of tea in salute to you. Xie Xian lifted his cup, stating with solemnity, to be honest, even after defeating the rebels, he remained perplexed. The absence of Murongji and Jiang Tiansheng astonished him. Even the demon army had not made an appearance. Eventually, he realized that it was none other than Chu Xiu who had annihilated both Murongji and Jiang Tiansheng, as well as the demon army. Moreover, the number of demons was indeed greater than they had understood, not 5,000, but 10,000. Xie Xian was acutely aware that if there truly existed an army of 10,000 demons led by Jiang Tiansheng, he would not stand a chance. Today, he could very well have been the one to face defeat. Even he, known as the butcher of the capital army, felt a shiver at this news. Chu Xiu's strength was undoubtedly more formidable and terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Fortunately, he was on their side, serving as the commander of the Jinyue. General Xie, you are too modest, Chu Xiu replied with a smile. We all serve His Majesty. It is my duty. Lord Chu, today you are the foremost contributor. I, Xie Xian, am merely a secondary contributor. I have documented the details of this battle in a memorial, which I have dispatched with utmost urgency to the capital to report to His Majesty. Xie Xian glanced toward the hall's entrance, adding, by the time this memorial reaches the capital, dawn should be breaking. Chu Xiu chuckled, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. General Xie, You are too courteous." He had no intention of feigning humility. His contribution to this battle had indeed surpassed that of Xie Xian. In fact, he could have single-handedly defeated both Jiang Rui and Qin Baichuan, leaving the Yizhou army utterly leaderless and defenseless. Xie Xian could have then marched in and taken the city of Weijun. However, he refrained from doing so, allowing Xie Xian and the 10,000 capital soldiers to share in the glory. "Lord Chu, for today's events, I, Xie Xian, owe you a personal favor. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to send word," Xie Xian stated earnestly, rising to bow deeply to Chu Xiu. He understood that Chu Xiu had allowed him and the 10,000 capital soldiers to gain merit, ensuring their efforts were not in vain. "General Xie, this is unnecessary. As I have said, we all serve His Majesty. It is of no consequence," Chu Xiu replied, rising to assist Xie Xian, a smile gracing his face. "Moreover, having slain Murongji and Jiang Tiansheng, along with exterminating an army of 10,000 demons, I am already too weary to fight again. You owe me no debt of gratitude. Lord Chu, upon returning to the capital, I shall pay you a visit," Xie Xian declared after some consideration. He understood Chu Xiu's repeated emphasis on serving His Majesty. Their relationship as a general of the capital army and a commander of the Jinyue could have repercussions. Their close association might even lead to slander from those in the court who wished to attack Chu Xiu, accusing him of plotting to usurp the throne by strengthening the Jinyue and now mingling with the capital army general. Nevertheless, he still wished to visit Chu Xiu after their return to the capital for a drink, believing that as long as they did not grow too close, they would not become targets of court intrigue. "Very well, I too must return to the capital," Chu Xiu nodded slightly, clasping his fists. "Indeed, Lord Chu. We shall meet again," Xie Xian replied with determination. With a swift motion, Chu Xiu vanished from the hall. After watching Chu Xiu depart, Xie Xian strode out, leaving a portion of the capital soldiers to secure the city of Weijun as he led his army onward. In Yizhou, at the prefect's residence, the steward Zheng Lin approached the depths of the residence, bowing respectfully as he reported, "Master, Murongji is dead." With a swish, a robust, imposing middle-aged man clad in the purple robes of the great Zhou dynasty materialized before Zheng Lin, his expression darkening as he spoke. "Murongji is dead?" This man was none other than Zheng Min, the governor of Yizhou. Chapter 178. The agreement I reached with Murongji remains unknown to anyone, correct? Reporting to you. My lord, according to intelligence, Chu Xiu has stealthily infiltrated the city of Weijun and, amidst the myriad of elite warriors in the governor's mansion, assassinated Murongji. Subsequently, he discreetly entered the encampment of the demonic army, where he eliminated both the ancestral figure of the Jiang family, Jiang Tiansheng, and the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Yu. Even more astonishingly, after slaying the two, he single-handedly cut through the ranks of the entire demonic army, annihilating 10,000 demons, all by himself. A flicker of apprehension appeared in Zheng Lin's eyes as he gravely remarked, "In a place filled with formidable fighters, he managed to kill Murongji, then stealthily infiltrated the demonic army's camp to take down Jiang Tiansheng and Jiang Yu. Finally, with nothing but a sword, he eradicated the entire demonic force?" Zheng Min's face displayed a look of incredulity. At that moment, even he, the governor of Yizhou, found it hard to believe this was true. Perhaps, given his own strength, he could also have decimated the leaderless demonic army had Jiang Tiansheng and Jiang Yu perished. However, even he understood that infiltrating the demonic army's camp undetected was not a simple feat. How on earth had Chu Xiu accomplished this? Moreover, if Chu Xiu could achieve such a feat, did that not suggest he could also infiltrate Zheng Min's own governor's mansion and attempt to assassinate him? Reporting to you. My lord, this is indeed true. I have confirmed it. Zheng Lin responded with utmost respect and seriousness. Is this youth not skilled in swordsmanship? How has his swordplay reached such terrifying heights? And how did he manage to infiltrate the governor's mansion to assassinate Murongji without being detected? How did he manage to strike against Jiang Tiansheng and Jiang Yu in the demonic camp? Zheng Min furrowed his brow, not particularly worried about a potential assassination against himself. Even if Chu Xiu could evade detection by the skilled fighters in the governor's mansion, he was certain that once Chu Xiu made a move, he would be instantly aware. His prowess was far beyond that of Murongji or Jiang Tiansheng. Yet, if Chu Xiu had not yet reached such strength, what of the future? If he were to ascend to the realm of a celestial being, would the possibility of him attempting to assassinate Zheng Min not become a reality? Reporting to you. My lord, I am not entirely certain. However, I have already arranged for an investigation, Zheng Lin replied cautiously. Yet, I fear that even if we wish to investigate, it may be exceedingly difficult to uncover the truth. It is said that this entire affair was orchestrated solely by Chu Xiu from beginning to end. How he accomplished this is likely known only to him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Lin addressed Zheng Min, "Investigate. We must thoroughly examine this matter. No matter what. We must uncover this secret." A glimmer of determination flashed in Zheng Min's eyes as he spoke in a low, powerful voice. "Yes, I shall obey your command." Zheng Lin responded solemnly. "The agreement I reached with Morongji remains unknown to anyone, correct?" Zheng Min glanced at Zheng Lin. "Rest assured, my lord. No one will know of this matter. Those who were aware, Morongji and Jiang Tiansheng, have already fallen to Chu Xiu's blade. No other individuals will be privy to this knowledge. I have never used letters or left any traces that could lead back to us," Zheng Lin assured respectfully. "Very well." Zheng Min nodded slightly, gazing towards the direction of Yuezhun County, his brow still furrowed, filled with regret. He could not fathom how Chu Xiu had achieved such a feat. Morongji had not fallen to the gun Saint Xiexian, but rather to Chu Xiu's hand. Had it not been for this youth, even the gun Saint Xiexian might have met his demise at Jiang Tianxin's hands. Even if Xiexian survived, the capital forces would undoubtedly have suffered defeat. In that case, the world would have painted a different picture entirely. What a pity. Outside the city of Yuezhun, "My lord, shall we return to the capital now?" Li Jingtian inquired of Chu Xiu. "Lin Huayu, have the arrangements been made?" Chu Xiu glanced at Lin Huayu, his expression calm. "Reporting to you, my lord." "Everything has been arranged," Lin Huayu replied earnestly. "Next, our secret agents from the Jinui will lie in wait throughout the entirety of Yizhou, particularly focusing on the state city of Shuzhou and Hanzhong County. Furthermore, our agents will employ every possible method to infiltrate key locations such as the governor's mansion." Upon hearing this, Lin Huayu stood in complete deference. "Since everything is in order, let us return to the capital." Chu Xiu nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He felt that the defeat of the 100,000 troops from Yizhou had been too suspicious. How had Morongji anticipated the timing of the arrival of the 100,000 troops led by Chao Rong, allowing them to ambush effectively and catch Chao Rong off guard? He suspected that the governor of Yizhou, Zheng Min, had possibly struck a deal with Morongji. The 100,000 troops had always been a gift from Zheng Min to Morongji, bolstering his strength. It was evident that Chao Rong had been sold out by Zheng Min. Of course, this was merely Chu Xiu's conjecture, lacking any concrete evidence. After all, from any angle, Zheng Min had no reason to engage in such treachery. Yizhou was his territory. Nevertheless, Chu Xiu left behind a multitude of Jinui agents in Yizhou, hoping to uncover any hints. Even if no clues emerged, they could still monitor Zheng Min. As dawn broke, the sky grew slightly brighter. Report. Jinui Commander Chu Xiu has slain Morongji, and General Xiexian has decisively defeated the rebels, capturing Yuezhun County. A powerful shout emanated from beyond the gates of the capital. Upon hearing this proclamation, the watchmen at the city gates displayed a look of delight, calling out loudly, "Quickly! Open the gates!" The once lethargic city guards sprang to life, filled with excitement as they hastily opened the gates. A dragon-blood steed, like a bolt of lightning, surged through the gates and into the capital. The rebellion has been quelled. Splendid, truly splendid. The captain of the capital's forces gazed at the vanishing dragon-blood steed, fists clenched, eyes brimming with tears as he murmured to himself, "General, has the rebellion led by Morongji truly been subdued?" Just last night, there were reports that the ancestral figure of the Jiang family, Jiang Tiansheng, led the demonic army in an assault against the undefeated General Chao Rong, slaying him. They command the demonic forces. The demonic army is not to be underestimated, but we city guards fear none. However, Jiang Tianxing has trained the demonic army in the art of battle formations. Can the rebellion truly be quelled so easily? Indeed, General, could it be that we misheard? A chorus of doubt echoed among the city guards as they turned to the captain for clarification. Chapter 179. The capital trembles, extraordinary achievements, Champion Marquis. The scouts of the Imperial Army have already reported victory in the capital. How could this be false? The demon army, trained in the art of warfare, is indeed formidable. However, have you considered who led this charge? It was none other than General Xiexian himself, commanding 100,000 troops to suppress the rebellion in Yizhou. The Imperial Army's lieutenant took a deep breath, calming his racing heart, and spoke with conviction. Moreover, this time it was not just General Xiexian who ventured to Yizhou. Lord Chu also joined the fray. Whenever Lord Chu intervenes, he has never tasted defeat. Indeed, Lord Chu is a pillar of our great Zhou dynasty bestowed by the heavens. Since assuming control of the Northern Pacification Office, and now as the commander of the Jinui, he has accomplished countless good deeds for the people. Not only for the populace at large, but we, too, have benefited immensely. Truly. Not to mention the monthly free medical consultations that allow us and our families to receive care without charge. Merely the public latrines constructed by Lord Chu through the Jinui have greatly benefited us all. Upon hearing this, the soldiers of the city guard displayed expressions of admiration. If one were to speak of the highest prestige in the realm today, it does not reside with the officials in the court, but rather with Lord Chu Xiu, the commander of the Jinui. A great victory. The commander of the Jinui, Lord Chu Xiu, has executed the rebel Murongji. The scouts of the imperial army, riding their dragon-blood steeds, raced towards the palace while loudly proclaiming this news. Their voices reverberated through the capital, awakening many from their slumber. And countless citizens erupted in joyous celebration upon hearing the news. During this time, thanks to Lord Chu's efforts, the people of the capital felt immense gratitude and unwavering support for the Empress Murongji. When they learned of the dispatch of General Zhang Min's forces to quell the rebellion in Yizhou, only to face a staggering defeat, the citizens were filled with trepidation. They not only prayed for the great Zhou dynasty and for the Empress Murongji, but also for themselves. No one desires chaos in the realm. The most powerless in such turmoil would undoubtedly be the common folk. After a brief moment, deep within the Taiji Palace, Your Majesty, we have received news of a victory from Yizhou. Pei Guanyin hastily approached the Empress Murongji's chambers, her face alight with joy. The Taiji Palace serves not only as the venue for the Empress to manage state affairs, but also as her residence, sprawling across a vast expanse. The front hall is where political matters are addressed, while the rear hall is the sleeping quarters. Creak. Soon, the doors to the chambers slowly opened. Empress Murongji appeared before Pei Guanyin, her gaze intense as she inquired, "You say there is news of a victory from Yizhou? Your Majesty, the true credit for this great achievement belongs to Lord Chu," Pei Guanyin replied earnestly. Lord Chu. Empress Murongji's eyes brightened with surprise. Do elaborate. Pei Guanyin took a deep breath to steady her emotions and recounted in detail how Chu Xiu, braving great peril, infiltrated the city of Yuejun. With singular prowess, he assassinated Murongji within the heavily guarded governor's mansion, then penetrated the demon army's camp, slaying both Jiang Tianxing and Jiang Yu, ultimately decimating 1,000-strong demon army single-handedly. Following this, Deputy General Xie Xian led the 10,000 troops from Yizhou to conquer the entire city of Yuejun. Indeed, as expected of Lord Chu, this is a remarkable feat. Without his intervention, even Xie Xian would have found it challenging to breach the city of Yuejun with Murongji's demon army at his command. Empress Murongji exclaimed with excitement, "I must reward Lord Chu handsomely. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled," Pei Guanyin respectfully acknowledged. Commander of the Jinui, Lord Chu Xiu, has slain the traitor Murongji and eradicated the demon army, achieving extraordinary merit. He shall be granted the title of Champion Marquis, with a fief of 15,000 households. Furthermore, 3 sets of Feiyu robes shall be bestowed upon him. After a moment of contemplation, Empress Murongji spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Pei Guanyin, you shall write the imperial decree, which Jiang Wan'er will deliver to the headquarters of the Jinui tomorrow. Since Murongji's rebellion has been quelled, Lord Chu should no longer be involved in the subsequent matters of Yizhou. He is likely on his way back to the capital now. Tomorrow at noon, Jiang Wan'er shall proceed to the Jinui headquarters to announce the decree. Yes, I shall obey, Pei Guanyin responded with utmost respect. At the residence of the Minister of Rights. Swish. The steward of the Minister of Rights, Jiang Exine, appeared outside a courtyard and bowed, saying, "I report to you, Master, that news from Yizhou has arrived." Oh. Moments later, the left Minister of Rights, Wang Hao, emerged from a room draped in a robe, directing his gaze towards Jiang Exine. "Master, the rebellion has been completely suppressed," Jiang Exine whispered. Wang Hao furrowed his brow, a look of skepticism crossing his face. The rebellion has been quelled? Wasn't Jiang Tianxing leading the demon army to defeat the 10,000 troops of Yizhou? Has Xie Xian truly triumphed over Jiang Tianxing with the 10,000 imperial troops alone? Has Murongji exhausted all his trump cards? Master, it was not Xie Xian or the 10,000 troops who achieved this victory. Murongji's demise is tied to Lord Chu. He risked his life, infiltrating the city of Yuejun. Alone, he executed Murongji, Jiang Tianxing, and Jiang Yu, and annihilated the entire demon army. Without Lord Chu, defeating Murongji's forces would have been an arduous task for Xie Xian, and he may well have faced a crushing defeat. Jiang Exine deliberated for a moment before speaking. What? You say it was Lord Chu alone who suppressed Murongji's rebellion? Wang Hao's expression changed dramatically, revealing his astonishment. To him, this meant that Lord Chu had single-handedly quelled the rebellion, rendering Xie Xian's command of the 10,000 imperial troops virtually irrelevant, as they had merely benefited from the victory. Master, I do not know how Lord Chu managed to infiltrate the city of Yuejun unnoticed. However, His ability to approach undetected and assassinate Murongji and the others indicates that his capabilities far exceed our expectations. This man has truly grown. If he is not eliminated, he will pose a significant threat to our entire Wang clan of Taiyuan. Jiang Xian stated gravely. Indeed, Lord Chu has indeed matured. Wang Hao concurred. However, we of the Wang clan cannot act against him at this moment. At the very least, we cannot move against him in the shadows. He paused for a moment, gazing towards the Wenyuan pavilion, and continued. Now that there is a vacancy in the cabinet, our Wang clan must secure this position. I understand, Master, Jiang Xian replied, grasping the implication. Wang Hao's statement about the Wang clan not taking action does not imply that they will not eliminate Lord Chu. This news rapidly spread throughout the capital in a short span of time. Not only the dignitaries, but even the common folk were well aware of it. However, unlike the jubilant reactions of the ordinary citizens, many of the nobility in the capital regarded the direction of the Jinui with trepidation. Lord Chu's prowess had once again reshaped their perceptions. Chapter 180. Being granted a title is not my desire. I only wish for tranquil seas. In the depths of the Yang residence, the steward approached a secluded courtyard, bowing respectfully as he announced, Esteemed Lord, news has arrived from Yizhou. A moment later, the head of the Hongnong Yang clan, Yang Yan, emerged from his chamber, draped in a garment, and gazed at the faint light of dawn. What news do you bring? Esteemed Lord, the steward continued. Chu Xiu, armed only with a sword, first infiltrated the residence of the governor of Yuezhun, slaying Murongji in his quarters. He then stealthily entered the encampment of the demon army, executing the ancestral figure of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tiansheng, along with the clan head, Jiang Yu. According to our informants, Chu Xiu went unnoticed whether he entered the city of Yuezhun, the governor's residence, or the military camp. Remarkably, even after inspecting Murongji's room, it appeared he had entered without using either the windows or the doors. If they had been opened, there would have been evidence left behind. Yet, he seemed to materialize out of thin air, committing the murder and vanishing as if he could traverse the earth itself. The steward pondered gravely for a moment before adding, Transversing the earth? Is it possible he possesses such an ability? A glimmer of insight flashed in Yang Yan's eyes as he remarked, Could it be that he truly has the power to traverse the earth? Esteemed Lord, do you imply? The steward's expression shifted to one of alarm as he exclaimed, Is this the legendary earth-traversing technique? If it is true that he appeared out of nowhere to kill Murongji, only to vanish just as mysteriously, Yang Yan stroked his grizzled beard thoughtfully. Then it must be the fabled earth-traversing art, possibly even the legendary 5 elements traversing technique. The steward's gaze sharpened, but, esteemed Lord, has not the 5 elements traversing technique long been thought to have vanished? How could he possibly wield such extraordinary martial prowess? When a nation faces turmoil, extraordinary talents inevitably arise. I wonder if this Chu Xiu can safeguard the seemingly prosperous yet precarious Dazhou dynasty. Yang Yan responded with calm composure. Upon hearing this, the steward's pupils constricted, and he remained silent, bowing his head. This child has indeed matured. The Wang family of Taiyuan has ultimately chosen poorly. The current head lacks the requisite resolve. I am certain that such a prodigy as Chu Xiu must have had a modest foundation in his earlier days. However, in this chaotic era, his rate of growth will be alarmingly swift. Anyone who underestimates him will surely face dire consequences. Should the Wang family of Taiyuan fall at his hands, I would not be surprised. Yang Yan sighed deeply. What shall we do, esteemed Lord? The steward ventured cautiously. This matter does not concern us. For now, we hold no direct conflict with Chu Xiu. Yang Yan shook his head. The Yang family must remain in hiding for the time being. We cannot act as vanguards for the king. What we need is patience. The Yang family does not necessarily seek rebellion. Like Chu Xiu, we may choose to stand with His Majesty, or when the time is ripe, we may support the rightful ruler. There are no eternal dynasties, only enduring families. As long as we choose our battles wisely, whether it be His Majesty suppressing the treasonous ministers or a true dragon emerging among the people to claim the throne, our Yang family's prestige and strength will ensure we are regarded with respect. Yes, I understand, esteemed Lord, the steward replied, admiration evident in his expression. Yang Yan remained silent. The steward bowed and quietly withdrew. At the Qintian supervisory office, Yin Qingfeng, emboldened by the national master, may currently revel in arrogance. But chaos is inevitable. When the upheaval arrives, unstable elements like the national master will surely be targets of collective ire. The death of Hong Di will not require my intervention. You too shall meet your end. After the steward departed, Yang Yan's gaze turned toward the Qintian supervisory office, murmuring thoughtfully. At noon, outside the headquarters of the Jinui, Jiang Wanner rode in with a contingent of elite soldiers on dragon blood steeds, halting at the entrance. Greetings, Lady Jiang. The guards at the Jinhui headquarters quickly bowed in deference upon her arrival. Dismounting, Jiang Wanner waved her hand, her demeanor frosty. No need for formalities. Thank you, Lady Jiang. The guards expressed their gratitude. Has Lord Chu returned? Jiang Wanner inquired. Esteemed Lady Jiang, the Lord has indeed returned and is currently attending to matters within the Jinhui headquarters. One of the guards replied respectfully. Please inform Lord Chu that the Emperor has issued a decree, Jiang Wanner instructed, nodding her head slightly. Certainly, Lady Jiang, please come inside. The guard gestured for her to enter. With grace, Jiang Wanner made her way into the Jinhui headquarters, guided by the guard, while another swift-footed officer rushed to notify Chu Xiu. Before long, Chu Xiu strode into the main hall of the Jinhui headquarters, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, Lady Jiang, your esteemed presence is an honor. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. How could Wanner trouble Lord Chu with such formalities? Jiang Wanner replied, rolling her eyes playfully. It is only fitting to welcome the esteemed Lady Jiang, the Prime Minister of the Dezhou dynasty. Chu Xiu smiled warmly. From this day forth, Wanner shall address you as Marquis, she said, a teasing glint in her eyes as she retrieved a decree from her sleeve and presented it to him. Marquis, I shall not announce the decree. You may read it yourself. Marquis? Chu Xiu paused. Realizing that the Empress Murongxi had previously decreed that anyone who could slay Murongxi would be granted the title of a Marquis. However, when he dispatched Murongxi, he had not anticipated this outcome nor sought a title. His intention was solely to quell the rebellion to prevent Murongxi's uprising from causing chaos and suffering among the people. Marquis. Jiang Wanner smiled brightly, addressing him once more. Being granted a title is not my desire. I only wish for tranquil seas. With a sigh, Chu Xiu accepted the decree from Jiang Wanner, slowly unfolding it to read. Being granted a title is not my desire. I only wish for tranquil seas. Jiang Wanner was taken aback for a moment, finally comprehending why her earlier address had momentarily surprised him. Her admiration for Chu Xiu deepened as she gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Champion Marquis? Chu Xiu's face reflected astonishment as he glanced at the decree. He had not expected Empress Murongxi to bestow upon him the title of Champion Marquis. While a Champion Marquis belongs to the category of Marquis titles, it typically carries special significance, denoting unparalleled excellence among the military. This was only the second time such a title had been conferred since the establishment of the Dezhou dynasty. Chapter 181. The bestowed flying fish garment and the discovery of issues within the Yizhou army. The noble lord not only executed the traitor Murongxi, along with the ancient ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Tiansheng, and the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Yu, but also annihilated the entire demonic army of 10,000. He is thus qualified to be conferred the title of Champion Marquis. In both court and society, none dared utter a word against him. Jiang Wanner spoke earnestly. Chu Xiu smiled lightly and tucked away the imperial edict. My lord, this is the flying fish garment bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Jiang Wanner received 3 sets of the flying fish garment from a soldier of the imperial guards behind her and solemnly presented them to Chu Xiu. The flying fish garment is awarded only to officials of the second rank or above, and only after significant contributions. Thank you, Minister Jiang. Chu Xiu accepted the 3 sets of garments and placed them on a nearby table, addressing Jiang Wanner with gratitude. My lord is too kind. Jiang Wanner performed a graceful bow, adding, I must return to the palace to report to His Majesty. I shall escort you, Minister Jiang, Chu Xiu offered, extending his hand in invitation. Thank you for your trouble, my lord. Jiang Wanner followed Chu Xiu as they departed from the Grand Hall of the Imperial Guards. By the way, my lord, His Majesty has already dispatched personnel to post the imperial decree, announcing it to the world. Soon, the populace of the entire Great Zhou dynasty will know how you single-handedly suppressed Murongxi's rebellion and exterminated the demonic army, thus receiving the title of Champion Marquis. After a few steps, Jiang Wanner suddenly recalled something and addressed Chu Xiu. Thank you for His Majesty's great grace. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu respectfully saluted in the direction of the palace. He was not surprised by the proclamation, as it was customary in the Great Zhou dynasty to announce titles to the public. However, it was an established rule that one could only be granted a title through military merit, and only truly great achievements could warrant such honors. The titles in the Great Zhou dynasty have always been highly coveted and scarce. Since the establishment of the dynasty, few have truly been conferred titles, the vast majority being founding contributors. In no time, Chu Xiu escorted Jiang Wanner to the entrance of the Grand Hall of the Imperial Guards. After watching her and her companions vanish from sight, he prepared to turn back. Suddenly, Lin Huaiyu appeared behind Chu Xiu, bowing deeply and expressing, Congratulations, my lord. I extend my heartfelt congratulations. Clearly, Lin Huayu was already aware of Chu Xiu's ennoblement, having command over the intelligence network of the Imperial Guards. The imperial decree had already been posted upon Jiang Wanner's departure from the palace. What is it? Chu Xiu turned and glanced at Lin Huayu, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. He could tell that Lin Huayu had not come merely to offer congratulations, as there was no need for such empty pleasantries. My lord's brilliance is evident, yet I have urgent matters to report, Lin Huayu replied with a solemn expression. Let us discuss it in the hall, Chu Xiu replied, his brow furrowing as he strode with purpose into the grand hall of the Imperial Guards. Lin Huayu followed closely behind him. A moment later, seated at the head of the hall, Chu Xiu regarded the matter with a calm demeanor, stating, Speak, what is it? Reporting to my lord. I have two matters to discuss. The first concerns the governor of Yizhou, Zhang Min. My investigations suggest that Governor Zheng and General Chao Rong of the Yizhou army may not have as amicable a relationship as it seems. Zheng Min has likely harbored intentions to replace Chao Rong for over a year, Lin Huayu conveyed with grave seriousness. He intends to support a valiant general who has recently risen within the Yizhou army to take Chao Rong's position. Oh, do you have evidence? Chu Xiu's expression sharpened, his seriousness deepening. If this were indeed true, it would validate his suspicions that Zheng Min had reached some clandestine agreement with Murongji. From the outset, Chao Rong had been betrayed by Zheng Min. Yet, Zheng Min was a ruthless character, willing to sacrifice 100,000 elite Zhou soldiers to eliminate Chao Rong through Murongji's hands. It must be noted that these 100,000 soldiers were the finest of the elite, and the total strength of the Yizhou army was merely 300,000, with 50,000 stationed at Ileo Pass. Having lost 10,000, only 15,000 remained. While the Yizhou army could be replenished, new recruits could not compare to the seasoned warriors who had emerged from the battlefield. It would take considerable time for new soldiers to mature into true elite troops. Reporting to my lord, I possess no concrete evidence. My insights stem from investigations that hint at Chao Rong's high standing as the deputy commander of the Yizhou army, holding significant prestige after many years of service. Meanwhile, Governor Zheng Min, as the provincial governor, oversees all military and political affairs. However, he primarily operates from behind the scenes, with Chao Rong largely in command of the Yizhou army. Particularly in recent years, Chao Rong has achieved numerous victories against the barbarian tribes, further elevating his status within the army. Thus, in the past 2 years, Zheng Min has promoted a young commander named Su Fengwu, a rising star within the Yizhou army known for his valor and repeated accomplishments. Under Zheng Min's patronage, Su Fengwu rapidly ascended from a mere lieutenant to the rank of Pinglu Zonglingjiang, second only to Chao Rong. After a moment's consideration, Lin Huayu continued somberly. Moreover, it is said that there was a dispute between Zheng Min and Chao Rong in the Yizhou army, after which Zheng Min began to support Su Fengwu. Su Fengwu, a graduate of the imperial examinations, initially served as an aide in the governor's office. Following their disagreement, he was appointed as a lieutenant in the Yizhou army, where he has since garnered numerous accolades under Zheng Min's guidance. Lin Huayu paused before adding, another crucial piece of information is that the 10,000 soldiers led by Chao Rong were all his direct subordinates in the Yizhou army. All of them his direct subordinates? A look of realization crossed Chu Xiu's face. If this were indeed the case, it explained Zhang Min's ruthless actions in sacrificing these 10,000 troops. For they were not his loyalists. Retaining them would have posed no threat to Zheng Min. Rather, it would be more advantageous to eliminate them entirely. Chapter 182, The Sacred Land of Swordsmanship, the 10,000 Sword Pavilion, an astonishing inheritance. The third piece of news pertains to Chao Rong, who, at the time of his expedition, was personally sent off by the governor of Yizhou, Zheng Min, who even poured him a cup of wine. Our genie Wei, through interrogating the few remaining soldiers of the Yizhou army, learned that Chao Rong was defeated in a single stroke by Jiang Tianxing, who struck him down with a single blow. At that moment, Chao Rong realized that he had been poisoned, although everyone noticed the appearance of a mysterious smoke. Its effects on the soldiers of Yizhou were not severe enough to incapacitate a master like Chao Rong. Thus, my subordinates suspect that the lethal poison was personally administered by Zheng Min. However, this poison requires the mysterious smoke as a catalyst to truly take effect, significantly diminishing Chao Rong's strength. Lin Huayu took a deep breath to calm himself and stated emphatically, therefore, I have sufficient reason to suspect that Zheng Min conspired with Murongji, betraying our great Zhou dynasty. It is evident that Xie Xian, the butcher, claimed to have eliminated the entire Yizhou army, yet he actually left behind a portion of the soldiers to hand over to the genie Wei. Clearly, he sensed that Chao Rong's defeat was too swift, indicating that there is much more to this situation. Hence, he feigned the intention to eradicate the Ezhou army entirely, while discreetly leaving a portion behind. Do you have any evidence? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow, glancing at Lin Huayu. Reporting to the Marquis, there is no evidence at all. The only one who drank the farewell wine was Chao Rong, and he is the only one who encountered an issue. Regardless of the information, there are no traces to follow. Lin Huayu shook his head. Focus on Zheng Min and Su Fengwu. If no breakthroughs can be found with Zheng Min, then we shall seek them from the Zheng family in Hanzhong or from Su Fengwu. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before addressing Lin Huayu. Chu Xiu was not surprised by Lin Huayu's inability to find concrete evidence. Zheng Min, as the governor of Ezhou, was not an easy foe. Someone of his caliber would undoubtedly be meticulous, leaving no room for oversight. However, Chu Xiu firmly believed that even the most careful plans would eventually reveal a flaw. By keeping a close watch on Zheng Min, he was certain that evidence of his treachery would eventually surface. Indeed, in Chu Xiu's view, as the governor of Ezhou, Zheng Min would not resort to such ruthless measures to eliminate Chao Rong and his 10,000 soldiers unless he harbored ulterior motives. He undoubtedly had treasonous intentions. Yes, I shall obey your orders, Lin Huayu replied with a respectful demeanor. Now what is the second matter? Chu Xiu asked with a slight smile, gazing at Lin Huayu. Reporting to the Marquis, the second matter concerns the emergence of a secret realm in Danong County, Yangzhou. This secret realm is left behind by the sacred land of swordsmanship, the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. It is said to contain the inheritance of the 10,000 sword techniques. Currently, numerous extraordinary talents from our great Zhou dynasty are rushing to Danyang County to seize the inheritance left by the 10,000 Sword Pavilion, Lin Huayu stated solemnly. This information reached our Jin Yiwei headquarters only yesterday. However, due to the focus on Murongji's rebellion, I failed to notice this information in time. I have only just discovered it. Oh, the secret realm left by the 10,000 Sword Pavilion? Chu Xiu inquired with keen interest. Despite his high position, he was not unaware of the occasional emergence of secret realms in the martial world. After all, this world houses beings of celestial realms and even those beyond. Such masters would certainly leave behind opportunities. As far as he knew, those in the celestial realm could be referred to as the realm of immortals, capable of creating a world of their own. A secret realm is essentially a world created by beings at least at the level of the realm of immortals, but without a master, it is deemed a secret realm. The emergence of each secret realm signifies incredible opportunities. The secret realm of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion, being a sacred land of swordsmanship, implies not merely the opportunities left by an individual of the realm of immortals or beyond, but rather the monumental opportunities bestowed by the entire sect. Such a secret realm would certainly pique Chu Xiu's interest immensely. Reporting to the Marquis, indeed. According to the information we received from the Jin Yiwei, the actual emergence of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion's secret realm is set for tomorrow. Lin Huayu stated seriously. Tomorrow? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, saying, reporting to the Marquis, that is correct. This emergence has attracted numerous talents and even extraordinary geniuses from our great Zhou dynasty, including disciples from the Wanfo Temple and the Supreme Secret Temple. Lin Huayu said with a grave expression. Disciples from the Wanfo Temple and the Supreme Secret Temple? I have encountered disciples of the Wanfo Temple, yet I have yet to meet those of the Supreme Secret Temple. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke with a playful tone. It had been some time since he eradicated the Supreme Secret Temple's foothold in the capital, yet there had been no response from them, which stood in stark contrast to the Wanfo Temple's reaction. At least the Wanfo Temple had shown some agitation. Reporting to the Marquis, indeed. 3 monks from the Wanfo Temple have arrived in Danyang County. The one with the highest cultivation is Jingxin, who is at the celestial realm level and has likely made considerable progress. The other 2 are Jingyan and Jingyun. They are also quite formidable and regarded as true disciples within the Wanfo Temple. In fact, the 3 of them rarely appear in the outside world, having been engaged in rigorous cultivation within the Wanfo Temple. No one truly knows their real strength. What we do know is that they are not ordinary true disciples of the Wanfo Temple, and Jingyan and Jingyun follow Jingxin as their leader. Thus, we deduce that Jingxin's cultivation level is higher. Lin Huayu deliberated before addressing Chu Xiu. True disciples of the Wanfo Temple? Chu Xiu nodded slightly. How many from the Supreme Secret Temple have arrived? The true disciples of the Wanfo Temple belong to the prestigious lineage, and there is a significant range in their cultivation levels, spanning from the Immortal Ascent realm to the Celestial realm. The Immortal Ascent realm is merely considered an ordinary true disciple. As one of the sacred lands of Buddhism, the Wanfo Temple's top true disciples could potentially possess the strength of the realm of immortals. After all, the Wanfo Temple possesses a remarkable legacy. and it is not unusual for the top-tier geniuses and prodigies at the celestial realm level to rival those at the level of immortals. Such is the nature of a sacred land. Chapter 183. The Supreme Secret Temple and the Vajra Saint Monk, Your Excellency. There is but one individual at the Supreme Secret Temple, a monk named Kumikong. He is a disciple of the Vajra Saint Monk, one of the 4 great saints of the temple. His prowess is certainly on par with that of the Tranquil Heart Monk, Lin Huayu stated without hesitation. Besides the Supreme Secret Temple and the 10,000 Buddha Temple, are there other formidable geniuses? Chu Xiu inquired with a subtle smile, observing Lin Huayu. His imperial guards were not entirely averse to accepting disciples from various sects. However, a thorough investigation was requisite before any recruitment. Securing the most exceptional talents, even those of the prodigious caliber, from these sects would indeed be a remarkable achievement. Not all sects were irredeemably wicked. Some genuinely adhered to the path of righteousness. Yet, such sects were relatively few in number. Chu Xiu did not intend to suppress all sects, but aimed to eradicate those that preyed upon the great Zhou dynasty. The remaining sects, provided they pledged their loyalty and service to the dynasty, could be spared. However, any sect wishing to remain must demonstrate their commitment to the great Zhou, or their existence would be rendered unnecessary. Your Excellency, among the extraordinary talents we have identified in Danyang County, apart from the 10,000 Buddha Temple and the Supreme Secret Temple, there are a total of 7 individuals. They are Chu Xiu, a true disciple of the Ling Tian Sword Sect; Jiang Yu Tian, a true disciple of the Taishu Sect; Murong Qiqing, a true disciple of the Baiwa Sect; Nangong Yao, a true disciple of the Xianyin Temple; and Mo Qingyun, a true disciple of the Feng Lei Pavilion. The last 2 are Gu Jingfeng and Yang Ji. All 5, including Chu Xiu, hail from sects, with the Ling Tian Sword Sect and the Taishu Sect being sacred powers. The former represents the sacred domain of swordsmanship, while the latter belongs to the sacred domain of Taoism. Only Gu Jingfeng and Yang Ji emerged from humble beginnings, having seized opportunities that allowed them to ascend to the realm of celestial beings, and both are under 50 years of age. Lin Huayu spoke gravely. Quite intriguing. Do we possess detailed information on them? Chu Xiu replied, a look of interest gracing his features. Your Excellency, I have compiled their detailed profiles. Lin Huayu stated as he produced a tome from his sleeve and handed it to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu accepted the book, scrutinizing its contents. Murong Qingqing and Nangong Yao were both women, and their innate talents were indeed remarkable, though their sects did not rival the sacred domains. Their abilities were comparable to many disciples from such esteemed powers. The character assessments of the 7 individuals were also included in the tome. Very well, I have taken note. I shall personally visit Danyang County to explore the secrets of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Chu Xiu declared with a slight smile. Your Excellency, do you wish to bring the Jingtian guards with you to Danyang County? Lin Huayu asked respectfully. I shall not be taking the Jingtian guards with me to Danyang County. My presence alone suffices. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Your Excellency, might it not be perilous to travel alone to Danyang County? Lin Huayu's face paled as he exclaimed, in my humble opinion, it would be prudent to select 1,000 elite members from the Jingtian guards to accompany you. You must be aware that your triumph over the demon army has undoubtedly incited jealousy among many noble families within the great Zhou dynasty. Should they learn of your absence from the capital, those who wish to see you harmed will not miss such an opportunity. After all, it is not solely Murong Ji who seeks to conjure demons and plot rebellion across the great Zhou. Chu Xiu remained unfazed, responding with a serene smile. Rest assured, I never undertake actions without certainty. Even should they keep watch over me, I harbor no fear. He commanded, you may leave now. And please summon Li Jingtian to meet with me. Yes, Your Excellency. Lin Huayu bowed, and, after a moment's hesitation, departed. Before long, Li Jingtian seemingly materialized in the hall. Bowing respectfully, I pay my respects to Your Excellency. Clearly, he had learned from Lin Huayu of Chu Xiu's recent elevation to the rank of Duke of Champions, and thus he expressed no surprise at Chu Xiu's new attire. Rise. Chu Xiu gestured for him to stand. Thank you, Your Excellency, Li Jingtian replied. Li Jingtian, I shall soon journey to Yangzhou, Danyang County. During my absence from the capital, you will oversee all affairs pertaining to the imperial guards. Chu Xiu stated with an expression of calm authority. Yes, I shall obey your orders, Li Jingtian affirmed solemnly. Here are 27 vials of Tai golden elixirs, each containing a single elixir. Distribute them among the officials at the 1,000 household level within our Imperial Guard headquarters. This will ensure that each of our 1,000 households in the capital receives one. Remember, those who have previously consumed the 10,000 Buddha elixir need not take the Tai golden elixir again. Only those who have not partaken in the 10,000 Buddha elixir shall receive it to avoid wastage. Chu Xiu instructed, pointing at the neatly arranged 27 white porcelain vials on the table. After Lin Huayu's departure, he had not only donned a new set of attire, but had also stored 2 additional sets in his system storage space, along with the remaining 27 Tai golden elixirs. The Jingtian Guards, Jingshun Guards, and Jingxian Guards collectively comprised 9,000 members. However, the 3 commanders, Feng Heng, Pei Shiji, and Luo Tianqi, had already consumed the 10,000 Buddha elixir, rendering the Tai golden elixir ineffective for them. Thus, these 3 commanders accounted for 9 of the 1,000 households. The Imperial Guard headquarters housed 5,000 households, with the Northern and Southern Pacification Departments hosting 15 and 5 respectively. This totaled 29,000 households. However, both Yang Cheng, responsible for the Dragon and Tiger medicinal bath, and Lin Huayu, in charge of intelligence, had also consumed the 10,000 Buddha elixir. Not only Yang Cheng, but Lin Huayu had also been reassigned to the Imperial Guard headquarters, overseeing all intelligence operations. Hence, they occupied 2 of the 5,000 household slots within the headquarters. Consequently, only 27 individuals remained in need of the Tai golden elixirs, perfectly matching the number of elixirs available for distribution. Chapter 184. The purpose of Chu Xiu, Li Jingtian's shock. Yes, I will obey your command, Li Jingtian said with a respectful expression. Additionally, there is another matter that requires your attention. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before addressing Li Jingtian. Before I return to the capital, you must ensure this task is completed. Utilize the full strength of our Jinui, including the resources of the 7 Killers organization. Strive to accomplish this in the shortest possible time. Upon hearing this, Li Jingtian's demeanor turned serious as he listened attentively. Investigate the water conservancy situation throughout our Dazhou dynasty. It is imperative to understand every river and its conditions thoroughly. Identify which rivers are prone to flooding in particular seasons, and ensure clarity on any local officials who are negligent or derelict in their duties in this regard. Furthermore, any officials involved in embezzlement related to water conservancy funds must be thoroughly investigated. The details must be exhaustive. This task is entrusted to you, Chu Xiu stated, his voice deep and authoritative. Li Jingtian was momentarily stunned, his face displaying astonishment. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and cautiously replied, "My lord, this matter is of great consequence. Should we not first seek the opinion of His Majesty? The involvement of local officials in embezzlement surely implicates not just them, but also the influential families across the Dazhou dynasty. Without the backing of these powerful families, how would these officials dare to act so brazenly? If Jinui takes action against them, it could potentially cause an upheaval throughout the entire dynasty. A single misstep could unveil a scandal of monumental proportions. This matter I shall personally report to His Majesty upon my audience. For now, let us conduct our investigation first. Moreover, it is not as dire as you imagine." Chu Xiu replied with a slight smile. "I do not intend to take action against the influential families of the Dazhou dynasty. At most, we will apprehend a small number of local officials as a warning. Unless they are significantly problematic, I will not act against them. Their files will be temporarily sealed within our Jinui archives. At least until we possess absolute power, we will not confront the powerful families across the dynasty." He understood that a single thread pulled could unravel an entire tapestry. To act against all officials involved in embezzlement related to water conservancy funds would undoubtedly provoke widespread discontent among the influential families and instigate panic among them. "My lord, what do you propose?" Li Jingtian felt a weight lift from his heart and exhaled in relief, his expression one of reassurance. He hesitated before asking Chu Xiu. "As long as we are not targeting the influential families or the local officials, but merely a few as examples, then the situation is manageable." He realized that Chu Xiu's true intention was to clear the waterways and build levees, addressing the flooding issues across the Dazhou dynasty. This would ensure adequate irrigation for farmlands and increase grain production, thus providing tangible benefits for the common people. After all, the Jinui had received substantial funds recently, and it was time to allocate those resources for public welfare. Chu Xiu's expression was calm and unassuming as he said, "Indeed, we must utilize the funds designated for public welfare. My lord is truly wise." Li Jingtian expressed admiration, his face reflecting profound respect. "This is not merely a small matter. It is a grand endeavor that benefits countless citizens of the Dazhou dynasty, advantageous for both the nation and its people." Chu Xiu smiled quietly, remaining silent. Feng Heng swiftly entered the main hall of the Jinui headquarters and respectfully addressed Chu Xiu. "My lord, the assistant supervisor of the Court of Astronomical Phenomena, Lord Yin Qingfeng, has sent someone to invite you to a banquet at the Court of Astronomical Phenomena." "A banquet at the Court of Astronomical Phenomena? Lord Yin has invited me?" A hint of surprise flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes. Yes, my lord. Lord Yin has prepared a banquet in your honor and awaits your arrival, Fong Hung replied respectfully. An invitation from Lord Yin? I cannot keep him waiting, Chu Xiu said, a smile gracing his face. You may return to your duties. I shall visit the court of astronomical phenomena. Understood, both Li Jingtian and Fong Hung replied, their expressions filled with respect. Chu Xiu stepped out, vanishing from the main hall of the Jinui headquarters. Farewell, my lord, Li Jingtian and Fong Hung bowed before departing the hall. Moments later, at the court of astronomical phenomena, Chu Xiu appeared outside the premises. Greetings, my lord. The officer in charge of guarding the court of astronomical phenomena hurriedly saluted upon seeing Chu Xiu, his demeanor respectful. After all, only the newly appointed champion lord of the Jinui, Chu Xiu, was young enough to wear the bestowed ceremonial attire. No need for excessive formality. Chu Xiu waved his hand, saying, Thank you, my lord. Please, come inside. Lord Yin has instructed that I take you in directly upon your arrival. The officer gestured invitingly. Very well, thank you for your trouble, Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile. My lord is too kind. It is my honor to escort you, the officer replied, filled with trepidation. With the announcement of Chu Xiu's title as champion lord spreading throughout the capital, even the most elite soldiers of the Dazhou dynasty held him in utmost reverence. Chu Xiu smiled as he followed the officer into the court of astronomical phenomena. Before long, the officer led Chu Xiu to a cool pavilion within the court. At that moment, Yan Qingfeng was seated, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Chu Xiu's arrival, he set down his reading material, rose with a smile, and approached him, clasping his hands in greeting. Congratulations, my lord. Lord Yin is too kind. I am unworthy of such praise, Chu Xiu replied, returning the gesture. What is there for you to be unworthy of? You suppressed the rebellion single-handedly during the recent turmoil caused by Murongxi. You have earned this honor, Yan Qifeng asserted with a serious expression. You have spared the people of Yizhou, and indeed the entire realm, from the ravages of war, preventing them from being displaced and suffering the loss of family. Please, do not speak so highly of me, Lord Yin, Chu Xiu said modestly. I merely fulfilled my duty as a Jinui commander, performing my obligations as a subject. It is nothing extraordinary. With a bitter smile, Chu Xiu continued, I simply did what was expected of me. Chapter 185. The Evaluation of Qi Tianxin, the Injured Yan Qingfeng. What a remarkable fulfillment of one's duty as a subject. If all officials of our great Zhou dynasty could emulate the marquis, peace would reign across the land. With a sigh, Yan Qingfeng spoke. Chu Xiu remained silent. Convey the order, the dishes may be served. Yan Qingfeng instructed the captain of the Imperial Guard. Yes. The captain acknowledged and departed. Marquis, please, Yan Qifeng gestured to Chu Xiu. Today, we shall dine in this cool pavilion. Very well, Chu Xiu replied with a slight nod, following Yan Qingfeng to the stone table within the pavilion. However, he immediately noticed a tome resting upon the table, the divine slaying sword of great extermination. Naturally, Chu Xiu was well aware of this extraordinary martial treatise. Previously, Yan Qingfeng had slain the county lieutenant of Hongnong, the unparalleled Master Zhang Yu, who had already stepped into the realm of human immortals. This was one of the three supreme techniques of the national master Qi Tianxin. Marquis, I have heard that your swordsmanship is also quite extraordinary, having single-handedly vanquished an entire army of demons. My master's divine slaying sword of great extermination is likewise a remarkable technique. Yan Qingfeng chuckled softly, lifting the manual from the table and extending it toward Chu Xiu. You might find some inspiration within its pages. This Chu Xiu hesitated. Master Yan, this may not be appropriate. This manual belongs to the national master, and without his permission, I dare not peruse it. It would be disingenuous for Chu Xiu to claim he held no interest in the divine slaying sword of great extermination. The mere name suggested that it was undoubtedly one of the most formidable sword techniques within the great Zhou dynasty. His own heavenly escape swordplay resembled that of an assassin. In direct confrontation, the divine slaying sword of great extermination might prove even more powerful. Marquis, this manual was specifically entrusted to me by my master to present to you. This banquet was also arranged at his behest. Yan Qingfeng smiled gently. Regrettably, my master is currently in seclusion and cannot host you personally. You need not hesitate. The divine slaying sword of great extermination is yours. Thank you, National Master. Chu Xiu finally accepted the manual, bowing respectfully toward the towering main building of the Qintian Bureau in gratitude. He then began to examine the divine slaying sword of great extermination. Having received the heavenly escape swordplay as a reward from the positive energy system, he possessed profound insights into the way of the sword, and thus, he was quite capable of comprehending the intricacies of the divine slaying sword of great extermination. After a considerable time, Chu Xiu set the manual aside. His conjectures had proven accurate. The divine slaying sword of great extermination was indeed a technique of unparalleled might. However, he had only grasped a thread of its true essence. After all, the profundity of this technique was beyond the reach of such a brief study. Marquis, I noticed you were deeply engrossed in your swordplay comprehension earlier, so I refrained from interrupting. However, the dishes are growing cold. Please, allow me to present the culinary delights of the Qintian Bureau for your enjoyment, Yin Qifeng remarked, gesturing toward the array of exquisite dishes on the table. Very well, I shall sample the cuisine of the Qintian Bureau, Chu Xiu acquiesced, picking up his chopsticks to taste the offerings. After only a few bites, he could not help but express his admiration, not out of flattery, but because the dishes were indeed exceptionally well prepared. Once they had finished their meal and exchanged insights regarding the divine slaying sword of great extermination, Chu Xiu took his leave. In truth, it was less an exchange and more Yin Qifeng offering a few pointers that enlightened Chu Xiu, granting him significant understanding of the technique. Marquis, your perceptiveness is truly remarkable, Yin Qifeng remarked in awe as he watched Chu Xiu depart. Remarkable? It is nothing short of astonishing. A true master swordsman. The voice of National Master Qi Tianxian resonated nearby. Master, Yin Qifeng bowed respectfully upon seeing Qi Tianxian's arrival. If I am not mistaken, he has genuinely grasped the fundamentals of the divine slaying sword of great extermination. He is not far from reaching the threshold of minor mastery. Qi Tianxian observed with a serene expression. Yin Qifeng's face exhibited disbelief as he stared incredulously at Qi Tianxian. He had taken 3 days to enter the realm and a month to achieve minor mastery. Even that was deemed extraordinary talent. How could Chu Xiu, having only just recently begun, already be on the verge of minor mastery? What astounding perception did he possess? Do not look at me with such astonishment. His insight far exceeds your own, Qi Tianxian stated matter-of-factly. Yin Qifeng felt a sense of dejection wash over him. The following day, in Danong County, within a certain courtyard, Chu Xiu was engrossed in studying the divine slaying sword of great extermination. After departing from the Qintian Bureau the previous day, he had traveled to Danong County City. The courtyard where he resided was arranged by the Jin Wei's spies in Danong County. Even the head of the Jin Wei in Danong County was unaware of Chu Xiu's presence. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, his face glowing and dressed in finery, resembling a prosperous landowner, entered in a hurried manner, kneeling before Chu Xiu with utmost respect. I pay my respects to the Marquis. Rise, Chu Xiu replied without lifting his gaze. This Jin Wei agent was publicly a local gentry in Danong County, but covertly, he was Yu Yuan, the chief intelligence officer of the Jin Wei in the region. Typically, the heads of intelligence in a county were of the rank of Jin Wei chief, while those in a prefecture were of the rank of deputy 1,000 household, which was half a rank lower than the visible 100 household and 1,000 household. Thank you, Marquis. Yu Yuan slowly rose and spoke softly. I must report, an incident has occurred. What incident? Chu Xiu calmly inquired, flipping his hand to store the manual in the system's storage space. Marquis, news of your arrival in Danong County has leaked. Now, the entire region, even within Yangzhou, is abuzz with the rumor of your intent to visit the ruins of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. Although they are currently unaware of your exact location, I fear that ill-intentioned individuals may be waiting for you outside the ruins. Marquis, do you not think it prudent to reconsider your visit to the 10,000 Sword Pavilion? Or perhaps, we should dispatch the terrifying guard from the Jin Wei headquarters to ensure your safety? Yu Yuan took a deep breath, calming himself, a worried expression adorning his face. I fear that even if you safely enter the ruins, upon your exit, many formidable opponents may be lurking outside, awaiting your return. Your safety is of paramount importance. We must not be careless. Chapter 186. Are the disciples of the Pudu sword sect once again traversing the Jianghu? This is indeed a favorable development. On this occasion, my lord has ventured out of the capital with the intent of drawing these individuals forth, to discern precisely who among them harbors intentions against my life. As for the Jingtian Guard, their protection is unnecessary. Should my lord require their safeguarding, I would have taken them along when departing the capital. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu smiled lightly and remarked, as long as I wish to leave, no one can impede my path. With his mastery of the 5-element stealth technique, he could evade detection even by those of the celestial immortal realm. While a mere application of the 5-element stealth might not elude the eyes of celestial immortals, he also possessed the innate breath concealment technique, which adeptly shrouded all traces of his presence. The combination of the innate breath concealment technique with the 5-element stealth rendered him undetectable, even to the celestial immortal level. Yu Yuan hesitated momentarily, recalling how Chu Xiu had stealthily infiltrated the city of Yujun and eliminated Murong Ji and Jiang Tiancheng without arousing any suspicion. Enough of this matter. Chu Xiu waved his hand, addressing Yu Yuan. Yes, your subordinate complies, Yu Yuan replied respectfully. Have you uncovered any intelligence? Chu Xiu inquired with a slight smile. Reporting to my lord, I have gathered some intelligence that I am prepared to convey, Yu Yuan said with utmost deference. One pertains to the secret realm of the Wanjian Pavilion, and the other concerns the list of prodigies arriving at the Wanjian Pavilion. Oh, pray tell. Chu Xiu's face lit up with keen interest as he regarded Yu Yuan. His curiosity about the secret realm of the Wanjian Pavilion was substantial, as this was his inaugural venture into such a domain. His reasons for personally traveling to Danyang County encompassed three motives. Firstly, he wished to witness the secret realm firsthand. Secondly, he aimed to ascertain whether he could seize control of the Wanjian Pavilion's secret realm. The foundation of the Jinyui was rather tenuous. Should he succeed in claiming this secret realm, he could cultivate the Jinyui cavalry, thereby enhancing their strength. Lastly, he was keen to identify those who might plot against him. While he could not yet contend with the likes of the Wang clan of Taiyuan or the Wanfo Temple, both of which were among the most formidable forces in the entire Zhou dynasty, he could still target ordinary powers and sections. Eliminating these entities could yield significant financial rewards, which was fortuitous as he was currently in need of funds for irrigation projects. Reporting to my lord, the Wanjian Pavilion's secret realm is designed to select true swordsmanship prodigies, thus stipulating that candidates must not exceed the age of 50 and their cultivation level must not surpass the celestial human realm. The highest qualification is the celestial human realm. Those of the celestial immortal level are barred from entry. According to the information I have gathered, the Wanjian Pavilion's secret realm consists of 9 trials. Successfully passing 3 trials grants one the status of an outer disciple of the Wanjian Pavilion, along with a portion of its teachings. Passing the 5th trial elevates one to the status of an inner disciple, granting access to the core teachings. If one can conquer the 7th trial, they may become a true disciple, receiving the pavilion's ultimate legacy. Should one succeed in overcoming the 9th trial, they may ascend to the position of the Wanjian Pavilion's master, thus becoming the sovereign of the entire secret realm, Yu Yuan stated solemnly. What is the accuracy of this information? Chu Xiu inquired, raising an eyebrow and speaking in a low tone. Reporting to my lord, the accuracy should reach 90%. Yu Yuan asserted with a serious demeanor. This information was procured at great expense from the Tianji Tower. Tianji Tower? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes. He was well aware of the Tianji Tower, which had existed for over 10,000 years, predating the establishment of the Zhou dynasty by a considerable margin. Its history surpassed that of numerous prestigious families and even many sacred sections. The Tianji Tower had compiled various rankings, including those of talented individuals and unparalleled masters within the Jianghu. Even Chu Xiu had encountered such lists in the archives of the Jinyui. However, due to his previous focus on court affairs, he had not delved deeply into this realm. According to the records from the Tianji Tower, the Wanjian Pavilion had emerged 3,000 years ago, yet during that occurrence, no one became a true disciple. Only one individual ascended to the rank of inner disciple. The challenges posed by the Wanjian Pavilion's trials were exceedingly formidable. Yu Yuan respectfully noted, however, the specific regulations within the realm remain unclear to the Tianji Tower. Given the lengthy interval since the last emergence of the Wanjian Pavilion. Quite intriguing. Who are the prodigies arriving this time? Chu Xiu asked with a gentle smile, turning his gaze to Yu Yuan. Reporting to my lord, aside from the previously known figures such as the monk Jingxin from the Wanfo Temple, Jiuma Kong from the Wushang Michin Temple, Qin Xiao, the true disciple of the Ling Tian Sword Sect, Jiang Yuntian from the Taishu Sect, Murong Qingqing from the Baiwa Sect, Nangong Yao from the Xianin Temple, Mo Qingyun from the Feng Lei Pavilion, Gu Jingfeng, and Yang Ji, 3 additional young masters have emerged. These include the Sword Saint Dugu Yanyu, the true disciple Yin Bingyun from the Pudu Sword Sect, and Zhang Fengyun from the Yin Yang Hawan Sect. Each of them possesses formidable strength. Notably, the Sword Saint Dugu Yanyu is suspected to be the most powerful contender among those venturing into the Wanjian Pavilion's secret realm. Yu Yuan's expression grew grave as he spoke earnestly. However, Yin Bingyun, Jiang Fengyun, Jingxin, Jiang Yuntian, and Qin Xiao are also remarkably strong. While Jiuma Kong and others are indeed powerful, particularly Jiuma Kong from the Wushang Michin Temple, whose prowess surely ranks within the top 5 among them. The Wushang Michin Temple is not particularly adept at swordsmanship. Dugu Yanyu may surpass him in this regard. Yin Bingyun of the Pudu Sword Sect? Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed as he mused. Are the disciples of the Pudu Sword Sect once again roaming the Jianghu? Chu Xiu retained a vivid impression of the Pudu Sword Sect. As he had observed in the records of the Jinui that this sect bore a striking resemblance to the Zihong Jingjai he was familiar with. Both represented a collection of hypocrites who thrived in tumultuous times, professing lofty ideals while often engaging in actions contrary to their proclaimed morals. Their favorite pastime seemed to be morally coercing others into self-sacrifice for the benefit of others, while they themselves remained utterly unyielding. Such factions left an indelible impression on Chu Xiu, making it difficult to forget. Chapter 187. The Purifying Sword Sect and Yin Bingyun, the infatuated Jiang Fengyun. Your Excellency, it has come to my attention that Yin Bingyun had not made an appearance until this recent emergence of the Wanjian Pavilion. She has now surfaced within our Danyang County. Upon investigation, I found that she is a true disciple of the Purifying Sword Sect, not its contemporary saintess, but rather a representative sent to gauge the current state of the world, reported Yu Yuan with utmost reverence. A true disciple of the Purifying Sword Sect? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what is her level of strength? Regrettably, Your Excellency, I cannot ascertain the specifics of her power. However, I suspect she has already stepped into the realm of celestial beings. Traditionally, the first true disciple to venture into the world is not necessarily the most exceptional among the younger generation, yet they hold a significant status within the sect, second only to the saintess. Should the saintess ascend to the position of sect leader in the future, she would likely become the grand elder of the Purifying Sword Sect. Yu Yuan elaborated respectfully. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. In that case, she must have practiced the Purifying Sword canon. It would be advantageous to glean insights about it through her. The Purifying Sword Sect's influence extends beyond the beauty of its female disciples. It is deeply rooted in formidable strength. It is undoubtedly a sacred ground within the great Zhou dynasty. While not the pinnacle of power among the sacred places, it shares a similar standing to the Zihong Quiet Chamber, both representing the Buddhist faction and receiving the backing of the esteemed Zai Temple, which ranks among the top sacred sites, equal in strength to the Wanfo Temple and the Wushang Michen Temple. Furthermore, the Purifying Sword canon is renowned as one of the foremost sword techniques. My lord, the true disciple of the Yinyang Hahuan sect, Jiang Fengyun, has consistently remained by Yin Bingyun's side, seemingly harboring affections for her. Yu Yuan contemplated before whispering to Chu Xiu. This individual is also remarkably powerful and could pose an obstacle should we seek to confront Yin Bingyun. Jiang Fengyun of the Yinyang Hahuan sect? A smirk danced upon Chu Xiu's lips. The Yinyang Hahuan sect is a formidable force within the demonic faction, known for its significant prowess. The sect is divided into two branches, the male sect and the female sect, which have nearly severed ties. The male sect practices the Yinyang teachings, emphasizing genuine love and connection as prerequisites for union, specializing in the Yinyang sword canon. Within the demonic realm, their approach is considered unconventional. Moreover, disciples of the Yinyang sect are prone to infatuation, and Jiang Fengyun is evidently one such individual. The Hahuan sect, on the other hand, excels in the art of Yinyang harmony, with numerous brothels across the great Zhou dynasty being established by them. However, true disciples of the Hahuan sect are discerning in choosing partners, rarely engaging in fleeting relationships. The disciples found in brothels typically belong to the outer sect and lack genuine inheritance from the Hahuan sect. Yu Yuan bowed his head in silence, understanding that Chu Xiu's words were not directed at him. As the commander of the Jinui, it was inconceivable for Chu Xiu to be unaware of the Yinyang Hahuan sect. Are you aware of the precise timing of the Wanjian Pavilion's emergence? Chu Xiu inquired, pausing thoughtfully. Regrettably, my lord, I have not discerned the exact timing of the Wanjian Pavilion's manifestation. Such secret realms typically remain unpredictable unless they have appeared multiple times, allowing for patterns to be established. All I know is that it will occur today, though the specific hour eludes me, Yu Yuan replied, shaking his head. However, I do know that once the Wanjian Pavilion's secret realm opens, it will undoubtedly cause an uproar that reverberates throughout Danyang County. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Do you possess images of Yin Bingyun and the others? Indeed, my lord, I have prepared them for you. Yu Yuan retrieved a large scroll from his sleeve and presented it to Chu Xiu. As Chu Xiu accepted the scroll and unfurled it, he examined the collection of images that Yu Yuan had meticulously gathered, each labeled with the respective names of the individuals depicted. The lifelike illustrations ensured that he would not mistake Yin Bingyun and her companions upon sight. Very well, I have discerned their appearances. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave, Chu Xiu stated, his hand gracefully disintegrating the scroll into fine powder, which vanished into the air, his expression remaining composed. Yes, subordinate shall take my leave, Yu Yuan acknowledged, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from beyond the city of Danyang, resonating through the mountains. a spectacular surge of sword energy erupted from the forest. This particular forest was part of the Danyang mountain range, where the Wanjian Pavilion had likely stood countless years ago. Although the Great Zhou dynasty bore many similarities to the world preceding Chu Xiu's arrival, including shared geographical names, there was no extensive mountain range such as the Danyang Mountains occupying nearly half the county. Upon witnessing this astonishing sword energy, figures began to converge from all directions towards the Danyang mountain range. "My lord, the Wanjian Pavilion has emerged. The secret realm has been unveiled," Yu Yuan exclaimed with fervor. "You shall remain in the county. I will venture to the Wanjian Pavilion's secret realm," Chu Xiu declared, vanishing from the courtyard in a flash of sword light, heading towards the Danyang mountain range. In less than no time, Chu Xiu materialized high above a towering mountain at the heart of the Danyang mountain range, which soared 1,000 feet into the sky, imposing and magnificent. Before him, an ethereal vision unfolded atop the mountain's peak, revealing an expansive world centered around this very mountain. Countless buildings sprawled around the base, creating the illusion of a city upon the mountain, with ancient structures adorning both the mountainside and summit. Chu Xiu was not alone. Hundreds of figures hovered in the air, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. A brief survey of the surroundings allowed him to spot Yin Bingyun among the assembly. The majority of the talented individuals present were at the ascending immortal level, with only a select few having reached the celestial being tier. Employing his ability to discern fate, Chu Xiu recognized that Yin Bingyun had attained the minor completion of the first level of celestial being, having only recently entered that realm. Beside her stood Jiang Fengyun, elegantly wielding a paper fan. Jiang Fengyun's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the second stage of the celestial being realm, merely a step away from the third stage. Moreover, Chu Xiu discerned the cultivation levels of individuals such as Monk Jingxin with a single glance. Chapter 188. Without swordsmanship, I can only send you away. Chu Xiu observed Yin Bingyun and the others, who were likewise gazing at him. Yet, even the disciples of the 10,000 Buddha temple, such as the vengeful Jingxin monk, and the disciples of the supreme secret temple, like Jioma Kong, remained composed, showing no inclination to make a move. Of course, they dared not act openly. An overt attack on Chu Xiu would be tantamount to challenging the entire Great Zhou dynasty. It was not only the 10,000 Buddha temple and the supreme secret temple that would be unable to protect them. Both would suffer repercussions as well. Pudu Sword Sect. Yin Bingyun. I have met the Marquis, Yin Bingyun said, offering a graceful bow to Chu Xiu, her demeanor icy and distant. Chu Xiu, hands clasped behind him, gazed at the ethereal sight of the 10,000 sword pavilion, seemingly oblivious to Yin Bingyun's words. She cast a lingering glance at him, remaining silent. Noticing Chu Xiu's indifference, Jiang Fengyun frowned slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction evident on his face, as if angered by the disregard shown to his beloved goddess. Were it not for Chu Xiu's position as the commander of the Imperial Guard and the champion marquis of the Great Zhou dynasty, he might have already voiced his outrage. Suddenly, a resonant hum emanated from the depths of the 10,000 sword pavilion's secret realm. A golden portal materialized. Hurry, enter the 10,000 sword pavilion's secret realm to avoid missing this opportunity. With my swordsmanship talent, I shall undoubtedly acquire genuine inheritance from the secret realm. As the talented individuals beheld the golden portal, excitement illuminated their faces, and they swiftly surged toward it, vanishing into its embrace. Chu Xiu stepped forward and entered the secret realm, followed closely by Yin Bingyun and the others. In an instant, they found themselves within a grand hall, which was utterly empty. Congratulations on entering the 10,000 sword pavilion's secret realm. Being here signifies your fateful connection with us. You may refer to me as Sword Elder. A white-clad elder appeared before them, a smile gracing his face. Greetings, Sword Elder. Chu Xiu and the others cupped their fists in salute. A chill ran through Chu Xiu as he realized he could not discern the Sword Elder's cultivation level. It seemed as though he was intrinsically linked to the entire secret realm. This was the second time he found himself unable to gauge another's strength. The first was the Empress Morongxi, whose cultivation was shrouded by the auspices of the Great Zhou dynasty. Was the Sword Elder, then, the legendary spirit of a weapon? He pondered whether this elder was the spirit of the entire 10,000 sword pavilion or merely that of a singular artifact within. Legend spoke of mythical weapons beyond mere divine armaments, a fact he had gleaned from the records of the Imperial Guard. However, such artifacts were exceedingly rare. Even within the Great Zhou dynasty, where their existence was almost mythical, the royal treasury undoubtedly housed treasures of great significance. Yet, even among the common holy sects, the presence of such artifacts was scarce, typically confined to the most prestigious of sects, such as the 10,000 Buddha temple and the Supreme Secret Temple. As for whether the Pudu sword sect possessed a divine artifact, Chu Xiu could not ascertain. Now, I shall impart the rules of the 10,000 sword pavilion. Should you succeed in overcoming the third trial, you will become an outer disciple and gain the inheritance of the Qingyun sword technique. Surmount the fifth trial to ascend as an inner disciple and receive the Chu Xiu sword classic. If you conquer the seventh trial, you shall be recognized as a true disciple and inherit the 10,000 sword art. Remember, to become a disciple of the 10,000 sword pavilion, you must employ sword techniques during the trials. If anyone here lacks swordsmanship, you may speak now, the sword elder said kindly, observing them. Senior, I do not possess swordsmanship. Senior, neither do I. Senior, while I lack sword skills, my comprehension is exceptional, and I can learn. One by one, the talented disciples hesitated before responding to the sword elder. Out of several hundred, nearly a third admitted their lack of swordsmanship. While they recognized that the 10,000 sword pavilion was a sanctuary of swordsmanship, they believed their exceptional gifts and understanding would suffice to attain the pavilion's legacy, even without prior training in sword techniques. Is there anyone else who cannot wield a sword? Do not think to conceal this from me. If this issue is revealed during the trials, you shall face dire consequences, the sword elder warned, his demeanor still amiable. Senior, I cannot wield a sword, but I am willing to learn. Yes, Senior, I too wish to learn. Indeed, Senior, might there be some leniency? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the talented individuals shifted dramatically as they clamored. Nearly half of them admitted to lacking swordsmanship or any prior training in it. Since you all cannot wield a sword, I can only escort you away, the sword elder sighed, waving his sleeve. In an instant, figures began to vanish from the grand hall, leaving fewer than 200 behind. Aside from the necessity of using sword techniques during the trials, there are no other requirements in our secret realm. Whether you practice external or internal arts, it matters not. The sole stipulation is that sword techniques must be utilized to pass. Failure to do so will result in an inability to proceed. I trust you all understand, the sword elder stated, addressing the remaining disciples. Yes, they replied earnestly. Now, I shall escort you into the questioning sword tower. This tower serves as a training ground for our disciples and a venue for elevating their status. The sword elder nodded at them. No sooner had he spoken than Chu Xiu and the others felt as though the world had inverted, finding themselves in a realm of void. However, each space contained only one person. Void? Is this the questioning sword tower? Chu Xiu's brows furrowed in intrigue at the prospect of the tower. Suddenly, a man clad in black appeared before Chu Xiu. Without delay, the figure unsheathed his sword, launching an immediate attack against him. The man was at the fourth minor realm of the ascendant stage, possessing a cultivation level akin to Chu Xiu's, albeit significantly weaker. It seemed that the trials within the questioning sword tower assessed challengers based on their respective cultivation levels. As the dark-clad man advanced, a look of realization crossed Chu Xiu's face. With a swift motion, he summoned a long sword into his left hand, gripping the hilt firmly with his right. With the aid of his system's storage space, he was never lacking in weaponry. He placed 5 swords within the confines of the system's storage space, though the quality of these blades was not particularly high. In an instant, the long sword in the hands of the man in black had already arrived before Chu Xiu. Swift as lightning. Chapter 189. A talent of extraordinary brilliance. Behold, a remarkable talent has emerged. With a resounding chime of the sword, the figure clad in black collapsed to the ground, his form beginning to dissipate. Congratulations, you have passed the first trial. Would you like to continue? A mechanical voice resonated in the void. Yes, Chu Xiu replied with an expression of calm indifference. Whoosh. A black-clad man reappeared in the ether, devoid of any intellect, and immediately launched a sword strike towards Chu Xiu. This swordsmanship was evidently more profound than that of the black-clad figure from the first trial, marking him as a genius-level swordsman. As I suspected, the cultivation level remains fixed. Only the mastery of the sword evolves. If the first trial featured a swordsman of modest prowess at the 4th level of the Ascendant Realm, then the second trial presented a genius swordsman. The third trial must be an unparalleled genius? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, and with a flick of his wrist, his long sword met the black-clad man's attack. Once again, with merely a single strike, the black-clad figure fell beneath Chu Xiu's blade. For him, passing a trial was a matter of one stroke. He did not require a second, for his celestial escape sword technique had reached perfection. Such is the advantage of system rewards. In an instant, congratulations, you have passed the 7th trial. Would you like to continue? The mechanical voice echoed once more. Yes. Chu Xiu answered without hesitation. He had discerned a pattern. Each trial's swordsman significantly increased in strength. The third trial indeed featured an unparalleled genius, the 4th a prodigy, the 5th an extraordinary prodigy, the 6th 2 extraordinary prodigies, and the 7th 4 extraordinary prodigies. Following this pattern, the 8th trial should present 8 extraordinary prodigies while the 9th would showcase 16. No wonder only one true disciple had emerged from the sword pavilion after passing the 7th trial. To succeed in the 7th trial and become a true disciple of the sword pavilion signifies an extraordinarily formidable talent in swordsmanship. Chu Xiu, too, owed his success in the 7th trial to his perfected celestial escape sword technique. After all, this technique belongs to the pinnacle of sword arts, and its completion yields unimaginable power. Even 4 extraordinary prodigies could not withstand the might of his sword. Swish, swish, swish. A host of black-clad figures encircled Chu Xiu, each emanating a terrifying sword intent. To be classified as extraordinary prodigies, they must have grasped the essence of sword intent. Oh, someone has swiftly passed the 7th trial and entered the 8th? This individual is extraordinary, Sword Elder remarked, observing a scene in the Grand Hall, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The emergence of a true disciple would allow the legacy of our sword pavilion to flourish. Compared to him, others paled significantly. The fastest among them had merely reached the 5th trial, and even that was not guaranteed. Indeed, there are 8. It seems I must now reveal my true abilities. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. Until now, he had not employed his true spatial intent, relying solely on his perfected celestial escape sword technique to pass the 7th trial. Attack! The 8 extraordinary prodigies declared fiercely, drawing their swords and charging at Chu Xiu from various directions. Possessing a measure of intellect, these 8 figures formed a formidable sword formation, amplifying their collective strength. Interesting. However, against my spatial sword intent, they are not formidable. Chu Xiu moved, executing the celestial escape sword technique augmented by spatial sword intent. With a single stroke, it appeared as though countless sword lights illuminated the void, each strike seemingly emerging from unexpected angles to assail the 8 black-clad figures. Each manifestation of intent, when applied to swordsmanship, becomes sword intent. When applied to blade techniques, it becomes blade intent. Ultimately, both sword and blade intents are manifestations of pure essence. Is this the celestial escape sword technique? And at its perfected stage, he has even comprehended spatial sword intent to such a profound degree. A talent of extraordinary brilliance. This is truly a talent of astonishing caliber. The 8th trial cannot withstand him. Our sword pavilion's secret realm is finally poised to welcome a true heir. From the moment Sword Elder witnessed Chu Xiu's sword strike, he knew that even the 8 extraordinary prodigies could not impede him. Indeed, boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars reverberated throughout the void as the 8 extraordinary prodigies were obliterated by Chu Xiu's celestial escape sword technique. Congratulations, you have passed the 8th trial. Would you like to continue? The mechanical voice inquired once more. Yes, Chu Xiu replied, his expression still tranquil. As soon as he spoke, 32 black-clad figures appeared in the void, encircling him once again. Furthermore, these 32 figures had also formed a formation, a sword array. With the increase in numbers, their energy seemed to merge into one, as if they were a singular entity. Attack! One of the black-clad men commanded with chilling ferocity, charging at Chu Xiu. The 32 swords appeared as if they could annihilate the very heavens and earth, though they were merely at the 4th level of the Ascendant Realm. Within the sword array's enhancement, each of them resembled a master of the 4th level of the Celestial Realm, or even surpassed that level. The final stroke. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, unleashing 2 forms of sword intent, spatial sword intent and slaughter sword intent. He raised his right hand slowly, merging the 2 forms of intent into his longsword. As he struck, it felt as if the very void was shattering. Boom! A deafening roar echoed like thunder through the ether. The 32 black-clad figures vanished without a trace. Chu Xiu sheathed his longsword, and the world around him transformed once more. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu found himself back in the Grand Hall. Old servant, I pay my respects to my master. Sword Elder knelt before Chu Xiu, bowing deeply in utmost reverence. Chapter 190. The Celestial Sword of Severance and the Sword Seal of the Primordial Spirit. There's no need for excessive courtesy, Sword Elder. Chu Xiu waved his hand, addressing the Sword Elder with a smile. Thank you, Master, the Sword Elder replied respectfully as he slowly rose. Sword Elder, where can I find the 10,000 swords technique? Chu Xiu inquired with a slight smile. His curiosity piqued regarding the 10,000 swords technique from the 10,000 swords pavilion. He wished to compare his celestial escape sword technique and the god-slaying sword with the 10,000 swords technique. Master, this is the most treasured inheritance of our 10,000 swords pavilion, a sword talisman condensed by the last pavilion master using extraordinary powers. This talisman not only contains the 10,000 swords technique, but also encompasses numerous martial arts from our pavilion and the pavilion master's insights into the way of the sword. By placing this talisman upon your forehead, you shall acquire the entirety of our pavilion's inheritance, the sword elder explained, producing a talisman that radiated a golden glow. Resembling a small sword, and reverently presented it to Chu Xiu. A sword talisman? Chu Xiu accepted the golden talisman and placed it upon his forehead. As the talisman touched his brow, it vanished from his grasp and entered his consciousness. Boom! A deafening thunder reverberated within Chu Xiu's mind, and countless pieces of information flooded his thoughts. This included the inheritance of the 10,000 swords pavilion and the last pavilion master's understanding of the sword, significantly enhancing his comprehension of the sword. The most crucial aspects of the pavilion's inheritance were the 10,000 swords technique and the primordial spirit sword seal. The 10,000 swords technique is the true essence of the pavilion, accessible only to its pavilion masters. In addition to this technique, there exists the sword canon of 10,000 swords, the azure sky canon, the void canon, and the azure lotus canon. These four texts represent the supreme sword techniques of the pavilion, second only to the 10,000 swords technique itself. Among these, the sword canon of 10,000 swords is a diluted version of the 10,000 swords technique, while the azure sky canon is an upgraded version of the azure sky sword canon. These four canons are reserved for the true disciples and elders of the pavilion. Indeed, even among the true disciples and elders of the former 10,000 swords pavilion, none were qualified to practice the 10,000 swords technique. It was only after the pavilion's destruction that the remnants of the pavilion's secret realm allowed those who passed the seventh trial to be granted the 10,000 swords technique, thus lowering the requirements. The primordial spirit sword seal, on the other hand, was a method employed by the 10,000 swords pavilion to create sword guardians by splitting a fragment of one's primordial spirit and implanting it within the martial artist practicing the sword technique, thereby controlling them as protectors of the pavilion. The destruction of the 10,000 swords pavilion was closely tied to the primordial spirit sword seal, which led to the pavilion's downfall as it became besieged by numerous powerful foes, ultimately leading to its complete annihilation. Finally, the sword elder introduced himself, revealing that he is the spirit of the celestial artifact known as the celestial sword of severance, a treasure reputed to possess the might to sever the heavens. Even those at the celestial realm cannot wield the celestial sword of severance. Only those who have ascended to the human immortal realm can utilize it with ease. However, even then, one can only unleash a fraction of its true power. Yet that mere fragment is sufficient to effortlessly slay enemies of the same tier or even those of a higher rank. Master, this is the boundary stone of our pavilion's secret realm. Once you refine it, you will gain control over the entire secret realm. Wherever you are, the realm will be there as well. Moreover, should you encounter danger in the outside world, you may enter the secret realm at any time. The sword elder elaborated, revealing a small mountain resembling a sword, which seemed to embody the true essence of the sword. A boundary stone? Chu Xiu remarked with intrigue as he accepted the sword-shaped mountain from the sword elder. Upon reaching the human immortal realm, one can open a cave sky. The journey from the human immortal realm onward is essentially the process of expanding and establishing cave skies. The stronger the cave sky, the mightier the martial artist. Every cave sky has a core, and the core of the cave sky is the boundary stone. Of course, only before the demise of the cave sky's master can the cave sky be separated to form a secret realm and produce a boundary stone. Refining the boundary stone allows one to command the entire secret realm. If the cave sky's master fails to sever their cave sky, it will vanish upon their demise. Returning to the heavens and earth, the sword elder softly explained to Chu Xiu. I see, Chu Xiu acknowledged, a look of realization dawning upon his face. As he refined the boundary stone in his hand, he asked, Sword elder, if I can enter the 10,000 swords pavilion's secret realm in times of danger, can I also draw my enemies into our secret realm? Master can indeed open the entrance to our pavilion's secret realm, allowing enemies to enter. However, whether they choose to enter remains uncertain. The sword elder hesitated before cautiously responding. I believe it is best not to expose our pavilion's secret realm. Should its existence become known, if the enemies do not enter, they may simply wait outside for you, leaving you still in peril upon exiting. Understood, Chu Xiu nodded slightly. He inquired about the possibility of drawing enemies into the pavilion's secret realm because, while he was unable to wield the celestial sword of severance himself, the sword elder could unleash his powers to vanquish foes within the realm. It was uncertain against those above the celestial realm, but for those at the celestial level, it would be a simple matter for the sword elder. At this moment, Chu Xiu had also refined the boundary stone, which vanished from his grasp and entered his dantian. He now felt a profound connection with the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's secret realm. Chu Xiu could distinctly perceive the progress of Yin Bingyun and others as they navigated the questioning sword tower, even knowing exactly which stage they had reached. Among those present, excluding Chu Xiu, there were currently 7 individuals who had advanced to the 6th stage of the questioning sword tower. Qin Xiao, the true descendant of the Ling Tian sword sect; Jiang Yuntian, the true descendant of the Taisu sect; Murong Qingcheng, the true descendant of the 100 Flowers sect; Nangong Yao, the true descendant of the Xianyin temple, the sword saint known as Dugu Yinyu; Yin Bingyun, the true descendant of the Pudu sword sect; and Jiang Fengyan from the Yin Yanghihuan sect. Indeed, Jiang Fengyan, whom Chu Xiu regarded as a sycophant, possessed remarkable swordsmanship talent, having passed the 5th stage and entered the 6th. As for the others, even the monk Jingxin and Jioma Kong had failed to surpass the 5th stage. Although they were both formidable, their talents in the way of the sword did not classify them as true prodigies. Observing Yin Bingyun and the others at the 6th stage, Chu Xiu realized that among the 7, perhaps only 1 or 2 would succeed in passing this stage, while the others had little hope of advancing further. Chapter 191. The Sword Saint Dugu Yinyu and the true disciple of the 100 Flowers sect, Murong Qingcheng. Master, there are currently 185 individuals who have entered our Sword Pavilion's secret realm. You may inscribe the Spirit Sword Seal upon all 185, transforming them into your sword guards, devoted to your service. Once the Spirit Sword Seal is inscribed, they will exhibit unwavering loyalty, and you need not fear any possibility of betrayal from them. Whatever tasks you assign, they will execute without hesitation. They would not flinch even if it meant sacrificing themselves before you. The Sword Elder gestured towards the images of Yin Bingyun and others, stating, moreover, upon observing their innate talents, I can attest that they are indeed commendable. 7 of them have advanced to the 6th challenge, and each possesses the potential to become your personal sword guards. Let us forego the Spirit Sword Seal. Chu Xiu smiled gently, clarifying that he was the commander of the Jin Yi Wei, not a practitioner of the demonic path. Although the Sword Pavilion was once a sanctuary of the sword arts, it had resorted to creating numerous sword guards through the Spirit Sword Seal, resembling demonic sects, which ultimately led to its downfall. This was exacerbated by the fact that the last pavilion master failed to cultivate the supreme sword technique to its utmost depth. Had he achieved the pinnacle where myriad swords could soar together, even a concerted attack would have been insufficient to suppress the Sword Pavilion's might. However, while Chu Xiu did not intend to enslave everyone, he was inclined to dominate a select few, like Yin Bingyun. After all, the Pudu sword sect harbored ambitions to disrupt the great Zhou dynasty. Should he flatten the entire sect, he would find no fault in such an action, let alone enslaving Yin Bingyun. He contemplated extending similar treatment to a few fortunate individuals. The Sword Elder's face betrayed a hint of regret upon hearing this. Master, let us first examine the sword tomb. I find myself lacking a suitable weapon, Chu Xiu remarked with a light smile. Within the Sword Pavilion lies a sword tomb, home to countless long swords, each of which is at least a first-tier magical artifact, and even numerous swords of divine quality. His Taiqing Jinhua blade was not merely an ordinary divine weapon, but rather a top-tier artifact. In the great Zhou dynasty, a Grand Master may wield first-tier artifacts, while those at the Spirit Realm may utilize second-tier artifacts. Only those at the Ascendant Realm can employ treasures, and it is at the Celestial Realm that one may wield spiritual artifacts, with divine weapons reserved for those at the Human Immortal Realm, and top-tier divine weapons attainable only at the Earth Immortal Realm. Only upon reaching the Celestial Immortal level may one possess immortal artifacts. This signifies that even when Chu Xiu's cultivation was not advanced, the Empress Murongxi had already bestowed upon him a top-tier divine weapon, which underscores her regard for him. Of course, even wielding the Taiqing Jinhua blade, Chu Xiu could only utilize it in a rudimentary fashion, unable to unleash its true power. Yes, this old servant obeys. The Sword Elder responded respectfully. In an instant, Chu Xiu and the Sword Elder vanished from the Grand Hall. Swish, swish. Chu Xiu and the Sword Elder seemingly materialized within an enormous sword tomb. Within this vast expanse, countless long swords were thrust into the earth, emanating an overwhelming aura of sword intent, as if poised to annihilate the very heavens and the earth. The long swords of magical artifact quality were confined to the outermost layer of the sword tomb, with the quality ascending the deeper one ventured. Master, within the sword tomb, there are a total of 36 top-tier divine swords and 108 divine swords. The number of spiritual artifact level swords exceeds 10,000, while those of treasure level surpass several 100,000. However, the treasure level swords and spiritual artifact level swords do not befit you, the Sword Elder contemplated, sighing as he addressed Chu Xiu. You may collect all the top-tier divine swords and divine swords. If you wish to cultivate the supreme sword technique, you will require an abundance of weapons. It is regrettable that our sword pavilion met its demise too swiftly, leaving but a meager number of top-tier divine and divine weapons. You shall have to make do with what remains. With that, the sword elder waved his sleeve. Buzz. The entire sword tomb erupted with a resonant hum. Swords shot forth from the tomb, hovering before Chu Xiu. All 36 top-tier divine swords and 108 divine swords appeared, obediently suspended in front of him. Clearly, these divine and top-tier divine swords possessed a degree of sentience, recognizing Chu Xiu as the current master of the sword pavilion's secret realm. Under the influence of the sword elder, the spirit of these weapons exhibited remarkable compliance. Very well, we shall temporarily utilize these long swords. Chu Xiu nodded lightly. He understood the sword elder's intentions. To cultivate the supreme sword technique, the quantity of swords is paramount. The greater the number of swords, the mightier their combined force. From the initial 10 swords, to 100, to 1,000, culminating in the crescendo of 10,000 swords soaring in unison, ultimately leading to the final stage of the myriad swords returning to one. There are 5 distinct realms in total. The supreme sword technique is a method of sword mastery, wherein the more swords one commands, the greater the power. With that said, Chu Xiu began to refine each divine weapon in accordance with the content of the sword talisman. In a short while, all 144 long swords felt a profound connection with him, vanishing into his dantian, nurtured by his ascendant power. Sword elder, let us depart. They have all completed the challenges. Chu Xiu informed the sword elder, stepping forward and disappearing from the sword tomb. He was astonished to learn that among those who passed the 6th challenge was none other than the sword saint Dagger, whose talent and swordsmanship was truly astonishing. However, ultimately, Dagger fell at the 7th challenge, unable to become a true disciple of the sword pavilion. Yet, his defeat was not due to a lack of talent, but rather his background as a solitary cultivator, rendering his sword techniques inferior to those of Qin Xiao, Yin Bingyun, and others. Had his talents emerged from a sanctuary of sword arts, the 7th challenge would likely have posed no difficulty for him. The second to pass the 6th challenge was not Yin Bingyun or her companions, but rather Murong Qingcheng, the true disciple of the 100 Flowers sect. While the 100 Flowers sect is not a sanctuary of sword arts, Murong Qingcheng possesses swordsmanship talent that rivals that of Dagger, successfully navigating the 6th challenge. Indeed, the sword elder replied, following Chu Xiu as they departed the sword tomb. In an instant, they returned to the grand hall. Chu Xiu pondered briefly before waving his sleeve, summoning a series of figures into the hall. These figures included Yin Bingyun, the monk Jingxin, the monk Jingyan, the monk Jingyun, Jumakong, and Jiang Fengyan. Indeed, Chu Xiu originally intended to inscribe the spirit sword seal only upon Yin Bingyun and her 5 companions. However, after reflecting, he considered that since the Yin-Yang He-Huan sect is a demonic path sect, he would feel no qualms about enslaving Jiang Fengyun, a true disciple of that sect. Chapter 192, Benefiting the People, the Saintess of the Pudu Sword Sect, Dantai Mingyue. The 6 members of Yin Bingyun bowed respectfully to the sword elder. However, an ominous feeling lingered in their hearts. Upon exiting the sword inquiry tower, they found only Chu Xiu, with none of the other challengers in sight. The sword elder gazed at them with a detached expression, remaining silent. He had surmised that there was likely some enmity between them and Chu Xiu, as they had been separately transported out by him. To have enmity with his master made them adversaries. Divine Soul Sword Seal. Chu Xiu slowly raised his right hand and pointed at Yin Bingyun and the others. Golden sword seals materialized in the air, hurtling towards them. Hold on, Your Grace. Yin Bingyun's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in alarm. The monk Jingxin and the others wished to intervene, but they found themselves utterly immobilized, forced to watch as the divine soul sword seals approached. It should be noted that Chu Xiu had become the master of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion's secret realm. Within this realm, he was akin to a deity. He could harness the power of the entire secret realm to obliterate Yin Bingyun and his companions with but a thought. Yet, he had no intention of their demise. Rather, he sought to transform them into his sword guardians. In an instant, the divine soul sword seals vanished into the consciousness of Yin Bingyun and his companions. Their gazes towards Chu Xiu shifted to one of utmost reverence, their hostility dissipating entirely. Indeed, the divine soul sword seal is formidable, Chu Xiu remarked with astonishment. No wonder the 10,000 sword pavilion was besieged in years past. As my master had indicated, once the divine soul sword seal is sown, even the deepest grudges will instantly yield to profound respect for the master. They will comply with any command given. It is precisely because of the terrifying nature of our 10,000 sword pavilion's divine soul sword seal that we attracted such calamity. The sword elder sighed after a moment of contemplation. With a flick of his thoughts, Chu Xiu released Yin Bingyun and the others from the restrictions of the 10,000 sword pavilion's secret realm. Greetings, master. They knelt before Chu Xiu, bowing deeply. Rise. He gestured, his tone dismissive. Thank you, master, they replied, their faces filled with reverence. Yin Bingyun, as a disciple of the Pudu sword sect, you have been sent to traverse the world in search of the true fate sun, to restore order for the sake of the common people. Is that correct? Chu Xiu inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Yin Bingyun. The sword elder's expression darkened, casting a wary glance at Yin Bingyun, seemingly harboring disdain for the Pudu sword sect. The monk Jingxin and the others also turned their gaze towards him, fully aware of the sect's notorious dealings. Indeed, master, our Pudu sword sect believes that the world is on the brink of chaos. To prevent the suffering of the common folk, we have chosen to emerge and seek the true fate sun to restore order, Yin Bingyun replied respectfully. Pray, tell me, who has your Pudu sword sect chosen this time? Chu Xiu inquired, his demeanor calm, yet probing. I am aware that your so-called search for the true fate sun has always been a mere facade. From the very beginning, you had already selected someone. Being privy to this information would allow him to act preemptively. Should this individual, chosen by the Pudu sword sect, not rebel initially, they would appear as loyal subjects until the world descended into turmoil, at which point they would seize power to dictate the fate of the realm. Master, our Pudu sword sect has chosen Zhao Anmin, the second son of the governor of Yuzhou, Zhao Yan, Yin Bingyun stated without hesitation. Zhao Anmin, the Zhao family of Liaodong? Intriguing. This aligns with the interest of your Pudu sword sect, Chu Xiu mused, recalling the long-standing relationship between the Zhao family and the sect. But why have you opted for the second son instead of the first? Zhao Yan had two legitimate sons, Zhao Jishir, the elder, and Zhao Anmin, the younger. Their names suggested Zhao Yan's high regard for them. Beyond these two, he had several illegitimate sons who posed no threat to the heirs. Given the Pudu sword sect's choice of Zhao Anmin, coupled with the significance of their names, Chu Xiu felt an unsettling similarity to the Li family of Longxi, known for their historical prominence. Master, we of the Pudu sword sect regard Zhao Jishir as a modest and courteous gentleman, while Zhao Anmin is decisive and ambitious, possessing great talent and vision. In our eyes, Zhao Jishir is suited to be a saintly ruler in times of peace, while Zhao Anmin is fit to be a formidable leader in chaos, Yin Bingyun explained earnestly. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yin Bingyun. Who is the current saintess of your Pudu sword sect? What is her strength? Master, our current saintess is named Dantai Mingwe. She has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the celestial realm and is the most astonishingly talented saintess in the history of our sect. However, she has yet to fully step into the human immortal realm. Only upon doing so can she truly emerge, Yin Bingyun responded solemnly. Yet, despite not having entered the human immortal realm, her power is likely already at that level. I overheard an elder of our sect mention that she is no longer a match for the saintess, and this elder is a true human immortal. Chapter 193. The schemes of the 10,000 Buddha Temple and the elder of the great Xianghua Temple, the 9th peak of the celestial realm, possessing the strength at the level of the human immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes flickered with a trace of astonishment. The Pudu sword sect, as one of the sacred lands of swordsmanship within the great Zhou dynasty, has managed to remain influential amidst the chaos, indicating that it cannot rely solely on the support of the Buddhist sacred site, the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple. The Pudu sword sect is inherently powerful, and its Pudu sword classic is among the most prestigious sword techniques of the era. However, within the Pudu sword sect, numerous individuals can cultivate the Pudu sword classic, not just the sect leader and the saintess. Thus, Yin Bingyun also practices the Pudu sword classic, albeit her status within the sect is not as elevated as that of the contemporary saintess, Dantai Mingwe, resulting in her receiving considerably less training and consequently weaker cultivation and power than Dantai Mingwe. Rest assured, master, this is absolutely true. I heard it with my own ears. Yin Bingyun said respectfully. Yin Bingyun, you must conceal your relationship with this lord while within your Pudu sword sect. Should you need to relay any information to me, you may do so through our various Jin Yi outposts. However, to ensure your safety, there is no need to reveal your identity. Simply deliver the intelligence from your Pudu sword sect to the outpost. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before instructing Yin Bingyun. Yes, I shall obey, Yin Bingyun replied, touched. Jingxin, Jingyan, Jingyun, and Jiuma Kong. You four shall also remain hidden within the 10,000 Buddha Temple and the Supreme Secret Temple. Provide me with intelligence regarding both locations. Chu Xiu said with a slight nod, addressing the four monks. Understood. We will comply, they answered with profound respect. Despite being monks, they referred to themselves as subordinates alongside Yin Bingyun. Do you have any information to convey to me? Chu Xiu inquired, looking at the four monks. Master, there is a matter I must report. Jingxin hesitated briefly before joining his hands in reverence. Speak, Chu Xiu urged with an expression of calmness. Master, within our 10,000 Buddha temple, there exists an elder who has been concealing himself in the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. His current identity is that of Master Zhikong, an elder of the Great Xianghua Temple. We have recently commanded Master Zhikong to seek an opportunity to assassinate you. Stirring discord between the Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Xianghua Temple, Jingxin conveyed gravely, explaining that this was the reason the 10,000 Buddha temple had refrained from attacking him thus far. Master Zhikong is an elder of your 10,000 Buddha temple? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, a trace of seriousness crossing his face. The Great Xianghua Temple, being the national temple of the Great Zhou dynasty, is indeed a genuine sacred site of Buddhism. Its influence surpasses even the four major Buddhist sacred lands due to its close ties with the Great Zhou dynasty. However, the Great Xianghua Temple has always maintained a low profile, with its monks rarely venturing into the world, which is why it is not counted among the 5 sacred lands. Due to its relationship with the Great Zhou dynasty, the Great Xianghua Temple is also a formidable force under the control of the Empress Murongxi. Should the schemes of the 10,000 Buddha temple succeed, the relationship between the Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Xianghua Temple could plummet to an all-time low, potentially leading to a rift between them. Master, before entering the Great Xianghua Temple, Master Zhikong was merely a hidden disciple nurtured by our 10,000 Buddha temple. At that time, he had not even stepped into the realm of the primordial spirit. Under our guidance, he entered the Great Xianghua Temple and ultimately became a disciple of one of its elders, achieving the level of human immortal and ascending to the status of elder. His master is the current head of the Arhut court, holding a position of immense respect within the Great Xianghua Temple, Jingxin elaborated, albeit hesitantly. As for whether the head of the Pure Court is affiliated with our 10,000 Buddha temple, I cannot ascertain. Master Zhikong? The head of the Arhut court. The Pure Court master? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow in contemplation. The mere identity of an elder from the Great Xianghua Temple makes Master Zhikong a formidable adversary, given his status as a legitimate human immortal. However, the fact that he has a master who holds a prestigious position within the temple complicates matters further. Nevertheless, now that he has gained insight into the relationship between Master Zhikong and the 10,000 Buddha temple through the primordial spirit sword seal, he has a strategy at his disposal. Otherwise, he would find himself in a precarious position. Coming to the 10,000 sword pavilion's secret realm has indeed proven fortuitous. The primordial spirit sword seal offers him assistance beyond even the unparalleled sword techniques. Jioma Kong, what of your supreme secret temple? After I annihilated the Diamond Sect, why has your temple not taken action against me? Are you also plotting against me like the 10,000 Buddha temple? After a pause, Chu Xiu turned his gaze towards Jioma Kong, his expression serene. Master, our supreme secret temple harbors no such intentions. We have merely instructed our subordinates to seek an opportunity to assassinate you, while ensuring that no one suspects our involvement. Jioma Kong responded candidly. Upon departing from the supreme secret temple, I happened to hear about the emergence of the 10,000 sword pavilion's secret realm and came here on a whim. Shaking his head, Jioma Kong continued, our supreme secret temple has always been distinct from the 10,000 Buddha temple. We do not engage in underhanded schemes. When we wish to eliminate someone, we do so directly. However, given your complicated identity, we cannot afford to have our involvement exposed. Upon hearing this, Jingxin, Jingyan, and Jingyun displayed expressions of anger, their gazes icy as they regarded Jioma Kong. While they were indeed under the control of Chu Xiu through the primordial spirit sword seal, it did not mean their minds were affected. Their mental faculties remained intact, and as long as they were cautious not to be seen addressing Chu Xiu as their master, no one would know of their subjugation. The past downfall of the 10,000 sword pavilion was closely related to this very aspect. Almost every sect had individuals ensnared by the 10,000 sword pavilion, yet they remained undetected as long as they did not reveal their true allegiance. Jioma Kong, after leaving the 10,000 sword pavilion's secret realm, you shall proceed to the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, pretending to search for opportunities to assassinate me, yet always claiming you have not found a suitable moment. Settle down in the capital and concoct an excuse to deflect attention. This is to prevent others from your supreme secret temple from attempting to assassinate me, Chu Xiu contemplated before instructing Jioma Kong. Chapter 194. Chu Xiu bestows laws and gathers talents. Yes, I shall obey your command. Jiu Kong replied with a respectful demeanor. Jiang Fengyan, as for you, stay close to Yin Bingyun and ensure her safety. After all, you've been by her side all along. However, you must harbor no personal feelings towards her. Consider yourself merely a guardian, a protector of blossoms. Do you understand my intentions? Chu Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Fengyun and spoke in a calm tone. Yes, I shall obey. Jiang Fengyun's expression turned solemn as he replied resolutely. With the command to suppress any personal thoughts, he dared not entertain any notions. The fact that this lord had become the master of the Wanjian Pavilion's secret realm must remain confidential. No one must know. In the presence of outsiders, refrain from addressing me as master to avoid revealing your identities. Furthermore, after leaving the Wanjian Pavilion's secret realm, I shall recruit the numerous talented individuals who have entered. You need not concern yourselves with this. Simply decline and depart. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment, addressing Yin Bingyun and the others. Understood, they responded respectfully. Jian Lao, please relocate everyone from the Sword Inquiry Tower immediately. The martial arts bestowed upon Yin Bingyun shall be changed from the Chu Xiu Sword Classic to the Qinglian Law Classic. Jiang Fengyun's martial arts shall be altered from the Qingxiao Sword Classic to the Qingxiao Law Classic. Chu Xiu instructed Jian Lao. However, ensure that no one discovers this. Initially, they had only passed the 5th trial, which entitled them to the Qingxiao Sword Classic's inheritance. Yet now, I have directed Jian Lao to grant them 2 laws that are second only to the Wanjian formula in the Wanjian Pavilion. The rationale behind this bestowal stems from my observation of their styles. I have conferred upon them martial arts that align with their respective techniques. For instance, as a true disciple of the Pudu Sword sect, Yin Bingyun, having cultivated the Pudu Sword Classic, may not lack the opportunity to catch up to Dandai Mingwei if she acquires the Qinglian Law Classic. Jiang Fengyan, being a sword cultivator, may also have the potential to become the pinnacle true disciple of the Yin Yang Hehuan sect upon receiving the Qingxiao Law Classic. As for the 4 monks, they are not primarily sword cultivators, and even if bestowed the Wanjian Law Classic, it would not significantly benefit them. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure that no one learns of this. Jian Lao responded respectfully. Thank you for the bestowed laws. Yin Bingyun expressed her heartfelt gratitude, kneeling before Chu Xiu and proclaiming, I shall exert every effort to serve you, my lord. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, maintaining a composed demeanor. Rise. After leaving the Sword Inquiry Tower, focus on your cultivation and strive to elevate your status within the Pudu Sword sect. Only then can you serve me better. Thank you. My lord, Yin Bingyun replied, gracefully standing up. Jian Lao, you may proceed to relocate everyone from the Sword Inquiry Tower now. Chu Xiu instructed Jian Lao. Old servant shall comply, Jian Lao affirmed, waving his sleeve. One by one, figures began to materialize in the Great Hall. Greetings, Jian Lao. The crowd bowed in reverence. Even Chu Xiu and the others appeared as though they had just been transported from the Sword Inquiry Tower. Please, no need for formalities. Congratulations on successfully exiting the Sword Inquiry Tower. Now, based on the number of trials you have completed, I shall award you accordingly, Jian Lao said with a slight nod. Thank you, Jian Lao. The crowd displayed expressions of delight at his words. Particularly, the sword saint Dugu Yanyu and the true disciple of the Baiwa sect, Morong Qingqing, who had both passed the 6th trial. Dugu Yanyu, having emerged from the ranks of loose cultivators without any powerful inheritance, had relied solely on his innate talent and swordsmanship to arrive at his current status. Although Morong Qingqing hailed from a sect, the Baiwa sect was merely an ordinary one, and her inheritance was not formidable. The prospect of obtaining the Qingxiao Sword Classic, which only inner disciples of the Wanjian Pavilion could cultivate, filled them with immense joy. Though they harbored a hint of regret for not passing the 7th trial and becoming true disciples of the Wanjian Pavilion, thereby missing the opportunity to learn the Wanjian formula. With a sweep of his wide sleeve, Jian Lao released golden light that enveloped the crowd, flowing into their bodies. Chu Xiu appeared to be bathed in golden light, yet in reality, he received nothing, as he was already the master of the Wanjian Pavilion's secret realm and had acquired all its inheritances. His act of receiving the golden light was merely to avoid drawing attention. A resonant hum followed, and in an instant, everyone vanished from the Great Hall. The next moment, Chu Xiu and the others found themselves outside the Wanjian Pavilion's secret realm, which began to fade like a mirage until it completely disappeared. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the commander of the Jinyue, and you are among the true elites of the younger generation in my great Zhou dynasty. If you are willing to join my Jinyue, as long as you achieve merits for us, we possess an abundance of resources, whether they be elixirs, spiritual herbs, or martial arts, Chu Xiu said with a smile, addressing the gathering of talented individuals. My lord, Bingyun is a disciple of the Pudu Sword sect and may not be able to join the Jinyue. I ask for your forgiveness, Yin Bingyun replied, cupping her hands respectfully before gracefully departing. The true disciple of the Yin-Yang He-Huan sect, Jiang Fengyun, disregarded Chu Xiu entirely, vanishing from sight. This aligned with his earlier dissatisfaction towards Chu Xiu for neglecting Yin Bingyun. Ba, good, good, I shall take my leave first, announced a monk. My lord, I am a disciple of the Taishu sect and shall not join the Jinyui, said Ling Tianjian's sect's Qin Xiao, taking his leave as well. One by one, the talented individuals bid farewell to Chu Xiu and swiftly departed. In the blink of an eye, fewer than 30 remained. With a glance, Chu Xiu tallied the remaining 26 individuals. Among them were the sword saint Dugu Yinyu, the true disciple of the Baiwa sect, Morong Qingqing, as well as Gu Jingfeng and Yang Ji, all of whom had reached the celestial realm. The remaining 22 were also of the ascending immortal realm. Notably, apart from Morong Qingqing, it appeared that the others were not disciples of any sect. Are you willing to join our Jinyui? Chu Xiu inquired with a smile. Focusing on Dugu Yinyu and the others, he particularly valued Dugu Yinyu and Morong Qingqing, who had passed the 6th trial. However, Gu Jingfeng and Yang Ji were also noteworthy. As loose cultivators who had attained the celestial realm, their innate talent was truly exceptional. Even the 22 who had emerged from the ranks of loose cultivators and reached the ascending immortal realm were equally impressive. Chu Xiu felt a surge of delight at the prospect of enlisting such a multitude of formidable talents into the Jinyui. Chapter 195, The Essence of the Jinyui. Dugu Yinyu and others are astonished. Lord, what kind of treatment can we expect upon entering the Jinyui's offering pavilion? Dugu Yinyu inquired directly, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Xiu. The eyes of Morong Qingqing and the others also turned to Chu Xiu, for should they join the Jinyui's offering pavilion? It was their desire to genuinely become individuals of the great Zhou dynasty and attain official status within it. If the offering pavilion merely offered superficial titles without substantial benefits, they might reconsider their decision to join. Their presence did not necessarily imply a commitment to join. Should you choose to join our Jinyui's offering pavilion, all that I have just promised will be at your disposal. You may not fully grasp the martial arts, elixirs, and spiritual herbs that I have mentioned. You might be unaware of what the Jinyui can truly provide you, Chu Xiu remarked with a slight smile. As for martial arts, within the Jinyui, we possess the slaughtering sword cannon, the invincible golden body, the diamond Buddha body, the 6-foot golden body, the 10,000 Buddha's golden body, the great sun Tathagata golden body, and the great sun Tathagata Buddha palm, among others. Did the Lord just reference the external cultivation methods of the 4 sacred Buddhist lands? Gu Jingfeng asked in astonishment. For he was the only one among them who had pursued the path of external cultivation. Thus, he reacted swiftly to those 4 names. Dugu Yinyu and the others exchanged bewildered glances with Chu Xiu. Had the Jinyui plundered the 4 sacred Buddhist lands? How else could they possess the external cultivation methods of such revered places? Each of these martial arts was among the most formidable techniques of the Buddhist sanctuaries, and even genuine disciples of the 4 sacred lands might not have the privilege to learn them. Indeed, these are the external cultivation methods of the 4 sacred Buddhist lands. Moreover, our Jinyui possesses the invincible golden body, a peerless martial art that rivals these 4 techniques, Chu Xiu stated calmly. Additionally, I have just passed the 7th trial at the 10,000 Sword Pavilion, becoming a true disciple there. Consequently, I have access to all the martial arts of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. I can also introduce the 4 martial arts next to the 10,000 sword technique into our Jinyui's arsenal, and you will all be eligible to comprehend them. Esteemed Lord, I pay my respects, Gu Jingfeng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he knelt before Chu Xiu, his voice firm and resolute. As a practitioner of external cultivation, the opportunity to train in such supreme techniques was an irresistible lure. Joining the Jinyui would grant him the chance to cultivate these extraordinary arts. Respectful greetings, Lord. The other talented individuals contemplated for a moment before bowing respectfully to Chu Xiu. They recognized that the Jinyui's arsenal contained an abundance of unparalleled martial arts, naturally igniting their desire to join. As free cultivators, even if they possessed the cultivation level of the ascended realm or had stepped into the celestial realm, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous sections. However, even if they were recruited by a sect or a prominent family, they would never receive such extraordinary martial arts, as they were not direct descendants, but rather outsiders. Only Dugu Yinyu, Morong Qingqing, and Yang Ji refrained from bowing. Lord, if we join the Jinyui's offering pavilion, will we be able to obtain official status within the Great Zhou dynasty? Yang Ji hesitated before addressing Chu Xiu. Of course, you will obtain official status within the Great Zhou dynasty upon joining our Jinyui's offering pavilion. You will be regarded as officials of the Great Zhou dynasty. Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile. As for the specific ranks, I shall personally enter the palace to consult with His Majesty. However, I assure you, I will not treat you unfairly. As members of the Jinyui's offering pavilion, you will also possess our Jinyui's token, which will allow you to command our various garrisons to a certain extent. Yang Ji's eyes lit up with excitement as he bowed deeply to Chu Xiu, clearly eager to become an official of the great Zhou dynasty. Lord, will joining the Jinyui provide us with cultivation resources at the celestial realm level or even beyond? Dugu Yinyu pondered for a moment before asking Chu Xiu. The previous conditions had not swayed him. For him, cultivation resources were of utmost importance. Murong Qingqing's gaze also turned to Chu Xiu, evidently eager to know the answer. Certainly. However, within the Jinyui, everything requires merit points. As long as you have merit points, you shall have access to everything, Chu Xiu assured them. To demonstrate my sincerity, Dugu Yinyu, Murong Qingqing, Gu Jingfeng, and Yang Ji, I can promise each of you a Tai golden pill. Chu Xiu smiled lightly, though he had already exhausted his supply of Tai golden pills. Nonetheless, as long as he engaged in righteous deeds, he would receive system rewards, and the Tai golden pill was a frequent reward. It would not be long before he could acquire another batch of them. He intended to make the promise now and deliver it to Dugu Yinyu and the others later. The Tai golden pill? Murong Qingqing's face reflected puzzlement as she gazed at Chu Xiu. Dugu Yinyu and the others also looked at him with curiosity, eager to learn about this pill. Even the 22 talented individuals at the ascended realm level were equally intrigued. It is perfectly normal that you have not heard of the Tai golden pill. This is an unparalleled elixir unique to our Jinyui, with effects comparable to the Wanfo Temple's Wanfo golden pill. It is no less potent than the Wanfo golden pill, Chu Xiu stated nonchalantly. The effects are akin to the Wanfo golden pill, no less effective than the Wanfo golden pill. Is this an extraordinary elixir that can refine the marrow and enhance innate talents? Lord, if we achieve merit within the Jinyui, can we exchange our merit points for Tai golden pills? Indeed, Lord, do we have the opportunity to exchange for Tai golden pills? Upon hearing this, Dugu Yinyu and the others' faces lit up with astonishment, and they could not help but exclaim in excitement, their gazes towards Chu Xiu now filled with fervent anticipation. Certainly. As I mentioned, with our Jinyui's merit points, you can exchange for anything you desire, including the Tai golden pill, Chu Xiu affirmed. However, since Dugu Yinyu and the others have already reached the celestial realm level and possess the strongest innate talents among you, I am providing them with special treatment. If you join our Jinyui and establish merit, you too can exchange for the pills. Moreover, if you demonstrate talents on par with Dugu Yinyu and the others, you might even receive the Tai golden pill as a reward without relying on merit points. Chu Xiu concluded with a gentle smile, addressing the gathering of talented individuals. Chapter 196, Assassination of the Marquis in Broad Daylight. What audacity you have. Thank you, Marquis. A group of talented individuals expressed their gratitude, their faces filled with appreciation. Dugu Yinyu, I pay my respects to the Marquis. Dugu Yinyu bowed deeply to Chu Xiu. Murong Qingqing, I pay my respects to the Marquis. Murong Qingqing stated solemnly as she performed her greeting. There is no need for excessive formalities. Chu Xiu waved his hand, addressing Dugu Yinyu and the others. Thank you, Marquis. They responded in unison. The time is drawing near. You should depart now. After you leave, split up and head to the capital. Upon your arrival, proceed directly to our Jinjui headquarters and inform them that you are individuals recruited by me to serve in the Jinji's worship pavilion. The specific benefits you will receive in Jinji will be personally determined by me later. Chu Xiu contemplated for a moment before speaking to Dugu Yinyu and the others. Marquis, will you not accompany us to the capital? A genius at the peak of the 7th level of Ascendant Realm hesitated before asking Chu Xiu. No. My companions will be arriving soon, Chu Xiu replied with a slight smile. Marquis, I possess some meager strength and am eager to serve you. Dugu Yinyu's eyes glimmered with determination. He had grasped the underlying meaning of Chu Xiu's words. With both hands clasped in a fist, he resolutely declared, having chosen to join the Jinjui's worship pavilion, it is only right that I serve you. Otherwise, I would feel unworthy to accept the Tai golden pill promised by you. Indeed, Marquis, I feel the same. I have joined the Jinjui's worship pavilion and shall naturally serve you. You need not worry about our safety. From the moment I embarked on the path of martial arts, I have placed life and death aside. Indeed, I feel the same. I have walked this path without ever knowing how to write the word death. If I were to fear today's battle, I would have no face to join the Jinji. Murong Qingqing and the others also reacted, surmising that someone likely intended to harm Chu Xiu. After all, they had heard news of his arrival in Danyang County. From Chu Xiu's demeanor, they deduced that there were indeed those plotting an assassination against him. They had long admired Chu Xiu for his deeds, and it was precisely for this reason that they chose to stay when he extended his invitation. Otherwise, the majority would not have remained to join the Jinji. Do you truly fear not death? Chu Xiu smiled lightly, regarding Dugu Yinyu and the others. It must be said that Dugu Yinyu and the others possessed commendable strength. Dugu Yinyu had reached the 4th level of the celestial realm, while Murong Qingsheng was at the peak of the 3rd level. Gu Jingfeng had attained the 2nd level of the celestial realm, and Yang Ji was at the 2nd level of minor success. The rest, although all at the ascendant realm, had at least reached the 6th level of great success, with many having advanced to the 8th or even 9th level of the ascendant realm. Those willing to remain and join the Jinji were undoubtedly individuals of considerable ability, not content to live in obscurity. Those with lesser cultivation were the first to flee. Willing to serve the Marquis, Dugu Yinyu and the others knelt before Chu Xiu, exclaiming with fervor, "Excellent! Since you fear not death, remain here and join me in confronting our foes. I wish to see just how many formidable opponents they have gathered." A satisfied expression crossed Chu Xiu's face as he spoke, hands clasped behind his back. The absence of guards outside the myriad sword pavilion's secret realm was due to the uncertainty of its duration. They had not anticipated that Chu Xiu and the others would emerge within mere hours. Now that some time had passed since their exit, those who left earlier would have certainly closed the secret realm, and news of their emergence would have spread. At your command, Dugu Yinyu and the others responded in unison. Rise. Chu Xiu gestured for them to stand. Thank you, Marquis, Dugu Yinyu and the others replied, standing upright and swiftly positioning themselves behind Chu Xiu, silently awaiting the enemy's appearance. In a matter of moments, figures emerged from all directions, swiftly converging upon their location. Within an instant, over 100 individuals had gathered, all at least at the ascendant realm. Among them were 2 experts at the celestial realm, one at the pinnacle of the 5th level, and another at the pinnacle of the 6th level. All were clad in black, their faces obscured, rendering their identities unrecognizable. The assembly of black-clad individuals encircled Chu Xiu and his companions. However, within the eyes of these black-clad figures, astonishment flickered as they beheld the 26 talented individuals behind Chu Xiu. Clearly, they had not anticipated that he would attract such remarkable talents. This matter does not concern you. Depart swiftly, or face annihilation. The black-clad man at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the celestial realm glared at Dugu Yinyu and the others, his tone icy. Impudent. To attempt to assassinate the Marquis in broad daylight. What audacity you possess. Dugu Yinyu's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. He moved like a flash of lightning towards the black-clad man at the pinnacle of the 6th level, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, never once drawing it. Yet, it was evident to all that if he did unsheath his sword, it would be a strike of tremendous power. Chu Xiu observed with keen interest, displaying no inclination to intervene. He was well aware of Dugu Yinyu's capabilities. He had witnessed his performance in the Sword Inquiry Tower. Moreover, Dugu Yinyu had successfully passed the 6th level, coming very close to clearing the 7th. Such strength should suffice to deal with an opponent at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the celestial realm. Unaware of your own insignificance, the black-clad man at the pinnacle of the 6th level scoffed, raising his right hand, which appeared as if it were made of translucent jade, and struck towards Dugu Yinyu, as if intending to reduce him to mere dust. Though his strike seemed unremarkable, the space before him appeared to shatter in response to his hand. Suddenly, a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens and earth. Dugu Yinyu drew his sword, and the blade erupted with a blinding radiance, launching an assault against the black-clad man at the pinnacle of the 6th level. Upon witnessing Dugu Yinyu's strike, the black-clad man's pupils contracted in shock. He had already discerned that Dugu Yinyu was at the 4th level of the celestial realm, yet he was still at least 2 levels beneath him, which had emboldened him to act. However, he had not anticipated that Dugu Yinyu's strength had reached such a formidable level. Not good. The black-clad man at the pinnacle of the 5th level felt a jolt of alarm. He moved swiftly, vanishing from his spot, intent on teaming up with the black-clad man at the pinnacle of the 6th level to confront Dugu Yinyu. Chapter 197. A sudden change. Chu Xiu strikes. With a cold huff, Murong Qingqing unsheathed her sword and advanced towards the black-clad figure at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the celestial realm. Her swordplay diverged significantly from that of Dugu Yinyu. Instead of being piercingly fierce or earth-shatteringly powerful, her strike birthed an immense peony in the heavens. Its national beauty and fragrant hues captivated the senses, evoking a perilous allure. Originating from the 100 Flowers sect, while their sword techniques may not be legendary in her hands, the 100 Flowers sword technique unleashed terrifying prowess. Observing the confrontation between Dugu Yinyu and Murong Qingqing against the 2 strongest celestial warriors among them, the assembly of black-clad figures refrained from intervening. They were fixated on the duel, eager to ascertain whether these two could vanquish their formidable opponents. A faint sound echoed as an arm fell to the ground, unmistakably belonging to the black-clad warrior at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the celestial realm. The anguished scream that followed was a testament to the agony he felt as crimson blood gushed from his severed limb, staining his attire. The physical torment paled in comparison to the despair in his heart. His martial prowess was predominantly centered in that arm. Yet, the warrior's response was remarkably swift. As a pinnacle master of the celestial realm, he retreated with agility, staunching the flow of blood from the wound. "You cannot escape," Donggu Yanyu declared with a hint of disdain as he pursued the injured warrior, his sword once again slicing through the air with lethal intent. The black-clad figure engaged with Murong Qingsheng was stricken with disbelief. They had assumed their collective strength could annihilate Chu Xiu. Little did they know. Even before Chu Xiu had made a move, the black-clad warrior had already lost an arm to Donggu Yanyu. "Focus on our battle." Murong Qingsheng's icy voice cut through the air as her sword hovered at the throat of the black-clad warrior. A mere step forward would seal his fate. "How is your sword so fast?" The black-clad figure stammered, terror etched across his face, struggling to comprehend how she had closed the distance so swiftly. "Because you lack the qualification to witness my full strength," Murong Qingsheng replied with chilling calmness. The black-clad warrior opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately chose silence. Recognizing that survival was paramount, at least he still had his limbs intact. "Kill me, please. You must kill me." The black-clad figure at the pinnacle of the 6th level cried out in despair, his fury directed at Donggu Yanyu. His legs, severed by the ladder, rendered escape impossible. Donggu Yanyu regarded him with indifference, his sword poised at the warrior's neck, yet he had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. Both he and Murong Qingsheng sought to capture a live foe to uncover their origins. The remaining black-clad figures were paralyzed with fear, their hearts pounding as they witnessed the prowess of these two celestial realm masters. Their initial confidence had evaporated. The mightiest among them had been subdued without even facing Chu Xiu. "Attack!" Gu Jingfeng bellowed, charging toward the black-clad figures, with Yang Ji following suit. The remaining 22 talented aspirants of the Ascendant Realm joined the fray, all targeting the panicked black-clad warriors. "Retreat! We must retreat!" A black-clad warrior at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Ascendant Realm gritted his teeth and dashed away like a streak of lightning. The rest of the black-clad figures, recognizing their dire predicament, followed suit, knowing they faced certain death if they stayed. Thunderous sounds reverberated through the air as the clash of swords echoed. No matter their level, whether 1st or 9th, the black-clad figures were helpless against the onslaught, falling beneath the blades of Gu Jingfeng and his allies. In mere moments, the majority of the black-clad warriors lay slain. However, just then, a beam of sword light appeared behind Chu Xiu, as a pinnacle Ascendant Realm genius, having dispatched several black-clad foes, lunged at him with lethal intent. This unforeseen turn of events caught even Donggu Yanyu and the others off guard. Unbeknownst to them, a treacherous individual lurked among those newly inducted into the Jinyui's ranks. "Lord, be careful." Donggu Yanyu's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to rush to Chu Xiu's aid. The other aspirants, equally enraged, halted their pursuit of the black-clad figures to assist him. "Stay where you are. Focus on your own battles," Chu Xiu replied with an unruffled demeanor. Hearing this, Donggu Yanyu and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, while Gu Jingfeng and his companions clenched their teeth and resumed their assault on the remaining black-clad warriors, channeling their fury into their strikes. The pinnacle Ascendant Realm genius now stood before Chu Xiu, his sword poised less than a meter away. In that instant, Chu Xiu's right hand clenched, summoning a long sword into his grasp. He moved, unleashing a breathtaking sword light that illuminated the battlefield. Chapter 198. Do you still wish to kill to silence? Boom. The prodigy at the pinnacle of the 9th level of ascendance seemed to explode, transforming into an endless mist of blood. Chu Xiu had long been positioned several dozen yards away, and the long sword in his hand had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Donggu Yanyu and Murong Qingsheng finally exhaled in relief. However, a sense of shock seized their hearts. They had witnessed Chu Xiu's decisive strike, yet they realized they could not discern the sword he wielded. The prodigy had perished in an instant. The strength Chu Xiu exhibited far exceeded their expectations. At that moment, Donggu Yanyu and Murong Qingsheng recalled something significant. Chu Xiu had previously informed them that he had passed the 7th trial of the Sword Inquiry Tower, becoming a true disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, and intended to place 4 martial arts techniques, second only to the 10,000 Sword technique, into the armory of the Jinyui. Both of them had entered the 7th trial and knew the terror it entailed. Chu Xiu's success in overcoming it was a clear indication that his prowess surpassed theirs. If they could easily slay this prodigy at the 9th level of ascendance, how much more effortless would it be for Chu Xiu? In their moment of concern, they had forgotten this crucial detail. In less than a moment, swish, 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 Gu Jingfeng and others returned swiftly, reporting to the Lord, "All the men in black have been eradicated." Gu Jingfeng bowed respectfully to Chu Xiu. "Excellent. Today's battle will earn you all merit," Chu Xiu replied, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he spoke to Gu Jingfeng and the others. "Thank you, Lord." Gu Jingfeng and his companions expressed their gratitude, their voices filled with awe. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, then turned his gaze toward Dugu Yanyu and Murong Qingqing. Speaking in a solemn tone, "Bring them over." "Yes." Dugu Yanyu and Murong Qingqing replied respectfully. Dugu Yanyu sheathed his sword and seized the black-clad man at the 6th level of ascendance, dragging him towards Chu Xiu. Gu Jingfeng swiftly moved beside Murong Qingqing, using his right hand to restrain the black-clad man at the 5th level of ascendance, rendering his powers ineffective. Only then did Murong Qingqing sheath her sword. Gu Jingfeng brought the 5th level black-clad man before Chu Xiu, tossing him to the ground. Dugu Yanyu and Gu Jingfeng exchanged glances and reached for the veils obscuring the faces of the two black-clad men, eager to uncover their identities. However, at that moment, 2 golden arrows sliced through the air. These golden arrows, akin to 2 azure dragons, seemed poised to tear the heavens asunder. Yet, the targets of these arrows were not Chu Xiu, nor Dugu Yanyu or Gu Jingfeng. Instead, they were aimed at the 2 black-clad men of ascendance. The might of these golden arrows was utterly terrifying. Although aimed at the 2 black-clad men, if Dugu Yanyu and Gu Jingfeng did not retreat, they too could suffer grievous injuries from the onslaught, as they were too close to their targets. "Do you still wish to kill to silence before me?" A trace of disdain flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes. With a sudden movement, he positioned himself in front of the 2 golden arrows. "Lord, be careful." Murong Qingqing's heart tightened, urgently warning, "This is a divine archer of the ascendance level. His strength has at least reached the 7th level of ascendance." "The 7th level of ascendance?" Chu Xiu chuckled lightly. Grasping his right hand, a sword materialized within his palm. He had already detected a hidden expert at the pinnacle of the 9th level of ascendance lurking several miles away. This individual was the true trump card behind the assassination attempt. An expert at the pinnacle of the 9th level of ascendance, if taken by surprise, could easily dispatch even those at the human immortal level with his bow and arrows. However, under Chu Xiu's gaze, this expert was as conspicuous as a glowing light bulb, unable to conceal himself. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that the moment this expert at the pinnacle of the 9th level of ascendance made his move, it was not directed at Chu Xiu, but rather aimed at the 2 black-clad men of ascendance. This indicated that the archer feared these 2 men surviving and exposing their identities. Chu Xiu's sword surged forth, meeting the oncoming golden arrows. Boom, boom. The earth-shattering sounds reverberated throughout the heavens. The 2 golden arrows shattered completely beneath Chu Xiu's sword, yet not a crease appeared on his garments. He stood resolute as a pine tree, unfazed by the wind. Dugu Yanyu and the others looked on in shock at the display of Chu Xiu's prowess. Most among them were sword cultivators, and they could discern the extraordinary nature of Chu Xiu's strike. They finally understood why he had urged them to leave, striving to confront all the black-clad men alone. He truly possessed such formidable strength. "Now it is your turn." Chu Xiu stepped forward, disappearing from sight as he melded with the essence of space, moving with unparalleled speed. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of golden arrows erupted from the distance, numbering at least 9. Each arrow seemed to lock onto Chu Xiu, intent on obliterating him. Every arrow resembled a roaring azure dragon, manifesting not only its ethereal form but also its horns and scales in magnificent clarity. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the world. All 9 golden arrows were annihilated beneath Chu Xiu's sword. In that instant, his figure reappeared several miles away, brandishing his sword as he gazed at a middle-aged man in a flowing azure robe, holding an ancient, majestic golden bow, exuding an aura of elegance and grace. With his right hand, the man withdrew yet another golden arrow from his quiver. Once again, there were 9 golden arrows. The quiver he bore contained only 20 golden arrows in total. This was the final set of 9. However, the man in azure had underestimated Chu Xiu's speed. He never anticipated that Chu Xiu could close the distance so swiftly. In an instant, the man found himself in a precarious position. Even if he attempted to strike before Chu Xiu, he could hardly hope to slay him with his remaining arrows. More importantly, he had always excelled in ranged attacks, making close combat his Achilles heel. Though he possessed the prowess of a 9th level ascendance expert, Facing Chu Xiu, who had effortlessly shattered his arrows, left him feeling that his own speed in shooting arrows might not surpass the speed at which Chu Xiu wielded his sword. Swish, swish, swish. Figures darted forward, revealing Dugu Yinyu and the others. Your speed in shooting arrows cannot compare to the speed of my sword, Chu Xiu stated calmly. Regarding the man in azure with an impassive expression, I am quite curious to know your true identities. Who are you? The man in azure fell silent, sweat beading on both his left hand gripping the golden bow and his right hand clutching the 9 golden arrows. Chapter 199. Dugu Yinyu, I entrust you with a task. Reporting to the Lord, I know who he is. Dugu Yinyu suddenly spoke. Oh? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, a look of keen interest gracing his features. He had been speculating whether this man in the green robe hailed from a prestigious family or was a military leader. However, the man's demeanor did not resemble that of a military official, suggesting he might indeed be of noble lineage. Those from illustrious families often excelled in archery, yet their talents might not necessarily lead them to military service. Many could find positions in the court instead. Thus, proficiency in archery did not inherently indicate a military bearing. The expression of the man in the green robe shifted slightly. My lord, if I am not mistaken, he should be the leader of the Four Symbols sect, Yu Jinghong. There are very few sects adept in archery in the martial world, and the Four Symbols sect is one of them. Moreover, the sect possesses 2 supreme skills, the Four Symbols archery cannon and the skyward white jade hand. When I witnessed the black-clad man at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, I suspected he was employing the skyward white jade hand. A glint of determination flickered in Dugu Yinyu's eyes as he added, initially, I could not confirm it. It was only when I observed this individual's archery technique that I finally recognized it. The technique he employed was the Azure Dragon Divine Arrow from the Four Symbols archery cannon. The cannon consists of 4 arrows: Azure Dragon Divine Arrow, White Tiger Divine Arrow, Vermilion Bird Divine Arrow, and Black Tortoise Divine Arrow. Within the sect, only the elders can practice the skyward white jade hand, while the Four Symbols archery cannon has traditionally been reserved for the sect's leader. This is the pinnacle of the Four Symbols sect's martial arts. Evidently, Yu Jinghong specialized in the Azure Dragon Divine Arrow, which is why he did not employ the other 3 divine techniques. It is said that whoever can master all 4 divine arrow techniques to perfection may grasp the essence of the Four Symbols divine archery. The power of the Four Symbols divine archery exceeds that of any single divine arrow technique, reaching a level capable of shaking the heavens. As Dugu Yinyu spoke, beads of sweat began to form on Yu Jinghong's forehead, dripping to the ground and creating a damp patch beneath him. Yu Jinghong, for Symbols sect? You possess quite the audacity to dare make an attempt on my life in broad daylight. Do you not fear that I might raise your entire sect to the ground? Chu Xiu remarked with a wry smile, his gaze teasing as it lingered on Yu Jinghong. Please, my lord, spare us a path to survival. I can offer the Four Symbols archery cannon and the skyward white jade hand in exchange for our lives. I am willing to die before you, as long as you grant the Four Symbols sect a chance to live. Yu Jinghong pleaded desperately, dropping his golden bow and arrows to the ground and kneeling before Chu Xiu. They know nothing of this. Even the elders and officials I summoned for this assassination were unaware of my true intentions until we arrived here. Our disciples know nothing. I beseech you to spare them. As he spoke, Yu Jinghong retrieved 2 dark yellow books from his clothing and held them aloft, his eyes filled with hope as he gazed at Chu Xiu. Speak. Who commanded you to assassinate me? If you reveal it, I may yet spare your sect. Chu Xiu stated with an indifferent expression. Yu Jinghong hesitated before replying, My lord, I truly do not know who it was. You do not know who it is? Chu Xiu smiled faintly, his expression amused as he regarded Yu Jinghong. Do you believe me gullible, or are you simply confident in your own deceit? Reporting to the Lord, I genuinely do not know who instructed me to carry out this assassination. The person who sent me has never shown his face. He merely told me that if I could bring people to Danyang County and eliminate you outside the mystic realm of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, he would support the Four Symbols sect's development. He even promised to help me enter the military and become a general, at least a 5th-grade general. This would ensure the Four Symbols sect's ascendance. Yu Jinghong's face bore a bitter expression as he continued. I believe this person because he provided us with a batch of medicinal pills for ascension, even for those at the heavenly realm level. With these pills, our sect could produce at least 5 or even more heavenly realm experts in the future. The fact that he could so easily provide such invaluable pills indicates he is either from a noble family or a prestigious sect. Most likely, he is from one of the top families within the Great Zhou dynasty, as he promised to make me a 5th-grade general. Yet, I have never seen his face. He has always communicated through messengers. Even the villagers who delivered messages to me have never seen him, only knowing they were compensated 10 taels of silver for each delivery. Dugu Yinyu and the others furrowed their brows, contemplating the veracity of Yu Jinghong's claims. Were they half-truths, complete fabrications, or entirely genuine? Spirit capture technique. Chu Xiu suddenly fixed his gaze on Yu Jinghong. As soon as the words left his lips, Yu Jinghong's eyes glazed over, his entire being falling under the control of the spirit capture technique. Controlling someone at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm was no simple feat, even if he was not adept in close combat. However, Yu Jinghong was already gripped by fear, leaving him vulnerable to the technique. Dugu Yinyu and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Chu Xiu wielded the spirit capture technique. Yu Jinghong, what you just said, is it true? Chu Xiu inquired, his expression calm as he regarded Yu Jinghong. Reporting to the Lord, it is all true. I have not concealed anything, Yu Jinghong replied, his expression vacant. With a soft thud, Yu Jinghong's head fell to the ground, and the two dark yellow books slipped from his hands into Chu Xiu's left hand. Chu Xiu sheathed his sword and collected the two tomes, turning to Dugu Yinyu and the others. Dugu Yinyu, I entrust you with a task. Since Yu Jinghong spoke the truth, there is no need to keep him alive, nor the two black-clad individuals we captured. They are of no further use. Please issue your command, my lord. Dugu Yinyu replied respectfully, bowing deeply. Chapter 200, The Bodhi Enlightenment Pill and the Four Symbols Arrow Manual. You are tasked with leading Murong Qingqing and others to the Four Symbols sect to completely obliterate it without leaving a trace. Our Jinui will be responsible for the confiscation of the entire sect from the local Qianhu or Baihu office. Upon reaching the area of the Four Symbols sect, contact the local Qianhu or Baihu office. Your mission is solely to eradicate the Four Symbols sect. The rest will be handled by them. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he coldly stated, after annihilating the Four Symbols sect, you shall proceed to the capital. I shall commend your achievements. The reason for mentioning the local Qianhu or Baihu office was that Chu Xiu was unaware of the exact location of the Four Symbols sect. In the Great Zhou dynasty, a Qianhu office is found in a state, while a Baihu office is located in a prefecture. Chu Xiu was uncertain whether the Four Symbols sect resided in the state city, nearby, or within a prefecture. Yes, subordinate shall obey. Dugu Yinyu responded solemnly, his voice resonant. This is my token. With a flick of his sleeve, Chu Xiu sent a token soaring towards Dugu Yinyu, where it hovered before him. Each Jinui possessed their own token, and as the Jinui commander, Chu Xiu naturally had his own commander's token. Thank you, Lord. Dugu Yinyu's eyes brightened with surprise as he grasped the token with gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion. He had been contemplating how to gain the trust of the Jinui office. Now, with the commander's token bestowed by Chu Xiu, he would not need to explain himself to the local Jinui office. The token alone would suffice to mobilize their forces. There's no need for excessive courtesy. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. However, at that moment, a mechanical voice resounded in Chu Xiu's mind. Congratulations, host. By eliminating the masters of the Four Symbols sect and eradicating their lawlessness, you have earned 100 years of ascension power, 50 Tai golden pills, and 1 Bodhi enlightenment pill. Will you accept the rewards now? Yes, Chu Xiu replied joyfully without hesitation. The system was indeed efficient. Although he had yet to truly obliterate the entire sect, he was being generously rewarded simply for issuing the command. As soon as he spoke, an immense surge of ascension power surged into Chu Xiu's Dantian, propelling his cultivation from the 4th level of the ascension realm to the pinnacle of the 5th level. Just a step away from the 6th level, the 50 Tai golden pills and the Bodhi enlightenment pill were stored in the system space. Simultaneously, information about the Bodhi enlightenment pill flooded into Chu Xiu's mind. It was an extraordinary elixir capable of inducing sudden enlightenment, profoundly aiding in the comprehension of martial arts. With this Bodhi enlightenment pill, I can comprehend the 10,000 sword technique and the Four Symbols arrow manual. Chu Xiu's heart surged with excitement. The positive energy system had delivered him a perfect opportunity. Though he had already inherited the 10,000 sword technique from the secret realm of the 10,000 sword pavilion, where he found numerous insights from the last pavilion master, his understanding had only reached the entry level, still some distance from mastery. Now, with the Bodhi enlightenment pill in hand, reaching a significant level of understanding would be well within his grasp. Thank you, Lord. There is no time to lose. I shall lead everyone to the Four Symbols sect to eliminate it. Dugu Yinyu respectfully clasped his hands toward Chu Xiu. Do not rush. You have already achieved merit by slaying so many masters of the Four Symbols sect. You must still proceed to annihilate the entire sect. I will now grant you the rewards I promised. Not only Dugu Yinyu, but everyone shall receive a Tai golden pill. Each person shall receive one. Chu Xiu smiled slightly. Now you bestow us with Tai golden pills? Dugu Yinyu was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chu Xiu in astonishment. Murong Qingsheng and the others also looked at him with curiosity. After all, they believed such extraordinary pills, capable of purifying one's body and enhancing innate talents, should be reserved for the Jinyui headquarters. Could it be that Chu Xiu carried so many Tai golden pills with him? With a flick of his sleeve, white light burst forth, revealing numerous white porcelain vials that hovered before Dugu Yinyu and the others. Each person had one vial, neither more nor less. While they were curious about how Chu Xiu concealed so many vials, their excitement overcame them as they gratefully accepted the vials, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generosity, Lord. While there's still time, take the Tai golden pills now. I shall personally guard you during your cultivation. After your purification, you may proceed to the Four Symbols sect." Chu Xiu said with a calm smile. "Yes, we shall obey." Dugu Yinyu and the others responded with firm voices. At that moment, they were filled with immense gratitude, feeling a deep sense of belonging to the Jinyui. As the saying goes, a soldier would lay down his life for a true friend. They had only achieved a minor merit, yet Chu Xiu generously rewarded them with such a remarkable elixir. To put it bluntly, a single Tai golden pill could stir up great waves in the entire martial world, driving countless practitioners to madness. Even those at the celestial realm and above would covet such a treasure, as no one would refuse a chance to enhance their innate abilities. Moreover, Chu Xiu not only bestowed them with these extraordinary pills but also lowered himself to protect them personally. This showed how much he valued them. They would not hesitate to follow him into the depths of danger. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, remaining silent. Dugu Yinyu carefully stored the Jinyui commander's token and then cautiously took the Tai golden pill, sitting cross-legged to refine its power. Murong Qingsheng and the others followed suit, also taking their pills. Before long, everyone was engrossed in their cultivation. After a while, a series of powerful auras erupted from Dugu Yinyu and the others. Although the Tai golden pill could not enhance one's cultivation level, it could improve innate talents. The enhancement of their talents allowed their cultivation levels to rise as well. Dugu Yinyu stepped into the 5th level of the celestial realm. Murong Qingsheng reached the pinnacle of the 4th level. Gu Jingfeng ascended to the 3rd level, and Yang Ji reached the small success of the 3rd level. Moreover, numerous talented individuals emerged, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Ascension realm. Two among them, originally at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Ascension realm, seized the opportunity to step into the 1st level of the Celestial realm. Those newly elevated to the pinnacle of the Ascension realm were now very close to the Celestial realm, and perhaps in no time, they would find themselves naturally entering that realm. The remaining individuals have all at least ascended to a minor realm. As Chu Xiu observed the remarkable enhancement in the cultivation of Dugu Yinyu and the others, a satisfied expression graced his face, and he silently nodded. "Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your benevolent rebirth." Once Dugu Yinyu and the others had ceased their breakthroughs, they opened their eyes and knelt before Chu Xiu, exclaiming in unison. Chapter 201. Lord Chu. You seldom visit without a purpose. No need for formalities. Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively towards Dugu Yinyu and the others. "Thank you, Lord." The crowd responded in unison. "Very well, I must return to the capital now. After you resolve the matters with the Four Symbols sect, proceed to the capital. I shall await you at the headquarters of our Jinyui." Chu Xiu spoke calmly, hands clasped behind his back. "We shall obey your orders." Dugu Yinyu and the others replied with utmost respect. With a swift motion, Chu Xiu grasped the golden giant bow, Yu Jinghong, which fell into his hand. He slung it over his shoulder and retrieved the 9 golden arrows that had fallen to the ground, along with the quiver, carrying them all as he stepped forward, disappearing into the void. Having acquired the Four Symbols arrow manual from Yu Jinghong, it was imperative not to waste this golden bow. He perceived that this bow was likely not a mere weapon but rather a treasured artifact passed down through the generations of the Four Symbols sect. The golden arrows used by Yu Jinghong appeared to be of ordinary craftsmanship, likely forged later. Yet, in the absence of superior arrows, Chu Xiu resolved to make use of what was available, adhering to the principle of not wasting resources by taking the 9 arrows with him. "Farewell, Lord." Upon seeing Chu Xiu depart, Dugu Yinyu and the others bowed respectfully. An hour later, in the capital. Upon returning to the capital, Chu Xiu did not head to the Jinyui headquarters, but instead made his way directly to the imperial palace. After a short while, outside the Taiji palace, Chu Xiu cupped his fists and called out, "I, Minister Chu Xiu, seek an audience with your majesty." Chu Aiching has arrived? The Empress Murong Si, who was reviewing memorials within the palace, brightened at the mention of Chu Xiu. She put down the documents and turned to Jiang Wanner, who was waiting nearby, instructing, "Jiang Wanner, go out and welcome Chu Aiching." "As you command, my lady." Jiang Wana responded, making her way outside the hall. Pei Guanyin stood by, waiting. Soon, Chu Xiu strode into the hall, bowing respectfully to Murongxi. I pay my respects to your majesty. No need for such formalities, Chu Aiqing. Murongxi smiled, her enchanting beauty illuminated by a hint of warmth as she gazed at Chu Xiu, saying, I know you only visit the Three Treasures Hall when you have affairs to discuss. You do not come to see me without reason. Chu Xiu felt a flush of embarrassment, cleared his throat, and replied, Your Majesty, I am aware of your heavy responsibilities. So I do not dare to intrude without significant matters at hand. Murongxi smiled softly, remaining silent. Your Majesty, I have come to propose the establishment of a worship pavilion within the Jinyue. During my recent journey to the secret realm of the Wanjian Pavilion in Danyang County, I gathered a group of skilled individuals from the Jianghu. Their cultivation levels are no less than that of the ascended immortal realm, with some possessing the prowess of celestial beings. In the future, even those at the human immortal realm may join us. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu continued, They are accustomed to the freedom of the Jianghu, and with their cultivation levels, it would be inappropriate for them to start as ordinary Jinyue officers. Therefore, I propose to set up a worship pavilion within the Jinyue, allowing them to serve as our esteemed members. Tasks unsuitable for regular Jinyue officers could be delegated to these members of the worship pavilion. I understand your intent, Chu Aiqing. Murongxi's eyes glimmered with insight as she regarded Chu Xiu. You wish for the members of the worship pavilion to hold a certain rank, thus becoming officials of our great Zhou dynasty. Given their cultivation levels, they cannot begin as ordinary Jinyue officers. Your idea for the worship pavilion is indeed commendable. The Jinyue must expand beyond merely relying on its own officers. It requires a cadre of talented individuals from the Jianghu, whether they be prodigies or renowned figures. As long as they pose no significant issues, they may be welcomed into the worship pavilion of the Jinyue. What are your thoughts on the ranking system? Murongxi inquired thoughtfully, gazing at Chu Xiu. Your Majesty, here is my proposal. The members of the worship pavilion shall hold a minimum rank of 5th grade, equivalent to our Jinyue 1000 household rank. Those at the ascended immortal realm shall be ranked 4th grade, on par with the town protector. Individuals who reach the human immortal realm shall hold a rank of 4th grade, equivalent to our Jinyue commanders. While they may not possess true authority as members of the Jinyue, they will have the power to command our various garrisons during missions and receive full support from the Jinyue. Chu Xiu stated with earnestness. Moreover, when they are in public, they will also hold the rank of officials in our great Zhou dynasty, requiring the recognition of all officials across the court. As for their cultivation resources and benefits, they will be treated equally to officials of all ranks within the Jinyue. Granted. Murongxi pondered for a moment, her voice steady and resolute. Jiang Wana, shortly relay the matter of establishing the worship pavilion in the Jinyue to the cabinet. It must be communicated throughout the various levels of government in our great Zhou dynasty. This is not merely an internal affair of the Jinyue. It needs to be recognized officially, or else the ranks of the worship pavilion members would hold no legitimacy. As you command, my lady, Jiang Wana replied with utmost respect. Chu Aiqing, do you have any other matters to discuss? Murongxi inquired, tilting her head slightly to regard Chu Xiu. Your Majesty, there is nothing further. I shall take my leave now. Chu Xiu shook his head, stating. Murongxi picked up a memorial to review, falling silent. Chu Xiu performed a respectful bow and quietly withdrew. Upon leaving the palace, Chu Xiu headed towards the Jinyue headquarters. After some time, I pay my respects to the Lord. Upon seeing Chu Xiu appear outside the Jinyue headquarters, the guarding officer hurriedly bowed. No need for formalities. Inform Li Jingtian to come and meet me in the main hall of the Jinyue headquarters. Chu Xiu instructed the officer. As you command. The officer replied with a respectful demeanor. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and strode into the headquarters with the gait of a dragon or tiger. The officer swiftly used lightness skills to dart inside. In no time, Li Jingtian entered the main hall of the Jinyue headquarters and greeted Chu Xiu, who sat at the head of the hall. With utmost respect, I pay my respects to the Lord. Li Jingtian, you are tasked with arranging for the creation of a new set of tokens. The front of the token will bear the rank of 1000 household or town protector, consistent with our current Jinyue tokens. However, the back will be inscribed with the words Worship Pavilion of the Jinyue, Chu Xiu stated calmly, regarding Li Jingtian. Worship Pavilion? Li Jingtian paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he stared at Chu Xiu in disbelief. Chapter 202, Li Jingtian's Vision, Monitoring the World. Indeed, the Offering Pavilion. This noble lord has recently gathered a group of individuals from the martial world. The lowest cultivation level among these individuals is the Ascendant Realm, with several at the Celestial Being Realm. Those in the ascendant realm will serve as 5th rank offerings in our Jinyui's offering pavilion, equivalent to the rank of a Qianhu. Meanwhile, those in the celestial being realm will be 4th rank offerings, on par with the local governors. It is imperative that we produce a batch of tokens in the shortest time possible. This noble lord has already entered the palace to present this matter to His Majesty, and His Majesty has graciously approved it. Chu Xiu nodded, looking at Li Jingtian, and remarked, "Your wisdom is commendable. With the establishment of the offering pavilion, our Jinyui will be able to recruit a host of martial experts from the world, thereby enhancing our strength. There are certain tasks unsuitable for us to undertake, which can be entrusted to these skilled individuals from the martial community. Furthermore, I believe we could impart our disguise techniques to the offerings of the offering pavilion." Li Jingtian's eyes brightened with excitement as he responded, "Let the offerings of the offering pavilion gather intelligence for us. Of course, our current intelligence network can handle ordinary information. However, inquiries into true masters, or the surveillance of such figures, especially those at the celestial being realm or beyond, may exceed our Jinyui's capabilities. These tasks can be entrusted to the offerings of our pavilion, who are themselves masters of the ascendant and celestial being realms. If they were to master our disguise techniques, they could effectively investigate and monitor the real experts on our behalf, thereby supplementing our intelligence network." "Indeed, this concept is excellent," Chu Xiu affirmed with a approving gaze. "However, merely possessing disguise techniques is insufficient. Should the ranks of the offerings in the Jinyui increase, we could monitor the local governors, district captains, and even state inspectors across the entire Great Zhou Empire, keeping track of their every move. In this way, any plot of rebellion would be revealed to me at the earliest opportunity. Of course, this is contingent upon ensuring their loyalty. Otherwise, once we assign them tasks, they could betray us, potentially exposing our operations and inviting a backlash against the Jinyui. This is one concern. The second is that if their loyalty is lacking, they may inadvertently reveal our disguise techniques. It is crucial to remember that our disguise techniques are derived from the rewards of the positive energy system, constituting the apex of such arts in the world." "What is your intent, my lord?" Li Jingtian inquired tentatively. "Bring forth ink, paper, and brush," Chu Xiu commanded, rising with a voice that resonated with authority. "Yes," replied a Jinyui officer stationed outside the main hall, hastily departing. Upon hearing this, Li Jingtian's heart stirred, his excitement evident on his face. He surmised that Chu Xiu was about to bestow upon him a remarkable method to enhance the survival and intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Jinyui spies. Before long, 2 Jinyui officers entered, carrying a writing desk. The desk was already furnished with ink and paper, and the ink had been ground to perfection. After setting down the desk and bowing to Chu Xiu, they quietly withdrew. Chu Xiu approached the desk, grasping the wolf hair brush, and began to write with fluid elegance on the pristine rice paper. In mere moments, he completed several pages, declaring, "Li Jingtian, this is the breath concealment technique I have penned. This technique allows one to suppress their aura entirely, concealing not only their cultivation level, but also all traces of their presence." He set down the brush and continued, "Utilizing this breath concealment technique alongside the disguise techniques will ensure that even while hiding in the shadows to observe or eavesdrop, one remains undetected. You are to ensure this technique is stored in our Jinyui arsenal and is exclusively for the use of our core members. It should be prioritized for our spies, as their loyalty can be assured. Those of higher ranks in the Jinyui, including those above the 100-unit level, may also practice it. As for the offerings of the offering pavilion, they may only be taught once their loyalty is confirmed. This breath concealment technique is a diminished version of the innate technique rewarded by the positive energy system, even in its reduced form. It is more than sufficient for the Jinyui, attaining 80% of the original's power. A practitioner at the ascendant realm employing this technique in hiding would remain undetectable even to those at the celestial being realm, and it would be virtually impossible for a practitioner of the human immortal realm to uncover them." "Understood, my lord," Li Jingtian replied solemnly. "This breath concealment technique is invaluable for the Jinyui. Its practice must indeed be contingent upon loyalty. The offerings I have gathered have already been dispatched to the 4 symbols sect on missions. They have faced life and death alongside me. Upon their return to our headquarters, they shall qualify for the practice of both the disguise and breath concealment techniques." Chu Xiu pondered briefly before admonishing Li Jingtian, acknowledging the exceptional talents of figures like Duge Yinyu, especially since he had already rewarded them with a Tai Golden Dan. If these individuals lacked eligibility for such techniques, who else would? "Understood, my lord," Li Jingtian replied respectfully. "In addition to the breath concealment technique, I shall write 4 more manuals. These are teachings I acquired from the secret realm of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Each of these manuals contains unparalleled sword techniques and should also be added to our arsenal. After all, the martial arts within our arsenal require merit points for exchange. You will be responsible for re-establishing the merit point system for each type of martial art and its respective level. As for Dugu Yinyu and Murong Qingqing, their exceptional swordsmanship warrants special attention. They may select one of the 4 manuals for training without needing to expend any merit points. Should they wish to view the other 3 manuals, they must pay the requisite merit points. After careful consideration, Chu Xiu reiterated his instructions to Li Jingtian. Yes, I will comply, Li Jingtian affirmed with a serious expression. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, resuming his writing. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, he completed the manuals for the 10,000 Swords Technique, the Azure Sky Technique, the Void Technique, and the Azure Lotus Technique. With a satisfied stretch, he declared, "All is finally complete. Li Jingtian, I entrust this to you. I shall now take my leave to rest." He was eager to return to the Jinyui commander's study to commence his cultivation. After all, he had recently acquired a Bodhi enlightenment pill and was keen to delve into his training. Having spoken, Chu Xiu stepped forward and vanished into the grand hall of the Jinyui headquarters. Chapter 203. Allow me to temporarily obstruct for our disciples. Preserve a flicker of hope for our 4 symbols sect. Li Jingtian respectfully bowed and spoke. In a fleeting moment, within the study of the commander of the Jinyui, Chu Xiu sat cross-legged, flipping his right hand to reveal a white porcelain vial. However, although he had extracted the vial containing the Bodhi enlightenment pill, he had no intention of opening it just yet. Instead, he took out the 4 symbols archery classic and the heavenly white jade hand, beginning to peruse these 2 manuals. How intriguing. The 4 symbols sect must have been formidable in the past. It is merely unfortunate that the successors are lacking. The 4 symbols archery classic is not to be mentioned lightly, for it is a martial art that only the sect master can cultivate. The inadequacy of the current sect master is evident. Such an extraordinary archery manual, and yet no one has been able to cultivate it to its profound depths, let alone grasp the 4 symbols divine archery technique in the unity of the 4 symbols. The heavenly white jade hand is equally remarkable. This martial art certainly rivals the 4 symbols archery classic. It boasts genuine, boundless power. What a pity. Chu Xiu set down the manuals and shook his head, saying, to possess 2 unparalleled martial arts, and yet the 4 symbols sect has failed to produce even a single master of the celestial realm. Of course, I am aware that the emergence of a master in the celestial realm or above is not solely dependent on martial arts. To give rise to a master of the human immortal realm or beyond, it often requires a sacred level sect or a powerful family that holds the majority of the cultivation resources, completely controlling the entire Zhou dynasty's avenues of ascension, from the court to the populace. Without sufficient cultivation resources, a common sect like the 4 symbols sect, even with extraordinary martial arts, can at most produce warriors of the celestial realm, unable to manifest true masters beyond that. Now is the time to consume the Bodhi enlightenment pill. The focus is on comprehending the 10,000 swords technique. Any remaining time shall be devoted to the 4 symbols archery classic, followed lastly by the heavenly white jade hand. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he picked up the white porcelain vial, uncorked it, and poured the Bodhi enlightenment pill into his mouth. Boom. The pill melted upon entering, transforming into an incredibly refreshing aura that surged towards his mind, clearing his thoughts. Countless insights regarding the 10,000 swords technique flooded into his consciousness, rapidly enhancing his mastery of it. In an instant, he progressed from the entry level to the small accomplishment stage, then to the great accomplishment stage. Chu Xiu felt his comprehension multiply tenfold in that moment. Once the 10,000 swords technique reached the great accomplishment stage, his pace of comprehension slowed. It was time to delve into the 4 symbols archery classic. Chu Xiu concentrated, and the contents of the classic emerged in his mind as he began to unravel its mysteries. He understood well that the 10,000 swords technique is itself a breathtaking martial art, a remarkable sword classic. Attaining true perfection in such an extraordinary classic is a monumental challenge, unless one receives an immediate reward akin to what he had earlier from the positive energy system. Otherwise, to fully comprehend a classic that is no less formidable than the heavenly escape sword technique requires an extensive duration, given that he had achieved the great accomplishment stage. The difficulty had escalated tremendously. Even if he were to exhaust the pill's potency, it might not suffice to reach perfection. Thus, it would be more prudent to focus on the 4 symbols archery classic. An hour later, indeed, a single Bodhi enlightenment pill has enhanced my comprehension by more than tenfold. Not only has it brought my 10,000 swords technique to the great accomplishment stage, but the 4 symbols archery classic and the heavenly white jade hand have also reached the same level. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he remarked, "What the system produces must be of exquisite quality." This saying has proven to be true. As the sun dipped low, dusk began to settle. At this moment, the four symbols sect was tranquil and harmonious, resembling a picturesque scroll. Suddenly, a multitude of figures soared from the distance. Appearing above the four symbols sect, 26 figures in total, each radiating an overwhelming aura. Surrounding the sect, figures of the Jinui cavalry were also approaching steadily. However, all eyes within the sect were drawn to the figures in the sky, oblivious to the Jinui's advance. Swish. "I wonder what brings you esteemed friends here today?" An elderly man clad in gray rose from the depths of the four symbols sect, appearing in the sky, clasping his hands with a smile. "As the grand elder of the four symbols sect, I invite you to join me for a drink, allowing us to extend our hospitality. By the command of the Marquis, the four symbols sect intends to rebel. We shall flatten the sect." Du Gu Yinyu cast a cold glance at Lu Changkong, his voice laced with murderous intent. "The Marquis? Our four symbols sect seeks rebellion?" Upon hearing Du Gu Yinyu's words, Lu Changkong's face paled, his scalp prickling in shock as he exclaimed, "Dear sir, is there some misunderstanding? How could our four symbols sect dare to rebel?" Yet, unease began to creep into his heart. Although he was unaware of Yu Jinghong's sudden departure with a group of elders from the four symbols sect, he could not help but connect it to Du Gu Yinyu's arrival. In that moment, the entire four symbols sect fell into a deathly silence. Countless disciples gazed at Du Gu Yinyu, their faces etched with terror. People of the Jianghu have always regarded the Zhou dynasty with caution, but that does not mean they are unafraid of its officials. On the contrary, they harbor fear and trepidation, which is why they maintain their distance. The premise of such distance is rooted in respect. The gravity of the accusation, intent to rebel and flatten the four symbols sect, was too heavy to bear. It signified that all their lives were at stake. Misunderstanding? Your sect master, Yu Jinghong, led the elders and executors of the four symbols sect to assassinate our Marquis. Perhaps you are unaware of our Marquis's identity. I shall enlighten you. Our Marquis is the champion Marquis of the Zhou dynasty, the commander of the Jinui. Du Gu Yinyu's voice was icily resolute. As of now, your sect master, Yu Jinghong, and others have already perished beneath our swords. Lu Changkong's vision darkened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, crying out in despair, "Sect master, how could you be so foolish? How could you attempt to assassinate the champion Marquis? You are condemning our four symbols sect's 1,000-year legacy to ruin. Kill." Du Gu Yinyu gripped the hilt of his sword, drawing it with a swift motion as he charged toward Lu Changkong. "Kill." Murong Qingqing and the others descended from the sky, attacking the entire four symbols sect. All remaining elders and executors of the four symbols sect, follow me to momentarily obstruct them. Preserve a flicker of hope for our four symbols sect. All disciples, scatter and flee at the fastest pace. From this day forth, conceal your identities, and do not wander the world as disciples of our four symbols sect. Lu Changkong, ultimately a master of the celestial realm, gritted his teeth and called out loudly. Chapter 204, Flattening the Four Symbols Sect. Wang Hao is astonished. Indeed. Upon hearing Lu Changkong's words, numerous figures soared into the air from the four symbols sect, rushing towards Murong Qingqing and her companions. There were no fewer than several dozen figures, yet the majority were merely at the Ascension realm, with only one elder at the Celestial realm, who had just recently achieved a minor success in the first level of that realm. This was all that remained of the four symbols sect strength. They were sacrificing their lives to leave a flicker of hope for the disciples of the four symbols sect. Disciples obey the orders. Thousands of disciples from the four symbols sect looked at the selfless elders, their eyes brimming with tears, and cried out in unison. Subsequently, one by one, the disciples began to flee from the four symbols sect. Skyward, white jade hand. Lu Changkong's expression turned grave as he sensed Du Gu Yinyu's sword strike approaching. His right hand slowly extended, appearing like a masterpiece sculpted from white jade, shimmering brilliantly under the evening sun. A colossal white jade hand emerged, crashing down towards Du Gu Yinyu. Kill. Du Gu Yinyu's demeanor remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the descending jade hand. With overwhelming killing intent, he shouted, merging with the sword in his hand. Boom. With a single strike, the white jade hand shattered completely. In an instant, Du Gu Yinyu was before Lu Changkong, his sword descending upon him. Sword and man as one. Astonishment flickered across Lu Changkong's face as he raised his right hand to block Du Gu Yinyu's sword. The skyward white jade hand was no ordinary martial art. During its cultivation, it could render one's hand as indestructible as iron. However, in the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light severed Lu Changkong's head from his neck. Du Gu Yinyu charged directly towards the four symbols sect. At this moment, Murong Qingsheng and her companions had also eliminated all the elders and stewards of the Four Symbols sect. The stewards and elders faced the overwhelmingly powerful talents and prodigies, resulting in a staggering disparity in strength. Dugu Yinyu and his companions began to pursue the disciples of the Four Symbols sect, declaring that to flatten the Four Symbols sect, they could not allow a single person to escape. This was the first task entrusted to them by Chu Xiu. If they could not even accomplish such a task, how could they face Chu Xiu upon their return to the capital? More importantly, the surroundings of the Four Symbols sect were already surrounded by the imperial guards. The guards, prepared for the fleeing disciples, unleashed the Three Laughs carefree powder, causing all the disciples to collapse in a haze. Ultimately, Dugu Yinyu and his companions discovered that they had only slain less than 1/5 of the disciples of the Four Symbols sect. The rest lay motionless on the ground. As prodigies, Dugu Yinyu and his companions scorned the thought of attacking the incapacitated disciples who had succumbed to the effects of the powder. Swish! The 100th house of the Lujiang County Imperial Guards, Jiang Baichuan, swiftly approached Dugu Yinyu, clasping his hands in respect and stating, "Lord Dugu, not a single disciple from the Four Symbols sect has escaped. How shall we dispose of them?" Indeed, the Four Symbols sect was located within Lujiang County, not far from Danyang County, both under the jurisdiction of Yangzhou. It was evident that those behind the Four Symbols sect had chosen this relatively powerful sect for their schemes against Chu Xiu. Yet, they had not anticipated the sect's incompetence. The sect master, Yu Jinghong, a peak expert at the 9th level of the celestial realm, had failed to eliminate Chu Xiu and ultimately met his demise at Chu Xiu's hands. My orders are to flatten the entire Four Symbols sect. The aftermath will be handled by the local imperial guards. Dugu Yinyu pondered and asked Jiang Baichuan, "According to my lord's commands, these individuals should be eradicated entirely. However, they are currently incapacitated, and I am uncertain how to proceed. What do you believe should be done?" Jiang Baichuan inquired. "I understand. Since my lord desires to obliterate the entire Four Symbols sect, we must indeed execute all the disciples. Furthermore, the assault on my lord by the Four Symbols sect is a grave matter. This cannot be tolerated. We must annihilate the entire sect with overwhelming force to instill fear in the other sects." Jiang Baichuan's expression grew solemn as he spoke earnestly. "Very well, Jiang Baichuan. Then they are in your hands. We shall return to the capital to report to my lord." Dugu Yinyu nodded to Jiang Baichuan. Given that the disciples of the Four Symbols sect were now incapacitated, they posed no obstacle to the Imperial Guard's slaughter, rendering any assistance unnecessary. "Rest assured, Lord Dugu, with us here, not a single disciple of the Four Symbols sect shall survive," Jiang Baichuan proclaimed confidently. Dugu Yinyu offered a respectful gesture to Jiang Baichuan, then swiftly departed into the sky, with Murong Qingsheng and her companions following suit, leaving Lujiang County. "Brothers, act. Leave not a single one alive." Jiang Baichuan's right hand gripped the embroidered spring blade at his waist, his voice cold and resolute. Upon finishing, he drew his blade and slashed, sending a wave of blade energy that cleaved a dozen or so fallen disciples of the Four Symbols sect into pieces. Kill. The Imperial Guards of Lujiang County unsheathed their blades and charged at the defenseless disciples of the Four Symbols sect. They harbored no reservations about slaying these powerless disciples. Fully aware that the Four Symbols sect had attempted to assassinate Chu Xiu and harbored rebellious intentions, such individuals were utterly deserving of death. In the capital, at the residence of the Minister of Rights, the steward, Jiang Xian, approached the study with a respectful demeanor and reported, "My lord, the Four Symbols sect has failed." As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open abruptly. "Isn't the sect master, Yu Jinghong, at the peak of the 9th level of the celestial realm? Moreover, his archery skills are unmatched, capable of ambushing even the most formidable foes beneath the celestial realm." The left deputy minister, Wang Hao, emerged from the study, his brow furrowing in disbelief. How could they have failed? Was there a hidden master protecting Chu Xiu, or was it something else? To him, given the Empress Murongxi's level of concern for Chu Xiu, it would not be surprising if shadow guards were dispatched to protect him. According to the reports from Danyang County, Chu Xiu's swordsmanship has reached unparalleled heights, and his true strength likely approaches the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Yu Jinghong must have perished under Chu Xiu's sword. No other individuals intervened, Jiang Xian affirmed, shaking his head with certainty. Chapter 205, The First Manner of the World. Young Master Baiyin Qingyan. Was there no one else to intervene? Chu Xiu's strength has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the celestial realm. Moreover, this youth might possess the legendary 5 elements escape technique. Even a master at the level of a human immortal would find it a formidable challenge to slay him. Wang Hao's expression shifted, his pupils constricting, as he spoke with a grave countenance. Master, this youth's growth rate is alarmingly rapid. Zhang Xian, a hint of bitter amusement gracing his features, remarked, if we do not eliminate him soon, he will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary to our Taiyuan Wang clan. It is not merely a possibility. He has already become our sworn enemy. Do you think he is unaware of our repeated attempts to harm him? He is acutely aware of it. Our Taiyuan Wang clan has reached a point of no reconciliation with him. It is a matter of life and death. It will either be our clan's destruction or his demise. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Wang Hao's eyes as he spoke with a chilling determination. Since we have arrived at this juncture, it is time to reveal our true strength. Master, it may not be prudent for us to act directly. This is a course of action we are forced into. What do you think of young Master Qinyan? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring of Wang Hao. You know? Wang Hao's interest was piqued as he regarded Zhang Xian. Within the great Zhou dynasty, there existed not only the esteemed families of the 5 surnames and 7 houses at the court, but also prominent clans within the martial world. The strength of each clan was not inferior to that of the sacred sects in the martial realm. Each family possessed profound and rich heritage. The Qin family of Huayin, known for the first manner of the world, held immense prestige in the martial world. They are one of the 9 great families of the martial realm. In recent years, the 9 great families of the martial world have forged closer ties with the 5 surnames and 7 houses, even entering into marital alliances to a certain extent. The 9 great families of the martial world aspire to shift their influence from the martial world to the court, seeking not merely to hold sway in the martial realm, but also to wield significant power within the imperial court. Conversely, the 5 surnames and 7 houses desire the martial prowess of the 9 great families for support. Naturally, their interests align perfectly. The Taiyuan Wang clan chose to ally with the Huayin Qin family, becoming in-laws. He understood well why Zhang Xian mentioned Qinyan. After all, Qinyan happened to be in the capital at this moment, a guest in his estate. Master. Young Master Qinyan possesses astonishing talent and has acquired the unparalleled sword techniques of the first manner of the world, inheriting the legacy of the supreme sword. He has authored the Baiyun Sword Classic and has earned the title of one of the 9 young masters of the martial world, known as Young Master Baiyun. Although he is yet to reach the level of the Young Master Feng of the first manner, within the ranks of the celestial realm's prodigies across the Great Zhou dynasty, he is undeniably extraordinary. Few in the realm can compare with him. With young Master Qin Yan's intervention, armed with his sword, he would surely be able to slay Chu Xiu. Even if he cannot eliminate him, he would at least be able to gauge Chu Xiu's true strength, allowing us to know ourselves and our enemy, thus paving the way for the complete eradication of Chu Xiu. Zhang Xian spoke earnestly. The young Master Feng he referred to was the current young lord of the first manor, Qin Yan's elder brother, Qin Feng. He is regarded as the pinnacle of unparalleled talent in the world today. Having stepped into the human immortal realm a decade ago, he is a being who does not fall short of the likes of Yan Qin Feng, the young master of the Qintian Supervisory Office, and perhaps even surpasses him. Jiang, you speak wisely. Yen'er is a member of the martial world and, like Chu Xiu, belongs to the younger generation of prodigies. It is entirely reasonable for him to challenge Chu Xiu openly at the headquarters of the Imperial Guard. If Chu Xiu were to fall beneath Yen'er's sword, even the Emperor would have no grounds for reproach, let alone blame Yen'er. After all, swords are blind, and it is entirely normal for casualties to occur in a fair contest. A glimmer of insight crossed Wang Hao's eyes as a smile graced his face. Master, your wisdom is remarkable. Zhang Xian replied with the utmost respect. Summon Yen'er, Wang Hao commanded in a low, powerful voice. Yes, I shall obey. A concealed attendant from the Ministry of Rites responded and quietly departed. Zhang Xian bowed to Wang Hao and vanished from sight, as if he had never been there. Wang Hao stepped forward, making his way to a nearby pavilion. Upon reaching the pavilion, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing silently at the scene of the lake before him. Moments later, a young man clad in white, exuding an extraordinary presence and adorned with a magnificent long sword at his waist, approached the pavilion and bowed respectfully to Wang Hao. Nephew pays his respects to uncle. This young man was none other than Qin Yan, the second son of the first manor of the world, the young Master Baiyun. There is no need for excessive formality. Come, sit within the pavilion, Wang Hao replied, turning to Qin Yan, and took a seat on a stone bench. Certainly, Qin Yan acknowledged. Entering the pavilion and sitting opposite Wang Hao, noticing a slight furrow in Wang Hao's brow, he inquired, Uncle, may I ask why you have summoned me? If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. Wang Hao sighed. Yen'er, are you aware of the champion Marquis Chu Xiu? Of course. I know of him, Qin Yin responded. Rumors in the martial world speak of his extraordinary talent, and his swordsmanship has reached an astonishing level. He single-handedly infiltrated Yujun County, where, amidst many skilled protectors, he assassinated Prince Zhao. He even managed to penetrate the military camp and, before the eyes of many, killed the revered ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Tiansheng, along with the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Yu. Ultimately, he single-handedly decimated a demon army of 10,000. It is precisely due to these accomplishments that he has been bestowed the title of Champion Marquis by the Emperor. A change crossed Qin Yan's expression as he spoke with solemnity. Uncle, are you worried about this individual? Given the enmity between Chu Xiu and the Taiyuan Wang clan, Qin Yan was well aware of the stakes involved. After all, the first manor of the world was closely tied to the Taiyuan Wang clan, their fates intertwined. If the Taiyuan Wang clan were to perish, the first manor would inevitably share the same fate. Thus, the first manor had been closely monitoring Chu Xiu's situation. This individual has truly matured. If we do not eliminate him soon, our Taiyuan Wang clan will suffer significantly because of him. Yet, I cannot find a suitable person to act. We, the Taiyuan Wang clan, must tread carefully. If Chu Xiu were to seize upon any evidence, or if the emperor were to become aware of our actions, calamity would surely befall us. Wang Hao expressed his frustration. Uncle, I am of the same generation as Chu Xiu. It is entirely normal for peers to engage in contests. I can challenge Chu Xiu openly at the headquarters of the Imperial Guard, thereby eliminating this heartache for you. Qin Yin stated with unwavering confidence. Chapter 206. Are you saying that the second son of the world's foremost estate, Qin Yin, has come to challenge me? With these words from Yenner, Wang Hao felt a sense of relief wash over him. Uncle, rest assured, I will not let you down. Qin Yin declared confidently. Very well, it is getting late. Yenner, rest well tonight. Gather your strength for tomorrow's challenge against Chu Xiu at the headquarters of the Jinui. As long as it is a fair duel, swords are blind. Even if you were to slay him, outsiders would have no grounds to criticize. Wang Hao nodded slightly, looking at Qin Yin. Yes, my nephew understands, Qin Yin replied. After a pause, he tentatively asked, Uncle, what if Chu Xiu is unwilling to fight? If he refuses to engage, then we must let it go. Do not pursue it relentlessly. Wang Hao furrowed his brow and said, In that case, I will have to devise another plan to deal with him. Indeed, Qin Yin said respectfully. After all, he was the second son of the world's foremost estate, the renowned Baiyun Gongzi. To the outside world, he was always seen as a refined and elegant gentleman. If he were to go to the Jinui headquarters to challenge Chu Xiu like a common shrew, his reputation would be tarnished, and he would be ashamed to face anyone. Should Chu Xiu accept the challenge, he would naturally rely on his sword to defeat him. However, if Chu Xiu truly did not wish to fight, he would not be able to lower himself to persist in the matter. Wang Hao slowly rose, turning to gaze at the fish swimming in the lake. Understanding his uncle's unspoken thoughts, Qin Yin stood up, bowed respectfully to Wang Hao, and silently withdrew. The next day, as the sun rose and the morning glow painted the sky, a young swordsman clad in white, resembling a paragon of worldly elegance, arrived outside the Jinui headquarters. It was none other than Qin Yin, the second son of the world's foremost estate, Baiyun Gongzi. Stop. This is the headquarters of the Jinui. A guard of the Jinui stepped forward, expressionless, to block Qin Yan's path. Please inform your superior that Qin Yin from the world's foremost estate has come to challenge the champion marquis. I hope the marquis will graciously accept my invitation. Qin Yin said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, his demeanor as gentle as jade. Challenging the marquis? The guard's expression hardened, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Qin Yin. Are you certain you wish to challenge our marquis? We have certainly heard of the fame of Baiyun Gongzi, the second son of the world's foremost estate. After all, the Jinui had the duty of monitoring the realm. Recently, they had not only risen in prominence within the court, but also begun gathering extensive intelligence from the martial world. Indeed, I have long heard of the marquis's swordsmanship. Now that I find myself in the capital, I wish to witness it firsthand, Qin Yin said, admiration evident on his face. Please wait a moment. I will inform the marquis, though whether he will accept your challenge, I cannot say, the guard said, giving Qin Yin a deep look before turning to head inside the headquarters. In a short while, the guard arrived at the office of the Jinui commander. He bowed respectfully and announced, reporting to the marquis, the second son of the world's foremost estate, Qin Yin, has come to challenge you. With a creak, the office door slowly opened. Chu Xiu emerged, a playful glint in his eyes as he remarked, You say the second son of the world's foremost estate, Qin Yin, has come to challenge me? Indeed, it is the renowned Baiyun Gongzi, the second son of the world's foremost estate, the guard replied respectfully. Very well, I understand. You may leave now and tell Qin Yin that I will come shortly, Chu Xiu said, waving his hand. As you command, the guard replied, turning to leave. Bring them in, Chu Xiu commanded, a glimmer of intensity in his gaze. A Jinui officer approached quickly, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Marquis. Inform Li Jingtian, Nie Quangren, Shimanju, Lin Huayu, Dugu Yinyu, and Murong Qingsheng to come and meet me in the main hall of the Jinui headquarters, Chu Xiu instructed after a moment's contemplation. Yes, the individuals have already arrived in the capital and are now part of the Jinui's service, the officer confirmed, then swiftly departed. Chu Xiu strolled leisurely towards the main hall of the Jinui headquarters. Although Qin Yin was a well-known figure in the martial world, as the second son of the world's foremost estate, Chu Xiu felt no urgency. Who was he? The champion marquis of the great Zhou dynasty, the commander of the Jinui. What did it matter to make a mere commoner like Qin Yin wait for a moment? Not long after, Chu Xiu entered the main hall of the Jinui headquarters. Greetings, Marquis, Li Jingtian and the others bowed deeply. Please rise, Chu Xiu waved his hand, taking a seat at the main table. Thank you, Marquis. Upon hearing his words, Li Jingtian and the others expressed their gratitude. Just now, the second son of the world's foremost estate, Baiyun Gongzi Qin Yin, came to challenge me. I have asked him to wait outside, Chu Xiu said with a slight smile, looking at Li Jingtian and the others. Reporting to the Marquis, I am willing to fight in your stead against Qin Yin, Dugu Yinyu exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. I have long heard of Qin Yin's reputation and yearn for the chance to duel with him. Marquis, let me take his place, Murong Qingsheng added eagerly. Chu Xiu smiled gently. Do you know what level of cultivation Qin Yin possesses? I have never seen Qin Yin, so I cannot speak to his level of cultivation. Dugu Yinyu replied hesitantly. Murong Qingsheng furrowed her brow, admitting she too had never encountered Qin Yin. However, she was certain that as the second son of the world's foremost estate, even if he did not surpass his older brother, Qin Feng, his innate talent must be exceptional, and his strength formidable. As for the title of Baiyun Gongzi, neither Dugu Yinyu nor Murong Qingsheng took it to heart. The 9 young masters of the martial world were merely the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the 9 great families. Each family had one, simply fortunate enough to be born into the right lineage. Lin Huayu, do we have any information on Qin Yin? Chu Xiu asked, turning to look at Lin Huayu with a calm demeanor. Chapter 207, Dugu Yinyu. Do you possess the confidence to slay this individual? The gazes of the crowd turned towards Lin Huayu, eager to ascertain the true prowess of Qin Yin. I report to the Lord. Qin Yin's cultivation level stands at the 4th minor completion of the celestial realm. He practices the unparalleled sword technique of the supreme sword sect, renowned as one of the most superior sword arts in our Zhou dynasty. As the second son of the supreme sword sect, his swordsmanship has undoubtedly received the genuine teachings of the supreme sword. His strength may well surpass that of the 4th level of the celestial realm, likely reaching at least the 6th level. Lin Huayu pondered for a moment before continuing. Though this individual has long been overshadowed by the brilliance of the Supreme Sword Sect's eldest son, Qin Feng, his innate talent should not be underestimated. I suspect his strength may have already ascended to the 7th level of the Celestial Realm. Otherwise, he would not dare to challenge the Lord. The 7th level of the Celestial Realm? Chu Xiu's gaze shifted to Dugu Yinyu, his expression calm as he inquired, Dugu Yinyu, do you possess the confidence to slay this individual? His words were not about merely defeating Qin Yin, but about ensuring his death. To challenge him, one must be prepared to face mortality. Otherwise, would anyone dare to confront him? Moreover, it is crucial to note that the Supreme Sword Sect is closely linked to the Taiyuan Wang clan through marriage, representing a deeply intertwined relationship. Qin Yan's challenge may very well be an attempt to eliminate him on behalf of the Taiyuan Wang clan. Why else would Qin Yin choose to challenge him specifically, rather than others? I report to the Lord, I shall not allow you to be disappointed, Dugu Yinyu declared with unwavering determination. He had enhanced his innate talent through the Bodhi Enlightenment Pill, breaking through to the 5th minor completion of the Celestial Realm. Upon arriving at the Imperial Guard's headquarters, he selected the Void Cannon from the arsenal, and after comprehending it, his swordsmanship attained new heights. After all, he was one of the most exceptional sword prodigies. Otherwise, he would not have earned the title of Sword Saint. However, he had previously lacked a truly unparalleled martial legacy, which was his greatest shortcoming. Now, having understood the Void Cannon, he had compensated for that deficiency. Facing Qin Yin, who practiced the Supreme Sword, he felt no fear. His reputation as Sword Saint would not be overshadowed by Qin Yan's title of Young Master Baiyun. Furthermore, with his cultivation level surpassing that of Qin Yin, he felt even less trepidation. Very well, you shall engage in battle with Qin Yin and claim his head. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, and spoke solemnly to Dugu Yinyu. Regarding Dugu Yinyu's choice of the void cannon, Li Jingtian had already informed him. The void cannon was a sword technique related to the domain of space. The void itself is a part of the spatial realm. Although the void cannon may not rival Chu Xiu's heavenly escape sword technique, it is still an exceptionally rare space-related sword art. With Dugu Yinyu's swordsmanship talent, it would undoubtedly not disappoint him. I shall obey, Dugu Yinyu replied with resolute conviction. My lord, the relationship between the Supreme Sword Sect and the Taiyuan Wang clan is quite intimate. If we slay Qin Yan, will we not sever our ties with the Taiyuan Wang clan completely? Moreover, the sect leader of the Supreme Sword Sect, Qin Yu, holds the title of the Supreme Sword God, making him one of the top figures within our entire Dezhou dynasty. Although the Supreme Sword Sect is led by the Qin family, it has also taken in a multitude of disciples. Within the sect, numerous experts exist. And if we were to kill Qin Yan, the Supreme Sword Sect would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Is it not sufficient merely to defeat this person? Given our current strength, it may be challenging for our Imperial Guard to contend with such a powerful faction as the Supreme Sword Sect. Li Jingtian hesitated before bowing to Chu Xiu and expressing his concerns. Nie Quangren and others nodded in agreement, revealing their shared apprehension. Despite the Taiyuan Wang clan's repeated covert attacks on Chu Xiu, their open enmity had yet to manifest. However, should they kill Qin Yan, it would undoubtedly escalate into a true confrontation. Moreover, the most pressing issue was that even if the Taiyuan Wang clan refrained from intervening, the Supreme Sword Sect would certainly retaliate. As one of the 9 major families of the martial world, their strength was beyond question. This was a genuine sacred-level force. Although the Imperial Guard had previously offended sacred-level forces, such as the 10,000 Buddhist Temple and the Supreme Secret Temple, they had only clashed with their pawns, not their most direct disciples. While Qin Yan may not be on par with the disciples of the 10,000 Buddhist Temple or the Supreme Secret Temple, he was still formidable. If the Supreme Sword Sect refused to let the matter rest, it would be even better. We could obliterate the entire Supreme Sword Sect. No matter how powerful the Supreme Sword Sect may be, can it rival our Dezhou dynasty? A sharp glint flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke with chilling intent. If our Imperial Guard lacks the strength, then we shall mobilize the Imperial Army to suppress the Supreme Sword Sect. The Imperial Army? Li Jingtian was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chu Xiu in disbelief. He surmised that Chu Xiu intended to enter the palace to request the Empress Murongxi to deploy the Imperial Army. After all, the Imperial Guard was a unique institution of the Dezhou dynasty, and it would be entirely reasonable to mobilize the Imperial Army to crush the Supreme Sword Sect for their audacity in confronting the Imperial Guard. This was a matter of the Dezhou dynasty's dignity. However, Nie Quangren and others sensed that Chu Xiu's statement held deeper implications than merely requesting the Empress's involvement. With a flick of his right hand, a tiger talisman appeared in his palm as he smiled faintly. The Empress has bestowed upon me the tiger talisman to mobilize the Imperial Army. I have yet to truly utilize it. I hope the Supreme Sword Sect will not disappoint me. Li Jingtian and the others stood in stunned silence, their faces displaying shock as they gazed at the tiger talisman in Chu Xiu's hand. Although Nie Quangren and others had speculated that Chu Xiu's previous statement held more significance than it appeared, they never anticipated that the Empress Murongxi would trust Chu Xiu to such an extent. This talisman could command hundreds of thousands of troops from the Imperial Army. What rare treasures could compare to this talisman, which rendered them mere scrap metal? With a subtle smile, Chu Xiu rose and strode towards the hall's exit, remarking, "Let us go. It is time to meet Qin Yan," after leaving him waiting for a while. "Yes, I shall obey." Li Jingtian and the others quickly regained their composure and hurriedly followed, surrounding Chu Xiu as they made their way outside the Imperial Guard's headquarters. In no time, Chu Xiu and Li Jingtian arrived outside the Imperial Guard's headquarters. Qin Yan of the Supreme Sword Sect greets the Lord. After waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour outside the Imperial Guard's headquarters, Qin Yan, though inwardly fuming at Chu Xiu's apparent disregard for him, still maintained a demeanor of grace and civility, bowing respectfully. "Qin Yan, do you wish to challenge me?" Chu Xiu inquired, his expression calm as he regarded Qin Yan. Chapter 208, The Stunning Swordsmanship of the World, Undoubtedly the Best. Qin Yan had long heard of the esteemed swordsmanship of the Marquis and had been eager to seek his guidance. However, opportunities had eluded him until today, when he found himself in the capital and specifically visited the headquarters of the Jinhui, hoping for the Marquis' instruction. With a humble demeanor, Qin Yan clasped his hands together and spoke, "I wish to challenge you, my lord, but I fear I am not worthy." The Marquis, Chu Xiu, shook his head, his expression unperturbed. "You are not yet qualified to challenge me. I am the champion Marquis of the great Zhou dynasty, and you, a mere commoner." Believe you can test your skills against me? Qin Yan's expression shifted slightly. The Marquis's words stung. Despite the vast difference in their statuses, Chu Xiu being a noble marquis, while he was merely a commoner, Qin Yan was still one of the 9 great families of the Jianghu, the second young master of the first house. Yet, in Chu Xiu's eyes, he felt as insignificant as a stray cat or dog. However, I am in a good mood today and may grant you this opportunity, Chu Xiu remarked with a faint smile. What do you mean, my lord? Qin Yan inhaled deeply, steadying himself, and asked through clenched teeth. Quite simple. I shall send one of my men to face you. If you can defeat him, I will allow you to challenge me. Rest assured, the person I send will be of the same youthful caliber as yourself, Chu Xiu replied, hands clasped behind his back. His demeanor as the gentle breeze. My lord, swords are without eyes. Should I accidentally injure him, I trust one will not be held responsible? Qin Yan's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Chu Xiu. As long as the opponent was not someone whose cultivation vastly surpassed his own, he feared no one among his peers. His inquiry was merely a precaution for his forthcoming challenge against Chu Xiu, should an unfortunate mishap occur. Do not worry. Since this is a challenge, it shall be a fair duel, where life and death are yours to bear. Should you kill my man, I will not retaliate nor invoke the laws of the great Zhou dynasty against you. However, if you fall by my man's sword, the same principle applies, Chu Xiu said, casting a penetrating gaze at Qin Yan. Indeed, Qin Yan had come to the Jinyue headquarters with ill intentions, seeking to eliminate him on behalf of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Such is the nature of our Jianghu, where we engage in fair combat, accepting life and death as our own responsibility, Qin Yan declared proudly. Dugu Yinyu, you shall spar with Qin Yan, Chu Xiu commanded with a serene smile. Yes, I shall obey. Dugu Yinyu, clad in a green robe and standing tall like a pine tree, stepped forward, gazing calmly at Qin Yan. As a distinguished member of the Jinyue, Dugu Yinyu was not required to wear the official uniform, although he possessed one. Preferring his own attire, he opted not to don it. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed, surprise evident on his face. The sword Saint Dugu Yinyu? Indeed, I am Dugu Yinyu. A venerated member of the Jinyue, he replied, his demeanor indifferent. Who would have thought the renowned sword saint would join the Jinyue? How fortuitous. I have long wished to witness the swordsmanship of the sword saint before challenging the Marquis, Qin Yan said, a smile breaking across his face as he gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. Though Dugu Yinyu was celebrated for his astounding swordsmanship, he was also known for his shortcomings. His background as a rogue meant he had never received exceptional lineage or teachings. Yet, Qin Yan could not deny Dugu Yinyu's exceptional talent, having risen from obscurity to earn the title of Sword Saint. Alas, it was a pity that such a talent did not belong to his household but instead served as a hound for the Jinyue. Please, Dugu Yinyu said with an expression of indifference. Be careful, brother Dugu, Qin Yan warned, and in an instant, he lunged at Dugu Yinyu, his sword still sheathed. In a flash, he drew his sword as he closed in, the blade singing through the air. With an awe-inspiring brilliance, a dazzling sword light illuminated the heavens, seemingly absorbing all the light around it. Truly, the most stunning swordsmanship in the world. This was the origin of its name. Dugu Yinyu, astonished, drew his own sword. His strike appeared unremarkable, yet it possessed a singular quality, speed. With a single stroke, he swiftly returned his sword to its sheath. What sword technique is this? Qin Yan halted less than a meter away, his sword clattering to the ground, shock etched across his face. The Void Codex, Dugu Yinyu replied calmly. Such a remarkable technique. As Qin Yan spoke, a trickle of blood began to seep from his brow, a shallow cut appearing as he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Though it seemed merely a superficial wound, it had extinguished Qin Yan's very essence. Li Jingtian and the others gazed in astonishment at Dugu Yinyu. They had heard of his legendary status, but the extent of his power and the reason for Chu Xiu's regard remained a mystery to them, as they had never witnessed his true prowess. Now, they were eyewitnesses to the strength of Dugu Yinyu's swordsmanship. Even the sword god, Shimenju, silently admired him. Although Shimenju's understanding of the sword was not inferior to Dugu Yinyu's, he was slightly lacking in cultivation. Shimenju and Nie Kuangren had both consumed elixirs that refined their essence, enhancing their innate talents. Like Li Jingtian, they had reached the realm of Tianren. Yet their cultivation was still at the 4th minor completion stage, making them somewhat inferior to Dugu Yinyu. Dugu Yinyu quietly stepped back behind Chu Xiu, as though he had merely performed a trivial act. Suddenly, a figure appeared, the steward Jiang Xin from the Ministry of Rites. Jiang Xin stared blankly at the motionless Qin Yan, astonished that there was no need for Chu Xiu to intervene. Qin Yan had perished too swiftly for him to react. Chapter 209. The World's Premier Manor Trembles. The Supreme Swordmaster Qiu. Have you come to collect the corpse? Chu Xiu said calmly as he looked at Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian cast a deep glance at Chu Xiu, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the Marquis. You still know your manners. Take Qin Yan's body and leave. Chu Xiu replied with a serene smile. Jiang Xian silently crouched down, lifted Qin Yan's lifeless form, and vanished in an instant. This individual is formidable, Li Jingtian remarked gravely, observing the direction Jiang Xian had departed. Do you know who he is? Chu Xiu inquired nonchalantly. He had sensed the profound killing intent emanating from Jiang Xian. Despite the latter's attempts at concealment, this person is either from the world's premier manor or the Wang family of Taiyuan. Reporting to you, my lord. This individual is the steward of the Ministry of Rites, named Jiang Xian. He is an esteemed elder beside Wang Yang, the head of the Wang family in Taiyuan, and is considered the foremost expert stationed in the capital. His strength likely reaches the realm of human immortals, though our intelligence network cannot ascertain his exact level within that realm, as he remains exceedingly low profile and seldom leaves the Ministry of Rites, let alone makes a move. Lin Huayu elaborated after some contemplation. Keep a close watch on him. Indeed, the entire Ministry of Rites must be under scrutiny. We must be fully aware of their every action. Chu Xiu's voice was low yet powerful, although he understood that the current capabilities of the Jinui were insufficient for such extensive surveillance, as true experts could elude detection even when outside the ministry. The recently bestowed concealment technique should yield some results. Yes, your subordinate will comply. Lin Huayu responded respectfully. Moreover, send someone to the world's premier manor. Keep a close eye on them. The second young master of the world's premier manor has perished at the hands of our Jinui. They will undoubtedly seek retribution. Chu Xiu instructed with a serious tone. Understood, Lin Huayu nodded earnestly. In truth, even without Chu Xiu's orders, he would have acted. For it was evident that the world's premier manor would dispatch experts to confront the Jinui, either through overt aggression or covert actions. Let us return, Chu Xiu uttered, turning towards the Jinui headquarters. Yes, Li Jingtian and the others responded in unison, following Chu Xiu into the headquarters. Congratulations, host. You have slain the second young master of the world's premier manor, Qin Yan, and persistently engaged in actions of positive energy, earning a reward of 120 years of ascension power and an additional 10 cubic meters of system storage space. Do you accept the reward? The mechanical voice of the positive energy system resonated in Chu Xiu's mind. There are rewards for this. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xiu's eyes, and he thought, yes. It appeared that eliminating these figures from the martial world was deemed a positive act by the system. Naturally, he would not refuse such benefits. Most importantly, he had unexpectedly received 10 cubic meters of system storage as a reward. With this, his storage space would expand to 20 cubic meters. No sooner had he finished his thoughts than a torrent of ascension power surged into his dantian, elevating his cultivation from the pinnacle of the 5th level of ascension to the 6th level, drawing him ever closer to the realm of celestial beings. His system space expanded to 20 cubic meters. Ministry of Rites, Hall. In the hall, Wang Hao, the left assistant minister, sat sipping tea, though he felt a persistent unease. Suddenly, Jiang Xian appeared, cradling Qin Yan's corpse. Wang Hao's face paled as he beheld the unmoving figure of Qin Yan. He sprang to his feet, urgently questioning. What has happened to Yenner? My lord, young Master Qin Yan has passed away. Jiang Xian sighed, delivering the somber news. Wang Hao stared in shock at the lifeless Qin Yan, his silence stretching until he clenched his fists, a look of profound sorrow enveloping him. It is I who has brought about Yenner's demise. My lord, it is my failure to protect young Master Qin Yan. Please, punish me. Jiang Xian knelt. A look of remorse etched upon his face. Tell me, how did Yenner meet his end? Wang Hao's expression darkened ominously. Reporting to my lord, it was Du Gu Yenyu. He has allied himself with the Jinui and has become one of their honored members. Chu Xiu did not intervene. Young Master Qin Yan engaged Du Gu Yenyu in a duel. Unexpectedly, Du Gu Yenyu's sword was too swift, and young Master Qin Yan could not defend himself. By the time I sought to intervene, young Master Qin Yan had already fallen to Du Gu Yenyu's blade. Jiang Xian explained quietly. The sword Saint Du Gu Yenyu? He has defected to the Jinui? Regardless of who it is, anyone who dares to kill Yenner must pay with their life. They must accompany Yenner in death. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he spoke with chilling resolve. My lord, what shall we do next? Jiang Xian raised his gaze to Wang Hao, asking, should I personally eliminate Du Gu Yenyu? No need. One Du Gu Yenyu will perish in due time. Wang Hao shook his head. Elder Jiang must not take action, at least not for the sake of one Du Gu Yenyu. If you must act, It should be to eliminate Chu Xiu on behalf of our Wang family of Taiyuan. Jiang Xian nodded gently, remaining silent. Elder Jiang, you must personally go to the world's premier manor, bring back Yiner's body, and return it with utmost haste. Inform my brother-in-law of the situation. He will know how to proceed. Wang Hao instructed after a moment of contemplation. Yes, I shall obey, Jiang Xian replied, rising with Qin Yan's body and stepping out. Vanishing from the hall. An hour later, outside the world's premier manor. With a whoosh, Jiang Xian appeared at the entrance, holding Qin Yan's corpse. Greetings, Elder Jiang. The guards at the entrance of the world's premier manor hurriedly bowed upon seeing Jiang Xian's sudden arrival. However, after the salutation, they realized the figure cradled in Jiang Xian's arms was none other than their second young master, Qin Yan. In an instant, expressions of sheer horror washed over the faces of dozens of guards, their minds reeling as if the sky had fallen. Who among them was unaware that this second young master was the most cherished figure within the entire world's premier manor? For he was more than a decade younger than their eldest young master, Qin Feng, the manor's young master, and thus, not only was Qin Yu, the supreme sword master and head of the manor, exceedingly fond of Qin Yan, but even Qin Feng doted on his younger brother. Indeed, Qin Yan's swordsmanship had been personally taught by Qin Feng. Go and inform Manor Master Qin that I have returned with young Master Qin Yan's body, Jiang Xian said, his face a mask of sorrow. Chapter 210. Chu Xiu, has the first manor of the world stirred? Indeed, a guard from the first manor of the world responded, swiftly employing lightness techniques to vanish inside. Another guard extended an invitation to Jiang Xian. Old Jiang, please enter the hall and await. Jiang Xian nodded slightly and followed the guard into the first manor. The remaining guards exchanged glances, sensing that the entire first manor was about to be profoundly shaken. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Xian did not take a seat, but stood holding the lifeless body of Qin Yan. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a stern expression seemingly appeared out of thin air in the hall. With tears in his fierce eyes, he gazed at the corpse of Qin Yan in Jiang Xian's arms, extending his hands to receive it. Coldly, he demanded, "Who is it? Who killed my son?" This middle-aged man was none other than Qin Yu, renowned as the first sword god in the realm. Within the entire great Zhou dynasty, Qin Yu was among the most formidable of warriors. My lord, it was the sword saint Dugu Yinyu. It is my failure to protect young Master Qin Yan. Please forgive me, Jiang Xian sighed deeply, bowing to Qin Yu as he spoke. Dugu Yinyu? Qin Yu cradled Qin Yan's body, his eyes revealing an icy killing intent as he coldly stated. How could Yenner have come into conflict with Dugu Yinyu? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xian recounted in detail how Qin Yan had challenged Chu Xiu at the headquarters of the Jinyue, intending to eliminate Chu Xiu for the Wang family of Taiyuan. I understand, Qin Yu declared. Leave this matter to me. Whether it is Dugu Yinyu or Chu Xiu, they must pay with their lives. From the moment Chu Xiu summoned Dugu Yinyu, it was clear he had issued orders aimed at Yan's life. His voice dripped with murderous intent. Regardless of the consequences, I will avenge Yenner. I shall see who can protect this Dugu Yinyu and Chu Xiu. The champion marquis? Humph. In our great Zhou dynasty, martial prowess reigns supreme. Even if I kill them both, I will see who dares to challenge the first manor of the world. My lord, do not reveal the first manor. The court is not yet on the brink of collapse. If you act recklessly, the court will surely mobilize troops to suppress the first manor. Jiang Xian's pupils contracted as he urged urgently. Rest assured, I am not so foolish. Even if I were to kill them both, who could provide evidence that it was the first manor that did it? Who could prove it was I? Qin Yu scoffed. The first manor was not solely his. It represented the entire Huayin Qin clan. Even if he were willing to risk the foundation of the first manor, the members of the Huayin Qin clan would vehemently oppose such actions. After all, a master like him, unbound by the first manor, would revel in freedom and could easily evade any military pursuit. However, as the lord of the first manor and the head of the Huayin Qin clan, he bore the weight of both, and he could not abandon everything. With these words from my lord, I can finally rest easy, Jiang Xian sighed in relief. His expression, one of profound relief. If Qin Yan's death led to the downfall of the first manor, it would leave the Wang family of Taiyuan crippled, making him a sinner in their eyes. The importance of the first manor far exceeded that of the former Jinyue, which had already declined in significance. The true reason the Wang family repeatedly targeted Chu Xiu was not merely the loss of a limb, but rather the humiliation of losing the Jinyue to the Wang family. In contrast, the first manor, as one of the 9 major families of the martial world, was not merely an ordinary family. While families typically displayed their strength, the Huayin Qin clan had established the first manor, which amassed an extraordinary force. Combined with the strength of the Huayin Qin clan, They ranked among the upper echelons of the 9 major families. Of course, while the 9 major families presented their strengths on the surface, each family secretly built formidable forces hidden from view. Therefore, the true extent of their power remained a mystery. Only the first manor was entirely transparent, gathering an array of remarkable individuals and recruiting numerous talented youths, imparting the sword techniques of the Huayinshin clan. Very well, old Jiang. You may return to inform the young master that this matter will be handled by the first manor, Chu Xiu declared, his voice resonant and powerful. Yes, I shall obey. Jiang Xin responded, bowing to Chu Xiu before vanishing from sight. After Jiang Xin's departure, a figure appeared before Chu Xiu. This figure was a young man clad in coarse cloth, barefoot, with a simple long sword at his waist. He possessed an extraordinary demeanor, exuding an ethereal quality. Despite his unassuming attire, he was recognized as the young master of the first manor, Qin Feng. Father, allow me to handle this matter, Qin Feng said, his expression calm as he addressed Chu Xiu. I have remained in the shadows for many years. It is time for me to emerge. No, you must not take action. Chu Xiu shook his head, speaking sternly to Qin Feng. If action is to be taken, it must be by others. He understood that despite Qin Feng's calm demeanor, the love he held for Qin Yan rivaled his own. Being 10 years older than Qin Yan, it was Qin Feng who had personally taught him the art of the sword. Father, I am fully aware of this matter, Qin Feng replied with unwavering calmness. When I return, I shall bring back their heads to honor my brother. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Remember, if you are to confront Chu Xiu openly, ensure that you do so with honor, Qin Yu said after a moment of silence. Let all know that your battle is fought with integrity, even if Chu Xiu falls. There will be no grounds for retaliation against us. Brother, wait for me to return with their heads to pay tribute at your grave. Qin Feng nodded, casting one last glance at Qin Yan's body before turning to depart, striding purposefully out of the first manor towards the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. His pace, while seemingly unhurried, was marked by strides that covered great distances, creating an impression of harmonious speed and slowness. What might appear incongruous became perfectly synchronized under Qin Feng's transcendent aura, making him seem as if he were a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, a true immortal of the sword. The following day, at the headquarters of the Jinhui, Chu Xiu strolled leisurely towards the entrance, immediately spotting Lin Huayu, who stood waiting with a grave expression. Chapter 211. My lord, will you be in danger? Greetings, my lord. Lin Huayu respectfully bowed to Chu Xiu. Is there movement from the world's #1 manor? Chu Xiu cast a casual glance at Lin Huayu, a faint smile gracing his lips as he walked toward the main hall of the Jinhui headquarters. Reporting to my lord, the young master of the world's #1 manor, Qin Feng, left the manor openly yesterday. He has arrived in the capital last night and is currently residing at the Qin Feng Inn, Lin Huayu said, his expression grave. Is he the one known as the Sword Immortal? Chu Xiu entered the main hall of the Jinhui headquarters and took his seat at the head table, a playful smirk appearing on his face. Indeed, it is the Sword Immortal, Qin Feng. His arrival in the capital must be aimed at you, my lord. It is advisable for you to remain within the Jinhui headquarters for the time being, as I worry that Qin Feng may pose a threat to you. Lin Huayu cautioned earnestly. Here in the Jinhui headquarters, we have the protection of the 3 elite divisions. With thousands of skilled Jinhui at our disposal, we can form a lethal formation at a moment's notice. Even a master at the celestial level would meet a bloody end here. Chu Xiu replied with a smile. A threat to me? Rest assured, he would not dare. At least, not openly. Do you think he would send someone to ambush me outside the Jinhui headquarters or attack my residence? No, he would not. Such tactics are beneath someone of Qin Feng's stature, Chu Xiu articulated confidently. My lord, do you mean to say he might come to challenge you openly? Lin Huayu pondered. Unlikely. A person as proud as he would not come to challenge me within the Jinhui headquarters. He is, after all, a peer of Lord Yan. Although he is a decade younger than Lord Yan, he does not belong to my generation, Chu Xiu asserted firmly. Given that I am not of his era and my cultivation level is significantly inferior, he would not engage in such a confrontation. Lin Huayu exhibited a puzzled expression. So he intends to challenge you privately, away from the public eye, and to lure you out of the Jinhui headquarters? Chu Xiu chose not to elaborate further and instead rose from his seat, exiting the main hall of the Jinhui headquarters. An hour later, Lin Huayu hurried to the outside of the Jinhui commander's study, his demeanor respectful. Reporting to my lord, there has been a surge of thefts among the common folk in the capital, causing quite a stir. The door to the commander's study creaked open, and Chu Xiu emerged, his face revealing surprise. Is this the work of Qin Feng? To be honest, I find myself somewhat disappointed. I expected the young master of the world's #1 manor to devise something more intriguing, and yet, Merely a series of thefts is his ploy to draw me away from the Jinui headquarters? In addition to the thefts, many young maidens have gone missing. Each household affected left behind a note, identical to those of the thefts. The note depicts a desolate mountain, which I have verified to be located several dozen miles outside the capital. Lin Huayu stated, his expression serious. 100 maidens abducted, and 300 households robbed? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, stating, it seems this is indeed Qin Feng's true scheme. He is indicating to me that both the missing valuables and the 100 maidens are in that desolate mountain. Alternatively, he may be suggesting that should I venture there, the maidens and stolen goods will be returned unharmed. My lord, should we immediately gather our elite Jinui to head to this desolate mountain? Lin Huayu's eyes gleamed with a hint of murderous intent. No need. I shall go alone to the desolate mountain, since Qin Feng wishes for me to go there. It must be to lure me into bringing Dugu Yinyu along. It can only be the two of us. If you accompany us, the safety of the maidens and the valuables may not be guaranteed, Chu Xiu replied, shaking his head. His decision was driven by his status as the champion marquis and Jinui commander. Dugu Yinyu's vengeance against Qin Yin was surely his directive, and Dugu Yinyu's involvement was due to his personal vendetta. Qin Feng's visit was undoubtedly aimed at claiming the heads of both himself and Dugu Yinyu. My lord, will this not place you in danger? Lin Huayu's expression shifted dramatically, urgency lacing his words. Fear not. If I dare to go, I possess the confidence to return alive. I can leave at will. None can stop me. Chu Xiu replied serenely, with an air of nonchalance. With the 5 elements escape technique, he could traverse freely, and even Qin Feng would be unable to detain him. Is there a map indicating the location of the desolate mountain? Chu Xiu inquired calmly, reporting to my lord. Here is the location of the desolate mountain. Lin Huayu hesitated briefly, a wry smile crossing his lips as he produced a map from his sleeve, carefully unfolding it to reveal the mountain's position. He had anticipated that upon discovering this matter, Chu Xiu would likely venture alone to the desolate mountain, and thus had prepared the map in advance. Inform Dugu Yinyu to await outside the Jinui headquarters and accompany me to the desolate mountain, Chu Xiu instructed. Glancing at the map, yes, I shall obey. Lin Huayu bowed respectfully before quietly departing. He believed that if Chu Xiu could infiltrate the heavily guarded city of Yuejun and still manage to eliminate Prince Morongji, then he must indeed possess the legendary 5 elements escape technique. If he wished to leave, Qin Feng could not detain him. After Lin Huayu departed, a figure materialized before Chu Xiu. The figure before us is none other than Yen Qin Feng, the young supervisor of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, with an expression of calm composure. Yen Qin Feng gazed at Chu Xiu and inquired, my lord, do you require me to discreetly accompany you beyond the city to ensure your safety?